Traversing the world of beast tamers, Xu Haoran has become a talentless wastrel in the realm of beast taming. Fortunately, he has awakened a pet cultivation system, enabling him to summon monsters from myriad realms as his companions. Summoning the king of monsters, Godzilla, whose atomic breath can obliterate the very heavens and earth. Summoning the conceptual cat, Tom, what is catching a blade with bare hands? I, Tom, can catch missiles empty-handed and merely produce a smoke ring. Does my matchmaking partner look down upon my brother, the general? When ferocious beasts lay waste to the city, in the next moment, the general stands before you. Do you not see how he resembles his former self? I, Tom, am but a cat. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to supervise snakes, mice, fish, and birds? What is wrong with devouring a snake that is on the verge of becoming a dragon? What? You possess transformers as well? Are not transformers also considered monsters? Others can only contract a few pet beasts? What concern is that of Xu Haoran? I merely possess a few more pets than others. On what grounds do you accuse me of cheating? Chapter 1. Taking Godzilla on a blind date. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Quack, quack, quack. System, are you certain these creatures will heed my commands? In the courtyard, chickens and ducks abound. A young man squats amidst this flock, gazing at the black creature hopping before him, hesitating. Can this thing truly be tamed? Before him, several oddly shaped black creatures gaze up at him, emitting strange whines as if to curry favor. Beside these peculiar monsters stands another creature, dark and resembling a dimorphodon, upright and staring hungrily at the strange beings, drool trickling from its mouth. Two species of monsters. One is scientifically named the xenomorph, and the other Godzilla. Indeed, it is the king of monsters, Godzilla, from the movies, along with the xenomorph. The extraordinary beasts cultivated by the system will be bound to the host as their master, responding only to the host's commands. Even if the host orders them to perish, the extraordinary beasts will not hesitate in the slightest. A mechanical voice resonated in Xu Haoran's mind. Upon hearing this definitive mechanical tone, Xu Haoran finally breathed a sigh of relief. His name is Xu Haoran, a time traveler. In his previous life, he was a lowly corporate drone, and in this new existence, his circumstances are even more dismal, scarcely better than a mere drudge. In this world, at the age of 13, he lost both parents, their millions in life insurance usurped by his uncle's family, who routinely fed him leftovers and forced him into labor, never granting him pocket money, and he had to work part-time to pay for his own education. The most unfortunate circumstance is that 2 years prior, while accompanying a large group on a training expedition, he fortuitously stumbled upon a ferocious beast egg. He intended to take it home to show his uncle and discern the nature of the beast within. However, his uncle forcibly claimed it as his own, offering him 2,000 coins in an attempt to purchase it. Sensing something amiss at that moment, he contemplated reclaiming the egg, only to be summarily expelled from his home by his uncle. He was given a mere few tens of thousands before being unceremoniously cast out, with no mention of the egg whatsoever. From that day forth, he became a child without a home. He estimates that of the million in insurance money, he has barely utilized 5,000. Ultimately, they expelled him from the family while only providing him with a few tens of thousands. This family can truly be described as having hearts as cold and venomous as a serpent. It is fair to say that the original owner of his body suffered a fate 100 times worse than that of a typical 9-to-6 wage slave. Infuriatingly, shortly after he was cast out of Xu Dajing's household, he heard that Xu Dajing's son, Xu Hu, had successfully contracted a newly born beast, the imperial-grade ferocious beast, the Azure Sky Python. He was even admitted into the Beast Master Bureau through special consideration. The quality of magical beasts is categorized into 7 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, rare, imperial, sacred, and legendary. The imperial tier can be considered the pinnacle of extraordinary beasts. Without a doubt, this Azure Sky Python must be the very spirit beast egg that the original owner had discovered. Yet, the opportunity that rightfully belonged to him was wholly usurped by his uncle's family. Lacking the aptitude for beast mastery, should he have been able to contract the Azure Sky Python, it would have been a miraculous turn of fate. This was manifestly a great opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens, yet it had been appropriated by Xu Dajing's family. The original owner sought to confront Xu Hu, but was brutally beaten by Xu Hu and his friends. It was at that moment that Xu Haoran transmigrated into this body, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous self, and awakened a system. The system is called the Pet Cultivation System, enabling the extraction of extraordinary beasts from countless realms for nurturing, alongside various rewards. However, over the years, he has not cultivated many pets. The system only provided him with one pet at the outset. This pet, however, was somewhat absurd. His first pet turned out to be a juvenile Godzilla. Upon seeing this drooling, black creature, Xu Haoran was utterly bewildered. He had no idea that such a being could be kept as a pet. After all, a single atomic breath from this creature could obliterate an entire breeding farm. Yet, the system assured him it was feasible. Now, after nurturing it for a year or two, he had finally unlocked a new pet, only to be presented with an alien creature. What did that even mean? Why not provide him with an alien queen instead? How absurd. There wasn't a single normal pet to be found. Even if a divine dragon was impossible, he would have settled for a fire Chilin. Stop staring at that alien. It's not edible. Observing Godzilla gazing longingly at the alien, nearly drooling, Xu Haoran delivered a firm slap to Godzilla's stout head, almost causing the creature to stumble. This creature is perfect in every way, except for its dietary preferences. The main issue is that it shows little interest in normal food, but relishes the abnormal. In addition to the growth pet food provided by the system, it also enjoys being electrocuted, converting the electrical energy into its own. This has resulted in Xu Haoran facing considerable electricity bills each month. Aside from incurring these hefty charges, it has proven utterly useless. His height has only increased slightly. The one redeeming aspect is that the pet system includes specialized feed for the pets. It is quite inexpensive, and Xu Haoran has managed to run this breeding farm with the pet food provided by the system, mixing it with chicken feed, resulting in plump, flavorful hens and ducks that sell exceptionally well. Many buyers favor his chickens and ducks due to their affordability and superior taste compared to free-range chickens from mountains. This has enabled him to sustain himself after being expelled by his uncle, while also saving a bit of money. After ensuring the alien remained in the yard and forbidding it from venturing elsewhere, Xu Haoran returned to his room to change into a clean set of casual attire. Today is a fortuitous day. Old Lu had arranged a marriage meeting for him. Old Lu is a cantankerous old man whom he met by chance. Their acquaintance was rather serendipitous. The last time Old Lu passed by his home, he noticed the good quality of his chickens and expressed a desire to purchase one to taste. Once he tried it, he could not stop. He almost came weekly to buy a chicken or duck to stew, claiming he hadn't tasted such tender chicken in ages. Over time, they grew quite familiar with each other. Now, knowing he was single, Old Lu had specifically introduced him to a potential match. Xu Haoran initially refused, but upon seeing a photo of the woman with long legs, he reluctantly acquiesced. After all, she was a customer, and he felt obliged to entertain the request. He certainly was not swayed by her fair complexion and long legs. Just as he was about to leave, a low growl emanated from below. Looking down, he saw Godzilla, nearly at his height, growling at him with eager eyes. "You want to go too?" Xu Haoran pondered for a moment. "All right, you can come along." This is a world of beast mastery, teeming with a myriad of spirit beasts. Bringing Godzilla along to the streets should pose no significant issue. Chapter 2. The Colossal Beast Destroys the City. Xiao Shuang, later to be accompanied by Anime. Pluton Steakhouse. A young girl clad in a black miniskirt crossed her legs, her fair and delicate limbs swinging idly beneath the table, capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. Seated by the window, she noticed the avaricious gazes directed at her and wore an expression of resignation. Her name was Xiao Shuang, 21 years of age, hailing from a prestigious family. Today, she had been compelled by her family to attend a matchmaking rendezvous. While the idea of matchmaking was not particularly distasteful, the fact that her prospective partner was a poultry farmer rendered the situation intolerable. Coming from a prominent family in Rome City and being a prodigy in beast taming, was it so difficult for her family to find a suitable match? After waiting for several minutes, her impatience grew, prompting her to contemplate calling to inquire about her date's arrival. Suddenly, a voice broke through her thoughts. "Excuse me, are you Miss Xiao Shuang?" Xu Haoran, with a beaming smile, approached her. As he beheld her exquisite profile, alabaster legs, black silk mini-skirt, and elegant high heels, he found her beauty rivaled that of any star. Was such a stunning visage truly here for matchmaking? Xu Haoran felt a flicker of doubt. Was this a setup? How could old Lu have introduced such a remarkable girl to him? "You are Xu Haoran?" Xiao Shuang inquired as she scrutinized him in return. He resembled his photographs closely, handsome and appealing. His attire was tidy, though his background appeared lacking. What was that strange creature he was holding? A pet beast? Xiao Shuang gazed at the dark, dinosaur-like creature, bewildered. Despite her extensive knowledge of spirit beasts, she had never encountered such a specimen. "Yes," Xu Haoran replied, settling into the seat opposite her. "Allow me to share a bit about myself. I am 21, an entrepreneur with a modest poultry and duck farm, earning an annual income in the six-figure range. Is that correct? Before he could continue, Xiao Shuang had already interjected. Old Lu must have given you quite the detailed brief. Old Lu was likely the rascal who had arranged this match. She silently cursed him. Her expression remained calm as she said, "You've covered most of the essentials. But I suppose you know little about me?" 90, 55, 75. Xu Haoran's words caught Xiao Shuang off guard, causing her to instinctively glance down at her prominent features before hastily covering them. "You, how did that scoundrel figure that out?" Cough, I didn't mean to. Xu Haoran quickly apologized, realizing he had accidentally stared a bit too long. "You seem to know what you're talking about," Xiao Shuang remarked coldly. "Not bad. Just familiar with the subject from my previous stint in clothing sales," Xu Haoran explained, a hint of arrogance in his tone. "Clothing sales? Spare me the nonsense." Xiao Shuang shot him a skeptical glance. Although his estimate was somewhat accurate, she remained unimpressed. "All right, I've heard enough about you. I have a few questions, and you will answer them," she stated firmly. Seeing her determined demeanor, Xu Haoran sensed that this discussion might end before it truly began. She was adorned in designer labels. Even if her family background was not affluent, she likely had a penchant for wealth. "Go ahead, beautiful, ask away," he replied, relaxing into the sofa. "How much do you have in savings?" "Not much," Xu Haoran replied, flipping his hair with an air of confidence, leaving Xiao Shuang intrigued. "That amount?" He raised one finger. "Is it 1 million?" Xiao Shuang was taken aback, realizing he could earn that much from poultry farming. Xu Haoran shook his head. "No, not quite. Could it be 10 million? Xiao Shuang gasped in disbelief. "Huh, 10 million is nothing." Xu Haoran scoffed, and as Xiao Shuang stared in shock, he added, "With the experience I've gained in this life, I could easily earn that in the next." Xiao Shuang was momentarily speechless. "So in this life? Currently, I have 10,000. Xu Haoran declared proudly, lifting his chin. "Are you kidding me?" Xiao Shuang clenched her fists, nearly leaping up to slap him. However, sensing her displeasure, Xu Haoran quickly shifted his tone. "But, if we were to be together, I could provide you with 500 a month for pocket money. Don't think it excessive. Save up, and we can buy a house later." Xiao Shuang felt a surge of frustration, but remembered her parents' insistence to at least engage in conversation for half an hour. Nevertheless, she doubted she could endure even 20 minutes. "Stop talking. I will ask, and you will answer," she groaned, massaging her temples, her composure wavering. "Understood." Xu Haoran nodded obediently, unsure of what to say next. "Forget your savings. How many properties and vehicles do you own?" Although she had mentally prepared herself, she still asked hesitantly. But soon, she realized her inquiry was entirely futile. Xu Haoran replied with pride, "I own 2 properties and 3 vehicles." "3 vehicles?" Xiao Shuang was astonished. "Yes, indeed. 1 bicycle, 1 motorcycle, and a tricycle." Xiao Shuang's mouth twitched. "And the 2 properties?" "One in the outskirts for raising ducks and chickens, and the other for well. It serves as a restroom." "So your second property is a toilet?" Xiao Shuang inhaled deeply, stifling the urge to strangle Xu Haoran. "Last question. What is your beast taming talent level?" Beast taming abilities were categorized from A to E, with the highest being divine level. Surely, he must possess some merit, given he always had a peculiar spirit beast by his side. Xu Haoran replied nonchalantly, "My beast taming talent might surpass your expectations." "Surpass my expectations?" Xiao Shuang raised an eyebrow. "Are you of a rank?" "Not quite." Xu Haoran took a sip of coffee, slowly revealing, "I don't possess any beast taming talent." "Are you serious?" Xiao Shuang stood abruptly, ready to unleash her anger. Yet, noticing her growing fury, Xu Haoran quickly interjected, "But I do have a spirit beast. My Godzilla is quite formidable, rivaling even those of higher ranks." He gestured to the drooling creature at his feet, devouring a steak. This was no exaggeration. Godzilla was indeed powerful. After nurturing it for so long, he was prepared to unleash it upon Xu Hu's family. However, Xiao Shuang cast her gaze downwards towards the pitch-black Godzilla, which was positioned by Xu Haoran's leg. At that moment, Godzilla was gaping with its eyes fixated on the steak on Xu Haoran's plate, drool nearly spilling from the corners of its mouth, threatening to cascade to the ground. Xu Haoran appeared to have noticed that this foolish creature was indeed not impressive, and he swatted it away with a hand. Godzilla leaned forward, seemingly having realized that it was time to cooperate with Xu Haoran's performance, hastily wiping its drool with a paw before turning its gaze towards Xiao Shuang and opening its mouth, letting out a ha. The latter did not wish to engage, instead releasing an attack of foul breath towards him. Xiao Shuang grimaced at the stench emanating from Godzilla. "Are you certain this thing can rival a royal-tier beast? With this creature, my rainbow phoenix could swallow it whole." Her expression grew increasingly sinister, and having a fair understanding of higher-tier exotic beasts, she demanded, "Pray tell, what tier does your spirit beast belong to?" Xu Haoran found himself at a loss. It was issued by the Godzilla system, What tier could it possibly be? After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Xiao Shuang and, amidst her expectant gaze, solemnly declared, "It lacks a tier, but it could indeed surpass royal tier creatures." Hiss. Xiao Shuang inhaled sharply, astonished that such outlandish claims could be uttered. Resigned, she took a deep breath and stated, "Allow me to inform you that my spirit beast is a royal tier rainbow phoenix. I am not a shallow gold digger, but you must at least be more powerful than I. I am not targeting you personally. I merely wish to convey that you and your spirit beast should depart. Even if you intend to deceive me, at least procure a fearsome beast with an impressive appearance." Suppressing her fury, she began to gather her belongings, genuinely incensed. "By the way, you glutton, I suggest you feed it more. Although it may be a useless spirit beast, ordinary feed isn't expensive. Don't mistreat your little pet. If needed, I can even provide you with some assistance." Before leaving, Xiao Shuang cast a disdainful glance at the drooling Godzilla, wondering what sort of hybrid spirit beast it could be. Lacking strength was one thing, but being a mere glutton was unacceptable. What a delightful situation. Xu Haoran's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "I am indeed impoverished. Let us exchange WeChat. You can transfer me a bit each month for purchasing feed for my spirit beast." Uffed. Xiao Shuang stumbled slightly, nearly toppling to the ground. She turned back in disbelief, astounded, having witnessed shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Was there truly someone in this world so brazen? Her chest heaving with anger, she retrieved a business card from her bag, stating, "Here is my number. My WeChat is the same. Add me yourself." With a forceful slap on the table, she intended to leave. Yet, just as she was about to exit the restaurant, a crisp sound echoed behind her. It was the sound of a cup shattering. Xiao Shuang furrowed her brow and turned back, only to see Xu Haoran waving his hands innocently. "No, I did not break that cup. It fell by itself." Boom. Clang. It was indeed not Xu Haoran who had caused the commotion, and soon both of them would comprehend how the cup had fallen. A deafening explosion resounded from afar, rumbling as if a mountain had collapsed. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, the chaotic honking of cars, and the continuous explosions filled the air, causing the ground to tremble and the restaurant to shake as if an earthquake had struck. However, the tremor ceased after merely 10 seconds. Yet, although the ground had settled, the distant rumbling persisted. Xu Haoran and Xiao Shuang exchanged astonished glances, both sensing something amiss, and simultaneously rose to leave the restaurant. Upon reaching the entrance, they were both taken aback by the sight outside. Roar! On the distant horizon, a colossal creature, akin to a towering structure, rampaged through the city with an air of invincibility. With each mechanical arm it swung, a skyscraper shattered and crumbled, dust and debris intertwining to compose an apocalyptic prelude. This was no mere spirit beast. It was an extraordinary entity fused with both machinery and biological terror, resembling a gargantuan beetle magnified countless times. Its eyes glowed with a crimson light reminiscent of hellfire, while its so-called claws were robust mechanical pincers, glistening with a cold, hard shine. Its visage embodied a nightmare. A grotesque amalgamation of decaying flesh akin to a cockroach, half human, half beast, contorted and hideous, as if a grotesque offspring of nature and industrial civilization, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Its sharp maw was sealed beneath a layer of cold iron armor, yet only added to its unpredictable menace. This monster transcended all of Xu Haoran's previous knowledge. It was a twisted amalgamation of machine and life, an embodiment of a disaster at the divine spirit level. Surrounding it were valiant beast tamers maneuvering their flying spirit beasts through the skies, either riding or dashing to encircle the creature. The battle scene was nothing short of spectacular. Fiery flames cascaded from the heavens, engulfing the vicinity of the colossal beast in a sea of fire. Amidst the inferno, the ferocious roars of the monster could be heard. In the sky above, a sharp-beaked giant bird summoned thunder that converged into a tempest as dark clouds churned. Bolts of lightning that could obliterate the earth tore through the sky, striking directly at the monster's head. Smoke and chaos enveloped the streets, with those who could flee driving away, while others sprinted frantically towards the horizon, desperately hoping to distance themselves from the beast. What on earth is that? Xu Haoran stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him, utterly dumbfounded. What is this creature? A ferocious beast. At the very least, it is a divine spirit-level beast. Xiao Shuang's expression was one of sheer terror. Why would a creature of this caliber appear within the city? Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Such a terrifying monster could crush both her and Xu Haoran with a single foot. Moreover, it was not merely destroying the city, it was advancing toward them. Xiao Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Xu Haoran hesitated beside her, chewing on his words. He asked, "Xiao, am I mistaken? Is that monster indeed approaching our direction?" Doubt clouded his mind. Xiao Shuang, too consumed by fear, had no time to address Xu Haoran's affectionate nickname for her. Her pallor was grave. Remove the word that from your sentence. The monster is indeed coming towards us. Chapter 3. I can't afford it. On the rooftop of a certain skyscraper, two figures cloaked in black robes and adorned with white masks stood atop a building in Rome City, gazing at the distant monstrous beetle. One figure extended their arms. Their voice manic: destroy, annihilate. Your existence is solely for the purpose of obliterating this world. After decades of painstaking effort, let the world witness your most terrifying power. Ha ha ha. Hey Chi, does this monster possess any weaknesses? Queried the man in the white lotus mask, his tone somber as he surveyed the chaos. Weakness? It has no weaknesses, ha ha ha. The figure known as Black 7, donned in a mask of ebony, spread his arms wide and erupted into a raucous laughter, its sharpness piercing the air. The Zero Mecha Beast is the pinnacle of our engineering prowess. It is the quintessential fusion of machine and flesh, the ultimate embodiment of perfection. Flesh is frail, while machinery ascends. Only the union of mechanization and spirit beasts can yield unparalleled strength, unless one possesses power vastly exceeding its own to obliterate it utterly. None can hope to rival it. Yet, such a being does not exist within Rome City. Not even that old man concealed within the city can measure up. The masked man's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The true extent of the old man's power was shrouded in mystery, and he could not ascertain whether his creation could decisively overpower the opponent. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, a thunderous sound that echoed across the sky. While the two conversed, in the distance, beast tamers had begun their targeted assault on the colossal Zero Mecha Beast. Its insectoid legs had been transformed into massive appendages, and each punch, suffused with mechanical brilliance, unleashed cataclysmic force. Thud! A flying spirit beast was sent spiraling away, blood spewing forth from its maw, hurled 100 meters distant. Team 7's captain is gravely injured. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Crash. A towering three-headed lion, over a dozen meters high, was sent flying by a kick, smashing into a building and creating a gaping hole in the 5-meter-high structure. Team 3's assault has failed. Requesting support. What in the world is this monstrosity? Why are its fists and feet composed of metal? A middle-aged man, wielding a long sword and mounted upon a massive green crocodile tortoise hovering in midair, approached the creature with haste. He was among the top 10 beast tamers of Rome City, and if he could not subdue this beast, the city would be in dire peril. As he neared the crocodile tortoise, Qin Wushuang spread his arms wide, issuing a command to the gravity tortoise. Release absolute gravity. Subdue that monster. The gravity tortoise responded, unleashing a peculiar wave of energy that coalesced into an invisible net of gravity, descending upon the mecha beast. Boom. The mecha beast's legs buckled slightly under the weight of this gravitational force, though but a moment, it provided the surrounding beast tamers with the opportunity to strike. Thunder, flames, ice, and sharp projectiles rained down upon the mecha beast in a torrential assault. 10 elite tamers, each among the finest in Rome City, banded together for a concerted strike, their combined might formidable. At that moment, Qin Wushuang surged forth, akin to an enraged dragon soaring skyward, his black blade seemingly imbued with life, shimmering with an esoteric glow. It was his gravity blade, awakened through his bond with a spirit beast. In days past, a single swing could cleave a villa in twain. Die! He descended with fervor, raising his long sword to cleave down upon the beast's head. Just as the blade was about to connect, the mecha beast's body erupted as if a volcano had awakened, unleashing a tempestuous current of electricity that roared forth, enveloping all in its path in a shroud of destruction. Roar! The mecha beast howled to the heavens. Its maw, a grotesque amalgamation of rotting flesh and metal, seeming to threaten the very fabric of existence, its voice resonating with earth-shattering intensity, instilling terror in all who heard it. The surging electric current swept through the crowd, hurling everyone away like autumn leaves. Those who had engaged the Zero Mecha Beast were either rendered unconscious or severely injured, flung far into the distance. Meanwhile, the Mecha Beast continued its advance, wreaking havoc upon the city, drawing ever closer to Xu Haoran and Ao Xiaoshuang. Team Qin, Ao Xiaoshuang, recognizing the man who had just attacked, cried out in alarm as she saw him thrown away. How formidable! Those individuals could actually contend with that monster. What's wrong? Do you know those who were harmed by the beast? Xu Haoran marveled at the strength of those who dared to face the creature. They were indeed formidable. He mused that should he engage, he would likely be vanquished in an instant. Yet soon, he sensed a disquieting shift. The monster was drawing ever nearer. His expression shifted. Oh no, that creature is approaching us. We must flee. We cannot remain here. Instinctively, Xu Haoran grasped Ao Xiaoshuang's hand, attempting to flee. To his astonishment, he found he could not budge her. Ao Xiaoshuang stood resolutely, immovable. What are you doing? We must leave at once. If we do not hurry, it will be too late. The monster is upon us. With an expression devoid of emotion, Ao Xiaoshuang shrugged off Xu Haoran-esque grasp and declared, I cannot leave. I am with the Beast Tamer Bureau. In the face of danger, I must stand at the forefront. You must escape. Her demeanor was cold, yet resolute. You lack the talent for beast taming and have no capable spirit beast. I might be able to hold it off for a moment. During that time, you should flee. You may still have a chance to escape. This monster exceeds anything Rong City can contend with. After today, who knows if Rong City will continue to exist? A sense of calm acceptance of death washed over Ao Xiaoshuang. She turned back for one last glance at Xu Haoran. Though you are rather bothersome, I still do not wish for your demise here. Hurry and go. I will do my utmost to delay it and buy you time to escape. With that, she spread her arms wide and called out, Seven-colored spirit phoenix, arise. With a cry, vibrant light erupted from her, and a dazzling, multicolored apparition emerged above her, transforming into a resplendent avian creature. It possessed dragon-like claws, a peacock's tail, a sharp beak, and piercing eyes akin to those of a hawk, exuding an air of dominance. Upon materializing, it gracefully landed before Ao Xiaoshuang. Are you truly going to confront that beast? Do you believe you can stand against it? Xu Haoran exclaimed, astonished by her resolve. To die on the battlefield for one's country is noble. There is no need for a horse's hide to wrap the corpse, Ao Xiaoshuang asserted, her voice unwavering. I am a member of the 3rd team of the God Division within the Beast Tamer Bureau. If I do not go, who will? She mounted the 7-colored spirit phoenix, her back to the setting sun, and turned back to Xu Haoran, offering him a gentle smile. Her smile, ethereal and dreamlike, illuminated by the golden rays of the sun, resembled a celestial being from a painting. In that fleeting moment, her smile embodied hope. Xu Haoran found himself momentarily entranced by that carefree smile in the face of death. Then, he witnessed the 7-colored spirit phoenix flap its wings and soar toward the approaching monstrosity. Before departing, it left him with one final command: run. Flee as far as you can. If I perish today, remember to bring me a bouquet of carnations next year. They are my favorite flowers. Carnations? Xu Haoran was taken aback, and his expression shifted as he called out to her retreating figure, wait. Carnations are quite expensive. I cannot afford them. How about you transfer the money for the flowers to me first? Chapter 4. King of Beasts, the beasts arrive. Upon the back of the vibrant phoenix, Ao Xiaoshuang nearly lost her balance, teetering dangerously close to falling off. She suppressed the urge to fly back and slapped Xu Haoran, steadying herself. This rascal. Why is he always so infuriating? How she longed to return and teach him a lesson. After all, she had poured her heart into this. Couldn't he at least show some consideration and cooperate a little? Even if she were to perish, wouldn't it leave a favorable impression in Xu Haoran's heart? She bared her little tiger teeth, and if she survived this ordeal, she vowed to find Xu Haoran and give him a piece of her mind. However, at present, she took a deep breath and directed her gaze towards the colossal monster advancing towards them. Gently stroking the resplendent phoenix beneath her, she murmured, Kyre. Today we might just carve our names in history. The colorful phoenix seemed to sense Ao Xiaoshuang's determination. Rather than retreating in fear, it quickened its pace, charging fiercely towards the imposing Zero Mecha Beast. Roar! At this moment, the Zero Mecha Beast continued to wreak havoc upon the city it traversed. With a casual swipe, a skyscraper crumbled, sending countless individuals plummeting to the ground, bereft of even a chance to plead for help. Roar! The bloodshed and cries for salvation only intensified the beast's bloodlust. Just as it was about to demolish another towering structure, a fiery blaze suddenly erupted before it, growing ever more ferocious. Ultimately, it morphed into a colossal bird of flame, hurtling towards the beast. Furious Gale, a delicate voice rang out. The 7-colored phoenix, a regal spirit beast, possessed dual extraordinary abilities, wind and fire. These elements complemented one another, allowing for seamless synergy, an exquisite gift from Ao Xiaoshuang's father. In a surge of valiant spirit, the 7-colored phoenix unleashed its full potential. The harmonious fusion of fire and wind transformed into a massive flaming bird with wings spanning dozens of meters, soaring towards the upper half of the half-mechanical monstrosity. In the blink of an eye, flames enveloped the beast's form. The crackling fire scorched the monster's skin. Ao Xiaoshuang's heart soared with joy. It seemed her technique was effective against this beast. Excellent. Let it burn to ashes. Though her complexion paled, for she had not only summoned her companion's powers, but had also utilized her own fiery abilities to assist the phoenix. This strike had nearly drained the majority of her and her beast's spiritual energy. If it bore no fruit, she would find herself in dire straits. Yet, fortune smiled upon her as a smile crept onto her lips. It appeared her strength was indeed formidable. Roar! Just as she mused this, the inferno-clad mechanical beast let out a vicious roar. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from its form, scattering the flames and revealing its grotesque figure. Smoke wafting from charred skin. At that moment, the beast's bloodshot, crimson eyes locked onto Xu Haoran. Fixated on the floating seven-colored phoenix, it let out an earth-shattering roar, followed by a colossal mechanical claw, comparable in size to a house, hurtling towards Xu Haoran. Confronted with the beast, Xu Haoran grasped the true terror of her adversary. Its decayed visage was more gruesome than any cinematic zombie, and the mechanical pincers, dripping with a sinister black liquid, exuded an icy aura of death. Despite its enormous size, the claws were agile and swift. Within mere breaths, it was upon her. Just as Xu Haoran attempted to direct her spirit beast to evade, time slipped away. The creature's overwhelming presence left her momentarily stunned. In those fleeting seconds, escape became an impossibility. Oh no, the defensive barrier. In a crucial moment, a wall of electricity materialized before her. Xu Haoran hastily activated her protective bracelet, a birthday gift from her father, capable of erecting a defensive barrier, but usable only once. A true lifeline. Yet, against an attack from a beast of such formidable power, she remained uncertain of her chances. Boom. The monstrous claw reached the electromagnetic barrier in an instant, striking it with tremendous force. Crack, crack, crack. The barrier indeed proved effective, holding for 2 to 3 seconds. But just as quickly, it shattered. The foul-smelling claw was upon her. Boom. The overwhelming force slammed into the seven-colored phoenix, sending it flying. The phoenix expelled blood, hurtling through the air. On its back, Xu Haoran was propelled backward as well. Boom, boom. The seven-colored phoenix crashed at the entrance of the Putan restaurant. With Xu Haoran landing atop her spirit beast, blood trickling from her mouth, her vision blurring. Struggling to support herself on the phoenix beneath her, she crawled out from the crater created by her companion's fall. Raising her head, she met the fierce gaze of the colossal monster, which had fixated on her due to her earlier attack and was now approaching. The massive beast seized a boulder, advancing towards her while lifting its enormous mechanical claw to hurl the stone. Whoosh! The boulder, the size of a small house, soared towards her like a massive cannonball, dwarfing Xu Haoran's petite frame. Her vision blurred. She was on the brink of unconsciousness. As the enormous stone descended, a smile crossed her lips, a serene acceptance of her fate. Am I to perish here? How utterly disheartening. Her legs buckled, collapsing onto the ground as she watched the boulder fall. In the final moments of clarity, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her. Simultaneously, a magnetic voice resonated in her ears. See? I told you. You can't do this alone. A shadow, towering over her, shielded her from the impending doom. As she sought to discern who or what had intervened, her strength waned. Her eyes fluttered shut, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Has she fainted? Perhaps that is for the best. Seeing Xu Haoran lose consciousness, Xu Haoran nodded, relieved to avoid exposure. The one coming to Xu Haoran's aid was none other than Xu Haoran himself. He approached Godzilla's side. Boom. The 2-meter-tall Godzilla effortlessly tossed the boulder aside, gazing defiantly at the massive half-mechanical creature, brimming with combat spirit. Roar. The creature noticed Godzilla, its eyes gleaming with visible disdain, seemingly looking down upon the diminutive titan. This contempt stirred Godzilla's fierce gaze. As the king of beasts, it had always regarded itself as the sovereign of the land. When had it ever been looked down upon? Roar. It emitted a deep, resonant growl. Xu Haoran also sensed Godzilla's fighting spirit, his gaze fixed intently upon the colossal beast. If it craved battle, then let it learn who the true champion was. It was also the perfect moment to assess the fruits of his 2 years of cultivation. He spread his arms and bellowed, "Awaken, king of beasts. Arise." Chapter 5. Despair, 2 ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, Qin Wushuang struggled to rise. Observing Xu Haoran attacking the Zero Mecha beast, he felt an ominous premonition. If he could hardly contend with that monster, how could Xu Haoran? As expected, in the blink of an eye, Xu Haoran, who had been on the offensive, was sent hurtling away by the Zero Mecha beast. His heart tightened at this sight. Xu Haoran was his teammate. When he saw the monster seize a massive concrete block to hurl towards her direction, his eyes widened in horror. No. Haoran, gritting his teeth, he steadied himself on the ground, trembling legs struggling to rise as he sought to summon his own beast to aid Xu Haoran. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not abandon her. As captain, it was his duty to safeguard his comrades. But before he could summon his beast, a deafening roar suddenly echoed in everyone's ears from afar. Roar! The heavy, ferocious sound reverberated throughout Rong City. A gigantic black beast surged skyward. It reappeared before the astonished crowd. Its head resembled that of a lizard, its body towering like a giant, legs as sturdy as pillars, with sharp claws glinting menacingly. It stood as imposing as an unyielding deity. Everyone gazed in disbelief toward the distance. One monster had yet to be subdued, and now another had emerged. The crowd could hardly fathom the sudden appearance of this enormous black creature. Qin Wushuang's eyes widened in shock, utterly stupefied. Another one? Moreover, the direction from which this one appeared felt eerily akin to where Ao Xiaoshuang had been flung. Xiaoshuang, his concern for her safety deepened. He clasped his hands into a mudra, summoning a magnificent white bird, forcing himself to climb onto its back, guiding it toward the direction where Ao Xiaoshuang had been thrown. His sole thought was to rescue her and then escape this perilous place. With two colossal beasts, Rome City was surely doomed. However, contrary to his expectations, after the white bird soared into the sky, he discovered that the two monsters did not wreak havoc together. Instead, they stood in a tense standoff. Simultaneously, a voice emanated from the distant creature's back. "Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?" A cheeky voice resonated from atop the towering black beast. And it was then that Qin Wushuang realized there was a shadowy figure atop the colossal creature. It was a person, undoubtedly, someone wielding a megaphone. This was the master of the black beast. Who was this individual? When did Rome City acquire such a figure? He had never encountered this black beast before, who was capable of controlling a creature of such magnitude, akin to the mechanical monster. "Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?" The shadowy figure on the black beast continued. "Next, it's my turn to be your opponent. Did you catch that?" The indistinct voice from the figure with the megaphone reached Qin Wushuang's ears, leaving him astonished. It seemed the black beast was not allied with the half-mechanical monster. Who was this person? "Qin Wushuang, do you recognize them?" Several individuals riding a lion with immense wings soared to Qin Wushuang's side, halting to gaze into the distance. They were equally taken aback by the figure in black, daring to provoke the mechanical monster. That creature was a legitimate spirit-level beast. Even their combined efforts had failed to subdue the half-mechanical monster. Did the other party truly seek a one-on-one confrontation? "I don't know him, but let's observe. He doesn't seem to be our enemy." Qin Wushuang gestured dismissively. These were all members of the Beast Taming Bureau, his colleagues. And now everyone's attention was fixed on the black beast and the figure atop it. It was not just them who noticed. The mechanical monster also caught sight of the suddenly appearing black beast, responding to the provocations of the figure in black. The Zero Mecha beast roared as if it understood. Its 8 mechanical claws flailing in the air, its earth-shattering roar reverberating through the skies, as if the clouds themselves were parting in response. The mechanical monster, devoid of words and needless chatter, charged at the black beast like a frenzied bull after the provocations from the shadowy figure wielding the megaphone. "So you really came. You fool. Go ahead and try to take me down." The voice from the megaphone was utterly exasperating. Qin Wushuang and the others couldn't help but feel bemused. Did this beast tamer seem a bit unorthodox? Various peculiar thoughts flitted through their minds. This formidable individual exuded a distinctly lackluster aura. Yet, regardless of his demeanor, the summoned black beast was undeniably formidable. As the Zero Mecha beast charged forward, the black beast was no slouch either, meeting the mechanical monster head-on. Its sharp, robust claws seized the creature's mechanical arm, lifting its right foot to deliver a powerful kick to the monster's abdomen. Bang! In an instant, the once mighty Zero Mecha beast was sent sprawling to the ground by the kick of the black beast. The black beast's strength surpassed that of the mechanical monster. Qin Wushuang and the others were left speechless, astonished by the sheer might displayed. What manner of creature was this? Who was that person, possessing such a powerful beast? I have never seen anything like this before. Could this be a mysterious figure hidden within our Rome City? Could it be one of the top 10 on the dragon ranking? What would such a figure be doing in our city? Qin Wushuang was astounded. The creature that had once been so formidable was now felled by the kick of the black beast. The mechanical monster was already a spirit-level powerhouse. If this black beast could defeat it, what level of strength did it possess? This terrifying power left every member of the Rome City Beast Taming Bureau in awe. What in the world was this? How could this be possible? In the distance, 2 men in black robes with white masks gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Their mouths agape in shock. Where had this sudden beast come from? Was it one of the pets from those monsters in the capital? No, according to the records. Only Yi Wuxing, who was as elusive as a fleeting shadow, had a beast resembling this black monster. But I have crossed paths with Yi Wuxing. His beast was not this one. Who on earth was this person? The man cloaked in darkness, shrouded in his black robe, fixed his gaze upon the figure atop the black beast and spoke in a hushed tone. The other figure had removed his hood, staring in disbelief at the distant monster, his pupils constricting sharply as he reached the edge of the rooftop, pressing his hands forcefully against the concrete wall. leaving 2 imprints in the material due to his overwhelming excitement. If it is not Yu Wuxing, then who could it be? He could not believe that all his efforts had been overshadowed by an unknown individual. But it mattered not. However, before long, his voice descended once more into madness. Perfect. Just perfect for testing the prowess of our Zero Mecha Beast. Merely a sudden, inconsequential character. No matter. Destroy it. Zero Mecha Beast. Obliterate it. He produced a remote control from his bosom, frantically clicking the buttons. Roar. In the distance, the Zero Mecha Beast seemed to heed the man's call, opening its maw filled with a chaotic array of jagged teeth, unleashing a bone-chilling roar towards the dark monster. Subsequently, 8 mechanical arms swung violently, wielding cataclysmic force as they struck mercilessly at the belly of the ebony behemoth. The black beast was pummeled again and again, feeling discomfort, yet simultaneously brimming with rage. This is bad. The creature still possesses strength. Qin Wushuang and the others from the Beast Taming Bureau were on edge from afar. What would they do if this black behemoth could not vanquish the half-mechanical monstrosity? Fortunately, the ebony beast was not without its own resilience. After enduring several blows, it appeared enraged, bellowing at the mechanical monstrosity. Its dorsal fin, resembling the sharpest blade in the night sky, began to emanate a profound, deep blue glow from its tail. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An ancient and lingering melody resonated within the black creature, akin to the whispers of primordial deities, heralding the impending symphony of destruction. Immediately, this azure light surged like a tidal wave, illuminating the giant beast's back, transforming it into a resplendent blue ocean, casting a dreamlike yet lethal hue over the battlefield. Roar. Just as the blue radiance from the dorsal fin reached its zenith, the black aberration lifted its head, a dazzling blue light converging in its maw, before suddenly lowering its head, gaping wide its cavernous jaws, aimed at the half-mechanical fiend. Boom. A torrent of blue breath erupted forth, directly targeting the head of the Zero Mecha Beast. Boom. First came a resounding explosion, followed by a cacophony reminiscent of the earth shattering. The blue beam enveloped the mecha monster's head, as if steel were being smelted, gradually melting away. 2 seconds later, what should have been an incredibly hard half-mechanical head shattered with a thunderous crash, exploding like molten lava. Roar. After pulverizing the foe's head, the blue glow from the black aberration finally began to dissipate. On the ground, the head of the Zero Mecha Beast had vanished without a trace, leaving only a battered body lying motionless. Roar. Having dealt with the previously ferocious beast, the black creature raised its proud head and howled towards the heavens, seemingly declaring its sovereignty over the city. The terrifying might left all of Rome City's inhabitants in awe. Qin Wushuang and the others from the Beast Taming Bureau were rendered speechless. What on earth is this creature? In the distance, the deranged man in the white mask could hardly believe his eyes. That was his finest creation, the ultimate fusion of machinery and flesh, with astonishing defensive capabilities. It had been so easily dispatched by this dark entity. How is that possible? He glared at the figure hovering above the monster's head, gritting his teeth. This isn't Lu Haikua, nor is it a master of Rong City. Why on earth does the divine dragon manifest such a formidable being? Who is this? Even the other composed masked man beside him appeared quite astonished. The energy contained within the light waves of the black creature was unimaginably terrifying. Even from several miles away, he could feel the astonishing destructiveness it harbored, a spirit beast never before seen. Even if this person were a reclusive master, there should be traces to follow, right? Yet why has this spirit beast never appeared before? Could it be from there? The masked man murmured, but the deranged man beside him interjected, "We must leave quickly. An unexpected turn of events has occurred. The divine dragon is known for the frequent refresh of our poker cards. We cannot afford to be careless." But my Zero Mecha Beast. The deranged masked man gazed longingly into the distance, lamenting. That was a creation he had invested countless efforts into. And now, before even drawing out that old Lu Haikua, it has been destroyed. He couldn't accept it. Black 7. This isn't just our issue. No one anticipated that such a powerful being would emerge in this humble Rome city. It surpasses our capabilities. We must leave. Seeing that their adversary remained unmoved, the masked man's voice turned grave, awakening the despondent Black 7. Understood. Let us go. Black 7 cast one last lingering glance at the roaring Godzilla in the distance, gritting his teeth, before turning away to follow the other masked man. One moment, 2 figures stood on the rooftop. The next moment, they had vanished without a trace. On a nearby rooftop, a humble old man with a goatee observed the black creature, murmuring to himself, "This lad has hidden quite a few matters from me. He has concealed so many things." Humph. As the situation solidified, a smile crept across his lips, and he stepped forward into the void several meters ahead. Whoosh. With a single step, he plummeted like a lead ball. His white beard stood on end as he descended, just as he was about to reach the ground. He spread his legs, landing in a horse stance. Upon striking the solid concrete ground, a bizarre scene unfolded. The surface seemed to yield like clay. The concrete rippled as if disturbed by pebbles thrown into water, and then it rebounded. The old man stabilized his descent through this rubber-like cushioning, landing firmly on the ground without a scratch from the several dozen meters he had fallen. With a smile still on his lips, he ambled away like an ordinary elder, heading towards the distant street. Chapter 6. How is he so similar to that glutton? Meanwhile, the Beast Taming Bureau's tamers gazed at the distant giant beast, still in a daze. Captain Qin, who is that person? I've never heard of such a master in our Rong City. Someone inquired beside Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang held a certain standing in Rong City. If anyone could recognize this formidable individual, it would surely be her. She shook her head. I do not know either. But considering the strength displayed, he may surpass Zhao Yang by a few measures. Surpass the sheep god? The sheep god is the strongest in our Rong City's Beast Taming Bureau. That cannot be. Qin Wushuang shook her head. Based on the power exhibited, it is quite possible. Perhaps only that senior could be his match. Hey, Beast Taming Bureau, come out and clean up. Qin Wushuang marveled at the creature's might. But just as everyone was contemplating the strength of the mysterious beast tamer, a sharp horn blared, capturing everyone's attention. When they turned to look, they found that the black behemoth had begun to move in a certain direction, its body rapidly diminishing, gradually disappearing from sight. Look, that creature seems to be leaving. Thank goodness, it appears it is not our enemy. It seems it truly came to assist us. Can we follow to see where it is headed? Should we greet it? What nonsense. That beast tamer has already vanished. As the crowd engaged in conversation, everyone was astounded to discover that the colossal beast had vanished entirely from sight. The enigmatic beast tamer, who had been atop the creature, had also disappeared without a trace. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, the beast tamer had completely eluded them. In a moment of distraction, Qin Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong, team leader Qin? The sudden exclamation startled those around him, prompting immediate inquiries. My teammate, Ao Xiaoshuang, is still over there. She was struck by that monster and fell in that direction. The mysterious beast tamer also appeared from that vicinity. Without hesitation, Qin Wushuang urged, you all go assist the others. I will investigate. His face pale, he commanded his pet to soar towards the location where Ao Xiaoshuang had fallen. Xiaoshuang, you mustn't be harmed. He had promised Ao Hanyun that he would care for his daughter. How could he face him if something befell her? He darted through the air like a gust of wind, quickly recalling the spot where she had landed. The seven-colored spirit phoenix had created a substantial crater upon impact, and there lay Ao Xiaoshuang at its edge, visible at a glance. He rushed down, landing steadily beside her. At this moment, Ao Xiaoshuang's clothing bore traces of blood, and she lay on the ground, a sapphire necklace around her neck emanating a soft glow, gradually healing her wounds. Xiaoshuang, are you all right? He knelt beside her, lifting her gently onto his knee to assess her breathing. As he called out, Ao Xiaoshuang gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled awake, her eyes wide. She sat up, gasping for air as she surveyed her surroundings. Then, looking at herself, she questioned, am I dead? Did I die? Just before losing consciousness, she recalled a massive stone descending towards her. You're not dead. You're not dead. Qin Wushuang hurriedly reassured the panicked Ao Xiaoshuang. Upon seeing him, relief washed over her. After a brief exchange, she grasped the events that transpired while she was unconscious. Did a mysterious beast tamer appear to defeat that monster? Did they emerge from this vicinity? She took a healing pill from Qin Wushuang, feeling significantly better. Indeed, that mysterious beast tamer did appear nearby. Did you notice anything suspicious? Qin Wushuang inquired. If we could locate that powerful individual, perhaps we could gain an immense ally for Rong City. He helped Ao Xiaoshuang to her feet. Ao Xiaoshuang rubbed her chest. Before I lost consciousness, I seemed to see a shadow, but I can't be certain it was the mysterious strongman. She felt inclined to believe it wasn't he, as the figure resembled someone familiar. A face emerged in her mind, one that was rather unrefined. But that's impossible. Isn't he just a talentless ordinary person? Or rather, he is already a waste. Even the most mundane individuals possess some rudimentary beast-taming abilities. But that scoundrel has none whatsoever. Moreover, where is that scoundrel now? It seems he has already departed. Who is it? Did you see clearly? Qin Wushuang, filled with excitement upon hearing Ao Xiaoshuang had seen someone, inquired eagerly. The individual could very well be the mysterious strongman. If they could ally with that beast tamer, with such strength on their side, who could dare threaten Rong City? Ao Xiaoshuang shook her head. I didn't see clearly, just a vague silhouette. Captain, did you catch a glimpse of what the mysterious beast tamer looked like? Qin Wushuang replied. That figure was entirely cloaked in a black robe, rendering their true appearance indiscernible. Mysterious and formidable, we hardly dared approach. What a pity, Ao Xiaoshuang lamented, feeling disheartened that no one could provide a clearer description. It's no misfortune. At least you are unharmed. If something had happened to you, I truly wouldn't know how to explain it to your father. Are you feeling all right? Yes. I'm fine. I have the ice crystal necklace, which stabilizes and heals my injuries. Coupled with the healing pill, I'm much better now. Xiaoshuang, are you truly all right? At that moment, several figures descended from the sky, one of whom, a girl with a ponytail, large eyes, and a tight-fitting bunny shirt, approached Ao Xiaoshuang. Sahan, what brings you here? Ao Xiaoshuang exclaimed with delight upon seeing her close friend. The mysterious beast tamer emerged from this location, so we came to investigate. A middle-aged man joined them. Asking Qin Wushuang, Old Qin, have you discovered anything? Qin Wushuang shook his head. No, Xiaoshuang fainted. Before losing consciousness, she only saw a silhouette. However, it's highly likely it was that mysterious beast tamer. Really? The man in the tank top exclaimed with excitement. Then why are we still standing here? We must search immediately. That mysterious beast tamer clearly leans towards us, with a slight effort to win them over. Our Rome City Beast Taming Bureau could gain a powerful ally. Qin Wushuang sighed. Old Chu, do you think I haven't considered that? It's just that I can't find them. Team leader, what does the beast that saves Rome City look like? You mentioned it was black? At this, Ao Xiaoshuang seemed to recall something and suddenly asked. Why do you ask that? Qin Wushuang inquired, puzzled but still answering. That colossal beast was as towering as the mechanical monster. It was entirely black, with dorsal fins akin to those of a saber-toothed dragon and a tail reminiscent of a dinosaur, topped with a lizard-like head. As Ao Xiaoshuang listened, her unease grew. Black, lizard-like head, sharp teeth aside from the dorsal fins. How does that not resemble Xu Haoran's pet, the gluttonous beast? Chapter 7. I am unwell. Silence enveloped them, deafening. Ao Xiaoshuang felt her head throb. Could it be that Xu Haoran was a hidden master? No. She quickly dismissed that notion. Xu Haoran was quite young. Around her age, how could he be a concealed expert? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that their pets bore some resemblance? She recalled the foolish Gajira. Yes, that silly creature. How could it possess such formidable power? Yet, she felt uncertain because, just before losing consciousness, she could have sworn she glimpsed Xu Haoran's silhouette. Captain, how about we disperse to search for traces of that monster? We could also rescue the injured. Ao Xiaoshuang suggested, eager to assist. Certainly. Qin Wushuang and the others nodded in agreement. Let us split up and scour the city's corners to find the monster while rescuing the injured. Sahan, you should accompany me. Ao Xiaoshuang pulled the robust girl to join her. Zhao Sahan didn't decline. After all, they were close friends, and it was fitting for them to stick together. After organizing their plans, the group divided into teams, each heading in different directions to search for civilians and track down the mysterious beast tamer. Although Ao Xiaoshuang's seven-colored spirit phoenix was injured, it could still fly. The two girls soared into the sky atop the phoenix. Xiaoshuang, how are we supposed to search? That monster vanished within the city. We can only determine a general direction. In the heavens, beside Ao Xiaoshuang, Zhao Sahan appeared adorably clumsy, a charming contrast to Ao Xiaoshuang's demeanor. Let us first venture over there. At this moment, Ao Xiaoshuang was completely out of sorts, her mind occupied solely with the insufferable visage of Xu Haoran. Was that monstrous creature the gluttonous beast raised by Xu Haoran? It probably wasn't he, but she felt an unsettling apprehension if she didn't take a look. Contemplating this, she retrieved her phone. She had given that insufferable man her business card. Would he even bother to add her? Upon unlocking her phone, she was greeted by a verification message from Xu Haoran. Her eyes brightened with delight as she quickly accepted it and sent a message. Are you all right? That creature attacked the city. I hope you weren't harmed. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran had just returned home, riding a small electric scooter with Godzilla. Hearing the notification, he opened his phone to see a message from Ao Xiaoshuang. A smile spreading across his lips. His allowance had been approved. I encountered a bit of trouble, Xu Haoran promptly replied. Seeing Xu Haoran had gotten into some trouble, Ao Xiaoshuang immediately inquired about the details. I'm ill. Ill? Ao Xiaoshuang was taken aback. What kind of illness? A poverty-related ailment. If some wealthy lady could assist me with a bit of pet care expenses, I might recover sooner. Ao Xiaoshuang was left speechless. This guy even remembered the pet care expenses. She promptly sent him a red envelope of 1,000. Then she asked, did you see that enormous black monster earlier? I can't shake the feeling that it resembles your gluttonous Godzilla. Ding. Just as the red envelope was sent, it was swiftly claimed. The reply came quickly. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. If you need someone to warm your bed, just call me anytime. A series of messages that left Ao Xiaoshuang dumbfounded followed, and then Xu Haoran replied. It's Godzilla, not gluttonous Godzilla. I saw that creature earlier, but it's nowhere near as adorable as my Godzilla. Besides, Its size could easily crush my pet with a mere fart. Xu Haoran quickly responded. Hearing this absurd description, Ao Xiaoshuang's lips twitched. Where are you now? Of course. I'm in my house. Didn't I tell you I have 2 properties? I'm currently in one of them, Xu Haoran replied. Ao Xiaoshuang was momentarily stunned. Where is this property located? Did Xu Haoran not live in one while the other was a toilet? Why did it sound like the 2 properties were not in the same vicinity? At number 66, Group 4, Lingguang Village, Lingguang Avenue, Rongqing. And where is your other property? In the backyard of that same house, there's a small cement shed. Ao Xiaoshuang's delicate face darkened. You must be kidding. Isn't that just a toilet? This scoundrel. She gritted her teeth. Nevertheless, Lingguang Avenue. Ao Xiaoshuang took out her phone and searched for Lingguang Avenue. It wasn't far from her location. After some contemplation, she sent Xu Haoran a message. I'm coming over to visit you. I'll arrive within 10 minutes. She decided that it was best to check on him in person for her peace of mind. All right, are you bringing a friend? I noticed you didn't have lunch. Should I prepare some braised chicken with potatoes for you? No need. I'm just coming to ensure your safety, and we'll leave right after, Ao Xiaoshuang replied. She patted the vibrant phoenix beneath her. Phoenix, let us head in that direction. The colorful phoenix immediately changed course, soaring towards Xu Haoran's residence. Little Shuang, where are we going? Zhao Sahan asked cutely from the side. To check on a friend of mine. Ao Xiaoshuang squinted her eyes. Could it really be him? Meanwhile, Xu Haoran began preparing the chicken. The meat had been ready for some time, originally intended as a token of gratitude for introducing a lovely lady to old Lu. However, since Ao Xiaoshuang was coming over, he couldn't let courtesy slip, especially after she had just sent him a red envelope of 1,000. As he stewed the chicken, Xu Haoran summoned his system. System, didn't you say I just acquired pet points? How many did I receive? The system chimed in his mind as he recalled Godzilla's recent victory over the monster. It seemed that when his pet defeated a monster, he would earn pet points. This was a revelation to him. After raising Godzilla for so long, it had only ever killed chickens. It had never faced any formidable beasts. He was merely focused on earning money and eliminating Xu Hu. This unexpected windfall was quite a surprise. Beep, the hostess pet has slain a Holy Spirit-level beast. Reward, 10,000 pet points. Hiss, 10,000. Xu Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief. 10,000 pet points could allow him to summon 2 intermediate pets. It was worth noting that after raising Godzilla for over a year, he had only accumulated 5,000 pet points, and only recently summoned that worthless alien creature. He never expected that killing a Holy Spirit-level monster would yield such a bounty of pet points. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If I had known, I would have dashed out of the city to slay monsters. Now wouldn't there be swarms of pets? Damn, if I could get a few more Godzillas, I wouldn't have to fear a single beast. This world would essentially belong to him, right? Oh, perhaps not entirely. The power levels in this world were still quite high, and there were indeed monsters more formidable than Godzilla. After all, that creature was only Holy Spirit level and was already nearly as powerful as Godzilla. Rumors spoke of legendary level beasts and even divine creatures that existed solely in tales. Naturally, those were far beyond Xu Haoran's comprehension. At his current level, he couldn't even hope to encounter a legendary level beast, let alone a Holy Spirit level one. Tonight, I'll make sure to summon some impressive pets. The summoning of pets is akin to a lottery, with each attempt representing a chance to draw powerful monsters or, conversely, weaker ones. Even those legendary divine creatures could potentially be summoned. Of course, the summoning was tiered. Low-level summons required only 1,000 points, yielding minor pets. Intermediate summons required 5,000, producing creatures of alien-esque caliber. High-level summons were akin to Godzilla, costing 10,000 pet points per attempt. There was also a mythical summoning requiring 200,000 pet points, which Xu Haoran had never even considered. High-level summons were about as far as he could go. Mythical creatures were simply beyond his reach. I could aim for another high-level summon, or perhaps 2 intermediate summons. Once I slay a few more monsters, I'll see if I can gather the 5,000 pet points. However, today had been somewhat of a loss. He had exposed Godzilla to save Ao Xiaoshuang. He could no longer use Godzilla against Xu Hu. If Godzilla were to appear again and specifically target Xu Hu, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he could only rely on other summoned creatures to deal with Xu Hu. Just then, as Xu Haoran was preparing the meal, a sudden knocking echoed from outside. Surprised by the timing, he wondered, could they have arrived so quickly? It hasn't been long since I received her message. He walked to the door, initially thinking it might be his little wealthy lady. Although she looked down on him a bit, her generosity was undeniable. A single scolding would cost her 1,000. Where else could he find such a disdainful yet lavish rich lady? As long as the red envelopes are plentiful, who cares if she curses him? Let her insult him a little. What harm could it do? Whether in bed or out of it, he toils endlessly without retaliation. However, upon opening the door and encountering the visitor, Xu Haoran's once radiant smile vanished in an instant. At the entrance stood not a beautiful woman, but a man who bore a striking resemblance to Xu Haoran himself, albeit more rugged, with bronze skin and well-defined muscles. Beside him slithered a massive azure python, towering at human height. Chapter 8. Xu Hu arrives. To kill or not to kill? The python was adorned with cloud-like white stripes, unmistakably a royal-grade spirit beast, the azure sky python. As for the man before him, Xu Haoran recognized him as his beloved cousin, Xu Hu, the very son of his uncle who had seized the azure sky python egg that rightfully belonged to him. Xu Hu. Xu Haoran narrowed his eyes at the sight of him. He hadn't sought Xu Hu out, yet here Xu Hu dared to come calling? Cousin. It has been a long time. Xu Hu exclaimed with a nonchalant smile. I have received orders from above to track the whereabouts of that holy-grade ferocious beast I encountered earlier, and by chance, I stumbled upon you here. I merely wished to check if you had been trampled by that creature. Xu Hu smiled sincerely at Xu Haoran, disregarding whether he was welcomed or not, as he pushed past Xu Haoran and entered the courtyard. Huh, how could I possibly perish? Xu Haoran replied with a grin, silently shutting the door behind him. As Xu Hu stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by a sight of chickens and ducks scattered about, along with their droppings, and he frowned in disdain. I heard that after your aptitude test, you left the Beastmaster Academy to raise chickens. I see it's true. I envy you, cousin. Xu Hu lamented. Clad in the armor of the Beastmaster Bureau. Unlike you, I tested at a B-grade aptitude after finishing at the Beastmaster High School, bonded with the Azure Sky Python, and was specially recruited into the Bureau's elite team. I'm exhausted from daily missions. Xu Hu's voice was rough, and his sentiments seemed sincere. If one did not know better, they might think he was genuinely concerned for Xu Haoran. But Xu Haoran narrowed his eyes at this remark. In this world, individuals graduate from Beastmaster High School at 18 and must test their aptitude. Those who pass may enter the Beastmaster Academy, akin to a modern university. Aptitudes are categorized from A to E, and even the fabled Destiny-grade Beastmasters. Besides the Academy, there exists another route, special recruitment into the Beastmaster Bureau, allowing one to study while working as an intern Beastmaster, leading to a guaranteed position upon graduation. To be specially recruited into the Bureau is akin to securing a permanent job with a stable future. Logically speaking, Xu Hu's B-grade aptitude would not attract the Bureau's attention. Yet, he had bonded with a royal azure sky python, such an extraordinary spirit beast. With this creature by his side, even a C-grade aptitude might warrant recruitment. But how could Xu Hu have been so fortunate? It was merely due to the opportunity that had been snatched from Xu Haoran, the azure sky python. It was meant to be his contracted spirit beast. Do not envy. Cousin, it is you who should be envious of me, Xu Haoran said with a sincere smile. You face danger daily on your missions. And if you weren't killed by that monster today, consider it a stroke of luck. Who knows, perhaps next time it will be your end. Then you would be a hero, and your cousin would bask in your glory. Xu Hu, though somewhat cunning, lacked the depth of Xu Haoran's insight. Upon hearing Xu Haoran's words, his expression shifted immediately. Was Xu Haoran not cursing him to meet an early demise? The two exchanged veiled barbs. But Xu Haoran held the upper hand. Xu Hu glared at Xu Haoran, and the azure sky python turned its gaze towards Xu Haoran as well. Sensing its master's fury, the python flicked its tongue and glared with cold, emotionless vertical pupils, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. Just then, a chilling sound echoed from nearby. Xu Hu instinctively turned his head, only to see the creature that made his face pale and stepped back in fear, exclaiming, "What is that?" With black skin and a lizard-like head, it bore a striking resemblance to the creature that had appeared in the city earlier. The only difference was the absence of dorsal fins, and it seemed slightly less menacing, almost like a diminutive version of the mechanical monster that had attacked. Roar Godzilla let out a weak growl at Xu Hu. Realization dawned on Xu Hu as he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I be so foolish?" He glanced at Xu Haoran and chuckled. How could this creature possibly be the one I encountered earlier? With your aptitude, how could you possess such a formidable spirit beast? You are better suited to bonding with domesticated chickens. Xu Hu sighed in relief, realizing he had frightened himself for no reason. Xu Haoran, lacking any beastmaster aptitude, could not possibly contract such a powerful beast. Surely, he could not be the mysterious and formidable beastmaster from before. If Xu Haoran truly possessed such abilities, he would have come seeking revenge long ago. And in truth, Xu Haoran harbored thoughts of eliminating him now that he had grown stronger. What better opportunity than within his own home? Your words are misguided, Xu Haoran retorted, his anger absent as he smiled slightly. If a scoundrel like you can bond with the azure sky python, then I believe that nothing is impossible in this world. After all, if a royal-grade spirit beast can follow you, it would be entirely reasonable for a holy-grade beast to accompany a law-abiding citizen like myself. In an instant, the courtyard fell into a stunned silence. Xu Hu glared at Xu Haoran, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He was now contemplating whether to eliminate Xu Haoran. His visit was not merely to ascertain whether Xu Haoran was alive, but to engineer an unexpected demise for him. With Xu Haoran now isolated, should he die? No one would ever discover that Xu Hu had stolen the Azure Sky Python from him. As long as Xu Haoran lived, there remained a possibility of exposure. Though it would not significantly affect Xu Hu, it would always be a blemish on his record. Having been specially recruited into the Bureau, his future gleamed bright. While Xu Haoran was merely a pest, his life insignificant compared to Xu Hu's promising future. Killing Xu Haoran was the most prudent course of action. This was the countryside, devoid of surveillance cameras. No one would have evidence of his crime. As Xu Hu scrutinized Xu Haoran, both were engaged in a mental duel, contemplating whether to eliminate the other. Xu Hu had come searching for Godzilla, and it would be entirely reasonable for him to be killed in the process. As a concerned cousin wishing to save him, transporting the body back home would seem quite normal, wouldn't it? Alternatively, one might opt to leave no trace of the body at all, allowing the alien and Godzilla to consume it instead. In an instant, the living would vanish without a trace, and the dead would leave no corpse. Who could possibly ascertain that it was one's own hand that wrought the act? Here, in the suburban countryside, devoid of even a single surveillance camera, it is an impeccable location for clandestine deeds. Both individuals were clearly on the same wavelength, each eager and ready to eliminate the other. Yet, just at that moment, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Chapter 9, Two Girlfriends. Zhao Sahan, are you there? Open the door, came the melodious voice of Ao Xiaoshuang, akin to a yellow oriole. Xu Haoran was taken aback. Ao Xiaoshuang? He suddenly recalled that this wealthy lady intended to visit. Fortunately, he had refrained from taking action. Otherwise, Godzilla might have been in the midst of devouring Xu Hu. Xu Hu, upon hearing the knock, felt a wave of relief wash over him. What a close call. Had he acted, his Azure Sky Python would still be digesting Xu Haoran. Perhaps the onlookers would have noticed something amiss. However, why did that voice sound so familiar? The more he listened, the more it resonated in his memory. Coming, my Xiaoshuang. Just a moment. In the presence of the wealthy lady, Xu Haoran displayed an unusual eagerness. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Ao Xiaoshuang and an adorably fierce little girl standing beside her, accompanied by an extraordinarily proud and colorful bird, most likely Ao Xiaoshuang's pet. Ao Xiaoshuang was clad in her signature black skirt, while the fierce little girl wore crimson battle armor, somewhat reminiscent of Xu Hu's attire, albeit evidently of superior craftsmanship. Who is your Xiaoshuang? Don't call me that. Ao Xiaoshuang shot Xu Haoran a reproachful glance, clearly displeased with the appellation. Very well then, miss. What would you prefer to be called? Whatever you like, I shall call you. Xu Haoran chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Though he addressed Ao Xiaoshuang, his gaze remained fixated on the fierce little girl beside her. Such a figure. Was she aware that she was not suited for him, hence bringing along a beauty to introduce to him? Clearly, Ao Xiaoshuang still harbored feelings for him. Don't call me sister. We're the same age. Just call me my name is fine, Ao Xiaoshuang retorted. All right then, Xiaoshuang. You've come here, and yet you've brought me a gift. There's no need for such formality next time, Xu Haoran said with a grin. A gift? What gift? Ao Xiaoshuang was taken aback. When did she bring a gift? This lovely lady here. Xu Haoran naturally pointed to the fierce little girl beside him. I knew you had feelings for me. You brought along such a beautiful girl to introduce to me. No need for such formality in the future. Come in, my lady. Do make yourself comfortable. Xu Haoran entirely treated her as one of his own, pulling the fierce little girl into the house with him. The little girl looked bewilderedly at Ao Xiaoshuang, then back at Xu Haoran, who was dragging her into the house. Xu Haoran led the fierce little girl into the courtyard, only to notice Xu Hu still standing there. Dumbfounded, he frowned and called out, Xu Hu, what are you still doing here? Waiting for me to cook for you or serve you tea? Can't you see I'm on a date with a beauty? Hurry and scram. With the arrival of the lady, he had no time to be polite to Xu Hu, turning to shoo him away instead. There would be other opportunities to deal with him later. However, Xu Hu, unusually, did not take offense at Xu Haoran's dismissal. Instead, he stared in astonishment at Ao Xiaoshuang and the fierce little girl being dragged along by Xu Haoran. Ao Xiaoshuang. Zhao Sahan. Seeing the two, Xu Hu appeared utterly shocked, especially at the sight of Xu Haoran holding Zhao Sahan's hand, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. You know us. Are you a member of the Beast Control Bureau's Heavenly Team? Ao Xiaoshuang observed Xu Hu's armor and seemed to recognize his identity. I'm a trainee member of the Heavenly Team 3, Xu Hu replied, his expression peculiar, as his gaze shifted between Xu Haoran and the two ladies. How did you come to be here? What is your relationship with Xu Haoran? He noticed the palpable jealousy in Xu Haoran's eyes as he held Zhao Sahan's hand. Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang were both recognized goddesses of the Rongqing Beast Control Bureau. Not only were they exceptionally powerful, but their beauty and physique were also unparalleled. Most importantly, their esteemed family backgrounds were formidable. Those capable of contracting royal-level spirit beasts could not possibly hail from ordinary families. Unlike him, who had snatched Xu Haoran's royal-level spirit beast, countless individuals within the Beast Control Bureau harbored secret affections for these two. But why? Why had they come seeking Xu Haoran? Moreover, they appeared quite familiar with him. He could scarcely believe it. He would rather think he was seeing ghosts than accept that Xu Haoran and Ao Xiaoshuang were acquainted. Ao Xiaoshuang is my good friend. She came to introduce me to a girlfriend. Can you leave now? Must I urge you to go? Xu Haoran pressed Xu Hu to depart. Xu Hu's expression darkened. Ao Xiaoshuang promptly stepped forward to clarify. No, don't listen to his nonsense. She yanked Zhao Sahan from Xu Haoran's grasp, forcefully prying open Xu Haoran's unwelcome hand and glaring at him with fierce determination. We're just ordinary friends. I only came to see if you were harmed by that monster. What are you babbling about? I understand. Xu Haoran gazed at Ao Xiaoshuang, who was glaring at him with her little tiger teeth, a knowing smile on his face. Girls, after all, were shy. With someone present, it was embarrassing for them. Xu Haoran chuckled and turned back to Xu Hu. You don't really expect me to invite you in for dinner, do you? Shall I order a pig-face takeout to remedy your appearance? Once others have exhausted their parents' death compensation, they could roam about freely, and that would suffice for their faces. You. Xu Hu clenched his fists, nearly unable to restrain himself from striking Xu Haoran. When did his tongue become so sharp? It felt as if he had transformed into a different person after not seeing him for a while. His words were like poison. Xiaoshuang, don't mind this waste. He lacks the qualifications to control beasts. Have you two had your meal? If not, I'd be delighted to treat you and Sahan to dinner. It would be perfect for us to dine together before checking the city. Xu Hu, despite his irritation, turned to flatter Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan. However, Ao Xiaoshuang frowned and retorted, just call me Ao Xiaoshuang. She regarded Xu Hu as a complete stranger. Despite his recognition of her, she could not even recall his name. Only those closest to her could call her Xiaoshuang. She disliked others doing so. She still maintained some courtesy, but Zhao Sahan beside her was far less polite, stating, I'm Zhao Sahan. Xu Hu, if you miscall me once more, I will show you just how formidable my six-eyed thunder tiger-s lightning can be. Zhao Sahan's demeanor was equally cold, showing Xu Hu no respect. Xu Hu's face shifted from green to white at Zhao Sahan's words. He never anticipated that the two would treat him with such disdain. After all, they were colleagues. What was Xu Haoran anyway? Moreover, Xu Haoran had just pulled Zhao Sahan's hand, and she did not even resist. All he did was call her name. Yet she seemed to direct her ire solely at him. How could this be? That useless Xu Haoran, devoid of wealth, influence, or talent. By what right did he receive better treatment than himself? All right, let us seize the opportunity to dine together next time. I have a task to attend to, so I must take my leave. Xu Hu was seething with rage, yet in the presence of the two women, he dared not show anger, much less express his fury. He forcibly suppressed his indignation and turned to leave with his head held low. He could confront Xu Haoran, but he dared not harbor any thoughts towards Ao Xiaoshuang or Zhao Sahan. Not only were they stronger than he, but their backgrounds were also beyond the reach of someone as insignificant as himself. Facing them felt akin to Xu Haoran facing him. He could be crushed with ease. Ao Xiaoshuang possessed an exceptional grade 8 beast taming talent, while Zhao Sahan was of destined caliber. Both women not only hailed from remarkable families, but were also endowed with exceptional talents. Xu Haoran was but a waste in his eyes, just as he was in the eyes of Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang. Were it not for his contract with the Azure Sky Python, he would hardly have had the right to converse with them. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have been incensed by their treatment. But seeing Xu Haoran so familiar with Ao Xiaoshuang, and their demeanor towards him being so cold, ignited a sense of imbalance within him. Naturally, he held no ill will towards Ao Xiaoshuang or Zhao Sahan. He merely fostered a deeper resentment towards Xu Haoran. Cousin, take care. When I eventually marry Xiaoshuang or Sahan, you must come to celebrate. After all, it seemed you were quite fond of my two girlfriends. I shall show you how splendid they look in wedding attire. Just as he reached the door, Xu Haoran's irritating voice echoed from behind. Xu Hu halted abruptly, gritting his teeth as he shot a fierce glare at Xu Haoran. To his surprise, Ao Xiaoshuang stood beside Xu Haoran, calmly clutching his waist like a little girl, yet without a word of rebuttal, which only intensified his frustration. What on earth was happening? Had the world gone mad? Did Ao Xiaoshuang truly have a connection with Xu Haoran? But how could that be? A paragon of excellence, entangled with a wretch devoid of beast taming talent. Why on earth would two women hold him in such high regard? Xu Hu stormed off in a fit of rage. Ao Xiaoshuang, however, gave Xu Haoran's waist a playful twist, declaring, this time I shall let it slide, but next time you dare to spout nonsense, I'll have you bedded in for 2 days. Ao Xiaoshuang's cheeks flushed. She had seen Xu Hu seemingly harboring a grudge against Xu Haoran, and that Xu Hu appeared to look down upon him. Strangely enough, even when Xu Haoran slandered her, she refrained from countering him in front of Xu Hu, feeling a rare inclination to defend Xu Haoran. Hiss. Rest assured, there won't be a next time. Xu Haoran inhaled sharply, his expression contorting. Yet he bore the discomfort without flinching. He was keenly aware that one must face the consequences of their words. What was a mere twist of soft flesh compared to suddenly having two beautiful girlfriends? Sahan, I can understand. You typically despise men so much. Why didn't you refute that scoundrel's remarks? Ao Xiaoshuang turned to the adorably bewildered Zhao Sahan. Zhao Sahan blinked. Wasn't he jesting? Why would I need to retort? Yes. Yes, just a joke. Xu Haoran hastily added. Ao Xiaoshuang pressed. Then why were you so indifferent towards that Xu Hu? Zhao Sahan replied, oh, that's because I detest him. My family has told me that his azure sky python was stolen from someone else. Her expression remained impassive as she continued. Such a bully. If it were me, I would have dealt with him decisively. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Zhao Sahan's demeanor as she spoke. Ao Xiaoshuang raised an eyebrow. ISNT is azure sky python his own? Whose is it then? I wouldn't know. Zhao Sahan shook her head. Xu Haoran interjected. You should ask me. I know. You know? How do you know? Ao Xiaoshuang queried, confused. Xu Haoran's smile gradually faded as he replied, because it was stolen from me. Chapter 10. Actually, I'm quite good too. What? He stole your azure sky python? Ao Xiaoshuang gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Zhao Sahan, on the other hand, displayed little reaction, her gaze fixed pensively on Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran spread his hands. Yes, that azure sky python was originally my fortune. He proceeded to recount his tale to the two women, detailing the loss of his parents, the insurance usurped by Xu Hu's family, the theft of the azure sky python, and being cast out of his home, leaving nothing unspoken. Ao Xiaoshuang's expression shifted continuously. She had not anticipated Xu Haoran's life to be so tragic. Cast out by his uncle's family, he was forced to come here to raise chickens. Previously, she had looked down upon Xu Haoran. Now, guilt washed over her. It became clear why he cherished money so dearly. He fought desperately for survival, while she had mocked him. She felt an overwhelming sense of remorse, contemplating whether she should treat Xu Haoran with greater kindness in the future. While she sought a partner with talent, she was willing to befriend someone based on mutual affection. It was clear she could not be his lover, but being friends was still feasible, though his tongue was somewhat sharp. So that's it. He indeed stole your azure sky python. Zhao Sahan mused, stroking her chin. No wonder I disliked him so much. He truly is a villain. My instincts were spot on. Earlier, Zhao Sahan had harbored doubts, but now she had none. Xu Hu was undoubtedly a scoundrel, and her opinion of him plummeted to rock bottom. Are you all right? Ao Xiaoshuang inquired softly, unsure of what to say upon hearing Xu Haoran's misfortunes. Xu Haoran waved a dismissive hand. What could possibly be wrong? I should thank Xu Hu's family, really. Had they not cast me out, would I have the chance to start my own poultry business and live well? Perhaps I would still be eating scraps at their home. Xu Haoran shrugged nonchalantly, his expression suggesting he truly did not mind. Yet, one could only fathom that such matters could not be so easily brushed aside, especially given Xu Haoran's earlier demeanor towards Xu Hu. Their relationship was evidently strained. Enough of this, have you eaten? If not, I've cooked some chicken, especially for you. Strangely enough, Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan seemed quite amiable. Though they appeared somewhat materialistic, they were still considerate of his feelings. Perhaps he should consider them as potential girlfriends. No need, Zhao Sahan shook her head, preparing to refuse when suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a flash, and she swiftly drew her sword from her waist. Watch out. Zhao Sahan pulled Xu Haoran behind her, her gaze alert as she fixed her attention on the doorway. There, a black creature stood, staring blankly at them. It was the very beast that had just defeated the monstrous entity. Her eyes were imbued with vigilance, and simultaneously, a radiant glow erupted from her being. Once the brilliance dissipated, a colossal tiger appeared beside her. Its 6 eyes gleamed like blades, its fur a striking blue and white, with its original tiger stripes transformed into electric blue lightning-like patterns. It was as dazzling as a flash of lightning. This was Zhao Sahan's sacred tier spirit beast, the 6-eyed thunder tiger. Ao Xiaoshuang followed Zhao Sahan's gaze and spotted Godzilla at the entrance, which reminded her of her purpose for being there. Listening to Xu Haoran's tales had nearly made her forget her pressing business. Xu Haoran, what on earth is this creature? Is it not the same monster that appeared in the city earlier? Ao Xiaoshuang regarded Godzilla with caution. Xu Haoran quickly waved his hands, positioning himself in front of Godzilla. Wait, you misunderstand. This is not the gigantic monster you think it is. The sizes don't even match. Zhao Sahan furrowed her brow. Spirit beasts enter a dormant state when not in combat, reducing their size and altering their form to minimize energy expenditure. In combat mode, Zhao Sahan transformed into a different person, cold, serious, and meticulous, resembling an emotionless assassin, her sword seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Xu Haoran's eyes darted. Hold on. I assure you this is not that creature. Just look at it. Does it appear formidable? Besides, it lacks dorsal fins. He grasped Godzilla's claw, turning it around to demonstrate to the two that his Godzilla lacked any dorsal fins. Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan examined it closely and confirmed that it indeed lacked such features, having merely a few small protrusions instead of jagged fins. However, Zhao Sahan remained cautious. And most importantly, I am a talentless individual with no affinity for beast taming. How could I possibly possess such a ferocious beast? It merely resembles one. You see, I can strike it at will, and at 1T retaliate. Do you truly think this creature could be that towering monster? Xu Haoran clapped his hands against Godzilla's nape, signaling the two that his Godzilla posed no danger. Zhao Sahan gazed at Godzilla, which did not retaliate against Xu Haoran's actions, and after pondering for a moment, she sheathed her sword. You are correct, that monster would not allow such treatment. Ultimately, Zhao Sahan accepted Xu Haoran's assertion. Such a ferocious creature could not be likened to this one. Ao Xiaoshuang then lowered her guard, approaching Godzilla. I also came to see what this Godzilla is all about. It does bear a striking resemblance to the earlier monster. Could it be the offspring of that gigantic beast? Observing the clumsy Godzilla, Ao Xiaoshuang could hardly believe it could be the same massive creature. If it were indeed the offspring of that monster, I would stand to gain immensely. I wonder how much it could sell for, Xu Haoran remarked casually. It's not out of the realm of possibility. The similarities are notable. Perhaps the dorsal fins have yet to develop. I've never seen a beast like this before. Zhao Sahan also approached Godzilla, staring intently into its eyes. This matter must be reported to the authorities. Whether it is indeed a juvenile requires data analysis. Zhao Sahan displayed a serious demeanor when it came to official matters. Wait, if you report this to the higher-ups, even if it is not, they will still take my pet for dissection, won't they? I've worked hard to raise this spirit beast. Xu Haoran exclaimed, his voice laced with despair. I have nurtured it with love. It may not be blood, but there is affection. You know how those officials are. The moment a mutant beast appears, they want to dissect it for research. If you report it, will I have any peace? Xu Haoran lamented pitifully, as if his beloved child were being taken away from him. This left Ao Xiaoshuang somewhat exasperated. Sahan, perhaps it would be best not to report it for now. Xu Haoran has a point. The Beast Control Bureau is beyond our influence. If we report it, they might indeed take Godzilla for study. It's Godzilla, Xu Haoran interjected through his sobs. Be quiet. Ao Xiaoshuang shot him a glare. Sahan, what do you think? Clearly, Ao Xiaoshuang was advocating for Xu Haoran. Zhao Sahan hesitated momentarily. This matter does not concern me. This beast does not resemble that monstrous entity. You can handle it. I shall pretend I saw nothing. Hee. I knew you would be the best, Sahan. Ao Xiaoshuang exclaimed, attempting to give Zhao Sahan a peck. But the latter skillfully evaded her, indicating their close bond. Actually, I'm quite good as well. Just then, a sudden yet soft voice interrupted. Ao Xiaoshuang turned in confusion to find Xu Haoran leaning in, as if about to say, come here and kiss me. Get away. Ao Xiaoshuang retorted. Chapter 11. Next time, I want to get it for free. Ignoring Xu Haoran, Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan meticulously observed and studied Godzilla. Upon realizing that Godzilla posed no threat, even responding with a dull reaction when tapped on the head, they abandoned their analysis. This creature was not only a glutton but also rather dim-witted, leading them to evaluate Godzilla accordingly. A creature with such a lack of menace certainly did not resemble the brutal monster capable of annihilating sacred tier beasts. However, what was that scent? Why did it seem there was an enticing aroma? Ao Xiaoshuang sniffed the air, detecting a particularly appetizing fragrance. Oh, that's my chicken soup. I knew you were coming. So I prepared a big pot of chicken, home-raised, absolutely clean and delicious. Why not have a meal before you leave? Ao Xiaoshuang pouted. Forget it. We have a mission. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from beside them. Ao Xiaoshuang turned in surprise to see Zhao Sahan bashfully scratching her head. I only had a little to eat for lunch before encountering that monster. Ah, Sahan, I'm not criticizing you, but you really do eat too much. Who would have guessed that her beautiful best friend, with an exquisite figure, could consume half a bucket of rice at every meal? Just then, Ao Xiaoshuang's stomach also growled. Xu Haoran and Zhao Sahan simultaneously turned to look at Ao Xiaoshuang's midsection. Ao Xiaoshuang's face flushed. I haven't eaten either. I had steak with Xu Haoran for lunch, but I didn't finish before encountering that monster. She also felt angry at Xu Haoran for making her lose her appetite. That rascal is infuriating. No worries, I'll turn up the heat. It should be ready in 5 minutes. The meat has been prepped. So it won't take long to cook. Let us eat a bit. It won't take much time. Ultimately, the two decided to sample Xu Haoran's culinary skills. 5 minutes later, a fresh chicken and mushroom stew emerged, garnished with potatoes and vegetables, a feast for the senses. Living alone, Xu Haoran had certainly honed his cooking skills. Godzilla had progressed from being forced to eat to actively seeking food at mealtime. Delicious. In the serene confines of the backyard, Ao Xiaoshuang savored a mouthful of the dish, exclaiming, "Delicious. The flavor is truly exquisite." She was pleasantly surprised by Xu Haoran's culinary skills, casting a peculiar glance at him. She marveled at how his sharp tongue could produce such delightful fare. "Hey," Xu Haoran chuckled, "if you find it enjoyable, please indulge. Finish this entire pot. However, is it truly wise for Sihuan to eat so much?" He glanced at Zhao Sihuan, who was devouring her meal with fervor. Despite her innocent demeanor, she exhibited an insatiable appetite, consuming her food as if she were a starving ghost reborn. "No worries, she's just used to it. Her level of physical activity warrants such an appetite," Ao Xiaoshuang reassured him. At that moment, the ravenous Zhao Sihuan abruptly lifted her head, directing her gaze towards the pair. "What is your relationship?" she inquired succinctly. Ao Xiaoshuang gestured to herself. "Me and him? We're set up on a blind date. We just met earlier today. It didn't go well, so she introduced you to me. What do you think? Fancy embarking on a grand romance?" Xu Haoran clasped his hands together on the table, resting his chin on them, and smiled charmingly at Zhao Sihuan as he explained, "If you look at me now, you might find me quite handsome and sunny. But when you consider my tongue, it can be quite a handful. Stop exaggerating. Sihuan is my colleague. I merely came to see her. Moreover, Sihuan is a destined-level beastmaster. Do you think you're worthy of her?" Ao Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. A destined-level beastmaster. This revelation shocked Xu Haoran. He gazed incredulously at the food-loving girl before him. How could this glutton possibly possess such a rare talent? The rarity of a destined-level beastmaster was staggering. In the vast city of Rome, with millions of inhabitants, finding even 10 would be a challenge. A high school capable of producing a single destined-level beastmaster would be considered extraordinarily fortunate. In Xu Haoran's graduating class, among nearly 1,000 students, the highest talent level barely reached a rank. "Well, how do you feel about your worthiness for Sihuan now?" Ao Xiaoshuang teased. "Indeed, perhaps pursuing a romantic relationship is ill-advised." Xu Haoran responded earnestly. "Sihuan, let us just get married? Bringing home such a talented beauty would be a life-altering experience. Just look at her. She seems like she would bear many children." Uft. Ao Xiaoshuang nearly choked on her meal. "Xu Haoran, do you possess any self-awareness?" Raising an eyebrow, Xu Haoran retorted. "Does having lesser talent mean I cannot pursue someone of greater potential?" Ao Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes again. "Is that a matter of lesser talent?" Xu Haoran protested. "Is it impossible to chase after someone of higher talent simply because I lack it? Fine, go ahead and pursue her. But be warned, Sihuan is the biological daughter of the Zhao family's head, the foremost beastmaster family in Rome City. If you wish to court her, you must first possess the strength to avoid being annihilated by her father." Ao Xiaoshuang cautioned. "Then perhaps I should reconsider." Xu Haoran fell silent. The Zhao family, being the leading beastmaster clan, engaged in all aspects of spiritual beast-related businesses, from breeding to trading and even culinary ventures. Their influence extended beyond Rome, marking them as a prestigious family steeped in the legacy of spiritual beasts. The requirements for a son-in-law would undoubtedly be high. It was prudent to step back. In 2 lifetimes, he retained a modicum of self-awareness. If Zhao Sihuan's father learned that his genius daughter was being courted by an unknown with no beastmaster talent, he might very well storm into his home that very day. Little did he anticipate that Zhao Sihuan, appearing so naive, hailed from such an illustrious lineage. Encountering a minor heiress and a major aristocrat in one fell swoop, if he could forge a friendship, even a mere morsel from them would ensure his lifetime of contentment. Due to their time constraints, the two ate swiftly. In just 5 minutes, a large pot of chicken and mushrooms had been largely consumed, most of which Zhao Sihuan devoured. "How was it? Did it suit your palate?" After a few rounds of dining, Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sihuan leaned back in their chairs, clutching their bellies, prepared to rest before departing. "Quite good. Your skills are indeed commendable." Ao Xiaoshuang nodded in satisfaction. "Well, that amounts to 200. Who will settle the bill?" Xu Haoran rubbed his hands together, grinning. 200? For what?" Ao Xiaoshuang blinked in surprise. Xu Haoran's smile faded. "If it's not delicious, there's no charge. But if it is, then of course, payment is required. You wouldn't be lacking in funds, would you?" Ao Xiaoshuang. Zhao Sihuan. "Ah, so this was your ulterior motive." A few minutes later, an irate Ao Xiaoshuang tugged Zhao Sihuan away, fuming, "You scoundrel. You charged me 1,000 and then dared to ask for my meal money. I should have never felt sorry for you." Before departing, she shot Xu Haoran a fierce glare, leaving him with a parting remark as they soared away on their mystical phoenix. Xu Haoran watched them leave with a smile, then opened his phone to check the chat with Ao Xiaoshuang. Noticing she had sent back the 200, he declined the payment and added a message. Silly girl. We're family. How could I possibly accept your money? Ao Xiaoshuang, having posed as someone of importance in front of Xu Haoran, was pleased he was willing to conceal the matter of Godzilla. Hence, he would never accept her payment. However, after a moment of contemplation, she decided to send another message. Meanwhile, Ao Xiaoshuang glanced at her phone upon hearing the notification. She was taken aback to see Xu Haoran had refunded her money, and upon reading his message, she scoffed. Who has family? She huffed, yet inwardly commended Xu Haoran for being decent. At least he hadn't taken advantage of her. However, his next remark shattered her composure. Next time, I will charge you. Huffed. Who would want to return to your shabby establishment? She retorted. I found it quite delightful. We should come again sometime, and I'll take care of the bill. Zhao Sihuan chimed in, observing Ao Xiaoshuang's messages and rubbing her full belly. Nonsense. Ao Xiaoshuang immediately rejected the notion. That scoundrel. Even if we return next time, I intend to dine for free. The more Xu Haoran insisted on collecting her money, the more determined she became to dine without charge, vexing him further. Chapter 12. Summoning Divine Beasts. Tomcat. In the meantime, after Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sihuan departed, Xu Haoran fed the remaining chicken to the aliens and Godzilla, tossing the bones into their feeding bowls. 5 small aliens, roughly knee-high, and 1 Godzilla, half a person's height, feasted joyfully from their bowls. The aliens developed rapidly. With sufficient feed, they would soon grow significantly. Aliens matured at an astonishing rate and required no specialized feed, thriving on meat alone. In the movies, it only took a single person for an alien to grow into a formidable creature. Yet, to ensure their swift growth, I shall splurge a bit on their feed. The system offers feed for purchase using pet points, and it is quite affordable. 10 gene is but a trifling amount when compared to 1's income. Ding. Nurturing Godzilla. Cultivation. Point 1. Ding. Nurturing the alien. Cultivation. Point 1. Each nurturing session yields an increase in cultivation points. Thus, there is no need to fret over their insufficiency. Consequently, Godzilla has never been deprived of sustenance in its daily feedings. Now that Godzilla has made its presence known, it is unwise to expect it to assist in eliminating the Xu family. Should complications arise, one might find themselves linked to Godzilla, attracting unwelcome scrutiny. One must not allow the pursuit of vengeance to disrupt their own life. In contrast, the alien offers remarkable value for its cost. The alien possesses the ability to cloak itself and is endowed with potent venom, making it a natural assassin. If cultivated effectively, it might dispatch Xu to meet his end in less than a month, perhaps even within a fortnight. After replenishing Godzilla and the alien with additional feed, Xu Haoran returned to his chamber to examine his pet points. He still had just over 10,000 remaining. System, I wish to summon a pet. Ding. Summoning pet interface activated. Please select the tier of Divine Beast. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Mythical? Xu Haoran hesitated between the intermediate and advanced options. Which one to choose? Resolutely. He decided to take a gamble and opt for the advanced pet. Ding. Will you spend 10,000 pet points to summon an advanced pet? Yes. Ding. Expenditure successful. Summoning in progress. Summoning of Multiverse Advanced Pet. Summoning successful. Congratulations, player. You have summoned an advanced pet. Tomcat. Tomcat. Xu Haoran was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this name. How could he possibly summon such a creature? Wasn't he supposed to be a high-level spirit beast? When did Tom achieve such status? System, are you certain? Can Tom truly be classified among the advanced spirit beasts? It's just a cat, after all. Tom, the cat from Tom and Jerry. This creature primarily catches mice. How could it be deemed an advanced pet? How does it compare to Godzilla? This is absurd. He had spent 10,000 pet points for this. Ding. According to the system's assessment, Tom is classified as a powerful pet among the advanced tier. Would you like to proceed with the extraction now? Xu Haoran face-bombed, incredulous at the system's unwavering certainty. It seemed his 10,000 points were squandered. Extract it. I must extract it now. Having spent such a sum, not extracting would be a grave mistake. Buzz. A flash of white light appeared, and a blue and white cat manifested at Xu Haoran's feet. Upon surveying its surroundings, it seemed slightly bewildered. Meow? You are Tom? From now on, I shall be your master. Pray tell, what abilities do you possess? Xu Haoran crouched down, examining the blue and white feline, with a white belly and blue fur. It bore some resemblance to an ordinary domestic cat, albeit larger in size. Xu Haoran felt a pang of despair. His pet points. He had hoped for a creature akin to a gluttonous beast or a divine dragon, and yet this was the outcome? Meow? Tom seemed momentarily stunned by Xu Haoran's reaction, then stood upright, producing a trophy from behind its back, followed by a red ribbon that bore the inscription, 23rd International Mouse Catching Champion. Xu Haoran stared at the words in disbelief. A mouse catching champion? What in this world do you catch? Do I have any need for you to catch mice? Then a thought struck him. Wait, where did you pull those items from? Xu Haoran looked behind Tom, finding nothing there. How did it produce this trophy? Meow? Tom, unable to speak, simply meowed in confusion. Was it not supposed to be easy to retrieve such items? For it was merely a matter of reaching behind. With that, it stowed the trophy away, causing it to vanish, and then began to nuzzle against Xu Haoran's leg, mewing adorably. Xu Haoran suddenly recalled that the animation of Tom and Jerry was rather abstract, depicting things that could not occur in real life, such as creating doors by drawing them, or crafting planes with a single hand. Perhaps this Tom could indeed perform similar feats. If that were the case, he gazed intently at the affectionate Tom at his feet, thinking, all right, this advanced summon was not in vain. Xu Haoran retrieved a bag of universal feed from the system, preparing 2 small bowls for Tom. This shall be your food and water bowl. Whenever you wish to eat, just let me know, and I shall procure it for you. If this Tom were indeed the one from the animation, it transcended the realm of an ordinary cat. It was a conceptual cat. This ability, now categorized under advanced summons, was not a loss for him, but rather a significant gain. Tomorrow, he would venture beyond the city to hunt monsters, and surely, he would take Tom along. With the resurgence of animals, people established cities to fend off monsters, rendering the urban environment exceedingly safe. Yet outside the city walls, various ferocious spirit beasts roamed freely. Even some plants had evolved into formidable entities. Thus, every excursion outside the city was fraught with peril. However, with Godzilla and Tom alongside, the danger was greatly mitigated. That night, Xu Haoran organized his belongings and retired early. The following morning, he roused Godzilla and Tom. As for the alien, after some consideration, Xu Haoran decided against bringing it. It was too small and lacked sufficient offensive power, risking becoming fodder for the monsters. He would wait a few more days for it to develop combat capabilities. To prevent Godzilla from being recognized, Xu Haoran dressed it in one of his short-sleeved shirts, adorning its head with a hat and sunglasses before stepping outside. As for Tom, it obediently followed alongside Xu Haoran. Not to mention, Tom was exceptionally well-behaved. Aside from its inability to catch mice, it was practically versatile. Rome City boasted 4 gates, situated in the cardinal directions. The entire city was encircled by high walls, continuously guarded day and night to prevent spirit beasts from launching surprise attacks. Xu Haoran's destination was the Eastern Gate, a gathering point for mid-difficulty beast zones. The highest level of spirit beasts encountered there was the Beast King tier, making it an ideal location for practice. The city gate was the most frequented area by beast tamers. In this world, nearly every profession relied on spirit beasts, resulting in daily expeditions outside the city to hunt them. In the past, Xu Haoran would have certainly ventured out in a team. But now, as he processed his exit permit, he glanced at the surrounding groups and then at Tom and Godzilla at his feet. With these 2 companions, forming a team seemed unnecessary. Hey, is that Xu Haoran? Just then, a melodious voice caught his attention. Having just completed his exit permit, Xu Haoran turned to find a charming, curvaceous beauty with a baby face, sparkling eyes, and a radiant smile directed at him. Chapter 13. Can you really tell that I'm cursing at you? Who are you? Xu Haoran scrutinized the captivating beauty before him, clad in form-fitting denim jeans that accentuated her enticing curves. The snug short sleeves were stretched taut, revealing a striking young lady. While she may not rival Zhao Sahan in allure, she was certainly not someone to be easily overlooked. I am Hu Qingyu. Hey, you little rascal, we used to sit together in class. How could you forget me so quickly? The girl was quite familiar, playfully slapping Xu Haoran on the shoulder, which finally jogged his memory. This was a former classmate from school. They had shared a desk and enjoyed a decent rapport, but naturally, after graduation, they lost touch. Xu Haoran did not pursue further studies at the Beast Tamer Academy due to his lack of beast taming aptitude, whereas the girl before him was gifted in that regard. It felt akin to a high school dropout encountering a former classmate who was currently attending university. In truth, one could still enroll in a private beast taming academy without innate talent. However, Xu Haoran lacked the financial means, and his uncle's family did not wish to squander money on him, believing it more prudent to save for his cousin Xu Hu. Thus, they did not support his education, and even his allowance was scant, making it difficult for him to manage without working part-time. In his recollection, she was not only beautiful but also vivacious. Though her looks might not surpass those of Ao Xiaoshuang, with a bit of effort, she could certainly be considered a beauty. Hu Qingyu, I remember now. Xu Haoran feigned the appearance of suddenly recalling her name. Hu Qingyu rolled her eyes playfully, about to tease Xu Haoran for being such a scoundrel for forgetting her so easily, when a voice interrupted from the side. Qingyu, who are you chatting with? We obtained our permits to leave the city. Both turned to see a tall young man approaching, casting a curious glance at Xu Haoran. Behind him trailed 5 or 6 people, accompanied by various spirit beasts, including a towering wolf, a rhinoceros, and even a mantis. Clearly, This group intended to team up to venture outside the city to hunt monsters. Oh, you're Xu Haoran? The young man recognized Xu Haoran without a doubt. Xu Haoran too recognized the figure. Zhou. This individual was also a classmate from the Beast Tamer High School. He hadn't anticipated encountering two old classmates in such a short span. However, he did not recognize the others behind him, though they all donned the same school uniform, suggesting they were classmates from the same institution. Zhou, who is this? The others gathered around, curiously sizing up Xu Haoran. Upon noticing the ordinary cat and the peculiar, ungainly creature beside him, they exchanged disdainful glances. In a world where prowess in beast taming was paramount, Xu Haoran's companions were far from prestigious spirit beasts. They appeared to be nothing more than a common cat and an ill-bred hybrid. As a result, the group held no interest in befriending him. This is my high school desk mate, Xu Haoran. Heh, what a coincidence to run into him here. Hu Qingyu cheerfully introduced him to the crowd. Oh, high school classmates. A pleasure to meet you. Which Beast Tamer Academy are you attending? A somewhat plump boy with a round face inquired with a grin. Hey, he isn't from any Beast Tamer Academy, Zhou Jie scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Xu Haoran. He lacks beast taming aptitude, so after high school, he didn't continue his studies. He is probably just working now. Xu Haoran frowned slightly. It seemed Zhou Jie held a rather unfavorable opinion of him. However, noticing the way Zhou Jie occasionally gazed at Hu Qingyu with a look of infatuation, he began to understand. Oh, so he has no beast taming talent. The plump boy's interest waned upon this revelation. In this world, those lacking such aptitude were deemed worthless. Just a useless individual. Qingyu, why bother with him? Let us move on. We have important matters to attend to. A finely dressed young woman shot a scornful glance at Xu Haoran. Who are you calling useless? Xu Haoran raised an eyebrow, not one to shy away from confrontation. Revenge is best served cold, but for petty grievances, I strike back at once. If I don't retort today, I'll be haunted by it in my dreams tonight. He thought. Who are you calling useless? The flamboyantly dressed woman patted her towering wolf, casting a challenging glare at Xu Haoran. Yet, rather than retaliate, Xu Haoran nodded in agreement. Indeed, call me what you will. Useless. The group was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp his response at first. However, the woman quickly caught on. How dare you insult me? Her expression soured as she glared at Xu Haoran. You actually dare to curse at me? Xu Haoran took a step back, surveying the woman with feigned astonishment. You can tell I'm cursing at you? Uffed. A detached young man in the crowd erupted with laughter, prompting the others to turn and glare at him. He quickly covered his mouth, struggling to suppress his amusement. You little brat, who do you think you're talking to? A lavishly dressed young man with golden hair stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Xu Haoran, clearly close to the woman in question. Lao Gu, he insulted me. He is bullying me. The woman's eyes brimmed with tears, sounding utterly aggrieved as she implored for help. Xu Haoran smirked, unfazed by the hostile glares directed at him. What is the matter? Do you want to throw a punch? He casually shoved his hands into his pockets, entirely unbothered. Hey, let us not escalate things. We need to go outside to search for spirit beasts and herbs. We should hurry along. Hu Qingyu interjected, bewildered by the sudden confrontation. She had merely intended to greet Xu Haoran, and now the situation had spiraled out of control. However, the golden-haired youth clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Upon seeing Xu Haoran's defiance, his eyes narrowed menacingly. You, a talentless waste, dare to provoke me? Do you even know who I am? He glanced disdainfully at the odd creatures beside Xu Haoran, failing to recognize what they were. While he had some knowledge of high-grade spirit beasts, these two were unfamiliar to him. The creature dressed in black was vaguely recognizable, but he dismissed it as just an ordinary pet, further fueling his contempt for Xu Haoran. What gives you the right to challenge me? He thought, believing Xu Haoran beneath his notice. Who are you? Xu Haoran appraised him coolly. Ah, golden-haired. If I'm not mistaken, you're the weasel who successfully secured a title for himself. Uffed. The young man who had been stifling his laughter nearly lost control again, his shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. You're seeking death. The mere mention of his hair, which had cost a fortune to style, was enough to send the golden-haired youth into a rage. Beside him, a mantis, armed with pincers as sharp as blades, suddenly targeted Xu Haoran, poised to strike at any moment. Li Gu, he dares to insult you. He even insults me. You must not let him go. A flamboyantly adorned woman beside them pointed at Xu Haoran, her voice laced with sharpness and malice. A worthless wretch without even the talent to command beasts dares to provoke me. Are you truly ignorant? Or is it that the Li family is simply not renowned enough in this city of Rome? Li Fei clenched his fists. Meanwhile, the mantis, towering over them, was sharpening its claws, ready to sever Xu Haoran's head from his shoulders. In every era, those in power wield greater authority. The same holds true in this world of beast tamers. The powerful can effortlessly erase an ordinary person or even a mediocre beast tamer from existence. Li Fei had blood on his hands before. To him, a useless being like Xu Haoran, devoid of any talent for beast taming, was nothing more than a fleeting nuisance, easily disposed of. Xu Haoran chuckled at this, a yellow-haired freak. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? You're courting death. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Fei commanded the mantis to attack Xu Haoran. Just then, a cold voice rang out from the side. What are you intending to do? The city gates are a forbidden zone. Private duels are prohibited. 2 armored men, fully equipped, had noticed the disturbance and were approaching. They were the guards of the eastern gate. This was the city gate, where dueling was forbidden. Those who violated this rule faced dire consequences. Li Fei, enough. He*s just a talentless brat. Why bother with him? A plump man interjected, glancing at Xu Haoran without a hint of disdain. Merely curiosity about how someone with no beast-taming talent dared to provoke Li Fei, who was from a prominent family in Rong City. Although Li Fei was inconsequential to him, he was still a figure of some significance to an ordinary person. Few would willingly incur his wrath. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Li Fei glared at Xu Haoran, his eyes cold as he regarded him like a corpse. Remember my face. Next time we meet, your end will be most gruesome. With that, he wrapped his arm around the flamboyant woman and turned to leave the city gate. The plump man turned to Xu Haoran. Brother, the Li family is a formidable force in Rong City. You've certainly picked the wrong fight today. You'd best steer clear of Li Fei in the future. Behind them, a man who had been stifling laughter cast a glance at Xu Haoran, saying nothing more as he followed after Li Fei. Beside him, Hu Qingyu cast a worried glance at Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran, you should really lay low for a while. Li Fei's family background is no trifling matter. Crossing him will lead to trouble. Xu Haoran shrugged and smiled without responding. One Li Fei is hardly worth my concern. With Godzilla and Tom by his side. As long as he confirmed that Tom was indeed the Tom from the cartoons, he would essentially possess a conceptual deity. At that point, not even the Li family would dare confront him, let alone the entirety of Rong City. Hu Qingyu offered him one last warning before departing. Chapter 14, Conceptual Deity Tom. The forest was lush and dense, bursting with vibrant greenery, under a clear sky dotted with fluffy clouds. It was a splendid sunny day. By the time Xu Haoran exited the city, Li Fei and his entourage had vanished. Outside the city gate, a winding road, resembling a silver ribbon, beckoned him deeper into the unknown and mysterious heart of the forest. The farther one strayed from the city, the more ferocious beasts lurked and the greater the danger. Without hesitation, Xu Haoran ventured down the path. He sought a secluded spot to assess Tom's abilities. Within the dense woods, the symphony of chirping insects and singing birds created an incessant melody of nature. Towering ancient trees pierced the clouds, the tallest of which Xu Haoran could barely see in its entirety, its grandeur inspiring awe. A hissing sound echoed as a small green snake, as thick as an arm, slithered past a nearby tree, yet it posed no threat to Xu Haoran. There were fierce spirit beasts, but also those of a gentler nature. Noticing the snake's indifference, Xu Haoran turned to Tom, saying, "When we encounter any beasts, I'll be relying on you." The ground bore the imprints of massive creatures, clearly indicating that this area was not entirely safe. Meow. Tom, unfazed, trotted alongside Xu Haoran, curiously observing everything around him. A roar resonated from a distance. Upon hearing this sound, Xu Haoran quickened his pace towards its origin. Soon, he spotted a black leopard tearing into a giant wolf, its neck exposed to the bone. The scene was a battlefield. Evidently, the giant wolf had fought valiantly, but the leopard had emerged victorious, now devouring its prey. Beep, spirit beast detected. Name, Black Earth Rock Leopard. Skills, Earth Spike, can summon spikes from the ground to attack enemies. Rank, intermediate. Level, elite. Status, hungry, furious, injured, can heal. Click for details. Details, a product evolved from a leopard. Click for more information. An elite level leopard. Xu Haoran squinted. This level of spirit beast was just right. As the leopard noticed Xu Haoran, it dropped its meal, revealing a mouth stained with blood, baring its teeth in hostility. The moment Xu Haoran appeared, it deemed him an enemy. A mere cub dares to act brazenly before me? Xu Haoran raised his chin, hands in pockets, oblivious to the notion of a worthy opponent. Tom gazed up at his master with admiration, proud of his owner's audacity. Tom, take it down. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Xu Haoran suddenly pointed at the fierce leopard, shouting at Tom. Meow? So you're telling me it's because of me that you're feeling so fierce? If only it could speak, it would undoubtedly argue its case with Xu Haoran. But at that moment, the leopard charged toward them. Witnessing this, Tom wasted no time. It stood on its hind legs, puffing out its chest, marching defiantly toward the leopard. Meow. It let out a howl, though lacking any real intimidation. The leopard, upon seeing a standing cat, dismissed it entirely. After all, it was only as tall as itself. With that small stature, A single bite might very well end it. Xu Haoran fixed his gaze on Tom, eager to see if Tom could indeed handle the black earth rock leopard. With a sudden burst of speed, the black leopard lunged at Tom, its paw raised to strike. Tom barely had time to react before being swatted aside, crashing into a nearby tree, leaving an imprint in the trunk. Tom, Xu Haoran exclaimed in shock. Was he really taken out so swiftly? What happened to the conceptual deity? Meow. Tom's body had sunk inwards somewhat, and with a sense of grievance, he crawled out from the tree, casting a downward glance at his body, which had just been struck by the Black Panther's paw. Astonishingly, his body appeared to have bent like reinforced steel under the force of the panther's blow. Yet, curiously, despite this contortion, Tom felt nothing but a tinge of sorrow, devoid of any pain or injury. Instead, he forcibly straightened his body with his claws, and then a miraculous scene unfolded. His body astonishingly returned to its original form. Roar! The Black Panther, witnessing this spectacle, widened its eyes in disbelief. What was happening? How could a body that had been struck so hard recover? Meow. After regaining his composure, Tom charged towards the Black Panther with renewed vigor, claws swiping behind him, revealing a watermelon knife that had inexplicably appeared in his paw, exuding an aggressive aura. Roar! Although the Black Panther was taken aback, it soon glared fiercely at Tom. Sensing his audacity and charging forward, a strange yellowish glow emanated from its body, followed by a heavy strike on the ground. Suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from beneath Tom's feet, piercing through him in an instant, turning him into a veritable pincushion. Tom's body was impaled by dozens of these spikes, and Xu Haoran was genuinely startled. Roar! Upon seeing Tom skewered, the Black Panther let out a triumphant roar. Surely, Tom was done for now. Yet suddenly, he noticed that Tom was not dead. Not only was he alive, but Tom was also looking at the spikes penetrating his body with sheer terror. Gradually, he began to extract himself from the deadly protrusions, only to pull out a cup of juice from behind him. What the heck? The Black Panther was left dumbfounded. Soon after, Tom took a sip, and then, miraculously, water began to spout from the hollow wounds created by the spikes. Is this really a cat? The Black Panther was utterly bewildered. Tom, with an innocent expression, looked towards Xu Haoran, seemingly asking, "Master, can you believe I am still alive?" Xu Haoran was equally astonished by Tom's antics. Truly, this was Tom. His body had been punctured, yet he exhibited no signs of distress whatsoever. Furthermore, his back resembled a magical treasure chest from which he could retrieve anything. Remarkable. Despite being pierced, Tom did not bleed a single drop. Xu Haoran, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Tom, if you can defeat this Black Panther, I will buy you steak, chicken legs, and milk when we return." He recalled how both Tom and Jerry had a fondness for chicken legs. Meow. Upon hearing about the chicken legs and steak, Tom was initially taken aback, but then elated. Meow. Hearing Xu Haoran's words, he held no doubt. After all, it was merely a little panther. How could it possibly hinder him? The holes in his body healed instantly, and he resumed rummaging through his belongings. Roar! The Black Panther, witnessing this, felt as if it had encountered a ghost. What on earth was this cat capable of? Even with its body riddled with holes, it had not perished. It roared once more and charged at Tom, its bloodied maw wide open, intent on devouring him in one bite. Yet, Tom remained unfazed as the Black Panther lunged at him. He reached behind him and pulled out a black spherical bomb with a burning fuse, casually tossing it towards the approaching panther. Boom! A violent explosion resounded. And just as the Black Panther leaped to pounce on Tom, the bomb struck it head-on. As the smoke cleared, the Black Panther lay sprawled on the ground, enveloped in black smoke, its skull exposed, lifeless, and utterly defeated. Chapter 15, The Eight-Faced Widow Spider. Excellent. Xu Haoran clapped his hands at this scene, now certain that Tom was indeed the embodiment of that concept from the animated series. Who else but Tom could so effortlessly produce a bomb from thin air? Meow. At this moment, Tom approached Xu Haoran as if to show off, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Ha! Undoubtedly my beloved Tom. Truly a treasure. With you and Godzilla by my side, what great endeavors could I not achieve? Xu Haoran laughed heartily, hands on his hips, envisioning a splendid moment of triumph. Ding! You have slain the elite beast, the Black Earth Rock Panther. Reward, 300 beast points. The system's voice echoed in Xu Haoran's mind. Merely 300 beast points? The disparity was astounding. His Holy Spirit-level beast had granted him a reward of 10,000. How many must he slay to amass enough for a high-level summoning? Not to mention, even mid-level summoning would require dozens of elite beasts, unless he sought higher-level beasts to defeat. With this thought, Xu Haoran gazed greedily at his little Tom. Tom, I shall rely on you moving forward. Tom, meow. After dissecting the Black Panther's carcass, Xu Haoran prepared to leave. The remains of these fallen beasts were not without value. Within their skulls resided beast crystals. These crystals could be utilized to enhance the strength of beast masters or other spirit beasts. The Black Panther's crystal was a yellowish gem, rich with earthy power. Before departing, Xu Haoran waved his hand, causing the carcasses of the panther and the giant wolf it had devoured to vanish from sight. The system offered numerous functions. In addition to summoning beasts from myriad worlds, it also possessed a storage space, saving Xu Haoran the expense of purchasing a storage ring. This world did have nanospace storage rings, but they were exorbitantly priced, starting at 100,000. The system had saved him quite a bit. Currently, he was financially destitute. Every opportunity to earn was vital. The world of beast taming was incredibly costly. Various materials and equipment required funds, as did food, housing, and even the sustenance for beasts. Thus, becoming a beast master was no small feat. The financially challenged could either join a private company or work in the official sector. Those who could start their own business were no longer considered impoverished. He was the exception, having tidied up the Black Panther and giant wolf's remains. Xu Haoran continued deeper into the forest in search of his next target. After walking for about 10 minutes, he encountered an enormous web blocking his path. It was a spider's web comparable to half a basketball court, resembling a giant hexagram spanning the forest. Of course, if that were all, it would not be particularly alarming. However, the presence of an oversized spider upon that web made the situation decidedly precarious. Unfortunately, there was indeed a colossal spider on it. Its size akin to that of an elephant, ominously fixated on the two of them. Ding. Name: Eight-Faced Widow Spider. Skills: Sticky Venom Web. The web is imbued with anesthetic venom and possesses a strong adhesive quality, capable of incapacitating prey. Grade: Rare. Level: General. Status: Hungry. Greedy, having not fed for a day. How delightful to have food delivered to its doorstep. Details: Evolutionary branch of the Black Widow Spider. Click to view. A general level spirit beast. This creature could annihilate an entire town. Tom, Xu Haoran called out with a tremor in his voice. Tom is remarkably skilled. And so is Godzilla. Yet Xu Haoran is undeniably a failure. This is a truth he acknowledges. Lacking the innate talent for beast taming, he is merely an ordinary individual. Do not even mention a general-level spirit beast. Even a common Tibetan mastiff could chase him down the street. Upon spotting the spider, he instantly faltered. This creature appeared far more menacing than a leopard, with 8 legs, each as sharp as a spearhead. It was now fixated on Xu Haoran, slowly advancing towards him. As the creature drew nearer, Xu Haoran turned tail and fled, shouting, "Tom, take it down." He knew he stood no chance and could only rely on Tom and Godzilla. Good grief. Tom, why are you running? Fight it. However, to Xu Haoran's astonishment, Tom was sprinting even faster than he was, and shockingly ahead of him. Meow? Tom looked utterly bewildered. What could he do against such a large spider? He was merely a cat. Catching mice was one thing, but dealing with spiders was beyond his purview. Don't run, foolish cat. I'll reward you with chicken legs. Yes, chicken legs. Defeat this spider. Seeing the foolish cat outpace him, Xu Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Can this cat not be relied upon?" Suddenly, Xu Haoran felt a sticky substance smear across his back, and he realized he could no longer run. Not only was he immobilized, but his body seemed to be retreating. He was indeed moving forward, yet his body was inexplicably moving backward. Simultaneously, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through him. It was a web. Meow? Hearing the mention of chicken legs, Tom leaned back, his paws carving long grooves into the ground. Chicken legs? If that were the case, it would be a different story. In fact, insects were within a cat's domain. With a fierce determination, he turned around and spotted Xu Haoran ensnared in a web, letting out a furious meow. How dare anyone lay a hand on his beloved caretaker? If something were to happen to Xu Haoran, who would feed him? From behind, Tom pulled out an RPG. Triggering the mechanism, he launched it with a whoosh. The rocket soared, trailing a lengthy flame towards the spider. Boom. The rocket accurately struck the spider, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke as it crashed to the ground. The web severed. Xu Haoran promptly shed his outer garment, flinging the web to the ground, though a remnant clung to his trousers. With a swift tug, his pants tore apart. Xu Haoran silently removed the tattered remnants of his cheap pants and dashed aside to change into a fresh set, grateful for the spare. Damn it. How dare you launch a web attack on me? I swear, will you dare do so again? After donning new clothing, Xu Haoran glared at the distant, still smoldering spider, cursing under his breath. Just as he was about to approach for dissection, the spider astonishingly began to stir once more. Just a moment ago, the spider had been blasted and smoking, yet now it rose again. Could even a rocket launcher not take it down? Xu Haoran gaped at the scene. Truly a general-level monster. Tom, do you have anything else? He asked, glancing at Tom. Meow? Tom puffed up his chest confidently, then retrieved a burning bomb from behind, hurling it towards the spider. Boom. A surge of flames erupted in the forest once more. The bomb detonated, Yet from the smoke, the horrifying screech of the widow spider echoed. Mutated. Its roar was terrifying, akin to that of a ferocious tiger, sending chills down one's spine. A colossal figure emerged from the dust. Meow? Tom's fur bristled, his eyes bulging in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This was no exaggeration, it almost did. It survived that? Chapter 16, Swordsman Tom. Xu Haoran was equally astonished. Indeed, a general-level monster, its defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Neither bombs nor rockets had any effect. Tom, use cold weapons. Xu Haoran bellowed, suddenly recalling the massive hammers Tom and Jerry typically wielded. Smash it with the big hammer. Meow? Tom glanced back at Xu Haoran, contemplating, but ultimately decided to heed his command. He then produced a 100-ton iron hammer, which appeared in his grasp. The hammer was 10 meters long, matching the size of the spider. After retrieving the hammer, Tom raised it high and brought it crashing down. Boom. The ground trembled for a kilometer in radius from the impact. The other inhabitants of the forest were startled by the commotion. What on earth was that? What caused such a ruckus? What monster is fighting? This level of destruction could only be wrought by a beast king. What is going on? The ground is shaking. Let us get out of here. This must be the work of a beast king. Not far from Xu Haoran, 6 individuals were cautiously traversing the forest, previously alert. Suddenly, the loud noise startled them nearly to death. One yellow-haired youth, leading the group, cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Upon hearing the violent sound, he jumped in fright, exclaiming, "What is that noise? The ground is trembling. A ferocious beast. Only a beast king could create such a disturbance." A plump individual squinted, observing the surroundings. "Fei Ge, how could there be a beast king here? Shouldn't we leave quickly?" A flamboyantly dressed woman beside the yellow-haired youth urged anxiously. If Xu Haoran were present, he would recognize these individuals as those who had clashed with him at the city gates. Moreover, Hu Qingyu, who had been with them, was now mysteriously absent. Let us go. Logically speaking, we shouldn't encounter a beast king this close to Rong City. Beast kings are beyond our capabilities. Even one could wipe us all out. We must leave immediately, the plump man spoke gravely. Li Fei, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, "It's just a beast king. I can handle it, can't I?" The others exchanged glances, then looked at the mantis beside him, a hint of disdain in their eyes. Li Fei's contracted spirit beast was a magic mantis, indeed of rare quality. But it often neglected training, currently only reaching elite-level strength. While this was commendable among ordinary people, it was utterly inadequate against the standards of the magic mantis. Moreover, an elite-level creature aspiring to confront a beast king 2 levels higher was nothing short of a fool's dream. Desperate for face, they all thought simultaneously. As the group prepared to depart, Zhou Jie, Xu Haoran's former classmate, hesitated. Is it all right to leave Qingyu alone in the forest? She's all by herself. Earlier, they had quarreled, ultimately forcing Hu Qingyu out of the group. Li Fei cast a glance at Zhou Jie. Hu Qingyu insisted on defending that useless person. If she perishes, she only has herself to blame. It is ill-advised to associate with certain individuals, particularly when one chooses to align with a talentless individual devoid of any beast mastery. Such a waste of space would likely be crushed underfoot by the recently unleashed formidable king-class beast. How dare he act so arrogantly before me? Should fate bring us together, I shall ensure he comprehends the true nature of this world. Li Fei scoffed, his tone saturated with disdain and mockery directed at Xu Haoran, utterly oblivious to the fact that the very commotion they feared was instigated by Xu Haoran himself. Simultaneously, it was evident that Hu Qingyu had been forsaken by them. Should you wish to seek her out, then do so. However, do not expect to accompany us henceforth. Those who consort with the inept shall inevitably find themselves as inept as their companions. I have no desire to engage with the ineffectual. With that, Li Fei turned and embraced his companion, striding away. The others, including the portly fellow, remained silent, merely patting Zhou Jie on the shoulder before following Li Fei's lead. They belonged to the same social circle, while Zhou Jie, an ordinary individual, was only able to associate with them due to his perceptiveness. Yet, they would not speak on his behalf. Zhou Jie watched as Li Fei departed, casting a final glance in Hu Qingyu's direction. He harbored feelings for her and was in pursuit of her affections, but now, his last gaze lingered on the path from which she had been driven away, the very path from which the earlier noise had erupted. His expression grew complex, and with a firm resolve, he turned to follow after Li Fei and the others. Meanwhile, as astonishment gripped the crowd at the resounding crash, Xu Haoran was already tending to the remains of the widow spider. Ding! General level 8-faced widow spider slain. Reward, 700 pet points. With 700 pet points accrued, another 10 of such creatures would allow him to draw once more. Tom, it must be you, he mused, marveling at the 100-ton hammer that could be summoned. A testament to the extraordinary nature of his conceptual feline. Most notably, Tom was capable of lifting it. Such strength was truly remarkable. Xu Haoran sensed that Tom could still be further developed. Perhaps he would reveal even more surprises. Meow, Tom purred, approaching Xu Haoran and rubbing his paws together. Understood. Here's a large chicken leg for you. Xu Haoran rewarded both Tom and Godzilla with a sizable chicken leg before collecting the spider's core and physical remains. Continuing on his journey. After defeating the spider, it seemed Tom had realized that his explosives were not particularly effective. Thus, at Xu Haoran's suggestion, he opted for a cold weapon, a longsword for combat. With a swift flick, they encountered two awakened wild boars. In a flash of chilling light, the two beasts were swiftly cleaved in two. Tom proved to be an exceptionally versatile cat, adept with both ranged and melee weapons. Most astonishingly, he appeared utterly impervious to death, exhibiting a resilience that defied comprehension. Even with his heart pierced, he remained undeterred. This was the essence of Tom's formidable nature. As Xu Haoran prepared to delve deeper into the forest in search of mightier spirit beasts, a faint sound of battle intertwined with a woman's cries for help caught his attention. Help! The voice bore a note of familiarity and terror. He paused, straining to discern the source, and after a moment's hesitation, resolved to follow the sound, eager to ascertain the situation. Not far from Xu Haoran, in the depths of the thicket, an open area bore witness to a life-and-death struggle. A woman was mounted upon a massive black cat, valiantly battling a 4-meter-tall rampaging wild boar. Her garments, tattered from the fray, hinted at glimpses of vulnerability. Yet, in that moment, the woman could scarcely afford to concern herself with her disheveled appearance, for the wild boar charged at her with frenzied speed. She deftly maneuvered her shadow cat to evade the beast's onslaught, narrowly escaping each assault. Nevertheless, she understood all too well that her spirit beast was no match for this wild boar. What to do? Hu Qingyu's expression was fraught with anxiety as her mind raced to devise a solution while the boar pressed its relentless attack. In yet another collision, her shadow cat narrowly dodged a fatal strike, but still suffered a gash from the beast's tusks, its pained cries mingling with her own gasp of despair. Hang in there. Hu Qingyu clutched her injured shadow cat, her eyes brimming with sorrow and anguish. Yet the wild boar showed no intent to relent. As she cried out in alarm, it charged once more with lethal intent. This time, neither managed to evade, and they were sent sprawling to the ground. The impact resonated heavily, as both human and cat crashed down. Her shadow cat was merely an elite-level creature, while the boar was nearing general level, exhibiting an entirely different caliber of strength. Having sent Hu Qingyu and her companion tumbling, the wild boar roared triumphantly, reveling in its dominance. After a thunderous bellow, it pawed the ground with its front feet, then surged forward like a mountain, barreling toward the fallen Hu Qingyu. It's over. Hu Qingyu lay on the ground, racked with pain, unable to rise. As the wild boar charged once more, despair washed over her. Help! Is anyone out there? She cried, her voice filled with desperation, reaching out to anyone who might hear. Help me! Her heart-wrenching plea echoed through the forest, seemingly piercing the very heavens. Just as the enormous wild boar bore down upon her, she felt the weight of hopelessness settle in. Suddenly, a flash of cold light erupted. A radiant beam of sword light cleaved through the air, descending upon the boar with an imperious aura. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Swordsmanship. Return to the homeland. The feline's cries accompanied the descent of the blade, and in Hu Qingyu's astonished gaze, the once invincible wild boar abruptly halted. Its head severed from its body, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. Meow. A small cat, standing half a meter tall and adorned in blue and white fur, landed gracefully a few meters before her, adopting a stance of readiness as it sheathed its sword. Chapter 17. You two have come to relieve yourself, I presume? Hu Qingyu stood transfixed, her mouth agape in disbelief. What was happening? A cat had just saved her. What was more astonishing was that she recognized this cat. Its belly was white, its fur a striking blue. It bore a unique coloration. Wasn't this the very cat that Xu Haoran had been derided for? The only difference was the sword now sheathed at its side. Yu. She gazed at the suddenly appearing Tom, then back at the decapitated wild boar, utterly speechless in her astonishment. Xu Haoran was said to lack talent, yet how could his pet be so formidable? A single strike to fell the wild boar? How could this be? Indeed, is everything all right? Just as she struggled to find her voice, a magnetic tone broke through the air. She turned to find Xu Haoran emerging from the woods, smiling and waving a greeting. For a fleeting moment, she imagined he walked atop a rainbow cloud. Xu Haoran. She gritted her teeth, summoning her strength to rise to her feet, and exclaimed in surprise, Is that really you, Xu Haoran? Are you all right? Xu Haoran stepped forward a few paces, steadying the unsteady Hu Qingyu. She was injured. Her clothes were torn, revealing glimpses of her skin marred by scrapes that bled profusely. I'm fine, just some superficial wounds. What brings you here? Hu Qingyu shook her head. Oh, I was just looking for a spot to relieve myself, and fortuitously, I heard your cries for help. Quite the coincidence. Are you here for the same reason? Xu Haoran asked cheerfully. Hu Qingyu responded with a disapproving glance. By the way, where are your classmates? Why are you alone? Xu Haoran looked around, puzzled to find no one else. They had set out from the city as a group of 6. Hu Qingyu bit her lip, her gaze dropping in distress. They were speaking ill of you, and when I defended you, Li Fei had someone abandon me, leaving me all alone. What? Xu Haoran's face flushed with anger. They deserted you just for speaking a word in my favor? Is there no justice left in this world? Do they look down upon me, Xu Haoran? They indeed do look down upon you. Do you wish to seek revenge? Hu Qingyu noted the emotion on Xu Haoran's face, relieved that her defense of him was not in vain. Yet, she felt concerned. Xu Haoran was not a match for those individuals. Revenge? What for? Xu Haoran's tone shifted as he crossed his arms, scoffing dismissively. There are plenty of people who look down on me. Who are they, really? Their disdain for Xu Haoran is of no concern to me. His expression of indignation vanished, replaced by a nonchalant demeanor. Hu Qingyu thought to herself, perhaps she was overthinking it. Sometimes, she wished she could pry open Xu Haoran's mind to understand his thoughts. Why worry when she was unharmed? By the way, I have some ointment here for your wounds. Xu Haoran examined Hu Qingyu from head to toe. The fabric at her chest was torn, revealing too much. Would you like me to apply it for you, or will you do it yourself? I can manage. Hu Qingyu replied, her cheeks flushing as she noticed Xu Haoran's gaze. Turn around, don't look. She turned her back to him, prompting him to avert his eyes as well, while she applied the herbal ointment to her wounds. You can look if you want, but if you do, you must take responsibility, she teased, glancing back at Xu Haoran, who was caught peeking. Her face turned as red as an apple. The threat was effective, and Xu Haoran promptly turned away. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take responsibility. Rather, he found himself captivated by Zhao Sahan, whose angelic face and devilish figure ignited a desire for conquest within him. If he had to choose a wife, she would be his first choice. For her alluring attributes were not merely for show. After applying the ointment and changing into a spare outfit, Hu Qingyu finally expressed her gratitude to Xu Haoran. Don't mention it. It was a trivial matter. We're friends, so no need for thanks. Xu Haoran waved his hand dismissively, which touched Hu Qingyu. Though her sentiment was short-lived when he added, you can just pay me directly. The ointment costs 100, quite pricey. The momentary warmth of gratitude evaporated. Couldn't he let her feel a bit more appreciated? I'll transfer you the money via WeChat. I remember having you on there, she said. Since they were desk mates and naturally connected on the app. Xu Haoran chuckled, silly girl, I was joking. I wouldn't charge you. Who would ask for money for a bottle of ointment? Relief washed over Hu Qingyu, as she had genuinely feared that Xu Haoran had grown distant after she had been abandoned for his sake. By the way, what is your WeChat ID? My phone got a virus, and I lost all my contacts. Let us add each other again. Next time, I might have to charge for the ointment, she said. Pulling out her phone, Xu Haoran replied, so, you deleted me just so you wouldn't have to pay? Hu Qingyu bit her lip, feeling betrayed. How could he, her sweet desk mate, erase her? Yet, she misunderstood Xu Haoran. It was not the current Xu Haoran who had deleted her, but the previous incarnation who had done so. Disillusioned by life and feeling like a failure, he had severed ties with all classmates in his despair. All right, stop looking at me like that. I really did get a virus. I didn't delete you, Xu Haoran said, noticing the accusatory look in her eyes. The past was not his fault. Hu Qingyu's expression felt as if he had abandoned her after a night together, leaving her feeling responsible for it. Yet, the short sleeves she wore complemented her perfectly, revealing her curves in a way that was unexpectedly appealing. Xu Haoran had misjudged her. Perhaps she was indeed captivating. What are your plans now? I need to head into the forest. Will you join me or return? Xu Haoran began to pack up, ready to depart. Hu Qingyu frowned. The forest is far more dangerous. Just now, I heard a tremendous noise. It could be a fearsome beast of the king level nearby, something we cannot handle. Are you sure you want to go? As she spoke, she glanced around nervously, her demeanor reminiscent of a frightened little rabbit. The noise they had heard earlier resembled the roar of a beast of royal stature. Her own beast was only at a low level. Encountering such a creature would be tantamount to offering herself up as a meal. That noise, was it from Tom? Xu Haoran pondered. The commotion had indeed been loud. He hadn't realized Hu Qingyu had sensed it. I'm definitely going. Are you returning or coming with me? Returning was out of the question. He could not leave without defeating at least a few royal beasts. After all, coming out had its costs. Could I follow you? But my pet might not be able to fight anymore, so, will you protect me? Hu Qingyu buried her face in her chest, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt utterly shameless for asking. Of course, how much are you willing to pay for protection? Xu Haoran grinned mischievously. Hu Qingyu replied, is it really all about money for you? Be proactive, and I'll lower my expectations. It's a win-win situation. Xu Haoran teased. All right, this time it's on the house. However, suddenly, Xu Haoran seemed to have an epiphany and sighed. Forget the payment. I suspect you're just another broke person. Why should the poor trouble the poor? Chapter 18. Attempting the same trick again? The spirit-tailed king snake. Hu Qingyu felt her pride suffer a critical blow, as if struck by a devastating blow of 100 points. Stubbornly, she transferred 100 cash to Xu Haoran, her face flushed with indignation. My family may not possess the wealth of Li Fei and his companions, but we are certainly not destitute. With that, she stormed angrily deeper into the forest. Hey, we're classmates after all. That's not what I meant. Xu Haoran hurried to follow her, remembering to request a refund. I can't accept this. If I do, our friendship will be irreparably damaged. But what brings you all outside the city? Is it merely for training? Amidst the dense foliage, Xu Haoran and Hu Qingyu walked side by side. Accompanying them were a cat and a colossal lizard. The shadow cat had already been summoned into Hu Qingyu's consciousness space. By signing a contract with a spirit beast, one could house the beast within their consciousness space, providing a sanctuary for its cultivation. Xu Haoran engaged Hu Qingyu in casual conversation. Actually, Li Fei and the others aimed to capture a spirit-tailed snake to acquire a crystal core imbued with poisonous attributes, enhancing their magic mantis with toxicity. There are myriad methods to bolster a pet's strength. One can employ spiritual herbs for enhancement, utilize the crystal cores of other spirit beasts, or consume the flesh of other beasts and engage in combat to elevate their prowess. Some crystal cores bear unique attributes from their respective spirit beasts, granting a chance to inherit these properties upon consumption by other beasts. Naturally, the success rate is exceedingly low. Nonetheless, Li Fei's strategy is not without merit. I see. Xu Haoran nodded. The spirit-tailed snake typically resides at level 20 and above. If they are searching, it is likely within this region. Monsters ranging from level 10 to 40 can generally be encountered in the forest, but those above level 40, particularly king-level beasts, are not easily found. Such creatures possess their own territories. An ordinary person trespassing would surely face dire consequences. Xu Haoran, what level is your cat? Hu Qingyu inquired, fixing her gaze on Tom. I have never seen one like it before. That's Tom. As for his level, he is probably nearing the elite general tier, Xu Haoran replied casually. Tom and Godzilla were not classified into any levels, as they did not belong to this world as species. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder he could defeat that elite-level savage boar, Hu Qingyu remarked. That wild boar was merely at an elite level, while your cat is already at the general level. You must keep this a secret for me. Do not divulge Tom's strength to anyone. It's my trump card, Xu Haoran insisted. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, Hu Qingyu affirmed, patting her ample chest with a serious nod. Suddenly, Xu Haoran halted Hu Qingyu with urgency. Wait, he called out. She approached him, curious. What's the matter? Xu Haoran furrowed his brow, peering toward the bushes at the roadside, where a thin layer of green membrane lay. Ding. Spirit-tailed king snake shedding detected. Approximately 5 minutes ago, a spirit-tailed king snake shed its skin here. If the host searches patiently, they may find the spirit-tailed king snake nearby. Snake skin, Xu Haoran murmured. You mean snake skin? Hu Qingyu echoed, astonished. Xu Haoran turned to her, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. I said snake skin, but I feel as though you're mocking me. No, I meant is this indeed snake skin? Hu Qingyu clarified, having spotted the skin in the bushes. This was not ordinary snake skin, but rather a green layer, inconspicuous amidst the jungle and obscured by the underbrush. Yet the shed skin, thicker than a man's arm, sent chills down the spine of anyone who beheld it, its vivid green hue almost unnerving. Sizzling sounds echoed suddenly from the nearby woods, catching Xu Haoran's attention. He glanced toward the depths of the forest. Could it be the spirit-tailed king snake? Just as we find the shed skin, we may encounter the creature itself? However, to Xu Haoran's surprise, the figure emerging from the underbrush was not a spirit-tailed king snake, but a person, someone who recognized them. It's you. Before Xu Haoran and Hu Qingyu could respond, the stranger exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Haoran, what are you doing here? A figure emerged from the thicket, visibly shocked upon seeing Xu Haoran. Zhou. Before Xu Haoran could speak, Hu Qingyu interjected, Qingyu? Zhou was equally startled to see her. What is going on? Why haven't you left? A few more individuals emerged behind Zhou, including a blonde and a hefty fellow, none other than Zhou's team who had abandoned Hu Qingyu. The two groups stood face to face, exchanging peculiar glances, both surprised by the unexpected encounter. Zhou, feeling awkward, avoided Hu Qingyu's gaze. Qingyu, I never expected to run into you here. Humph, neither did I anticipate encountering you. Hu Qingyu retorted coldly, recalling how they had left her alone in the forest, nearly leading to her demise. Two useless individuals together. How fitting, Li Fei remarked disdainfully. His gaze fixed on Xu Haoran with contempt. Having abandoned Hu Qingyu, and holding no goodwill towards either of them. Who are you calling useless? Xu Haoran shot back suddenly. Useless, you say? Li Fei's voice rose, preparing to berate, only to realize the repetition of the phrase. He caught himself, nearly falling into the trap. You're the useless one. While your strength is lacking, your tongue is remarkably sharp. He sneered at Xu Haoran. How can you insult others? Xu Haoran countered, undeterred. Regardless of my beast mastery talent, I am certainly stronger than those who abandon their teammates. At that moment, Hu Qingyu could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to admonish them. Zhou Jie felt a pang of discomfort seeing Hu Qingyu defend Xu Haoran. P.S. Just a waste. Is there anything wrong with what we said? He grumbled, attempting to persuade Hu Qingyu. Qingyu, apologize to Li Fei now, and we may allow you to rejoin the team. The forest is fraught with peril. Without us, you will perish. Huh. I would rather not associate with you traitors. Hu Qingyu declared defiantly. Xu Haoran is no waste. She had intended to mention Xu Haoran's powerful pet, but recalling that he had asked her to conceal his strength, she refrained from speaking. Qingyu. Zhou Jie attempted to persuade her, but was interrupted by Li Fei's girlfriend. Zhou Jie, what are you trying to convince them of? Two useless individuals coming together is only fitting, right? She scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain and mockery. Li Fei stepped forward, nostrils flaring as he looked down on Xu Haoran and his companion. Both of you are worthless. It's only natural for you to be together. Even a useless person knows not to abandon their teammates, yet you forsake yours. That makes you even less than useless. Xu Haoran laughed from the side. A person of no value does not affect the team's combat capability. What does it matter if they are abandoned? Li Fei sneered. I warned you before. Do not let me encounter you, or I will make you regret it. Li Fei glared menacingly at Xu Haoran. Dog scum. Are you prepared to be beaten to a pulp? You don't think you can walk back to the city safely after crossing paths with me, do you? Do not leave. Are you expecting to carry me? Xu Haoran exclaimed in surprise. That is out of the question, apart from my grandson. I do not favor being carried by others. However, you, alas, are not worthy of being my grandson. If you wish to be my turtle son, I might consider allowing you to carry me. Xu Haoran chuckled lightly. Li Fei was nearly seething with rage, while Su Yueguang's words were truly venomous. You insolent wretch. Still spouting nonsense. Silver-winged mantis, slay this scoundrel. Not so fast. To engage in banter, one must observe their girlfriend first. Her wit is truly unparalleled. Xu Haoran grinned, provoking Li Fei to the brink of explosion. Silver-winged mantis, why are you hesitating? And this vile creature. Beside him, a towering mantis, 2 meters tall, took flight at the command, its massive forearms glinting ominously. Just as it was about to strike, Xu Haoran suddenly pointed behind them and shouted, Look! What is that behind you? The group jolted in alarm, turning abruptly to see what lay behind them. Li Fei, startled, quickly glanced over his shoulder. Given that they were in the spirit beast forest, it would not be surprising for a ferocious beast to appear. However, upon looking back, they found nothing but emptiness. Realizing he had been tricked, Li Fei swiftly turned back to Xu Haoran, only to see a dark object flying towards him. Smack! The object landed squarely in his mouth, releasing a foul stench that made him retch. Ugh! What is this? A stream of putrid liquid spilled from his lips, as he felt his stomach churn violently, nearly losing his composure entirely. The surrounding crowd recoiled from the noxious odor. What on earth is that? Why is it so foul? The hefty fellow looked at Li Fei with horror and disdain. You little rascal, dare you insult me again? Speak another word. Xu Haoran calmly clapped his hands. What is this, Haoran? I can already smell it. Hu Qingyu pinched her nose in disgust. Rotten eggs, Xu Haoran retorted with a cold smile. I had intended to use this to scare off any monsters in the event of danger, but it seems this fool has had the first taste. You, I will kill you, Li Fei exclaimed, punctuating each word with a curse that sent the others retreating further. Even his glamorous girlfriend, adorned with heavy makeup, covered her nose and distanced herself. Why not continue your cursing? I have matters to discuss with Qingyu. Once you're finished, we can reconvene, Xu Haoran suggested, observing Li Fei's inability to articulate his thoughts. You scoundrel! Silver-winged mantis, kill him! Li Fei commanded his spirit beast, desperate for it, to slay Xu Haoran. At that moment, Xu Haoran's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, there is something behind you. Li Fei was nearly doubled over with laughter from rage. You dare to deceive me again. You foolish trickster. You think I would fall for the same ruse twice? The surrounding crowd echoed his disbelief, shaking their heads at Xu Haoran's antics. But then Hu Qingyu's face turned pale, her finger trembling as she pointed behind them in terror. I am not lying. There is truly something behind you. Ah, so you wish to conspire against us. The glamorous woman sneered. Hu Qingyu, how quickly you have become entwined with your dog of a man. Two despicable creatures. Before her scorn could fully unfold, a massive maw descended upon her. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent as Li Fei and the others stared, wide-eyed and incredulous, turning to see a colossal serpent. Its neck fanned out like a peacock's tail, towering over them at least 10 meters high. Its body, as thick as an elephant, shimmered emerald green, adorned with hardened scales. The serpent's gaping maw had already engulfed half of the glamorous woman, who was now screaming in terror. Her cries abruptly silenced as she was swallowed whole. Chapter 19. Come out and face me one-on-one. The scene was frozen in disbelief. Li Fei and his companions gaped, mouths agape, as they beheld the spectacle. Spirit tail serpent? No, that cannot be. Its size indicates it is the spirit tail king serpent. The hefty fellow's face drained of color upon recognizing the creature. The spirit tail serpent may only reach the beast king level, but the spirit tail king serpent was a formidable beast of the highest caliber. They were utterly unprepared for such a confrontation. What should we do? Linhe has been devoured. Li Fei, how do we save her? Zhou Jia implored, his gaze fixed on the serpent, desperate for a solution. Li Fei, witnessing the enormity of the spirit tail king serpent, felt his complexion pale. Thoughts of rescue were far from his mind. Instead, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he watched the serpent consume his companion. Mantis, go! Take advantage of the serpent's distraction and slay it. Sacrificing one teammate is worth it if we can eliminate the spirit tail king serpent. Women are expendable, but the serpent is not easily vanquished. Zhou Jia and the others exchanged looks of horror, their expressions shifting uneasily. At this moment, rather than attempting to save their comrade, Li Fei sought to exploit the situation to eliminate their foe. This man was devoid of humanity. Even the hefty fellow, of similar standing, felt a chill run through him. Could he truly be so callous as to allow his girlfriend to perish only to pursue victory? Such a person might just as easily stab a comrade in the back when faced with danger. SSS, the silver-winged mantis, responding to Li Fei's command, soared towards the spirit tail king serpent, its wings slicing through the air, while its gleaming claws aimed for the serpent's neck. Bang! However, before it could even approach, it was swatted away by the serpent's tail, crashing into the nearby forest. Li Fei screamed in disbelief as his elite mantis was dispatched with such ease. Gulp! At that moment, the spirit tail king serpent had nearly finished its meal, swallowing the lower half of the glamorous woman whole. In an instant, she was gone, her vibrant presence extinguished before their very eyes. What are you still staring at? Get moving now. Li Fei's voice was frayed with desperation as he witnessed his spirit beast's defeat and his girlfriend's demise. How could they still remain idle? At this moment, the colossal vertical pupils of the spirit king serpent turned to survey the assemblage of individuals present. Flicking its tongue, it scanned everyone as if pondering who its next meal might be. Boom. It was at this juncture that a foul-smelling egg was hurled from beside Li Fei and landed squarely in the maw of the spirit king serpent. It struck its teeth with precision before exploding, releasing a noxious liquid within. Not only humans, but even fierce beasts would be unable to withstand the stench of such a rotten egg. The moment the horrid flavor touched the tongue, it erupted with a fragrance far worse than that of a latrine, surpassing even the most pungent pickled cabbage. After consuming it, the spirit king serpent let out a thunderous roar, its sonic waves deafening, causing Li Fei and his companions to clasp their ears in agony. After several moments of painful wailing, the serpent cast a malevolent glare in the direction from whence the egg was thrown. Li Fei, horrified, realized that it was staring directly at him. Just as he was about to protest that he hadn't thrown it, a brash voice erupted beside him. You filthy insect. You dare feast on my brother's woman? Are you courting death? If you have the guts, come for my brother. Li Fei was taken aback, then turned in disbelief to see Xu Haoran standing beside him, hands on his hips, furiously cursing at the spirit king serpent. What are you looking at? If you have the guts, come out and face me. Do you believe my brother will slay you? Xu Haoran, standing defiantly next to Li Fei, continued his tirade. Li Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth are you babbling about? He was about to express how this had nothing to do with him when Xu Haoran interrupted. Brother, I can only assist you this far. Here are 2 rotten eggs. Don't be cowardly, keep throwing them. I'll take my leave now. Saying this, Xu Haoran thrust the 2 foul eggs into Li Fei's hands and sprinted away, his feet seemingly greased as he dashed off swiftly. Meanwhile, Hu Qingyu and Godzilla had long since vanished. Only Tom remained, trailing behind Xu Haoran to ensure his safety. Xu Haoran, what in the world are you doing? Seeing Xu Haoran pass him the rotten eggs, Li Fei was enraged. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, a hissing sound emanated from behind him. He turned to see, with dread, that the spirit king serpent's massive eyes were fixated intently on him. No, more precisely, on the foul eggs in his grasp. It wasn't me. I didn't throw it. Li Fei's face paled as he realized the serpent had locked its gaze on him. His spirit pet had been struck down, leaving him utterly defenseless against such a foe. Glancing towards Xu Haoran, he saw that he had already vanished into the dense foliage. Cursed be. He mentally cursed Xu Haoran's family. He turned back to the Spirit King Serpent, noting that it was still focused on him. He dared not move a muscle. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his companions. Zhao Hai, Xu Renjia, and Zhou Jia. Come save me, he implored. Zhao Hai was the portly one, while Xu Renjia, clad in sportswear and sunglasses, was the one who had initially chuckled. Yet, when Li Fei called out, the three showed no sign of response, but rather seemed inclined to flee. Brotherly, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we simply cannot. That serpent is at least a Beast King level. We're powerless against it. Perhaps you should just leave your fate to chance, Zhao Hai said, hands up in surrender. Leave my fate to chance. Isn't that just waiting for death? Damn it. You all plan to abandon me. Li Fei cried out, Zhao Hai, don't run. We are teammates. How can you forsake a comrade? I'll give you crystal cores. Just save me, 10 elite crystal cores each. As his companions prepared to flee, Li Fei's complexion shifted dramatically, and he whispered urgently, 10 elite crystal cores. The prospect momentarily halted Zhao Hai and the others in their tracks. Brotherly, consider what you've said. We are teammates. Even if you didn't offer us cores, we would help you. But since you're willing to give, we won't refuse. Brothers, let us assist Li Fei, Zhao Hai declared, slapping a black-horned rhinoceros beside him. Rhinoceros, charge and take down that Spirit King Serpent. Its defenses are weak. United, we might just defeat it. With the allure of 10 elite crystal cores, they swiftly turned back and launched an assault on the Spirit King Serpent. Meanwhile, Li Fei and his companions were engulfed in battle with the Spirit King Serpent. While on the other side, Xu Haoran and Hu Qingyu had sprinted several hundred meters away. Xu Haoran glanced back, relieved to see that the serpent was not in pursuit. That was terrifying. That serpent is truly frightening. He exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. I imagine Li Fei will be quite grateful for my timely intervention. Reflecting on his earlier provocation of the Spirit King Serpent, Xu Haoran felt a surge of righteousness, reveling in the notion of having performed a noble deed that day. He engaged in such acts not for any other reason, but for his own amusement. Xu Haoran, are we really just going to run away? They won't perish back there, will they? Hu Qingyu panted. Xu Haoran rolled his eyes. What nonsense. Li Fei has his fortune. Hu Qingyu was taken aback. Xu Haoran was actually defending Li Fei? Yet her thoughts were soon interrupted by Xu Haoran's next remark. Change that certainty. If Li Fei is indeed fortunate, he will surely perish. After all, he had provoked the Spirit King Serpent just before his departure. If Li Fei didn't die, who would? Why has Xu Haoran suddenly become so benevolent? However, what about us? Hu Qingyu bit her lip, conflicted. Xu Haoran assumed she was merely being soft-hearted, as women often are, yet he was unprepared for her next words. Isn't it too soft-hearted? Perhaps we should return to confirm whether Li Fei is truly dead. If he isn't, we ought to finish him off. I fear he might seek vengeance on us later. Xu Haoran stared at Hu Qingyu in bewilderment, incredulous that she would suggest such a thing. He was ruthless, but she was equally heartless. He liked it. Your heart is too cruel. Xu Haoran shook his head, and before Hu Qingyu could respond, he added, I think if he is dead, we should stab him a few more times, just to ensure he doesn't come back to life. Hu Qingyu blinked. But I can go, provided your safety is guaranteed. Xu Haoran stroked his chin. All right, Godzilla, you and Qingyu stay here. I'll go back to see if Li Fei is dead. If he isn't, I won't rest easy. Such a fortunate person, if he lives, will always be a nuisance. Xu Haoran remarked. Qingyu, Godzilla is an elite too. You should be safe here. How about you wait for my return? All right. Hu Qingyu nodded emphatically. You go ahead. I will stay right here and wait for you. With her agreement, Xu Haoran instructed Godzilla to accompany Hu Qingyu before turning back alone. Upon Xu Haoran's return to the original location, he could distantly hear the hissing of the Spirit Tail King Snake, accompanied by the roars of other monsters, indicating that a fierce battle was underway. He instructed Tom to retrieve a ladder, and together with his feline companion, they climbed a tree to observe the battlefield from afar. On the battlefield, a colossal wolf, a unicorn rhinoceros, and a centipede were all assaulting the Spirit Tail King Snake. Even Li Fei's mantis had returned to assist. Yet, it was evident that despite their combined efforts, they were no match for the Spirit Tail King Snake, a creature of Beast King caliber. While they themselves were merely at the general level, realizing they were outmatched, the corpulent Zhao Hai suddenly produced several pills from his hand. Damn it. Today I refuse to believe we can't defeat this Snake King, Zhao Hai grumbled, revealing the frenzy pills that could unleash the potential of their pets, temporarily boosting their strength. The side effect, however, was that they would be left utterly weak for the following 3 days. We have no choice but to resort to this against the Glasses King Snake. Hurry, feed your spirit beasts, Zhao Hai exclaimed, heart aching as he recalled his unicorn rhinoceros to administer the pill. The others, hearing this, were overjoyed and quickly took the frenzy pills to feed their spirit beasts. The frenzy pills were exceedingly valuable. Roar. Huh. Zizi. For spirit beasts, mantis, centipede, rhinoceros, and giant wolf, consumed the frenzy pills and became invigorated, their ferocity escalating. Their bodies swelled with newfound strength, the enhancement immeasurable. Zhao Hai, why didn't you bring out such treasures sooner? We could have avoided so much injury. Li Fei scolded. Zhao Hai rolled his eyes. Do you think these things are free? My monthly allowance can only buy one. Enough with the chatter. Let us finish off this spirit tail king snake. Zhao Hai urged, hastening to direct his now-bulked rhinoceros to charge at the snake. Bang! This time, the spirit tail king snake was injured. Even a creature of its stature could not withstand such a blow, staggering back several meters and crashing against a towering tree. The 100-meter-high tree quaked, shedding leaves abundantly. Insufficient strength? Let's resort to drugs. All right, Mantis. Take advantage of this moment and strike to kill. Li Fei shouted, commanding the Mantis to attack. Xu Haoran, watching from afar, was astonished at the unexpected trump cards these individuals had hidden. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating Li Fei, but now, he changed his mind and remained perched in the tree, observing the unfolding battle. Approximately 10 minutes later, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. Under the relentless assault of the four spirit beasts, the spirit tail king snake finally collapsed, blood pouring from its mouth, lifeless. As it fell, the effects of the pills wore off, leaving the four spirit beasts exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Phew, phew. Li Fei, utterly spent, slumped against a tree, gasping for breath. The others were strewn about the forest, all unconscious from fatigue. Some had been knocked out by the spirit tail king snake, while others had succumbed to exhaustion from the fierce battle. Why was Li Fei still conscious while the others had fainted? Because he had been playing it safe. Fearing for his life, he had stealthily avoided direct involvement during the fight. Thus, while Zhao Hai and the others were incapacitated, he still had some energy left. Otherwise, he too would have succumbed alongside them. Now, with everyone and their spirit beasts unconscious, he remained the sole conscious entity. Indeed, I am the true protagonist. Only I can survive until the end. He breathed heavily, devoid of any guilt for not participating, instead reveling in his survival. As he surveyed the scene, his gaze fell upon the corpse of the spirit tail king snake, a glint of greed in his eyes. With Zhao Hai and the others unconscious, a thought struck him. What if some beast were to steal the spirit tail king snake's corpse? At that point, Zhao Hai and the others would have no idea where it had gone. He could easily concoct a story, and with them out cold, no one could refute him. His eyes gleamed with avarice as he contemplated the massive spirit tail king snake. If he could claim it for himself, it would undoubtedly yield a fortune. He hesitated, contemplating whether to act. It was indeed a risky endeavor, but could bring substantial rewards. However, if Zhao Hai awakened and demanded an explanation, he would find himself in trouble. After a moment's deliberation, he ultimately decided against it. After all, this was a creature they had fought hard to defeat. If it were to vanish, Zhao Hai and the others would surely turn on him. Meow? Just as he was lost in thought, a faint meow reached his ears. Startled, he looked up to see a small blue and white cat emerging from the forest. A cat? Was it a spirit beast? Lazily lying under the tree, Li Fei squinted at the upright little creature. Wait, this cat looks familiar. Have I seen it somewhere before? It was a cat with a white belly and blue fur, wearing a black mask. Yet, its fur was undeniably distinctive. This cat resembled Xu Haoran's scruffy cat. A sudden realization struck him. This was indeed Xu Haoran's cat. The color was unmistakable. But how could that useless cat be here? And why was it sneaking around with a mask? He watched incredulously as Tom approached the spirit tail king snake's corpse, dragging its tail and attempting to pull it away into the forest. A sinking feeling washed over him. Was this little creature attempting to steal the snake? Chapter 21. Do you trust me? Stealing the snake right under his nose. What does he think I am, heir? What on earth does he intend to do? He abruptly stood up, relieved he hadn't participated in the battle. Otherwise, he might not even be able to stand. He wanted to awaken Zhao Hai and the others, but quickly realized they were all in a state of half-consciousness. At this point, it would be futile to try and stir them. Fortunately, it was merely a cat. Otherwise, he might not have been able to contend with it. Angrily, he approached Tom, who was still tugging at the spirit tail king snake's tail, intent on delivering it to Xu Haoran. Hearing a sound, it turned its head in confusion. What was the other party saying? What was it doing? Wasn't it obvious? Stealing a snake? It felt puzzled. Was this human's vision impaired? You scruffy cat. Do you think you can pilfer my belongings? Li Fei extracted a long knife from his spatial ring, his gaze chilling as he approached Tom. Merely a cat raised by that useless Xu Haoran. It was the perfect opportunity to slaughter it for some stew to replenish himself. How dare it come here to steal from him? He grinned maliciously as he advanced on Tom, intending to teach Xu Haoran a lesson by first eliminating his pet, making that scoundrel understand that not every worthless creature could provoke him. Gripping the long knife, he stepped closer to Tom. Tom seemed to sense Li Fei's hostility. It lowered the snake tail it had been carrying on its shoulder and turned to face the slowly approaching Li Fei, its eyes filled with confusion. What did this person intend to do? Foolish cat, you have no worth and chose the wrong master. Prepare to meet your demise. Initially, he walked slowly towards Tom, but then quickened his pace, charging at Tom. Yet Tom remained frozen in place, bewildered and seemingly unaware of what was happening. Thud. The moment Li Fei's knife pierced Tom's chest, he was uncertain if he had pierced the heart, but with this strike, the cat would either die or be severely injured. Die? He cackled maniacally, withdrawing the knife. To his astonishment, Tom did not bleed at all. Not a drop of blood emerged. Only a small hole appeared on Tom's body. Tom looked at Li Fei's actions in bewilderment, observing the wound on itself. Reacting quickly, it pulled out 2 band-aids from behind and crossed them in a crisscross pattern over the spot where the wound appeared. Then curiously gazed up at Li Fei as if to ask why he was poking it. Li Fei was dumbfounded. What was this creature doing? Treating its own injury with band-aids? He had stabbed towards the heart, and it was resolved with just a band-aid. Was he being mocked? Moreover, where did those band-aids even come from? Did it conjure them from thin air? He was at a loss for words. Had he missed his target? Watching Tom act as if nothing had happened, Li Fei's expression darkened. He raised the long knife again, determined to sever Tom's head. He could not believe that even decapitating it would not prevent its revival. However, this time Tom did not grant him the opportunity. Annoyed by the inexplicable stab, Tom elevated its shoulders, adopting a serious expression with its whiskers twitching, and raised its right fist. Instantly, the muscles in its arm bulged significantly before it threw a punch at Li Fei. Bang! Li Fei was dumbfounded as he witnessed Tom's muscles swell. What in the world was this? Was this a cat? Was he in a movie? Muscles could expand like that. When the punch landed squarely in his abdomen, he was utterly bewildered. A searing pain radiated from his stomach. That punch had sent him flying. The intense agony dulled his senses, and by the time he hit the ground, he had lost consciousness. After propelling Li Fei away with a single punch, Tom remained perplexed about why this human sought to instigate conflict. Yet it did not forget its mission, continuing to drag the tail of the spirit tail king snake deeper into the forest. The snake, over 100 meters long, was indeed being maneuvered by the diminutive Tom, gradually disappearing into the woods. Wake up, Li Fei. For heaven's sake, wake up. A sharp pain jolted Li Fei back to consciousness. Blinking groggily, he saw several people surrounding him. Why are you hitting me? Li Fei attempted to sit up, but felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Zhao Hai, Xu Haoran, and others gathered around him, their expressions grim. Zhao Hai, seeing Li Fei awake, urgently inquired, Li Fei, where's our snake? Where did our big snake go? Zhao Hai's voice was filled with anxiety. This was the spirit tail king snake they had fought so hard to defeat. This was no trivial matter. The spirit tail king snake? It's not. Li Fei gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he pointed to a nearby empty patch of ground. Once, there had been a remarkably large spirit tail king snake there, but now, all that remained were a few tufts of grass and some rubble. Where's the snake? Li Fei's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him. Don't joke around. Li Fei, where the hell did the spirit tail king snake go? Zhao Hai shouted in frustration. Li Fei's face fell. I have no idea. The snake was still there when I passed out. Zhao Hai's expression darkened. When we passed out, you were the only one awake. Don't tell us you have no idea where the spirit tail king snake went. His face was ashen as he glared at Li Fei, unwilling to believe that Li Fei was ignorant of the snake's disappearance. He even suspected that the snake's vanishing was somehow linked to Li Fei. Wait, you guys don't think I stole it, do you? Li Fei noticed the suspicious glares directed at him and felt his expression change. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Zhao Hai and the others continued to regard Li Fei with skepticism. Li Fei realized the implications of their words. He did seem like that kind of person. However, he truly hadn't stolen it. He had considered it, but he hadn't gone through with it. Wait, I know who took it. A spark of realization flashed in Li Fei's mind. Who? Who dares to steal our snake? Zhao Hai asked hastily. It was that Xu Haoran. No, to be precise, it was Xu Haoran's cat. Do you all remember Xu Haoran's cat? It was that cat that knocked me out. Li Fei explained. Xu Haoran's cat? Zhao Hai and the others exchanged glances. You mean that scruffy mixed-breed cat? Zhao Hai's pupils widened in disbelief as he looked at Li Fei. Li Fei nodded vigorously. Yes, that cat. You can't possibly mean that cat knocked you out, right? Xu Haoran said with a grim expression. Even if you wanted to deceive us, you should come up with a better excuse. That cat, I could crush it with a single kick. You're telling me it stole the spirit tail king snake? They all recalled that blue and white cat, Tom, near Xu Haoran, small in stature and looking rather malnourished. Li Fei was asserting that this cat had stolen their snake? Was this some kind of joke? No, you have to believe me. It really was that cat. Li Fei grew increasingly anxious as he saw their disbelieving looks. I witnessed it steal the snake. I stabbed it in the chest, and it didn't even react. Plus, it could bulk up its muscles and knock me out with one punch. You have to believe me. As they stared at him as if he were a fool, Li Fei felt he might collapse from the pressure. I know this sounds absurd, but it truly was that cat that stole it. Damn it. It was clearly that wretched cat that stole it. Why does no one believe me? I believe you. Just then, Zhao Hai suddenly spoke up, leaving Zhou Jie and Chu Renjia momentarily stunned. The two turned in confusion to Zhao Hai, who was earnestly gazing at Li Fei. Brotherly, I have faith in you. Li Fei's spirits lifted. Really? Indeed. I truly believe in you, Zhao Hai declared with utmost seriousness. However, just as Li Fei was reveling in the joy of being believed, Zhao Hai abruptly continued, now that I believe you, could you perhaps share some of that snake meat with me? The hide and flesh of the spirit tail king snake are treasures. Considering my unwavering faith in you, why not share a bit? We can remain good friends moving forward. Li Fei exclaimed, but you said you believe me. You're just after the snake's skin. No, I truly didn't take that snake. My storage ring is right here. If you don't believe me, check it. In a moment of desperation, Li Fei produced his storage ring, fearing the others would doubt him. They cast a scrutinizing glance at Li Fei's storage ring. Chu Renjia murmured, Li Fei, you are quite meticulous in your actions. I trust that even if you are foolish, you wouldn't hide the spirit tail king snake inside the ring. Yet we are brothers. That snake was a joint conquest. Do you truly intend to share nothing with us? Li Fei, overwhelmed with despair, insisted, I swear it wasn't me. If you don't believe me, let us go see Xu Haoran. The cat will reveal the truth. I stabbed it right in the chest. There should still be a scar. All right, Zhao Hai said, fixing a serious gaze on Li Fei, based on your words. I will accompany you. He stared intently at Li Fei, but what if there was no wound? I will compensate you for the loss of the spirit tail king snake. I will provide you both with ample compensation in crystal cores and money. There will definitely be a scar. Li Fei declared loudly and confidently. Good. Then let us return to find Xu Haoran. With the matter laid out, they had no choice but to comply. Upon meeting Xu Haoran, they would see what he had to say. The group tidied up, retrieving their spirit beasts, and prepared to head back to find Xu Haoran, to ascertain whether Tom bore that wound. If not, Li Fei would be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Xu Haoran had already returned to the city with Hu Qingyu. Chapter 22. Old Lu. Are you certain that not killing Li Fei won't bring us trouble? Inside the city, Hu Qingyu expressed her concerns upon learning that Xu Haoran had spared Li Fei. She couldn't fathom why he chose not to eliminate him. We cannot kill him. The only people present were Li Fei and us. Should he be murdered, the others would undoubtedly suspect us of committing murder for profit. I have enmity with Li Fei. The others would surely come looking for us first. Xu Haoran shook his head. If we kill everyone, it would create even more chaos. Zhao Hai and Li Fei's families would trace the incident back to us. You might also find yourself implicated. Letting Li Fei live creates an environment of mutual suspicion, which is the safest route for us. Once I sell the spirit tail king snake for a good price, I will give you a third. Xu Haoran shared his plan regarding the spirit tail king snake with Hu Qingyu, intending to offer her a third of the profits as a confidentiality fee and a reward for her support. Hu Qingyu was quite decent among them. Only she had spoken on his behalf. But if you don't kill them and instead steal their spirit tail king snake, won't they come after us? Hu Qingyu worried. Both Li Fei and Zhao Hai came from affluent and influential families, and she could not afford to offend them. Xu Haoran smirked. Do they have any evidence against us? Moreover, do you think they would fully trust someone like Li Fei? Eventually, they will begin to suspect one another. The only piece of evidence lies with Tom's wound. However, looking at Tom beside him, Xu Haoran noted that there were no band-aids or scars on his chest. Such a minor injury would leave no mark on Tom. He smirked, hoping Li Fei wouldn't come seeking him out. Rest assured, I have this under control. There is no need for concern. They won't trouble you. Sensing Hu Qingyu's lingering apprehension, Xu Haoran gently reassured her, providing her with a measure of comfort. All right, fine. Hu Qingyu nodded. By the way, what did we sell to make money? Xu Haoran coughed lightly. Well, Hu Qingyu pondered. We sold a precious herb we found, made a profit, and you plan to share 1/3 with me? She hesitantly inquired. Correct. You are a quick learner. That's exactly it. Seeing Hu Qingyu catch on, Xu Haoran nodded in satisfaction. Though she might be a bit headstrong, she was not without her wits. All right, it's settled then. Await my good news, and I will contact you once I sell it. Xu Haoran cheerfully bid farewell to Hu Qingyu. Both had garnered much from their outing. Hu Qingyu eagerly anticipated her share, and she had no doubt Xu Haoran would honor his word. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable, unreserved trust in him. Even if he didn't share, she wouldn't mind. It was his gain, and she was content to receive a portion, having contributed nothing. After parting ways with Hu Qingyu, Xu Haoran did not rush to sell the spirit tail king snake, but instead returned home first. It was already afternoon. After a busy morning, he decided to have a meal first. However, upon returning home, he spotted an elderly man in a white robe from the 1980s loitering suspiciously at his doorstep. The man had graying hair, a goatee, a somewhat lecherous appearance, yet his complexion was quite rosy. Seeing this old man, Xu Haoran felt a surge of anger. "Old Lu, how dare you come looking for me?" This was the same man who had introduced him to a blind date. Xu Haoran approached old Lu, seething with indignation. The old man, taken aback by Xu Haoran's words, replied, "What do you mean? It's not like you're a man-eater. Why wouldn't I dare come to find you? Enough with the nonsense. Make me some chicken soup. I'm starving." Old Lu casually urged Xu Haoran to open the door and cook. "You still want chicken?" Xu Haoran was incredulous. "Why can't I have chicken? You should be grateful for me introducing you to a girlfriend, not hold a grudge." Old Lu raised an eyebrow. Casting a sidelong glance at Xu Haoran's companions, Gelsla and Tom, with a particular focus on Gelsla. "You dare mention matchmaking?" This struck a nerve, and Xu Haoran exploded. "What kind of blind date did you set me up with? She was both beautiful and wealthy. How could I possibly measure up? Not only was I unworthy, but I was also derided for it. Oh, it seems like it wasn't without reason. You paid to be looked down upon." Old Lu's expression turned peculiar. "Are you foolish? If I didn't introduce you to a rich and beautiful woman, should I present you with a short, ugly, and poor one instead? Would you prefer a hideous monster?" Xu Haoran was taken aback. What old Lu said did make sense. If he weren't to introduce a wealthy beauty, did it make sense to offer him a short, poor woman? Perhaps old Lu had a point. Xu Haoran stroked his chin, pondering. However, she soon felt that something was amiss. After all, she held me in disdain. How can that be explained? Oh dear, even old Lu has lost his temper. Am I to blame for your lack of fortune? Did I make you poor? Is it a fault to introduce you to someone affluent and exceptional? Xu Haoran pondered for a moment and realized there was indeed no fault in that. Poverty is one's own issue, not that of others. If someone introduces a wealthy and beautiful person, it does not imply that one is deserving of such a match. Xu Haoran sensed a lingering discomfort but could not pinpoint its source. Fine, perhaps this time you are not at fault. But could you introduce someone whose family background is somewhat akin to mine next time? How could I possibly be worthy of someone so rich and striking? Couldn't you find a stunning yet less affluent individual? Xu Haoran expressed his dissatisfaction. All right, I understand. Your expectations are rather lofty. I shall endeavor to match you with someone more suitable next time. Now, hurry and prepare a chicken stew for the old man. I haven't eaten for a week." The two entered the house. Xu Haoran was just about to cook and decided to prepare a pot of stew. An hour later, they sat at a small table in the courtyard, relishing the delightful chicken and mushroom stew. However, I found myself quite curious. The Ao family is quite prominent in Rong City. How do you know Ao Xiaoshuang? While enjoying the chicken, Xu Haoran casually inquired. Could it be that old Lu is a hidden figure of great importance? Old Lu chuckled, saying, although my family is somewhat impoverished, my lineage is esteemed. In my youth, I befriended many who are now prominent figures. The patriarch of the Ao family was also a friend of mine from my younger days. I thought to facilitate a match. Oh, is that so? Xu Haoran realized. So you were rather impressive in your youth, mingling with such significant individuals. Indeed, there was no way to conceal the overflowing talent I possessed back then, which drew many admirers eager to befriend me, old Lu boasted. Even as he spoke, his chopsticks remained in constant motion, as if fearing that he might miss out on the meal. You? Talent? Xu Haoran scrutinized old Lu, who, although clean, donned garments that had faded to an almost ghostly hue. He could believe that old Lu once knew notable figures, but he found it utterly implausible that he was exceptionally talented. You insolent brat, if you don't believe me, then so be it, old Lu retorted, dismissing the need for further explanation. He then seemingly casually glanced at the goofy Godzilla munching on bones beside Xu Haoran. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What kind of spirit beast is that? I neglected to inquire earlier. It seems quite similar to the colossal creature that appeared yesterday. Xu Haoran cast a glance at the silly Godzilla gnawing on its bones. Haven't you already met it? Godzilla, a hybrid lizard. Just a common lizard spirit beast that has interbred. They had known each other for quite some time, so old Lu was naturally familiar with Godzilla. Yet, he wondered why old Lu suddenly brought it up again. Perhaps due to the commotion from the previous day? Oh, a lizard hybrid, is it? Old Lu nodded thoughtfully, but did not pursue the matter further. He then noticed Tom, who was consuming cat food nearby. When did you get that? Since when did you start keeping a cat? It wasn't he here last time. Meow? Tom raised his head to glance at old Lu, letting out a puzzled meow before resuming his meal. I just found it. A stray cat. Xu Haoran casually fabricated an excuse. I never imagined you to possess such a tender heart, old Lu remarked, nodding in approval. However, it seems that Rong City is not particularly peaceful these days. Please exercise caution. Should you encounter any danger, do not hesitate to call me. Could you actually assist me in times of danger? Xu Haoran felt a surge of gratitude. The mere thought of old Lu's concern touched him. All those chickens he had given old Lu were not in vain after all. While he had sold old Lu a considerable number of chickens, old Lu had also taken advantage of him quite a bit. I'll call my friends to help you, old Lu declared. Xu Haoran felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he could not rely on the old man. However, you scoundrel, I'm not joking. The place you live is quite remote. I strongly suggest you move to the city. It would be considerably safer. Old Lu surveyed the surroundings. Xu Haoran resided in the outskirts, akin to the countryside, which explained his chicken-raising endeavors. Xu Haoran rolled his eyes in exasperation. Easier said than done. The base price for homes in the city is over 10,000 per square meter. Why don't you fund my purchase? How long had he been in the workforce? Not even 3 years. If it weren't for the pet food provided by the system, he wouldn't even be able to open a chicken farm. Although life had improved somewhat, his savings were still quite meager. After all, he had only been raising chickens for a few years. Perhaps if he continued for a few more years, he might have some savings. While others his age were still in school, Xu Haoran was already managing a small chicken farm, earning a modest income of over 100,000 a year, which was commendable. As for buying a house, that was purely a pipe dream. Everything was on the rise, except for wages. Housing prices had soared to astronomical heights. An ordinary person would have to toil for half a lifetime to afford a home, if you really want it. The old man isn't opposed to lending you a bit. Old Lu stroked his beard. Xu Haoran raised an eyebrow in skepticism. How much could you possibly lend? I'm aware of at least 10 online loan platforms. To say nothing of it, 1 million would be no problem. Old Lu calculated with his fingers, lifting his chin with pride. You're rather proud, aren't you? 10 loan platforms? Are you trying to ruin your family? Xu Haoran thought to himself. If he borrowed that amount, he could essentially start a new life. He felt a pang of melancholy and replied, no need. You can keep that online loan for your retirement. When you find yourself in need of money, you can always borrow it. You speak as if I'm old and frail. My kidneys are quite healthy. Thank you very much. I could still fetch a decent price. Old Lu retorted, clearly displeased. Xu Haoran mentally chastised himself for speaking too freely. After all, competing with the old man over kidney sales was absurd. However, old Lu, putting money aside, I truly have a favor to ask of you. An idea struck Xu Haoran as he recalled old Lu's extensive network of friends. He needed assistance selling his spirit tail king snake, a task that would indeed be quite troublesome for him. If old Lu had connections, perhaps he could help. What is it? Old Lu halted mid-bite of chicken. Well, since you have many friends, I have the corpse of a spirit tail king snake. Could you assist me in selling it? I've extracted the crystal core, but all other body parts are intact. Do you know anyone who might be interested? A spirit tail king snake? Old Lu looked at Xu Haoran with surprise. That was a creature of at least the beast king level. How on earth did you acquire it? Xu Haoran hesitated, mumbling about its origins, deeming it unimportant. Anyway, I have it. Just tell me if you have a buyer. He was wary of ordinary shops, fearing he might be swindled. Primarily, there lies a palpable fear of being discovered by Li Fei and his companions, which would inevitably lead to trouble. It is often said that it is better to avoid unnecessary complications. If old Lu has a market for his goods, it would spare him from undue hassle. Upon noticing Xu Haoran's guilty demeanor, old Lu seemed to grasp the situation, nodding in understanding. You know, I actually have a bit of a market myself, but you'll have to show me the snake first. Xu Haoran, unreserved, waved his hand, and a massive serpent materialized on the ground. Here it is, what do you think? This was a snake approximately 100 meters in length, its scales shimmering with a cold gleam, instantly filling the courtyard upon its appearance. Upon seeing this creature, old Lu did not inquire how Xu Haoran had conjured it. He merely nodded in satisfaction. Very well, this is indeed a bona fide spirit tail king snake, and it's fresh. This specimen is worth at least 1 million. If you trust me, I can take it and sell it to my friend directly. What do you say? All right, take it to sell, and I'll give you a 10% commission. Xu Haoran replied. But I have one condition. You cannot disclose that I am the seller. Old Lu agreed, fine. Given your trust in me, I shall forego that 10%. Since I failed to introduce you to a girlfriend, consider this as compensation. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring flashed, and the spirit tail king snake vanished from the courtyard. Xu Haoran, somewhat surprised, gazed at old Lu's finger where a red ring adorned his index finger. You have a storage ring? It was indeed a space created by the system, allowing him to store such items, while he possessed a ring merely for disguise. It was beneficial to have a plausible explanation when questioned. However, old Lu lacked any system, implying that the ring was genuine. To contain a spirit tail king snake was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary storage ring. Old Lu rolled his eyes. What? Is it only permissible for you to raise chickens for profit? Am I not allowed to accumulate some wealth after all these years? Xu Haoran conceded. It was indeed reasonable for someone who had lived for decades to have amassed some assets. All right, then, old Lu, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Rest assured, I shall handle it, old Lu assured with a pat on his chest. After dining, old Lu departed with the chicken, a token of gratitude from Xu Haoran for assisting in selling the snake. As Xu Haoran watched old Lu leave, he couldn't shake the feeling that the old man seemed to be watching him with unusual interest. This caused him some concern. Perhaps the old fellow had grown bored of chicken and craved lizard instead? Given old Lu's whimsical nature, it was certainly a possibility. Despite being a man in his 60s, his mindset resembled that of a mischievous child. Nevertheless, Xu Haoran was unconcerned. He had faith in old Lu's character. Having known each other for over a year, they were quite familiar with one another's integrity. Even if old Lu desired lizard, he wouldn't resort to capturing Xu Haoran's pet for a meal. At most, he might purchase some lizard meat and request Xu Haoran to prepare it. After old Lu's departure, Xu Haoran began to clear the tableware. However, before he could finish, a loud knock echoed at his door. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, Xu Haoran. Open up. The voice was strikingly familiar. Let me think. Where have I heard that before? Xu Haoran pondered as he approached the door, only to realize it was none other than Li Fei. Had he come so soon? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of 4 figures. Indeed, it was Li Fei and his trio. Initially, there had been 6 of them when they left, but now only 4 returned. Li Fei's girlfriend was still presumably within the belly of the snake. Whether she had been digested remained uncertain. Li Fei, what brings you here? Although he had a rough idea of their purpose, Xu Haoran could not afford to reveal that knowledge. After all, he had sent his cat to steal the snake rather than acting himself precisely to have a fallback now that they were confronting him. Xu Haoran, where's your cat? Get it out here. Li Fei, in a state of desperation, was counting on Xu Haoran's cat to exonerate him. If Tom were to emerge, revealing the wounds on his body, Li Fei would be vindicated. Currently, everyone suspected he had hoarded the snake, and he was on the verge of a breakdown. If he had truly stolen it, that would be one thing, but it was clearly Xu Haoran's cat that had done so. He was also a victim, yet he was being made to shoulder the blame. Xu Haoran felt irked. What kind of attitude is that? Do you think this is your home? Just because you ask for my cat doesn't mean it will come out. Xu Haoran scoffed, having no intention of letting Tom out. He surmised why Li Fei wanted Tom to appear. Once Tom did, Li Fei would clear his name, but Xu Haoran was not his father. Why should he comply with Li Fei's demands? Xu Haoran, do you even know who I am? Seeing Xu Haoran's refusal, Li Fei erupted with anger. You better get your cat out to prove my innocence. It was definitely you and your cat who stole our snake. Xu Haoran's identity had been thoroughly investigated. An orphan, without power or influence, and a talentless beastmaster. Li Fei could crush Xu Haoran with ease, like stepping on an ant. Hey, am I your father? Why should I listen to you? If you have nothing better to do, scram, Xu Haoran replied, visibly annoyed. Beside him, Zhao Hai and the others were also growing impatient. The more Xu Haoran resisted, the more they believed he was the one who had stolen their possessions. That was a spirit tail king snake they had painstakingly captured. Xu Haoran, you didn't really steal our spirit tail king snake, did you? Even Zhao Hai, usually diplomatic, began to doubt Xu Haoran's innocence. Xu Haoran, upon hearing this, became indignant. You've been here blabbering about theft, and I have no clue what you're talking about. Do you have business here or not? If not, get lost. My home does not welcome you. With that, he attempted to shut the door. You want to die, huh? I told you to call your cat out. Are you deaf? As Li Fei saw Xu Haoran about to close the door, he lunged forward to kick it open. Xu Haoran was equally prepared to retaliate. However, just then, a sharp voice rang out from behind Zhao Hai and the others. Stop right there. A magnificent, multicolored bird beast descended, carrying 2 graceful figures that landed firmly in front of Xu Haoran, halting Li Fei's impending attack. The group turned to see who had spoken, and upon recognizing the newcomers, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. Ao Xiaoshuang. Ao Xiaoshuang Zhao Sahan. Zhao Sahan. Xu Haoran was merely taken aback by their arrival, while Zhao Hai and his companions appeared as though they had seen a ghost. Chapter 24. Is this not bullying the innocent? What do you guys intend to do? Are you trying to bully others? At the entrance of the dilapidated farmhouse, Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan approached the group, noting the tense atmosphere. Xu Haoran, what happened? Ao Xiaoshuang was the first to inquire, then turned her serious gaze upon Li Fei and his companions. Li Fei, Zhao Hai, Chu Renjia, what are you 3 planning? Looking for a fight? Moments ago, the once arrogant Li Fei and his companions, upon catching sight of Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan, transformed as if they were cats confronted by mice. Their expressions shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating a step, seemingly gripped by a profound fear of the 2 women. Brother Zhao, who are they? Why are you so afraid of them? Zhou Jie, standing beside Zhao Hai, inquired softly, oblivious to the identities of Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan. Zhao Hai's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and whispered to Zhou Jie, be quiet. Just know that they are not to be trifled with. If Zhao Hai and Li Fei's families could be considered the minor players in Rong City, Then Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang belonged to the elite families that reigned at the pinnacle. Zhao Hai and Li Fei, despite having some wealth, were mere specks compared to Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang. However, their fear did not solely stem from the latter's affluent backgrounds. Both Zhao Hai and Li Fei were acutely aware of Zhao Sahan's ruthlessness. Their beauty and privileged upbringing were one thing, but the fear they instilled was rooted in far deeper matters. Zhou Jia, taken aback by Zhao Hai's sudden shift in demeanor, realized that these two striking women were indeed formidable. Unsure of the unfolding situation, he decided to remain silent and allow Li Fei and his group to speak. Before Li Fei and the others could provide any explanations, Xu Haoran, noticing their apprehension towards the two women, began to perform. Xiaoshuang, Sahan, do you know them? Woe is me. They are bullying me, attempting to steal my cat. How outrageous. Is it acceptable for the wealthy to oppress the honest? Must I, as an honest person, be subjected to such indignities? Xu Haoran's sorrowful cries were so heart-wrenching that anyone unaware of the situation might genuinely believe that Li Fei and his companions had inflicted some harm upon him. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and his companions turned pale, their faces drained of color, for Zhao Sahan had unsheathed her sword. They understood all too well that Zhao Sahan never jested. The drawn sword was a clear indication that she intended to strike. Wait, it's not what it seems. Li Fei, paralyzed by fear, stammered, rendered momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's terror of death eclipsed his fear of Zhao Sahan, prompting him to shout, "You'd better provide a satisfactory explanation, or I assure you, your demise will be most tragic." Zhao Sahan's voice was as frigid as ice, typically endearing and somewhat naive. Zhao Sahan transformed into an imposing figure when serious, her aura exuding an almost tangible menace. Xu Haoran suspected she might have taken lives before. That brat stole our spirit tail king snake. Li Fei finally gathered his wits and pointed accusingly at Xu Haoran. We fought valiantly in the block forest to slay a spirit tail king snake, but he swiped it from us. He feared that if he spoke too long, Zhao Sahan might deliver a fatal blow. Surely, you wouldn't go so far as to kill him, but severing limbs is certainly within your capabilities, he thought, recalling past instances where Zhao Sahan had resorted to such measures. Indeed, Zhao Sahan, he took our possessions. You are from the Beast Control Bureau. You can't possibly favor him. Zhao Hai chimed in urgently. Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan turned to Xu Haoran, puzzled. Nonsense. How could I have stolen your spirit beast? Where's your evidence? I'm someone without any beast taming talent. To accuse me of theft is to bully the honest. Xu Haoran protested, his voice quivering with indignation, on the verge of tears. Ao Xiaoshuang quickly realized that Xu Haoran indeed lacked beast taming talent. You're claiming he stole your spirit beast, which is utterly impossible. You all possess spirit beasts and are not weak. How could he have stolen from you? Do you truly believe Sahan and I can be easily deceived? Ao Xiaoshuang's demeanor grew increasingly cold, her icy gaze fixed upon Zhao Hai and his companions, while the seven-colored spirit phoenix by her side seemed poised for action. No, it was really him. He has a cat, a blue and white cat. After our battle, he came to steal our belongings. If you don't believe me, summon that blue cat. I marked it with a wound. It shouldn't have healed so quickly, and you should see the scar. Ao Xiaoshuang looked at Li Fei, sensing he was not lying, and furrowed her brow, turning back to Xu Haoran. Do you truly possess this cat? I indeed have a cat, Xu Haoran confirmed, nodding. It's in my room, but why should I show it to you? He was aware that if they weren't present, they could say whatever they wanted without any repercussions. Li Fei, did I not offend you with my words previously? Is it truly necessary for you to seek my life? Xu Haoran realized that these individuals genuinely feared Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang. Though he didn't know the reason, he felt compelled to advocate for himself. With a quivering voice, he added, forget it. I'm just a poor man and cannot afford to offend them. Whatever they say goes. It's not as if I can exchange my life for theirs. Xu Haoran feigned a pitiful demeanor, preparing to fight for his life. Li Fei, witnessing Xu Haoran's theatrics, felt as if he were an ant on a hot pan, frantic and desperate. You really can act, he thought. Just moments ago, Xu Haoran had been brazen and arrogant. But now he was the picture of despair. If Zhao Sahan weren't present, Li Fei would have dismissed Xu Haoran's bluster without a second thought. But now, with Zhao Sahan here, if she thought he was bullying someone, wouldn't he face dire consequences? As Zhao Sahan prepared to strike, he quickly interjected, No, I am not that sort of person. I didn't come here because of the earlier incident where he insulted me. I genuinely sought him out regarding the spirit tail king snake. If we let that cat come out, we can ascertain the truth, can't we? What if my cat doesn't have the injury you claim? Xu Haoran wiped away non-existent tears, his whimpering demeanor prompting Zhao Hai and his companions to feel an overwhelming urge to silence him. They finally understood that Xu Haoran was merely acting. Yet, his performance was so absurdly exaggerated. Nonetheless, Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang appeared to believe him. Their fierce gazes seemed ready to unleash violence at any moment. I swear, I saw that cat steal my spirit snake with my own eyes. Li Fei raised his hand, shouting. Here's a suggestion, Xu Haoran. Ao Xiaoshuang turned to the tearful Xu Haoran. Let them have a look at your cat, if it bears no wounds. She then glanced at Li Fei and the others. You shall compensate Xu Haoran with 10 elite-grade crystal cores and 1 general-grade crystal core, delivered to him on the spot, as a price for wrongfully accusing him. What say you? Do you agree, or do you not? Upon hearing the mention of crystal cores, Xu Haoran's expression brightened, his grievances seemingly evaporating. That sounds reasonable. However, noticing the intense stares directed at him, he quickly amended, I merely wish for no further accusations against me. But if they insist on offering crystal cores, I suppose I must accept. Li Fei was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation upon witnessing Xu Haoran's aggrieved expression. 10 elite-grade crystal cores and 1 general-grade crystal core constituted a substantial fortune. Elite-grade cores typically exceeded 100,000, while general-grade cores commenced at a staggering 300,000. This was merely the starting point, not the definitive figure. Moreover, with 10 elite-grade cores, their total value surpassed $1 million. While they were indeed affluent, parting with such a sum, $1 million at a time, was simply untenable for them. What if it truly was Xu Haoran who had pilfered it? Li Fei demanded vocally. If Tom is genuinely injured, feel free to take whatever you wish from here. I will even relinquish my entire chicken farm, which I have labored so hard to build. This is all I possess. With this proclamation, Xu Haoran puffed out his chest, radiating confidence. Ao Xiaoshuang hesitated at his fervor. His determination was overwhelming. Yet, Xu Haoran's self-assurance left her speechless, so she turned to Li Fei and inquired, What say you? Do you still dare to look away? Witnessing Xu Haoran's conviction, Li Fei himself began to waver. He glanced back at Zhao Hai and the others, suggesting, How about we pool our resources? Zhao Hai and his companion's expressions soured. Li Fei was utterly shameless. He claimed Xu Haoran was the thief, yet it was not them who had made that assertion. Why should they now be expected to contribute crystal cores? Cursed be the circumstances. Under Zhao Sahan's coercion, they had no choice but to contribute, ultimately managing to gather only 6 elite-grade crystal cores, while no general-grade cores were in sight. We'll compensate the remainder with cash. 4 elite-grade cores amount to 400,000, and we value the general-grade core at 350,000. Shall we proceed with a direct transfer? Li Fei gritted his teeth, realizing this was a significant financial commitment. He had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Zhao Sahan. They found themselves in a precarious position, unable to avert their gaze without implying that they truly believed Xu Haoran was innocent. At that point, Zhao Sahan would undoubtedly punish them. Thus, they were compelled to observe, regardless of their apprehensions. If not, Li Fei could only foresee Zhao Hai and Chu Renjia's friendship deteriorating, potentially turning adversarial. This was indeed a precarious situation. Very well. Let it be so, cash payment it is. No one is permitted to retract their offer. With the prospect of such easy gain, Xu Haoran had no reason to disagree. This was merely free money. All right, you may enter now. Tom, come forth to attend to our guests. Xu Haoran cheerfully called into the interior. Tom, who had been indulging in canned fish, promptly scampered out. With his azure skin and white belly, upon seeing Tom, Li Fei immediately shouted, That's him. That's the one. This cat knocked me unconscious. Before I lost consciousness, it was this cat that stole our spirit tail king snake. I am absolutely certain. With his lean frame and infuriatingly cat-like visage, Li Fei was resolute in his identification. Meow? Tom looked quizzically at Li Fei, utterly perplexed by his claims. Right there on his chest. Make him stand up. He undoubtedly bears a scar. Li Fei exclaimed passionately, pointing at Tom. Zhao Hai and the others felt a surge of excitement. Could it truly be that Tom was the thief? If so, not only would they incur no losses, but they might even profit. Tom, stand up and show them your chest. Reveal whether you have any injuries. Xu Haoran instructed with a smirk. Chapter 25. I misjudged you. You are all good people. Injury? What kind of physique did Tom possess? That minor wound would mend seamlessly in an instant. Anyone could sustain injuries, except Tom, who could recover even if he were sliced into segments. Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan looked at Tom with a degree of skepticism. Li Fei did not appear to be fabricating his tale. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Tom stood up, exposing his pristine belly. As the onlookers beheld Tom's immaculate underbelly, they noted its smoothness and lack of blemishes. The excitement that had once surged within Li Fei dissipated upon witnessing Tom's belly. There was not a single mark. How could this be? Impossible. I distinctly remember stabbing him. Li Fei's disbelief grew palpable, his eyes widening in shock as his expression darkened to one of utter despair. He hurried to Tom's chest, meticulously probing the spot where he had struck. But even after parting the fur, he found no trace of injury. How could this be? How could this be? He scrutinized intently, even catching a glimpse of Tom's belly. Yet not a single wound was visible. There was no scar on his chest, nor anywhere else. This was unfathomable. I clearly struck him. Li Fei was losing his composure. If no injury was found, it would implicate him in deception, leading to dire consequences. Not only would Zhao Hai and the others lose a considerable sum, but the theft of the Spirit Tail King snake would also be indefensible. Would it not then appear as if he had hoarded it all for himself? Meow. As Tom sensed that his secret was laid bare, he emitted a shy meow, retreating a few steps to hide behind Xu Haoran, thoroughly abashed. How could this be? How could this be? Let me see it again. Li Fei, in a frenzy, lunged at Tom, only to be intercepted by a sword. Zhao Sahan stood expressionless, brandishing her sword to block Li Fei, its tip poised at his throat. Any further approach would result in a fatal consequence. I believe everyone has witnessed this clearly. Zhao Hai, do you and your companions wish to conduct an inspection? Zhao Sahan inquired, gazing at Zhao Hai and the others. Each of you shall have one opportunity. No need. I just want to take another look. Zhao Hai raised his hand, eager to personally verify. Meow. Tom appeared somewhat bashful. Xu Haoran, standing nearby, expressed his bewilderment. I truly do not understand why you insist on targeting me for bullying. Even if I am honest and impoverished, I have not availed myself of your money, so why persist in pursuing me? This statement elicited exasperated expressions from Zhao Hai and the others, as they pondered. Here we go again. This guy is remarkably adept at feigning innocence. He had been so brash earlier. Now, upon the arrival of Ao Xiaoshuang and the others, he suddenly put on an act. Yet, inexplicably, Zhao Sahan and the others seemed to be swayed by it. Just one look. I will only take one look. And after that, I will not look again. With Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang's displeasure evident, Zhao Hai quickly assured, all right, Sahan, Xiaoshuang, it's fine. Let them take a look. After all, I stand firm in my integrity. Tom, show them your chest once more. Xu Haoran beckoned Tom to reveal himself again. Reluctantly, Tom stepped forward once more. What cat would willingly allow others to scrutinize its private areas, especially since he was a male cat? Zhao Hai, however, was unconcerned about such distinctions. He was solely intent on discovering whether Tom bore the wound in question. He approached Tom eagerly, examining closely. He could even catch a whiff of Tom's unwashed odor, a testament to how many days had passed without a bath. 2 minutes later, he finally withdrew his head from the cat's side, then turned around, his eyes glaring fiercely at Li Fei, gritting his teeth as he spat out 2 words. Li Fei, what is the matter, Zhao Hai? Is there something wrong with this cat? Chu Renjie and Zhou Jia hurriedly inquired from the side. Zhao Hai's expression was grim. This cat has not a single injury. If it were caused today, it couldn't have healed so quickly. Li Fei, you had better provide us with an explanation. Li Fei's countenance fluctuated between dark and light. Could it be that he had truly made a mistake? Or perhaps misidentified the creature? It was impossible. How could there be 2 cats that looked exactly alike? This was simply unfathomable. His face resembled a bitter gourd, leaving him at a loss for words. I truly do not understand what is happening. I distinctly saw it was this cat. Li Fei clenched his teeth. Now that it's been confirmed, it means Xu Haoran did not steal your possessions, correct? Ao Xiaoshuang gently lifted her chin, her snow-white, smooth neck beneath appearing exceedingly enticing. However, Zhao Hai and the others had no inclination to admire Ao Xiaoshuang's beauty. They merely wore pained expressions as they gazed at the crystals they had painstakingly gathered. This was their entire fortune. Xu Haoran promptly produced a bank card. Noting that transferring money nowadays was quite convenient, one could do so via mobile banking. You all come from affluent families, so you wouldn't be shameless, would you? Xu Haoran cautiously extended a bank card to Li Fei, leaning in closely. You're taking advantage and acting innocent. Li Fei's eyes blazed with fury. Xu Haoran was truly insufferable. I will transfer it now. I have a total of 400,000. I'll transfer all of it, and the rest, Zhao Hai. You all can manage. Li Fei declared, his face resolute. 400,000 was all his assets. Giving this sum to Xu Haoran would leave him utterly destitute. This incident was instigated by him, and one could say that the financial wounds suffered by the group was entirely due to his actions. Now, he could not even bear to look at Zhao Hai and the others, fearing their hungry gazes. Though Zhao Hai and the others were reluctant to comply, they felt compelled to do so under the watchful eyes of Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang. As they received the bank transfer notification on their phones, Xu Haoran's heart soared with joy. He maintained a facade of gratitude, smiling at Zhao Hai and the others. Thank you. Thank you. I wrongfully suspected you. You are all good people. Grateful for the bounty bestowed upon him, he never anticipated that not only would they grant him a snake, but also money and crystals. How moving. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world. Zhao Hai and Li Fei nearly erupted in indignation at the term good people. This was an overt mockery of them. Yet, with Zhao Sahan present, They dared not express their anger and turned to leave the premises. However, the glances they cast at Li Fei were noticeably different. It was evident that this incident had left a grudge against him, having incurred such significant losses. If the spirit-tailed king snake was not stolen by Xu Haoran, then the suspicion would undoubtedly fall heavily upon Li Fei. He would likely find himself in trouble with the others. "Brother Zhao, why are you afraid of those two women?" Zhou Jie whispered to Zhao Hai as they exited Xu Haoran's home. He observed how Zhao Hai and the others appeared like mice in the presence of a cat, utterly perplexed. Besides him, the other three hailed from affluent families. Why would they fear two women? Those are Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang. One possesses an A-level Beastmaster talent, while the other is an extraordinary Destiny Beastmaster. Zhao Hai rolled his eyes, as if regarding Zhou Jie as a simpleton. Their families are among the most prominent in Rong City. We cannot compete with their family power, strength, or talents. Moreover, both were specially recruited by the Beastmaster Bureau, and the beasts they contract are of royal quality or above. What else do you expect? Zhou Jie was taken aback. A Destiny-level Beastmaster? What kind of existence is that? He was unaware of its implications, but knew he was merely a C-level. Those two women are that formidable? Zhou Jie found it hard to believe. Zhao Hai sneered. It's not merely their strength. Do you know what they have done in the past? Zhou Jie, puzzled, asked, what have they done? A few years ago, upon graduating from Beastmaster High School, they attended a gathering where a few oblivious rich second-generation youths made advances on them. Can you guess what happened to those youths in the end? Zhao Hai cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Jie, smirking. They made advances on those two beauties? Zhou Jie thought for a moment. It was indeed possible. Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan were more beautiful than top celebrities, so it was not surprising that they caught someone's eye. Tentatively, he asked, what happened to them? Huh. At that moment, Xu Renjie chuckled wickedly. They were turned into human sticks. Human sticks? Zhou Jie was initially bewildered. Literally human sticks. All their limbs were severed. Zhao Sahan personally took action, and after finishing, she even cauterized their wounds to prevent the possibility of reattachment. According to Zhao Sahan, as long as they could reproduce, it would suffice to preserve some face for their family. Huh. Those fools are probably still relying on others to feed them. Xu Renjie laughed sinisterly. No one would have expected that the seemingly innocent Zhao Sahan could be so ruthless. Just for taking advantage of her, she rendered them permanently disabled, even eliminating any chance of reattaching their limbs. Such methods were exceptionally cruel. They truly became human sticks. Zhou Jie was startled. Those two women were so merciless? He never anticipated that such beautiful women could possess such brutality. He doubted he could commit such acts. Wouldn't he that be asking for trouble? He murmured. Zhao Hai laughed. The Ao family and Zhao family are both prominent families in Rong City. What does it matter if they are offended? Even if they severed limbs, or even killed them, would their families dare to seek trouble with the Zhao and Ao families? Leaving their son with a dog-ass life is already showing mercy. If you don't want to end up as a human stick, you'd best steer clear of them. Both Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan were specially recruited trainee Beastmasters of the Beastmaster Bureau, with official backing now. They would likely be even more ruthless. Zhao Hai stroked his chin. Zhou Jie felt a chill run down his spine. If they were more ruthless, wouldn't he be directly finished? He mentally noted the names and appearances of the two women, vowing never to provoke them. But why did that useless Xu Haoran know them? It was clear that Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan were acquainted with Xu Haoran, and they seemed to have a fairly good relationship. Yet that good-for-nothing Xu Haoran, how could he possibly know such important figures? How should I know? Upon mentioning this, Zhao Hai also felt a surge of anger, as if recalling something. He turned back with bloodshot eyes, glaring at Li Fei. Li Fei, now what do you have to say? The spirit-tailed king snake was not stolen by Xu Haoran. You not only caused us to lose hundreds of thousands, but also the spirit-tailed king snake. Where exactly did you hide it? In an instant, the three of them glared at Li Fei with fierce intensity. The spirit-tailed king snake was worth a considerable sum, even if money were not paramount. It was something they had risked their lives to obtain. It was the blood and sweat snake they had fought so hard to acquire. It is akin to toiling away at a job from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, enduring grueling labor only to find that after a year of hard work, just as payday approaches, all your earnings have been siphoned off by an unscrupulous intermediary, leaving you with not a single penny. This is utterly infuriating. One can understand why Zhao Hai and Xu Renjie would harbor murderous intent toward Li Fei. Li Fei himself is innocent. He was contemplating an escape just moments ago. Upon noticing the glances from several individuals, he forced a grimace and implored, I assure you, I did not take anything. Do you believe me? Zhao Hai and the others chuckled, and indeed, they believed him. What nonsense. Chapter 26. Truly malicious intent. Come, come. Please take a seat. Sister Sihuan, Sister Xiaoshuang, what brings you here today? Have you eaten? I can prepare some chicken or duck for you. What flavors do you prefer? After Zhao Hai and the others departed, Su Yueguang ushered Zhao Sihuan and her companion into the house, displaying rare enthusiasm. They were indeed his benefactors. Had they not shown up, he might have been laden with a murder charge. Thanks to their arrival, not only did he avoid bloodshed, but he also ended up with a windfall of several 100,000. Who wouldn't he be delighted? They were nothing short of his lucky stars. No need for that. We simply came to purchase a chicken. Your chicken is truly delectable, and we wish to buy one for our parents to savor. Please catch one for us to stew. We haven't had our meal yet. You can prepare it, and we'll buy 2 more after we eat. Zhao Sihuan initially intended to decline the offer for a stew, but was interrupted mid-sentence by Ao Xiaoshuang. Zhao Sihuan turned, looking somewhat dazed, and found Ao Xiaoshuang crossing her arms, her expression unyielding. Simultaneously, a faint whisper reached her ears. Eat. He is finally being generous, so why not take advantage of it? If we can't finish it, we might even see if we can take some home. Ao Xiaoshuang was not lacking in wealth. On the contrary, she was quite affluent, with ample funds and a decent salary. Yet, when faced with Xu Haoran, she felt an inexplicable urge to seize any advantage she could. Unlike with others, where she would scoff at the notion of accepting favors, she would not let a chance to benefit from Xu Haoran slip by. Oh, very well then. Please prepare one for us, and we'll eat, and then buy 2 more. Zhao Sihuan acquiesced to Xu Haoran. All right, please wait a moment. It will take about an hour. Is that acceptable? Xu Haoran flattered. You can always come back another time. Will we have to pay next time? Ao Xiaoshuang's striking fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a sense of caution. This question caught Xu Haoran off guard. Had she not asked, it would have been evident that payment was expected, but now that she had, it seemed inappropriate to confirm. Xu Haoran pondered, then regained his smile. As you said, how could I possibly take your money? Even if you come back again, the 2 women's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they fixed their gazes upon Xu Haoran. Even next time, you'll still want payment. Their beautiful eyes rolled slightly, revealing their understanding that Xu Haoran was not quite so generous. The sight of 2 stunning women rolling their eyes at him nearly destabilized Xu Haoran's composure. Who could withstand such a display? The glimmering eyes adorned with purple and faint red eyeshadow were mesmerizing. Even without the rolling, they were captivating. As you know, my chickens are fed with top-quality feed, yielding exquisite meat. Many have sought after them, Xu Haoran added. Then let us have one prepared now, and we'll take it with us. Additionally, please prepare 2 live chickens for us to purchase. They should be healthy and robust, as we intend to take them home for our family. Ao Xiaoshuang was resolute in her intent to benefit from Xu Haoran. Waiting an hour for him was of no consequence. She was determined to ensure he bore some cost. This time, Xu Haoran did not skimp, proceeding to prepare the meal. He found himself even more fond of these 2 women with their modesty. Dealing with those who were humble brought numerous advantages. If it were someone like old Lu, shamelessly helping himself without a second thought, he wouldn't even blink at the prospect of taking 2 chickens home without offering any payment. In comparison, Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sihuan were like benevolent and beautiful angels. Of course, he was unaware that the so-called angels had once transformed others into mere sticks. Had he known, he might not have regarded them as such. What is your relationship with that Li Fei? It seems there is some past enmity. While Xu Haoran busied himself with the cooking, Ao Xiaoshuang curiously inquired. Logically, a person of Xu Haoran's humble stature should have no connection with a wealthy heir still in school. Well, it just so happened that I encountered him today while leaving the city to gain some experience, and we had a bit of a quarrel, Xu Haoran casually remarked. Who knew he would be so petty as to seek revenge? Thankfully you both arrived. Otherwise, I might have faced dire consequences today. Xu Haoran expressed his indignation. These individuals had the audacity to come seeking death, hoping to pin a murder charge on him. Such malicious intent. Was it truly worth risking their lives over mere words? Oh, I see, Ao Xiaoshuang replied, realization dawning upon her. But why did you venture out of the city for training? Aren't you supposed to be a worthless beast master? A hint of skepticism flickered in Ao Xiaoshuang's gaze as she scrutinized Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran paused, momentarily forgetting his status as a supposed waste. Oh, I happened to come across a cat and wanted to assess its combat capabilities. Ah, Ao Xiaoshuang acknowledged, uncertain if she believed him or not. Regardless, Xu Haoran took it for granted that they did. Once the chicken was stewed, he packaged a portion for each of them, beaming as he bid them farewell. Only then did Xu Haoran joyfully return to his room, secure the door, and retrieve the crystal nuclei that Li Fei and his group had presented him. 6 in total, 3 green, 2 yellow, and 1 red. The colors represented the attributes of the nuclei: wood, earth, and fire. These nuclei would greatly benefit pets of the same attribute when absorbed. Different attributes could also be absorbed, albeit with diminished efficacy compared to those of the same type. Suddenly, 6 peculiar creatures scampered out from the room, chattering excitedly upon spotting the crystal nuclei in Xu Haoran's hand. Gur. Godzilla also fixated on the nuclei, drooling with anticipation. Strangely enough, while the movie version of Godzilla was somewhat goofy, here he had become a mere glutton. Do you like them? Then these 6 are just for you. Xu Haoran distributed the crystal nuclei to the 6 peculiar creatures, which he fed daily. They had now grown to the height of Xu Haoran's abdomen. Whenever visitors arrived, he had to ensure the creatures found hiding spots. Otherwise, they would be easily discovered. Gur. As the 6 peculiar creatures feasted on the nuclei, Godzilla let out a disgruntled roar directed at Xu Haoran. Don't be impatient. You have one too. This is yours. Xu Haoran would not neglect Godzilla. He retrieved a massive, deep green crystal nucleus from the system space. This was the nucleus of the spirit tail king snake. This nucleus belonged to the wood attribute, but contained the poisonous properties of the spirit tail king snake, hence its deep green hue. See if you can absorb this. Xu Haoran squinted as he handed the nucleus to Godzilla, knowing that higher-grade nuclei often carried unique special abilities. Allowing the suitable companion beast to absorb the crystal core possesses a certain probability of acquiring the extraordinary abilities contained within. This crystal core harbors the venomous powers of the spirit tail king snake, yet he remains uncertain whether Godzilla can assimilate it. Roar. Godzilla, eyeing the fist-sized crystal core, exhibited no hesitation as it seized the core handed to it by Xu Haoran and took a hearty bite. Crunch. The crystal core crunched in Godzilla's mouth like a lollipop, the sound echoing with each bite. Gulp, gulp. After a few hearty chews, Godzilla swallowed it down. At first, there was no immediate reaction, but within less than 3 seconds, the spiny dorsal fins, which Xu Haoran had instructed it to conceal, suddenly emerged from Godzilla's back. Moreover, a vibrant green luminescence began to materialize upon its back. The green light flickered and spread, extending all the way to Godzilla's abdomen. It was as if Godzilla's body had transformed into glass, suddenly erupting with a verdant glow. The brilliance was so dazzling that Xu Haoran was taken aback, exclaiming, "Whoa! Little Lala, don't scare me. Why are you glowing green? You don't even have a mate. Are you all right? Don't frighten me." Observing Godzilla emitting green light, Xu Haoran hurriedly expressed his concern. Fortunately, the green glow subsided after a brief moment, returning the yard to tranquility. Gradually, the lush luminescence faded, leaving only Godzilla's dorsal fins, now unable to hide, glowing with a radiant green hue. Xu Haoran, contemplating the green shimmer on Godzilla's back, suddenly recalled the Red Lotus Godzilla. It seemed that upon absorbing nuclear energy, Godzilla would evolve into a Red Lotus Godzilla. However, no one had ever attempted to have Godzilla absorb other forms of energy, mistakenly believing that it solely relied on nuclear energy for sustenance. In reality, Godzilla could absorb various energies. Whichever energy it absorbed could be transformed into its own energy for utilization. For instance, by absorbing venomous energy, it could become a poisonous Godzilla. Undoubtedly, its atomic breath would also morph into poisonous breath. Roar. At that moment, Godzilla appeared satiated, letting out a low growl towards Xu Haoran before turning to retreat into the room. Curling up in the doghouse Xu Haoran had prepared for him, he rested his tail atop his head and fell asleep. Xu Haoran observed Godzilla's slumbering form, pondering the implications of Godzilla transforming into a poisonous Godzilla after absorbing venom. He found himself curious about what form Godzilla would take upon absorbing other energies. However, the current scarcity of crystal cores limited his ability to experiment with little Lala. He decided to revisit the idea when more opportunities arose. Crack, crack. Just then, an unusual noise echoed near his ear. Xu Haoran jolted back to reality, startled. Before him loomed a massive, black, gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth that glinted menacingly from within its smooth shell, aimed directly at him. Xu Haoran's expression shifted to one of shock, and only after taking a step back to better discern the creature did he exhale in relief. This creature was none other than his xenomorph. However, in the brief moment he had been distracted, this xenomorph had grown to the size of his chest. Xu Haoran was astonished. Had the xenomorph developed so rapidly? Just moments ago, it had barely reached his abdomen, and after consuming a crystal core, it was now nearly his size. Its scorpion-like, barbed tail quivered in the air, poised to strike with lethal precision. Yet, at this moment, the 6 xenomorphs did not attack Xu Haoran. They merely stood quietly before him, emanating an air of submission, eager for his command. These 6 xenomorphs were utterly obedient to Xu Haoran. What on earth are you feeding them? It's crystal cores, not hormones. They're growing far too quickly. Xu Haoran marveled at the sight of Godzilla while simultaneously noticing that the xenomorphs, which he had expected to be entirely black, now bore hints of other colors: green, red, yellow. Had they acquired certain attributes from the crystal cores? Godzilla's xenomorphs were not mere companion beasts. They belonged to a different system altogether, leaving Xu Haoran uncertain of the transformations that could arise from consuming additional crystal cores. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on it, opting to take things one step at a time. Regardless, the outcome was promising. Once I gather more food for you, eat well and grow swiftly into your combat forms. I don't ask for much from you six, just defeat the Azure Cloud Python together. Godzilla and Tom had already been exposed. He could not send these two to eliminate Xu Hu. Otherwise, he risked being implicated in the Azure Cloud Python's affairs. Xu Haoran had no desire to become a fugitive or a suspect. Thus, he had ensured the xenomorphs remained hidden, instructing them to conceal themselves whenever anyone approached. His intent was clear, to have the xenomorphs eliminate Xu Hu's family without a shred of hesitation. He genuinely wished to eradicate them, harboring no doubts about his intentions. They had robbed him of the Azure Cloud Python and claimed his parents' life insurance. This was not merely a grudge, but a matter of life and death. Had it not been for Xiao Shuang's arrival that day, he would have truly contemplated eliminating Xu Hu. Although the xenomorphs had grown significantly, Xu Haoran decided against deploying them to confront Xu Hu just yet. Instead, he tidied himself up, preparing to venture out and find a place to sell his recent acquisitions. He also intended to treat himself to a nice meal that evening. With money in hand, he could purchase a car, perhaps even a house. After graduating from Beastmaster High School for 2 to 3 years, he would be able to boast about having bought a car and a house for at least a year and a half, just as Xu Haoran was preparing to leave. On the other side, Lu Haikua had located one of his old friends. The Tianhong group of Rongqing, once the property of the Zhao family, the former wealthiest in Rongqing, was a major conglomerate operating numerous companies. It also encompassed industries related to companion beast treatment, production, nurturing, upgrading, and crystals. The primary focus was on companion beast treatment and cultivation. At this moment, within the opulent and impeccably clean office of the chairman of Tianhong Enterprises, old Lu strutted in, holding a chicken with an air of casual bravado. The rooster flapped its wings incessantly, feathers occasionally drifting to the pristine floor, contrasting sharply with the luxurious surroundings. Yet, despite the presence of secretaries and guards, no one dared to impede the elderly man. After all, he was a distinguished guest of their chairman. Chapter 27. It can't be someone else's snake, can it? Uncle Lu, you finally arrived. In the office, Chairman Zhao Tianba had been engrossed in paperwork. But upon Lu Shangyun's entrance, he immediately set aside his work, rising with a hearty smile to greet him. All right, enough of the pleasantries, Lu Shangyun waved dismissively. What brings me here? Just get to the point. You and my father have a long-standing friendship. If there's something I can assist with, I won't turn you down. Uncle Lu, with your reassurance, I am at ease. The illustrious Zhao Tianba, the current head of the Zhao family and the wealthiest resident of Rong City, previously held an air of superiority. Yet, in the presence of the elderly man seated before him, a hint of obsequiousness crept into his demeanor. With a sheepish grin, he settled across from Lu Shangyun and, producing a cigarette from his pocket, inquired, Uncle Lu, care for one? Lu Shangyun shot him a sharp glare. Do you wish to shorten my lifespan further by offering me that? Zhao Tianba, feeling somewhat unjustly reprimanded, withdrew his neck slightly. If you don't want to smoke, there's no need to shout at me. Listen here, you brat, Lu Shangyun retorted. If you continue this foolish banter, I shall take my leave. Wait. Let us discuss serious matters, Zhao Tianba urged, swiftly laying several photographs before Lu Shangyun. Upon glancing at the images, Lu Shangyun's pupils constricted. They depicted two monstrous creatures, including the recently spotted Godzilla. The sight of the enormous black lizard instantly reminded him of the small creature residing in Xu Haoran's home. After Godzilla's emergence, he sought out Xu Haoran for confirmation. Aside from the dorsal fin, the colossal beast bore an uncanny resemblance to the lizard he kept. Youngsters like Ao Xiaoshuang and others dismissed it, as Xu Haoran lacked beast taming abilities, believing his Godzilla was unrelated to the gigantic creature wreaking havoc in the city. However, Lu Shangyun, with his years of experience, could not dismiss the connection simply because Xu Haoran lacked such talents. On the contrary, he suspected that Xu Haoran's Godzilla was likely the very beast that had vanquished the mechanical monstrosity. After visiting Xu Haoran's residence, he felt increasingly certain of this theory. Yet, he remained uncertain whether Xu Haoran was indeed the enigmatic beastmaster in question. Why are you showing me these two monsters that appeared yesterday? Lu Shangyun queried, a note of skepticism in his voice. Uncle Lu, the mechanical creature has been confirmed to be the handiwork of the calamity's root, Zhao Tianba replied, narrowing his eyes. You mean the source of the disaster? Those rogues still have not been eradicated? They dare to show themselves again? Lu Shangyun remarked nonchalantly. These individuals frequently change their hideouts. And the two formidable figures, Black and White King, possess immense strength. Their capabilities are already formidable, augmented by their mastery of 52 playing cards. Unless several nations collaborate, it would be easy to eliminate a few of their members, but eradicating them entirely is a daunting task, Zhao Tianba explained solemnly. You don't mean to ask me to deal with those calamities root individuals, do you? Killing them is simple, but I lack the time to hunt them down. Lu Shangyun replied. Zhao Tianba grimaced and shook his head. No, those fellows are like shadows, likely long gone from Rong City. What I seek your assistance with pertains to another creature. If you want me to locate this other monster, then forget it, Lu Shangyun replied, shaking his head. He knew its whereabouts, but had no intention of divulging that information to Zhao Tianba. Not quite, Zhao Tianba countered, shaking his head again. Then what do you wish for me to do? Lu Shangyun inquired, puzzled. Zhao Tianba squinted slightly. I would like you to procure some genetic samples from the creature the next time it reappears. This task may not be reliable for anyone else, but I believe you can accomplish it. After all, you were once a titan in this field. Of course, you may set the reward as you see fit. I do not press for much. If you can obtain it, splendid. If not, that is of no consequence. The reward will be honored. Zhao Tianba's gaze fixed intently on Lu Shangyun. If anyone in Rong City could accomplish this task, it was indeed this man before him. Very well. Lu Shangyun conceded after a moment's contemplation. This task is not particularly arduous, even rather straightforward for me. However, what do you intend to do with this creature? Are you not interested in indulging in some monstrous delicacies? Young Zhao, such matters are not to be trifled with, Lu Shangyun admonished, his tone earnest. When one possesses wealth, they often develop peculiar tastes, which can border on the grotesque. Zhao Tianba's lips twitched. No, that is not the case. I oversee a genetic research project, and this creature is an undiscovered species. I wish to study its genetics, as it may lead to breakthroughs in my current endeavors. Oh, I see. Very well then. When it next appears, I shall endeavor to secure some samples for you, Lu Shangyun replied, nodding. Then, a thought crossed his mind. Rong Tianxi should also have an interest in this creature, yes? What is his stance on the matter? Mayor Rong, you say? I had not anticipated you would bring him up, Zhao Tianba replied, caught off guard, but nonetheless answered honestly. He convened an emergency meeting last night, attended by several of us from Rong City. Mayor Rong believes that the creature may be aiding the city. He suspects there are hidden top-tier beast masters within Rong City. Thus, he seeks to identify the force behind this and cultivate relationships with them. As you know, Mayor Rong has always had a penchant for talent. This monster is exceptionally powerful and represents an evolutionary type that has never been seen before. If we can ally with those behind it, Rong City would gain another formidable guardian. With the evolution of beasts beyond the city walls, terror looms. No one can predict when a powerful beast might breach our defenses and bring ruin upon Rong City. Therefore, the stronger our combat capabilities and the more skilled individuals we possess, the better it is for Rong City. Hence, the government is eager to attract more beast masters. Zhao Tianba elaborated. After hearing this, Lu Shangyun relaxed, relieved that there was no immediate desire to confront this young man. However, if the government sought to recruit Xu Haoran, should he inform that impudent boy of this development? Knowing his avarice, he would likely seize the opportunity to extort Mayor Rong for a handsome sum. Yet, he quickly dismissed that thought. Xu Haoran had chosen to keep this matter to himself for a reason, and there was no need for him to meddle. But as he pondered Xu Haoran, an idea struck him. By the way, I have the corpse of a spirit-tail king snake that you can take off my hands. I need someone to dispose of it, so why not let you handle it? Lu Shangyun gestured, and a massive python, several dozen meters long, suddenly filled the office space. Zhao Tianba, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the spirit-tail king snake, felt at a loss. With a wave of his hand, the snake's body vanished, absorbed into his ring. Please don't leave it here. This flooring is worth a pretty penny. Who told you to install such expensive flooring? It surpasses even what I possess, Zhao Tianba replied with a wry smile. Very well, for the spirit-tail king snake, consider it 3 million. I'll transfer the funds to you later. It's quite fortuitous that you brought this up. Fortuitous? What do you mean? Lu Shangyun inquired. Oh, it's nothing significant. A young man from the Li family, Li Feiyu, lost a spirit-tail king snake, and it seems several other minor families are giving him a hard time over it. Li Feiyu initially sought my assistance, but after receiving a call, he rushed off to deal with the situation. Perhaps I might have the opportunity to sell your snake to him. Haha. That is indeed quite fortuitous, Lu Shangyun replied. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while internally realizing Xu Haoran had explicitly instructed him not to disclose the matter of selling the snake to anyone. That rascal, he mused. Could he have stolen someone else's snake? It must be stolen. Otherwise, why would he be so secretive and reluctant to inform others of his intent to sell? He was too cowardly to sell his stolen goods himself, instead foisting the task upon this old man. This impudent youngster had no sense of morality. Lu Shangyun found himself inundated with unflattering thoughts about Xu Haoran. This was a severe lack of ethics indeed. Chapter 28, Pretense and Facade. At this moment, Xu Haoran could hardly fathom that old Master Lu was aware of the origins of his serpent. He was still haggling with the shopkeeper. This black earth rock leopard and the savage boar are both dominators of the wild, having grown up while bullying other leopards and boars. They are muscular, with delectable flesh and incredibly thick fur. How dare you offer me merely 200,000? I demand 2 million. Xu Haoran slammed his palm on the table, shouting at the proprietor. The shopkeeper, a lean middle-aged man, responded by banging the table as well. No matter how formidable they are still just a pig and a leopard. 25. That's far too low. This boar is the king of all pigs. 170,000. It cannot go lower. The king of pigs is still just a pig, and besides, the crystal core has been extracted. I can only offer you 30. It truly cannot increase any further. The shopkeeper's expression betrayed his reluctance. Xu Haoran scoffed. I am a friend of the prodigious Ao Xiaoshuang, the genius of the Ao family. 150,000. I have even met Boss Ao of Tianhong Enterprises. 35,000 is my final offer. Any more, and I won't make a profit. The shopkeeper scoffed dismissively. Who can't boast? Xu Haoran calculated that this was indeed a reasonable price. After all, it wasn't an elite beast, and the valuable crystal core had already been extracted. It was more or less fair. Deal. Will it be a bank transfer or cash? Upon hearing Xu Haoran's agreement, the shopkeeper beamed a standard customer service smile. Seeing that smile, Xu Haoran knew he had likely lost out a bit. There was surely room for negotiation, marking yet another day of minimal profit. Nevertheless, it was acceptable, and acquiring a snake for free had brought him considerable gains. He need not be overly meticulous about these two small transactions. After collecting his payment, Xu Haoran left the store in high spirits. Once he had finished his errands, he prepared to return home. However, upon arriving, he was taken aback to find a sleek black sedan parked inconspicuously in front of his door. Beside the car stood a man dressed in a tailored tailcoat, holding an umbrella cane. Xu Haoran was momentarily stunned. Who are you? As he approached the entrance, the suited gentleman noticed him and, puffing out his chest, strode elegantly toward him. You must be Xu Haoran, the esteemed proprietor? Yes, and you are? Xu Haoran scrutinized the stranger, noting that his attire was not typical of someone he would know. Before the man could respond, Xu Haoran continued. Oh, I see. You must be here to purchase chickens, right? Who referred you? How many are you looking to buy? The suited man smiled, his eyes glinting. Indeed, I am here to acquire chickens. I have heard commendable things about the quality of your poultry, and if feasible, I would like to purchase them all. That's quite an endeavor, but I must inform you that several restaurant owners have already reserved a significant quantity. If you wish to proceed, I can only reserve half for you. Upon hearing the man's interest, Xu Haoran's demeanor shifted to one of eager flattery. After all, the customer is king, particularly when he is of such apparent stature. Of course, everything is negotiable, but first, you should come inside to see the chickens. The suited man flashed a warm smile. Certainly, the chickens are right inside. Please feel free to take a look. Xu Haoran gestured for the man to enter. With a gleam in his eye, the suited man followed Xu Haoran into the spacious yard, which was ample in size, as rural areas are seldom lacking in land. One half of the yard was designated for leisure, while the other half was encased in a net, housing chickens and ducks, permeated by the unmistakable odor of poultry droppings. As they entered the yard, the suited man glanced around and, noticing the absence of anyone else, narrowed his eyes. Unbeknownst to Xu Haoran, a slender, spider-like appendage stealthily emerged from the suited man's back, silently closing the door behind them. Ah, you even closed the door for me. A city dweller truly understands manners. Xu Haoran remarked cheerfully as he turned to see the door shut. The suited man merely smiled, saying nothing. Xu Haoran pointed to the adjacent net enclosure and said, There are my chickens. What do you think? The suited man, having relaxed significantly after closing the door, approached the gate, observing the chickens and ducks. To be honest, they do appear quite robust and healthy, he remarked, though he had little knowledge to substantiate this claim. Xu Haoran puffed out his chest with confidence. Of course, they are nurtured with my unique feed. Tom, come here. Xu Haoran called out, and a small blue and white cat promptly appeared at his side. The suited man regarded the cat with indifference, merely a feline in his eyes. Casually, he remarked, I heard that you, Xu, began raising chickens right after graduating from Beast Tamer High School. Truly impressive for someone so young. Xu Haoran waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I'm just a simple farmer. It's nothing to boast about. By the way, may I ask your name? Please, just call me Lu. Lu Guxing, the man replied. Oh, Mr. Lu, what an intriguing name. Xu Haoran nodded appreciatively, then began to flatter. I'm merely a farmer, not at all comparable to someone like you. Just look at your refined appearance. Far cleaner than my own. Lu Guxing raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, my apologies. Xu Haoran suddenly realized his blunder and quickly corrected himself. I meant to say you have a distinguished look, a true embodiment of success. He gave Lu Guxing a thumbs up. Not quite. I merely engage in modest business ventures. However, I have heard that you lack the talent for beast taming. Is that true? Lu Guxing probed, his tone testing. Yes, I do lack the talent for beast taming. Alas, it is best not to dwell on it. Xu Haoran sighed and shook his head. Lu Guxing nodded. Then there is no issue. He cast a furtive glance at Xu Haoran, noticing the subtle movement beneath the fabric of his suit, as if something within were writhing. Your cat is rather charming. Is it a pet beast? Not quite. It's just an ordinary cat, Xu Haoran replied with a smile. Oh, Mr. Lu, look at me. I have yet to offer you a glass of water after all this time. Please, have a seat. I shall fetch you some. No need, Xu. You are too courteous. I am not thirsty, Lu Guxing said, following Xu Haoran closely, his eyes narrowing as he observed Xu's retreating figure, the movement beneath his suit growing more pronounced. Really? It's just a glass of water. It won't take long. Please, have a seat. I will be right back, Xu Haoran insisted, cheerfully walking towards the kitchen while turning back to Lu Guxing. Very well, Lu Guxing nodded. As Xu Haoran entered the kitchen, Lu Guxing meticulously scanned the area, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras before nodding in satisfaction. The absence of cameras made his task significantly easier. After surveying the surroundings, he glanced towards the kitchen, his formerly warm smile gradually fading into a chilling expression. Xu Haoran appeared quite ordinary, matching the description in the records without deviation. He seemed to be nothing more than an unremarkable individual devoid of any talent. Thus, there was no need to remain here any longer. A smile once more graced his lips as he strode toward the kitchen, his suit revealing several protrusions at the back, as if something within sought to burst forth. Mr. Xu, no need for water. Upon entering the backyard, he chanced upon Xu Haoran busily engaged in the spacious kitchen. Xu Haoran was at the countertop, clutching a small white pouch, constantly adding a white powder to the teapot. Lu Guxing observed this scene, momentarily rendered speechless. Xu Haoran, hearing a sound, lifted his gaze and found Lu Guxing staring at him from not far away, lost in thought. Chapter 29. What of trust between people? The atmosphere in the courtyard grew somewhat awkward. Xu Haoran glanced down at the powder in his hand before looking back at Lu Guxing, his expression slightly uncomfortable. Well, it's hot, and I'm saying this powder is for reducing heat. Do you believe me? Do you really think I would? Lu Guxing forced a smile. Thank you, Mr. Xu, for preparing me a remedy for heat. Yes, indeed, a remedy for heat. Lu boss, you truly are a person of great insight. Understanding this so well. If it were an ordinary person, they might suspect I was trying to poison them. But seeing you, Lu boss, it's clear you're well versed in traditional Chinese medicine. Xu Haoran nodded vigorously, his lips curving into a broad grin that revealed 2 rows of pearly white teeth. He then casually tossed the remaining powder into a small water tank beside him, picking up a cup of tea as he approached Lu Guxing. After all, Xu Haoran seldom used that water tank. Tom closely followed Xu Haoran, behaving as obediently as a common house cat. Lu Guxing chose not to respond, merely watching Xu Haoran approach in silence, remaining utterly still. Once Xu Haoran passed by him, Lu Guxing trailed behind, narrowing his eyes at Xu Haoran's retreating figure. Suddenly, a sharp, jarring sound erupted behind Xu Haoran. He halted abruptly, turning around to see Tom wielding a long sword, just in time to block a spider leg protruding from behind Lu Guxing. His complexion shifted as he retreated a few steps. Was this a fusion of man and beast? No, this was beastification. Only a top-tier beast master could achieve such a feat. Beast masters of royal rank and above possess exclusive abilities, enabling them to fuse partially with their pets and utilize parts of their bodies. Mr. Lu clearly does not trust me. I offer you tea, and yet you intend to slay me. Xu Haoran exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Lu Guxing remained silent, shock written across his face as he struggled to comprehend what lay before him. A cat, wielding a sword, had intercepted his attack. While it was not strange for a cat to exist or for a sword to block an attack, it was indeed bizarre for a cat to wield a sword. Disregarding the fact that this cat did not resemble a ferocious beast, why on earth would it use a sword? He had never heard of any ferocious beast employing a sword. Why would a mere cat forego its claws or supernatural abilities to wield a sword? This was truly preposterous. He widened his eyes, suddenly feeling an overwhelming force emanating from the sword. Taking advantage of the momentum, he somersaulted backward, landing in the courtyard to evade Tom's sword. Locking eyes with Xu Haoran from a distance. What on earth is this cat? He stared incredulously at Tom, who now resembled an ancient swordsman, sword in hand. A serious expression adorning its feline face, exuding an air reminiscent of a chivalrous hero from bygone eras. Was this truly a cat? Did that earnest expression indicate seriousness? Meow? Tom seemed to respond to Lu Guxing with a single cry. Xu Haoran sighed. Alas, what of trust between people? You just claimed you were willing to trust me. I merely offered you a bit of powder, and you sought to kill me. He placed the teapot on a nearby chair, and though he knew the other would not believe him, the fact that Lu Guxing intended to take his life still pained him deeply. Ouch! Such agony. Lu Guxing's lips twitched, You are aware that you just attempted to drug me. How did you discover my intentions? Doubt clouded his thoughts. Surely he had disguised himself well. How could the other discern his ulterior motives so swiftly? Xu Haoran's feigned distress morphed into a cold smirk. The bulge at your waist, isn't that a handgun? Do you take me for blind? Lu Guxing froze, glancing down at his waist in surprise. His expression faltered as he cast a peculiar glance at Xu Haoran before retrieving the protruding object. It was a rolled-up white sheet of paper, an A4 page. Xu Haoran stared in disbelief as Lu Guxing produced the A4 paper. He was utterly dumbfounded. Not a gun, but A4 paper? The two exchanged glances. The atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Guess I was mistaken. This is unexpected. Xu Haoran chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Haha, my apologies. I thought it was a handgun. I've offended too many people lately, and I assumed they had sent someone to kill me. Xu Haoran offered a sheepish smile. The man in the suit asked, so just how many people have you offended? And what is the story with this cat? Is it a human disguise? Yet the man in the suit did not linger on this. What truly concerned him was Tom. He stared intently at the cat standing guard before Xu Haoran. The cat's claws were more agile than human hands, deftly gripping the sword's hilt. What difference was there between this and a human? You see how you speak? It makes me question your eyesight. This cat has whiskers. How could it be human? Xu Haoran rolled his eyes in exasperation. What is it then? I have never encountered such a ferocious beast. Could it be a mutated species? Lu Guxing regarded Tom cautiously, aware that mutations could lead to entirely new breeds, often more formidable than their predecessors. This is simply an ordinary cat, Xu Haoran replied, exasperatedly raising his hands. An ordinary cat? You claim a cat wielding a sword is something a regular cat could do? He watched as Tom's mouth opened wide, displaying an expression of human-like seriousness, his thoughts racing. All right, you've asked enough questions. It's time for me to inquire. Who are you? Xu Haoran's demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice turning cold. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit regained his gentlemanly composure, slowly unrolling the A4 paper in his hand, revealing information regarding Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran, born into an ordinary working-class family. Both parents were esteemed beast masters. Years ago, they perished in a battle against ferocious beasts. Following their demise, he was taken in by his uncle's family. Excelling academically in Beastmaster High School, he once pursued the class beauty but was rejected. At 18, after testing without any Beastmaster aptitude, he abandoned the idea of attending Beastmaster University, thereby losing all hope of being with the class beauty. While out training, he discovered an egg of the Baiyun Qing Tian python, which his uncle's family seized, leaving him homeless and orphaned. A year ago, he ventured into entrepreneurship, establishing a breeding farm that has since flourished. Without the talent to command beasts, nor having contracted any high-level spiritual creatures, I perused your records and found them utterly unremarkable, lacking any noteworthy distinctions, save for the establishment of this modest breeding farm, which may very well be the sole pride of your existence. Yet, I must concede that I have indeed underestimated you. This feline companion of yours serves as ample evidence of your extraordinary nature. After finishing the review, Lu Guxing fixed his gaze upon Xu Haoran and the cat by his side, his eyes betraying a hint of caution. Initially, he had assumed Xu Haoran to be a mere wastrel, as indicated in the documents. But he was taken aback to discover the presence of such a peculiar creature at Xu's side. This was too excessive. They had even uncovered the incident of my confession to the class flower being rejected. How could such a humiliating affair be investigated? Who was the scoundrel that divulged this? Why are you probing into my affairs? Who employed you to do so? Xu Haoran remained unflustered, his composure intact. Such matters could not possibly render him too ashamed to face the world. After all, what was a public rejection of the class flower? He had long since forgotten such a mortifying episode. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate the adversary, thereby ensuring this incident remains buried in the annals of his disgrace. Do you believe you are entitled to this knowledge? Withholding the identity of the employer is a fundamental tenet among us underground detectives. Lu Guxing retorted with an air of arrogance. Underground detectives? Is that even a profession? Xu Haoran raised an eyebrow. I think you should prioritize your own safety before concerning yourself with such trivial matters. Lu Guxing tore the A4 paper in his hand and smiled at Xu Haoran and his feline companion, Tom. Your cat is indeed quite exceptional. But do you really think it can contend with me? Xu Haoran scratched his head in confusion. Why not? Ha! Lu Guxing's robust form trembled, his expression turning serious. It is precisely because I am a king-level beast master. Don't think that even if you were a genius, your age could possibly measure up against the decades of my arduous endeavors. I have faced countless life and death crises over the years. What qualifications do you, a mere recent graduate, have to compare yourself to me? As he spoke, 8 spider-like legs suddenly erupted from his back, and with a flash of white light, a colossal spider materialized, gracefully descending beside him. Following this, 2 more monstrous creatures emerged from the shadows. Above his neck, a purple centipede, roughly the size of a human, extended its head, while on his right side, a majestic white tiger slowly appeared. To his left stood a massive red spider. The opponent possessed 3 beasts, and each exuded a formidable aura, far from being mere weaklings. The spider that had attacked Xu Haoran must have been the one he summoned. These 3 beasts comprised 1 elite level, 1 beast king level, and 1 monarch level creature. Now, do you comprehend why you cannot? He spread his arms, relishing in Xu Haoran's fear. Impressive. So you are indeed a king level beast master. Xu Haoran's expression transformed into one of astonished trepidation, as Lu Guxing had anticipated. I have never encountered a king level beast master, nor have I seen a monarch level creature before. Mr. Lu, spare my life. Xu Haoran pleaded repeatedly, nearly prostrating himself before Lu Guxing. I am but an ordinary person. Please, do not hold my minor faults against me, and let me go. Observing Xu Haoran's abject fear, Lu Guxing felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet he had no intention of sparing him. Though you plead for mercy, my employer demands a life. A bounty of 1 million awaits should I eliminate you. There is no alternative. Your demise is inevitable today. You shall. Before he could finish, an intense chill coursed through his body, causing every hair to stand on end. An instinctual warning surged within him, as if 2 shadowy figures had appeared before him. Reflexively, he rolled to the side, swiftly vacating his prior position. Simultaneously, Tom, the cat, crouched low, then propelled himself forcefully against the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire feline transformed into a fleeting shadow, ghosting toward the red spider. And with a swift stroke, struck down. Clash! A brilliant flash of cold light. Though the spider reacted swiftly, attempting to launch an attack with its web, Tom sidestepped and, in a blur, reappeared beside the spider, piercing its head before it could even react. Meow, meow meow, meow 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 meow. Sword technique, sword demon-s dance. Tom, with an icy demeanor, executed the strike with effortless grace. Meanwhile, the other 2 beasts summoned by Lu Guxing were met with dire consequences. The centipede on his back appeared to be pierced by some invisible spike, having shielded its master from an attack, or else it would have been Lu Guxing facing death. The white tiger, on the other hand, was skewered through from left to right by a sharp projectile, blood gushing from its wounds. At that moment, it was lifted into the air, howling in agony. Strangely, while Tom's actions were visible, the other assaults remained unseen, leaving Lu Guxing bewildered. What in the world? My white tiger and purple centipede. Meanwhile, Lu Guxing rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to rest against the wall of the chicken coop, eyes wide with terror as he beheld the spot where he had just stood. The beasts he had summoned, the purple centipede and the white tiger, were now suspended in the void, wailing in despair. It appeared as though invisible spikes had pierced through their bodies, with the centipede sporting a green blood hole in its head, and the tiger's body riddled with a gaping wound that emitted smoke, as though corroded. The white tiger, gasping for breath, let out a few final cries before falling silent. What is this thing? Seeing his white tiger and purple centipede so grievously injured, his heart bled with anguish. These were the creatures he had painstakingly nurtured over the years, and now they had been slaughtered so easily. Chapter 30. Conditions, Concealed Intentions. Within the courtyard, Lu Guxing clenched his fists, his face a stormy shade of rage. His tattered suit, now stained with chicken droppings and mud, was of no concern to him in this moment. He could hardly believe his eyes. Had he truly witnessed his 3 beasts being obliterated in an instant? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced it must be an illusion. Yet, regardless of how fervently he attempted to clear his vision, the reality remained. His 3 spiritual creatures lay on the brink of death, with even the monarch-level volcanic spider having been struck through the brain. Tom continued to stir, ensuring that the spider was dead beyond recovery. Gurgle, gurgle. At that instant, 2 towering monstrosities slowly revealed themselves. They were grotesque creatures. Elongated heads encased in black shells. Lacking eyes, they bore teeth as fearsome as a shark's. Behind them, scorpion-like tails emerged from invisibility, the very appendages that had pierced his beasts' bodies. These creatures were far more intimidating in appearance than Tom and Godzilla. Fierce and menacing. It was evident that this was no ordinary beast, but an alien creature. Its appearance alone was undoubtedly terrifying. The viscous slime dripping from its body corroded the ground beneath, emitting noxious fumes. Both its saliva and blood were highly corrosive acids, and the sharp claws, coupled with a stinger-like tail reminiscent of a scorpion, were more fearsome and pointed than those of any infernal harbinger of death. What on earth was this monstrosity? Upon sighting it, Lu Guxing instinctively took a step back. These ghastly entities exuded an aura of peril. They were clearly monsters born solely for the purpose of slaughter. You feigned weakness on purpose, and you deceitfully ensnared me. At this moment, Lu Guxing's realization dawned upon him. The fear and trepidation exhibited by the other party had likely been a mere act. His countenance darkened to an extreme. After countless brushes with death, he never anticipated that he would falter this time, deceived by a mere fledgling who had only just graduated. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran exhibited no trace of fear. He nonchalantly retrieved a chair from the side and sat at the entrance of the backyard. Two aliens stood obediently beside him, their tails entwined around two spirit beasts, while Tom, sheathing his longsword, approached Xu Haoran with his chest puffed out, as if to say, "Look, am I not impressive?" Xu Haoran, with a grin and legs crossed, leisurely observed, recalling how audaciously he had threatened to eliminate me earlier. "Now it was my turn to interrogate you. Who are you? I suggest you respond thoughtfully, otherwise, well." Lu Guxing's eyes flickered. "Let us negotiate. I will divulge everything you wish to know if you spare me." Xu Haoran, casually trimming his nails, responded, "Do you truly believe you have the standing to negotiate?" To his surprise, he had easily resolved the adversary's spirit beast issue, which left him somewhat astonished at the simplicity of it all. It was indeed Tom and the aliens who were formidable. His aliens possessed the ability to become invisible, striking unseen, making them natural assassins. Lu Guxing's gaze momentarily flickered. "I have 1 billion in my bank account. If you let me go, I shall grant you 900 million and reveal all you wish to know." 1 billion? Xu Haoran raised an eyebrow, his heart racing. Good heavens! The other party possessed such wealth? If it all became his, he could establish an extravagant breeding farm. No, with such funds, why even bother with a breeding farm? He could simply indulge in life. Perhaps he could even lavishly support the fair-skinned and beautiful Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan, enjoying their servitude of fetching him tea and water. In due time, he would certainly acquire the most extravagant duplex villa in the finest neighborhood. Then, he would treat himself to a lavish 98 yuan all-you-can-eat barbecue feast. Haha. Lost in his daydreams, Xu Haoran snapped back to reality, clearing his throat. Ahem, do you think I am the sort who lacks money? Xu Haoran clapped the armrest of his chair, causing Lu Guxing's heart to leap. 900 million meant nothing to him. How could someone be so wealthy? I want 10 billion. Yet Xu Haoran's next words nearly sent Lu Guxing tumbling to the ground. It wasn't he that 900 million lacked allure, but rather 10 billion was far more advantageous. Fine, I shall give you 10 billion, but you must let me go. Lu Guxing gritted his teeth. How could this scoundrel be so greedy? Agreed, but you still haven't answered my question. Xu Haoran narrowed his eyes. Who are you? I am Guxing, the most renowned private investigator in the underground market of Rongqing, taking on various investigations and casework. Upon Xu Haoran's acquiescence, Guxing exhaled in relief, recounting the details. You can consider me a detective, albeit a private one. 2 hours ago, someone hired me to investigate you, promising me 1 million if I could eliminate you. 1 million? Xu Haoran was taken aback. His life was valued at such a sum? Who sent you to investigate me? 2 hours ago. The other party was remarkably swift in finding him. The Li family, Li Feiyu. He commissioned me to investigate you, claiming you had stolen something from his son in the brick forest. His son had offended 2 families and nearly sullied the Li family's reputation. The Li family? Li Fei? Xu Haoran's eyelids twitched. Was it this fellow? He had thought it was Su Hu. But then again, Su Hu lacked such wealth. Yet the Li family was a bit petty. Instead of confirming whether he had stolen the spirit tail king snake, they sought to have him killed. That was a ruthless mindset. That asked the situation. Can you let me go now? Guxing fixed his gaze on Xu Haoran, awaiting his response. Xu Haoran shook his head. Not yet. Guxing frowned. Why not? I have told you everything you wish to know. You promised me. His heart grew wary. Xu Haoran was inscrutable, and he dared not underestimate him even slightly. I promised you money in exchange for your freedom, but if you leave now, who will pay me? Xu Haoran stood up. The Li family could wait. Securing his own funds was paramount. But you want to let me go to the bank. How can I give you the money? Guxing furrowed his brow. Xu Haoran shook his head. I don't care. Once you leave, you want to be able to pay me. Besides, what if you run away in the crowd at the bank? Guxing fell silent. After a moment, he proposed. Or I can pledge some items to you. As a private investigator, I am privy to many secrets. I have compiled these secrets into this USB drive. It contains information that could save my life. You could use it to blackmail anyone within it for at least 1 million. He produced a USB drive from his pocket and tossed it at Xu Haoran's feet. Xu Haoran eyed the USB drive, his hand reaching for it without a second thought. However, just as he bent down, Guxing unexpectedly produced a flying knife and hurled it towards Xu Haoran. Without a glance back, he pivoted and leaped over the wall. Laughing maniacally, haha, you fool, you think you can demand money from me? Try again in your next life. Clang. Tom intervened, intercepting the flying knife. However, he could not prevent Guxing's escape. Guxing had no intention of killing Xu Haoran. After throwing the knife, he planned to flee. He would return for vengeance another day. Yet, Ambition often clashes with reality. Just as he leaped into the air, he felt an unseen force piercing towards him. Thud! His body was instantly pierced by an invisible spike. Subsequently, that invisible spike swiftly retracted along with his plummeting form back into the courtyard. Ugh, ugh. Guxing's eyes widened in horror as he looked down at his chest. It had been penetrated. A sharp pain surged through his heart, and he helplessly watched as he was dragged back into the courtyard. Upon his return, he beheld a black alien materializing beside him, its grotesque and elongated head aimed directly at his face, its drooling maw instilling dread, and its razor-sharp teeth sent chills down his spine. Devoid of eyes, it was precisely this lack that rendered the monster all the more terrifying. It was a fearsome beast, akin to the two creatures encountered earlier. Yet, upon turning his gaze, Xu Haoran discovered that two more monsters flanked him. Not merely two. This scoundrel harbored even more of such creatures. Chapter 31. I will take care of your wife. Help me. In the courtyard, a sharp tail pierced through the chest of Guxing. He was engulfed in terror, enduring the agony as he turned to Xu Haoran, who was not far away. Blood froth spilled from his mouth. He felt as though death was imminent. His heart had also sustained injury, and without immediate aid, he would surely perish. Clap, clap, clap. Xu Haoran applauded, and the alien seemed to grasp his intent, slowly withdrawing the cold, piercing tail from Guxing's face. Guxing's racing heart began to stabilize slightly. Yet he gazed at Xu Haoran, blood spilling from his lips. I can pay you. Please, save me. He gasped for breath. His visage grotesque with blood. Xu Haoran approached, observing the gaping wound in Guxing's chest with a serious expression. Rest assured, I will save you. But first, tell me where your bank card is, and what the password is. Hurry, or I fear you might die, and the money would go unspent. It would be a boon for the bank. Xu Haoran urged, a note of urgency in his voice. Guxing raised a trembling hand, pointing at Xu Haoran. You. Don't just point at me. Quickly tell me the bank card password. Oh, and where is your family? Don't worry, I will take care of your wife. And if you have a daughter, I will look after her too. But all of this requires money. Hurry up and reveal the password. Ugh. Guxing's body convulsed violently at the mention of his wife's care. However, he summoned the last of his strength, flipping his wrist to produce a small piece of paper, which he handed to Xu Haoran. Please. He knew Xu Haoran would not save him. His eyes clouded, blood trickling from his mouth, as if there were other requests he wished to make. Yet, in the end, not a single word escaped his lips, and with a final tilt of his head, he fell silent. Hey, don't die. You haven't told me if you have a wife or where your money is. Xu Haoran slapped Guxing's face, only to find no response, leaving him exasperated. Even if he didn't need to care for Guxing's wife, at least he should be informed of her whereabouts. But what was this note? Xu Haoran picked up the paper that had slipped from Guxing's hand. Upon inspection, he discovered a series of addresses and numbers. Number 18. Donghua Street, Rongqing? A storage locker? One seemed to be a residential address. 3 others appeared to be storage locations, complete with passwords. Is this a way to obtain money? Xu Haoran glanced at the time, 5 in the afternoon. Donghua Road was indeed in Rongqing. He had to go out anyway, so after a brief contemplation, he resolved to investigate this place. Before departing, however, he thoroughly searched Guxing. From him, he retrieved 2 hidden mobile phones, several cleverly concealed small knives, a set of keys, presumably to his home, and a ring, which was a storage ring. Yet it was unusable, bound to Guxing's blood. Storage rings come in 2 varieties, low-grade and high-grade. Low-grade rings cannot be bound and merely serve to hold items, accessible to anyone. High-grade rings, however, bind to the owner's blood, allowing only the rightful owner to retrieve items. To extract anything without being the owner would require extraordinary strength, which Xu Haoran evidently lacked. The ring was essentially useless, yet he did not discard it. Instead, he placed it in his bag, holding on to the hope that he might one day unlock its secrets. Having collected Guxing's belongings, Xu Haoran inserted the USB drive into his computer. Guxing had claimed it contained numerous secrets of significant individuals. Would there be scandalous scenes of influential figures caught in compromising situations? Xu Haoran felt a warmth in his nostrils, as if something was on the verge of surfacing. Would it be inappropriate for him, having only recently come of age, to witness such matters? After all, he was a model youth, and indulging in such content hardly aligned with his commendable character. Thus, he resolved to merely take a glance before shutting it down. However, disappointment awaited him. It wasn't that the USB drive held nothing. Rather, it was completely locked. Damn, why didn't you mention the password sooner? He lamented, having anticipated something thrilling. He had expected to find evidence of Rongqing's elite caught in scandalous acts, but instead, he was met with a sense of disillusionment. He stowed the USB drive back in his bag and exited the premises. As for Guxing and the 3 monster corpses, after extracting their cores, Xu Haoran distributed them equally among Godzilla and the aliens. Godzilla received the highest-ranking spider, while the remaining creatures were given to the aliens. As for Tom, Xu Haoran reserved 4 tiger legs for him, freezing them for later consumption, as he too wished to savor the taste of tiger legs. But now, he needed to venture out with Tom. Godzilla and the aliens were ill-suited for public exposure. Godzilla had only just entered the public eye, and he feared being noticed by those with ulterior motives. The aliens, with their terrifying visages, were equally unfit for the public sphere. He worried they might be reported by the local matron before they even left the village. Tom was the most suitable pet to accompany him. Not only could he provide protection, but he also wouldn't raise any suspicions. With Tom in tow, Xu Haoran hopped on his small motorcycle, heading towards Donghua Street. He was currently in the suburbs, while Donghua Street lay in the city center. Not only was it in the city center, but a quick search on his map revealed it to be a villa district. Noting the considerable distance, Xu Haoran opted to abandon his electric bike and hailed a taxi. Approximately half an hour later, the taxi dropped Xu Haoran off near a residential complex. At the entrance stood 2 burly middle-aged security guards, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of soldiers. They immediately took note of Xu Haoran, their demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. However, Xu Haoran remained unflustered, approaching the entrance and presenting the access card from Guxing's keychain to the scanner. Beep, beep. The scanner failed to recognize it. The 2 guards began to close in on Xu Haoran, and a bead of sweat formed on his brow as he hastily switched to another access card. This time, it worked. The iron gate creaked open, accompanied by a pleasant mechanical voice. Welcome, esteemed owner, home. Only then did the guards relax their stance. Xu Haoran wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling the adrenaline surge. Had he failed to open the door, those guards would likely have tackled him to the ground. Ignoring the guards, Xu Haoran proceeded deeper into the complex. Building 16. Each villa is marked with a number. The one assigned by Lone Star is 16. Following the numbers, he soon arrived at the location of Villa 16, a spacious yard exceeding 100 square meters, accompanied by a grand 3-story residence. Xu Haoran was taken aback upon seeing this villa. Are private detectives so affluent nowadays? Perhaps he should consider a career change to become a private investigator himself. After all, public services are affordable, while private ones tend to charge a premium. Lacking any experience in this field, he remained uncertain. He murmured to himself, then glanced at the door locked beside the entrance. It, too, required a card for access. Xu Haoran attempted to use the access card, and with a click, the door swung open, revealing a courtyard filled with an array of flowers and plants. After casting a quick glance around to ensure no one was watching, he stepped into the yard. A path of bluestone led directly from the entrance. The lawn was adorned with various colorful blossoms, and there was even a small vegetable patch amidst the expansive greenery. The villa itself was an extravagant 3-story edifice. As Xu Haoran approached the entrance, he intended to open the door, but before he could, it creaked open on its own. Inside, a figure of exquisite beauty emerged before Xu Haoran's eyes. Chapter 32. One bite too much. Did I not tell you to roll as far away as you can? What are you doing back here? A woman clad in a nightgown, her figure delightfully voluptuous, appeared before Xu Haoran. She seemed to assume that the person returning was Lone Star, but upon realizing it was an unfamiliar youth, her words faltered. Indeed, he was youthful, appearing quite innocent compared to her mature demeanor. His features were somewhat naive, and he looked utterly bewildered, as though he were unaware of the unfolding events. Xu Haoran noticed the alluring woman was equally perplexed, especially when her gaze fell upon her own ample curves barely concealed beneath the lace trim. His heart raced uncontrollably. As a pure-hearted young man, he had never encountered such an intoxicating sight. If her attire were any looser, he felt he might witness a scene of blooming peach blossoms in full splendor. Yua, the enchanting woman, initially puzzled by Xu Haoran's identity, instinctively lowered her gaze to where he was staring. Noticing her significant exposure, she gasped and quickly covered her bosom. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to. Bang. Before Xu Haoran could finish his sentence, the door was abruptly shut. His face flushed crimson as he scratched his head, even though he had seen his fair share of spectacles. Witnessing such an electrifying scene made his cheeks burn and his heart race. It was overwhelmingly stimulating. Most notably, he had not anticipated the presence of a woman here. Did he dare to think she might be Lone Star's wife? Was she truly entrusted with the care of his spouse? Who are you? The woman's voice, sharp yet melodious, pierced through the air. I am a friend of Lone Star. Recalling that this was Lone Star's key, Xu Haoran's mind quickly turned. Creak. Seconds later, the door swung open once more, revealing the same alluring woman. Judging by her age, she appeared to be around 27 or 28. Precisely the age of a captivating young matron. However, she had now changed into a dress. Upon noticing Xu Haoran's awkward demeanor, She scrutinized his flushed face and, seeing no malice in his expression, nodded slightly. Come in. Her expression was peculiar, filled with curiosity as she invited Xu Haoran inside. Are you home alone? Would it be inappropriate for me to enter? Xu Haoran instinctively inquired. This prompted the woman to regard him with renewed interest. The embarrassment and shyness on his face seemed genuine, not an act. He truly appeared to be a naive youth, and this realization sparked a hint of amusement within her. Initially uncertain, she now strongly suspected that Xu Haoran was indeed an innocent young man. She glanced behind him, finding only empty space, with Xu Haoran and a silly blue cat in sight. This relaxed her, and her mind began to race. Could it be that Lone Star, aware of her lack of male companionship, had sent her a clean slate? Oddly enough, she found herself quite pleased with the notion. Come on in, little brother. It's just me in this room. What is there to fear? The woman's eyes sparkled with allure, and her voice dripped with seduction, causing Xu Haoran to feel overwhelmed. I'm not a child. Xu Haoran frowned. At 21, plus his previous life experiences, he was indeed no child. Oh. The woman instinctively glanced at Xu Haoran's lower half, licking her lips. Well, you might indeed be quite grown up. Come in, if Lone Star sent you to me. Is he deceased? Xu Haoran inhaled sharply. How did she know? When she did not receive an immediate response, she turned to Xu Haoran, noticing the astonishment in his eyes. Is it true? Is Lone Star really dead? Hearing this, he realized her guess was merely an assumption. May I ask, what is your relationship with Mr. Lone Star? Xu Haoran probed cautiously. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded affirmatively. He didn't even have the chance to tell you my identity. It seems he truly has passed. Likely, it was quite sudden. Xu Haoran fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Should he admit that it was indeed true, that he had been the cause of Lone Star's demise? Or perhaps he should simply extend his condolences. He had no knowledge of her identity. What if she were an enemy of Lone Star? What if Lone Star had intentionally given him this address to ensnare him? He had been careless, failing to ascertain the situation before entering. He should have feigned a delivery and assessed the circumstances first. Come in. This time, the woman extended a genuine invitation, stepping confidently into the house. After a brief hesitation, Xu Haoran followed suit. With Tom by his side, what could she possibly do to him? Besides, she seemed equally unsettled. Once inside the villa, Xu Haoran cursed the avarice of the wealthy. Crystal chandeliers, 100-square-meter living room. This space was nearly comparable to a house at his chicken farm. Sit down. Would you like something to drink? Milk or water? I have both. As she gestured for him to take a seat on the couch, her natural charm stirred a wave of excitement within Xu Haoran. Water is fine, though juice would be even better. He stole a glance at her ample curves, which were certainly more pronounced than Zhao Sahan's. However, her attire was far bolder. Even in a dress, the depths of her allure were evident. All right, I'll juice some for you. Just tell me how much you'd like. The beautiful woman smiled brightly, appearing quite pleased. She seemed to be a foe of Lone Star. Otherwise, how could she be so cheerful at his demise? Yet Xu Haoran dared not be too certain. She could also be an accomplice or an adversary. After pondering, he finally said, There's no need for that. I can pour myself a glass of water. Xu Haoran approached the water dispenser, retrieved a disposable cup, and filled it with water for himself. Then, feigning casualness, he inquired, By the way, I still don't know. Are you Mr. Lone Star's? I am a woman who once encountered him, she replied. At that time, I was intoxicated, and he took advantage of me. If you must say, I despise him, one might consider me his adversary. Adversary? Xu Haoran's heart stirred. The woman was not Mr. Lone Star's wife, but rather his foe. However, Mr. Lone Star had given him this address before his demise, presumably wishing for him to visit. You truly are not Mr. Lone Star's wife? Xu Haoran remained cautious. Of course not. Aside from that drunken encounter, I have never had any further relations with him. However, this villa was indeed purchased for me by him, she said nonchalantly. What does this even mean? Xu Haoran's forehead furrowed with confusion. The man had had his way with her, then bought her a villa? She resided in Mr. Lone Star's villa yet regarded him as an enemy? Allow me to untangle this. The connections were rather convoluted. The woman seemed aware of her unclear statements and clarified. My name is Lu Ruyan. Everything I said is true. I truly detest him, yet after our encounter, it seems he fell for me. Subsequently, he has been sending me money and purchasing various gifts, villas, jewelry, luxury cars. He has given me so much. However, I do not feel grateful. In fact, I have used the money he provided to engage in minor business ventures. I see no issue with it. It is what he owes me. If not for his formidable background, I would have long since sent him away. A hint of coldness crept into Lu Ruyan's previously charming demeanor. Xu Haoran began to comprehend the situation. This was a tale of unrequited love, it seemed, with Mr. Lone Star having developed feelings after their encounter. With a figure and visage like hers, it was no wonder he fell for her. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that Mr. Lone Star would act like a devoted admirer. purchasing a villa and luxury items for her. Yet she appeared unappreciative, accepting only the wealth while her words dripped with disdain and animosity, seemingly sincere. Is that so? Xu Haoran nodded, pondering. He then retrieved a note from his pocket. I am Xu Haoran, a somewhat unfamiliar friend of his. He left us a legacy, stored in several lockers. Before his passing, he mentioned that the assets retrieved from those would be shared equally between us. Here are the addresses. Would you prefer we go together, or shall I retrieve them and share the spoils with you? Rest assured, I would not deprive you of a single cent. Realizing Lu Ruyan was also a pitiable soul, Xu Haoran had no intention of taking advantage of her. Lockers? Lu Ruyan took the note he handed her and glanced at the addresses. Her brows furrowed. No, we cannot retrieve anything from the first locker. Chapter 33. The Legacy of Mr. Lone Star, Auxiliary on the Expressway. Oh, Xu Haoran looked at Lu Ruyan in confusion. What is wrong with the first one? There is a significant issue. Lu Ruyan replied solemnly. It contains a bomb. Whoever attempts to retrieve it will die. Xu Haoran's heart raced as he exclaimed, a bomb? What does that mean? Pointing to the first address, Lu Ruyan explained, I had little interaction with him. I genuinely despise him. So aside from accepting his money, we had no further connection. However, he had informed me about this address, stating it was a trap. Anyone who goes there will surely be killed by the bomb inside. Her expression was grave, devoid of deceit. Xu Haoran felt a chill run down his spine. A bomb. By heavens. Mr. Lone Star was quite the schemer. Had Lu Ruyan not warned him, would he have ventured there? Moreover, had he gone first, what might have transpired? Xu Haoran inhaled sharply. Truly, a private investigator indeed. Exhibiting cunning even in death. He was resolute in ensuring Lu Ruyan received her share of the inheritance, had he not intended for her to partake. He might have already met his end. Lu Ruyan continued. At the time, I did not understand why he emphasized this matter repeatedly. Now I comprehend. He must have sent you to find me, yes? Fortunately, you came to seek me out. Had you gone alone? She flashed a coy smile and settled beside Xu Haoran, remaining silent yet playful. Xu Haoran chuckled awkwardly, shifting slightly away from Lu Ruyan. The fragrance of her perfume, laced with potent allure, stirred an excitement within him. Why so far away, little brother? Are you afraid I might consume you? Lu Ruyan teased, leaning closer, her long, fair legs brushing against his, her breath fragrant as mint. I fear you might not be able to handle it, Xu Haoran retorted, though he quickly reminded himself he was a grown man, unafraid of a woman. Oh, then perhaps I shall have to see if I can manage. Lu Ruyan licked her lips provocatively, her demeanor utterly unpretentious. Xu Haoran found himself questioning whether she had experience in such encounters. Just as Xu Haoran contemplated the possibility of her advancing further, she stepped back, creating distance between them. All right, let us set off now. Xu Haoran blinked in surprise. Set off? Where to? To the lockers you mentioned? Of course. I am genuinely curious about what that scoundrel Mr. Lone Star left behind. Oh, right, yes. When do we depart? Xu Haoran finally understood, casting a regretful glance at her ample figure. Now, of course. My garage is just nearby. Lu Ruyan seized the keys from the table, ready to leave. Xu Haoran hurriedly followed her. Upon seeing the car Lu Ruyan drove, he finally grasped the essence of the affluent world. She was not in a sports car, but rather in a luxurious sedan adorned with a small golden emblem, a clear indication of its exorbitant worth. Little brother, would you like to take this car for a spin? Feel free to snap photos and take it on the highway, she teased even before entering the vehicle. If you're unsure about the highway, I can assist you. Lu Ruyan placed her finger on her red lips, biting her lower lip. This siren. How could anyone withstand such a lure? This woman exhibited not a shred of modesty in the presence of a stranger. No need. I fear crashing it would be beyond my means to compensate. Xu Haoran gritted his teeth, settling into the passenger seat. Ah, this car was purchased by that man, Mr. Lone Star. I never intended to drive it. If it breaks, it breaks. No need for your compensation. If I'm not mistaken, you and he are not particularly close friends, are you? Lu Ruyan's observation made Xu Haoran's heart tighten. She was perceptive, having deduced this much. However, in the subsequent moment, he almost faltered. Do you not wish to sleep with his woman, or drive his car? My darling can always accommodate you. Lu Ruyan's smile was both charming and adorable, and the darling she referred to was, of course, herself. Gulp. Xu Haoran swallowed hard, casting a glance at the towering mountains nearby before quickly averting his gaze. No need, I only sleep with my girlfriend. Lu Ruyan, seated in the driver's seat, appeared somewhat surprised. Oh, you're quite principled. Wait a moment. She fastened her seatbelt and glanced at Xu Haoran with a peculiar expression. You're not still a little virgin, are you? Cough, cough. Xu Haoran cleared his throat several times, his face flushing as he puffed out his chest. I am a virgin, and I take pride in it. Why should it concern you? The youthful innocence on his face made Lu Ruyan take a few more glances. What older woman wouldn't be drawn to such a pure-hearted young man? Especially since, after that incident, She hadn't been with a man for 7 or 8 years. Previously, she had been rather averse to men, but upon seeing Xu Haoran after the demise of her previous partner, she realized that perhaps she didn't harbor such aversion anymore. Was it because of Xu Haoran, or was it simply due to her partner's death? Through a series of tests, she discerned that Xu Haoran was indeed like a naive boy, and she could ascertain that his character was rather commendable. He might not be a paragon of virtue, but he certainly was not a nefarious individual. Otherwise, he would not have confided in her about the locker situation. She was unsure of his relationship with her late partner, but it was evident that they were not familiar acquaintances. Otherwise, he would not have shown so little sorrow at the news of his death. This only piqued her curiosity further. Who exactly was this young man? Driving a sports car along a smooth, unimpeded road, Lu Ruyan, while claiming she had never driven this vehicle before, exhibited remarkable driving skills. In about half an hour, they arrived at the location of the first storage locker. Aside from the one containing a bomb, there were 2 additional lockers awaiting their exploration. The first locker was situated beside a bank in a specialized storage shop, a legitimate establishment for business storage. With the correct password, they could unlock the door. Xu Haoran and Lu Ruyan approached the locker together, entering the password. And with a creak, the iron door swung open. Creak. The 2 leaned in, their faces close together, gazing intently into the locker to discover its contents. To their surprise, the locker was completely empty. Huh, it's empty? Xu Haoran exclaimed, staring at the locker in disbelief. Lu Ruyan was equally astonished. He left me this? Is he playing with me? Just then, Xu Haoran seemed to have discovered something. He retrieved a ring from within the locker. Here's a storage ring. He picked up a ring adorned with a blue gemstone and extended his spiritual energy into it. As soon as his spiritual energy permeated the ring, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed something incredible. What's wrong? Is there something inside? Noticing Xu Haoran's astonished expression, Lu Ruyan leaned in closer. Curiosity piqued. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted forth, and just as Xu Haoran felt his excitement surging, he quickly took a step back, handing the ring to Lu Ruyan. You take a look. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilaration. Lu Ruyan, intrigued, accepted the ring and probed it with her spiritual energy. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing the contents of the ring, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This is all money. Indeed, it was all money. Countless stacks of red bills were neatly arranged within the ring. Just from the sight of those stacks, it seemed there must be at least 100 million. Both of them gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation that her late partner had left behind such a fortune. Phew. Lu Ruyan withdrew her consciousness, her enchanting gaze fixed on Xu Haoran, suddenly sporting a seductive smile. My dear brother, are you certain this money is meant for me? That is quite a sum. Who said it's for you? We'll split it in half. Upon the mention of money, Xu Haoran became serious, completely unfazed by any temptation. Hee. Lu Ruyan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. All right, half each. Our bond remains intact. I knew you had feelings for me. Your cheesy lines won't work on me. Half is still half. Xu Haoran chuckled lightly. A brother without charm like you will have trouble finding a girlfriend. Lu Ruyan playfully scolded Xu Haoran. All right, let us head to the next location. There's nothing else here. Xu Haoran didn't reclaim the ring. They were both present, so there was no escape. Brother, with so much money, you mustn't resort to killing or smuggling. I'll listen to you and everything. Just don't harm me. Lu Ruyan teased Xu Haoran while driving. Really? Xu Haoran was taken aback, then instinctively replied, Of course, it's true. Good. Then I want you to be quiet and drive in peace. Xu Haoran replied. Lu Ruyan, what a brother devoid of charm. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but wonder if Xu Haoran preferred men. With her figure, shouldn't she be the dream of every man? She had certainly put in considerable effort to maintain her physique. After about another hour, they arrived at the second location, which was rather peculiar. It was an arena for beast fights. This world had numerous industries related to beast taming, and the arena was one of them. The arena served as a venue for training and battling pets, allowing them to fight fairly and gain combat experience. However, any gambling-related fights were strictly prohibited. The authorities imposed regulations, allowing bets only through official channels, similar to the World Cup. The arena they arrived at was a medium-sized venue known as the Wanjiu Beast Arena. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, filled to capacity with spectators, evidently captivated by the ongoing battles. However, this had no bearing on Xu Haoran and Lu Ruyan. They located the storage locker area within the arena, specifically locker number 308. The two slowly entered the password, feeling a bit anxious. The previous locker held over 100 million. What could be contained in this one? Creak. The locker door swung open once more, revealing its contents. Chapter 34. Don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting you. I'm merely stating. Lu Ruyan mused. This time, there was something inside. Though it was rather peculiar, a single black cloth bag. It resembled a high-end designer handbag, about the size of a garbage bag, seemingly filled to the brim with something. The seams were tightly stitched. Xu Haoran took out the bag and squeezed it, noting that the contents felt rather hard. What is this? That guy wouldn't have sent us to find it if it were worthless. Lu Ruyin was utterly indifferent to the fate of her late partner. She was solely interested in discovering what lay within the bag. Xu Haoran shook his head. I can't tell. Let me have a look. He slowly opened a small gap, and suddenly, a radiant light flickered from inside. With a whoosh, just a brief glimpse, Xu Haoran quickly closed the bag. What the? Although it was merely a fleeting glance, both Lu Ruyin and Xu Haoran had caught sight of the contents within the bag. Before them lay a collection of glimmering crystals, each one a core harvested from fearsome beasts. A full bag brimming with them. There must be dozens at the very least. Xu Haoran had previously glimpsed that the cores he had seen were likely of elite caliber or higher. Furthermore, he had spotted a particularly transparent core, which was highly likely to be of royal beast grade or even superior. This substantial bounty filled an entire bag. The two exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The royal beast cores began at a staggering 500,000, just as a starting point. Within this collection, the number of royal grade and even higher cores was incalculable. A rough estimate suggested the value could reach into the millions, given that they were permitted to retrieve these treasures. Xu Haoran surmised that they could potentially be sold for over 100 million. Indeed, the solitary star was a person of considerable wealth. Yet, at this moment, all this fortune belonged to them. Xu Haoran began to suspect the solitary star's intentions, likely wishing to leave behind some form of inheritance for Lu Ruyin. It seemed he himself would be the one to reap the benefits. However, Xu Haoran was unconcerned. As long as there was profit to be made, he was satisfied. With such a vast sum, he pondered how many grand houses he could acquire. Let us return to the car first, he suggested. Having collected their prize, the two prepared to head back to their vehicle. But just as they exited the storage room, a voice called out to Xu Haoran, Xu Haoran. A surprised exclamation rang out from a short distance away. Turning to look, Xu Haoran spotted several figures approaching. There were 5 or 6 men, and one of them was someone he recognized very well, Xu Hu. It was truly a case of fate, as he had not anticipated encountering this individual in such a place. Xu Hu appeared equally astonished to see Xu Haoran, especially when his gaze fell upon the woman by Xu Haoran's side. His eyes widened in disbelief. What a stunning woman. Mature, alluring, with a waist like a willow and curves reminiscent of a papaya. Who could resist such beauty? The dress she wore seemed on the verge of bursting at the seams. Not only Xu Hu, but the other men accompanying him were equally captivated. Xu Hu. Xu Haoran called out, his expression somewhat peculiar. Hey, Xu Hu, you know this guy? One of Xu Hu's friends queried. Astonished upon hearing Xu Haoran utter Xu Hu's name, Xu Hu sneered, know him? Of course. This is my brilliant cousin, a worthless fellow devoid of any beast taming talent, incapable of even forming a proper contract with a pet. So tell me, cousin, unable to contract a pet, are you now trying to keep cats? Planning to engage in a cat fight here? There are no other cats to entertain you. Ha ha ha. He directed a mocking gaze towards Tom, who stood beside Xu Haoran, a hint of disdain lacing his laughter. Xu Hu was clearly envious. Why did Xu Haoran always find himself surrounded by beautiful women? Even in that shabby place they had visited last time, he had been accompanied by the likes of Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan, and now, just a few days later, he was with another exquisite beauty. If he could share a bed with such a goddess, he would gladly sacrifice a year of his life. How was it that Xu Haoran consistently attracted such alluring companions? More importantly, what magic did he wield to entice these women to stay by his side? Xu Haoran, a mere mortal without any talent for beast taming? No beast taming talent? The 4 men besides Xu Hu were taken aback. What is this guy even doing in the beast arena then? Is he here to play with cats? Haha. One jested, noticing the blue cat beside Xu Haoran. Naturally, they sided with Xu Hu. Lu Ruyin furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable distaste towards these individuals, perhaps due to Xu Haoran. What you're saying is absurd. Anyone can come to the beast arena, so why shouldn't I? Xu Haoran retorted defiantly. Hey, the individual who had mocked Xu Haoran raised an eyebrow, anger flaring. Who are you calling absurd? Wait. Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. Xu Haoran hastily waved his hands, seemingly intimidated by the young man. He swiftly apologized, causing the young man's expression to soften. But before he could respond, Xu Haoran added with a grin. I meant all of you present here are absurd. The 6 individuals, Xu Hu and his companions, as well as Lu Ruyin besides Xu Haoran, were momentarily taken aback. Lu Ruyin slightly opened her mouth, incredulous as she gazed at Xu Haoran. Throughout their journey, he had behaved like an innocent novice, yet in this moment, he radiated confidence. Sharp and striking as the longest, most formidable thorn in a thicket, capable of drawing blood at the slightest touch. He was so handsome, so commanding. She found herself captivated. She wanted to feel that thrill. It must be said that at this moment, Xu Haoran exuded an undeniable charm, particularly his proclamation of all absurd, which resonated perfectly with her taste. How utterly domineering. You, Xu Haoran, right? I've heard Suhu speak of you. Do you know who I am? One of the youths, surrounded by his companions, wore a sullen expression, resembling someone who had just consumed something bitter, his gaze fixed menacingly on Xu Haoran. It was the first time he had been insulted as absurd. My apologies, Xu Haoran replied, shaking his head. I never inquire about the names of the absurd. You. The young man's complexion paled, realization dawning that Xu Haoran was completely disregarding his authority. He glared coldly at Xu Haoran. I am Zhao Qingtian, vice captain of the heavenly team of the Beast Taming Bureau in Rongqing, contracted to a rare-grade pet, the Golden Stone Scorpion. Insulting a member of the Beast Taming Bureau gives me the right to have you imprisoned. Suhu observed this exchange with a cold smirk. It seems Xu Haoran had truly bitten off more than he could chew this time. Ao Xiaoshuang and the others were absent, and he was keen to see who would come to Xu Haoran's aid, even if he couldn't do anything to Xu Haoran. Witnessing him suffer a little would bring him joy. What? You're a member of the Beast Taming Bureau? Xu Haoran exclaimed, astonished. Lu Rian beside him was equally surprised. She hadn't anticipated such an impressive background. The vice captain of the heavenly team at the Beast Taming Bureau was indeed a notable position. Oh, so now you're scared? Seeing Xu Haoran's astonishment, Zhao Qingtian assumed he had instilled fear in him. He smirked. If you kneel and apologize, I might let you off the hook. Xu Haoran shook his head. No, my surprise isn't due to your position. It's because I'm astonished by how many scoundrels there are in the Beast Taming Bureau. His words left Zhao Qingtian momentarily speechless. Before he could retort, Xu Haoran continued. Are the members of the Beast Taming Bureau now only capable of bullying ordinary people? Just because I lack beast taming talent. Do you think I'm beneath you, someone you can ridicule at will? If this were not in the city, would you have thought to pin me, a commoner without beast taming talent, to the ground and teach me a lesson? Xu Haoran intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of those present in the beast arena. Security personnel and ordinary onlookers began to notice the commotion, slowly gathering to observe the unfolding situation. The security guards were even making their way over. You mother. Zhao Qingtian's expression visibly shifted to one of panic. He had not anticipated Xu Haoran's eloquence, which seamlessly drew the common folk into the fray. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. Not yet. Did your teammate not just mock me as a talentless waste, devoid of beast-taming abilities? Xu Haoran's words were delivered with righteous fervor, his spittle flying as he spoke, leaving Lu Rian utterly bewildered. Xu Haoran was astonishingly articulate, having deftly positioned Zhao Qingtian and his companions as adversaries of the populace. The situation escalated dramatically. What is happening here, gentlemen? At that moment, personnel from the beast arena noticed the commotion, and a robust middle-aged man, accompanied by a team of security, approached. Manager Hu, your timing is impeccable. Upon seeing the man, Zhao Qingtian's eyes gleamed with recognition. This brat is stirring trouble, slandering us as scoundrels. He even accuses us of abusing privileges from the Beast Taming Bureau. I see this fellow is no good. Quickly apprehend him. Zhao Qingtian, unable to confront Xu Haoran directly, sought to leverage the manager of the arena instead. Fortuitously, he was acquainted with Manager Hu. As the deputy captain of the Beast Taming Bureau's third team, he was well acquainted with numerous dignitaries and now stood tall, looking at Xu Haoran with a countenance brimming with arrogance. His haughty demeanor seemed to convey the message, you wish to compete with me? Perhaps in another lifetime. Xu Haoran furrowed his brow upon noticing their apparent familiarity. If the manager knew Zhao Qingtian, matters could become troublesome. He had anticipated Manager Hu would confront them. However, to his surprise, Hu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, General Lu, what brings you here? Chapter 35, A Soft Meal Taken Hard. The utterance of General Lu left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. All eyes turned toward the subject of Hu's astonishment, Lu Rian. Xu Hu and his companions observed clearly that Manager Hu was addressing Lu Rian, standing beside Xu Haoran. This revelation left them incredulous. Manager Hu referred to Lu Rian as General, prompting them to wonder who she truly was. They gazed at her in astonishment. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her status appeared equally impressive. General Lu, why are you here? You should have informed us beforehand. Ignoring the others, Manager Hu promptly approached Lu Rian, his astonishment palpable. Xu Haoran turned to Lu Rian in surprise. General, you know this manager? He is one of the owners of our Wanji Beast Arena. General Lu, may I ask who this is? Manager Hu regarded Xu Haoran with a peculiar expression, glancing between Xu Haoran's handsome visage and the breathtaking Lu Rian. Was their esteemed owner harboring a young man? The thought of Wanji Beast Arena's proprietor being entangled with a young, attractive companion was quite the revelation. Xu Haoran's expression stiffened in disbelief as he scrutinized Lu Rian. Lu Rian is, in fact, the owner of Wanji Beast Arena. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. No wonder that Solitary Star had chosen to deliver the package here. It belonged to Lu Rian. Xu Hu and the others stood agape in astonishment. How could it be that the striking woman beside Xu Haoran was connected to the Wanji Beast Arena? Xu Hu, bewildered, thought to himself, why does Xu Haoran attract so many exceptional and beautiful women? He had initially assumed Lu Rian's beauty was her only merit. Yet she was not only stunning, but wealthy as well. To establish a beast arena, one must possess considerable wealth. What sort of fortuitous fate had Xu Haoran encountered to associate with such a multitude of affluent and attractive women? Why did all of this happen to Xu Haoran? This so-called waste, and not to him. His envy boiled over, leaving him green with jealousy. Not only he but also the 4 men surrounding him regarded Xu Haoran with envious glares. How could Xu Haoran, devoid of beast-taming talent, be acquainted with such a wealthy and beautiful woman? This is my young boyfriend, Xu Haoran. Lu Rian's eyes sparkled as she affectionately linked her arm with Xu Haoran's, unabashedly drawing him close to her ample figure. From now on, when you see Haoran, just call him Xu Gu. Is that understood? Xu Haoran turned in surprise. How did I become her boyfriend? Yet, upon noticing the alluring glint in her eyes, he began to comprehend her intentions. She was aiding him. Yes, General Lu. Xu Gu is fine. Manager Hu, hesitant to question why Lu Rian's boyfriend was so young, respectfully addressed Xu Haoran as Xu Gu. Xu Haoran smiled and waved his hand. Manager Hu, there is no need for such formality. I am younger than you. You may call me brother or little brother instead. Addressing me as Gu is too much. Manager Hu nodded, appreciating Xu Haoran's gesture, which provided him with a much-needed reprieve from the awkwardness of addressing a younger man as his elder. Seeing Lu Rian beside him offer no objection, he consented. Very well, I shall call you Xu brother. However, what transpired here? It seems there was some trouble. He glanced at Xu Haoran, then turned to Zhao Qingtian and his companions, his eyes filled with curiosity. He mocked us as scoundrels, General Lu, you heard it. He called us scoundrels. You wouldn't cover for him, would you? Xu Hu stepped forward, feeling compelled to act, especially as he was not pleased with the situation. The better Xu Haoran fared, the more discontent he felt. Why did this so-called waste Xu Haoran enjoy such good fortune? In just a few days, he seemed to be surrounded by beautiful women, living a life more comfortable than his own. His girlfriend, in comparison to the one beside Xu Haoran, was akin to a phoenix next to a mere crow, utterly incomparable. Manager Hu looked at Lu Rian, puzzled, while Lu maintained her calm demeanor. My Haoran is no fool. Why would he only insult you as scoundrels and not others? The retort left Xu Hu momentarily speechless. Manager Hu, Lu Rian continued. My boyfriend and I were merely about to retrieve something before heading home when suddenly, we were accosted by individuals who, like wild dogs, mocked my boyfriend as a talentless waste devoid of beast-taming abilities. Manager Hu, we must ensure that our entrance is monitored more closely to prevent any rabid dogs from entering. What if they bite other guests? Her words dripped with sarcasm, subtly implicating Zhao Qingtian and his companions. Their faces turned various shades of pale and flushed with anger. Yet they could not lash out at Lu Rian, for the arena belonged to her. Zhao Qingtian seethed in frustration, but could only cast a scornful glance at Xu Haoran. He is indeed a waste, lacking beast-taming abilities. What is the difference? No beast-taming talent? Manager Hu looked at Xu Haoran incredulously, unable to fathom how someone chosen by General Lu could lack such abilities. Xu Hu seized the opportunity to interject. Indeed, Xu Haoran has no beast-taming talent. I can vouch for that. What does it mean to hide behind a woman? Useless waste relying solely on women. This is the arena. If you dare, come out and challenge us one-on-one. Xu Haoran furrowed his brow. Did these individuals wish for their own demise? He was reluctant to let Tom intervene. Should Tom act, it would certainly attract the attention of Li Fei and his ilk, leading to complications. If it came to a confrontation, he would prefer to eliminate all of them without exception, thereby concealing Tom's true capabilities. Both Tom and Godzilla could not afford to reveal themselves openly at this juncture, for exposing their genuine strength would invite unnecessary troubles. However, Xu Hu and his companions, observing Xu Haoran's silence, mistakenly assumed he was intimidated. Look at this waste. He dares not utter a word. The moment one-on-one combat is mentioned, he falls silent. A waste without even a pet beast. If he is not a waste, who is? Laughter erupted among them, with Zhao Qingtian adding, if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Come out and fight us. Lu Rian frowned, pondering Xu Haoran's lack of beast-taming talent. This only deepened her confusion. How could Xu Haoran know Gushing if he lacked beast-taming abilities? She had initially thought that Xu Haoran had slain Gushing, but how could he have accomplished that without the talent? Just then, she heard Xu Haoran chuckle instead of fuming. What's wrong with hiding behind a woman? Xu Haoran mischievously wrapped his arm around Lu Rian's slender waist, eliciting a playful huff from her as she rolled her eyes. Yet, rather than retracting his arm, Xu Haoran grinned wider. I have a beautiful, fair-skinned, long-legged wealthy woman to hide behind. You all should find someone like her to take cover with. Rather than feeling any shame, Xu Haoran appeared rather proud of himself. He then feigned a moment of realization. Oh, you fellows, probably even a dinosaur would disdain you. Yet you dare to speak of finding a beauty like Rian. With a sigh, he continued, alas. I am simply too formidable. None of you can match me. If a wealthy woman does not choose me, whom will she choose? Xu Haoran's expression conveyed a sense of loneliness that came with invincibility. This made Xu Hu and his companions seethe with rage. What the hell? This is the first time I've seen someone boast about seeking a wealthy woman so shamelessly. Xu Hu had never encountered anyone so proud of clinging to a rich woman. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he turned to Lu Rian. Wait a moment, Ms. Lu. Xu Haoran is not just interested in you. He is also acquainted with Ao Xiaoshuang from the Ao family and Zhao Sahan from the Zhao family. I've seen him get quite close to both of them. Surely one must be his girlfriend. Don't let this scoundrel deceive you into losing both your heart and your fortune. Xu Hu, recalling his encounters with Ao Xiaoshuang, felt an overwhelming desire to dampen Xu Haoran's arrogance. Even if he couldn't confront Xu Haoran directly, seeing him lose the affection of his wealthy companions would be immensely satisfying. Yet, upon hearing this, Xu Haoran merely laughed. Would Lu Rian truly care? If they were genuinely together, she would certainly mind. But the reality was they had nothing between them. As he anticipated, Lu Rian momentarily paused, turning to Xu Haoran with surprise. She had not expected him to know Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan, both of whom were indeed true heiresses. A radiant smile graced her lips. I never imagined you knew these two young ladies, Haoran. You truly do surprise me. Xu Haoran smiled, but offered no reply. The harmonious atmosphere made Xu Hu uneasy. Why did it seem that Lu Rian was unfazed? Xu Haoran did not even attempt to refute the claims. However, your acquaintance with them only attests to Haoran's exceptional abilities, Lu Rian added. I am quite pleased that my man is so talented and admired by so many. Thank you for informing me about his excellence. I shall have to keep a closer watch on him. As Lu Rian linked her arm with Xu Haoran's, Xu Hu clearly observed the deep imprint her grip left on Xu Haoran's arm. This made his eyes redden with jealousy. Were these two afflicted with some sort of delusion? What he wanted to express was that Xu Haoran was juggling 3 relationships. Such a sea king was the type of man she desired? Was the wealthy elite truly this extravagant? Was he simply unable to keep pace with the current societal trends? Xu Haoran, if you have the guts, then face me in a duel. Xu Hu was livid. You think you were so eloquent? Or should I let my pet beast have some fun with you? As the banter continued, Lu Rian grew increasingly impatient. They had wasted enough time already. These individuals were relentless. Suddenly, her aura erupted, and behind her, countless tentacles materialized, initially densely clustered, before a colossal, slimy head emerged. Ultimately, a 2-meter-tall giant octopus appeared before everyone, its skin adorned with blue rings and sharp, jagged teeth. The blue-ringed octopus. Upon seeing this creature, Zhao Qingtian and his companions instinctively stepped back. It was not merely the octopus's strength that struck fear, regardless of its level. This creature was notoriously venomous. A mere brush with its toxin could incapacitate an ordinary beast master for days, with symptoms ranging from severe vomiting to potential unconsciousness. It was a fearsome beast renowned for its toxicity. No one had expected such a stunning beauty as Lu Rian would contract such a perilous creature. Xu Haoran, too, gazed at the imposing blue-ringed octopus in astonishment. It was not only massive but also emanated a formidable presence. This woman was not merely affluent. Her own prowess was not to be underestimated. It was fortunate he had refrained from taking action at the villa. No wonder she dared to tempt him. Should he have forced himself upon her, a single nip from that blue-ringed octopus could spell disaster. Tom, formidable as he was still merely human. To provoke Lu Rian and pay with his life was not a business transaction worth considering. The appearance of the blue-ringed octopus instilled a sense of trepidation in Zhao Qingtian and his companions. They had not anticipated Lu Rian's wealth to be accompanied by such formidable strength. Contracting a blue-ringed octopus was no small feat. These creatures were rarely found in the deep sea, and the cost of a contract was exorbitant. Xu Hu and Zhao Qingtian's faces paled, and they hesitated to utter another word, fearing that should Lu Rian become incensed, the blue-ringed octopus would unleash its wrath upon them. The 3 teammates murmured among themselves. Perhaps we should leave. This woman is not to be trifled with. She possesses both strength and influence. Let us not provoke her. Only Zhao Qingtian and Xu Hu felt their pride wounded. The others were not enemies of Xu Haoran and had no desire to create trouble. Zhao Qingtian was conflicted. As the deputy captain of the Beastmaster Bureau, it felt somewhat embarrassing to be intimidated by a woman. However, he did not wish to recklessly offend Lu Ruyan. Noticing the silence from their side, Lu Ruyan let out a soft huff before affectionately addressing Xu Haoran. Darling, let us not be angry. There's no need to waste our emotions on these trivial matters. With me around, no one can bully you. I will protect you from now on. Let us go. Lu Ruyan intertwined her arm with Xu Haoran's, their affectionate demeanor eliciting envy and resentment from the onlookers. After stowing away the blue-ringed octopus, she intended to lead Xu Haoran away. However, only a few steps into their departure, Xu Hu's venomous voice pierced the air from behind. Are you afraid, Xu Haoran? I knew it. A worthless wretch like you wouldn't dare to act, resorting instead to mere verbal bravado. You spineless coward, do you only hide behind a woman? Come out and challenge me one-on-one. Hiding behind a woman is no skill. Just like your useless parents, you're nothing but a failure. All you can manage is to keep a foolish cat. You'll never contract a beast in this lifetime. Xu Hu's eyes burned with jealousy and hatred as he glared at Xu Haoran's back. He loathed the fact that Xu Haoran possessed such a remarkable woman, a stunning girlfriend. He resented that despite being a failure, Xu Haoran could associate with exceptional beauties like Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan. He despised the fact that he had stolen Xu Haoran's chance for greatness, yet fortune continued to smile upon Xu Haoran. Why did he not have such an outstanding woman by his side? He was, after all, 100 times more capable than Xu Haoran. Why did these women gravitate toward him instead? Consequently, he spoke out, determined to annoy Xu Haoran, even if he could not infuriate him. Lu Ruyan sensed trouble as soon as Xu Hu mentioned their parents. Sure enough, upon hearing those words, Xu Haoran halted, and no matter how she tugged, she could not budge him. She felt somewhat helpless. She had not intended to stir up trouble, yet these individuals insisted on provoking it. Turning to Xu Hu, she prepared to speak, but Xu Haoran beat her to it. Xu Hu, do you truly wish to meet your demise? He narrowed his eyes at Xu Hu, his gaze sharp and fierce. Originally, he considered Xu Hu to be insignificant, a mere annoyance destined for doom. He had not intended to engage in conflict. However, his parents had died in service to the nation. Even if they were not his biological parents, no one had the right to insult them. Haha, you think you can take me on? Xu Hu exclaimed, reveling in Xu Haoran's reaction. He had indeed riled Xu Haoran. He wanted to provoke Xu Haoran into a duel, to trample him underfoot, to humiliate him in front of beautiful women. He desired for Xu Haoran to forever be unable to hold his head high before Lu Ruyan. I do want to die, but do you have the capability? Let us settle this in the beast arena, but do not cower in front of a woman. He sought to enrage Xu Haoran, believing that once they were in the arena, a talentless Xu Haoran would be an easy target. Nearby, manager who frowned at Xu Hu's words. Xu Haoran lacked the talent for beast mastery. Challenging him was nothing short of bullying. Xu Hu was growing overly arrogant. Haoran, we have other matters to attend to. There's no need to engage with him, Lu Ruyan interjected, her brow furrowing. Given Xu Haoran's lack of beast mastery, participating in a duel would surely lead to his defeat. Thus, she took the initiative to speak for Xu Haoran, grasping his hand to depart. Yet this time, Xu Haoran did not yield. He embraced Lu Ruyan at the waist, a confident smile gracing his lips. It's fine, trust me. He then turned his gaze to Xu Hu. Do you wish for a literary duel or a martial duel? A literary duel means the master does not participate, only the beasts do battle. A martial duel involves both the master and the pet in a chaotic melee. There is also a special type of beast duel known as a death match, where a life and death contract is signed. One party must die for the other to leave the arena. This is officially sanctioned, as death matches can be declined. Should we proceed with a death match, it will be held publicly, for all to witness. No tricks, only raw strength. Of course, many who choose martial death matches often enter with bravado, only to beg for mercy when defeated. Yet most results do not end in mercy. The victor typically delivers a fatal blow. After all, those who agree to a death match are usually adversaries, and it is rare for one to show leniency, which has led many to witness the brutality of these matches. Consequently, very few now opt for death matches. Most prefer literary or martial duels. The allowance of death matches serves to immerse beast masters in the harsh realities of this world. Fools who choose death matches out of pride are not lamented upon their demise. Suit yourself, Xu Haoran replied nonchalantly. However, a mere beast duel lacks excitement. Let us draft a wager. The life and death of the beast shall be at stake. Furthermore, the loser must shout 3 times at the arena entrance. I am worthless. How does that sound? Excellent. Xu Hu exclaimed, barely able to contain his elation, almost jumping with excitement. Xu Haoran must be out of his mind. Did he truly believe he could contend with him? And to sign a life and death contract? This was an opportunity he could not let slip away. He was determined to unleash his pent-up frustration today, or else he would never swallow this indignation. In a relatively sparsely populated area of the arena, Xu Haoran and Xu Hu signed a duel contract. They chose a literary duel. As Xu Hu was not a high-level beast master and had yet to awaken any special abilities, beast masters gain strength and even awaken powers through their bonds with their pets, which categorizes them into different levels. However, this process requires considerable time. Xu Hu was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, and fighting Xu Haoran would necessitate hand-to-hand combat. He did not wish to lose face in a direct brawl. So he opted for a literary duel, where their beasts would engage in a life-and-death struggle. After signing the life-and-death contract, Xu Hu provocatively eyed Xu Haoran. A beast duel requires a pet, but you lack the talent for beast mastery. What do you plan to fight me with? You don't intend to have yourself serve as a pet against my Azure Sky Python, do you? Ha! Xu Hu boasted arrogantly. Yet Xu Haoran merely scoffed. You may regard your pet as a beast, but I shall not lower myself to such a role. Without waiting for Xu Hu to respond, he patted his companion Tom. For you, Tom will suffice. Tom, you wish to pit your cat against my Azure Sky Python? Xu Hu erupted with laughter, turning to his companions. Did you hear that? He wants his cat to battle my royal Azure Sky Python. This is too hilarious. Zhao Qingtian teased. I thought you had contracted some formidable beast. Turns out you're just sending your cat to its doom. I'll be waiting for you to call yourself worthless later. Xu Haoran quickly raised his hand. Don't wait for me. I would disgust you for a lifetime. If you want to engage in something else, seek out Xu Hu. Just don't involve me. I. Xu Haoran's words nearly left Zhao Qingtian choking. Unable to match Xu Haoran's wit, Zhao Qingtian could only retort, I hope you can still be this cocky later. Xu Hu gazed disdainfully at Xu Haoran. In all my life, I have never encountered someone so audacious without the talent for beast mastery. Xu Haoran raised his hand. Then you have indeed met him now. A soft giggle escaped from Lu Ruoyan, who covered her cherry-red lips, unable to contain herself. This was her first encounter with someone whose words could silence others so effortlessly. President Lu, what brings you here? Just as Lu Ruoyan had laughed, several individuals entered through the doorway. Turning around, she and Zhao Qingtian simultaneously exclaimed, Captain Ouyang? Director Chu? Zhao Qingtian addressed the middle-aged man at the front of the group, while Lu Ruoyan spoke to the elder beside him. It seemed that the elder and the middle-aged man were the leaders of this group. Zhao Qingtian, what are you doing here? And who is this? The middle-aged man appeared to recognize Zhao Qingtian, who served as the deputy leader of the Beastmaster Bureau's Team Tian, but was unfamiliar with Lu Ruoyan. Though her stunning appearance left him momentarily speechless. Despite his extensive experience, Lu Ruoyan would rank among the top 10 in beauty and figure among the women he had encountered. This is President Lu Ruoyan. She is the proprietor of this beast arena, Zhao Qingtian explained. President Lu has several enterprises under her name, truly both beautiful and accomplished. I, at her age, was still meandering through life. The elder with graying hair stroked his beard and chuckled, evidently well acquainted with Lu Ruoyan. Director Chu, who is this beside you? Lu Ruoyan inquired, glancing at the tall middle-aged man. With a chiseled jawline and a strong demeanor, he exuded an air of righteousness. Oh, I haven't introduced him yet. This is Captain Ouyang Qinghua of the Beastmaster Bureau's Divine Team, ranked third among the Beastmasters in Rongqing. Director Chu introduced with a smile. Oh, so you are Captain Ouyang. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Lu Ruoyan replied, her demeanor graceful. The third-ranked powerhouse in Rongqing was indeed a significant figure. Even Lu Ruoyan felt the need to temper her demeanor in his presence. Ouyang Qinghua nodded slightly. President Lu, you are too kind. Just call me by my name. However, what is going on here? Zhao Qingtian, what are you all up to? He noticed the contract papers in Xu Haoran and Xu Hu's hands, two identical copies. One for each of them. At that moment, Director Chu also observed the situation. Is that a contract? Are you preparing for a beast match? It's evident from your demeanor. Xu Hu exchanged glances with Zhao Qingtian and, gathering his courage, finally spoke up. Yes, this kid provoked us. And we intend to teach him a lesson. Xu Haoran, recognizing the prominence of Rongqing's third-ranked beast master, saw an opportunity. Encountering such a significant figure, he thought it prudent to leave a favorable impression on Ouyang Qinghua. He immediately feigned an expression of deep distress. Pointing at Xu Hu, you, how dare you accuse me of provoking you? You were the ones who insulted me as a talentless waste of a beast master. And now you say I provoked you? Xu Haoran clutched his chest, his breath quickening as if he had suffered a grave injustice. You. Do you people at the Beastmaster Bureau have any sense of reason? Woe is me. His voice trembled, on the verge of tears, evoking sympathy from those around him. This sudden transformation left Xu Hu and the others bewildered. What was Xu Haoran doing? Just a moment ago, he had been so arrogant. What was this change of heart? Lu Ruoyan, astonished, stared at Xu Haoran, thinking it a pity he did not pursue acting with such talent. You were just confronting Xu Hu and now you can't say a word? She thought, perplexed. No, this isn't how it is. Xu Hu and Zhao Qingtian seemed to have caught on to Xu Haoran's intentions. They turned to Ouyang Qinghua to hastily explain, Captain Ouyang, it's not like that. We Haven T bullied him. They realized that if Ouyang Qinghua genuinely believed they were picking on someone without Beastmaster abilities, they would be in serious trouble. Their identities as members of the Beastmaster Bureau might not even be secure. You lack Beastmaster abilities? Ouyang Qinghua looked at Xu Haoran in surprise. With both parties having signed contracts, he had assumed Xu Haoran was on par with Xu Hu. If I had Beastmaster abilities, would they dare to bully me? Captain Ouyang, you are also from the Beastmaster Bureau, right? Do the prominent figures there enjoy picking on ordinary individuals like us? We are simply honest folks. But honest people shouldn't be treated this way. Xu Haoran's almost tearful plea darkened Ouyang Qinghua's expression as he turned to Zhao Qingtang. What is going on? He truly doesn't have Beastmaster abilities? If Xu Haoran is an ordinary person, this is no trivial matter. The implications of a Beastmaster provoking someone without abilities were serious. Regardless, it would bring shame upon the Beastmaster Bureau. Xu Hu and Zhao Qingtian fell silent. They had initially planned to teach Xu Haoran a lesson, but with Ouyang Qinghua's arrival, the situation escalated. Xu Haoran indeed lacked Beastmaster abilities, but revealing this fact would solidify their reputation for bullying an ordinary person. It seems what he said is true. Ouyang Qinghua narrowed his eyes. Very well. I was just discussing with Director Chu about recruiting talented Beastmasters. The Beastmaster Bureau needs fresh blood and to purge some parasites. He did not give Xu Hu a chance to explain further, decisively stating, let this beast match contract be voided. You all may return to your respective duties. Is that clear? Ouyang Qinghua's commanding presence swept across the room. The faces of Xu Hu and Zhao Qingtian paled at the mention of purging parasites from the Bureau. It was evident he was referring to them. Were they to be expelled from the Beastmaster Bureau? All 5 individuals turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had never anticipated things would escalate so drastically. Their status as members of the Beastmaster Bureau was in jeopardy. Most importantly, Xu Hu and his companions dared not retort. Ouyang Qinghua was a top-tier powerhouse in Rongqing's Beastmaster Bureau, holding considerable authority. They had no grounds to oppose him. Just as everyone thought the match would be called off, an extremely discordant voice unexpectedly rang out. No, I must challenge Xu Hu today. Everyone, who had believed the matter was resolved, was startled and turned to the source of the voice. Xu Haoran stood tall, enunciating clearly, having just spoken those words. Lu Ruan gazed at Xu Haoran in disbelief, not expecting him to boldly declare such a challenge at this moment. What are you doing? Lu Ruan tugged at Xu Haoran's sleeve and, seeing everyone's attention upon them, forced a smile. Just joking, just joking. Even though Ouyang Qinghua had offered him a way out, Xu Haoran did not take it. No, I'm not joking. I have already signed a beast match contract with Xu Hu. Today, we engage in a contest of beasts, where life and death rest upon our shoulders. I am determined to challenge Xu Hu. Xu Haoran, disregarding Lu Rian's attempts to dissuade him, stepped forward with resolute conviction. This Azure Cloud Python, originally bestowed upon Xu Hu by him, was due for reclamation today. Chapter 37. I disdain being supported. Haoran, you lack the talent for beast mastery. Do you truly intend to pit your pet cat against his formidable beast? Lu Rian expressed her concern for Su Yueguang. Knowing that Xu Haoran had no beast mastery skills and questioning his audacity to face Xu Hu. Xu Haoran, is this a jest? Ouyang Qinghua remarked, equally astonished. While Xu Hu's words may be excessive, the truth remains that you lack the aptitude for beast mastery. Although it may be excessive to label you as worthless, it is accurate to say you are an ordinary person. Without even a beast to call your own, how do you propose to compete? Despite having punished Xu Hu, this does not imply favoritism towards Xu Haoran. In fact, he regarded Xu Haoran with disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a failure. Were it not for the presence of Director Chu, he would have relished the sight of Xu Haoran being thoroughly trounced. Failures must recognize their shortcomings. How dare such a failure provoke a stronger opponent? To perish would be a mere triviality. In the Beastmaster Bureau, strength reigns supreme. Prowess is the true path. Yet, Xu Haoran remained unfazed by the scorn directed at him. He had endured plenty of mockery and dismissed his opponents as inconsequential. I may lack a contracted beast, but I have a pet, he proclaimed. Tom, greet everyone. Xu Haoran patted the cat beside him. Meow, Tom appropriately responded. The crowd turned in astonishment towards the bumbling tomcat at Xu Haoran's side. A cat? Ouyang Qinghua exclaimed in disbelief. Are you certain you intend to fight with this creature? Director Chu waved his hand dismissively. My dear student, this is no laughing matter. You are sending your cat to its doom. Heed my advice and withdraw from this challenge. Both Lu Rian and Director Chu urged Xu Haoran to reconsider, equating the notion of having Tom fight to a death sentence. Xu Hu, arms crossed, gazed at Xu Haoran with disdain, incredulous that he genuinely intended to fight with a mere cat. Had Ouyang Qinghua not arrived, he would have savored the opportunity to make Xu Haoran cry out for mercy. Initially believing he had provided Xu Haoran an avenue for retreat, he was taken aback when Xu Haoran showed no signs of backing down. I appreciate everyone's concern, but having already signed the beast fighting contract, let us commence. Upon hearing Xu Haoran's declaration, Ouyang Qinghua and Director Chu exchanged peculiar glances. Xu Haoran was earnest. Did he genuinely wish to engage in combat using that cat? It seemed like a path to ruin. Unable to dissuade Xu Haoran, they ultimately allowed him to proceed with the contest against Xu Hu. The arena was approximately half the size of a football field, designated for battles involving beasts of the general rank and below. The battleground was proportioned according to the rank of the beasts, and this half-field was ample for a contest of such caliber. Xu Hu's beast, the Azure Cloud Python, while classified as royal tier, possessed only elite-level strength. Within the arena, Xu Haoran entered alongside Tom. Xu Hu summoned forth the Azure Cloud Python, a serpentine creature measuring over 5 meters, which slithered into the arena with grace. Its cloud-like patterns and colossal form caused Ouyang Qinghua and others in the stands to squint, recognizing the Azure Cloud Python as a formidable beast. This creature is not of low tier, but I cannot discern the breed of that cat, Ouyang Qinghua remarked to Director Chu. Director Chu gazed at Tom and shook his head. I have never encountered such a creature. It appears to be an ordinary cat. However, witnessing a cat walk upright and wield a sword is a first for me, quite intriguing. Xu Haoran had indeed allowed Tom to enter the arena wielding a sword, which astonished all present. Which cat uses a sword? They mused, having never witnessed such an extraordinary feline. Of course, the peculiarity of the cat mattered little. The outcome was what truly counted. This cat is indeed odd. Do you think it can win? Director Chu inquired. Ouyang Qinghua scoffed. Impossible. The Azure Cloud Python is a royal tier beast with formidable defense and innate healing abilities. Even if it cannot secure victory, it will remain unvanquished. While this cat is unknown to me, no ordinary creature could possibly rival a royal beast. Xu Haoran is merely an ordinary individual lacking beast mastery talent. A fierce temper does not equate to strength, and those who possess more bluster than ability do not survive long in this world. Ouyang Qinghua held Xu Haoran in low regard, believing that declining the challenge would have been the wisest choice, preserving both his pride and dignity. To engage in a contest without the requisite strength was tantamount to courting death. Xu Haoran's demise would not come as a surprise. Director Chu, discerning the disdain in Ouyang Qinghua's words, nodded in agreement. Indeed, team leader Ouyang's analysis is astute. Without a doubt, victory seems improbable. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that an unexpected turn may arise. Director Chu's gaze drifted towards the arena, where the striking Xu Haoran squinted slightly. Ouyang Qinghua, surprised, glanced at Director Chu, questioning whether he believed the cat could triumph. Ah, it's merely the old man's sixth sense. One can never be too certain, Director Chu chuckled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Ouyang Qinghua reiterated, shaking his head, unconvinced. Although Xu Hu was unimpressive, the Azure Cloud Python was a genuine beast of terror. What could Xu Haoran, with his mere pet cat, possibly do against it? Suddenly, Director Chu's expression brightened. How about a wager, team leader Ouyang? Ouyang Qinghua paused. What wager? To be candid, I too doubt his chances of winning. However, there are always surprises, Director Chu replied mysteriously. If he loses, that goes without saying, but if he wins, we would then have a candidate for that position. As he stroked his beard with a benevolent smile, Ouyang Qinghua's expression shifted. That person? You cannot be referring to him. That is of paramount importance, with only one slot available. You wish to assign it to an unknown rookie? Ouyang Qinghua's countenance changed. He approached Director Chu specifically to discuss this opportunity, yet he had not anticipated such audacious words from him, suggesting that an individual devoid of beast mastery talents should take on such a crucial role. I merely mentioned it in passing. If team leader Ouyang is hesitant, I do not wish to impose. I too am curious to witness the will of fate, Director Chu replied with a smile. Hesitant? I am not afraid. Ouyang Qinghua raised an eyebrow defiantly. He cannot possibly win. I am responsible for this matter. Since you, Director Chu, display such boldness, am I to be outdone? Should he genuinely defeat Xu Hu, I will extend him an invitation to join the Twin Stars. Just be certain you do not regret it later. Although he internally added that such a scenario was utterly implausible, he remained resolute. The old man speaks with conviction, should he triumph. Even if you oppose his joining the Twin Stars, I will still invite him to become a professor at our institution. Director Chu spoke with an air of indifference. He was aware that Ouyang Qinghua harbored doubts about Xu Haoran's ability to triumph. Truth be told, he himself shared those reservations. It was merely a jest at Ouyang Qinghua's expense. Yet, inexplicably, upon witnessing Xu Haoran's confident smile, he was struck by a fleeting illusion that perhaps Xu Haoran could indeed emerge victorious. One could only hope that his opponent would not claim victory. After all, their banter was merely a playful exchange, but should Xu Haoran actually win, it would lead to considerable complications. At that moment, in the arena, Tom and the Azure Sky Python had already taken their positions at the center, poised for battle. Lu, you can't possibly believe that brat will win, can you? As Lu Ruoyan anxiously focused on the arena, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Lu Ruoyan looked up to see Zhao Qingtian, her brows furrowing slightly. Whether he can win is not for you to decide. Huh, do I even need to mention the outcome? Zhao Qingtian crossed his arms defiantly, tilting his chin in arrogance. The result is evident to all. Indeed, it is not for you to declare. I have faith that Xu Haoran will emerge victorious, Lu Ruoyan retorted coldly. Haha. Zhao Qingtian scoffed derisively, strutting with a sense of superiority. Lu, do you genuinely believe that? If I were you, I'd de-abandon this pretty boy and instead indulge in the spoils with me. We would fare far better than him. Sorry, but I prefer a cute puppy over a greasy man. I'm not one to be pampered. I enjoy nurturing others. Besides, my Haoran is quite satisfactory in just 2 hours. If you possessed even half of my treasure, you'd likely have more than one girlfriend by now. I suggest you focus on improving that useless thing of yours instead. You. Zhao Qingtian's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as he pointed a trembling finger at Lu Ruoyan, feeling as though she had struck a nerve. It was indeed a sore spot for him, and he never imagined Lu Ruoyan would openly express it in broad daylight. How could she voice such a thing? What? Am I hitting the mark? Lu Ruoyan was not one to back down. Her words caused nearby teammates of Zhao Qingtian to cast curious glances at him. This only intensified the redness on Zhao Qingtian's face, yet he understood that any attempt at explanation would only lead to further missteps. Ultimately, he could only glare fiercely at Lu Ruoyan, muttering, "Just wait. I'll see if Xu Haoran can withstand your sharp tongue when he loses." TCH. Lu Ruoyan dismissed him with a scoff, uninterested in his provocations. Yet, beneath her calm facade, her heart raced with anxiety, fearing Xu Haoran's defeat. After all, he was appearing today as her boyfriend, and if he lost, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. However, Xu Haoran seemed devoid of any beast-taming talent, leading her to wonder how he could possibly win. Her palms began to sweat. Chapter 38. You must be strong. Around them, a few unfamiliar spectators had initially gathered out of curiosity to witness the beast battle. However, upon seeing the summoned beasts, their expressions shifted to astonishment. The Azure Sky Python was indeed formidable, but what was that creature opposite it? They had never seen such a beast before. The cat did not appear to be of high caliber, while the Azure Sky Python was undeniably a royal-tier beast, who would send a mere cat to its demise. Even other beast tamers could see that this was a match already lost. Zhao Qingtian reveled in this realization. Meow? In the arena, Tom and the Azure Sky Python were locked in a fierce stare-down. Cats and snakes were natural enemies. The Azure Sky Python regarded Tom with its forked tongue flicking, its expression cold and predatory. With the sound of a gunshot, the match commenced, and the referee declared, "Please prepare, competitors. The match will end as soon as one party concedes." Below, both the Azure Sky Python and Tom readied themselves for the impending clash. Xu was glaring menacingly at Xu Haoran, seething, "You little brat, let us see how arrogant you remain." With the Azure Sky Python by his side, he was confident that Xu Haoran would be thoroughly defeated. "Who are you calling a brat?" Xu Haoran raised an eyebrow. You little brat." Xu shouted angrily. Xu Haoran nodded. "Indeed, you are referring to me. At least you possess some self-awareness." Xu expression darkened. "You insolent wretch. Keep being arrogant. Even if I get expelled from the Beast Taming Bureau today, I will ensure you pay dearly." In response to Xu's bravado, Xu Haoran merely smiled. "Rest assured, I am a merciful soul and will not stoop to quarreling with a brat." Their exchange continued, but the referee, accustomed to such banter, paid them no mind. Those who came to the beast arena bore deep grudges, and trading insults was commonplace. A minute later, the referee drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it skyward. With a resounding bang, the battle's prologue thundered forth, instantly capturing the audience's attention. All eyes were riveted on the arena, as if spellbound, utterly still. Even figures like Ouyang Qinghua and director Chu squinted slightly, their anticipation palpable, eager to discern the outcome of this confrontation. Lu Ruoyan was on edge, her delicate hands unconsciously clenching tightly, silently praying, "Xu Haoran, you must excel. Azure Sky Python, devour that foolish cat." Xu shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency, as if he were channeling all his strength into that command. His tone was sharp and jarring, shattering the arena's silence like thunder in a still night sky. Yet, Xu Haoran remained remarkably calm, simply uttering 2 words, "Tom." Upon hearing his master's call, Tom sprang into action. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, bending his legs slightly and lowering his body, As if establishing a firm foundation, his expression solemn and resolute, ready for the impending confrontation. The azure sky python surged forward like a raging torrent, moving with astonishing speed. Its massive body was surprisingly agile, akin to a graceful dragon, moving faster than a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance to Tom, its gaping maw agape, fangs gleaming like sharp daggers, radiating a chilling aura. Capable of effortlessly swallowing a fierce wolf, let alone a seemingly frail cat. To the onlookers, Tom's fate appeared sealed, akin to a fragile boat tossed by a storm, on the verge of being mercilessly engulfed. Ouyang Qinghua curled his lips in disdain, casting a glance at Xu Haoran, his expression one of contempt. With such meager skills, how dare he be so audacious? He deserved to perish. Everyone believed Tom was doomed, but at that critical moment, the cat, who had been steadfast in its stance, suddenly sprang into action. He slowly raised his head, his right hand gripping the sword hilt like a vice, his eyes unwavering as he faced the oncoming azure sky python. Just as the beast opened its gaping maw, Tom's muscles swelled with power, as if inflated like a balloon. With a powerful push from his legs, it was as if he were propelled by a spring. Meow, 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 meow. Sword technique, Death's symphony. Whoosh. His figure darted like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The spectators could only perceive a fleeting glimmer of sword light, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky. Whoosh. Crack. Tom, like a specter, instantaneously materialized behind the azure cloud python, his long sword, freshly unsheathed, gradually sliding back into its scabbard. Simultaneously, a thin, crimson line emerged silently upon the python's neck. With a sudden, sickening pop, the head of the azure cloud python separated from its body, its massive cranium plummeting to the ground like a falling meteor, creating a resounding thud. Whoosh. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The audience, who had been fervently discussing Tom's impending demise, seemed to have been struck mute, their voices extinguished, leaving only a profound hush. Ouyang Qinghua and Din Chu were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Xu stood there, dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on the severed head of his azure cloud python, unable to comprehend the enormity of the moment. His beloved azure cloud python, dead? How could this be? That foolish cat. How could it have slain my azure cloud python? Ah, consider this a taste of retribution, Xu. What will you say now? Witnessing Tom's triumph over the azure cloud python, Xu Haoran beckoned to Tom, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he turned his gaze towards Xu. The stage was now set for the other to perform. Xu, his expression blank, looked up at Xu Haoran, his pupils devoid of their usual luster. His azure cloud python dead? This was a royal tier beast. It was with this creature that he had entered the Beastmaster Bureau. Now, with its death, his sole pillar of strength was gone. He would become an ordinary beastmaster, unable to reclaim his former status. Xu, stop feigning ignorance. Noting Xu silence, Xu Haoran continued. We even made a wager. The loser must stand at the arena's entrance and declare themselves a waste. You can't afford to lose. He chuckled lightly. So what if a royal tier beast has perished? So what if your future hopes have vanished? No worries. Without a royal tier ferocious beast, if you're expelled from the Beastmaster Bureau, you can always wash dishes. If that doesn't work out, we could always resort to scavenging, right? No need to be so disheartened. Xu Haoran spoke with the most nonchalant tone, delivering the most piercing words. Hearing the mention of scavenging and being expelled from the Bureau, Xu felt a surge of heat rise in his throat. Gush, gush. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth as he felt the world spin around him, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Overwhelmed with rage and enduring a fatal blow, all prospects for the future had been obliterated. Xu Haoran continued to deliver his sardonic remarks, and Xu could no longer endure. After spewing blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. On the stage, Din Chu and the others were in disbelief, their lips twitching as they realized Xu Haoran had truly struck a lethal blow to the heart. Oh dear cousin, don't faint. You must be strong. Xu Haoran exclaimed with feigned concern upon seeing Xu collapse. You need to be resilient. Who knows how many enemies you'll have to face in the future. If you can't withstand this, what will you do then? I genuinely worry you might fall into depression. After uttering a few more taunts and confirming that Xu lay unresponsive on the ground, Xu Haoran lost interest in mocking him further. Turning to beckon Lu Rian to leave. His display of prowess had been sufficient, and he had no desire to linger. He also wished to keep Tom from garnering too much attention. It would not bode well if Li Fei caught wind of it. Darling. Just as he was about to depart, a jubilant voice called out from the side. Lu Rian, agile as a nimble cat, leaped down from the stands and rushed towards Xu Haoran, vaulting into his embrace with her legs clinging tightly around his waist. My little puppy husband, you were incredible. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Rian planted a kiss on Xu Haoran's cheek. What a surprise. This is pure surprise. Though she was somewhat taken aback by Xu Haoran's victory, it mattered little. Winning was what counted. After kissing Xu Haoran, she provocatively glanced toward Zhao Qingtian. Giving him a thumbs up, Zhao's face darkened, resembling one who had just consumed something distasteful. Xu Haoran, enveloped in her warmth, nearly lost his composure at her soft, fragrant form. Lu Rian's figure was simply exquisite. Even a gentle embrace revealed not a trace of excess flesh. Chapter 39, Special Exchange Student, Twin Stars. Curious. What is that pressing against me? What hidden weapon do you have concealed in your trousers? Lu Rian, having kissed Xu Haoran, seemed to sense something amiss, stepping back to regard him with playful curiosity. Of course, she knew precisely what it was. She merely wished to tease Xu Haoran. The surprise she had received was considerable, and she didn't mind letting him enjoy a bit of advantage for her own amusement. Ahem, it's nothing, just a concealed weapon, in case of unexpected circumstances. Xu Haoran coughed, deftly diverting the topic. Oh, so if I were to ambush you, would you stab me? Lu Rian asked, feigning innocence. Xu Haoran. This mischievous vixen, fully aware of what she was doing, feigning ignorance. She wouldn't dare speak so boldly if no one were around. I wonder if she would still have the same bravado. All right, let us depart. Xu Haoran felt parched, hastily changing the subject, aware that if they continued, the conversation would take a different turn altogether. He glanced back at Xu Hu, who was still lying there, eyes closed, as if tasting the bitterness of defeat. Truly tragic. With the death of the Azure Cloud Python, Xu Hu's name would soon vanish from the Beastmaster Bureau. With his talents, he might never reach such heights again. He would plummet from the pinnacle to the abyss, suffering greatly. Yet, witnessing this scene, Xu Haoran felt no twinge of sympathy. Rather, a smile crept onto his face. This was merely retribution. After all, Xu Hu had been the one to directly slay the original host. What was this compared to that? All right, let us board the vehicle and inspect our treasures. Lu Rian shot a glance at Xu Haoran, her lips pursed enticingly. Xu Haoran couldn't help but glance at her alluring figure, his throat tightening. This woman certainly had a knack for making even the most innocent remarks suggestive. The match concludes, with Xu Haoran emerging victorious. At that moment, the referee's voice snapped everyone back to reality. On stage, Zhao Qingtian, Ouyang Qinghua, and Din Shu finally registered the astonishing sight of the decapitated Azure Cloud Python below. What sorcery was this? A mere cat had slain the Azure Cloud Python. Good heavens! Am I blind? The Azure Cloud Python has been beheaded? What kind of cat is this? A feline overlord? This was a royal tier ferocious beast. How could this be? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Regrettably, Xu Haoran had already taken Lu Rian's hand and departed, too indifferent to linger for any further ostentation. Xu Haoran and Lu Rian strode briskly, accompanied by Tom, eager to return to the car and fully appreciate the aesthetic allure of the crystal core. However, before they could board, they were intercepted by Ouyang Qinghua and Din Shu. Din Shu, the competition has concluded. Do you still have matters to discuss? Lu Rian inquired, puzzled by the unexpected blockade. Ouyang Qinghua and Din Shu exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions somewhat enigmatic. Accompanying them were three subordinates, equally fixated on Xu Haoran with strange expressions. No one had anticipated that Xu Haoran would emerge victorious in this contest. Din Shu scrutinized Tom, who was perched beside Xu Haoran, and remarked, "Student Xu, your cat is rather extraordinary. What breed of fierce beast is this? It even wields a sword? Who could have guessed that such a diminutive creature could vanquish the Azure Cloud Python?" At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Tom, eager to discern the species of this remarkable beast. Could it possibly be an exceptionally rare variant? In truth, Tom's prowess was not the issue. Rather, the Azure Cloud Python was simply too feeble. Despite its high rank, its strength was merely at the elite level, essentially still immature. It was wholly unsurprising for a beast of that caliber to be easily dispatched by Tom. "Din Shu, you jest. My cat hardly qualifies as a fierce beast." Xu Haoran replied with humility and courtesy, prompting a nod of approval from Chu Qinglan. Winning while maintaining composure is commendable for a young man. However, just as that thought crossed his mind, Xu Haoran continued, "Tom is merely a mouse-catching cat. Who would have thought that the Azure Cloud Python would be inferior to my cat? Alas, I didn't intend to steal the limelight. It simply fell before Tom without him exerting himself. I never imagined it would be so much weaker." Xu Haoran raised his hands in resignation. Din Shu and Ouyang Qinghua remained silent, struggling to recover from the unexpected turn of events. They initially believed Xu Haoran was being modest. But this was no modesty, it was sheer audacity. Haha, Din Shu forced a smile. "You certainly have a knack for humor. I wish to extend an invitation to you. I wonder if Student Xu would be willing to hear me out." Ouyang Qinghua keenly observed Xu Haoran, fervently hoping he would decline. "What is it?" Xu Haoran asked, perplexed. After all, The other party appeared to be the dean of the Beast Taming Academy. What could he possibly want with him, a mere novice in beast taming? The Beast Taming Academy and the Beast Bureau have an exchange slot available, and we would like to invite you to accept this opportunity. Would you be willing? Dean Xu spoke hesitantly, as if reluctant to disclose the details. Of course he is willing. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, seemingly struck by a realization, enthusiastically shouted to support Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran turned to her, confusion etched on his face. What am I willing for? I don't even understand what they're saying. Silence. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Trust me, you won't regret it. Lu Ruyan urged, leaning closer to whisper in Xu Haoran's ear. Xu Haoran furrowed his brow, still oblivious to the meaning behind Dean Xu's words. Lu, this opportunity is no jest. It requires student Xu's consent. You cannot agree on his behalf. Dean Xu narrowed his eyes, silently cursing himself for forgetting Lu Ruyan, a sharp-witted individual who might be aware of the situation. Student Xu, the decision is yours. If you choose to decline, we will not press you, Dean Xu said with a benevolent smile. Ouyang Qinghua clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on Xu Haoran. Could this opportunity be something significant? Zhao Qingtian, standing nearby, seemed to have an epiphany, his expression shifting. Yet, before he could finish, Ouyang Qinghua raised a hand to silence him. Be quiet. I accept. Xu Haoran, initially perplexed about the nature of the exchange position, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Ouyang Qinghua and Zhao Qingtian's anxious demeanor. He understood that this was likely an extraordinary opportunity. With Lu Ruyan persistently nudging him, even a fool would grasp how to respond. Upon hearing Xu Haoran's agreement, Ouyang Qinghua's tense heart finally relaxed, though his expression soured. This was a significant misstep. How would he explain this to the higher-ups? He had chosen someone who couldn't even tame beasts. Dean Xu's expression was inscrutable, revealing no clear joy or sorrow, merely reflecting the unpredictability of fate. He glanced at Lu Ruyan beside Xu Haoran and then at Ouyang Qinghua and Zhao Qingtian. Each element of this scenario was crucial, without any one of them. Xu Haoran might never have had the chance to become this twin star, yet now, all elements aligned as if orchestrated by destiny. Having lived longer than Ouyang Qinghua, Dean Xu held a broader perspective. With Xu Haoran's acceptance, he had no objections. And thus he acknowledged Xu Haoran's new role as a special exchange student of the Wanglong Academy and the Beast Bureau. Ouyang Qinghua and Dean Xu shared similarly conflicted expressions, ultimately leading Dean Xu to ask, would you like to announce it, or shall I? Ouyang Qinghua's lips twitched, his face pale, reflecting a myriad of emotions, regret, conflict, helplessness, and anguish. This left Xu Haoran and Lu Ruyan utterly bewildered. Announce what? Xu Haoran inquired. Dean Xu glanced at Ouyang Qinghua, noting his silence, and proceeded to say, Student Xu, your strength is commendable. Despite your peculiar connection with your beasts, Chapter 40, the astute Li Fei, Wanglong Academy, Beast Bureau, exchange student? Xu Haoran recognized the significance of these three terms. Wanglong Academy was the most prestigious and opulent beast taming institution in Rong City. Gaining admission here required either immense wealth or exceptional talent. Even those with wealth needed sufficient aptitude to qualify. Mere financial means would not suffice unless one were the wealthiest individual in Rong City. At that moment, Xu Haoran comprehended the situation regarding the elderly gentleman before him. Dean Xu was the head of the most esteemed beast taming academy in Rong City. He had once dreamed of attending this academy upon graduation, yet his grades had been so dismal that even the most inferior institution would not accept him. He never anticipated that he would one day engage in conversation with such a distinguished figure. He turned to Lu Ruyan, realizing the magnitude of her connections. How grand must her business dealings be to know such high-profile individuals? Why are you looking at me? Just answer. Lu Ruyan's smile remained, her lips moving as she whispered words only Xu Haoran could hear. Oh, congratulations. I lack beast taming talent, so try to enjoy this moment while you can, otherwise, there may not be much joy in the future. Xu Haoran's flippant remark caused Dean Xu's smile to falter, his expression momentarily frozen as he grappled for words. Lu Ruyan's lips twitched, forcing a smile as she added, Dean, my Haoran simply enjoys jesting. I hope you will be kind to him in the future. With that, she playfully twisted Xu Haoran's waist, admonishing him to speak less if he couldn't articulate his thoughts. Dean Xu's demeanor softened slightly, and he turned to the two with a puzzled expression, particularly noting Xu Haoran's arm encircling Lu Ruyan's figure. By the way, the old man hadn't yet inquired. Ms. Lu, what is your relationship with Xu? My boyfriend, Lu Ruyan replied, her face lighting up with a sweet, girlish smile of bliss. Dean Xu regarded Xu Haoran's youthful visage with a peculiar expression. Although he was no longer a child, his age was certainly not far beyond his early 20s. In contrast, Lu Ruoyan appeared to be nearing her late 20s, perhaps around 27 or 28. Ah, the advantages of youth and beauty. Dean Chu found himself unexpectedly envious of Xu Haoran. Securing a partner like Lu Ruoyan would save him decades of missteps, not to mention the considerable advantages it bestowed. Countless admirers must have pursued Lu Ruoyan. Ouyang Qinghua and the three individuals behind him exhibited a plethora of expressions, all imbued with a profound mix of envy and resentment. How could sheer luck allow an untalented ordinary person like Xu Haoran to win the affections of such a universally adored beauty and affluent woman? Had Xu Haoran merely chosen a partner weighing 200 pounds, they would have felt no envy. Yet, Lu Ruoyan was not only a stunning beauty, but also wealthy. Who could look upon such a pairing without feeling a pang of jealousy? Ha ha, Xu. You truly possess a sense of humor. However, since we have extended an invitation, and you have accepted, let's not discuss anything further. You seem to be preoccupied at the moment, so let us convene tomorrow morning instead. At 10 o'clock, please come to my office at Wanglong Academy, and I shall elucidate the meaning of this invitation to you. This matter holds great significance. Should you fail to arrive by 10 o'clock tomorrow, it will be rendered void. Dean Chu stated earnestly. Noticing the intimate exchange between Xu Haoran and Lu Ruoyan, he felt it inappropriate to linger further. With a final glance at Tom, he turned and departed with Ouyang Qinghua. Are we truly allowing this lad to become a twin star? This decision bears immense weight. Once outside, Ouyang Qinghua's expression darkened as reluctance washed over him. This opportunity was exceedingly vital, and neither of them knew how many candidates had been considered. Who would have imagined that, in the end, they would select a talentless individual simply due to a bet? Dean Chu cast a sidelong glance at him. If you have regrets, it is not too late to reconsider. Regret? Ouyang Qinghua, do not entertain such notions, he retorted defiantly, puffing out his chest. However, he suddenly paused, silence enveloping him as he recognized his own arrogance. He truly was beginning to have second thoughts. Let us proceed with it this way then. If he can arrive punctually at the dean's office tomorrow, we shall consider it settled. But let us agree, neither of us shall renege on this. Dean Chu said with a gentle stroke of his beard, smiling. Arrive punctually at the dean's office? And what if he cannot make it on time? A peculiar thought flickered in Ouyang Qinghua's mind. If he failed to arrive punctually, would that not leave the spot vacant once more? In a mysterious and uncharted underground chamber, the flickering lights resembled twinkling stars. Two men cloaked in black robes, their faces adorned with white masks, languidly reclined on a moldy sofa, exuding an air of exhaustion. Their once pristine robes were now tattered, seemingly narrating the trials and tribulations of recent days. Ring ring, ring ring. The man with the Spade 7 mask answered the phone. Irritation lacing his voice as he barked. Who is this? I'm busy trying to escape. Speak quickly, or be gone. Since the day Zero Mecha Beast was rendered obsolete, they had been relentlessly pursued by experts from the Divine Dragon. In the span of just 2 days, they had faced countless assassination attempts. Had it not been for their formidable strength, they would have likely perished. Spade 7 finally grasped why the Divine Dragon was notorious for its frequent card refreshes. Without genuine skill, one would be utterly oblivious to the manner of their demise in such a territory. I have traced the location and identity of the mysterious beast master who appeared that day. Sir, shall I send you the information now? An elderly voice inquired from the other end. What? You found it so quickly? Send it immediately. Spade 7 exclaimed, elation surging within him. The man beside him, adorned with a Heart 3 mask, turned his gaze towards him, questioning. You found the mysterious beast master so swiftly? Who knows? Let me take a look first, Spade 7 replied, swiftly opening their custom chat application to retrieve the files sent by his subordinate. As the document opened, a youthful and refined face came into view. Xu Haoran. Spade 7 was taken aback upon seeing the young visage, his heart brimming with skepticism. After thoroughly reviewing the information, his expression darkened, and he immediately redialed his subordinate. As soon as the call connected, he bellowed, Are you out of your mind? What is this information you sent me? Xu Haoran, a talentless waste with no beast mastery? Are you jesting with me? The man with the Heart 3 mask shook his head in disappointment. What had initially filled him with anticipation now left him utterly disillusioned. Calm down, my lord. This is the most recent information I obtained. Moreover, this young man is about to become a twin star. So I conducted some investigation and discovered that he is indeed quite peculiar. Peculiar? In what way? Spade 7 furrowed his brow. Not only is he the boyfriend of a female executive, but he is also acquainted with the talented Ao Xiaoshuang from the Ao family and Zhao Sahan from the Zhao family. His subordinate possesses an ordinary cat with the extraordinary ability to slay the royal-level Biyun Qingtian python. Additionally, I discovered that he keeps an unremarkable black lizard as a pet, which bears a striking resemblance to the giant beast that appeared that day. I suspect this young man harbors secrets. The elderly voice elaborated slowly. Acquainted with Zhao Sahan. While others might not have cared, Spade 7's interest peaked immediately upon hearing that name. Xu Haoran, the prodigious daughter of the Zhao family, a divine-level beast master, and a key candidate for the Beast Master Bureau's development. His mind raced as he fell into contemplation. Subsequently, he refrained from responding to his subordinate, abruptly ending the call. He turned to the man beside him, saying, "This young man indeed presents some anomalies. Shall we investigate further?" Red 3 frowned slightly. "We have just escaped their pursuit. Do we really want to return to Rong City now? However, this young man is riddled with mysteries. His subordinate possesses a peculiar cat capable of defeating a matured Biyun Qingtian python. The creature that appeared that day is unlike anything we've seen. Bearing some resemblance to a lizard, there is a distinct possibility it is connected to him. If we could capture that creature, this endeavor would not be deemed a total failure." Spade 7 grinned. After a moment of silence, Red 3 rose, his robe billowing in the wind as he strode toward the entrance of the tunnel. "Hey, where are you going?" Black 3 called out hurriedly. "Did you not say we were to find this young man? Tonight, regardless of whether he is the person we seek, we shall eliminate him and swiftly depart from the divine dragon," Spade 7 declared, bursting into laughter. "Haha, truly, you are my excellent partner. I relish your decisive nature. Wait for me." With that, he hastily followed suit, and together they exited the underground lair. "Dad, that Lone Star must have fled with the money. Let me handle it. I cannot rest easy until Xu Haoran is dead." In a lavish office, Li Fei gazed at the middle-aged man before him, his voice hoarse and desperate. "Please be quiet." Li Fei glared at his son, a visage of disappointment etched across his face. How could he, a man of such exceptional merit, end up with a son as dull-witted as this? Li Fei, chastened by his father's rebuke, dared not utter another word, yet, with a hint of defiance, he managed to call out, "Dad." Li Fei rubbed his temples. Guxing was a renowned detective in the underworld and was unlikely to have fled. The probability of some unforeseen complication was high. Could you not think for a moment that Xu Haoran might not be as simple as he appears? "Impossible, Dad. I have conducted a thorough investigation on Xu Haoran. His background is crystal clear. What could possibly be amiss? He is an orphan, a worthless nobody. Are we really afraid of him?" Li Fei retorted loudly. Upon hearing this, Li Fei fell silent. This point was indeed valid. Xu Haoran's background was too easily accessible, and it revealed nothing amiss. Could it be that Guxing had truly absconded with the money? "Dad, let me take a team tonight. I will ensure that Xu Haoran is quietly eliminated. He resides in a rural area on the outskirts. We could kill him without a soul ever knowing." Noticing his father's hesitation, Li Fei seized the moment, fervently adding fuel to the fire. He genuinely wished for Xu Haoran's demise. This scoundrel had caused him significant losses and had offended Zhao Hai and Chu Renjia. He truly deserved to die. He was unaware of the substantial compensation he owed to the Zhao and Chu families. The losses this time had already approached 10 million. This was what left Li Fei at a loss for words. Furthermore, even if Xu Haoran had not been the one to steal the spirit tail snake, he still deserved punishment. Li Fei's countenance turned grim. For him, eliminating a backgroundless figure like Xu Haoran was exceedingly simple. "You have already jeopardized our family's relations with the Zhao and Chu families. Do you still wish to stir up more trouble?" Li Fei bellowed. Li Fei shrank back. Yet he remained unsatisfied. "But we can't just let that little brat go, can we? Guxing hasn't contacted us for a day, even if he hasn't run away. He is now unreliable. He might be off gallivanting, and we cannot afford to wait idly. I can't sleep while knowing that little brat is out there." Li Fei was not as agitated as Li Fei. He merely tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Unlike Li Fei, he was contemplating whether Guxing's disappearance was connected to Xu Haoran. If there was indeed a connection, Xu Haoran must possess considerable depth, but if not, it implied that Xu Haoran was merely an ordinary person, and killing him would matter little. As he gazed at Xu Haoran's comprehensive background information laid out before him, he hesitated. This fundamental data was easily accessible to him. He had initially intended for Guxing to delve deeper into the investigation, but now that Guxing was missing, he could no longer rely on him. After a day of failed attempts to reach Guxing, he knew he had to take matters into his own hands. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "Then it shall be as such. Have Old Fu select a few capable individuals to accompany you tonight and test Xu Haoran. If he can be killed, then do so. If not, do not expose yourselves." "Old Fu," Li Fei exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "Thank you, Dad. With Old Fu by my side, what do I have to fear from Xu Haoran? Just wait for my good news." He turned to leave, eager to eliminate that despicable Xu Haoran. "Wait." Just as he was about to exit, Li Fei called out to Li Fei once more. "What is it, Dad?" Li Fei turned back with a puzzled expression. "Can you not exercise a bit more caution?" Li Fei frowned. "If I were as foolish as you, I would have met my demise countless times. Before you go, make sure to disguise yourself. Do not let anyone discover your identity." Dad, you are too clever. Li Fei's eyes sparkled with realization. You always think ahead. Li Fei Yu fell silent. He yearned to express that it was not his intelligence, but rather Li Fei's utter foolishness that astounded him. He was so daft that he began to question whether Li Fei was truly his son, had it not been for the paternity test he had conducted long ago. He would genuinely wonder about their biological relation. How could such a brilliant mind, capable of establishing a vast enterprise, produce such a simpleton? I've got it. I will disguise myself as Xu Haoran. Then, I can use his face to kill him, and no one will suspect a thing. Li Fei's eyes lit up, feeling an overwhelming sense of cleverness. All right, let us proceed with this plan. Disguising myself as Xu Haoran to eliminate him is indeed a commendable idea. Great, Dad. I will gather my team right away, and we will take down that scoundrel Xu Haoran tonight. With a fierce determination, Li Fei stormed out of the office. A sinister excitement coursing through him as he envisioned the swift demise of Xu Haoran. Chapter 41. Why doesn't it taste good? What was this exchange student program all about? Why did you want me to agree? Meanwhile, Xu Haoran and Lu Ruyan had already entered the car. Lu Ruyan was driving, preparing to visit Xu Haoran's home. I know a bit about that exchange student program. It is a joint initiative between the Beastmaster Academy and the Beastmaster Bureau, something called the Twin Star Program. I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but I know it would be immensely beneficial for you. Your treasures can't possibly harm you, can they? At this point, Lu Ruyan shot Xu Haoran a flirtatious glance. Xu Haoran turned his head, immediately noticing her statuesque figure and long, beautiful legs. Such treasures, he mused, seemed quite advantageous for him as well. He swallowed hard. So, I really should go tomorrow? Yes, you should. After all, you won't be at a loss. There's a chance you might even get to join the Wanglong Beastmaster Academy, the largest Beastmaster Academy in Rong City, Lu Ruyan replied. Is that really possible? Xu Haoran's eyes brightened. This was a topic that piqued his interest. At his age, most others were still attending school. He was the only one lacking talent and the means to attend, which left him with a sense of regret compared to his peers. It should be possible. If not, just consider I never mentioned it, Lu Ruyan said calmly. Disappointment washed over Xu Haoran as he rolled his eyes, pulling out the package he had just received. The exchange student program was irrelevant. The money and crystals were tangible assets. With this many crystals, along with the money, they had struck it rich. They could split it evenly and each make a considerable sum. Xu Haoran gazed at the bag of crystals, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He discovered that there were even emperor-level crystals among them. These crystals were worth at least 10 million on paper, and in reality, they were comparable to Holy Spirit-level crystals. They were essentially priceless. The detective had hidden such precious items within, and there were 2 of them. Xu Haoran rummaged around and miraculously found another. The combined value of these 2 items was beyond comprehension. This time, they truly hit the jackpot. What do those crystals matter compared to me? Lu Ruyan pouted suddenly, feigning indignation. I just made a great sacrifice to play your girlfriend. I gave you everything. Can't you compensate me a little more? The delicate, enchanting voice sent a shiver through Xu Haoran, prompting him to clutch his money pouch tightly. Let me remind you, we agreed on a 50-50 split beforehand. There can be no turning back now. The woman scoffed. What good is money when it comes to women? With wealth, what kind of woman cannot be had? Lu Ruyan replied, I'm not speaking of money. To which he retorted, not for money? Surely you are not coveting my cat, Tom? You wouldn't even spare a feline? Xu Haoran turned to glare at the slumbering Tom behind him. Couldn't I be interested in you? Lu Ruyan's voice dripped with melancholy. This man had no sense of romance. Me? Xu Haoran chuckled. I am well aware of my own limitations. I possess no beast taming talents, nor do I have wealth. My parents have passed away. What is there to attract you to me? Quite perceptive of you, she shot back, momentarily at a loss for words. Such an unromantic brute. A normal man would at least know to say a few sweet nothings to charm a lady. Indeed, one should never date a straight man. The car ride to Xu Haoran's home was enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. Upon arriving, Lu Ruyan finally grasped the reason for Xu Haoran's self-awareness. His abode was a modest rural dwelling, surrounded by brick walls. She could hardly fathom that Xu Haoran lived in such poverty. It was astonishingly destitute. The home was bare, devoid of any furnishings. No wonder Xu Haoran had such a clear sense of self. In a world driven by material desires, he was indeed no match for other wealthy heirs. Even a typical beast tamer likely led a more comfortable life than Xu Haoran. This is my home. Do you still desire me? Xu Haoran quipped as he opened the iron gate. Lu Ruyan maintained her cheerful demeanor. Dear brother, consider what you're saying. I am not short on money. Given your financial state, it seems I could very well support you. With that rogue gone, we could soar together. I promise your life will be more comfortable than that of a deity. More comfortable than a deity? I fear I may meet an untimely demise, he thought, horrified. The adage held true. Women in their 30s are like wolves, in their 40s like tigers, and by 50, they could devour the earth. If he truly ended up with Lu Ruyan, he might find himself in dire straits. Xu Haoran shook his head. Never mind. Let us sit for a moment. We shall split the money and the crystals and part ways amicably. You scoundrel. You intend to take advantage of me and then vanish, abandoning my feelings? I never expected you to be such a man. Lu Ruoyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her sorrow palpable. Bystanders in the village who witnessed the scene were taken aback. Such a beautiful wife, and Xu Haoran is just letting her go? Enough with the theatrics. We could have simply split the money by now. Splitting the money is trivial, but could you enlighten me on this creature? Upon stepping into the yard, Lu Ruoyan halted, her breath caught in her throat. In the yard stood a black beast, reminiscent of a lizard, yet standing on two legs. Anyone from Rongqing would instantly recognize it, the fearsome beast that had recently emerged. It was not just known in Rongqing. Reports had circulated nationwide regarding the mysterious beast tamer behind it. It was extraordinarily powerful and had appeared out of nowhere, drawing considerable attention. Lu Ruoyan assumed it was the beloved pet of some formidable figure, but why was it now in Xu Haoran's home? Oh, fear not. This is not the monster from Rongqing, merely a little pet of mine. They bear a resemblance, but mine is harmless. Lu Ruoyan breathed a sigh of relief. Nearly convinced that Xu Haoran was indeed the elusive beast tamer. She had already imagined him as some ancient being capable of eternal life, possessing supernatural powers to command such a fierce creature. Is this truly not that creature? Despite Xu Haoran's assurances, Lu Ruoyan remained skeptical. For the beast's might was terrifying. Such a creature could obliterate worlds. Certainly not. This is merely a hybrid beast I raised, a mutation resulting from a lizard and a peculiar four-legged reptile. I named it Godzilla. It poses no threat. You can see for yourself. Xu Haoran approached Godzilla and playfully slapped its head. The creature leaned forward but remained unperturbed, its expression blank. It let out a disgruntled growl. If you weren't my master, I'd show you what an atomic breath feels like. Oh, that puts me at ease, Lu Ruoyan said, finally relaxing. She approached Godzilla and attempted to pet it. The creature remained still, gazing at her with a vacant stare, confirming its harmlessness. However, Lu Ruoyan soon noticed Godzilla fixated on her chest, drooling. This lizard is a lecher? She instinctively covered her bosom. No, Xu Haoran said, speechless at Godzilla's drooling. It's just a glutton. It probably thinks you look delicious, especially since you're so well endowed. It likely mistook you for food. This gluttonous creature wants to eat me. Lu Ruoyan quickly distanced herself, almost kicking the beast away. How did you end up with such a perverted lizard? Perhaps it's better to get rid of it. In an instant, her affection for Godzilla vanished. It was both lecherous and bizarre. Why are you still staring? Xu Haoran slapped Godzilla's head in exasperation. Can't you show a bit of ambition and eat something better? Lu Ruoyan bristled at his words, her brows furrowing as she puffed out her chest. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with my appearance? How can you say it's not appetizing when you've never tasted it? Chapter 42. I still underestimated this scoundrel's lower limit. You know I haven't tasted it, Xu Haoran replied, flustered. That is not what I meant. How could he articulate this? No, I merely intended to teach it what it should eat. Sometimes it has peculiar cravings. Humph, Lu Ruoyan relented, then casually inquired. By the way, do you have any information about the mysterious beast tamer who appeared a few days ago? It seems they vanished not far from here. Did you happen to see where they went? I believe they disappeared a few kilometers from here, but I didn't catch sight of them. Why? Are you looking for that esteemed individual? Xu Haoran casually fabricated a response. What business could I possibly have with such a prominent figure? Lu Ruoyan chuckled. That beast tamer is shrouded in mystery and power. Someone like me is only meant to admire from afar. Yet, meeting them would be splendid, alas. I may never have the opportunity to encounter someone of that caliber in my lifetime. As she spoke, a hint of yearning colored her voice. I wonder when I might have the chance to befriend that extraordinary being. I also ponder what they might look like. Could they possibly be a strikingly handsome figure? Yet, she quickly shook her head. Given their immense power, it is more likely that they are an elderly gentleman. How many young beastmasters can forge a contract with such formidable creatures at such a tender age? But then again, who knows? Perhaps they truly are an exceptionally handsome individual? Xu Haoran revealed a dazzling smile, displaying 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Unlikely, he countered. Most of those formidable beings have lived for countless years. Their aura of mystery certainly negates the possibility of them being a handsome youth. Lu Ruoyan shook her head in agreement. Xu Haoran chose not to clarify that he was indeed the enigmatic beastmaster in question. Instead, he turned to enter the house. Let us first divide the money and the crystal cores. 10 minutes later, the money and crystal cores were portioned into 2 fairly equal shares, although not precisely halved. The division was satisfactory. This portion is yours, and this one is mine. We owe each other nothing, he declared, with a twinkle in his eye. He admired the half-full bag of money and crystal cores. What a lucrative haul. Is this where you reside? Lu Ruoyan inquired. seemingly indifferent to the money but observing Xu Haoran's abode. The walls bore patches where the white paint had chipped away, and stains marred certain areas. The furniture was notably worn. While the overall cleanliness was acceptable, the place certainly showed its age. Yes, I have 2 houses. They are sufficient for my needs. Xu Haoran replied. 2. Lu Rian was taken aback. Where's the other one? In the backyard. Xu Haoran gestured towards the back. Lu Rian was surprised to learn that Xu Haoran owned 2 houses. She ventured to the backyard to take a look, but quickly returned with a frown. There's nothing back here, just a small cement structure. You don't mean to say that's your other house, do you? Indeed. That restroom counts as a house too. Xu Haoran said with a hint of pride. I built it myself. It holds more significance than this old house. What are you so proud of? Lu Rian retorted incredulously. What does that even count as in terms of houses? What about your other 2 houses? After living here for 2 years, I've developed feelings for it. Xu Haoran's expression turned serious, his demeanor earnest, which earned Lu Rian's respect. I never realized you were so sentimental, she admitted. So what are your plans? I intend to purchase a small villa and occasionally return to reminisce about this place, which has been my home for 2 years, Xu Haoran explained. Lu Rian fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. What a waste of your feelings. If you desire a villa, I could sell you mine. It's in the city center, quite close to the Beastmaster Bureau and Wanglong University, Lu Rian suggested. Her lips twitching. Really? You plan to sell it? How much? Xu Haoran inquired. The original price is 30 million. I can sell it to you for 15 million. But I have a condition, Lu Rian stated. 15 million. Xu Haoran exclaimed, incredulous. You have conditions at that price? He suspected Lu Rian was trying to take advantage of him. You're not trying to swindle me, are you? Don't look at me as if I'm trying to cheat you. That's South Prime real estate. There's a commercial street nearby. And the subway is right at the entrance of the community. And it's in the city center. How do you think it could be any cheaper? Lu Rian was indeed strikingly beautiful, a natural enchantress. Even when glaring, she exuded an alluring charm. Xu Haoran contemplated the location. Given its centrality and the fact that it was a villa, the price seemed reasonable after all. What is your condition? He asked. Are you seriously considering the purchase? Lu Rian's eyes sparkled with excitement. I absolutely will not buy it, Xu Haoran replied firmly, shaking his head. Lu Rian's lips twitched. Then why did you ask about my conditions? I was curious about what they might be, Xu Haoran shrugged. You're asking about my requirements while having no intention to buy. Lu Rian was nearly exasperated. I'm offering you a chance to snag a great deal for 15 million, and you refuse. Why not just buy a smaller place for 1 to 2 million? With that money, I could buy several more. He genuinely hesitated to spend 15 million on a house. With all this money you have, surely you have at least 100 million. Don't you want to live better? Lu Rian raised an eyebrow. Not particularly. Xu Haoran shook his head like a stubborn fan. This man is hopeless, Lu Rian thought. What if I let you stay in my villa for free? She proposed tentatively. Xu Haoran fell silent, then turned around to head back into the house. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Rian was perplexed. Xu Haoran paused and looked back in confusion. Didn't you say your home was free for me to stay in? Lu Rian was momentarily speechless. Ugh. Sigh. In the car. Lu Rian drove while glancing at the various bags and bundles in the back seat, astonished at Xu Haoran's audacity. If you're living in my house, I must stipulate some conditions, Lu Rian said, focusing on the road ahead. Aside from asking for money, I'm open to anything. Xu Haoran replied without hesitation. You really are terrified of being poor, aren't you? What if I suggest you share a bed with me tonight? Xu Haoran hesitated momentarily. Lu Rian smirked. What's this? You seemed quite agreeable a moment ago. He was merely a novice, still attempting to compete with her seasoned experience. Xu Haoran shook his head. That's not what I meant. Perhaps we could share a bed from now on. Or I could buy some more umbrellas. If you don't like them, I need to purchase them. What kind of joke is that? Lu Rian was stunning with her fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, and to top it off, she was wealthy. He had no idea how much property she owned, and it wasn't he that she was unworthy of him. Rather, it was he who felt unworthy of her. If he were to marry Lu Rian, countless people would envy him. How did I underestimate this rascal? Lu Rian gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling utterly vexed by Xu Haoran. Chapter 43. I will soon be able to deal with Xu Haoran. All right, let me state my requirements. You don't need to share my bed, but I will need your help managing the villa. My work keeps me busy, and I sometimes have to travel for business. So I want to always be around. Lu Rian, who owned numerous enterprises, naturally had business dealings to attend to. Having connections with the principal of Wanglong Academy indicated that her business was substantial. While it might not rival the large families of Rome City, it certainly had its own scale. Oh, that is simple enough. I can do that, Xu Haoran nodded. Such minimal demands felt almost non-existent. He had always enjoyed tidying up his space. Before long, they arrived at Lu Rian's residence. Xu Haoran carried in a considerable amount of items. He had asked Tom to watch over Godzilla, the alien creature, and the chickens. In a few days, he planned to sell the chickens and relieve himself of the responsibility of raising them. Xu Haoran intended to save part of the money and use the rest for business ventures. Having lived 2 lives, he understood that relying on past gains was not sustainable. He needed to strive for financial success for a better life. He needed to find a more lucrative line of work. Lu Rian's home was indeed vast, immensely so. The yard was expansive, and the rooms were spacious. Xu Haoran cast a glance at the bedroom that Lu Ruoyan had prepared for him, which was even larger than the living room of his own home. Could I possibly have a smaller bedroom? This vast space feels too empty for my liking, he mused. The sheer size of the room was beyond his comfort. He could not truly appreciate such expanse when it felt so desolate. If there's a smaller room available, feel free to occupy that, Lu Ruoyan remarked nonchalantly. Very well, I shall take the smaller room then. What would you like for dinner? From now on, I will be the one to cook for you. It would not be fair to take advantage of Lu Ruoyan's hospitality without offering something in return. So preparing meals and managing household chores seemed a fitting way to reciprocate. There are ingredients in the fridge, make do with what you find. My culinary preferences are rather modest, he replied. You start on that. I'll take a shower, Lu Ruoyan said, her demeanor unfazed as she headed toward the bathroom. After a long day, she was eager to wash away the stickiness that clung to her. At that moment, the sun was dipping low in the sky, painting the horizon with hues of twilight. The evening was picturesque, as the sun's last rays brushed the day with vibrant colors. Su Yueguang glanced at the time and realized it was getting late, promptly making his way into the kitchen, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly. As Su Yueguang was fervently cooking, footsteps approached the kitchen door. Are you done showering? The food isn't ready yet, oh. Upon hearing the footsteps, Su Yueguang looked up, and the sight before him nearly caused him to lose his composure. The sight of Lu Ruoyan in a loose white silk nightgown, which delicately clung to her curves, was almost blinding. Her ample figure, swathed in the garment, moved gracefully, exuding an allure that was undeniable. Even the casual attire could not conceal her enchanting silhouette, and her long, beautiful legs were intermittently revealed as the hem of her gown swayed. You aren't wearing anything underneath, are you? Xu Haoran felt a warmth rising in his nose and rubbed it, relieved that he wasn't bleeding. Why would I wear anything extra in my own home? Lu Ruoyan asked, holding a towel and slightly tilting her head as she gently dried her long, dark hair. The casual display of languor and charm was enough to set his heart racing. As she bent slightly, Xu Haoran caught a glimpse of an endless abyss, and he pinched his nose, feeling an undeniable warmth coursing through him. I can't look any longer. It will definitely lead to a nosebleed. Yet, he was still present. Xu Haoran turned his attention back to the cooking, leaning forward as if to shield himself from view. Lu Ruoyan observed him and seemed to sense something. Oh, what is this? Feeling shy? She teased, her laughter ringing melodiously. Perhaps I should assist you. Don't hold back. It could become quite uncomfortable otherwise. She found amusement in teasing Xu Haoran, clearly enjoying the playful banter. I'll find a girlfriend on my own. I don't need your help, he retorted, somewhat exasperated. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with girlfriends? Lu Ruoyan inquired, her expression one of confusion. Xu Haoran turned to her, noticing a mischievous glint in her eyes. I meant I could help you with the cooking. I wouldn't want you to tire yourself out. Surely, you weren't thinking of something else. Realizing he had been playfully outmaneuvered, Xu Haoran remained unfazed, responding with a cool smirk. I can manage on my own here. However, if you need assistance from a little brother, don't hesitate to ask. I wouldn't want you to dirty your hands. Although he had never driven before, he had been on the highway. Lu Ruoyan initially did not grasp the implication, but as she pondered, she began to realize that this little brother was quite remarkable. When the realization dawned on her, she felt a flush spread across her cheeks and playfully retorted, You little rascal. I truly didn't expect you to possess such a silver tongue. We should have a contest sometime, to see whose words are more charming, yours or mine. Having been led onto the highway by Xu Haoran, she felt her cheeks warm, yet she managed to keep up with the banter. Xu Haoran, feeling a sudden weakness in his knees, felt his heart racing. Who could withstand such a temptation? Just as he was about to engage in a verbal sparring match, he turned towards the entrance only to find that Lu Ruoyan had vanished. So, you tease and then leave? You certainly know how to play. Xu Haoran ground his teeth in frustration. By the time the meal was ready, Lu Ruoyan was comfortably seated on the sofa, her legs crossed, and her hair perfectly styled. The short skirt failed to conceal her fair, long legs, and the way she perched her legs revealed hints of what lay beneath. Xu Haoran couldn't shake the feeling that there was nothing underneath the skirt, though the dim lighting made it hard to discern, stirring a restless curiosity within him. The more he tried not to look, the more he found himself drawn to the sight. Just as he felt he was on the brink of clarity, Lu Ruoyan stood up with a playful glint in her eye and announced, Dinner is ready. Oh, how delightful it is to have a man to feed me now. My appetite is quite large. You must ensure I am well fed. For reasons unknown, Xu Haoran felt that every word she spoke carried an unusual weight. Brother, what are you still staring at? Come and eat. Keep looking, and you may find it hard to sleep tonight, Lu Ruoyan teased, her laughter light and inviting. Noticing Xu Haoran's unwavering gaze, she felt a surge of pride in her appeal. Finally, Xu Haoran took his seat across from Lu Ruoyan and began to eat. I want to be home tomorrow. You'll have to manage your meals alone, he stated. Lu Ruoyan sampled his cooking, pleasantly surprised by its quality. Very well, she replied, only offering a brief acknowledgement. Don't think too much about me. If you do, just give me a call, Lu Ruoyan winked at him. The flirtation in her gaze rivaled that of any star from the silver screen. Xu Haoran sighed inwardly, nodding in response while contemplating whether he should venture out later that night. He had not forgotten to ask the solitary star to investigate Li Fei. But now, was it time to express gratitude to Li Fei? After all, he had unwittingly found himself in the company of a wealthy woman, enjoying the luxuries of a grand house. Though he hadn't shared the bed of the woman, he was certainly residing in her abode. Perhaps he should thank her tonight? Yet he had matters to attend to tomorrow. Never mind. I'll wait until I gather information on Li Fei before expressing my gratitude, he concluded. A sense of unease washed over him as he realized that he seemed to be accumulating more adversaries. How would he navigate the future? Meanwhile, as Xu Haoran and Lu Ruoyan enjoyed their meal, at the entrance of Lingguang village, a business vehicle and a van slowly rolled into the village. Li Fei, seated in the back, gazed eagerly at the approaching destination, a smile spreading across his face. Soon, he would reach Xu Haoran's home, and soon, he would eliminate him. Chapter 44, Two Foolish Minds. Inside the vehicle, Li Fei's excitement was palpable as his legs trembled with anticipation. The thought of Xu Haoran meeting his end at his hands sparked a fire in his eyes. Beside him, an elderly man with a grizzled beard spoke slowly, "Young master, do not be anxious, we shall arrive shortly. Put on your mask to avoid any unforeseen complications." Understood, Fu Bo. I'll depend on you at that moment. Make sure that brat doesn't escape, Li Fei replied, narrowing his eyes. Also, be cautious of his cat. Although it has been confirmed that it isn't the one that stole my snake, I still sense something amiss about that feline. The elderly man with a white beard nodded, acknowledging the situation. Rest assured, young master, even if his cat poses a problem, it is no match for me. His expression remained calm, exuding confidence born from his prowess as an emperor-level beastmaster. His contracted pet was also a ferocious beast of the emperor rank. At this level, just a notch higher would lead to the saint spirit rank, beings capable of cataclysmic destruction. With the saint rank not in play, the emperor rank is invincible. The mysterious beastmaster who eradicated the mechanical monstrosity that day commanded a beast of saint spirit level or above. When it came to dealing with Xu Haoran, he felt that as an emperor-level beastmaster, he was merely using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. More than sufficient. With this thought, Li Fei felt a sense of ease. After all, he was accompanied by Fu Bo and a throng of others. What was there to fear? A talentless waste without the gift of beast mastery. Why should he be concerned? Even if he killed Xu Haoran, no one would dare to question him. With this in mind, he pulled out a flesh-toned human mask from his pocket. He affixed it to his face, applying glue to ensure a perfect fit. In a matter of minutes, he transformed from Li Fei into another person. If Xu Haoran were present, he would be startled to see that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Aside from being slightly more slender and having fairer skin, he was practically a mirror image. Once satisfied with the mask, Li Fei glanced in a mirror and, finding no flaws, nodded in approval. The mask crafted by the old ghost was indeed remarkable. He mused that if Xu Haoran were to see his doppelganger, he would surely be terrified. As he turned his gaze towards the vehicle, they were drawing ever closer to Xu Haoran's residence, and his excitement mounted. He would soon lay eyes on Xu Haoran. Simultaneously, high above in the firmament, two shadowy figures rode upon an invisible giant bird, hovering over the village. Hei Qi glanced at the locator. This is the spot. Xu Haoran resides here. Let us descend. Inquire around. It should be easy to locate his home. The invisible giant bird emitted a peculiar call before slowly descending toward the village. Meanwhile, Li Fei and his entourage had parked their vehicle at Xu Haoran's doorstep. Behind him, a multi-passenger van disgorged several shadowy figures. Astonishingly, from a vehicle designed for 7 or 8, a dozen individuals emerged. Observing the vacant and muddy expanse behind the iron gate, Li Fei was taken aback by the untidiness of Xu Haoran's home. The ground hadn't even been laid with concrete. He felt a wave of disgust wash over him. What kind of wretched place is this? Can anyone live in such squalor? He wouldn't even want his dog to reside here. Spitting in contempt, he gestured for one of his men to approach and unlock the iron gate. The rural houses were spaced far apart, and with the evening's stillness, he felt emboldened to pry open the lock. Xu Haoran hadn't employed any elaborate or expensive locking mechanism. Within a minute, The locksmith had unfastened the iron chain. Creaking, the gate swung open. It was now nightfall. The moonlight cast a delicate, silvery veil over the yard, while the sounds of roosters and birds filled the air. Li Fei beckoned his dozen or so subordinates, whose imposing presence followed him into the yard. Fu Bo stayed close by his side. Upon entering the yard, an eerie cat cry echoed nearby, nearly startling Li Fei. What was that? He turned sharply towards the source of the sound, only to find a small blue and white cat, Xu Haoran's pet. It appeared entirely ordinary, save for its rare coloration, and posed no threat. The cat sat at the entrance, merely observing them with curiosity. Realizing that it was fixated on him, Li Fei remembered he was still wearing Xu Haoran's face. The cat likely hadn't realized he was not its master. Though some beasts possessed high intelligence, this one appeared rather dim-witted. Next to the cat lay a pitch-black creature, somewhat obscured in the shadows. He dismissed it, waving his hand. Go find Xu Haoran and bring him to this yard. He gestured for his subordinates to search for Xu Haoran while he retrieved a flashlight, advancing toward the shadowy figure and illuminating it. He wanted to discern what the dark creature was when, unexpectedly, a deep growl resonated. The shadow he had assumed was merely charcoal took on a life of its own, slowly uncoiling its coiled body and rising to stand upright. What in the world? Observing the creature stand, Li Fei felt a surge of curiosity. This black form was moving. As the flashlight beam fell upon it, he discerned it was a pitch-black creature akin to a lizard. Wait, why did this creature seem so familiar? The more he gazed, the more his heart raced. This was the very beast that had vanquished the mechanical monster. After a couple of seconds of observation, Li Fei's eyes widened in terror as he stumbled back several paces. How could this creature resemble the one that triumphed over the mechanical beast so closely? Why was it here? Young master, what troubles you? Fu Bo, who had been monitoring the yard and his subordinates, noticed his unease and rushed to his side. Look, Fu Bo, is this not the pet of that mysterious beastmaster? Li Fei stammered, drenched in sweat, his legs trembling. Fu Bo followed the beam of the flashlight, and upon seeing the creature, his pupils constricted. It bears a striking resemblance to the beast that accompanied the mysterious beastmaster that day. He recognized it immediately, affirming that it was indeed identical. Young master, be cautious. He quickly positioned himself behind Li Fei, grasping his arm as if to flee. But he soon realized that the creature, alongside the cat, remained motionless, showing no intention of attacking them. Xu Haoran had instructed his beasts to refrain from aggression unless provoked. Thus, they were indifferent to Li Fei and his entourage's presence. Originally, Fu Bo had intended to escape, but upon noticing the creature's passive demeanor, he wore a perplexed expression. What is happening? Why aren't they attacking us? He wondered aloud. Fu Bo, what on earth is this? Is this the pet of that mysterious beastmaster? Li Fei remained engulfed in fear, shivering with trepidation, his palms slick with sweat. Something felt amiss. Fu Bo, too, had initially believed this to be the mysterious beastmaster's pet, but upon closer examination, he sensed discrepancies. The dark creature lacked dorsal fins and exhibited no aggressive tendencies, appearing rather clumsy. This does not seem to be the mysterious beastmaster's pet. Young master, do not panic. This creature is likely Xu Haoran's pet, considering it is with his cat. Xu Haoran's pet. Li Fei gazed into the distance at Godzilla, pondering whether Xu Haoran could indeed be that enigmatic beastmaster. Impossible. He is nearly my age. How could he possibly be that elusive figure? Xu Haoran is merely an ordinary person. How could he contract a beast of the Holy Spirit level? Setting aside other considerations, even if Xu Haoran possessed exceptional talent, it would be inconceivable for him to forge a contract with such a formidable beast at this tender age. Contracting a pet beast is contingent upon certain criteria. First, there is the matter of innate talent. Second, each level of beastmaster is limited in the highest grade of beasts they can contract. For instance, a beastmaster of B-grade talent cannot hope to contract a royal-level beast as their first. Each grade and type of beastmaster has its own threshold for pet contracts. Royal-tier beasts can only be attempted by those with A-grade talent or above on their initial contract, and even then, the success rate is exceedingly low. Xu Haoran lacks any innate talent for beast mastery. How could he possibly contract such a terrifying beast? Uncle Fu cast a sidelong glance at Li Fei, bemused by his apparent lack of intellect. Who did he inherit this foolishness from? It is truly baffling how the family head could sire such a dim-witted son. It is undoubtedly implausible. If my guess is correct, it is merely a beast that bears a resemblance. Otherwise, we would be dead by now, Uncle Fu mused. Young master, there is no one here, not a soul, he added. Just then, a subordinate emerged from within, confirming, there is no one. No one. Li Fei's expression darkened. Could it be that he anticipated my arrival and fled beforehand? But how could he know I was coming? Is there a traitor among us? Uncle Fu, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, suggested, Young master, Could it be that he has gone out for some reason and has not yet returned? Huh? Li Fei's eyes brightened at Uncle Fu's words. It seemed plausible after all. Uncle Fu, you are quite astute. I truly did not make a mistake bringing you along this time. You certainly did not make a mistake bringing me. Otherwise, who knows how many foolish things you would have done without me. He was already contemplating whether he should return to have a paternity test done on the boss. How could someone so clever produce such a simpleton? What shall we do now, young master? A subordinate inquired. Li Fei furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying resolutely, wait. We shall remain here until Xu Haoran returns. Today, I must eliminate him. Before that, however, I will collect some interest. He turned his fierce gaze towards Tom and Godzilla. Let us first eliminate Xu Haoran's pet beast and gather some interest. He beckoned, intending for his subordinates to slay Tom and Godzilla without mercy. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the courtyard, causing everyone present to tremble, their hearts leaping into their throats. Bang! A loud noise erupted from the entrance as the door, which they had gently closed, was violently kicked open. Compared to Li Fei's locksmith skills, this intruder was far more brutish. With a single kick, two individuals stormed into the courtyard, bellowing boisterously, "Where's Xu Haoran? Get out here." Heike surveyed the dimly lit courtyard and noted the presence of a dozen or so individuals. Oh, so many people? Did they know we were coming and set up an ambush? Seeing the throng, Heike was somewhat taken aback. How could there be so many? Who are you? Li Fei asked, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the two shadowy figures. Are you here looking for Xu Haoran? What a coincidence. You just happened to run into me? The two figures were somewhat discernible under the moonlight, clad in black robes, their faces obscured by masks adorned with unclear patterns. Who we are is of little importance. What matters is that you must be Xu Haoran, Heike sneered, fixing his gaze on Li Fei at the center of the crowd. Now, will you come with us willingly? Or shall I break your legs before you comply? Who the hell are you? I am not Xu Haoran. I am also here to find him. Xu Haoran is mine tonight. Those who wish to live had best scram. Li Fei retorted, irked by the audacity of the intruders. Who dares to be so brazen as to steal a kill in this day and age? You are not Xu Haoran? Heike raised an eyebrow, then retrieved a flashlight from his bag, switching it on. The brilliant beam struck Li Fei's face like a flashbang, causing him to recoil and shield his eyes. Oh, my eyes. What the hell are you doing? Are you looking to die? The sudden pain of being blinded by the bright light at night was unbearable. Li Fei was seething with rage, contemplating how to dispatch these two intruders. Heike switched off the flashlight, letting out a cold chuckle. You claim you are not Xu Haoran, but do you take us for fools? Your face is still on my phone. Li Fei's eyes, nearly blinded by the sudden glare, were filled with fury, leaving him no time to argue with the two cloaked figures. You two must be out of your minds. I have already told you I am not Xu Haoran. Kill them. First, eliminate them, then deal with Xu Haoran, he shouted, disregarding who the intruders were. Upon hearing Li Fei's command, the 10 or so subordinates summoned their pet beasts, charging forward alongside them toward Heike and his companion. Kill. The throng surged forward like a tidal wave, a formidable sight. However, Heike merely smirked, unfazed by the oncoming assault. If you are going to act, at least do so convincingly. Wear a mask if you must. He slowly raised his right hand, speaking coldly. Dealing with you requires no effort from my beasts. Who are these two fools? They are members of the Li family, and they think they can win against us? How foolish. Li Fei could not help but laugh, witnessing their arrogance. He had seen foolishness before, but never to this extent. How could they not even summon their beasts? It was as if they were courting death. Yet, in the next moment, the laughter faded from his lips. Within the courtyard, the group, accompanied by their beasts, wild boars, hedgehogs, and muscular bison, charged ferociously toward the two cloaked figures. Just as they were about to reach the duo, the black-clad figure raised an arm, targeting the approaching beasts and humans. Suddenly, slender black threads shot forth from the voluminous sleeves, darting toward the assailants like agile serpents. The black threads, upon contact with the humans, clung to them like leeches. Without warning, they screamed in agony, their legs stiffening as they collapsed to the ground. Not only the humans, but even the ferocious beasts fell in unison, their limbs rigid, crashing to the earth with a series of thuds. Should Xu Haoran witness such a scene, he would undoubtedly quip, "Ah, the youth of today, falling asleep at the drop of a hat." The spectacle was utterly bizarre. To Li Fei and Uncle Fu, it appeared as though the cloaked figure merely raised his hand, and their subordinates, along with their beasts, simply toppled over. They couldn't even fathom what the figure in the black cloak had done. With but a mere flick of his hand, their own had perished. What on earth is happening? What have you done? Li Fei had initially brimmed with confidence, believing that his dozen subordinates could easily subdue two individuals clad in black. Yet now, he stepped back in terror, gasping in fright, his complexion paling as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. What manner of being is this? Could it be that he wields supernatural powers? Wasn't it decreed that after the founding of the nation, no monster was allowed to attain sentience? How could so many of his men be dispatched in an instant? With a mere gesture, they were obliterated? Young master, take cover behind me. At that moment, a hunched figure stepped in front of him. Upon seeing this person, Li Fei's taut nerves finally began to ease. Yes, why was he so frightened? He had Uncle Fu with him. Uncle Fu was a beast master of imperial caliber, a paragon among beast masters nationwide. What was there to fear? With this thought, he became haughty once more, glaring at the two figures in black as he shouted, "How dare you lay a hand on my men? Seeking death. Uncle Fu, do not let them escape. Eliminate them both. No, leave them maimed, for I shall be the one to finish them." Li Fei bellowed. "Oh." Truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, Black Seven sneered, "Old man, if you were to cripple yourself, I might consider sparing you." Uncle Fu let out a cold laugh, remaining silent as his body began to swell, brown fur sprouting across his face. With a crack, the muscles in his arms expanded, revealing his bulging biceps. With another crack, his chest and thighs followed suit, his clothes torn asunder. In mere moments, he transformed from a frail, stooped old man into a towering, fur-covered gorilla over 2 meters tall. This form resembled the long demon forest gorilla, an imperial-grade beast, quite impressive. Black Seven nodded at this sight. A rare indication of approval. Not bad, but we shall see if it holds up. Uncle Fu, eyeing the two figures in black, dared not be careless. With that, he planted his foot heavily on the ground. Crack! The very earth beneath him was crushed into a deep pit. The hard surface fissured like a spider's web. And in the blink of an eye, he shot forth like lightning, his fist aimed at Black Seven's head. Boom! Should this punch land? Uncle Fu was confident he could shatter the opponent's skull. Even if he didn't obliterate him, he could certainly incapacitate him. However, while his thoughts were noble, reality proved less than favorable. Though he aimed for the black-cloaked man's head, a bizarre scene unfolded. The impact felt as though he had struck steel. Rather than sending Black Seven flying, an overwhelming force retaliated, crashing down upon his fist. Crack! His right arm instantly echoed with the sound of bones fracturing. "Ah!" he screamed. But the sound abruptly ceased as Black Seven seized his neck with one hand and slammed him ruthlessly into the ground. Boom! Crack! The earth shattered beneath the force of Uncle Fu's back colliding with it, creating a deep pit over a meter wide. Uncle Fu tasted blood in his mouth, spewing forth a torrent as his consciousness began to fade. Before he could gather his wits, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face. Boom! Then came another fist. Bang, 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 bang. In mere breaths, a dozen punches battered him, leaving him bloodied and on the brink of unconsciousness. Only when Uncle Fu lay motionless, his face a canvas of blood, did Black Seven toss him aside like refuse, landing him next to Li Fei. "Oh." The imperial-grade beast master can take a beating. A typical beast master would have perished under my blows. Black Seven chuckled darkly. "Uncle Fu." Li Fei cried out in horror as he beheld the fallen figure beside him. Even Uncle Fu had been dispatched with such swiftness. From the moment Uncle Fu launched his attack to being struck down, scarcely a minute had passed. He rushed to Uncle Fu's side, desperate to assess his injuries. Uncle Fu, bloodied and gasping, looked at the two figures in black with despairing eyes, murmuring, "Why you are the root of calamity." In that fleeting moment of confrontation, he had glimpsed the insignia upon their masks and at last comprehended their identity. The root of calamity, the harbingers of doom, a sinister organization capable of annihilating worlds. "Oh, little old man, you are quite well informed." Recognizing us as the root of calamity, Black Seven smirked. "Root of calamity? What sort of nonsense is that?" In contrast, Li Fei was utterly bewildered, having never heard of such a name. "Run, young master, we must flee." Uncle Fu, unable to elaborate, could only spit blood as he urged. "Flee." It dawned on Li Fei that if Uncle Fu was in such dire straits, what was he still doing there? He abruptly raised his head, intent on summoning his beast and escaping. Yet, as soon as he looked up, darkness enveloped him. A powerful hand grasped his neck and slammed him down onto the ground, causing his skull to crack. His mind spun, a throbbing pain engulfing him. Before he could recover, Black Seven raised his foot and stomped down on his right leg. Crack! Ah! Li Fei's eyes widened in shock as pain surged through him like a tidal wave, obliterating all rational thought. Chapter 46. How could he possibly be here for Xu Haoran? I told you to come with me, yet you refused, insisting I break your 4 legs instead. Black Seven, unfazed by the screams, cruelly taunted. Come with you? In excruciating pain, Li Fei suddenly grasped at a glimmer of hope. He looked up at Black Seven. "Why, you're mistaken. It's not me." Crack! Another stomp, this time on his other leg, twisting it grotesquely. "Ah!" Li Fei's voice cracked as he screamed in agony. Yet, through gritted teeth, He shouted, I am not Xu Haoran. I am not Xu Haoran. Stop. In a matter of moments, both of his legs had been shattered. Most alarmingly, it became clear that they were not after him at all. It seemed their target was Xu Haoran. Why was he enduring all this suffering for Xu Haoran? He felt his sanity fraying. Why was he bearing so much pain for Xu Haoran? Hey, you brat, do you truly think I am blind? Even if you claim you are not Xu Haoran, at least adjust your face. Black 7 pondered if Xu Haoran was truly a fool. It was evident that he was Xu Haoran, yet he insisted otherwise. Was he blind? Damn, I have indeed become Xu Haoran. Li Fei, racked with agony, attempted to tear off the mask, but found his arms too weak to lift. Just then, Red 3 called out to Black 7. Wait, Black 7. What is that in front of you? The 3 of hearts appeared beside Black 7, as if conjured from thin air. Casting a vigilant gaze toward the front where Tom and his companion, Godzilla, stood. Tom was unfamiliar to him, but Godzilla seemed strikingly familiar. Upon hearing the warning, Black 7 instinctively glanced forward, and there it was, the terrifying figure of Godzilla. At that moment, both Godzilla and Tom were gazing at them from the wall nearby, appearing almost as if they were spectators of an unfolding drama. Xu Haoran had advised them not to engage with humans indiscriminately, and thus they remained passive observers. Intrigued by the spectacle of battle before them, both creatures were taken aback by the unexpected performance presented to them on this night. As Black 7 caught sight of the bewildered Godzilla, his reflexes kicked in, his pupils contracted, and with a forceful push of his feet, he retreated swiftly from his previous position. It was only when he reached the entrance that he finally relaxed, staring incredulously at the diminutive black beast. The records were indeed accurate. The creature he believed to be a myth was truly here. Fixating warily on Godzilla, Black 7's gaze turned sharp. He had never anticipated that the information he received would prove correct. The very monster that had obliterated his mech beast was present before him. He had thought it was merely a fabrication. Roar? Godzilla called out in confusion, unsure of who Black 7 was or whether he recognized him. Meow? Tom echoed, equally perplexed by Black 7's remarks. Red 3, is that the monster? Black 7 inquired, his eyes fixed on Godzilla for confirmation. It bears a striking resemblance. Yet I cannot be certain, as it has yet to initiate an attack on us, Red 3 replied, furrowing his brow in uncertainty. The Godzilla before them was a far cry from the colossal beast that had wreaked havoc on that fateful day. The creature then had been a force of nature, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Now, it appeared as a bumbling fool, scratching its belly in confusion. The disparity was too stark to reconcile with the world-ending beast they had once encountered. I, too, find it hard to believe, Black 7 squinted, pondering if it could merely be a creature that bore a resemblance to the original. This can be easily resolved. We shall take it back for study. Red 3 stated coldly. Indeed, you and I are on the same wavelength. If we bring it back, we shall uncover what manner of being it truly is. Black 7 chuckled sinisterly. As he stepped forward, poised to engage Godzilla, a sudden sense of caution washed over him. His brow furrowed, and he raised his right hand to grasp at the darkness to his right. Boom. A spherical object was captured in his grip. Attempting a sneak attack at this hour? Did you think I would not notice? He scoffed, only to realize something was amiss with the object in his hand. As he recognized it, his expression shifted dramatically. Was this a grenade? His pupils dilated as he attempted to discard the explosive, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar, the grenade detonated in his grasp, engulfing his upper body in a searing inferno. Ha! Boss, you truly didn't guess wrong. This fool actually caught it with his hands. I'm dying of laughter. A mocking voice rang out as 2 figures descended from the sky, landing before the injured Li Fei, effectively shielding him from further harm. Tears of gratitude streamed down Li Fei's face upon seeing his saviors. Please, save me. I beg you. Relief flooded through him as he realized he might escape this nightmare and no longer face these 2 psychopathic tormentors. Hey, kid, you're in luck meeting us. We are from the Beast Control Bureau. Stay put, and we will handle these 2. One of the newcomers, a middle-aged man clad in black casual attire, declared, while the other, a younger man with a lively demeanor, spoke with a casual air. Upon hearing the name of the Bureau, Li Fei felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. I am Li Fei. My father, Li Fei Yu, knows the leaders of your Bureau. You must save me. He shouted. The certainty in his words caused the young man to raise an eyebrow. But aren't you Xu Haoran? How did you become Li Fei? He questioned, glancing at Xu Haoran, who bore a striking resemblance to the records he had seen prior. No, that is not it. Li Fei, at last able to move his hands, struggled to pull off the mask obscuring his face, revealing his true identity. I am Li Fei. I merely wore a disguise. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence for a moment. The young man turned to scrutinize Li Fei's true appearance, his expression morphing into one of perplexity. Why would you disguise yourself as Xu Haoran? Are you out of your mind? In that moment, The middle-aged man's voice turned serious. Where's the real Xu Haoran? I don't know. When I arrived, his house was empty. He must have stepped out. Li Fei grimaced as he shifted his body, a sharp pain coursing through him. Why would you disguise yourself as Xu Haoran at this hour? The middle-aged man's expression darkened, resembling someone who had bitten into something foul. This individual was clearly unhinged. If he had arrived before these two troublemakers, he could have easily mistaken them for Xu Haoran and incapacitated them. Ouyang Qinghua felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness he was late. His original intention had been to incapacitate Xu Haoran to prevent him from attending the Dragon Academy the following day, thereby freeing up a slot for the Gemini. However, he had not anticipated stumbling into such a chaotic scene. So many had come to seek out Xu Haoran. What was it about him that garnered such admiration? The newcomers were, of course, Ouyang Qinghua and his subordinates. Though his intentions were somewhat nefarious, he had simply aimed to knock Xu Haoran unconscious. Little did he know that upon his arrival, he would witness the mayhem inflicted upon Xu Haoran. No, now it was Li Fei, who had suffered a grievous injury with shattered legs. Ouyang Qinghua glanced at Li Fei's mangled limbs. Realizing that he had encountered a dire situation, Li Fei, however, remained silent. He could hardly confess to the officials that he intended to kill Xu Haoran, for even his father might not be able to protect him from the repercussions. Beast Control Bureau, your timing is impeccable. Meanwhile, amidst the conversation, Black 7 had regained his composure. The explosion had shredded the black fabric of his cloak, exposing his arm. However, what lay beneath was not merely human flesh and bone. Rather, it was a grotesque amalgamation of mechanical parts, a half-mechanical arm. Indeed, it was half-mechanical. Beneath the skin lay a labyrinth of mechanical components. Do not be misled by the high-tech prosthetics seen on television. In reality, such a mechanical arm evoked only horror and dread. The arm resembled that of a monstrous being, smeared with an unknown machine oil. The grenade had torn open his skin, yet it inflicted no damage upon his mechanical components. Heiqi twisted his neck and remarked, Beast Control Bureau, Ouyang Qinghua, I didn't expect you to track us down so swiftly. Unbeknownst to Heiqi, Ouyang Qinghua was also in pursuit of Xu Haoran. He assumed Ouyang Qinghua was there to hunt them, particularly since they were already being pursued by the Dragon Clan's elite. He lamented in his heart about how relentless these Dragon Clan members were. They had only just emerged, yet their pursuers had accurately tracked them down. Ouyang Qinghua, the third-ranked Beast Master of Rongqing, was well known to him. The Roots of Trouble, including Heitao Qi and Hongtao San, comprised the foundational cadre of their organization. Ouyang Qinghua scrutinized the masks of the two, revealing their identities. Did you truly believe you could evade the Dragon Clan's pursuit? After the number of playing cards I've dispatched, you still dare to step into Dragon territory. Such a death wish. After searching for you both for so long, I have finally located these two rats. Did the adversary think he had come to hunt them? Indeed, he was there to eliminate them. Xu Haoran, how could he possibly have come for Xu Haoran? His purpose was solely to hunt down these two members of the Roots of Trouble. Nearby, Lu Feng looked bewilderedly at Ouyang Qinghua. Search for so long. When did we seek out the Roots of Trouble? This isn't our concern, is it? Weren't we supposed to drug Xu Haoran? How had this turned into a pursuit of the Roots of Trouble? Chapter 47, Journey to Wanglong University. Wait, boss, Lu Feng still wished to clarify. However, he was interrupted by Ouyang Qinghua, who declared, in broad daylight, amidst the clear skies, the spawn of the Roots of Trouble dares to come to Rongqing. Today I, Ouyang Qinghua, shall act as the instrument of justice. Ouyang Qinghua twisted his neck, raising his right hand, as a dark longsword gradually took form in his palm. You don't think you can handle us both alone, do you? Yet Heiqi dismissed him with a scornful retort. The two of them were playing cards, the pinnacle of combat power within the Roots of Trouble. Not even Ouyang Qinghua, let alone Rongqing's foremost expert, intimidated them. Ouyang Qinghua's lips curled into a smile, leaving his response unspoken. At that moment, a sharp, piercing cry suddenly echoed from the horizon. Roar. The sound was earth-shattering, though the distance was indeterminate. They distinctly heard the roar. Hong San, upon hearing the cry, seemed to realize something. These two had summoned reinforcements. Follow me. Otherwise, we shall remain in Rongqing. With that, he seized Heiqi's arm and stepped into the surrounding darkness, as if a black portal had manifested beside him. As he stepped through, it was akin to entering an unknown realm, vanishing from sight. Just as the two prepared to flee, Ouyang Qinghua raised an eyebrow, having arrived. Did they think they could escape so easily? Did they think he, Ouyang Qinghua, was just anyone? Die. He gripped the dark longsword tightly and hurled it forcefully. Swish. The black sword, like a bolt of lightning, shot towards Heiqi's heart in the blink of an eye. Heiqi's countenance changed dramatically as he raised his hand to block, underestimating the power contained within that blade. With a sickening sound, the dark sword clashed against his mechanical arm. Even the bomb had failed to damage the ebony limb, yet it was brutally pierced through by this strike. Sparks flew as the blade scraped against metal, and thankfully, after penetrating He Qi's mechanical arm, it came to a halt. Otherwise, it would have pierced through both his arm and body. Ouyang Qinghua, I will make you pay for this. He Qi bellowed. Roots of trouble. You seek death. A thunderous roar echoed from afar in response, but regrettably, before reinforcements could arrive, He Qi was pulled into the black void by Hong San, vanishing completely. Just as they disappeared, a towering figure descended from the heavens, crashing into the courtyard like a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact. Yet upon landing, he discovered that the roots of trouble had already vanished, which infuriated him. Damn it, those two scoundrels escaped again. Ouyang Qinghua smirked. No matter. I managed to wound it with a sword. Regrettably, it was not fatal. He clasped his hands behind his back, feigning disappointment. Are you all right? The burly man surveyed the courtyard, which was strewn with corpses and the two severed legs of Li Fei. Who is this kid? The muscular man questioned. Perplexed as he looked at Li Fei. A rich second generation from Rongqing. I have no idea why he is here. Let us clean up the scene. The roots of trouble have fled. I must pursue them. You handle things here. Understood, Ouyang Qinghua nodded. The burly man agreed and was about to depart when he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Ouyang Qinghua, asking, Why are you here? Ouyang Qinghua, hands clasped behind his back, replied resolutely. I became aware that you were investigating the roots of trouble. Thus, I kept a watchful eye. Upon discovering their whereabouts, I came to pursue them, confirming it was indeed the roots of trouble before notifying you. He was certainly not there to drug Xu Haoran. Absolutely not. The tower-like figure nodded, believing him without doubt, and turned to leave, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Once the other party had departed, Ouyang Qinghua turned to his subordinate. Do you know why we are here? Huh. Lu Feng appeared bewildered, seemingly not grasping the meaning. However, upon noticing the threat in Ouyang Qinghua's eyes, he began to comprehend, and the confusion in his gaze was swiftly replaced by seriousness. Boss, didn't we discover that members of the Roots of Trouble were coming after us? Aren't we here to eliminate the members of the Roots of Trouble? The Beast Control Bureau and the Roots of Trouble are irreconcilable. Lu Feng raised his right hand, embodying a spirit of vengeance against their enemies. Ouyang Qinghua then nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Lu Feng's understanding. The following morning, Xu Haoran awoke early, casually consuming a few buns and soy milk for sustenance before hailing a taxi to Wanglong Academy. If I could return to school, being an exchange student would not be out of the question. Xu Haoran was not motivated by the alluring and innocent young ladies within the academy. He merely yearned for knowledge. Indeed, although many might find it hard to believe, he was passionate about learning. His previous life's aspiration was to be as exemplary in academic performance as the school beauty, not merely to pursue her master to Wanglong University. He took a taxi to Wanglong Academy, where his talkative master praised him as soon as he got in. Oh, you're a student of Wanglong University? That's a prestigious institution. You're quite impressive to have gained admission there. Unlike my son, who lacks talent and effort, only managing to enroll in the most inferior third-rate Beastmaster Academy. The Beastmaster Academy was categorized into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and special classes, with Wanglong being a special Beastmaster Academy. Fear not, Master. Should one fail, another may be born anew, Xu Haoran earnestly reassured. Let us focus on nurturing this one before contemplating any others. The conversation, however, fell silent under Xu Haoran's earnestness, leaving the driver to concentrate solely on the road. Xu Haoran then retrieved his phone to peruse a short video. To his astonishment, upon opening Douyin, a commanding video featuring Godzilla burst forth. Shocking. A mysterious beastmaster has emerged in Rong City. Who is this formidable figure? Terrifying. An extraordinarily powerful and unknown creature has appeared. Is it truly something that can be controlled by humans? Rong City faces an impending crisis, and the enigmatic beastmaster has risen to confront it, commanding the beast to vanquish the threat. Exclusive footage. I risked everything to capture the battle scenes of that ferocious beast. A cascade of news flooded Xu Haoran's vision. Scrolling through 10 videos, half were dedicated to the mysterious beastmaster. Are you watching that mysterious beastmaster? I have too. The driver suddenly chimed in, seemingly friendly. That beastmaster is truly remarkable. I've never encountered that black creature before, and even my son has never seen anything like it in his books. Fellow student, being a top scholar from Wanglong Academy, do you recognize that ferocious beast? The driver's tone was laced with admiration and trepidation. Godzilla was, in fact, not a creature of this world, hence no one could identify the nature of this ferocious beast. While many in Rong City expressed gratitude for Godzilla's rescue, a greater sentiment loomed, fear of the terrifying beast. It was fortunate that Xu Haoran, this mysterious beastmaster, had intervened. Otherwise, Many might have sought to eliminate Godzilla as a potential threat. After all, a beast unbound by control, despite its aid in averting the crisis, would inevitably attract the ire of ungrateful individuals. Master, you shouldn't doubt my knowledge. How could I not recognize it? Xu Haoran lifted his chin with a sense of pride. The master, taken aback, replied with excitement, You know that beast? Pray, tell me, what manner of creature is it? If I learn this, I shall regale the other taxi drivers for days. I'm certain I do not, Xu Haoran responded, causing the master's initial delight to fade as if he had stepped in something unpleasant. You don't recognize it? Then what were those confident words you spoke earlier? The master's lips twitched in disbelief. Xu Haoran remained steadfast, asserting, I am confident, yet I truly have no knowledge. No one in this world could possibly know what that beast is. In that moment, the driver was at a loss. Should he commend Xu Haoran for his audacity or question his credibility? To praise him would be absurd, as he possessed no knowledge of the beast, yet to dismiss him seemed unwise given his evident confidence. A nervous chuckle escaped him, and silence enveloped them once more. Noticing the driver's reluctance to speak, Xu Haoran resumed his attention to the phone. As he scrolled through the photos and videos, he marveled at the fact that most of them were his own recordings. In the midst of such chaos, he anticipated so many daredevils capturing footage. These individuals truly risked their lives for fleeting fame. He turned off his phone, realizing the extent of public interest in Godzilla. Clearly, he must ensure Godzilla's concealment. Otherwise, its emergence into the public eye would inevitably lead to suspicion regarding its nature. Chapter 48. What is your name? It would be prudent to keep Godzilla hidden, for if the authorities discovered it, they would likely come seeking him. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the vehicle halted at the entrance of Wanglong Academy, a prestigious institution renowned not only among the dragon people, but also attracting students from various ethnicities across the West. Upon arrival, he found the gates locked. Upon revealing his purpose, the guards expressed surprise, for Xu Haoran claimed to be seeking the dean. Though skeptical, they proceeded to call the dean's office for verification. Xu Haoran felt a twinge of disappointment. Had the guards been less discerning, he could have indulged in a bit of bravado. After the guards made their inquiry, they allowed Xu Haoran to enter. Stepping into the academy, he understood why it was esteemed as the pinnacle of education in Rome City. Not to mention the numerous luxury vehicles occupying the parking lot, a sight rarely seen in other institutions. This academy cannot possibly be profiting through unscrupulous means, Xu Haoran mused. However, he quickly realized that this was no ordinary academy. All of its educators were undoubtedly experts in beast mastery. In this realm, the strong were invariably wealthy. Even minor tasks yielded substantial rewards, and hunting excursions could amass considerable fortunes. Acquiring a luxury vehicle seemed quite feasible. Beyond the opulence of automobiles, the academy distinguished itself from others in more ways than one. Xu Haoran noted an abundance of beautiful women, far surpassing those at his own Beastmaster Academy. Within a mere 50 meters, he spotted a petite beauty. At 100 meters, a more striking figure, elegantly adorned. Some were unreservedly bidding farewell to Xu Haoran with their own charming allure. In stark contrast, he found himself clad in humble attire, resembling a vagabond amidst the splendor of this academic haven, drawing numerous curious glances. Yet, instead of feeling diminished by their scrutiny, Xu Haoran stood tall, swelling with pride. What are you staring at? Have you never encountered someone of my stature? He thought defiantly. If mere clothing could instill self-doubt, he would have long since resigned from existence. Having lived 2 lives, he had yet to encounter anything that could induce feelings of inadequacy. His guiding principles were audacity, meticulousness, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to his endeavors. However, the academy was not solely comprised of beauty. Where there are people, there is liveliness. With the bustling throng of students, Xu Haoran soon found himself drawn to a gathering, curious about the commotion. Mei Qingxue, do not presume that your strength intimidates me. I warn you. Should you pursue my boyfriend any further, I shall not hold back. From a distance, a cluster of individuals encircled a scene of contention, the voice of a young woman ringing out with fervor. Xu Haoran edged closer, straining to see over the crowd, casually inquiring of a nearby student, what is transpiring here? 2 female classmates turned to glance at Xu Haoran, their curiosity piqued by his unfamiliar face. They exhibited no apprehension. Instead, they eagerly divulged. Senior Chu is confronting our department's flower, Senior Mei Qingxue, over a love rivalry. It seems Senior Chu believes that Senior Liu, whom she fancies, has been ensnared by Senior Mei's charms and has come to settle the score. The girls whispered animatedly, their gossip fervent as they relayed the unfolding drama. Eager for Xu Haoran's attention, Xu Haoran listened intently, pondering, is it likely that they will resort to violence? The girls exchanged glances, uncertain. Senior Mei is one of our academy's top students, but her family background appears quite ordinary. Upon hearing that Senior Chu hails from a rather affluent family, and has connections with the dean. One cannot help but wonder if she would dare to take action against Senior Mei. Are they indeed related, given that both share the surname Chu? This thought ignited Xu Haoran's curiosity, akin to that of the gossiping female classmate, as he tiptoed to peer deeper into the crowd. Make way. At that moment, a group of youthful individuals obstructed the path of a girl clad in a school uniform, her demeanor as frigid as her expression. At the forefront stood a girl with long, straight hair, dressed in a short skirt and white stockings. While she possessed an appealing appearance, she lacked the maturity and allure that the cold-faced girl exuded, much like a surgically altered visage compared to a natural beauty. Chu Xiaoqing, with her hands placed defiantly on her hips, gazed down at the indifferent Mei Qingxue. Don't think that just because you're a high-ranking beast master, I'm intimidated. Senior Lu is the man I have set my sights on. What right do you, a pauper, have to vie with me? Exactly. What gives an ordinary person like you the audacity to compete with Senior Chu for Senior Lu? A voice from the crowd erupted with righteous indignation, as if the one who was being contested was their own. Chu Xiaoqing, upon hearing this, felt a swell of pride. Who would have thought she had supporters among the masses? However, before she could bask in her triumph, that same voice continued. Is it just because Senior Lu prefers you over Senior Chu? Xiaoqing's brow furrowed in confusion. Was this person an ally or a foe? She turned to the crowd, but the speaker remained elusive. Frustrated, she retorted, how could Senior Lu possibly like you? Don't dream. A mountain chicken cannot compete with a phoenix. Senior Lu and I are undoubtedly the perfect match. I suggest you give up now, or I'll make you regret it. Indeed, Senior Chu and Senior Lu are the most fitting pair. The voice chimed in again, though this time it was somewhat more agreeable to Xiaoqing. Yet, the subsequent remark almost shattered her composure. A mountain chicken is only suited for another mountain chicken. Senior Chu and Senior Lu are indeed the most compatible. Xiaoqing fumed. Who dares to speak like that? Step forward. Unable to contain her temper, she revealed her small fangs and glared fiercely at the source of the voice, unable to tolerate this irritating commentary any longer. It appeared to be a veiled support for her, yet she knew it was ultimately aiding Mei Qingxue. Mei Qingxue, puzzled, also cast her gaze toward the origin of the voice. Who could that be? Were they a friend? Yet, she had so few friends, and this voice sounded unfamiliar. Swiftly, Xiaoqing and the others turned to the sound. In that direction, a group of 7 or 8 people hastily parted, leaving no one behind. Xiaoqing's gaze followed the retreating group, revealing a young and handsome figure at the center. Hello, everyone. Xu Haoran, having been isolated from the crowd, shot an incredulous glare at those who had abandoned him. How could you all be so disloyal? I stood up for us ordinary students, and you treat me this way? Does the candle I light not illuminate your path? He muttered. Wait, were you the one speaking just now? Xiaoqing glared fiercely at Xu Haoran, realizing it was this fellow who appeared to support her while covertly undermining her. Indeed, it was I. Senior Chu, there's no need for gratitude. I'm merely a well-meaning classmate. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xu Haoran chuckled, attempting to turn away. However, just as he took a step, he was halted. Not so fast. Xiaoqing commanded sharply. Xu Haoran turned stiffly. Is there something else, Senior Chu? With a cold smirk, Xiaoqing replied, of course. I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Which class are you in? After a moment's contemplation, Xu Haoran responded, I am not currently enrolled in any class. Xiaoqing paused, narrowing her eyes at him. Do you think you're being humorous? What is your name? She pressed, determined to keep Xu Haoran's identity a secret from Mei Qingxue, lest she seek vengeance once she dealt with her. I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. Senior Chu, everyone is looking at me. When did I ever call out? Xu Haoran replied with meticulous seriousness, his heart unwavering. In the academy, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiaoqing clenched her fists, her brows furrowing in fury. She glared at Su Yueguang. Do you really think you can bluff your way through this? Mei Qingxue, noticing Xiaoqing's hostile demeanor, prepared to intervene on Xu Haoran's behalf. After all, he had spoken up for her, and she couldn't allow him to be harmed. Wait, but Xiaoqing, fixated on Xu Haoran, suddenly noticed something. You don't look like you belong to our school. There was a significant disparity between societal youth and those from the academy. Their gazes, their demeanor, all differed. Moreover, Xu Haoran's attire was strikingly out of place, appearing far too mature and practical for a student, as he likely dressed for the rigors of his chicken-raising endeavors. While most students favored more fashionable choices, Xu Haoran raised an eyebrow. Senior Chu, how could you harbor such doubts about me? Xiaoqing, perplexed, began to wonder if she had misjudged him. Yet, Xu Haoran's next words confirmed her suspicion. What do you mean by not looking like it? I am not from Wanglong Academy at all. Standing tall, he declared with unwavering confidence. This time, not just Xiaoqing, but even Mei Qingxue raised her eyebrows in disbelief. You're so self-assured? If you're not from our academy, then how did you gain entry? You're not a criminal, are you? Xiaoqing glowered at Xu Haoran, determined to deal with him thoroughly, regardless of whether he was merely a bystander today. That's a misunderstanding. I was invited by Dean Xu, Xu Haoran stated candidly. Haha, you were invited by Dean Xu? Why not claim you were summoned by the head of the Beastmaster Bureau while you're at it? Before Xiaoqing could respond, a young man beside her burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. A girl next to him joined in with a scoff. What a joke. With your demeanor, your entire outfit probably doesn't even cost 1,000 yuan. Casting a disdainful glance at Xu Haoran, she scoffed. How dare you claim that Dean Xu invited you? Xu Haoran's eyes sparkled. Your reasoning is flawed. A gentleman's friendship is as light as water, while a petty man's is as sweet as syrup. My relationship with the dean is that of a gentleman. How could one judge our friendship by wealth or attire? Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable. Another girl with purple hair interjected, her voice laced with sarcasm. But do you know who our senior Chu truly is? Xu Haoran furrowed his brow in contemplation, musing amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Could she possibly be Director Chu's illegitimate daughter? Am I privy to too much information? Such matters ought to remain confidential, shouldn't they? Uffed. Chu Xiaoqing nearly lost her composure, exclaiming, You are the illegitimate child. Your entire family is full of illegitimate children. I am the granddaughter of my grandfather. Mind you, how on earth does your mind even work? How could you leap to the conclusion of an illegitimate child? Chu Xiaoqing was nearly exasperated to the point of fury. She couldn't resist the urge to pry open Xu Haoran's skull just to see how his brain functioned. Oh, so you're the granddaughter of Director Chu. Then, as a guest of Director Chu, should I address you as niece? Xu Haoran calculated the generational hierarchy, reasoning. Is this how it works? An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. They had not anticipated that Xu Haoran would utter such audacious words. You dare to try it. Chu Xiaoqing could no longer contain herself, her fists clenched, her teeth gritted, glaring fiercely at Xu Haoran. It was merely a jest, just a jest. Don't take it to heart, haha. Xu Haoran quickly clarified, noticing that she genuinely appeared ready to strike. Huh, now you realize fear? Why weren't you afraid a moment ago? Now that you've provoked our senior sister Chu, have you contemplated how your demise will unfold? Around Chu Xiaoqing, one by one, her companions glared at Xu Haoran, their fists clenched and ready to pounce at any moment. Why don't you all give it a try? At that moment, a woman stood firmly in front of Xu Haoran, like a towering mountain, steadfastly shielding him from harm. Just in the nick of time, Mei Qingxue intervened. Mei Qingxue. Chu Xiaoqing glared daggers at her, who met her gaze with equal defiance. As the pride of Wang Long Academy, Mei Qingxue possessed formidable strength, and even facing the director's granddaughter, she felt no hint of trepidation. If you wish to engage in combat, I am more than willing. But you ought to consider whether you possess the capability to do so. Mei Qingxue maintained a calm demeanor, her chin elegantly lifted with a hint of arrogance. This emanated from the confidence of a strong individual. Truly, she is our campus belle, unafraid even of the director's granddaughter. It's no wonder Senior Liu is fond of Mei. I too would be smitten. One remarked, recognizing her exceptional talent and emotional stability, contrasting sharply with those prone to explosive outbursts. You scoundrel, what are you murmuring behind Mei Qingxue's back? Do you take me for deaf? Chu Xiaoqing's ample bosom heaved beneath her floral dress as she overheard Xu Haoran's mutterings, nearly causing her to explode with rage. Indeed, those earlier remarks were none other than Xu Haoran's. The onlookers gazed at Xu Haoran in disbelief, utterly astonished by his audacity. To declare someone a powder keg in front of others was one thing, but to do so about the granddaughter of the director was quite another. Was there truly nothing in this world he held dear? I will kill you. Chu Xiaoqing could no longer restrain herself. She spread her arms wide. A surge of verdant light erupting as an extraordinary butterfly, the size of a cow, manifested in the air behind her. Its wings bore strikingly lifelike blue eyes, adorned with iridescent colors, appearing incredibly beautiful. Yet Xu Haoran understood that the more exquisite something appeared, the more perilous it often was. You ought to watch your tongue in the future. Witnessing Xu Haoran infuriate Chu Xiaoqing to such an extent, Mei Qingxue couldn't help but marvel at his audacity. His tongue was akin to that laced with venom. She had previously only known of the phrase a knife hidden in a smile. But this was her first encounter with a mouth that dripped poison. If words could kill, Xu Haoran must have slain Chu Xiaoqing countless times by now. Wait. As Mei Qingxue prepared to summon her beast, Xu Haoran hastily interrupted. Chu Xiaoqing, I am truly a guest of your grandfather. If you do not believe me, you may call him to inquire. How can you treat your grandfather's guest this way? Aren't you afraid of inciting your grandfather's wrath? Xu Haoran resolved at that moment to ensure he took Tom with him wherever he went. This world was perilous, filled with insidious individuals seeking to harm him. He had initially thought the academy, brimming with experts, would be a safe haven, yet it turned out to be fraught with danger. Fortunately, his greatest trump card was not Mei Qingxue, but rather Director Chu himself. Still boasting? Chu Xiaoqing was livid. Wait, I am not boasting. The security personnel also contacted Director Chu. Otherwise, how could I have gained entry? Seeing her poised to strike, he quickly implored, just make a call, and you'll find out. After confirming that I am indeed your grandfather's guest, you can strike me then. Chu Xiaoqing hesitated. His argument seemed reasonable, merely a phone call away. Xiaoqing, why bother with him? He is undoubtedly fabricating tales to distract you. Indeed, how could someone like him possibly know Director Chu? I suspect he is merely a trespasser attempting to sneak in to gawk at the beauties. Exactly. He reeks of a layabout trying to infiltrate our academy. Should he truly be a guest of Director Chu, I might as well question whether I am the illegitimate child of the wealthiest in Rome City. Enough. You all silence yourselves. Chu Xiaoqing interjected, halting the chattering of her companions. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her phone. Although she did not trust Xu Haoran, making a call posed no disadvantage. Dialing, the call was answered almost instantaneously. She activated the speakerphone, ready to speak, but before she could utter a word, a stern and aged voice resonated from the other end. No need to inquire further. Xu is indeed my guest. Xiaoqing, if you continue to bully others under the guise of the director's granddaughter, I shall personally handle your transfer next time. Xu, I await you in the director's office. Let Xiaoqing escort you here. As for Mei, I apologize on Xiaoqing's behalf. Anyone who troubles you may come to me. The voice was not loud, yet it was remarkably clear. Everyone present heard it distinctly. It was the director's voice, personally affirming that Xu Haoran was indeed his guest. Beep, beep. The call ended abruptly. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Despite being in a bustling campus surrounded by many, it was as though a pin dropping could be heard. You are truly the guest of Director Chu? Finally, it was Mei Qingxue who reacted first, astonished as she turned to Xu Haoran. Humph. Xu Haoran, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of confidence as he stepped in front of Mei Qingxue, nostrils flaring at Chu Xiaoqing and her companions, surveying them with a disdainful gaze. Who was it that called me a rogue just now? I seem to recall someone saying I snuck in, claiming I came merely to gawk at the beauties. Cough, cough. A group of individuals beside Chu Xiaoqing turned away, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Is he truly a guest of Director Chu? My goodness, he wasn't boasting. This brother is indeed the director's guest? But why does he look so shabby? And why does it seem his tongue is so sharp, provoking Chu Xiaoqing to such a degree? Perhaps he is a genius playing the fool. A trope often seen in popular novels these days. Hey, you truly are a remarkable talent. Even the art of feigning humility to conceal one's true capabilities is something you can conceive. It would indeed be a pity if you did not pursue a career in writing. The surrounding crowd buzzed with murmurs, causing Chu Xiaoqing's complexion to fluctuate between shades of green and white. Why was she compelled to call her grandfather? Merely because he was exceedingly stern. While others had grandfathers who exuded warmth and kindness, her own grandfather showed no leniency when he was displeased. He had always maintained high expectations of her. Therefore, she felt she had no choice but to make that call. To her astonishment, the scoundrel before her was, in fact, a guest of her grandfather. How could this be? She gazed at the shameless expression on his face, utterly blindsided by this turn of events. As she overheard the discussions around her, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Mei Qingxue turned her head, puzzled, to look at Xu Haoran, and after a moment of contemplation, she simply turned and walked away. Hey, you're leaving just like that? Xu Haoran raised his hand in inquiry. Mei Qingxue glanced back. Perplexed, I have many matters to attend to. Since Chu Xiaoqing is no longer seeking trouble with you, why should I stay? With that, she turned and departed, leaving Xu Haoran momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. This classmate truly exuded an impressive demeanor. Chapter 50. Can a face serve as currency? As Mei Qingxue walked away, Su Yueguang opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from calling her back. Let her leave if she wishes. He then redirected his attention to the visibly displeased girl before him. Ahem, Director Chu has requested you escort me to see her. Did you not hear? Previously submissive in front of Chu Xiaoqing, he now confronted her with great assertiveness. Xu Haoran had never subscribed to the notion of what goes around comes around, preferring instead to seize the moment. In one breath, he had endured her ire, and in the next, he retaliated. You, I. Chu Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Xu Haoran would dare address her in such a manner. Even if he was her grandfather's guest, he could not be so brazen. What do you mean you? What do you mean I? Hurry and show me the way. I have no clue where the director is. Xu Haoran shot an impatient glance at Chu Xiaoqing's classmates. What? Are you all still willing to defy the director's orders and lay a hand on me? The audacity of wielding authority through mere association was manifestly evident in Xu Haoran's demeanor. You truly have no shame. Just moments ago, she had been imploring him to assist her in calling her grandfather, and now he had the audacity to act so arrogantly. It was infuriating. Chu Xiaoqing felt as though her very lungs might explode from rage. Had she known, She would have taken a moment to deal with Xu Haoran before calling her grandfather. She would not have felt as enraged as she did now. "Hey, do you dare to challenge me?" She retorted. "Do you believe I won't report you to the director?" In the face of the bewildered gazes of those around them, the furious Xu Haoran led Xu Haoran towards the director's office. As they traversed the campus, Xu Haoran couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of Wanglong Academy. If only he could also become a student here. The 10-minute stroll from the entrance to the director's office was a feast for the eyes, yet they still had not arrived. The scenery was indeed picturesque. Of course, this was not merely in reference to the artificial landscapes within the academy, or even the lotus flowers and pavilions by Wanglong Lake, but rather the stunning young ladies playfully splashing in the water, their long legs tantalizingly revealed beneath their skirts. Attending school had its perks. Each day was graced by the presence of beautiful young women, lifting one's spirits. Truly, the school was a sanctuary for personal growth. Spending time here undoubtedly improved one's mood. If you graduated from Beastmaster High School and did not enter this academy, forget about any chances for the future. Xu Haoran mocked. "You country bumpkin, dreaming of entering Wanglong Academy. What talents do you possess? Which academy did you attend?" "My talents?" Xu Haoran raised an eyebrow. "If I were to reveal them, it would surely frighten you. Are you certain you wish to hear?" Why did people incessantly inquire about his talents? As if he were compelled to shock them? "Oh, your talents can frighten me?" Xu Haoran raised an eyebrow. "I possess great talents." "Are you claiming to be a legendary gifted one?" "What of the gifted one?" Xu Haoran scoffed. "Your reaction suggests that even if I were a gifted one, it wouldn't scare you. I speak of a talent that could genuinely terrify you." Xu Haoran frowned. "Not even a gifted one. But I have never heard of any rank above the gifted one. What exactly is your level?" Her curiosity was piqued. After all, her grandfather's guest must possess some extraordinary qualities. Was he perhaps an extraordinary genius whose talents surpassed even that of a gifted one? She listened intently, her heart racing slightly. Could it be that Xu Haoran was indeed one of those exceptional beings? Was it possible for her to brush shoulders with such talent? As for me, I possess no Beastmaster talents. Just when she was lost in her fanciful thoughts, Xu Haoran's unexpected declaration caught her off guard. "Wait, what did you just say?" Xu Haoran questioned in disbelief, turning her head in confusion. Did he really just claim to have no Beastmaster talents? "See, you are utterly astonished, nearly scared to death." Xu Haoran pointed at her bewildered expression with mock seriousness. "I said, what did you just say? What is your talent?" Seeing Xu Haoran's expression, Xu Xiaoqing's emotions churned within her, barely suppressing her urge to react. "I said, I have no talent. I lack Beastmaster abilities. This line of work is simply not suited for me," Xu Haoran replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. The summer insects fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. And Xu Haoran too fell silent. Her shoulders began to rise and fall with her deepening breaths. The anger that had subsided now surged back, flooding her mind. She could hardly believe what Xu Haoran had just said. What did he mean by having no talent? After all her daydreaming, he had the gall to assert he had no talent. Was he out of his mind? She clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike Xu Haoran. She halted abruptly, recalling the countless times she had searched for him, only to turn back and find him standing in the glow of the streetlight. "Why are you hiding so far away?" Xu Haoran glared at Xu Haoran, who had taken refuge beneath a distant lamp. Her eyelids twitched with irritation. "Fine. You've managed to keep your distance. Otherwise, I would have surely taken action. Just a moment ago, he had been right behind her. And now he had fled to such a distance. You are about to hit me. Why wouldn't I keep my distance? I have no Beastmaster talents. So if you intend to strike, I would only be on the receiving end of your wrath. Why would I not evade you? Are you foolish or am I?" Xu Haoran retorted with a huff. He wasn't foolish. He recognized that Xu Haoran might indeed want to hit him, hence his decision to keep his distance. Why would he stand there and allow her to strike him? You. Witnessing his infuriatingly smug demeanor only fueled her rage. When had she ever been so provoked? Yet, she found herself utterly powerless against Xu Haoran and couldn't help but jot down his name in her mental ledger. This scoundrel, this insufferable man. She vowed not to let him slip through her fingers next time. Otherwise, she would ensure he regretted it. She chose to ignore Xu Haoran, simmering with indignation as she continued her path forward. Soon, they arrived at a grand white building, a 6-story structure standing before them. She arrived at the elevator entrance, swiftly stepping inside, intending to press the close button and ascend alone, denying Xu Haoran the opportunity to join her. However, she was startled to discover that Xu Haoran had somehow appeared behind her, closely following her into the elevator. Observing his cheeky grin as he entered and stood beside her, she felt a surge of frustration. This scoundrel, when had he managed to slip in behind her? The dean was just above, and she was moments away from an audience with him. She implored him silently not to act out, for if she were to bear injuries while meeting the dean, she would find it impossible to offer an explanation. Inside the elevator, Feeling the intensity of Xu Haoran's gaze fixed upon her, he quickly spoke up. Fearful of her potential reaction, acutely aware that he might not stand a chance against her. Pigeon, pigeon. Chu Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, growing even angrier. Yet, she refrained from retaliating. It was infuriating. How had he lived this long without a shred of shame? She shot him a cold glare and spoke in a low voice. Black. Instead of taking offense, Xu Haoran smirked, his lips curling into a brazen smile. You're not wrong. I do believe the heavens have favored me quite a bit. You truly have no shame. She retorted. What good is that face of yours? Can it feed you or earn you a dime? Xu Haoran absent-mindedly picked his nose. If he were concerned about his reputation, would he be raising chickens? Had he any dignity, he would not have survived after being cast out of his home. Would he lower himself to seek buyers for his chickens, ensuring a market for his poultry? Divine providence might be one thing, but one must strive to uphold their own worth. Otherwise, even the favor of the heavens could be snatched away by others. Chu Xiaoqing listened, her teeth grinding in frustration. She had truly never encountered anyone as shameless as Xu Haoran. Deciding to remain silent, she distanced herself from him as soon as they reached her grandfather. Thankfully, she withheld her thoughts, for had she spoken them aloud, Xu Haoran would undoubtedly have retorted, well, now you have met him, haven't you? Upon reaching the upper floor, she led Xu Haoran to the dean's office. Tap, tap, tap. She knocked on the door. Even though the occupant was her grandfather, she adhered to the formality, indicative of the strictness with which the dean regarded her. Come in, a gentle, aged voice beckoned. The door swung open, and Xu Haoran followed Chu Xiaoqing inside, only to find that he was not the only guest. Chapter 51. It's over, absolutely over. In the room stood not only Dean Chu, but also Ouyang Qinghua, who had appeared the previous day, and a robust man of formidable stature. Accompanying the trio were several individuals, presumably secretaries, bodyguards, or otherwise. Upon Xu Haoran's entrance, all three figures immediately shifted their attention towards him. Chu Xiaoqing, upon seeing the two individuals aside from her grandfather, was taken aback. Uncle Ouyang, Uncle Qingsong, Xiaoqing, you're growing more beautiful by the day. I wonder who will be lucky enough to win your heart, boomed the burly figure, who bore a large knife that seemed quite out of place, erupting into hearty laughter upon seeing Chu Xiaoqing. Ouyang Qinghua merely nodded, offering a gentle smile. His gaze predominantly fixed upon Xu Haoran. What are you saying, Uncle Qingsong? Chu Xiaoqing, who exuded confidence outside, now felt like a shy child in the presence of the towering man. Yet curiosity stirred within her. Why were there so many prominent figures gathered here? Were they all awaiting Xu Haoran? What stature did he possess to draw such attention? Look at you blushing. But, Chu old man, Xiaoqing is no longer a child. Isn't it time for her to consider marriage? Shimin Qingsong turned to Dean Chu. Indeed, Xiaoqing is no longer young. But we are not here to discuss such matters today. We will save those trivialities for later. Xiaoqing, come sit by me. Let us first discuss the affairs concerning Xu. Dean Chu gestured for Chu Xiaoqing to join him, then turned his attention to Xu Haoran. Hello everyone, I am Xu Haoran, 21 years old, skilled in singing and dancing, rapping, and I have 2 years of experience in poultry farming. If you're ever in need of chicken, you can come to me. If it's not to your liking, you want to owe me a dime. As all eyes turned towards him, silence enveloped the office. What on earth was that introduction? Kid, I've been to your chicken farm. What were you doing last night? The burly man, Shimin Qingsong, broke the silence, his expression oddly perplexed. I was with Ru Yan at her villa. You've been to my place? What for? You're not plotting to steal my chickens, are you? Xu Haoran's gaze shifted, incredulity washing over him. Do I look like I'm after your chickens? The imposing figure's face darkened further, then he inquired. Are you talking about Lu Ru Yan, the one who runs the arena business? Indeed. And I hadn't had the chance to mention to Captain Shimin that I am Lu Ru Yan's boyfriend. Dean Chu interjected, his words rendering the previously boisterous Shimin Qingsong momentarily speechless. This was disastrous. There were too many points of contention, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Wait, I need to ask you too. Did this kid become a Gemini because he was bribed by Lu Ru Yan? Shimin Qingsong rubbed his temples, exasperated. You think I would be swayed by beauty? This has nothing to do with Lu Ru Yan. Ouyang Qinghua shot back, glaring at Shimin Qingsong. Shimin Qingsong, clearly baffled, asked, then why choose this kid as a Gemini? Do you know how significant that title is? Could it be that he possesses exceptional talent? He scrutinized Xu Haoran. Doubt etched on his face. Upon hearing the term Gemini, Chu Xiaoqing's eyes widened, her pupils contracting in disbelief. Gemini? Xu Haoran has been chosen as a Gemini. This insufferable brat. How did he earn such a distinction? By what right? He possesses no beast taming talent. He is merely an ordinary person devoid of any beast taming abilities. Realizing she had found her moment to vent her frustrations, Chu Xiaoqing quickly interjected. Shimin Qingsong looked at Chu Xiaoqing in confusion. No talent? He then glanced at Dean Chu and Ouyang Qinghua, noticing their expressions were somewhat off. His own expression began to shift uneasily. You two can't be serious. This kid truly has no beast taming talent? He stood abruptly, incredulous. How can a Gemini lack beast taming abilities? Who would believe that? How did you two choose him? Cough, cough. Dean Chu cleared his throat. Indeed, Su's talent is somewhat lacking. Ouyang Qinghua also coughed lightly. But even with a slight deficiency, I believe he can still be nurtured. After all, he was chosen by us, and at this juncture, there is no turning back. Uft. Shimin Qingsong nearly choked on his own blood. Realizing that this meant Xu Haoran truly had no beast taming abilities. At this moment, Xu Haoran interjected, "May I ask, what exactly is the twin stars?" Shimin Qingsong turned to Xu Haoran, scrutinizing him up and down, and retorted, "Are you truly devoid of any beast mastery talent? Is it a matter of having none? Or is it merely quite lacking?" "It's not as poor as you suggest," Xu Haoran replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head, which relieved Shimin Qingsong, who sighed. "As long as it's not exceptionally poor, that's acceptable. I am in the lowest tier." Shimin Qingsong inquired, "So, which school are you currently attending?" His heart raced and his hands trembled. He felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The surprise from Director Chu and Ouyang Qinghua was truly astonishing. "Mr. Shimin, your memory seems rather poor. I just mentioned that I am not raising chickens," Xu Haoran pointed out with a sidelong glance, noting the other party's abysmal recollection. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the tension in Shimin Qingsong's heart finally dissipated. "Ah, haha," he chuckled, clutching his chest as he resumed his seat. "So, Director Chu, Ouyang Qinghua, you have chosen him to be the twin stars?" Director Chu, a man of considerable age and experience, maintained his composure, replying, "Captain Shimin, let us not be so pessimistic. With some nurturing, he may not be so lacking. After all, he is at least a promising youth, which is preferable to someone who is severely incapacitated." Cough, 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 cough. Shimin Qingsong looked incredulously at Director Chu, unable to fathom how such shameless words could escape his lips. "You dare utter such a thing? Has the standard for twin stars fallen so low? Simply not being crippled is considered acceptable? This is a selection from the Beastmaster Bureau and the highest institution in Rong City. There is only one throughout the entire city. And now, the only requirement is to not be disabled?" Taking a deep breath, Shimin Qingsong found himself at a loss for words, questioning whether he was trapped in a nightmare. "Ouyang Qinghua, you two have chosen this lad. Let us be frank. Can we not alter this selection?" Shimin Qingsong inhaled deeply. "It cannot be changed, unless this young man outright refuses to be the twin star." Ouyang Qinghua shook his head. Shimin Qingsong nodded and turned to Xu Haoran, contemplating offering him some incentive to withdraw. "This gentleman, Xu, I am willing. I absolutely wish to be this twin star," Xu Haoran declared, cutting off Shimin Qingsong before he could utter another word. "Well then, it's settled." Chapter 52, The Resources of the Twin Stars. At this juncture, Xu Haoran spoke again. "However, you must clarify what exactly the twin stars entail. I remain entirely oblivious to its meaning." Director Chu stroked his beard. "Since you have made your decision, allow me to elucidate. The Twin Stars program is a bespoke initiative crafted by the Beastmaster Bureau of Rong City in collaboration with our Wanglong Academy. Together, we are investing in the cultivation of a singular prodigious Beastmaster. This represents a monumental undertaking by both the Bureau and the Academy. The Twin Stars will be joint students of both institutions, and their development may significantly influence the future direction of teaching and advancement at the Bureau and the Academy. This Beastmaster will need to identify the shortcomings in our educational approach, serving as a bridge between the Bureau and the Academy. Additionally, they will represent both the Bureau and Rong City at the National College Exchange Conference, which is currently our primary focus." Upon mentioning the exchange conference, a twitch appeared at the corner of Director Chu's mouth, mirrored by the other two. "What does the National Exchange Conference entail?" Xu Haoran inquired, puzzled. "To put it simply, it is a martial arts competition among colleges nationwide," Ouyang Qinghua replied, his brow twitching. Xu Haoran froze. "A competition? Nationwide? What if I lack any beast mastery talent?" "Indeed. I too wish to inquire of Director Chu and Captain Ouyang. Given that he possesses no beast mastery talent, how do you intend for him to participate in the competition?" Shimin Qingsong interjected, his tone skeptical. "Is this some kind of jest? You select someone without beast mastery talent to be the twin star? Now, I am quite curious how you both plan to handle this." Cough, cough. Director Chu cleared his throat. "Well, we believe that selecting only one individual for the twin stars may not fully embody the essence of the title. Therefore, we intend to select 2 individuals to join the twin stars program. This way, all issues will be resolved. 2 people. However, nurturing requires resources. If I recall correctly, you only prepared resources for 1 individual, correct? Now, with 2, you must prepare resources for both of their development. Where do you intend to secure the funds?" Shimin Qingsong stated flatly. Why was only one chosen for the Twin Stars program initially? Was it not due to resource limitations? Although both the Beastmaster Bureau and Wanglong Academy are renowned centers for cultivating Beastmasters, the resources for nurturing them are indeed finite. Cultivating a top-tier Beastmaster necessitates substantial resources. Originally, these resources were earmarked for one Beastmaster, but now, Director Xu and his colleagues plan to select two. Where will the resources for the other come from? Xu Haoran lacks Beast Mastery talent, so it would suffice to allocate the majority of resources to the other individual. Ouyang Qinghua remarked, casting a glance at Xu Haoran. Wait, Xu Haoran suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Regarding other matters, I make no comment, but I adamantly oppose the issue of resources. I stand with my hands clasped behind my back. Although I may not fully understand, as a twin star, I should undoubtedly be entitled to dedicated resources, correct? I insist that the resources allocated to me must be provided. Otherwise, do not expect me to assume this twin star role. If you brazenly retract your offer, I have no means to contest it, for you are all significant figures, and I am but a minor one. How could I dare to challenge you? Xu Haoran spread his hands, feigning a demeanor of submission. Yet, his words left everyone in attendance at a loss for a response. They were not naive youths, and they certainly understood the implications of Xu Haoran's statement. In essence, he conveyed that if they shamelessly rescinded his status as a twin star, he would be open to their decision. However, the crux of the matter lay in those three words, shameless. Among the three present, who could truly be shameless? Director Xu was the head of Wanglong Academy. Should he be deemed shameless and fickle, his reputation would suffer. Ouyang Qinghua, as the captain of the Divine Group's first team, would be ridiculed throughout Rong City. And Shimin Qingsong was no different. In summary, to put it concisely, they could sacrifice anything but their dignity. Money was trivial, yet reputation was paramount. Xu Haoran's statement had effectively cornered them. Initially, there had been options, but now, following Xu Haoran's revelation, only two remained. 1. To shamelessly expel Xu Haoran from the Twin Stars, or 2. To retain Xu Haoran while ensuring he received the appropriate cultivation resources. However, this would mean the Beastmaster Bureau and Wanglong Academy would have to allocate additional resources to nurture another top-tier talent. As the Twin Stars were intended to be cultivated to the highest standards of genius, it is not merely the resources to cultivate an ordinary Beastmaster, but rather those meant to nurture a prodigious Beastmaster. In terms of value, it is an astronomical figure. Tens of millions would scarcely suffice. This left both Ouyang Qinghua and Shimin Qingsong in profound silence. However, Dean Chu, with a smile, remarked, I assure you, there will be no issues on my end. It is simply a matter of providing additional resources for an extraordinary Beastmaster, and my Wanglong Academy is more than capable of that. Of course, this is contingent upon student Su's diligent studies. Should you squander these resources, I, as an old man, will not hesitate to rid you of this opportunity. Regardless of my own reputation, Dean Chu offered a sweet promise, only to follow it with a stern warning. He then turned to Shimin Qingsong and Ouyang Qinghua, adding, Now, gentlemen, the remaining decisions rest in your hands. His wrinkled visage bore a subtle smile, hinting at a touch of mischief. That old rascal is quite cunning. He seems to be pushing them into the role of the villains. Yet, they had misjudged Dean Chu. He truly wished to cultivate Xu Haoran. To put it plainly, it was all about money. What is earned in life cannot be taken in death, and he had no qualms about it. Moreover, Dean Chu found Xu Haoran quite endearing, which further fueled his willingness to support him. However, Ouyang Qinghua and Shimin Qingsong did not share the same favorable view of Xu Haoran. In fact, their sentiments were rather the opposite. How could a talentless individual, devoid of any beast mastery skills, possibly become a dual star? Yet, with Xu Haoran's boldness in laying everything bare, there was no room left for retreat. Captain Ouyang, this matter falls under your jurisdiction. I have no standing to interject. Shimin Qingsong said with a smile, opting to distance himself from the decision. He secretly hoped Ouyang Qinghua would refuse, ensuring he remained uninvolved. Ouyang Qinghua, with an impassive expression, turned to Xu Haoran and, under the scrutiny of those present, spoke in a low voice, I concur. Hiss. Shimin Qingsong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe Ouyang Qinghua dared to agree. With that agreement, the Beastmaster Bureau would not only expend tens of millions to cultivate Xu Haoran, but would also need to invest a similar amount in seeking out another dual star. Cultivating two individuals would require at least hundreds of millions, and this was merely the expenditure from the Beastmaster Bureau. One must not forget that Wanglong Academy would also contribute. Ouyang Qinghua, you must be out of your mind. I wonder how you will explain this to the boss. Shimin Qingsong remarked incredulously. Mind your own business. Dog meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Ouyang Qinghua retorted sharply. Oh, do you want to fight? Shimin Qingsong rolled up his sleeves. Am I supposed to fear you? Ouyang Qinghua mirrored the action, ready for a scuffle. The tension indicated that the two had likely quarreled frequently in the past. Enough. Calm down, Captain Shiman, Captain Ouyang. We have younger generations present, Dean Chu interjected, reminding them that they should focus on the matter at hand before resorting to brawling. The two men, grumbling, returned to their seats. Now, gentlemen, after your quarrel, may I inquire further about the dual-star arrangement? Surely, being a dual-star entails not only responsibilities, but also benefits, correct? What resources were you referring to earlier? Xu Haoran rubbed his hands together, chuckling. The collaboration between the Beastmaster Bureau and Wanglong Academy to cultivate a student certainly comes with its advantages. However, the benefits are numerous, and it would be difficult to enumerate them all at once. In essence, you will gain access to a wealth of Beastmaster resources and financial support, Dean Chu elaborated. Xu Haoran's eyes sparkled at the mention of money. How much are we talking about? The allure of wealth is boundless, capable of igniting the eyes of even the most ordinary individuals. His avaricious demeanor left the others speechless. Yet, considering Xu Haoran's background, they found it understandable. After all, he was an ordinary person without connections, having lost his parents in battle. A little greed was only natural. In terms of resources, the dual star will receive support equivalent to that of a destined-level Beastmaster. Tuition fees will be waived, as will material costs. The Academy will provide the Beast Companion, and accommodations, including food, clothing, and living expenses, will also be covered. Additionally, there will be a monthly stipend of what? Is it 10,000 or 20,000? Dean Chu stroked his beard, struggling to recall the specifics. 1,500, grandfather, Chu Shaoqing interjected through gritted teeth. Indeed, she felt utterly crushed. The slap in the face came far too swiftly. Just moments ago, they had claimed Xu Haoran would never gain entry into Wanglong Academy. And now he was poised to do so right before their eyes. Not only was he proving them wrong, but he was also surpassing them. The treatment afforded to a destined-level Beastmaster. As the daughter of the Dean, she herself had never enjoyed such privileges. How could it be that Xu Haoran, an ordinary person devoid of Beast Mastery talent, could ascend to the ranks of a dual star? 1,500? Xu Haoran gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he drew in several sharp breaths. This was utterly absurd. It rivaled the meager earnings he struggled to make from raising chickens. After a year of toil, he barely managed to earn between 10,000 to 20,000. Now, simply by enrolling in a Beastmaster Academy, he could receive such a windfall? This is merely from Wanglong Academy. The Beastmaster Bureau will provide additional subsidies, likely matching the Academy's generosity, Ouyang Qinghua added, albeit begrudgingly. Xu Haoran gasped once more, incredulous. So, the Academy gives 1,500, and the Beastmaster Bureau will contribute further? Have our policies become this generous? The treatment for destined-level talents is not to be underestimated, Shiman Qingsong replied with a hint of irritation. I presumed they would offer nothing more than a few meals of stale bread. Xu Haoran nodded in agreement, realizing the merit in Shiman Qingsong's words. After all, we are speaking of a destined-level Beastmaster. The Beastmaster Bureau is not so miserly. Yet, he should not be overly elated. Now that you hold the position of dual star, even if we select another, do not expect an easy path. Henceforth, you must not neglect any aspect of your studies and training as a Beastmaster. Ouyang Qinghua chimed in. Previously, you could forego schooling. But now you must partake in all mandatory courses. You are also required to participate in all activities the Academy mandates. And you must adhere to the rules governing the rights of Beastmasters. Absolutely not. Xu Haoran interjected vehemently, refusing to accept such terms. Are you unable to endure hardship? Do you wish to avoid schooling? Then you may also decline the role of dual star. Ouyang Qinghua's eyes lit up, mistakenly believing Xu Haoran was too weak to handle the pressure and would thus refuse. After all, there were many students who shunned the rigors of education. He was eager for Xu Haoran to turn down the offer. No. Xu Haoran waved his hands. That is not my intention at all. My point is, if I am to receive such substantial funds, how could I settle for merely attending mandatory courses? I demand that elective courses and non-mandatory classes be included in my schedule. Otherwise, I will not feel at ease with this money. How could I only attend mandatory classes? I must also participate in the non-mandatory ones. This is a matter of 30,000. I cannot simply pocket such a sum by attending a few required classes. Chu Xiaoqing's eyelids twitched. Xu Haoran's aspirations were surprisingly high. As long as you have that ambition, that is sufficient, Dean Chu remarked, tugging at his beard in disbelief. This Xu student is indeed quite exceptional. Very well, Dean Chu. Let us finalize this arrangement. We can discuss the selection of another candidate later. The Gemini project necessitates the selection of another candidate. Otherwise, it would be deemed half-failed from its inception. No need for a choice. Let the other candidate be determined by merit and talent. Having learned from Xu Haoran's experience, Dean Chu refrains from acting recklessly. By strength and talent, do you mean? Ouyang Qinghua inquired cautiously. Aside from that girl from the Zhao family, there are no other candidates, Din Chu sighed. After much deliberation, they ultimately returned to the original choice, influenced by their respective thoughts, which had previously led them to hand the opportunity back to Xu Haoran. However, one exceptional Xu Haoran was already sufficient. They absolutely could not afford a second mishap. Zhao Sahan was undeniably qualified. Once confirmed, no one would dare to voice dissent. All right then, I shall report it. Zhao Sahan it is. Ouyang Qinghua exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Selecting Zhao Sahan would undoubtedly leave no room for controversy. And finally, the Academy Exchange meeting could have a representative. At that moment, Xu Haoran suddenly interjected, Zhao family. Are you referring to Zhao Sahan? The others turned in unison to face Xu Haoran. You know Zhao Sahan. Their acquaintance was expected, but Xu Haoran's knowledge was unexpected. As an ordinary individual lacking talent, how could he possibly know Zhao Sahan? Well, not only do I know her, but I would say we are friends. I even have her WeChat, Xu Haoran asserted. He anticipated that amidst their deliberations, they would select someone he scarcely knew. You know Zhao Sahan. Ouyang Qinghua scrutinized Xu Haoran from head to toe, clearly skeptical. At this moment, Chu Shaoqing let out a cold laugh. Zhao Sahan is my idol. You should take a look in the mirror and consider your own merits. And as for having Zhao Sahan's WeChat, do we look like fools to you? Finally, she had a chance to retort against Xu Haoran. What a thrill. If it weren't for her grandfather's presence, Chu Shaoqing would have loved to be even more scathing, shouting her delight at the top of her lungs. Shaoqing, Din Chu admonished, yet he did not pursue the matter further, evidently harboring some doubts as well. He was well aware of Zhao Sahan's situation. Even their elders had rarely shown her a favorable disposition. Though she appeared simple-minded, when roused, she could be quite ruthless. To put it nicely, she was innocent. To put it bluntly, she was utterly oblivious to social intricacies. Yet, it was precisely such purity of thought that often resulted in remarkable talent. With little external influence or indifference to it, her aptitude in any endeavor was typically exceptional. However, her circle of friends remained exceedingly limited. Even within the Beastmaster Bureau, it was rare to find someone who could be considered Zhao Sahan's friend. Save for the proud daughter of the AO family, with whom she shared a decent relationship. How could Xu Haoran possibly know her? Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Xu Haoran shrugged, unconcerned by Chu Shaoqing's taunts. If they did not believe him, so be it. It was not his style to flaunt connections. If you choose not to believe it, that is your prerogative. You will see in time. And later? Chu Shaoqing scoffed. I await the day you prove me wrong. But beware, do not end up slapping your own face instead. Chapter 54. It's over. They're coming for me. In the face of the provocation from the explosive hen, Xu Haoran remained remarkably composed. Just an explosive hen, he thought, hardly worth his attention. Turning to Din Chu, he rubbed his hands together. Din Chu, may I inquire when my subsidies will arrive? Also, when will I commence my studies, and what privileges will I possess? Surely, the Gemini project entails numerous benefits? Wait. Din Chu replied, feeling overwhelmed by Xu Haoran's barrage of questions. Rubbing his temples, he added, do not worry about those matters for now. Please return here tomorrow morning at 8. Your needs for food and accommodation will be taken care of, and someone will explain the Gemini project to you then. And breakfast? Will it be good? As a beast master of my caliber, I should have access to delicacies. Abalone and chicken wings, perhaps? Xu Haoran eagerly prodded. Why not request a full banquet while you're at it? Chu Shaoqing shot back at Xu Haoran. Hey, Xu Haoran exclaimed. That is not entirely out of the question. Shaoqing. Din Chu banged the table, clearly displeased. Have I been too indulgent with you? Did you not hear a word I said? Chu Shaoqing pouted, feeling wronged, and fell silent. Once she ceased her chatter, Din Chu turned to Xu Haoran with a gentle smile. My dear student, there has been a misunderstanding at Wanglong Academy. All students dine together in the cafeteria, and they can choose what they wish to eat. However, you will receive a meal allowance, so you may select whatever you desire. Oh, is that so? Xu Haoran nodded in realization. Then, shall we pack up today and move to the school tomorrow? Henceforth, will I be considered a student of Wanglong Academy? He asked excitedly. Indeed, but just pack some essentials. The academy will provide bedding. Din Chu confirmed with a nod. Great. Then, Din Chu, I shall return now to prepare. Xu Haoran rejoiced, never expecting to be accepted into Wanglong Academy. Would this not bring glory to his ancestors? He stood to leave, but before he could exit, a voice called out from behind him. Wait, Xu, there is still something we need to discuss. A deep, rugged voice resonated, and Xu Haoran turned to see Shimin Qingsong, who had been mostly silent until now. And you are? Xu Haoran queried. Allow me to introduce myself. Shimin Qingsong replied, his voice heavy and commanding. I am Shimin Qingsong, the head of the Divine Division of the Beastmaster Bureau in Rongqing. Young man, as you join the Bureau as part of the Gemini project, you will be under my supervision. Gasp. the head of the Divine Division of the Rongqing Beastmaster Bureau. Xu Haoran was aware that the Bureau was divided into Earth, Heaven, and Divine levels, with the Divine Division representing the elite. The individual before him held a significant position, his future superior. Xu Haoran's expression instantly turned obsequious. How could I have overlooked such an esteemed presence? What can I do for you, sir? Do you enjoy chicken? I raise both chickens and ducks at home. They are quite delectable. Perhaps I could bring you one tomorrow? The familiarity in Xu Haoran's demeanor led Shimin Qingcong to seriously question his age. Was this the level of maturity one would expect from a vibrant 21-year-old? He felt that no amount of experience could account for how swiftly Xu Haoran could shift his demeanor. He twitched his lips, act normal. I have no particular business with you. I merely wish to inquire about your relationship with Li Fei and Huijin, Shimin Qingcong stated, his gaze fixed on Xu Haoran. Awaiting his response, Li Fei and Huijin. Xu Haoran scratched his head. I know Li Fei, he is a good guy. He has given me quite a bit of money, for which I'm grateful. But as for Huijin, I'm not familiar with him. Is Huijin a person? Xu Haoran asked tentatively. Shimin Qingcong continued to scrutinize Xu Haoran, observing that the young man exhibited no signs of deceit in his words. This caused him to furrow his brow, as it seemed the other party genuinely had no knowledge of the root of the trouble. Thus, the question arose. Last night, we discovered the root of the troubles playing cards at your home alongside Li Fei, who was masquerading as you and was subsequently incapacitated by the root of the trouble. Are you absolutely certain you are unaware of this root? I truly do not know. Xu Haoran genuinely did not possess any such knowledge. However, what could Li Fei possibly be doing at his own home? Why was Li Fei in my house, and why was he injured by that root of the trouble? Was Li Fei seeking trouble with me? Yet, why would this root assist him? Shimin Qingcong found nothing amiss, but could only frown and say, Li Fei is still unconscious, and we have no idea why he was at your residence. However, what you mentioned about Li Fei being a good person and giving you money, what's the story there? Li Fei is merely a wealthy heir. Why would he be giving Xu Haoran money for no reason? This is quite a convoluted tale. Xu Haoran briefly recounted his experience of being wronged, including the assistance he received from Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan. He simplified it somewhat, but Shimin Qingcong understood nonetheless. Essentially, Li Fei had sought trouble with Xu Haoran, but Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang intervened, and instead of trouble, they inadvertently contributed a significant amount to Xu Haoran's living expenses. Upon hearing this, Shimin Qingcong, Ouyang Qinghua, and Director Chu were left speechless. Chu Xiaoqing's lips twitched. Was this truly a good person? This seemed more like a nemesis. Li Fei must have gone to your house seeking revenge. What kind of good person gives away money like that? Surely, Li Fei must despise Xu Haoran. Yet, this narrative also involved Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang. Earlier, she had mentioned knowing Zhao Sahan. Could it be through this incident? No way. She had just issued a fierce declaration, and now she was to be faced with a contradiction? Chu Xiaoqing's face alternated between pale and flushed. Why was everything going awry today? This fellow couldn't possibly know Zhao Sahan, could he? No, even if they did know each other, it must only be a fleeting acquaintance. They could hardly be considered close. It was more likely they had merely crossed paths once. Indeed, they had only met once. If meeting someone constituted acquaintance, then she had met her idol. She looked down upon Xu Haoran. What kind of acquaintance was that? Meanwhile, Shimin Qingcong was also frowning. After hearing Xu Haoran's account, it became clear that Li Fei was no benevolent figure, but rather a victim of Xu Haoran's misfortune. He also pondered the same thoughts as Chu Xiaoqing, setting aside how Xu Haoran and Ao Xiaoshuang knew each other. According to your earlier account, doesn't that mean Li Fei harbors a deep-seated resentment towards you? Xu Haoran scratched his head. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Isn't he a wealthy heir? He just gave me a few $100,000. To him, that's merely pocket change. He must be accumulating good karma for future rewards. Why would he hate me? Good fortune may be elusive, but retribution had indeed manifested. His leg had been broken. Was this the fate of the good-hearted, cursed to suffer for eternity? No. It was clear that Li Fei was a misguided soul. Xu Haoran nearly led himself astray. By your reasoning, if Li Fei doesn't despise you, then why did he impersonate you and bring trouble to your home? Shimin Qingcong's lips twitched. He impersonated me? Xu Haoran exclaimed, suddenly realizing the crux of the matter. Wait, are you saying he disguised himself as me and was attacked by that root of trouble in my home? The root of trouble is an organization, the very embodiment of disaster. You may think of it as a villainous alliance. Shimin Qingcong explained succinctly. What? A villainous alliance? So the members of this root sought out my home to confront someone posing as Li Fei, which means they were actually after me. This is astonishing. Xu Haoran was taken aback. It was inconsequential that Li Fei had been attacked. What mattered was that they were coming for him. Chapter 55. How am I to survive another encounter? At last, you seem to comprehend. Shimin Qingcong nodded. Captain Ouyang, you were present as well. Please elucidate the situation. Captain Ouyang was also present? Xu Haoran gazed at Ouyang Qinghua, bewildered as to the events that had unfolded in his home the previous night. When I arrived, I witnessed the members of the root assaulting Li Fei, nearly to the brink of death. I cannot ascertain the details, but indeed, Li Fei was masquerading as Xu Haoran at that moment. Ouyang Qinghua seemed to grasp the situation. If Xu Haoran's account was accurate, it was highly probable that Li Fei intended to impersonate Xu Haoran for revenge. However, it was entirely unexpected that he would cross paths with the root's members at Xu Haoran's residence, leading to an altercation for reasons unknown. Shimen Qingsong stroked his stubbled chin thoughtfully. The pressing question remained: why did the root target Xu Haoran's home? Was their aggression towards Li Fei motivated by other causes, or were they genuinely seeking to trouble Xu Haoran? Mr. Shimen, Captain Ouyang. At this moment, Xu Haoran called out, his voice resonating with strength and righteousness. This root organization is nothing short of evil. We cannot allow them to wreak havoc upon our citizens. I propose that starting tomorrow, all members of the Rongqing Beast Control Bureau mobilize. We must eradicate this root organization completely. Xu Haoran presented himself as a staunch adversary of evil. Now he understood, these vile beings from the root were likely targeting him. Surely, his brother's exposure could not have been revealed? Wait, root, Godzilla. If there was any exposure, it must pertain to the fierce beast siege from 2 days prior. A thought struck him. Rest assured, after we discovered the root's presence, they were swiftly pursued, and those individuals have already vacated Rongqing. As long as they remain within the jurisdiction of Shenlong, they will be encircled by the 5-element team, Shimen Qingsong assured him. Though Xu Haoran was unsure what the 5-element team entailed, the idea of being surrounded was comforting. He nodded, then seemingly casually inquired. Since this root is an evil organization, that fierce beast from 2 days ago, it couldn't possibly be connected to them, could it? Linking his previous troubles, he harbored grave suspicions that perhaps Godzilla's whereabouts had been compromised. What if they had discovered that Godzilla was his pet? If that were the case, trouble would surely follow. And he couldn't shake the feeling that these individuals were more formidable than they appeared. Both Shimen Qingsong and Ouyang Qinghua exchanged surprised glances with Xu Haoran. Shimen Qingsong remarked, I hadn't realized you were quite astute. You managed to connect the dots. That Saint Spirit-level fierce beast was indeed a creation of that detestable root. The appearance of that mysterious beast master helped us resolve a significant issue. Although I could have dealt with that Saint Spirit-level fierce beast myself, he added quietly. Truly, Xu Haoran's heart raced, without a doubt. The root's pursuit of him was likely linked to Godzilla. Had he unwittingly been targeted? This was indeed troubling. He would have to exercise greater caution moving forward. How terrifying they were. We are law-abiding citizens, yet that troublemaker has audaciously found his way to my doorstep. I cannot fathom his intentions, Commander Shimen. You must eradicate those malevolent individuals. If they come again, how shall I survive? Xu Haoran's voice quivered with emotion, nearly bringing him to his knees in despair. Shimen Qingsong cast a sidelong glance at Xu Haoran, who had yet to shed a tear, and waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, we have stringent surveillance on that troublemaker. Should he appear in Shenlong, I shall deal with him without your prompting. Moreover, you will only frequent the Beastmaster Bureau and Wanglong Academy, and will not encounter any of his ilk. So, ease your mind. However, Shimen Qingsong added, I have one final inquiry for you. He narrowed his eyes, studying Xu Haoran intently. A jolt of unease coursed through Xu Haoran. Do these two creatures belong to you? Shimen Qingsong activated the projection screen in the dean's office, revealing a holographic display in the center. On it appeared two rather foolish creatures. One, a bumbling Godzilla, and the other, a bewildered Tom. Both pets were depicted in their original forms, set against the backdrop of Xu Haoran's home. Xu Haoran fell silent, grappling with the implications of their presence. It had come to pass. The moment Ouyang Qinghua mentioned his home, Xu Haoran had suspected that his secret had been uncovered. Now, it was confirmed. Tom and Godzilla had been exposed. He had thought he had concealed Godzilla well enough. Is this lizard yours? Shimen Qingsong inquired. Lizard? Xu Haoran was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze to the projection. Godzilla was on all fours. This was his instruction to prevent any detection. Indeed, it resembled a lizard, albeit with sturdier limbs. Its size was considerable, yet this world was not devoid of large lizards. Yes, this large lizard is mine. Xu Haoran nodded fervently. Where did you acquire it? Shimen Qingsong asked, seemingly without suspicion. I found it 2 years ago when it was quite small. I raised it, and it grew. Xu Haoran replied cautiously. Is there a problem with my lizard? No issue at all. It merely bears a resemblance to the pet of a mysterious beast master that appeared a few days ago, hence the routine inquiry, Shimen Qingsong replied casually. He had no intention of linking Xu Haoran to the enigmatic beast master. Initially skeptical, he now harbored no doubts. Xu Haoran could not possibly be that mysterious figure. Age-wise, it simply did not align. nor would a saint-level beast master be so avaricious. Oh, I just found it. How could it belong to that mysterious beast master? Xu Haoran lamented. If only that were the case, I would have no fear of that troublemaker. Very well, when you have a moment, please extract a blood sample from your lizard. It's quite an unusual creature, and I intend to submit it to the research department for examination. A small amount will suffice. Shimin Qingtsong mentioned nonchalantly. Sure, when do you need it? Whenever you're ready, just hand it over to Dean Chu. No need to rush. Shimin Qingtsong waved his hand, clearly indifferent to the matter. Observing Shimin Qingtsong's nonchalant demeanor, Xu Haoran breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that Godzilla was not under scrutiny. Absolutely. However, may I inquire about how the Beastmaster Bureau intends to handle that Li Fei? If he truly came to harm me. Xu Haoran probed tentatively. Rest assured, you will receive a fair resolution. If it is confirmed that he sought to trouble you, he will face appropriate consequences. However, this matter is quite complicated. Without evidence of his wrongdoing, it is likely he will only be detained temporarily, Ouyang Qinghua interjected. Xu Haoran frowned at this. Aware of the legal loopholes, without proof of harm, one could not ascertain malicious intent, even if the intruder had trespassed into his home uninvited. He realized he must find a way to resolve this himself. Li Fei could not be allowed to remain free. Having invaded his home, he must be dealt with. If not eliminated, then at least incapacitated. Enough of this. Su, you should return home to prepare. Report back to the academy tomorrow, and do ensure your punctuality. Dean Chu instructed, gesturing for Chu Shaoqing to escort Xu Haoran out. Once Xu Haoran departed, Shimin Qingtsong and the others exchanged serious glances. How much of what he said was truth, and how much was fabrication? Ouyang Qinghua mused. Have you not discerned the implications? His heartbeat remains steady. Either he possesses exceptional composure or is speaking truthfully. Dean Chu remarked calmly. At his age, his psychological resilience is unlikely to be so robust. Does that suggest he was indeed truthful? Shimin Qingtsong furrowed his brow, his concern primarily focused on the troublemaker. Why was that individual targeting Xu Haoran? This was the crux of the matter. The disruption of the troublemaker's plans and the similarity between his aberrant creature and Xu Haoran's pet likely led him to seek out Xu. Did it not? Ouyang Qinghua's eyes narrowed in contemplation. As for the situation with Li Fei, confirming it with Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan would provide clarity. Shimin Qingtsong nodded in agreement. You've arrived at the same conclusion as I. It seems the troublemaker's interest in Xu stems from that very lizard. They have a tendency to eliminate even the slightest uncertainty, so it is not surprising they would target Xu. What intrigues me, Shimin Qingtsong continued, narrowing his eyes, is how they managed to locate Xu so swiftly. As a member of the Beastmaster Bureau, which oversees the entirety of Rong City, we have not yet discovered the resemblance between Xu's pet and that aberrant creature. Yet the troublemaker has outpaced us in finding Xu. What does this suggest? Chu Qinglan, Shimin Qingtsong, and Ouyang Qinghua exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts converging. In the dean's office, the three exchanged glances but refrained from voicing their speculations, each concealing their thoughts. As for whether Xu Haoran was that mysterious beastmaster, their previous encounters had left little doubt. Xu Haoran's background was exceedingly clean, and he himself appeared equally innocent. If there were any questionable aspects, it might pertain to that peculiar cat rather than Godzilla. Their curiosity about Tom surpassed that regarding Godzilla. Yet who among them was without secrets? Thus, they refrained from prying into Xu Haoran's private matters. Naturally, even in the most outlandish of scenarios, should Xu Haoran indeed be that mysterious beastmaster, it would pose no issue. His admission to the Beastmaster Academy would be just as fortuitous. Dean Chu would welcome it wholeheartedly, for if Xu Haoran proved to be that formidable, the Academy and the Beastmaster Bureau would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Very well, I shall seek verification from Zhao Sahan regarding the truth of his claims. The remaining matters are for you to handle. I shall refrain from involving myself in the affairs of the Gemini. After all, it is not my concern. His responsibility solely lies with the roots of the calamity. The other matters he merely mentioned in passing, which bear little significance to him. When I join, I shall also inform Zhao Sahan about the Gemini. At that time, I will need your assistance in speaking on my behalf. Despite the apparent advantages of the Gemini, given Zhao Sahan's disposition, she may not acquiesce. After Shimin Qingtsong and Ouyang Qinghua departed, only two individuals remained in the dean's office, Dean Chu and an elderly man with a black beard standing behind him. Dean, how is it that the roots of the calamity managed to locate Xu Haoran so swiftly? The black-bearded elder inquired, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. Moments ago, the trio had hesitated in their speech, leaving one to speculate about their thoughts. Dean Chu narrowed his eyes and tapped the table. This incident coincidentally occurred on the very day I selected Xu Haoran for the Gemini. Do you not find that rather fortuitous? The Gemini that day? The black-bearded elder frowned. Could it be that Shimin Qingtsong suspects there is a spy among us? It is not merely suspicion, it is certainty. The only reason Xu Haoran could have drawn the Roots of Calamity's attention is due to the Gemini project. Dean Chu poured himself a cup of tea, a bemused expression crossing his face. How intriguing that the Roots of Calamity have managed to place an undercover agent in Rome City. If all goes as expected, this agent's identity must be of considerable standing. I am quite curious to discover who this individual may be. Were Shimin and Captain Ouyang particularly formidable? To engage in conversation with Dean Chu, they must possess considerable strength, no? After leaving the office, Xu Haoran inquired about Ouyang Qinghua and his companion from Chu Xiaoqing. His curiosity piqued. Chu Xiaoqing glanced back at Xu Haoran, her eyes brimming with jealousy, her expression seemingly inscribed with the words, "You are incredibly fortunate. Do not look at me like that. My aspirations are far beyond your reach. We are quite incompatible." Noticing her unwavering gaze, Xu Haoran felt a twinge of embarrassment and awkwardly replied, "Please do not regard me with such disdain. My ambition is lofty." Chu Xiaoqing was taken aback, instinctively lowering her gaze to her own stature, her expression darkening as she retorted, "Who in their right mind would be interested in you? You think I would find you appealing? You desire lofty aspirations, yet do you even glance in the mirror to see your own stature?" She gritted her teeth, nearly incensed to the point of explosion. With such a demeanor, how could Xu Haoran dare to aspire to greatness? Why not aim for something more attainable, like an H? Then I would feel reassured. Why have you been gazing at me for so long? I thought you had developed an interest in me, which frightened me. Xu Haoran patted his chest, feeling a surge of irritation. Why did this troublesome woman manage to provoke such explosive emotions within him? I find it utterly baffling that a talentless waste like you has somehow become a member of the Gemini. It is as if the heavens have lost their sight, bestowing upon you such improbable fortune. Chu Xiaoqing's chest heaved with frustration, her words laced with disdain. Yet Xu Haoran remained unfazed by her scorn, folding his arms behind his back, gazing skyward with a sigh. I too am bewildered. I am equally helpless. But with looks such as mine, it is beyond my control. The heavens have favored me. You do not comprehend my plight. I genuinely wish to earn everything through my own efforts, rather than relying on divine favor. Xu Haoran clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with indignation and helplessness. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoqing halted in her tracks, causing Xu Haoran to collide with her unexpectedly. Though he did not knock her over, the impact felt akin to crashing into an iron pillar, resulting in him stumbling back in discomfort. Why did you stop so abruptly? Xu Haoran gasped. What on earth is your body made of? Is it encased in steel armor? Chu Xiaoqing turned, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him. How is it that you have lived this long without being beaten to a pulp? Xu Haoran, perplexed, replied, What are you talking about? I am perfectly fine. Why would anyone wish to harm me? With a menacing glare and fists clenched tightly, Chu Xiaoqing exhaled sharply. Do you not grasp the situation? You ought to be prepared for a beating. Without warning, she charged at Xu Haoran, her fury palpable. Whoa, are you serious, Chu? Xu Haoran, startled by the intensity in her eyes, turned and fled, realizing she was not merely acting. Minutes later, Chu Xiaoqing had mounted Xu Haoran, delivering a thorough beating until her rage had subsided. She then tossed him a check. My apologies, I could not restrain myself. This is 20,000, consider it medical expenses. Xu Haoran, sporting a black eye and a swollen face, grumbled, This time, I shall let it slide. Do be more cautious next time. Given the sum of 20,000, he decided not to hold her actions against her, accepting the check. Just know that I can let you ride me again if you wish. Are you a lunatic? Chu Xiaoqing shot him a venomous glare. I have never encountered such a pervert in my life. Disregarding her ire, Xu Haoran pocketed the check. Unwilling to argue with the girl, he silently resolved to ensure that next time, he would bring Tom along. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage should he encounter someone who refused to pay him for a beating. No, he could not be beaten again. If there were to be a fight, he would ensure it was he who dealt the blows. As he watched Chu Xiaoqing strutting ahead, he vowed that the next encounter would involve him exacting his own form of retribution. Shimin Uncle is the head of the Rome City Radiant God Group and also the second-ranked powerhouse on the Rome City leaderboard. As for Uncle Ouyang, he is the captain of Team 1 and holds the third position on the leaderboard. At that moment, an unexpected remark slipped from Chu Xiaoqing's lips. Xu Haoran paused, realizing she was responding to his earlier question. The second and third-ranked superpowers in Rome City? I never imagined I would encounter such figures. These are indeed significant individuals. How many Beastmasters are there in Rome City? Countless. Shimin Qingcong ranks second. His strength is simply unfathomable. Xu Haoran mused to himself, reflecting on how he had now witnessed grand figures. He had met the second and third strongest in Rome City, as well as the dean of the highest institution in Rome City. This visit to Wanglong Academy was certainly worthwhile. Rubbing the swollen areas on his face, he understood. He chose to remain silent, following Chu Xiaoqing, lest he provoke this volatile little hen further. However, his silence seemed to unsettle her. As they approached the campus entrance, Chu Shaoqing finally broke the silence, asking, "Do you truly know Zhao Sahan?" Xu Haoran was taken aback. "Didn't you express disbelief?" Crossing her arms, she elevated her chest in a proud display. "I am skeptical, but is it wrong to inquire? Forget it. Given your pitiful appearance, it is clear you do not know her. Even if you do, you certainly lack any means of contacting my idol. The gate is just ahead, be gone." She initially intended to inquire about Xu Haoran's goddess's contact information, but upon hearing him speak, for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable irritation, snorting coldly before turning to leave. "Deep well, how do you know I don't have her contact?" Upon witnessing her departure, Xu Haoran muttered to himself, for not only did he possess Zhao Sahan's contact information, but also that of Ao Xiaoshuang. However, what had she just mentioned? Idol? Who could her idol possibly be? It couldn't be Zhao Sahan, could it? Chapter 57. The grandson of Old Lu. He shook his head and turned away. He did not return to the villa immediately. Instead, he decided to visit his chicken coop first. After all, he was now a part of Wanglong Academy, with ample living expenses, thus relieved from the need to work. He planned to sell off the chickens and ducks. Who would dare to claim he lacked capability now? As he returned to the coop, Xu Haoran discovered that the chain on his front gate had not been locked. Moreover, 2 official seals were affixed to the gate. Had something truly occurred last night? His heart tightened at the sight of the seals. He hurriedly opened the door and, upon entering, found that his already dilapidated yard had become even more desolate. The muddy ground was pockmarked, making it appear as though it had been excavated. Were they planning to cultivate the land in my yard? Xu Haoran cursed at the uneven surface. What had transpired last night? There were even traces of blood on the ground. It was utterly horrific. However, this was of little consequence. His immediate concern was to rush towards his chicken pen. After glancing at his chickens and ducks, he breathed a sigh of relief, as their numbers seemed to match and none were missing. If even one were to go missing, he would lose a considerable sum. Meow. Roar. A fierce roar and a cat's meow echoed in Xu Haoran's ears. Turning around, he saw Tom and Godzilla rushing towards him, their faces smeared with the feed he had left behind. "Are you two all right?" He was not worried about Godzilla and Tom. Both were formidable creatures, and while others might succumb, these two would certainly not perish. Meow. Tom rubbed against Xu Haoran's pant leg, exuding an air of ingratiation. Roar. Godzilla did not indulge in such displays, but merely roared at Xu Haoran, scratching at the lice on its body, appearing rather endearing. It seemed they were indeed fine. Observing the vitality in their calls, Xu Haoran turned his attention back to the yard. "Are you six all right too?" he inquired, despite sensing the presence of several strange beings. Roar. Roar. Low growls resonated in succession. In the empty yard, inexplicable roars rang out. Xu Haoran finally felt at ease. However, he soon pondered a new dilemma. What to do with these pets, as he was about to relocate to the academy? Was he to bring them along? Tom and Godzilla could be manageable, but his 6 strange creatures posed a significant challenge. They were far too large to conceal and simply couldn't be accommodated at the academy. While the strange beings could turn invisible, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered by someone formidable. Wanglong Academy was a place teeming with talent, not to mention the Beast Taming Bureau. Where could he possibly place them? He deliberated, recognizing he had 2 options. One was to leave them here, while the other was naturally at Lu Ruyan's residence. Both locations were suitable for concealment and less likely to attract attention. Yet, these creatures required sustenance, and keeping them here would ultimately be troublesome. It would be best to place them at Lu Ruyan's house. After all, she was seldom home, making it an ideal choice. The strange beings were not particularly active. Aside from hunting for food, they could easily sleep in one spot throughout the day. Thus, he decided with satisfaction, thinking that if Lu Ruyan discovered them, he would simply admit it openly. As a beast tamer, it was quite normal to rear a few peculiar pets, wasn't it? The only regret was that Xu Haoran gazed at the chicken coop before him, lamenting, "Oh, my dear chickens, how I hate to part with you." He sighed, feeling a pang of reluctance. "What are you reluctant about?" At that moment, an elderly voice emerged from outside the yard. Xu Haoran turned to see an elderly man clad in a gray gown. "Old Lu, you've come?" Upon seeing the visitor, Xu Haoran's spirits lifted, astonished by the serendipity of encountering Old Lu. "Cannot you address me as grandfather? After all, I've lived for so many years. Must you call me old man? It's rather disrespectful." Old Lu grumbled. "All right, Old Lu, what brings you to find this impoverished fellow? Craving some chicken?" Xu Haoran chuckled. "Forget it. You may as well continue calling me Old Lu. Grandfather feels unnecessary," Old Lu retorted, feeling older with every mention of grandfather. "While eating chicken is one matter. I have come for something important. Don't assume I'm just here to mooch off your chickens. Your snake has sold for 3 million. Would you prefer a bank transfer or cash?" Lu Shangyun stated. "Wow, 3 million? Old Lu, who did you sell it to?" "While I wish to profit, I cannot condone unscrupulous dealings. Xu Haoran exclaimed, astonished. Old Lu, taken aback, replied, What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Do you take me for such a person? I sold it to an old friend. He isn't short on cash and paid a premium. Oh. Xu Haoran's realization dawned. With connections like yours. Perhaps growing old isn't too bad after all, knowing so many influential figures. Unlike me, who will likely only meet some attractive elderly women in the future, sigh. Why not use this 3 million to compensate for my emotional losses? Since old Lu had visited, Su Yueguang naturally could not neglect him, promptly preparing a lavish feast of fine wine and dishes. Once the food and drink were served, the two engaged in lively conversation, reminiscing about the past with great exuberance. I remember when I was a child, I stole a sausage from my neighbor, and they chased me for 3 miles without letting me catch my breath. Old Lu recounted. In the midst of laughter, I joined Wanglong Academy, wielding my ambitions. Truly, life is but a dream, akin to toasting the moon over the river, Xu Haoran reflected. Wait, you've joined Wanglong Academy? Upon hearing that Xu Haoran had indeed enrolled, old Lu's inebriation dissipated halfway. Indeed, can you believe it? After dropping out for 2 years, I still managed to join Wanglong Academy. I always said, gold will shine in the end. How could a gem like me be overshadowed by mere dust? Xu Haoran puffed out his chest, feeling a surge of pride. Goodness, you've done well. Old Lu praised, then added, but speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. I have a grandson who is also at Wanglong Academy. You two might have the chance to meet. Huh. Inebriated. Xu Haoran abruptly regained partial consciousness. Your grandson is actually at Wanglong Academy? It's astonishing that you could even produce a grandson attending Wanglong Academy. What expression is that? Is it not entirely normal for my grandson to be at Wanglong Academy? His name is Lu Qingshui, and when the opportunity arises, I shall bring him to meet you. That's not possible, Xu Haoran sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Not possible. Why is that? Old Lu questioned, perplexed. My chicken coop might have to be dismantled. Xu Haoran confessed, a touch of melancholy creeping in. Dismantled? Why would you do that? Old Lu became agitated at once. If it's torn down, where shall I go to eat chicken? Chapter 58, Vice Dean Li Chanqi. Aren't I heading to Wanglong Academy? Xu Haoran explained. I've joined the Gemini project of the Beast Tamer Bureau and Wanglong Academy. It seems I may not have the chance to return here in the future. As for the chickens and ducks, I no longer have the time to care for them. I plan to sell them and stop raising them altogether. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of reluctance. But hearing such news, old Lu waved dismissively. I thought it was something significant. Such a trivial matter is easily resolved. I can come by to feed the chickens. I'll take care of it 3 times a day. You? Don't you spend every day dancing in the square with the old lady? How will you find time to help me feed the chickens? Xu Haoran scrutinized him, puzzled. I have no interest in square dancing. On the contrary, I find your quaint farmhouse far more appealing. If you leave, it would suit me perfectly. I could reside here in my spare time. Each day, I could tend to the chickens and stroll with the dogs. Life would be so comfortable. Old Lu declared with delight. Is that so? Then perhaps it's not impossible. Xu Haoran's eyes brightened at the prospect of old Lu living here. That sounds splendid. If old Lu resides here, I need not worry about the chickens and ducks. I can continue raising them, perhaps even fewer, and I shan't sell them. After all, my salary now exceeds several tens of thousands each month. I need not fear for my sustenance. Are you truly going to live here? Of course. The city is far too bothersome. The noise is unbearable. I would be quite pleased to live here, old Lu replied. Excellent. Then it is settled. You may stay here as you wish. I shall give you the keys. You needn't feed them 3 times daily. Just twice in the morning and evening will suffice. Just ensure they have ample feed and water. Since old Lu had expressed such willingness, Xu Haoran could not refuse. He promptly handed over the keys to old Lu, entrusting him with the care of the place. This arrangement delighted him, as it would lighten his burdens. However, he would need to take the aliens with him. They could not remain here and should rather accompany him to Lu Ruyan's residence. Given that Lu Ruyan's household usually consisted of just her and him, it was less crowded, and the aliens would not be at risk of discovery. With matters settled, after dinner, Xu Haoran fed his chickens and ducks one final time, then turned to leave, accompanied only by Tom. Why only Tom? Because Goslar was too conspicuous, and his home was too perilous. Goslar was meant to protect old Lu. Should old Lu encounter danger, he would at least have a means of survival. As long as Goslar remained, none could harm old Lu. Of course, the alien would also accompany Xu Haoran, as it was an unpredictable variable. Keeping it at Lu Ruyan's home would allow him to monitor it closely. As Xu Haoran departed, old Lu remained in the yard, exchanging glances with Goslar. He had not anticipated that Xu Haoran would leave Goslar behind. I never imagined I would come into contact with you so easily, he mused, observing the dim-witted Goslar eyeing his chicken leg. After a moment's hesitation, He tossed the chicken leg to Goslar, who immediately devoured it with fervor. Alas, you have yet to grow large. If I were to take your cells to seek out that Zhao boy now, it would be rather impractical. Once you grow, remember to share some of your hide with me. Surely a little of your scales ought to suffice? Old Lu muttered to himself, gazing at Goslar. Goslar paid him no mind, having finished the chicken leg, and resumed staring at Old Lu with wide eyes. Seeing that endearing expression, Old Lu squinted. Who could have imagined that the creature capable of annihilating a divine-level beast would take the form of this glutton? Yet, he found it peculiar. How had Xu Haoran become part of the Gemini project? Did old Chu recognize the uniqueness of Xu Haoran? It seemed improbable. That old man was nearly blind and hardly knew the boy, so how could he be aware? Old Lu pondered aloud. Xu Haoran assumed old Lu was unaware of what the Gemini project entailed, which is why he had refrained from elaborating. In truth, however, old Lu was well acquainted with the Gemini project, for his grandson was indeed a candidate for it. With narrowed eyes, he retrieved his phone and made a call to inquire further. The call connected swiftly, and an aged yet gentle voice came through. Old Lu. What can I do for you? Letting your grandson become a Gemini is out of the question. The selections for the Gemini have already been finalized. Before he could speak, the other party preemptively countered, fearing he might raise the issue. Old Lu felt a flicker of annoyance. Do you think I am the sort to seek favors? The individual you have chosen is that Xu Haoran, I assent it? I am already aware. You learned this quite quickly. I haven't even made the announcement yet. The voice on the other end expressed surprise, then seemed to realize something. Xu Haoran? It sounds as though you know him quite well. Old Lu huffed. What a coincidence. I happen to know this boy quite well. Not only do I know him, but we are also quite familiar. However, do not disclose my involvement to him. I would like to inquire how you selected him for the Gemini role. Minutes later, the call ended. Upon learning about the beast fighting arena, old Lu's white brows furrowed slightly. This boy, has he become a Gemini thanks to that cat? He glanced at the bespectacled Goslar beside him. Initially believing Xu Haoran possessed only this monstrous trump card, little did he know, that cat was also extraordinary. Keeping this fellow around was likely for my protection. After all the kindness I've shown him, at least he possesses some conscience. Yet, just how many secrets does this boy still conceal from me? A smirk crept onto his lips as he tore off a piece of meat and tossed it to Goslar. That evening, Lu Rian did not return, and Xu Haoran refrained from informing her about the move. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should reside at Wanglong Academy. If he went there, who would feed his aliens? Early the next morning, Xu Haoran tidied up briefly and set off for Wanglong Academy. At last, he could engage in the pursuits befitting his age. Xu Haoran felt exhilarated and eager. Upon arriving at the academy, he was intercepted at the gate by security. After much negotiation and a call to the dean's office, Xu Haoran was finally permitted entry. Those with disdainful eyes see only the surface. Just wait until I procure a campus card. He seethed under his breath. Once the security guard was out of earshot. 3 days apart, and you treat me with such indifference. Tomorrow, you shall find yourself unable to reach my heights. Upon arriving at the dean's office, upon discovering that Dean Shu was absent, Xu Haoran encountered an elderly gentleman with a black goatee, engrossed in a book. The man, who Xu vaguely recalled standing beside Dean Shu the previous day, seemed to hold a certain stature within the academy. Good day. May I inquire if Dean Shu is present? Xu Haoran asked humbly as he entered the office. He is not, the elderly man replied with a robust voice. Sounding far from frail. Rather, he resembled a vigorous middle-aged individual. His gaunt cheeks and the dignified black robe adorned with purple and gold trim lent him an air of solemnity. Oh, may I be so bold as to ask who you are? Xu Haoran inquired, nodding slightly. I am Li Changqi, the vice dean of Wanglong Academy. You may address me as Dean Li, he stated, his calm gaze piercing through Xu Haoran with eyes as deep and still as a stagnant pool, devoid of any emotion. Xu felt a peculiar unease, sensing an unexpected hostility in the vice dean's demeanor. Chapter 59. Did you only hear what was not prohibited? Perhaps influenced by Dean Shu's initial warmth, Xu Haoran had anticipated that the academy's leadership would be equally affable. However, the vice dean appeared to deviate from that expectation. Very well, please proceed, Xu Haoran replied, suppressing any discontent, as his acceptance into the academy was already a considerable achievement. The disposition of the vice dean was of little consequence. Once the enrollment formalities were concluded, they would part ways, regardless of the vice dean's attitude. Let me outline some important matters for you. You may review the academy regulations at your leisure. First and foremost, during class hours, you are required to wear the academy's uniform, and it must be worn neatly, Li Changqi remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Xu Haoran's wrinkled attire. Xu Haoran nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, please continue. Secondly, adherence to the academy rules is imperative, and any form of personal conflict is strictly prohibited. Wanglong Academy boasts a rich history and stands as one of the foremost institutions in Rongqing. thus imposing stringent requirements on its students. The regulations must be observed with the utmost seriousness. Li Changqi continued his lengthy discourse, while Xu Haoran felt as though he were a subordinate listening to a superior, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. As his eyelids grew heavy, they finally closed. Ahem. A sharp cough jolted Xu Haoran awake. Ah, yes, I understand. I shall comply, he exclaimed, immediately raising his head. Yet, he was met with Dean Li's stern gaze. Ah, well, Dean, I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a bit fatigued. Please forgive me. Continue. Xu Haoran smiled awkwardly. Li Changqi took a deep breath, his expression growing increasingly unfriendly, yet he refrained from further lecturing. No need. I doubt you would absorb my words anyway. I shall provide you with a copy of the regulations shortly for your perusal. Feel free to pose any questions you may have, and I will respond, which may facilitate your understanding. Indeed, he was the vice dean. What a perspective. What an admirable pedagogical approach. Dean, may I inquire whether it is permissible for me to reside outside the academy after enrollment? Or can I alternate between living within and outside the academy? Ordinarily, it is not allowed, Li Changqi replied with a placid demeanor. Xu Haoran felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed the answer was negative. However, Li Changqi continued, yet, for the Gemini program, it is permissible. Xu's lips twitched. Dean, must you always speak with such labored breaths? So, does this mean I can commute daily between the academy and my home? Not quite. The regulations stipulate that students may only leave the campus after classes conclude. You may return home solely after school hours, the vice dean clarified, shaking his head. Moreover, you seem unaware of your schedule. You will alternate between Wanglong Academy and the Beast Control Bureau. Today, you will report to the Beast Control Academy, and next week, you will attend the Specialized Academy of the Bureau. The Specialized Academy of the Beast Control Bureau? Does this not equate to being granted special admission privileges? Xu Haoran pondered. Do you not understand what Gemini signifies? Li Changqi replied calmly. One of the purposes of the Gemini program is to align the educational methodologies of the Beast Control Bureau and Wanglong Academy. In the future, there will be a unified educational policy between the two institutions, making your development at this juncture crucial. However, we do not require any direct contribution from you. Our focus will be on comprehensively monitoring the progress of the Gemini participants, thereby determining the future trajectory of Wanglong Academy and its role as a nexus between the Academy and the Beast Control Bureau. From Li Changqi's words, Xu Haoran gathered that the Beast Control Bureau and Wanglong Academy seemingly aim to integrate their educational systems. Yet, it appeared to be merely in its formative stages. As no concrete educational framework had been established, he felt as though he were a test subject in this grand experiment. But that was of little concern. Who would not wish to be a part of such a prestigious institution and the Bureau? He welcomed the opportunity. So, I am free to reside wherever I choose. Indeed, in comparison to other students, you possess greater privileges. However, I recommend residing within the academy, as tardiness will result in a deduction of credits. The Vice Dean remarked with a stoic expression. Very well, I shall heed the Vice Dean's guidance. Xu Haoran replied with a beaming smile. Additionally, Vice Dean, may I inquire which year I will commence my studies? Will it be as a freshman or a sophomore? And how will my stipend be dispersed? Will it be directly deposited into my account? Xu Haoran wiped his hands, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his stipend. Given your age, you should technically be in your third year. However, to ensure your pace aligns with the curriculum, you have been placed in the second year. As for the first-year courses, you will need to self-study, Li Changqi explained. Understood, so I will be in the second year. That is acceptable. When do classes commence? Xu Haoran was eager to greet his future classmates. You will familiarize yourself with the academy this morning, and formal classes will begin in the afternoon. Shortly, we will proceed to complete your enrollment procedures, and your stipend will be deposited into the bank account you provided for registration. You need not worry about the enrollment process. Is there anything else you do not understand? Well, Xu Haoran began. There is indeed one crucial question. Li Changqi frowned, intrigued by the notion of a crucial inquiry. He leaned in, attentive, only to hear Xu Haoran slowly articulate. Does Wanglong Academy prohibit students from engaging in romantic relationships? Uffed. Li Changqi's eye twitched. Was this truly the pressing question? There is no prohibition, but it is not advisable. You should prioritize your studies. Particularly given that you have not yet completed the first-year curriculum, he advised. Not prohibited? That is reassuring. In that case, I have no further questions. Shall we commence the enrollment process? Xu Haoran relaxed significantly. Did you even hear the latter part of my statement? Li Changqi retorted, exasperated. Did you only catch the words not prohibited? Are you here at Wanglong Academy for romance, or for your education? Even Li Changqi could not suppress his irritation at this moment. Very well, follow me. I shall escort you to complete your new student registration. He decided to refrain from further conversation with Xu Haoran and turned to lead him through the enrollment process. identity registration, campus card issuance, and bank account registration, even arranging for the dormitory internet setup. He even took Xu Haoran to view the dormitory. It is not the typical dormitory bustling with students, but rather a solitary room, seemingly designated for guests of the academy. The entire building is sparsely inhabited, and the accommodation is a luxurious single suite, akin to an apartment, complete with a stove, an exhaust hood, and a bathroom. The kitchen, bedroom, and living room are seamlessly connected, exuding opulence. After attending to his affairs, Li Changqi contemplated taking Xu Haoran for a leisurely stroll around the campus. However, as soon as they exited the dormitory, they encountered Xu Haoran, who eagerly proposed to show Xu Haoran around the campus. Despite Xu Haoran's firm refusal, Li Changqi, uninterested in his objections, decided to relinquish Xu Haoran to Xu Haoran's insistence. Haha, Xiaoqing, it's really unnecessary. I could manage a stroll on my own, Xu Haoran remarked, feeling an inexplicable chill as he glanced at the ominously cheerful Xu Haoran. Huh, do you think you can escape the clutches of the temple after running away from the monk? We have yet to settle the score for your assistance to that woman. Mei Qingxue, perhaps today is the day to address it? Xu Haoran retorted, her intentions clear. Just then, a soft meow emanated from the hem of Xu Haoran's pants. Both turned to see Tom, the endearing feline, gazing up at them with an innocent expression. Is this cat your pet? Xu Haoran inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. I lack the talent for beast taming. This cat is not a familiar, but merely a pet, Xu Haoran replied. Oh, right. You don't possess the beast taming talent. Xu Haoran recalled, her expression shifting to one of bemusement. I truly cannot fathom what my grandfather sees in you. How can someone without beast taming abilities become a twin star? Perhaps it is because of my striking good looks. He wishes for me to serve as the Academy's ambassador. Xu Haoran mused, stroking his chin with a playful grin. Xu Haoran remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, causing Xu Haoran to squirm under her scrutiny. Why are you staring at me like that? I must inform you. I already have someone I admire. There is no possibility for us, he asserted. You truly have no shame, Xu Haoran declared, exasperation evident in her voice. It is not worth my time to argue with someone as worthless as you. Let us go. I will give you a tour of the academy, and then you can amuse yourself while I seek out my senior for a meal. Not to impose. But Xu Haoran hesitated, cautious. Senior Lu evidently has affections for Senior Mei. Why pursue him so fervently? Why not seek someone who reciprocates your feelings? Stop spouting nonsense. Senior Lu does not harbor feelings for that green tea. Mei Qingxue, Xu Haoran exclaimed, raising her hand as if to slap Xu Haoran, only to find him retreating several meters away. Seeing Xu Haoran's cowardice, she lost interest in arguing, rolling her eyes at him. Her thoughts drifted to the captivating man she admired, her eyes sparkling with longing. Senior Lu is my idol. He embodies the true essence of a man in this academy. He is handsome, carefree, and a free spirit, pursuing noble ideals. He is the man I shall forever adore. What if he pursued you? Would you still like him? Xu Haoran suddenly interjected. Xu Haoran froze mid-step, her mind racing. Senior Lu pursuing me? Pursuing me? The mere thought sent her into a whirlwind of confusion. If he were to pursue her, would she still harbor feelings for him? Would he not then resemble those sycophants who fawn over her? Caught in a dilemma, she began to question her own desires. Did she admire the aloofness of Senior Lu, or was it the man himself she adored? She had never contemplated this before. But Xu Haoran's question illuminated her mind. It seemed she was more drawn to the indifferent version of Senior Lu. If he were to pursue her, would she truly still be interested? She despised sycophants, and this revelation sent her spiraling into self-doubt. What was happening? Why did the prospect of Senior Lu pursuing her diminish her feelings? Did this mean she was demeaning herself? Do not question your worthiness, a voice interrupted her thoughts, revealing Xu Haoran at her side, offering gentle comfort. In this world, everyone aside from me is misguided, believing that which is unattainable is superior. Thus, you need not doubt your own value. It is simply human nature. Xu Haoran had anticipated Xu Haoran's comforting words, only to find her expression darkening at his response. Is this your version of comfort? Leave me be. Sighing, Xu Haoran clasped his hands behind his back, shaking his head in resignation. Good medicine is often bitter. Honest advice can sting. Xu Haoran shot him a glare, but soon found herself ensnared by her own doubts. Xu Haoran's words rang true. She seemed to favor the unattainable. Did this imply she didn't genuinely like Senior Lu? What then of the devotion she had shown over the years? She muttered to herself, perhaps I was simply blinded. Indeed, you were, Xu Haoran chimed in at the opportune moment. Xu Haoran turned to him, only to see him retreating 10 meters away. You may run fast, but otherwise, I would have knocked you out, she grumbled, her frustration palpable. How is it that your tongue has survived this long? She mused, her irritation shifting to thoughts of physically confronting Xu Haoran. This question has been posed to me by many. After much contemplation, I have concluded that I am simply too handsome. And thus heaven does not wish to see the world lose another charming figure, Xu Haoran lamented. Today is not conducive for discussion. Xiaoqing, are you finished with class? At that moment, a young man approached from a distance, his golden hair tousled, hands stuffed into his pockets, flanked by 2 lackeys. His demeanor radiated the arrogance typical of a wealthy heir. Upon seeing him, Xu Xiaoqing's expression shifted, instinctively wishing to feign ignorance. However, he strode directly toward her, raising a hand in greeting, which filled her with irritation. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her. Brother Xu, why are you standing so far away from me? Chapter 61. A man who won't even spare pets. The sudden warmth in her tone caught Xu Haoran off guard. He had maintained a distance from Xu Xiaoqing, yet she now approached him enthusiastically, closing the gap in mere moments and affectionately linking her arm with his. Brother, is it not better if we draw closer? Xu Xiaoqing smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at him. With her twin ponytails and black stockings, along with her soft form pressing against his arm, she presented a charming sight. While she may not rival Zhao Sahan in beauty, she certainly embodied a captivating allure, leaning more towards a bewitching sweetness. Yet, none of this truly mattered. Inhaling the fragrant air that danced around his nostrils, Xu Haoran raised his gaze toward the horizon with an expression of peculiar bewilderment. The boy with the yellow hair seemed to be calling out to her, and it was no surprise that he was the source of her sudden exuberance. Xiaoqing, what is this? The youth who had been approaching Xu Xiaoqing halted in his tracks upon seeing her entwine her arm with Xu Haoran's. His countenance darkening at the sight. Accompanied by 2 lackeys, he stepped forward, directing a hostile glare at Xu Haoran. Xiaoqing, who is this? The boy with the yellow hair narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xu Haoran. Son, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Xu Haoran. Xu Xiaoqing responded sweetly, beaming at him as she tightened her embrace around Xu Haoran's arm, embedding it deeply against her bosom, her face radiating happiness. Although Sun Xiaojian was aware that Xu Xiaoqing was deceiving him, the sight of her voluptuous form being compressed stirred a surge of irritation within him. He turned, his expression icy as he addressed Xu Haoran. Kid, my father is a leader in the Beast Control Bureau of Rongqing. If you know what is good for you, you'll leave on your own accord. Don't force my hand. He could hardly be bothered to waste words on Xu Haoran, deeming him an inconsequential brat who should simply vacate the scene. Xu Xiaoqing, smirking, anticipated such a reaction. Surely, any man would be incensed by Sun Xiaojian's tone. Wouldn't he they? Let them fight. Let them fight. She thought gleefully, fueling the tension with, Su Gu, don't mind him, you're my boyfriend. How can you abandon me? She was eager to witness the spectacle, regardless of who would emerge victorious. However, Xu Haoran's response deviated entirely from her expectations. Gently withdrawing his right hand from her grasp, he spoke earnestly to Sun Xiaojian. I apologize, son, for interrupting your enjoyment. Please, continue, as I have no connection with her. He extricated himself and turned to walk away, entirely unfazed by any perceived insult or humiliation. Hey, Xu Xiaoqing was taken aback, observing Xu Haoran's retreating figure. Su Gu, you're leaving just like that? Xu Haoran remained silent. Xu Haoran, are you even a man? Even if you're not my boyfriend, aren't you going to retaliate against his insult? How will you hold your head high in the academy? Seeing Xu Haoran unmoved by her pleas, Xu Xiaoqing shouted in frustration. She had not anticipated that he would abandon her so easily. Xu Haoran continued on his path, unperturbed. Humph. At least you know your place, Sun Xiaojian remarked, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes at Xu Haoran's apparent acquiescence. Otherwise, he would have been forced to act himself, which would have been embarrassing. Xu Haoran, you're truly not a man. Xu Xiaoqing muttered angrily behind him, intent on pursuing him to vent her frustrations. But Sun Xiaojian obstructed her path. Step aside, Xu Xiaoqing retorted imperiously. She despised him, yet that did not imply she feared him. Today, she was determined to chase after Xu Haoran to express her ire. Faced with her rebuke, Sun Xiaojian's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. Yet his demeanor remained deceptively amiable. Xiaoqing, don't be so hasty. That useless fellow doesn't even dare to speak loudly in my presence. Why concern yourself with such a worthless individual? Don't you have classes today? How about I treat you to dinner? There's a newly opened upscale steakhouse in the academy. Let us go try it out? Sun Xiaojian suggested with sycophantic charm, completely oblivious to the fact that Xu Haoran had halted behind them, producing a loudspeaker. Help! Someone is harassing the dean's granddaughter. Come quick! Someone is attempting to abduct the dean's granddaughter. Hurry, come and see. Help! This is broad daylight, and someone dares to try and seize the dean's granddaughter. Is there no justice left? Is there no law? Suddenly, the sound of the loudspeaker echoed over a radius of several hundred meters, instantly capturing the attention of all nearby. Students, even those engaged in classes, leaned curiously out of windows to discern the source of the commotion. Wait, someone dares to harass the dean's granddaughter? Who is so audacious? They murmured, recognizing Xu Haoran, the dean's granddaughter, and flocking to the scene. In the span of a mere minute, a throng of onlookers surged towards Xu Haoran, encircling him. The bold ventured close, while the timid observed from a distance. In this era of heightened connectivity, many whipped out their phones, capturing the unfolding drama for social media. Wait, no, I didn't harass Xiaoqing. You've got it all wrong. I'm not a criminal. As the crowd's attention intensified, the once brazen son, Xiaojian, finally panicked. His eyes widening in alarm at the cameras trained on him. Who dares to harass the dean's granddaughter? Isn't that son Xiaojian? I've heard he is a combat student. His family holds a position in the Beast Control Bureau, just a leader in the bureau, though. The dean has countless students across the country. Why fear such a connection? Word has it that son Xiaojian has harassed multiple girls, causing one to jump off a building last year. I've heard he is ruthless, leveraging his family ties to bully ordinary students. What? He doesn't even spare pets? He is a true beast. Is he even human? How can there be such a student in our academy? No, I didn't bully Chu. Please, do not misunderstand. I merely invited classmate Chu to dine with me. As the surrounding conversations grew increasingly absurd, son Xiaojian became increasingly alarmed. They are recording a video. He thought, if this gets out, my reputation will be utterly ruined. When did he even start harassing pets? Chapter 62. The Tragedy of Ordinary People. Stop recording. For heaven's sake. Stop recording. Son Xiaojian shouted frantically at those around him. The crowd recoiled in fear, yet they remained steadfast in their recording endeavors, their phones trained upon him. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, son Xiaojian hastily turned his gaze towards the source of the chaos. Xu Haoran, you better not shout, he warned, his eyes narrowing with menacing intensity. If you dare blare that horn again, I swear I will annihilate your entire family. Son Xiaojian's furious roar was a desperate attempt to compel Xu Haoran to silence the horn. Oh my goodness, this is terrifying. Son Xiaojian is threatening to destroy my family. What should I do? Xu Haoran cried into the horn. Someone, please save me. Son Xiaojian intends to obliterate my family. I am but an ordinary person. I implore anyone to help me. His cries were filled with the helplessness of a lost child seeking his mother. Indeed, it appears that son Xiaojian lives up to his notorious reputation. He truly is a scoundrel. To threaten the lives of others over a mere disagreement. Is it permissible for someone in a position of privilege to bully us common folk? The onlookers were resolute in their decision to capture this moment for posterity and share it online. You little brat. I told you to silence that horn. Son Xiaojian charged towards Xu Haoran, summoning a ferocious blue lion as his companion beast, its gaping maw directed menacingly at Xu Haoran. His two lackeys, however, had already fled. Unwilling to share in the potential disgrace that could ensue from being associated with son Xiaojian in front of so many witnesses. Do not kill me. Please, spare my life. Help! Help! Xu Haoran retreated, continually shouting for assistance into the horn. This scoundrel. Upon hearing Xu Haoran's cries, son Xiaojian's expression shifted dramatically. The crowd was no longer merely recording. Many were now taking photographs. If news of this incident were to spread tomorrow, he would undoubtedly face repercussions at school. Not to mention the potential fallout with his father at the Beast Control Bureau. Damn it, this bastard. He yearned to confront Xu Haoran. But seeing him retreat into the crowd while the recording continued, he ultimately withdrew. Remaining here would only spell trouble. He needed to escape. As for the grudge he bore against Xu Haoran, he could seek vengeance later. With son Xiaojian gone, only the spectators remained. Alongside Xu Haoran wielding the horn and a bewildered Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran was in a state of utter confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. She watched Xu Haoran blare the horn and shout, astonished that he had even brought a horn with him. This uproar had left her utterly befuddled. Had she been harassed? When had that occurred? How could someone like son Xiaojian dare to toy with her? Such a notion was absurd. However, with son Xiaojian now departed, she found herself unable to provide any explanation. Observing her classmates snapping photos, she hesitated, contemplating whether to clarify the situation. After a moment's deliberation, she abandoned the idea. What was there to explain? It served son Xiaojian right to face some consequences, and she had little desire to shield him from any discomfort. Her disdain for son Xiaojian was well-founded. She had heard many tales about him, which explained her aversion. With son Xiaojian gone, Xu Haoran collected himself and prepared to leave. Xu Haoran hastily followed, calling out, Xu Haoran, wait for me. Yet Xu Haoran appeared oblivious to her presence, continuing his stride. Xu Haoran, stop right there. She rushed to catch up, grasping his wrist. This time, however, Xu Haoran seemed transformed. Gone was the previous charm and playful banter. Turning to face her, Xu Haoran's expression was cold and devoid of warmth. The chill in his gaze momentarily stunned her. filling her with an inexplicable sense of guilt. "Why are you glaring at me so fiercely?" she stammered. "What do you mean?" Xu Haoran's voice was icy as he retorted. "Do you understand that I have made an enemy of that Sun Xiaojian? Are you aware that I am merely an ordinary person from a modest background? Had I offered even a semblance of resistance earlier, Sun Xiaojian would surely have pursued me for retribution. If I weren't a dual star, I might have faced expulsion or worse. His family might have sent someone to deal with me, or even worse. Do you realize that your seemingly innocuous action just now could have endangered my life?" Xu Haoran's frustration was palpable. He was not merely grappling with Sun Xiaojian, but also the fact that Chu Xiaoqing had used him as a shield. If he truly were an ordinary person, her actions could have led to dire consequences for him. Why are you yelling at me? It can't be that serious." Chu Xiaoqing stammered, her confidence wavering. "Surely, there wouldn't be such severe repercussions? Sun Xiaojian may be bold, but he wouldn't resort to murder." Xu Haoran's narrowed eyes conveyed the gravity of the situation. "Do you know about Li Fei? He came to my home last night with a group of people. Do you think he intended to invite me for tea? If I had been home that night, do you believe he would have left amicably after sharing a cup of tea? When I returned home, the ground was cracked. Had I been there, do you think you would still see me today? Sun Xiaojian wouldn't kill anyone, but do you truly understand his character? He is from a powerful family, while I am merely an ordinary person. What consequences would his actions have for him?" Xu Haoran's relentless questioning left Chu Xiaoqing at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. I. Enough. I do not wish to be your scapegoat. Let us pretend we are strangers from now on. You pursue your path, and I shall tread mine. Do not trouble me again. I am an ordinary person without the means to contend with those in power." With that, Xu Haoran turned and departed, leaving Chu Xiaoqing standing there, bewildered. She pondered the validity of Xu Haoran's assertions. Indeed, rumors about Sun Xiaojian implied he had caused harm before. Yet, in her worldview, she had believed that most classmates would not stoop to such depths. However, it seemed as though she was beginning to understand. Xu Haoran was simply an ordinary person, and when faced with the powerful and wealthy, he truly had no means of defense. Although she felt a pang of guilt from his harsh rebuke, she could not shake her displeasure. Raising her voice, she called after him, "Why are you being so harsh with me? I could help you deal with Sun Xiaojian. But why do you dare to yell at me? Aside from my grandfather, no one has ever dared to raise their voice at me." She felt a twinge of grievance, questioning why Xu Haoran would presume to scold her in such a manner. Even if she had erred, she was acutely aware of her mistake. Was there truly a need for him to be so harsh? Yet, Xu Haoran turned a deaf ear, not even casting a glance in her direction as he pivoted to leave. Chapter 63. How shameless. "Oh, is this really necessary? I told you. I would help you deal with Sun Xiaojian." As Xu Haoran prepared to depart, an inexplicable discontent welled within her, prompting her to call out to him. However, Xu Haoran showed no inclination to pause, striding away without hesitation. Her displeasure deepened. In a fit of anger, she stamped her foot, feeling a swell of indignation. Her eyes misty with unshed tears as she grappled with her overwhelming sense of injustice. It wasn't until Xu Haoran was completely gone that she regained her composure. Biting her lip, she felt a hollow ache in her heart, brimming with fury and discontent. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Chu Xiaoqing, Xu Haoran meandered through the academy, reflecting on the temperamental disposition of the young lady. Indeed, the temperament of a privileged daughter could be quite severe. It was perhaps best to minimize interactions with such individuals. Engaging with her would undoubtedly invite a myriad of troubles. Though he was not one to shy away from complications, a little less chaos was always welcome. After wandering around the academy, he eventually found himself at the dean's office. As anticipated, the vice dean was present, engrossed in reading the news. Upon seeing Xu Haoran return, he inquired about his experiences at the academy. With a heart full of grievances, Xu Haoran finally had an opportunity to voice his complaints. Everything about the academy was commendable. Except for the pervasive hostility, the students were excessively brutal. The students are brutal? What do you mean? Li Changqi asked, puzzled. Do you have a campus wall or something? If you check, there should be someone posting about the incidents, Xu Haoran replied. A campus wall? What happened? Li Changqi, intrigued, retrieved his phone and opened the campus wall of their academy. Their institution had a dedicated WeChat program featuring various walls, confessions, news, announcements, and more. Clicking on it revealed numerous functions and current affairs of the academy, all under unified management. As the vice dean, he was well aware of these walls. However, upon entering the program today, he noticed something amiss. Why were there so many videos? Moreover, the titles were quite sensational, such as, "The Scion of the Dragon Academy bullies classmates, threatening to annihilate their families. The dean's granddaughter harassed in broad daylight. Where's justice? Where's the law? Today you ignore me. Tomorrow I will obliterate your entire family." How brazen can the Scion be? In broad daylight, someone dares to harass the dean's granddaughter? Where is morality? Where is the law? Where is accountability? Why did I not see it? What on earth is this? Upon seeing these exaggerated headlines, Li Changqi's forehead twitched. After watching a few videos, he gathered the context after a few minutes. So Sun Xiaojian, huh? After finishing the videos, he looked up at Xu Haoran. I know his father, the head of the logistics department at the Beast Control Bureau. He does wield some influence. However, rest assured, within the confines of this Dragon Academy, no one can harm you. A mere logistics department head does not possess the power to extend his reach into the academy. Thank you, Dean Li. Xu Haoran expressed his sincere gratitude. Although the vice dean often wore a stern expression, he was surprisingly reliable at this moment. However, Xu Haoran suddenly recalled something and added, if there are no issues within the academy, what about outside? Li Changqi regarded Xu Haoran with seriousness. This is precisely why I recommend you reside within the academy. The outside world is perilous, and no one can protect you, not even the Beast Control Bureau. He then glanced at the cat, Tom, beside Xu Haoran, adding, and that cat of yours is even less capable. It was evident he recognized Tom's abilities, but remained skeptical. Only within the academy could one find true safety. Xu Haoran nodded in understanding, grasping the underlying message. I understand. I will be cautious if I leave the academy. Very well, I will handle this matter. Additionally, there is something else. Li Changqi seemed to recall something. Shifting the topic, it appears you have a grievance with the son of Li Feiyu, correct? Li Feiyu? Are you referring to Li Fei? Xu Haoran inquired tentatively. Indeed, his son is Li Fei, Li Changqi confirmed with a nod. Fortunately, I don't harbor any animosity. But he came to confront me last night with a group of people, and I cannot fathom why he harbors such hostility towards me. Xu Haoran sighed, appearing genuinely helpless. Li Changqi's expression twitched. Did Xu Haoran truly not understand the reasons behind this? Had he not overheard anything yesterday, he might have been convinced of Xu Haoran's innocence. I am not concerned with your grudges. However, let me be clear, students at Dragon Academy must abide by the law. Li Changqi stated calmly. I do not know if you harbor thoughts of dealing with Li Fei. If you contemplate harming him, I advise you to abandon such notions. Xu Haoran frowned. He had yet to take any action, yet Li Changqi was already warning him? Was it permissible for others to seek revenge, but not for him? Dean. Xu Haoran's voice lowered, tinged with a raspy tone. Was the other party siding with Li Fei? Do not worry. I have no connection to Li Feiyu. Nor do I know that Li Fei. He is not my junior or anything of the sort. Li Changqi seemed to sense Xu Haoran's misunderstanding and promptly clarified. What do you mean? Xu Haoran fixed his gaze on Li Changqi. What I mean is, if you wish to target someone, it does not necessarily require violence. At times, uncovering their misdeeds and letting the Beast Control Bureau handle it could yield better results. This way, not only would you not violate the Academy's regulations or the law, but you might even earn merit and be rewarded by the Academy. Our institution does recognize students who champion justice. Li Changqi scrutinized Xu Haoran intently, his eyes gleaming with an ineffable light. The Beast Control Bureau? Was the other party genuinely offering him assistance? This thought left Xu Haoran with a profound sense of uncertainty. Was the stern old man truly aiding him? Discovering evidence of the Li family's crimes? That indeed illuminated a pathway for him. But why? Why would he go out of his way to assist him? Dean Li, why are you providing me with such guidance? Xu Haoran questioned, perplexed. As he had no familial ties to the man, nor did he appear to be the archetype of a benevolent figure. You are a student of my academy. Is it not natural for me to assist you? Li Changqi responded with calm assurance. Enough of this matter. We shall leave it at that. Whether you heed my words is up to you. In the future, try to minimize your departures from the academy. I fear for your safety given the many enemies you have made. He added, moreover, although Sun Xiaojian's father is with the Beast Control Bureau, he has engaged in numerous unsavory dealings over the years. If you wish for Sun Xiaojian to face punishment, you may certainly employ the method I have suggested. While brute force is direct, there are often myriad alternative approaches to resolving issues. Li Changqi poured himself a cup of tea and said languidly, with the academy backing you. As long as you do not violate the law or regulations, no one can trouble you, I assure you. His declaration, both domineering and self-assured, complemented the other party's stern demeanor. Xu Haoran nodded thoughtfully, expressing gratitude to Director Li for his guidance. Although he was uncertain as to why the other was being so helpful, he felt it necessary to extend his thanks. No need for that. Enough has been said. You may leave now, Li Changqi remarked, attempting to dismiss him. However, Xu Haoran did not depart. Li Changqi looked at the youth in confusion. Is there something else? Xu Haoran, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, I have nowhere to have lunch. I was hoping Director Li would invite me to dine in the cafeteria. He chuckled sheepishly. How shameless. Li Changqi's lips twitched in response. Chapter 64. Dare you look down on me? Red-hot Sun Xiaojian. Half an hour later, a prominent figure arrived in the cafeteria. The vice president of Wanglong Academy had unexpectedly come to dine. All the students were taken aback. While teachers might occasionally frequent the cafeteria, individuals of the vice president's or president's caliber are typically elusive. They never anticipated seeing either of them here today. However, who was that beside the vice president? I do not believe I have ever seen him before. He seems somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have encountered this fellow somewhere. What is so familiar about him? Isn't he the student who was bullied by Sun Xiaojian? Oh, you're right. Shu, keep your voice down. Sun Xiaojian is over there eating. A few boys glanced over to a nearby table where 3 boys were huddled together for lunch, attempting to remain inconspicuous. It was impossible to be low-key, as Sun Xiaojian's actions had ignited public outrage within the academy. Now, whenever they were seen, fellow students pointed and whispered, as though they were enemies. Moreover, they had all witnessed the footage from the campus walls, leaving them utterly humiliated. They felt too ashamed to greet other classmates. At that moment, Sun Xiaojian, who had been focused on his meal, sensed something was amiss from the murmurs around him. He cautiously raised his head to survey the surroundings. What is going on? Why are they pointing at me? Damn it. I've been so discreet. What more do they want? Son, keep it down. We've been exposed. And many eyes are on us. Let us stay low-key. What is a few insults? Let them curse. It will pass once the heat dies down. A chubby boy beside him whispered. Shut the hell up. Sun Xiaojin retorted. My father is the minister of the Beast Control Bureau. Who dares to insult me? Sun Xiaojian. When have I ever endured such humiliation? What are you all staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. As he saw more people gossiping about him, he could no longer contain his anger and turned to rebuke those nearby. He felt utterly wronged. All he had done was invite Xu Shaoqing to dinner, yet he was now branded a notorious pervert throughout the school. Where was the justice in that? It was one thing to be accused of provoking Xu Shaoqing, but now even his off-campus actions had been exposed. This was utterly outrageous. Most infuriating was that some accusations were completely fabricated. There were rumors of him abusing others, even mistreating pets. And the absurdity of blaming him for stealing a fat boy's underwear from the boys' dormitory 3 years ago. He hadn't even enrolled at that time. What the hell? Why should he bear such baseless accusations? Being labeled a homosexual pervert was simply unacceptable. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and his gaze turned increasingly hostile. Turn your heads away. Look at your grandfather. He shouted, nearly bursting with rage. How fierce. It seems the rumors are true. This Sun Xiaojian is truly not a good person. With that footage circulating, he can't be anything but a scoundrel. Probably only got into Wanglong Academy through connections. What a disgrace. Indeed, sharing an academy with such filth is deeply embarrassing. How could Wanglong Academy allow such scum to enter? The hushed whispers persisted, causing Sun Xiaojian's face to flush with anger. No matter how quiet the discussions became, he could still catch snippets. However, the last remark about him being scum particularly enraged him. How the hell did he become scum? Who the hell called me scum? Step forward if you dare. At that moment, he disregarded any potential consequences and leaped to his feet, angrily cursing those around him. Exactly. Who dares to speak ill of Brother Sun? Brother Sun is certainly not scum. What right do you have to spread such rumors? Just then, an unexpected voice broke through the commotion. The sound nearly brought tears to Sun Xiaojian's eyes. Who is it? Has someone finally come to my defense? How moving. Finally, someone stood up to speak the truth. So what if he bullies female classmates? Is intimidating males off campus a crime? What kind of scum is that? While those rumors may contain some truth, they hardly equate to scum. Please, stop criticizing student Sun. I can no longer bear it. However, the following statement darkened Sun Xiaojian's expression. What the hell is this? Is this helping me or throwing me under the bus? What kind of nonsense was that? Moreover, he felt that the voice sounded oddly familiar. Following the sound, he quickly spotted its source. The face was so familiar, so deeply etched in his memory. Xu Haoran. This was the very person responsible for his current predicament. Xu Haoran, you scoundrel. How dare you show your face before me? Rage surged within him as he rolled up his sleeves and charged toward him. At that moment, Xu Haoran was seated directly facing them, and there appeared to be another individual opposite him, though their face was obscured. However, that was irrelevant. Anyone associated with Xu Haoran was bound to be worthless. This guy dared to provoke him, dared to appear before him. Today, he would make Xu Haoran pay the price. You bastard, I owe my current misfortune to you. And I swear I will make you suffer today. He seethed as he approached Xu Haoran. Yet, Xu Haoran maintained a calm demeanor, leisurely enjoying his meal. The person seated opposite him remained quietly engaged in their meal, sitting upright, not even glancing back. The two appeared to be oblivious to Sun Xiaojian's presence. Completely ignoring him, Xu Haoran even cast a disdainful glance in his direction, as though he were observing a piece of excrement. Damn it, Xu Haoran, how dare you look down on me? I'll gouge your eyes out. Sun Xiaojian was incensed by Xu Haoran's expression and actions. His face flushed red, resembling the backside of a monkey. Even the individual sitting opposite Xu Haoran began to harbor displeasure. The person across from Xu appeared to be an elderly gentleman, perhaps a relative of Xu Haoran. Never mind, it was inconsequential. Old man, if you wish to avoid a beating, I suggest you get lost. Otherwise, I shall deal with you as well. He bellowed in indignation, striding over to the old man and attempting to shove him to the ground with one hand, only to discover that he could not budge him at all. Realizing that his full strength could not move the elder, he raised an eyebrow. This fellow possesses considerable strength? Yet, why did it seem that the onlookers around him were staring in terror, rendered speechless? Was it that they were intimidated by his authority? Indeed, these cowardly wretches only dared to find a weak target to intimidate. Otherwise, they would not show any fear. Now that they recognized his prowess, none dared to speak ill of him. With this realization, his resolve to confront Xu Haoran solidified. Today, he would make Xu Haoran aware of his might, and subsequently instill fear in these lowly creatures. A mere gathering of ordinary individuals. What right did they have to speak so brazenly about him? Even within the esteemed Wanlong Academy, none dared to provoke him. Who would dare utter a word against him? His father is the head of the logistics department of the Beast Control Bureau. As he noticed that the old man across from Xu Haoran was reluctant to rise, he craned his neck, bringing his face close to the elders, intending to compel this old coot to meet his gaze. However, upon seeing the elder's visage, he immediately wilted. He gasped, his legs turning to jelly, and he nearly collapsed. Vice President. Upon recognizing the elder's identity, he was left dumbfounded. This was none other than the Vice President of Wanlong Academy. Chapter 65. Fixing the plumbing? Do not call me Vice President. I cannot bear such a title. Just refer to me as the old man, as I truly am old. What were you about to say earlier? Please continue. At this moment, Li Changqi's expression was devoid of emotion, entirely composed. If he had previously doubted the malevolence of his own students, he now harbored no such doubts. The innate goodness of humanity can be overshadowed by the malice cultivated over time. Indeed, there are many scoundrels and miscreants within his institution that warrant expulsion. Just moments ago brimming with bravado, Sun Xiaoji now resembled a wayward child caught in a brawl upon seeing his father approaching with a switch. His face turned pale, and his legs trembled. I merely wish to inquire if the vice president, oh no, esteemed elder, would care for something better to eat. I can order something for you. Sun Xiaoji's smile resembled that of a bitter melon. Across the way, Xu Haoran wore a bemused expression, remaining silent. In this day and age, there truly are those courting disaster. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, astonished that Sun Xiaoji had dared to provoke the vice president, audaciously addressing him as old man. Their admiration for Sun Xiaoji was akin to the relentless flow of a river, unending. This was indeed an eye-opening experience, albeit one with a steep price. The vice president continued to regard Sun Xiaoji with an unruffled demeanor. Are you implying that I can no longer afford a decent meal and require your support? Li Changqi's face was expressionless, yet his eyes brimmed with a palpable menace. Sun Xiaoji gulped nervously. That is not what I meant. I simply wish to show the vice president a modicum of kindness. After all, you are our esteemed leader, and it is only natural for us students to treat you well, is it not? He forced a laugh, hoping for some semblance of understanding from the elder. Li Changqi nodded, betraying neither anger nor joy. Thank you for your kindness. However, I cannot let you go unrewarded for your consideration. This evening, you shall gather your belongings. I will write you a recommendation letter for another academy. Our Wanlong Academy cannot sustain your lofty aspirations, nor are we worthy to impart knowledge of beast mastery to you. It would be best if you transferred to another institution. His words rendered Sun Xiaoji's complexion as pale as a radish, his expression collapsing in despair. It's over. All of it is over. The implication was clear. He was to be expelled. He staggered back a few steps, gazing at the impassive vice president as though struck by lightning, feeling as if his life had come to an end. Wanlong Academy is a prestigious institution in Rongqing, even in the entirety of Shenlong. Without it, he could only expect to find something lesser, never something better. His father had expended great effort to secure his admission into Wanlong Academy, and now he had managed to get himself expelled. He was at a loss for words. In the end, he did not plead or beg. He simply walked back to the dormitory, his eyes vacant. It's over. All over. If my father finds out, he might even break my legs. Everything is finished. He never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. It was all Xu Haoran's fault. That damn Xu Haoran. Although it was Vice President Li Changqi who had expelled him, and it was he who had sought trouble, he directed all his resentment towards Xu Haoran simply because he was easier to bully. Well, this meal has lost its appeal. I have paid. So you may finish and report to the combat department's counselor, Xu Haoran, this afternoon. She will be your counselor from now on. He waved his hand dismissively before turning to leave, appearing as though he had aged a few years in that moment. He had not anticipated the presence of so many venomous creatures within Wanglong Academy. The task of eradicating them was indeed formidable. He could only hope to establish a school dedicated solely to serving earnest learners seeking knowledge. In the afternoon, Xu Haoran sought a quiet spot to indulge in a nap. Tom lay beside him, also preparing for a midday slumber. Yet, no sooner had he settled down than he was called to rise. "Classmate, how can one squander precious time in slumber?" Opening his eyes, he beheld a voluptuous woman clad in professional attire, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Her alluring features, captivating eyes, and cascading hair framed a figure that was both striking and graceful, her black skirt failing to conceal her exquisite legs. The buttons of her white blouse strained as if they could burst at any moment, allowing Xu Haoran to glimpse the dark fabric beneath. His fatigue dissipated in an instant upon beholding the mature beauty before him. "Who are you?" he inquired, blinking in surprise. "Meow?" Tom echoed, equally puzzled. "I am a teacher at this academy. Classmate, during lunchtime, it is beneficial to engage in meaningful activities rather than waste your youth on trivial rest." Her gentle smile enveloped Xu Haoran, feeling as though he had been embraced by a gentle spring breeze. So beautiful, and with such a splendid figure. This must be the kind of teacher that everyone dreams of. "I understand, teacher. I will certainly study diligently." Xu Haoran's spirits lifted, and he turned to depart. Where are you going?" But before he could leave with Tom, the enchanting teacher called after him. Xu Haoran turned back in confusion. "I am heading to the library to read. I cannot squander my precious youth." "No, there is no rush in reading books. The teacher here has some matters that require your assistance, dear student. I believe such a dashing and charismatic individual would be more than willing to lend a helping hand. Wouldn't you agree?" The beautiful female teacher cast a flirtatious glance, unleashing a wave of charm. Xu Haoran's heart raced. Could it be that the plot lines he had observed in films would manifest in his own life today? He stole a glance at the slightly revealing, pristine collar of her blouse, his throat tightening. "Are you in need of help with plumbing, or perhaps changing a bulb?" "I am quite adept at both," he stammered. The alluring teacher smiled gently. "No, there is something far more significant that I require your assistance with. Follow me. It is too crowded here, and we shall seek a more secluded spot." A secluded spot? Xu Haoran felt a surge of heat. Was this teacher so audacious as to seek out an isolated location? How intriguing. He relished such progressive Western ideals, though he recognized that not all Western thoughts are mere folly. He had always admired the bold perspectives Western women held regarding the dynamics between men and women. Of course, he preferred a more conservative approach when it came to his girlfriend or female friends. The less others' wives wore, the better. As for his own, he preferred her to be clothed modestly. Men, after all, understand these nuances, while those who pretend not to are merely feigning ignorance. Chapter 66. The first encounter with the wild goose, and when I was pecked out? Xu Haoran pondered. "Teacher, there are cameras everywhere in this academy. Wouldn't that be rather inappropriate?" Following the teacher through the campus, he observed that she indeed led him down a narrow path with thick underbrush, a place devoid of many people. Although he had a penchant for less crowded areas, the broad daylight made him feel somewhat bashful. "There are cameras everywhere, teacher. Perhaps we should reconsider? I prefer studying in the literal sense." He realized that the realms of learning and practical application are forever distinct, and he found himself lacking in courage. "Oh, it's quite all right. You can still study at my home later. Once I finish, you can learn however you wish." The teacher's voice was sweet and melodious, a delightful blend of seduction and innocence. Just hearing that voice sent a rush of blood to Xu Haoran's head. "You mean to say I would go to your home?" He thought in disbelief. The teacher was remarkably forward, and he felt like a novice in this game. What to do? Panic ensued. "All right, we have arrived." At that moment, the teacher abruptly halted, lost in thought about whether to ascend the stairs or remain below. Xu Haoran collided with her soft back. He took a step back. "Teacher, why have we stopped? There are still students nearby." Glancing around, he noticed students lingering not far off. "Is this place suitable? Others could also assist you, after all. What do you think?" Just then, the teacher stepped aside to reveal a sizable cardboard box brimming with various sundries, including a few fruits. Xu Haoran fell silent, staring at the jumble of items. A cardboard box? So, helping out did not pertain to plumbing after all. What was happening? What was he doing here? "Teacher, are you suggesting I assist you in moving these boxes?" A faint, awkward smile graced his lips. Yes. Just help me carry these up to my fifth-floor dormitory." "What did you think it was?" The teacher displayed a playful and sweet smile. "You agreed to help earlier. A man of honor would not go back on his word. Would he? Should he refuse, it would indeed be a loss of face." Observing her familiarity with this routine, Xu Haoran suspected she had engaged in such antics before. This was far too practiced. He gritted his teeth. Had he, in his first encounter with a wild goose, lost an eye to its peck? But having come this far, he could not refuse. He had to endure the sun and assist her in transporting the items. Fortunately, the teacher's dormitory was nearby, and there was an elevator. Otherwise, he could only imagine how long the task would take. He had only been resting 200 meters from this spot. She must have searched for quite some time to find someone as willing as him to do the heavy lifting. The alluring teacher watched as he tirelessly moved the items. One by one, he carried them into her dormitory, which was decorated in shades of pink, akin to a presidential suite. The room was well furnished and immaculate, with her undergarments neatly hung on the balcony. It was only after he entered that the charming teacher shyly began to tidy up. However, Xu Haoran caught a glimpse of her almost non-existent underwear. He wondered, could such a thing truly be worn? After half an hour of exertion, drenched in sweat, he finally finished moving everything. You are truly impressive, Xu. Fantastic, he heard her exclaim. It must be said, a teacher who knows how to be endearing reaps sweet rewards. This teacher had a knack for being charming, even more so than those portrayed in films, providing Xu with a modicum of emotional value. Yet, at that moment, he craved nothing more than a bottle of water and a watermelon to reward himself, especially since he had just moved 2 boxes filled with watermelons, about 7 or 8 in total. Surely, he deserved to indulge in one. Xu, here is some ice water. Do take a sip. Standing at the door, the beautiful teacher soon returned with a bottle of chilled water. Xu gulped down a couple of swigs, his gaze fixated on the watermelon just beyond the door. He had carried it up, and it had been quite heavy. Well then, thank you very much. I must prepare for my afternoon class. I am aware that I have delayed your study time. You may go back to your studies now, and I shall handle the rest. The rest? What rest? He had done all the hard work. What remained? Just as he was about to speak, he heard the door slam shut. He found himself standing alone in the dimly lit hallway, clutching a bottle of icy water, which felt as chilling as the circumstances surrounding him. Was that it? The door closed without so much as offering him a watermelon? No fruit to show appreciation? After half an hour of hard labor, all he received was a single bottle of water? Was he being taken advantage of? Xu Haoran stared at the ice water in his hand, seriously questioning whether he had been exploited. This woman, was she truly taking advantage of him? Absolutely. How could the hearts of people in this academy be so treacherous? He was still just a child. How could she bear to bully someone still in school? After half an hour of toil, even the most unscrupulous capitalist would offer at least 60 yuan as a token of appreciation. Yet, she had resolved everything with merely a bottle of ice water? This was utterly outrageous. This was Xu Haoran's first experience of such exploitation. He realized that she had deliberately lured him in with her words, likely intending to exploit his labor. If he encountered her again, he would ensure that she would regret it. Returning to his previous spot, he took a moment to rest. However, tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. Every time he closed his eyes, the ghastly visage of that woman slamming the door resurfaced in his mind. This simply wouldn't do. It was infuriating. Xu Haoran sat up, realizing that the more he pondered, the angrier he became, fueling his resolve. Once he became familiar with Wanglong Academy, he would undoubtedly investigate the identity of that woman. At that time, he would reclaim the humiliation he suffered today, no matter the cost. He had always been the one to take advantage of others. When had it ever been his turn to be exploited? Yet, the lunch break had already elapsed. Xu Haoran glanced at the time. It was nearly time to seek out the counselor. Surely, they must be at work by now. After inquiring within the academy, he quickly learned the location of Tong Yuran's office. Here, counselors had individual offices, while teachers shared a communal space. Xu Haoran deposited Tom in his dormitory and followed the directions provided by fellow students until he arrived at the door of his future counselor's office. During his inquiries, he had also gleaned that his counselor was a striking beauty. Though nearing her 30s, she was said to be exceptionally attractive. That was certainly a positive aspect. The only downside was that he had heard whispers of her unsavory reputation. However, the student who had informed him was hesitant. Akin to a child caught in a massage parlor before the session had even begun, and he did not press for further details. Before long, he stood before the office of the future enchanting counselor, envisioning her as a fair-skinned beauty with long legs. Just as he was about to knock, he suddenly caught a familiar voice emanating from within. Xiao Qin, worry not, it's just a small box. I can easily find a little cutie to help me move it. No need for you. Nowadays, youngsters are so easily tempted. A mere flick of my fingers and a few sweet words, and a little cutie will come running to help me move things. They don't even ask for money. If I were to hire a worker, it wouldn't be less than 100. Youngsters today are so easy to deceive, thin-skinned, soft-hearted, and a bit foolish. They're practically free labor. If you ever need help, just let me know. I can easily find a couple for you. I have a special student coming over shortly. Their skills are definitely top-notch, so reach out to them when you need assistance. And as for guilt, we can always pay them. They're all my people. What is wrong with using them? If they're a bit handsome, I might just take them home, and we can enjoy free services every day. If you ever need a man, I can lend you one for a few days. We're practically family. My man is your man. Don't be shy. Just use them freely. Xu Haoran, eavesdropping on the conversation, couldn't he help but click his tongue in disbelief. What a bold teacher. She appeared to be a cunning vixen. Her heart seemed darker than that of a black widow. And how could she so easily exploit such an adorable student? However, sharing a man with her best friend? Wouldn't that be quite the thrill if one were to become the man in question? It was akin to having two girlfriends, was it not? Oh, how he wished it could be him. Yet, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. That voice seemed eerily familiar. And moving boxes? Surely, it couldn't be that coincidental. Chapter 67. You're quite astute. After a brief moment of contemplation, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, the person inside quickly spoke into the phone. Hello, Xiao Qin, someone S here. Let us chat later tonight. I'll swing by your villa. Bye, Mom. Once the call ended, the previously carefree tone morphed into a sweet and gentle voice. Who is it? Come in. That soft, melodious voice inadvertently reminded Xu Haoran of the woman who had taken advantage of him. As he thought this, he opened the door. Creak. The door swung open to reveal a slender figure seated at the desk, diligently attending to paperwork. Her gently curled long hair cascaded elegantly, and beneath her white blouse, her impressive silhouette almost brushed against the desk. She was deeply engrossed in her work, and had he not overheard her for a short while, he might have believed she was a dedicated and responsible teacher. Furthermore, her face, though only partially visible, felt oddly familiar. Miss Tong, I presume? I am the special recruit from the Gemini program here to register. It is a pleasure to meet you. Though he felt an uncanny familiarity, Xu Haoran maintained the necessary decorum. Ah, I've heard of the Gemini program. I am Tong Iran, just call me. Haven T, we met somewhere before? Tong Iran slowly lifted her head, gazing at the youth at the door. His handsome features and sunny disposition were striking. Yet she too felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Xu Haoran noticed her astonishment as she stood there, momentarily stunned. His memory of her beautiful face was vivid. Wasn't she the very woman who had tricked him into helping her move boxes? It's you. Xu Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his fists. What a stroke of fortune. He had been wondering how to find her, and she had appeared right before him. How generous fate was. Wait, you. Tong Iran, equally bewildered, quickly recognized him. Wasn't he this the student she had deceived into helping her move? Just moments ago, she had been venting to her friend, and now the very person stood before her? What a remarkable coincidence. Just at noon, she had shut the door on him, and now he was at her doorstep? Student, what are you talking about? This is our first meeting. Tong Iran's mind raced. In just a second, she concocted a strategy. Play the fool. Teacher, perhaps your memory is a bit foggy. We met at noon, and you asked me to help you move. Xu Haoran smiled as he explained. You even invited me to study at your home. But before I could enter, you locked the door. His smile was warm, yet the underlying menace and bitterness in his words sent a chill down Tong Iran's spine. Haha. Student, you certainly have a sense of humor. When did I ever ask you to move anything? She burst into exaggerated laughter. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I have a twin sister. She was at school this afternoon, and perhaps it was her who asked you to help. However, she has already returned to our hometown. Did she not offer you a glass of water? Tong Iran feigned surprise. I apologize. My sister is from the countryside and lacks understanding. I apologize on her behalf. Xu Haoran chuckled softly. Teacher, does your sister have a beauty mark just below her left collarbone? And was she dressed identically to you this afternoon? A beauty mark? Tong Iran instinctively glanced down at her ample bosom. That little rascal. When did he see that? Hadn't she covered it well? How did he notice? Hee. My sister and I both have a beauty mark on our chests. She typically dresses in a manner quite similar to mine. Thus, it is only natural for you to find her resembling me. I wonder how many people are unable to distinguish between my sister and me. Tong Iran smiled charmingly, exuding an air of calmness. One who walks by the river often gets their shoes wet, she mused, a reasoning she had employed countless times before. There was absolutely no possibility of a flaw. Xu Haoran chuckled softly, realizing that the teacher was truly unwilling to concede. It's all right, teacher. I'm not actually upset that you didn't offer me even a bite of watermelon. Nor am I angry that after helping you move your belongings, you locked me outside. There's no need for you to fabricate excuses. Xu Haoran's smile inexplicably unsettled Tong Iran. She understood full well that the more he appeared this way, the more cautious she needed to be. Her expression turned serious, her beautiful eyes earnest. Xu, you have truly misunderstood me. How could I ever lock a student who is assisting me outside? You must be mistaken. Xu Haoran nodded, sensing that the other party was determined to maintain her stubborn facade. To speak such blatant falsehoods was a testament to the variety of species he had encountered in this world. What a vexatious woman. Well then, let us set aside this matter for now. I am Xu Haoran, a member of the Gemini program, here to report and prepare for class. When shall we head to the classroom? This woman was of little importance. Attending class was far more paramount. Oh, so you are a Gemini. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. She replied, Deanley has already informed me. Having chosen the combat department, you have indeed made the right choice. We are destined to become formidable beastmasters. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xu Haoran, and I will be your counselor during your years at this academy. A king-level beastmaster. A king-level beastmaster. Xu Haoran felt a jolt of surprise at the realization that this woman before him was indeed a king-level beastmaster. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly nonsensical woman possessed such formidable strength. She appeared to be under 30, and to achieve the rank of king-level beastmaster at such a young age was remarkable, even among beastmasters. Such talent would surely be welcomed anywhere. He was astonished that she would come to such a modest place to teach. Do not be surprised. I accepted this teaching position here because the salary at Wanglong Academy is quite lucrative. If you work diligently, you too may become a magnificent beastmaster like me in the future. Xu Haoran smiled sweetly, reverting to the gentle and warm demeanor of a kind neighbor. However, I noticed a discrepancy in your records. I'm unsure where the error lies, but it states that you possess no talent. How could this be? The Gemini program surely cannot lack beastmaster talent. Please, tell me, do you possess a level or destiny level talent? I will assist you in rectifying this. Well, there is no mistake. I truly have no beastmaster talent. They are not mistaken. Oh, come now, you jest. Xu Haoran covered her mouth, incredulous. How can a Gemini possibly lack beastmaster talent? Observing Xu Haoran's serious demeanor, she seemed to sense something amiss. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Xu, you cannot truly be devoid of beastmaster talent, can you? Xu Haoran smiled slightly. Teacher, your guess is remarkably accurate. Chapter 68. Now I am not. If it were possible, I would prefer not to have guessed so accurately. No talent. How could anyone believe that? A Gemini selected by the Beastmaster Bureau and the prestigious Wanglong Academy, with no beastmaster talent? Xu, you are not joking, are you? Xu Haoran forced a stiff smile. Do I look like someone who is joking? Xu Haoran calmly countered. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Xu Haoran took a deep breath, her lovely face striving to regain composure. Well, lacking talent is not an insurmountable obstacle. We can still teach you to become a powerful beastmaster. What nonsense. What is that old man, the dean, doing? Is he blind? Selecting a Gemini with no beastmaster talent? Is this a joke? How could one attend Wanglong Academy without beastmaster talent? She resolved to question the dean about this absurdity later. But for now, she regarded Xu Haoran with a gentle smile. Let us proceed to the classroom. Here are your textbooks. Please carry them and follow me. Xu Haoran gestured towards a pile of books on the desk, indicating that Xu Haoran should follow her. Soon, the two arrived at Class 3 of the Combat Department in the second year. Wanglong Academy's specialties are divided into combat and life departments. The Combat Department, as the name suggests, pertains to battles involving beastmasters, encompassing various fields such as combat and technology, each with distinct developmental directions. The Life Department focuses on life-related professions, such as nurturing pet growth and healing pet injuries, including medical professions for humans, but with an emphasis on pets. After all, this is a world centered around pets. Class 3 of the second year consists of 30 students. With Xu Haoran, the total becomes 31. As Xu Haoran entered the classroom, all 30 students turned in unison to gaze at him. Xu Haoran led Xu Haoran to the front of the podium, smiling as she greeted the students below. Good afternoon. Class, I apologize for taking up your valuable time. However, we have a new student joining us today, whom I would like to introduce. Let us welcome our new classmate with applause. The sound of thunderous applause resonated through the room. All eyes were on Xu Haoran, and whispers filled the air. A new student? I hadn't heard that we were getting a new classmate. And he is transferring? Why transfer in the second year? Shoo, keep it down. Haven't you heard? This new transfer student is a designated candidate for the Academy's Gemini program. It is said that Geminis are specifically selected by our Academy in conjunction with the Beastmaster Bureau. He must be a genius among geniuses. The murmurs flowed into Xu Haoran's ears. Regarding these comments, Xu Haoran merely smiled, finding amusement in being labeled a genius among geniuses. He stepped forward to the podium and introduced himself. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Xu Haoran, and I am a new transfer student at Wanglong Academy. I hope to receive your kind support in the future. The room erupted in applause once more. After the introduction, Xu Haoran assigned Xu Haoran to a seat by the window and then addressed the class. Please, everyone, lend your assistance to our new classmate. Now, let us engage in self-study until the teacher arrives for the next lesson. With that, Xu Haoran hurriedly left to seek out the dean and inquire about Xu Haoran's talent. Meanwhile, once Xu Haoran departed, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Xu, you are a candidate for the Gemini program? Xu, you must be quite strong, right? Xu, being a Gemini, your talent must be exceptional. Xu, let us connect on WeChat. In the future, feel free to approach me with any queries you may have. The students radiate with enthusiastic smiles, forming a remarkably amiable little community. Xu Haoran draws inspiration from the vibrant energy of this group, particularly captivated by the youthful exuberance and the tender, delicate beauty of the female classmates, which starkly contrasts with his routine interactions with middle-aged female bosses, leaving him feeling as if he had stepped into paradise. Oh, what's so remarkable about that? Who among us, entering Wanglong Academy, isn't a genius? The disdainful remarks from some classmates echoed in his ears. Your desperate attempts to curry favor are quite amusing. However, not all of his peers were so congenial. A few individuals, observing the throngs of students fawning over Xu Haoran, including some girls vying for his attention, wore expressions of displeasure. Xu Haoran cast a glance at one such individual, a boy with striking red hair. Yet, he paid little heed, choosing instead to address his enthusiastic classmates with a smile, saying, "You all seem to misunderstand. My innate talent is not as extraordinary as you might think. In fact, I possess the lowest level of talent." The lowest level of talent? Could it possibly be a Gung-level Beastmaster? Some were taken aback, looking at Xu Haoran in disbelief. For Gung level was indeed the most rudimentary of talents. "No, I am even less gifted than that," he quipped, shaking his head, relishing the astonishment he evoked. He had no intention of concealing the truth from anyone. Less gifted than Gung level? A girl was taken aback, incredulous. Isn't Gung level the lowest? What could possibly be below that? Unless you are an ordinary person with no aptitude. Correct, Xu Haoran affirmed, raising his thumb before producing his phone. No need to rush, everyone, ladies first. Let us add each other on WeChat. Should you require assistance, I can help you with repairs in your dormitory. I am quite adept at fixing electrical appliances. Xu Haoran's enthusiasm was palpable, yet the girl's fervor began to wane. The students stared at him in disbelief. "Xu, did you just say you are an ordinary person with no talent? Surely you jest." A beautiful girl, hoping to add him on WeChat, wore a somewhat stiff smile. "Of course, I am not joking. I genuinely lack Beastmaster talent. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask Teacher Tong. But let us not dwell on that. First, let's connect on WeChat, and I hope to count on your support in the future." Xu Haoran maintained his warm demeanor, yet upon hearing that he lacked Beastmaster talent, the girls hesitated, their hands poised to add him retracting in unison. "Ahem, I just realized my phone is out of battery. Sorry, Xu, let us connect another time. My phone is also dead. Let us add each other later." "No worries. I happen to have a portable charger," Xu Haoran cheerfully exclaimed, oblivious to their intentions, offering the charger to several girls. However, they clearly had no interest in connecting with him anymore. "Unfortunately, my phone is incompatible with that charger. Chargers can damage phones. I'll just charge mine at home." Yes, let us go charge our phones first." In an instant, the girls retracted their offers to connect, and no longer engaged Xu Haoran in conversation. He observed their retreat with a smile, accustomed to the mockery of his talent, having long since grown indifferent to it. He had never intended to connect with them, merely teasing them. With the girls mostly disengaged, a few boys remained curious and approached Xu Haoran. "Bro, you really have no Beastmaster talent? That is hard to believe." "Yeah, I heard you're a Gemini. How could you lack Beastmaster talent?" "Exactly. How can you not have it?" A chubby boy behind Xu Haoran inquired. Xu Haoran glanced back at the plump classmate, bemused, who said that being a Gemini guarantees exceptional talent. "You all fail to understand. Our dean intends to elevate the difficulty by selecting an ordinary individual with no talent and cultivating him into a top-notch Beastmaster. This will showcase the exceptional teaching capabilities of Wanglong Academy." Xu Haoran spoke earnestly, and to his surprise, those around him actually believed it. "Oh, now it makes sense. Impressive. The dean truly thinks ahead. If we can transform an ordinary person into a top Beastmaster, it would indeed demonstrate our teaching prowess." Several boys near Xu Haoran appeared enlightened. The chubby boy then asked, "So you're genuinely an ordinary person?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you? To invite your scorn?" Xu Haoran rolled his eyes. At this moment, everyone around him accepted that he was indeed an ordinary individual. "That is fantastic, bro. Let us connect on WeChat. You'll be my good brother from now on." The others, upon realizing Xu Haoran was merely ordinary, lost interest and turned away. However, this particular boy, Ma Xianghao, was suddenly invigorated, displaying a fervor that left Xu Haoran momentarily taken aback. "Even though I lack Beastmaster talent, you still want to be my good brother?" While the other girls had withdrawn, the boys busied themselves with their studies. Yet Ma Shanghao's enthusiasm perplexed Xu Haoran. What is the deal with this guy? Why is he so eager to befriend an ordinary person? What is wrong with being ordinary? "I, Ma Shanghao, never judge my friends based on their talent," he proclaimed, thumping his chest, radiating a sense of camaraderie that left Xu Haoran bewildered. He had always assumed that most were drawn to him because they believed he possessed extraordinary talent and a promising future. Yet, upon revealing his ordinariness, he expected their enthusiasm to wane, if not outright disdain. But what was it about Ma Xianghao that was so different? Nevertheless, he did not decline the offer and added him on WeChat. Once connected, he inquired, "Ma, now that you know my talent, what about yours? What level are you at?" "Oh, it's nothing secretive." Ma Xianghao waved his hand dismissively. "I'm a C-level beastmaster, which places me among the least talented in our academy." C-level? Xu Haoran was taken aback, surprised by the revelation of Ma Xianghao's modest talent. Given that many ordinary academies had C-level students, he wondered how Ma Xianghao had managed to enroll in Wanglong Academy. Are there other C-level students in our class? Are there many C-levels in Wanglong Academy? None besides me. I'm the only C-level student in our class. Ma Xianghao grinned broadly, an expression filled with significance and delight. Xu Haoran was momentarily stunned. "Wait, you're a C-level, and you're this happy? Why? Who says I'm at the bottom?" Ma Xianghao retorted, puffing out his chest defiantly. "Huh, didn't you just say you were at the bottom?" Xu Haoran asked, puzzled. "True, I did say I was at the bottom, but that was then. Now I'm no longer at the bottom." Ma Xianghao's grin was mischievous, his slightly plump face radiating joy. Having been at the bottom for so long, the prospect of no longer being there filled him with elation. Xu Haoran. It seemed he had grasped the reason for Ma Xianghao's exuberance and enthusiasm. No wonder they consider each other as brothers. Naturally, he would be delighted to have someone else to support him. Chapter 69. Who among us brothers is inferior? Upon seeing the grinning expression on his peer's face, Xu Haoran suddenly felt that it was not as endearing as it initially appeared. That grotesque visage made him wish to slap it away. Is he so devoid of ambition that he can only escape his label of being at the bottom by relying on another to take his place? Could he not strive a little harder, endeavor to surpass others, and not be relegated to the last position? 3 dark lines formed on Xu Haoran's forehead. Ma Xianghao rolled his eyes, stating, "It's easy for you to say. Do you think I haven't put in effort in this class? Do you think my hard work is in vain?" As he spoke, a hint of grievance crept into his voice. "For years I've toiled quietly, yet I remain at the tail end. Do you think it has been easy for me?" Tears welled in his eyes, exuding a profound sense of injustice. Xu Haoran frowned, questioning, "Even after your efforts, you're still at the bottom? How exactly have you been trying?" "I feast heartily every day. I indulge myself in delightful meals to keep my spirits high, and then I study for half an hour after school. Just half an hour. It's exhausting. Yet, despite this, I still see no improvement. I've remained at the intermediate beastmaster level, and my mental acuity hasn't increased at all. Every day, maintaining a cheerful disposition, indulging in sumptuous feasts, and practicing for merely half an hour?" Xu Haoran was left bewildered. "This is your version of effort? Studying for half an hour a day? What a farce." His lips twitched, revealing his disbelief at this so-called talent. The other's face, filled with grievance, seemed to genuinely believe he had put in the work. Impressive, Xu Haoran couldn't help but applaud mentally. Such talent wasted at Wanglong Academy truly seemed unfortunate. Indeed, perhaps you are one of those individuals for whom hard work yields no success, Xu Haoran mused. "Xu brother, you truly understand me. Unlike my parents, who claim I lack effort, what more do they expect from me?" Ma Xianghao's agitation grew, nearly prompting him to leap from his seat. "Forget these sorrowful matters, Haoran. You are indeed my lucky star. Not only are you less gifted than I, but you also truly comprehend me. I, Ma Xianghao, have decided. You shall henceforth be my brother. Haoran, Xianghao, Haoran, Xianghao." The two bonded over mutual understanding, feeling an instant connection. With excitement in his eyes at having found a true brother, Xu Haoran said, "Xianghao, I lack the fare to return home tonight. How about you lend me 1,000 for the ride?" "Return home? My home is your home. Tonight, we shall go to my brother's place. I'll give you 2,000. Ma Xianghao exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Xu Haoran thought, "Is there truly someone foolish with excess money? From now on, my mother will be your mother as well. But let us come to an agreement. Make sure to inform our parents that you will be the one at the bottom, not me." Xu Haoran suspected that this was the true purpose behind the invitation to his home. "What if I choose not to say?" Xu Haoran's lips twitched. "It's fine if you don't mention it," Ma Xianghao replied, unperturbed. "But you won't receive your 2,000. We wouldn't be brothers anymore. You certainly seem determined to shed that label of being at the bottom. All right, I'll accompany you home. Henceforth, we are brothers. Just don't forget about that 2,000. Xu Haoran considered the deal worthwhile, as a visit to his home was worth the 2,000. Having savings is one matter. Earning money is another. One cannot solely rely on savings. After all, we must also find ways to increase our income. Rest assured, we are brothers. As long as you accompany me home tonight, forget 2,000. 3,000 is no issue." Ma Xianghao confidently declared. "Very well, it's settled, then, 3,000. Thus, their agreement was made. In class, upon realizing he was just an ordinary student, others did not look down upon him, but few sought to befriend him. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, ignoring both him and Ma Xianghao. Although Ma Xianghao had a decent social circle, with some willing to exchange a few words with him, Xu Haoran found no one interested in engaging him in conversation. Only Ma Xianghao would occasionally chat with him about the zodiac. However, this suited Xu Haoran perfectly. He had come to the academy to study, not to engage in frivolous banter with classmates. After a while of conversing with Ma Xianghao about the zodiac, he began to dedicate himself to his studies. Beyond reading, it was all about reading, insatiably, fervently. In books, there exists beauty. In books, there are treasures. Nothing holds greater importance than learning. Once one enters the workforce, one realizes how simple studying truly is. Compared to working, it is not even remotely challenging. In any case, between studying and working, Xu Haoran would always choose the former. From the beast garden to the library of 300 ferocious beasts, Xu Haoran was utterly captivated. This was foundational knowledge he had encountered in middle school. But now he was consolidating it while delving into more detailed information, such as the upgrading of pet beasts, their cultivation, the behavioral patterns of ferocious beasts, treatment, weaknesses, and much more. Anything not covered in middle school would be supplemented at the Beastmaster Academy. It even included combat techniques, defensive skills, and so forth. Of course, ordinary subjects were present, but the focus was primarily on the study of pet beasts. After all, this was a world dominated by them. It was not until the teacher arrived that Xu Haoran was finally roused from his reverie by Ma Xianghao's call to attention. The first instructor was an elderly professor with graying hair, adorned with reading glasses. His surname was Chao, a learned scholar specializing in the behaviors of various ferocious beasts. According to Ma Xianghao, he was akin to a living encyclopedia of ferocious beasts. Naturally, to be a teacher at Wanglong Academy at such an age, one must possess significant expertise. Though his eyesight seemed poor, he failed to notice the addition of a new student and continued with the lesson. It was then that Xu Haoran realized he was now in the second semester of his second year, meaning he had even more courses to catch up on. In the afternoon, there were only 2 classes, one taught by Professor Chao and another by a young male teacher with glasses, surnamed Huang, who specialized in combat techniques for pet beasts. His classes were conducted outdoors, involving practical exercises. However, this teacher immediately noticed Xu Haoran. Upon learning that Xu Haoran was a Gemini, he expressed his happiness, but when he discovered Xu Haoran's lack of talent, his expression shifted to disbelief. The notion that a second-year student at Wanglong Academy had not yet contracted a pet beast was almost unfathomable. Xu Haoran felt equally helpless. He wished to contract a pet beast, but had none available. Tom was not part of this world S system, hence he was incapable of forming a contract. Only the ferocious beasts of this realm could be contracted, and Xu Haoran was waiting for Dean Chu to find him a powerful pet beast to bond with. The practical content of the class was straightforward. The teacher would impart techniques, and the students would engage in practice with one another. However, with only 31 students in the class, the absence of one meant that the teacher had to demonstrate with Xu Haoran. The person who is conspicuously absent is naturally Xu Haoran. Ma Xianghao was not mistaken. Ever since his arrival, Xu has indeed become the tail end of the group. Even Ma Xianghao's aura of being the underdog has diminished, as many are now willing to engage with him, whereas no one seems inclined to associate with Xu Haoran. You see, he doesn't even have a pet beast. Alas, he sighed heavily, casting a glance at Xu Haoran, uncertain of how to proceed. Never mind. Although it is not my duty to teach you these things, I shall impart some knowledge nonetheless, for I have little else to offer. Xu Haoran lacks even a pet beast. He is unable to instruct anyone, so I shall simply teach him the art of meditation to enhance his mental and physical prowess. The realms of mind and body are intrinsically linked to the rank of a beast master. Only when one's mental and physical attributes reach a requisite threshold can one elevate their status as a beast master and forge contracts with more formidable beasts. This is also the reason Xu Haoran finds Ma Xianghao's situation preposterous. In his second year, both his mental and physical attributes have only just achieved the standard of a mid-level beast master, and he still dedicates merely half an hour each day to training. It could be said he is the epitome of ineptitude. Xu Haoran, having never undergone training and entering the workforce right after high school, is utterly inexperienced in such matters. However, under teacher Huang's guidance, he gradually began to find his footing. Without a pet beast, it would still be beneficial to enhance his own rank. Moreover, Xu Haoran possesses a certain aptitude for training. He can easily enter a meditative state. Yet, mere meditation is insufficient. One cannot solely rely on physical training. While both meditation and physical exercise can improve one's constitution, they can never rival the nurturing benefits derived from a pet beast. You must form a contract with a beast, as its nurturing will accelerate your growth. Nevertheless, teacher Huang believes this is still inadequate. No matter how swiftly Xu Haoran's training progresses, it will never compare to the nurturing he would receive from a contracted beast. After a year of training, One might increase their lifting capacity from 100 kilograms to 120 kilograms. However, once a contract with a pet beast is formed, the beast's energy can enable the host to lift 150 kilograms. This is the advantage of forming a contract with a pet beast. Therefore, do I truly need to contract a beast? Xu Haoran murmured to himself. He had indeed contemplated this point, but thought it unnecessary to mention it so soon after enrolling. Yet now, it seems, it cannot go unaddressed. The Azure Cloud Python was seized by Xu Hu, but this Wanglong Academy is a prestigious institution. Even without the Azure Cloud Python's offspring, there must be other young beasts available, right? In the afternoon, after classes, Xu Haoran promptly sent a message to the vice principal inquiring about the matter of acquiring a pet beast. Chapter 70. Is this what you call indifference? The vice principal quickly responded with a succinct message. Choose freely. Li Changqi's implication was clear. As long as Xu Haoran could form a contract, he was free to select from the Academy's repository of spirit beasts. This was unexpectedly generous. As a twin star, Xu Haoran inherently possessed such privileges. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. This is excellent news. With the freedom to choose, I shall not hold back. However, it would be impossible to make a selection today. He would have to wait until tomorrow. After class, Ma Sanghao immediately sought out Xu Haoran, reminding him of their agreement to visit his home, urging him not to go back on his word. Xu Haoran nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I have no intention of reneging. However, I must first retrieve my pet. Let us return to the dormitory. His cat, Tom, was still in the dormitory. Until he formed a contract with a beast, Xu Haoran decided to take Tom along to the academy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ma Sanghao commented on Xu Haoran's lavish single dorm room. This is far superior to the accommodations of other students in the academy. It's like comparing heaven and earth. You even have a kitchen. However, your cat is quite a rarity. I seldom see pets of this color, he remarked, stroking Tom's head, seemingly quite fond of him. Tom meowed in response, showing no signs of resistance. At heart, Tom was still a cat and did not mind being petted, but he only obeyed Xu Haoran's commands. All right, let us go. I need to return home for a meal, but I have other matters to attend to as well. Xu Haoran had numerous tasks on his agenda. He needed to visit Ma Sanghao's home for dinner, then return to feed his alien creature, followed by training and studying. There was much to be done. Very well, let us depart. Ma Sanghao exclaimed excitedly. As they descended the stairs, he suddenly recalled something. Oh, Xu, I nearly forgot. There is a matter I wanted to ask you about. About the egg? Xu Haoran inquired. Ma Sanghao leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. I heard that you have a connection with our principal's daughter, Xu Haoqing. Are you truly her boyfriend? I've seen the video. Is it true? Video? Xu Haoqing. Xu Haoran recalled those videos captured by classmates, surprised to learn that they had also seen them. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I am not Xu Haoqing's boyfriend. Though the rest is accurate. He clarified, unsure who had carelessly spread rumors of a romantic relationship with Xu Haoqing. Not her boyfriend? How can that be? If you're not, then why help her? Didn't she call out to you? Ma Sanghao pulled out his phone to show Xu Haoran the video, which captured the moment Xu Haoran attempted to distance himself from Xu Haoqing. The video depicted them conversing quietly, followed by Xu Haoran's departure, after which Xu Haoqing shouted for him to stop. Upon seeing the footage, Xu Haoran found himself questioning whether he was indeed Xu Haoqing's boyfriend. Now people are saying you broke up with Xu Haoqing. Is this true? Ma Sanghao asked quietly. You can speak freely. Our lips are sealed. No, it's not true. I have no relationship with her. She has feelings for Senior Liu, which is common knowledge, Xu Haoran explained. What? Many people aren't aware of Xu Haoqing's merits. Ordinary students might not even know who the principal is. Do you really think everyone cares about such matters? Let alone the principal's granddaughter's boyfriend. If not for today's video, I doubt many would know that Xu Haoqing is the principal's granddaughter. Even our campus beauty, Mei Qingxue, would likely remain unknown if her strength weren't sufficient. At Wanglong Academy, strength is paramount. Ma Sanghao remarked dismissively. Xu Haoran was somewhat taken aback. This differed from the portrayals he had seen in novels and television dramas. Shouldn't the beautiful principal's daughter be a central figure? Were not the renowned campus beauties supposed to be celebrated? Is this truly the pinnacle of academia in Rongqing? The sense of pressure here is overwhelming. He felt that the academic atmosphere had exceeded 1 million. In this place, one is valued for their abilities rather than their looks. This is the essence of a top-tier institution. I see, but I assure you, Xu Haoqing and I are not in a romantic relationship. We are merely acquaintances. Xu Haoran reiterated. Is that so? Well, what a pity. I thought there was something more between you two. Ma Sanghao lamented, disappointed that another juicy tidbit had slipped away. Such scandals are prime material for boasting. Xu Haoran. At that moment, a melodious and excited voice called out from behind them. Instinctively, they turned to see a beautiful girl with twin ponytails, clad in a short black skirt, approaching alongside another female companion. The young maiden exudes both charm and allure. Her attire strikingly unique, rendering her utterly captivating at first glance. Ma Xianghao was momentarily taken aback by her stunning appearance. But soon realization dawned upon him. Was that not Xu Haoran? Xu Haoran, was she just calling out to me? Ma Xianghao gazed at Xu Haoran, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. She was breathtaking. How had he never noticed her beauty before? Xu Haoran interjected. She wasn't calling you. Let us hurry and leave. She must have mistaken you for someone else. Xu Haoran instinctively wanted to evade her presence, genuinely wishing to avoid any entanglements with this woman. In comparison to Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan, Xu Xiaoqing was far too much of a troublemaker. While Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan could assist him in resolving issues, this woman would only bring him trouble. Yet, she was approaching them. Ma Xianghao, undeterred, watched Xu Xiaoqing stride towards them, nearly drooling with anticipation. Could she be coming for us? It seemed she was indeed calling for me. Could my fortune be on the horizon? She is simply the embodiment of my dreams. Are you deaf? She was calling you. Xu Haoran's mouth twitched, unsure of how to respond. The deaf cannot be awakened. One must wait for them to awaken naturally. He found it pointless to engage with this foolish pig, turning to leave, intent on avoiding any connection with Xu Xiaoqing. However, upon seeing Xu Haoran turn to walk away, Xu Xiaoqing grew anxious and called out, Xu Haoran, wait for me. I have something to tell you. Ma Xianghao halted, momentarily stunned as he witnessed the excited Xu Xiaoqing jogging towards them. Old Xu, did I mishear? Was she really calling your name? No, you heard incorrectly. Let us leave quickly. With her status, do you think you can reach her? Xu Haoran tugged at Ma Xianghao, eager to depart. Ma Xianghao clutched his chest. Is it possible that I am destined for heartbreak, just as I've begun to fall in love? You scoundrel. Didn't you say Xu Xiaoqing had nothing to do with you? He was no fool. The first time he hadn't caught it, but the second time. It was clear. Xu Xiaoqing was indeed calling for Xu Haoran. It was evident she was approaching him. Don't ask. Simply acknowledge my unparalleled charm. We must flee. For Xu Xiaoqing approaches. Xu Haoran attempted to leave, but Ma Xianghao held him back. No. You must explain your relationship with Xu Xiaoqing. If you don't clarify, I want to let you go. Ma Xianghao was adamant about not allowing Xu Haoran to escape. This granted Xu Xiaoqing the opportunity to position herself in front of Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran, what do you intend to do? Xu Xiaoqing stood defiantly before him, her eyes wide and lips pressed together in a thin line, resembling a heartbroken wife abandoned by her unfaithful husband. I intend to do nothing. As I said, I'm on my own path, and you are on yours. Why must you persist in bothering me? Xu Haoran regarded the obstructing Xu Xiaoqing with impatience. Xu Xiaoqing was not genuinely heartbroken. Rather, her exquisite face was marred by anger and indignation. I came to speak with you about something. Why won't you even listen? Nearby, Xu Xiaoqing's friend and Ma Xianghao both widened their eyes in astonishment, alternating their gazes between the aggrieved Xu Xiaoqing and the impatient Xu Haoran. What was the nature of their interaction? This felt quite peculiar. Just moments ago, Xu Haoran had claimed he had no connection to Xu Xiaoqing. Yet now, Ma Xianghao observed the scene, and it appeared as though Xu Haoran had wronged Xu Xiaoqing. He discreetly retrieved his phone, convinced there was something amiss. Speak your mind. Once you're done, we can both go our separate ways. Xu Haoran frowned. The punishment for Sun Xiaoji has been decided. He will be expelled from Wanglong Academy. Now that the matter is resolved, you need not remain upset. Xu Xiaoqing replied, both aggrieved and incensed. You sought me out just to discuss this? If so, can I leave now? Xu Haoran stated, directing his phone towards the eavesdropping Ma Xianghao. Let us go. It's time for us to head home. Xu Haoran, I said I would help you with Sun Xiaoji, and now he has been expelled. Why do you still treat me with disdain? Why do you act this way towards me? Xu Xiaoqing's frustration escalated as she stamped her foot in anger, resembling a sulking maiden. Ma Xianghao, observing the scene, excitedly recorded videos and took photographs. Finally, I'm witnessing this drama unfold. Xu Haoran, that scoundrel, had the audacity to claim he had no connection with Xu Xiaoqing. How can you say there is no connection? You were nearly slain by her gaze. Given the circumstances, it seems Xu Haoran had indeed spurned Xu Xiaoqing. What a bold move. He narrowed his eyes at Xu Haoran, determined to showcase this to their classmates tomorrow and let everyone know of his brother's irresistible charm. Even the granddaughter of the dean was easily dismissed. We have no relationship. Why should I treat you differently? Xu Haoran cast a peculiar glance at Xu Xiaoqing, then turned away, resolutely departing. Ma Xianghao, let us go. All right. Ma Xianghao cheerfully turned to Xu Xiaoqing, attempting to placate her. Sister Xu, don't be upset. I'll talk to Xu Haoran and make sure he has a change of heart. Xu Xiaoqing ignored Ma Xianghao, her gaze fixed on Xu Haoran as he walked away. She stomped her foot heavily, shouting, Xu Haoran, I detest you. Her voice drew the attention of many, leaving them astonished as they turned to look at Xu Xiaoqing. Noticing the gathering crowd, Xu Haoran's friend quickly pulled her away, sensing the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Ma Xianghao followed Xu Haoran to the bus station, eagerly questioning him about Xu Haoran. Old Xu, don't deceive me. Tell me, what is your relationship with Xu Haoran? I truly have no relationship with her. I'm not lying. Xu Haoran glanced at the nosy Ma Xianghao, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Still no relationship. Ma Xianghao raised an eyebrow. She despises you so much, and you claim there is no connection? Do I look like a fool? Xu Haoran scrutinized the chubby face of Ma Xianghao, and couldn't he help but nod. It wasn't just a resemblance. It was spot on. Go. Don't treat me like a fool. I've seen how Xu Haoran looks at you. Do you still want to argue? I'm not exaggerating. Ma Xianghao adopted a knowing expression. Xu Haoran is nearly in tears over you. How could you bear to break up with her? His tone was earnest. Xu Haoran is the dean's granddaughter, and she is stunning. If you truly don't find her appealing, then introduce her to me. I wouldn't mind that she was once your girlfriend. Xu Haoran turned in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Seeing Ma Xianghao's serious expression, he felt his mouth twitch. I'm telling you, she is not my girlfriend. If you like her, go pursue her yourself. Don't expect me to introduce you. The bus arrived. Get on. Hey. Ma Xianghao followed Xu Haoran onto the bus, feeling somewhat displeased. Are you treating me like an outsider? You won't even introduce me. That's rather stingy. He curled his lips, but paid it no mind. It was merely a jest. However, I said to him, Xu Haoran is truly the epitome of beauty at our school. Such a stunning and adorable lowly goddess, and you simply do not pursue her? I can't fathom your reasoning. One wonders how many suitors are vying for Xu Haoran's affection. Xu Haoran responded in surprise. Did you not mention that many in our academy are unaware that she is the granddaughter of the dean? How then are there so many chasing after her? It's not that I was oblivious to her lineage, I retorted. But how could anyone think that such a breathtaking beauty would lack admirers? She is certainly on par with May, the school beauty, if not exceeding her. You have a point, Xu Haoran conceded, so you should pursue her yourself. I've stated my lack of familiarity, and that is simply the case. Xu Haoran shook his head. TCH, look at your stinginess. Is it so unreasonable to ask for you to introduce me to your ex-girlfriend? After all, we're brothers. Aren't we? Seeing Xu Haoran's silence, I quickly changed my approach. How about this? You introduce me to Xu Haoran, and I'll give you 1,000 yuan. I grinned lewdly. Xu Haoran disregarded me. After all, she was a woman he might never have the chance to pursue. Not to mention, even a man of exceptional caliber might struggle to win her heart. His demands were modest, merely seeking her contact information for an introduction. Who knows? Perhaps a toad might indeed feast upon swan meat. Xu Haoran chuckled softly, but remained silent. This left Ma Xianghao shaking his head in resignation. If money couldn't sway him, it seemed there was no hope. The bus moved swiftly, and the two sat chatting on the edge of the bed. My home is in the Pear Blossom Villa community, a high-end neighborhood. Today, let me show you around, Ma Xianghao boasted, lifting his chin proudly as we neared his residence. Xu Haoran suddenly interjected, your father isn't greedy. Is he? Hiss. Ma Xianghao inhaled sharply, quickly covering Xu Haoran's mouth, glancing around nervously. What nonsense are you spouting? My dad is quite upright. Is one able to reside in a grand villa while remaining upright? Xu Haoran whispered. Bah. In the beast master world, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, wealth is boundless. My father and mother are both quite formidable. Ma Xianghao puffed out his chest confidently. Then why are you so anxious? Xu Haoran rolled his eyes, removing Ma Xianghao's hand. Ma Xianghao shot Xu Haoran a sidelong glance. Every family has its secrets. You shouldn't speak carelessly. What if some nefarious individuals take notice? Oh, is that so? Xu Haoran nodded thoughtfully. The bus ride lasted merely a dozen or 20 minutes, as Ma Xianghao South residence was relatively close to the academy. The living situation was indeed decent, although it couldn't compare to Xu Haoran's current villa community, namely Lu Rian's residence. It was certainly superior to that of an ordinary person. After all, Ma Xianghao mentioned that his father worked at the Beast Master Bureau and held a minor leadership position, indicating a wealth far surpassing that of the average individual. Upon entering the community, Ma Xianghao led Xu Haoran on a brief tour. Suddenly intrigued, he asked, by the way, where is your home? Which community do you reside in? Don't be shy, we don't judge friends by their backgrounds. Noticing Xu Haoran's attire was quite humble, Ma Xianghao casually patted him on the shoulder, instinctively assuming that Xu Haoran's family might be struggling. Yet, Ma Xianghao himself wasn't a bad person. I currently live in the Childlike Heart community. The name of the community left something to be desired, yet it was indeed the name of Lu Rian's villa complex. Xu Haoran pondered why such a prestigious villa community would have such a name. Childlike Heart. Haha, what a peculiar name for a community. Ma Xianghao chuckled, patting Xu Haoran on the shoulder. But it's not bad, it's quite a nice name. Ma Xianghao found the name somewhat odd, yet vaguely familiar. Though he dismissed it, assuming it to be an ordinary neighborhood he simply hadn't heard of. After all, he had a general understanding of the upscale communities in Rongqing and was certain that there was no childlike heart community, unless it was a villa. But could Xu Haoran possibly reside in a villa? He hadn't even reached the level of Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran's entire outfit cost merely around 1,000 yuan, making it impossible for him to live in a better place. Although his living situation was slightly lacking, he had a dormitory at school. Ma Shanghao sighed. I truly envy your luck. You're clearly an ordinary person, yet you've managed to become a Gemini star with a dedicated dormitory. Why did such fortune favor you? Why do I not have such luck? He looked up at the sky, tears of sorrow in his eyes. If only he could become a Gemini star. His father would surely be thrilled enough to buy him a house immediately. There's no need to envy. After all, you can't aspire to my heights. Xu Haoran consoled, patting Ma Shanghao on the shoulder. Though you may never reach my level, you are at least qualified to pursue my footsteps. Ma Shanghao shot Xu Haoran a sidelong glance, now thoroughly questioning if he had chosen the right brother. You, an ordinary person devoid of talent, dare to claim that I, a genius with C-class talent, am beneath you? Xu Haoran clasped his hands behind his back, feeling somewhat sentimental. After all these years, he had finally encountered a worthy opponent. Is a C-class talent now considered a genius? Chapter 72. I consider you a brother, yet you wish to be my father? Floor 15, apartment 1502. Each building has 3 elevators, and there are only 2 households per floor. Both of Ma Shanghao's parents were home. As soon as Ma Shanghao knocked, the door swung open. Son, you're back. Oh, is this your classmate? The one who opened the door was a middle-aged man with a beer belly, his expression kind, resembling a gentle uncle, bearing some resemblance to Ma Shanghao. Yes, this is my classmate, Xu Haoran, who just transferred to our class. We hit it off, and he is now a good friend. So I brought him home to meet you, Ma Shanghao introduced, patting Xu Haoran on the shoulder. Oh, you're friends? Haoran, is it? Come in and have a seat. Mr. Ma warmly invited them inside. Thank you, uncle. Xu Haoran smiled and nodded. Dad, I have some great news. As soon as they entered, Ma Shanghao eagerly grasped his father's arm. Great news? What is that? Mr. Ma asked, puzzled. His son's mere absence of trouble was already a blessing. What good news could there be? I am no longer the bottom of the class. Ma Shanghao exclaimed excitedly. What? Son, you're no longer at the bottom? To Xu Haoran's astonishment, Mr. Ma appeared even more exhilarated than Ma Shanghao, nearly jumping with joy. Yes, Dad. Isn't this fantastic news? Ma Shanghao trembled as he held his father's hand. Of course it is. Ha! My son has finally made progress. Today is indeed a splendid day. All those hours I forced you to study for half an hour each day were not in vain. So who is the bottom now? How much have you improved? Mr. Ma beamed with pride and excitement. The bottom now is me. I lack beast master talent, just transferred to the class. And I haven't even contracted a pet beast yet. So, I'm the one at the bottom now. At that moment, Xu Haoran stepped forward, puffing out his chest with pride. Mr. Ma's face froze, his smile abruptly vanishing as he turned to look at Xu Haoran, then back at his son. Son, is this classmate truly speaking the truth? Of course it's true. Ma Shanghao nodded earnestly. But what I said is also true. Father, I am no longer the bottom of the class. He is. Ma Shanghao exclaimed with unbridled excitement. Ma Dai fell silent, observing his exuberant son and the proud Xu Haoran, unable to suppress the urge to deliver a sharp reprimand. So, it was because this Xu classmate transferred to your class that he has become the bottom of the class. Not because you have risen above that title? Ma Shangfei's hand itched to strike. Of course not. Are you unaware of your son's capabilities? Who in the class possesses talent inferior to mine? But now, it's splendid. From now on, I shall no longer bear the title of the least talented. Ha ha ha. Ma Shanghao laughed heartily. Indeed, uncle, from now on, I shall be the bottom of the class. I'm not boasting. But when it comes to second to last place, no one will dare to claim the last. Xu Haoran puffed out his chest proudly. Huff, huff. Ma Shangfei gasped for air. Are you genuinely feeling so proud? Ma Shangfei regarded the 2 rascals before him and recognized the rationale behind their camaraderie. One at the very bottom, and the other just above it. What audacity they had to laugh so merrily. One might mistake the bottom position as the pinnacle of strength in the class. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to interrupt their frivolity, and with a scowl, turned to retreat indoors. Old Ma, is your son back? Did he bring a friend? A graceful figure emerged from the kitchen. Xu Haoran, following Ma Dai into the room, turned to behold a mature and enchanting woman. She radiated an allure that belied her age, resembling a woman in her 20s, yet possessing a more refined elegance. Clad in a purple knit top, a beauty mark graced her lips, her long hair elegantly gathered at the back, her cheeks flushed, and her figure voluptuous. She exuded a natural charm. Oh, is this Ma Shanghao's sister? Hello, sister. I am Xu Haoran, Ma Shanghao's best friend at school. Xu Haoran exclaimed, immediately approaching the stunning woman. A mature beauty indeed, he thought, Even Lu Rian seemed somewhat juvenile in comparison. If you ever need assistance, please feel free to reach out to me, or even just for a chat. Xu Haoran excitedly grasped her hand, astonished that Ma Xianghao had such a beautiful sister. How delightful. Buffed hearing Xu Haoran's enthusiastic words, the mature and alluring woman couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, momentarily rendered speechless by shyness. You little rascal. This is my wife. Ma Xiangfei's expression darkened as he witnessed Xu Haoran holding his wife's hand without letting go, audaciously suggesting that she could seek him out for anything. Ma Xianghao's eyes widened in disbelief. I thought of you as a brother. And now you wish to be my father? Even if that were the case, you ought to ask my current father for his consent. As Ma Dai approached in a fit of rage, Xu Haoran, surprised, looked at the woman before him and hastily released her hand. Is this auntie? He stammered, genuinely perplexed. For she appeared remarkably youthful. Though her physique was mature, her visage was undeniably youthful, entirely contrasting with Ma Dai's appearance. Who else could she possibly be but my mother? Ma Xianghao interjected, pulling Xu Haoran aside. It's fine, don't mind this brat. He's just blind, he added, darkly amused. Don't worry, I'm of a considerable age. Old Ma, why are you so anxious? The beautiful woman smiled warmly at Xu Haoran, her demeanor unfazed, instead radiating joy. Who wouldn't be delighted by such a handsome young man calling them youthful? Externally calm, she was internally giddy with delight. All right then, Dad. I'll take Xu Haoran upstairs to study. Call us when dinner is ready. Ma Xianghao grasped Xu Haoran's arm and led him upstairs, leaving Ma Dai in a state of vexation. Observing Xu Haoran glance back at his wife, I perceived that this young lad was not jesting at all. However, he did not confront Xu Haoran about it. Yet, when it came time to call Xu Haoran down for dinner, Ma Dai's gaze remained wary and defensive. He even positioned himself close to his wife, fearful that Xu Haoran might attempt to sit beside her, leaving Xu Haoran feeling quite embarrassed. Come, Xu Haoran, right? Have some meat and try my cooking. Mo Qingqing served Xu Haoran a piece of meat. Mo Qingqing was the name of Ma Xianghao's mother, while Ma Xiangfei was his father. Ma Xiangfei's eyes widened as he observed the meat entering Xu Haoran's bowl, fixating on him as if to convey, should you dare to eat it, I shall make you regret it. Xu Haoran's lips twitched. Hee, Auntie Mo, your cooking is excellent. I love these dishes. However, it seems Uncle also wishes to partake. Perhaps you should let him try first? I too find that your cooking is delightful, dear. You've served me my favorite meat. I shall have a taste. He reclaimed the meat from Xu Haoran's bowl, his vigilant gaze and defensive demeanor causing Xu Haoran to sigh inwardly. Having a stunning wife indeed brought its complications. It seemed one would need to keep a watchful eye daily. Old Ma, what are you doing? Mo Qingqing chided Ma Xiangfei with an eye roll, but he feigned ignorance, leaving her exasperated. It's all right, Mom, eat up. I'll serve my brother, Ma Xianghao insisted, piling Xu Haoran's plate high with food. Not only was Ma Xiangfei wary of him, but Ma Xianghao also refused to yield. This little brat actually dares to aspire to be his stepfather. By the way, Xianghao, you mentioned that Xu Haoran transferred to your academy. Wulong Academy is no ordinary institution. How could he transfer here in the second year? Ma Xiangfei suddenly recalled something and inquired. Well before Ma Xianghao could respond, Xu Haoran preemptively spoke up. It's because I was selected as a dual star by the Beast Master Bureau and Wulong Academy, hence my transfer here. Dual stars program? Ma Xiangfei was taken aback, rising in astonishment, his gaze fixed incredulously on Xu Haoran. You are the one selected alongside Zhao Sahan as a dual star? Yes, is there a problem? Xu Haoran replied, bewildered by the extent of the reaction. How could there be no issue? You lack any beast mastery talent. How could you possibly be a dual star? Ma Xiangfei's knowledge of the dual star program was evidently profound. But who said one must possess beast mastery talent to be a dual star? Xu Haoran defended. Are you jesting? Ma Xiangfei remained unconvinced. Dad, Xu Haoran is indeed a dual star. I suspect they want to see if an ordinary person can be cultivated into something remarkable. What is there to doubt? Ma Xianghao scoffed. Ma Xiangfei fell silent, pondering for a long while. Even as his wife served Xu Haoran food, he remained mute, lost in contemplation. It all felt rather surreal. Only after finishing dinner did he finally speak, accompanying Xu Haoran to the door as he prepared to return home with Tom. Brat, stay close to that Xu fellow from now on. As he watched Xu Haoran leave, Ma Xiangfei finally addressed his son in a hushed tone. Ma Xianghao looked at Ma Xiangfei with confusion. Dad, aren't you worried about him teasing my mother? Why are you telling me to get closer to him? What on earth are you saying? Ma Xiangfei slapped the back of Ma Xianghao's head. I have complete faith in your mother, all right? Stop spouting nonsense, you little rascal. What on earth do I have to worry about? Then why did you tell me to get closer? Ma Xianghao protested, rubbing the back of his head. Ma Xiangfei squinted towards the direction Xu Haoran had departed. This kid, devoid of talent, yet he can still become a dual star and even transferred to Wanglong Academy. I suspect he might be the illegitimate son of some prominent figure. Ma Xiangfei stated with seriousness. Ma Xianghao's eyelids twitched. The illegitimate son of a big shot? Is he really that remarkable? Not just remarkable, he's utterly exceptional. Ma Xiangfei exclaimed. You can trust my instincts. This kid's background is undoubtedly extraordinary, and befriending him is definitely a wise choice. My intuition has always been spot on. It was my keen instincts that guided me to choose a career in politics and led me to where I am today. Ma Xiangfei added with a proud smile. Oh, all right then. Besides, he's already my brother. Ma Xianghao shrugged indifferently. The two watched as Xu Haoran walked away before returning home. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran took the bus back to Tongxin Community. This evening, Lu Rian would also be returning. Chapter 73, The Campus Bell, Mei Qingxue. Upon returning home, Xu Haoran found Lu Rian taking a shower in the bathroom. The mist created an ethereal ambience that accentuated her graceful figure. Xu Haoran stole a glance before heading to the living room for a drink. Just as he finished, Lu Rian emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. The towel clung closely to her body, revealing her fair shoulders and a hint of her rounded curves to the open air. Xu Haoran couldn't help but avert his gaze. Can't you at least consider my feelings while at home? He yearned to look, but hesitated, fearing that one glance could lead to an eternity of distraction. Hey! Lu Rian raised an eyebrow. You're a grown man. Do you still need me to take care of you? Are you so parched that you can't drink water? Or so famished that you can't find something to eat? She naturally moved to the living room and began her skincare routine, applying toner and face masks with an array of products. Xu Haoran observed the multitude of products she was slathering on her face and couldn't resist teasing. Why are you applying so much water to your face? What use does it serve? What do you know? Lu Rian retorted playfully. If a woman lacks moisture, her skin becomes dry and it becomes uncomfortable to move. Don't men feel discomfort without moisture too? Xu Haoran fell silent, sensing something was amiss yet unable to pinpoint the issue. Cough, cough. I don't quite understand what you're saying. I'm off to wash up. As Xu Haoran attempted to head to the bathroom, he suddenly sat down opposite Lu Rian, who was applying her face mask. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Speak. Lu Rian glanced at Xu Haoran, whose face was flushed, crossing her legs, causing her sleepwear to slip and reveal her long, elegant legs. She showed no intention of covering up. It's not a big deal. Just that I've started attending Wanglong Academy. I might be at home less often and may sometimes stay at the academy when I'm busy. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Xu Haoran found himself momentarily speechless, his throat dry as he gazed at her long legs. Is that all? It's a small matter. If you want to come back, just do so. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Just remember to tidy up your room when you return. Lu Rian was indifferent to the arrangement. Okay, just so you know, the food I keep in the yard is for the stray cats, so don't touch it. Even if you're not here, the food for the strays still needs to be maintained. Thankfully, the strays are easy to care for. They can hibernate to conserve energy and eat less. Otherwise, I'd have to take them to the academy. Who's touching your things? Do as you please. But don't let stray cats or dogs into the house. It'll get filthy. Lu Rian languidly reclined on the sofa, her posture reminiscent of a powerful empress from an anime, prompting Xu Haoran to reflect on her charm. Understood, I won tea, seeing Lu Rian so generous. Xu Haoran couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Honestly, having Lu Rian as a wife wouldn't be too bad. She's generous. Doesn't meddle in a man's affairs, is beautiful, and has a great figure. Most importantly, she's wealthy. Whoever marries her would indeed strike gold. By the way, I've been discussing a significant business deal these past few days, so I might not be home often either. Lu Rian added, as if recalling something. Xu Haoran nodded in agreement. All right. Taking advantage of Lu Rian's skincare routine, Xu Haoran retrieved a bag of cat food and headed to the yard. In a corner of the garden, he pulled out 2 bags of food and tossed them on the ground. Then, addressing the air beside him, he said, You lot. 2 bags of food a day, share it amongst yourselves, it should be sufficient. I'll prepare a little extra for the next couple of days, but don't overeat. If you finish it all, there won't be any left. If I'm not back, you'll just have to starve. Did you all hear that? A low, raspy growl echoed from the air. All right, eat up tonight, just 1 meal a day. During the day, find a good spot to rest. Xu Haoran glanced at the stunning woman lounging on the sofa, contemplating for a moment. Consider her half your mistress. When she returns, be attentive, don't expose yourselves. And remember to protect her well. If any thieves try to steal, scare them off. And if anyone dares to have inappropriate intentions towards your half-mistress, break a leg. Though he felt Lu Rian wouldn't be easily bullied, Xu Haoran believed it necessary to assert his authority as the half-master of the house. The air responded with several low growls. All right then, eat up. Xu Haoran smiled and nodded, feeding the 2 bags of cat food to the strays. He then retrieved a few more bags, placing them in the yard. He wouldn't necessarily return the next day, so he aimed to prepare for 2 to 3 additional days. Even in his absence, these creatures would still have enough to eat. With a tearing sound, the bags of food were opened by invisible forces, and the contents began to diminish at a visible rate. Watching the strays consume their meal, and then glancing back at the enchanting Lu Ruyan on the sofa, Xu Haoran couldn't help but sigh. His life was quite pleasant, being supported by a beautiful and wealthy woman while also having the opportunity to study. Life was indeed good. Coincidentally, Lu Ruyan seemed occupied with business discussions these days, allowing him to focus on his studies without worry. The next morning, Xu Haoran took the bus to school. Public transport was always inconvenient. He needed to purchase a small electric scooter. Riding a bicycle was exhausting. The electric scooter was much more comfortable. Arriving at the academy, Xu Haoran straightened his chest, lifted his chin, and swiped his campus card under the watchful eyes of the gatekeeper, striding confidently into Wanglong Academy. Yesterday, you disregarded me. Today, you cannot reach my heights. Old Xu. As Xu Haoran arrived at the academy, he was called out from behind. Turning around, he spotted Ma Shanghao approaching him, holding 3 fried dough sticks and 2 cups of soy milk. Hey, are you planning to bring your cat to class today? Ma Shanghao exclaimed upon noticing Tom beside Xu Haoran. Yes, for now. I'll let Tom be my pet substitute. When I have time today, I'll see if I can find a vice dean to check what kind of pet I can contract. Xu Haoran nodded. Is that so? But can this thing be considered a pet beast? Today is a day for practical combat, and I heard we're heading outside the city. Outside the city? Xu Haoran was somewhat taken aback. We're actually going outside today? Yes, our official training ground is established outside the academy, and we occasionally need practical combat experience. Merely hiding in the academy without engaging in real combat is of no use, Ma Shanghao explained. When did this practical combat begin? Has it always been a thing? Xu Haoran inquired, nodding as he recalled that it seemed to be the case. It has always been in place, occurring approximately once every 2 weeks. Today is just that scheduled practical session, Ma Shanghao clarified. Oh, how fortuitous. It truly is a stroke of luck, isn't it? Xu Haoran remarked, glancing at Tom beside him, realizing that it was indeed a fortunate coincidence. Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. Today we need to form teams for the practical session. You'd better confirm your team first, Ma Shanghao advised. Xu Haoran turned to give Ma Shanghao a sidelong glance. Aren't you going to join me? Sighing at Xu Haoran's expectation, Ma Shanghao replied, I knew you would want me on your team. Since you've asked, I suppose I'll reluctantly accompany you. However, we still need to find 3 more members for our team. 5 members maximum for a team? Xu Haoran questioned, puzzled. Indeed, there is no limit on the minimum number, but the maximum cannot exceed 5. For safety and efficiency, a team of 5 is optimal. 2 people simply 1 tea suffice, Ma Shanghao explained. Xu Haoran understood, realizing that this wouldn't pose much of a problem. If they couldn't go alone or in pairs, it would be troublesome. But if individuals could go, then he had no reason to worry. He feared they might not allow solo participants. If going alone was permitted, then he was assured. Upon arriving in the classroom, they discovered a schedule filled with liberal arts courses, including 1 each of physics and chemistry. In this world, foreign language courses are only offered in secondary schools, and the Beastmaster Academy rarely teaches such subjects. Instead, the curriculum focuses more on practical knowledge applicable to daily life, deeming anything irrelevant to be a waste of time. After all, spending excessive time learning topics that hold no real-world utility is simply foolish. As a premier institution, Wanglong Academy would never engage in such folly. All foundational courses are designed with the needs of Beastmasters and student life in mind. Minor subjects are offered as elective courses, allowing students to choose freely. This effective learning approach has resulted in the Academy producing numerous outstanding Beastmasters each year. The 2 classes swiftly passed, leading to the outdoor practical combat session. The instructor leading the class was a middle-aged man with a square face and a scar, whose appearance appeared somewhat intimidating, yet his smile was exceptionally warm. It was said that he was a retired veteran named Lan, a name quite peculiar, though the specifics were unclear. Upon noticing Xu Haoran among the newcomers, he merely glanced with curiosity and then cheerfully announced from the podium, Today marks our bi-weekly outdoor practical combat session, so we want to be learning within the confines of the academy. I'll take you all out for a stroll. Roar. Wow. The students erupted in jubilant cheers. Being able to learn outside the academy was certainly more enjoyable than remaining indoors. Now, don't rush to celebrate, and Lan interjected from the podium. Today's outdoor training has a special twist. We will be collaborating with the third-year students for our practical combat. Third year? So we'll be with our seniors? What? We're teaming up with third-year students? Wow, that is fantastic. Are we going to see beautiful seniors? We might even encounter handsome seniors. Count me in. I didn't expect we'd be having such fun today. The students chattered excitedly, and Lan chuckled at their enthusiasm, allowing them to discuss amongst themselves until he raised his hand, signaling for everyone to gather in the playground. The playground was already bustling with students from 3 different classes. In addition to them, There were also students from higher grades, all from the main combat department. The older students curiously observed the younger ones, while the latter looked up in awe at their seniors. Ma Xianghao, standing beside Xu Haoran, was practically wide-eyed as he gazed at the stunning senior girls. That senior is beautiful. And that one too. Oh, look at that figure, that leg, he exclaimed, critiquing them as they lingered at the back of the crowd, unnoticed and enjoying their time. Xu Haoran paid little attention, occasionally glancing at Tom beside him, pondering how these seniors could possibly compare to Tom's reliability. Whoa, whoa, look, old Xu, quickly look, Ma Xianghao suddenly shouted. Other male students joined in with exclamations. Isn't that Senior Mei? Senior Mei Qingxue? Where? Wow. Is Senior Mei here today? What a jackpot. I want to team up with Senior Mei. Me too. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The girls were filled with envy, while the boys were all brimming with anticipation and infatuation. Xu Haoran turned to see Mei Qingxue, clad in a short skirt and school uniform, wielding a long sword, her demeanor aloof as she paid no heed to her surroundings, making her stand out in the crowd. She exuded an air of coolness, beauty, and commanding presence. Sensing Xu Haoran's gaze, or perhaps spotting him amidst the throng, Mei Qingxue, who had previously ignored her surroundings, suddenly turned her head in his direction. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Xu Haoran caught her unexpected glance before she swiftly returned her attention elsewhere. Wow, the school flower is looking at me. The school flower is looking at me, Ma Xianghao exclaimed, nearly jumping in excitement at the sight. Xu Haoran, observing Ma Xianghao's fervent grip on his arm, couldn't he help but feel disdain. Can you not be so overzealous? She merely glanced your way. Is that really worth such excitement? Besides, she wasn't even looking at you. Surveying Ma Xianghao's rather plump figure, Xu Haoran quipped. And you think she was looking at you? You don't understand. She didn't look at you either. You're just jealous. Ma Xianghao retorted dismissively. Besides, how can you not know about Senior Mei? She is the Academy's recognized school flower, exceptionally powerful and stunningly beautiful. Didn't you say that our Wanglong Academy is filled with exemplary students who don't pay attention to such matters? How can there be a universally acknowledged school flower like Mei Qingxue? Xu Haoran couldn't help but question. Hey, you clearly don't know this. Mei Qingxue is quite the notable figure in the academy, Ma Xianghao boasted, puffing out his chest as if proudly showcasing a girlfriend. Last year, an upperclassman took issue with Sister Mei and challenged her on the Divine Platform. You might not be familiar with the Divine Platform. It is the arena where our academy's beast tamers engage in duels. If someone finds another distasteful, they can ascend the platform to settle their grievances. Ordinarily, it is rather disgraceful for upperclassmen to challenge those in lower grades, and naturally, we lowerclassmen could choose not to participate. However, Sister Mei not only accepted the challenge, but triumphed. Did you know that? Ma Xianghao was beside himself with excitement, and let me tell you, she didn't just defeat one opponent. She single-handedly took on several. As Sister Mei herself put it, she aimed to impress them all at once. This confrontation caused quite a stir throughout the entire academy. Half of our students turned out to witness it. The grace of Sister Mei was a sight to behold. The entire academy was captivated. It was simply magnificent. Ma Xianghao's eyes sparkled with adoration. Subsequently, this battle was dubbed the list of deified heroes. It was through this encounter that Sister Mei became the goddess of all the male students in our academy, and ours too. He gazed dreamily at the distant Mei Qingxue, chuckling foolishly. Hey, did Qingxue just glance at me? Does she have feelings for me? Xu Haoran replied. Everyone has feelings for you, you fool. Xu Haoran, uninterested in Ma Xianghao's musings, continued walking toward the sports field with the class. The sports field was now teeming with people, and numerous buses awaited, ready to transport students off campus. However, before that, team formation had to take place. Typically, students from the same class would form teams freely, but this time was different. This time, upperclassmen would lead lowerclassmen in team formation, designed to enhance teamwork skills and showcase the abilities of the senior students. We specifically organized this event where each upperclassman team must include at least one lowerclassman. Students were allowed to choose their teammates freely, but if teams were not formed by the end, we would randomly assign them. On stage, teacher explained the rules for the outing. The destination was the Sunrise base outside the city. Once the explanations were nearly complete, it was time for everyone to form teams. Students could either team up freely or draw lots for team assignments. Upperclassmen teams were required to include at least one lowerclassman. Naturally, most of the seniors prioritized selecting juniors. The younger students, unabashed, approached the senior girls, unbothered by the risk of embarrassment, as long as the girl was attractive. Senior girls were typically the focal point of attention for male students, and Mei Qingxue was no exception, quickly becoming surrounded by eager suitors. A throng of students rushed to invite Qingxue to form a team. Who wouldn't want to team up with Mei Qingxue? Assuredly a safe choice. Not only the juniors, but even Mei Qingshua's fellow classmates were ardently requesting her to join their teams. Regrettably, Mei Qingxue showed no interest in any of them. Oh no, we certainly have no chance with the campus bell. Ma Xianghao felt a wave of despondence as he watched the crowd approach Mei Qingxue, all while he had the audacity to volunteer himself. Just you two stragglers hoping to team up with Mei Qingxue? Dream on, sneered a red-haired boy beside them. Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao turned to see who spoke, and Ma Xianghao immediately felt irked. Zhao Tian, are you out of your mind? What business is it of yours if I want to approach Mei Qingxue? He glared at the boy, visibly annoyed, but refrained from resorting to violence. Seemingly aware of Zhao Tian's temperament, so he muttered a few curses instead. Zhao Tian, the red-haired boy, merely chuckled disdainfully at Ma Xianghao, unfazed, and simply retorted, waste. Hey, you little hothead, are you really asking for trouble? Ma Xianghao's temper flared at this insult. Xu Haoran promptly intervened. Come on, let it go. Why bother with him? Xu Haoran recognized the red-haired troublemaker. He had mocked him when he first entered the class. Now he was targeting Ma Xianghao instead. Honestly, dude, your temper is far too explosive. We're all classmates. Let us keep the peace, Xu Haoran advised, attempting to pacify Ma Xianghao. Zhao Tian shot a disdainful glance at Xu Haoran, his eyes filled with contempt, the waste of the wastes. Hey, are you looking for a fight? Xu Haoran could hardly contain his anger, ready to leap forward, but Ma Xianghao held him back. Old Xu, don't act rashly. You're just an ordinary person. You can't win. Let me go? I'll show him what a punch the size of a sandbag looks like. The mention of a punch only fueled Xu Haoran's ire. However, Ma Xianghao clung tightly to Xu Haoran, persistently advising him, don't be impulsive. He's just some punk. We shouldn't be the ones to throw the first punch. That would be unreasonable. If he insults you, just insult him back. He then shouted at the red-haired boy, hey punk, don't get too cocky. If you're brave enough, go team up with Mei Qingxue and see if she'll give you, a redhead, any face. Zhao Tian scoffed at this challenge, completely unfazed by Ma Xianghao's words. It seemed he regarded both Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao as beneath him, lofty and indifferent to their presence. After Ma Xianghao's outburst, Zhao Tian didn't bother to argue back. He simply sneered and strode over to Mei Qingxue, casting a provocative glance back at Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao. As if to say, watch and learn. They observed as Zhao Tian, with his hands in his pockets, flung his hair back with an air of arrogance. Swaggering toward Mei Qingxue. After exchanging a few words with her, he returned, evidently rejected. The transformation was stark. He had approached with bravado but returned with his tail between his legs. Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Zhao Tian, I'm not saying anything, but at least others put up a bit of a struggle. You didn't even try? Ma Xianghao chuckled, unable to contain his mirth at Zhao Tian's dismal return. The red-haired boy glared at Ma Xianghao in annoyance before huffing. Mei Qingxue doesn't like redheads. Next time, I'll dye my hair yellow, and she'll definitely want to team up with me. Ha! Looks like she's not giving you any respect for that red hair. Xu Haoran laughed heartily, even bending over in amusement. Hey, I told you, if I change to yellow hair, she'll naturally agree to team up with me. Zhao Tian remained unfazed, merely sneering at the two. Unlike you two fools, no matter what color hair you dye, Mei Qingxue wouldn't even glance your way. Ma Xianghao pouted, rolling his eyes exaggeratedly while mimicking Zhao Tian's speech, eliciting uproarious laughter from Xu Haoran and the onlookers. Their laughter even caught the attention of Mei Qingxue in the distance. Ma Xianghao was entirely oblivious to the fact that Mei Qingxue had already been observing him. He directed his merciless sarcasm towards the red-haired Zhao Fei. You truly crack me up. Do you really believe this is merely a matter of changing colors? Forget yellow. If you switch to green, no one would even bother acknowledging you. Whether or not you are accepted is not for you to decide. Zhao Fei was rendered crimson with embarrassment by the other's sardonic remarks. If you're so bold, why don't you two give it a try? Let us see if anyone pays attention to you. With your meager talents, one utterly talentless, the other with a grade C aptitude, Mei Qingxue would have to be blind to choose either of you. Black, I'll give it a shot. Ma Xianghao declared. Today, I'll show you my charm. Even the school goddess will be captivated by it. Ma Xianghao might not excel in many areas, but boasting was undeniably his forte. However, after his grandstanding, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The atmosphere around him had inexplicably grown quiet. Both Ma Xianghao and Xu Haoran noticed that the crowd was collectively gazing behind them, not uttering a single word. Even Zhao Fei stood frozen, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. What are you looking at? Ma Xianghao and Xu Haoran turned around in bewilderment. Behind them stood a strikingly composed young woman, exuding an air of confidence in her short school uniform and a single ponytail. With a heart-shaped face and almond-shaped eyes, devoid of makeup, she outshone everything around her. In Ma Xiangao's eyes, it seemed as though the entire world had narrowed down to just this one girl. Thump, 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 thump. His heart raced. Mei. Mei Xuejia. Indeed, standing behind them was none other than Mei Qingxue. Chapter 75. I still won't agree. No one could have anticipated that the perpetually aloof Mei Qingxue would suddenly appear behind Xu Haoran and Ma Xiahao. Ma Xiahao was left dumbfounded, his speech faltering as his face reddened like a ripe tomato. I lack teammates. Is this your friend? What are his capabilities? What is his aptitude? Just as Ma Xiahao floundered, unsure of Mei Qingxue's intentions, she spoke, delivering a line that left everyone around her astounded. Was Mei Qingxue extending an invitation to form a team with the two of them? Mei Qingxue maintained her stoic demeanor as she addressed Xu Haoran. Clearly speaking to him, Xu Haoran understood that she was indeed addressing him. However, Ma Xiahao misinterpreted the situation, thinking Mei Qingxue was inquiring about Xu Haoran's aptitude. Stuttering, he interjected before Xu Haoran could respond. I'm a grade C, intermediate beastmaster. My friend lacks beastmaster aptitude. He is not yet a beastmaster. He had intended to add that if she found Xu Haoran unsatisfactory, he would gladly team up with Mei Qingxue alone. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from expressing such thoughts, prioritizing their brotherhood. After all, Mei Qingxue was a woman beyond his reach. The bond with his brother held greater significance. Nevertheless, the fact that Mei Qingxue had approached him was utterly extraordinary. Could it be that she secretly harbored feelings for him? Ma Xiahao felt a surge of excitement. Had his charm truly reached such heights? I didn't ask you. Mei Qingxue shot a glance at Ma Xiahao, her demeanor cool and indifferent, then turned to Xu Haoran. Is what he said true? Xu Haoran nodded. Yes, it's true. I have no rank. He is an intermediate beastmaster with a grade C aptitude, and he is my friend. Is that so? Mei Qingxue nodded. In that case, do you have any teammates? If not, come with me. Gasp. This single statement caused the surrounding onlookers to collectively inhale sharply. If there had been any doubt before, it was now confirmed. Mei Qingxue was genuinely inviting Xu Haoran and Ma Xiahao to form a team. The school goddess, Mei Qingxue, was indeed extending an invitation to the two. Wow. Did Mei Goddess really just invite people into her main team? Who were these two? It seemed they had a connection with Mei Goddess. What incredible luck they had, being invited to team up with Mei Qingxue. But who were these two? And why did they deserve to team up with her? Even Zhao Tian, who had just mocked Xu Haoran and the others, now gaped in disbelief. Mei Qingxue was inviting Xu Haoran. Why? He had approached her for an invitation, only to be outright rejected. Why was it that she overlooked him in favor of these two misfits? All right, then the three of us are settled. What do you think? Xu Haoran replied without hesitation. Mei Qingxue nodded. I think so too. My abilities should suffice to support both of you. Mei Qingxue's reasoning was straightforward. She intended to use these two seemingly inept individuals to hone her own skills. After all, finding a regular person like Xu Haoran and a grade C talent like Ma Xiahao was no easy feat. It was truly rare to find two such individuals paired together, capable of maximizing her potential. Of course, knowing Xu Haoran was also a contributing factor. She hadn't anticipated running into him here. Hadn't he claimed he wasn't a Beastmaster from Wanglong Academy? How had he now become a student of Wanglong Academy, and one without Beastmaster aptitude at that? She was curious, but felt this wasn't the time for questions. They could converse later since they were now a team. Thus, she refrained from asking further. The three of them happily decided to team up, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Those still wishing to invite Mei Qingxue for a team were left in shock. Mei Qingxue had just formed a team with two individuals of exceedingly poor aptitude. What in the world? What had Xu Haoran just said? He had no aptitude? How had he even been admitted to Wanglong Academy? How had Mei Qingxue found him worthy? Those around them gritted their teeth in frustration. Zhao Tian was trembling with rage, unable to comprehend why Mei Qingxue had chosen these two over him. All right, so it's confirmed, we'll walk together. Today, we'll be grouped by teams, Xu Haoran stated. Normally, transportation was arranged by classes, but today was an exception, as they would travel in teams, with upperclassmen assisting their junior counterparts. Yes, Mei Qingxue replied softly, standing quietly as she awaited the others to form their teams before setting off. Finally, Ma Xiahao, who had been overlooked until now, snapped back to reality. He excitedly pulled Xu Haoran closer, whispering in disbelief. You know Mei Qingxue? Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Xu Haoran was familiar with Mei Qingxue. Ma Xiahao was utterly astonished. He had never realized Xu Haoran had such an acquaintance. Good heavens! Was it possible that what his father had said was true? Who is Xu Haoran the offspring of? Otherwise, how could he possibly be acquainted with both Chu Shaoqing and Mei Qingxue? He harbors serious doubts about whether Xu Haoran is familiar with other prodigies as well. I do know her. I met her when I first arrived at school. Chu Shaoqing had a conflict with Mei Qingxue, and at that time, I spoke a few words in support of Chu Shaoqing. That is how we all became acquainted. I'm not sure if that counts as helping Chu Shaoqing, but Xu Haoran believes it does. No, if you aided Chu Shaoqing, Why would our school's beauty actively seek you out to form a team? Ma Xianghao was flabbergasted. Is Xu Haoran truly that charming? He helped Xu Shaoqing, and now Mei Qingxue seems to have developed a fondness for him. Others have sought Mei Qingxue's company and been turned away. Yet she took the initiative to approach Xu Haoran. Surely, this indicates affection? Such occurrences with Mei Qingxue indicate more than mere fondness. She might have already developed feelings for Xu Haoran. After all, when has Mei Qingxue ever pursued anyone so proactively? Perhaps it's due to my overwhelming charm? Xu Haoran tossed his flowing hair nonchalantly, a brilliant smile illuminating his face as he cast his gaze toward the distant, begrudging Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian, why do you always stare at us so intently? He flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery. Zhao Tian clenched his jaw, remaining silent, though his eyes seemed to blaze with fury. No worries. If you ever wish to team up with us, just say the word. I assure you, I will not agree. Xu Haoran was undeterred by Zhao Tian's silence. He maintained his banter. You. Zhao Tian's complexion shifted from crimson to pale in an instant. Xu Haoran's smug demeanor resembled that of a petty victor. After glaring fiercely at Xu Haoran, Zhao Tian's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Mei Qingxue beside him. He was unwilling to lose face in her presence. That contemptible scoundrel. He silently etched Xu Haoran's visage into his memory before turning away and striding off to find a teacher to draw lots for team assignments. For him, not being able to team up with Mei Qingxue rendered all other partnerships inconsequential. Watching Zhao Tian's retreating figure, Xu Haoran grinned triumphantly, calling out, "Don't rush off. If I refuse this time, you can always come back next time. I still want to agree." Zhao Tian's fists clenched tightly, almost unable to restrain himself from charging back to confront Xu Haoran. This insufferable loudmouth is truly unbearable. Chapter 76, Practical Training, Beast King Class Crystal Core. Ma Xianghao tilted his head back, gazing at Xu Haoran with admiration. This was ruthlessness incarnate. Such humiliation, and Xu Haoran showed no concern about future enmity. Haoran, we should leave a line for others. It's best not to offend someone too deeply. Ma Xianghao felt it necessary to impart some wisdom to Xu Haoran about social conduct. You're right, Xu Haoran conceded. One should indeed leave some room for others. I believe I have teased him enough for today. Let us save a little for tomorrow. That is not what I meant by leaving a line. Soon, everyone had chosen their partners. For those who hadn't, the teachers arranged random pairings by drawing lots. For classes, for teachers, each taking their students onto the transport. You sit with me. As they boarded, Ma Xianghao fantasized about the possibility of sitting with Mei Qingxue. However, before he could act upon it, Mei Qingxue had already extended an invitation to Xu Haoran to sit with her. Damn it, the privilege of connections. Hearing Mei Qingxue invite Xu Haoran to sit with her, Ma Xianghao felt his heart being wrenched painfully. It was unbearable. A heartache. The rich second generation should meet an untimely demise. Except for himself. All right, Xu Haoran replied, not declining the offer. Watching the two bask in each other's company, Ma Xianghao felt tears welling up, rubbing his eyes, feeling utterly abandoned. What made Xu Haoran so popular while he had yet to attract a single girl's attention? It was infuriating. The comparison was maddening. Not only Ma Xianghao, but even other classmates of Xu Haoran were envious of how close he was to Mei Qingxue. They couldn't comprehend what Mei Qingxue saw in Xu Haoran. Their talents were no less than his. In the double seat, Xu Haoran and Mei Qingxue sat side by side. Mei Qingxue, positioned by the window, exuded an air of elegance, her flawless profile resembling a proud plum blossom. Xu Haoran could catch the faint, sweet scent of osmanthus wafting from her, delicate yet delightful. Didn't you say you weren't a student of Wanglong Academy? You entered through the director's connections? Just as Xu Haoran was savoring the fragrance of the girl beside him, Mei Qingxue suddenly spoke. Connections? Xu Haoran hadn't anticipated the question. And after a moment of contemplation, he replied, it's not quite that. I was selected as a Gemini star. Which is how I gained the opportunity to join Wanglong Academy. Gemini star? You were chosen as a Gemini star? Mei Qingxue turned to look at Xu Haoran with a hint of puzzlement. Although his face was decent enough, the selection for Gemini stars was not based on appearance. But you have no beast taming talent, right? Indeed, I lack beast taming talent. That is precisely why I was selected as a Gemini star. Xu Haoran smiled. Perhaps the Academy aims to elevate the difficulty of its teaching by allowing an ordinary person like me to become a Gemini star. If I can grow into an exceptional beast master, it would showcase the Academy's teaching prowess, wouldn't it? As he spun this tale, Xu Haoran found himself believing it. To be honest, he didn't quite understand why Director Chu had taken an interest in him. However, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he now had a school to attend, money to earn, and resources to utilize. He felt quite content. There was no need to dwell on such matters. Elevate the difficulty of teaching? Mei Qingxue wore a peculiar expression. What kind of reasoning was that? Yet it did seem plausible. She shook her head, quickly dismissing the thought, as it didn't particularly concern her. By the way, I haven't added you on WeChat. Let us exchange contacts. Xu Haoran suddenly took out his phone, realizing he hadn't acquired her contact information yet. Sure, Mei Qingxue didn't refuse. After Xu Haoran had assisted her previously, she held a favorable impression of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been willing to team up with him. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Mei Qingxue fell silent. Xu Haoran, feeling somewhat bored, leaned closer and inquired, Qingxue, what talents and abilities do you possess? I've heard others say you're exceptionally strong. I'm a Class A, Special Beast Master. A Special Beast Master? Xu Haoran was not entirely familiar with the current classification of abilities. How many Special Beast Masters are there in our academy? 5, Mei Qingxue replied coolly. Then how many students does our academy have? Over 2,000. All elite students from various regions within the province, Mei Qingxue stated. Xu Haoran inhaled deeply. Over 2,000 elite students from across the province. 5 special masters. My goodness. Xu Haoran was left speechless, his heart racing. He finally understood why so many people revered Mei Qingxue. Without delving into other matters, when it comes to strength, it is undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Wanlong Academy has always been a gathering place for the elite of the Shudi region, attracting countless outstanding students. In such a competitive environment, Mei Qingxue managed to stand out remarkably. It is no wonder that she has gained such prominence within the academy. Ma Xianghao, listening to the affectionate exchange between the two, silently shed tears, staring out the window in silence, with no one to converse with. It was painful, like a mushroom. The weather today was quite pleasant, with a clear blue sky devoid of clouds. The sun was not too intense, making it an ideal time for an outing. The vehicle drove straight out of the city. The Sunrise Base is a large facility established by the authorities a few kilometers outside the city, specifically designed for novice beast tamers to hone their skills. This site not only accommodates the beast tamers from Wanlong Academy, but also serves as a training ground for students from various other institutions. However, it only accepts one academy at a time each day. Upon entering the forest, the initial asphalt road eventually gave way to a bumpy, muddy path as they ventured deeper into the woods. The journey from the academy to the Sunrise Base took over an hour, navigating through dense foliage and winding roads until they finally caught sight of the camp ahead. It resembled a factory, enclosed by cement walls, with surveillance cameras monitoring every movement from outside, ensuring the base's security. The heavy black iron gate made the entire facility appear as if an ancient tortoise was resting within the mountain forest. Soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms guarded the entrance. Upon spotting the vehicle carrying Xu Haoran and the others, they did not conduct any checks and allowed them to pass freely. This indicated that the base was likely not of significant importance. Xu Haoran, observing this easy passage, thought to himself that it was merely a training ground for junior beast tamers, not a crucial location. The guards here were not primarily concerned with human threats, but rather with ferocious beasts. The base was larger than the academy's playground, filled with prefabricated buildings and large tents. After parking nearby, everyone disembarked and gathered. Once all had assembled, I will elucidate the rules for everyone. Teacher and 3 other instructors called together students from the 4 classes and took up a megaphone to explain the rules. The practical training guidelines were similar to previous sessions, with teams entering the nearby forest for combat training. The ferocious beasts in the vicinity had been cleared, and electric fences surrounded the outer perimeter, ensuring that the beasts within were of a manageable strength. Each participant would be issued a red flare. In case of danger, firing a shot into the sky would signal the team's surrender of the special training, prompting designated personnel to come to their aid. However, this would also mean forfeiting any rewards. Given that this was a special training session, numerous teams were formed, and there were indeed rewards for the top teams. The top 3 teams would receive prizes based on the number of crystal cores collected. With 4 classes participating this time, the rewards were even more generous than usual. The first place team would receive a Beast King level crystal core for each member. The second place team would earn elite level crystal cores, while the third place team would each receive a mid-level pet healing potion. Beast King level crystal cores. My goodness, are they truly that generous? A Beast King level crystal core starts at several hundred thousand. The academy is being extraordinarily lavish. The crowd was astonished. Ma Xianghao gasped, incredulous. Is the academy really this extravagant? They are offering Beast King level crystal cores as rewards? Xu Haoran, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. To clarify, this was not just a single Beast King level crystal core. It was one for each member of the winning team, worth at least 1 million. They must be exceedingly wealthy. Wait a minute. Ma Xianghao shook his head. Previously, the rewards were elite level crystal cores, or even lower tier cores, or other incentives. Elite level crystal cores are already considered highly valuable. I wonder why they decided to offer such a precious reward this time. Perhaps it's because there are 4 classes, Ma Xianghao pondered. If we secure first place, wouldn't that be a tremendous gain? Xu Haoran said, feeling a surge of excitement. A single Beast King level crystal core could be worth hundreds of thousands. If they managed to obtain one, it would be a windfall for him. It feels like a fortune is flowing in recently. Just last night, Ma Xianghao transferred 3,000 to him, and now there could be tens of thousands more. Old Xu, have you forgotten something? Ma Xianghao suddenly turned pale, as if a realization struck him. What misunderstanding are you referring to? Xu Haoran asked, puzzled. If it were just Mei Senior alone, she would undoubtedly secure first place. But with us, Ma Xianghao's expression darkened. Damn it, we were too careless. They only have 3 members. And I'm a C-grade talent while Xu Haoran is just an ordinary person. What are we even doing? No matter how formidable Mei Qingxue is, can she carry 2 deadweights to victory? After all, many other teams consist of 5 members. Realizing the predicament, Xu Haoran remarked, right, I completely forgot about your C-grade aptitude. Sai, you really know how to hold us back. He sighed at Ma Xianghao. Ma Xianghao retorted, are you under some sort of delusion about your own capabilities? Am I the one holding us back? Old Xu, don't you think your strength may be relatively weaker in our team? Ma Xianghao attempted to phrase it delicately, not wanting to hurt Xu Haoran's pride. But I have Tom. Xu Haoran proudly patted the creature at his feet. Ma Xianghao and Mei Qingxue turned to look at Tom, who was curiously observing the surroundings, and they couldn't help but twitch their lips. What use is this creature? It isn't even a combat pet, it's merely a pet. Does Xu Haoran expect this thing to fight? Just then, several individuals approached them, 2 boys and 2 girls, 2 upperclassmen accompanied by 2 freshmen. Is there something you need? Mei Qingxue recognized them. Mei Qingxue, we're all in the same class. How about you ditch these 2 and team up with us? If we stick together, the Beast King level crystal core will surely be ours. Du Heng smiled as he extended the invitation to Mei Qingxue. Without the prospect of a Beast King level crystal core, it would be one thing. However, with the rewards now being Beast King level crystal cores, who wouldn't he be tempted? Initially, it was usually 1 or 2 upperclassmen guiding a couple of underclassmen, but now, they found the younger students to be mere burdens. They had to seek out stronger teammates to bolster their chances. Compared to others, Mei Qingxue was undoubtedly the best choice, a special grade beast tamer. The 2 of them ranked among the top beast tamers in the class. With the addition of Mei Qingxue, securing the first position seemed all but guaranteed. Furthermore, should Mei Qingxue join them, she would undoubtedly acquire a Beast King level crystal core, a truly mutually beneficial arrangement. However, without hesitation, Mei Qingxue declined their offer. No. Regardless of whether I can switch teams now, I will not join you. Qingxue, both of us are among the top advanced beast tamers in the class. If the 3 of us collaborate, how can we not claim the first place? Another robust male student interjected. If you are truly reluctant to abandon these 2, we could at least join forces. In that case, we would possess 4 Beast King level crystal cores. Each of us could take 1, and the remaining 1 could be evenly distributed among the other 4. This proposal was indeed quite appealing. On Du Heng's side, he and his companion were accompanied by 2 younger female students, neither of whom was expected to contribute significantly. Merely not hindering their progress would suffice. Yet, with the allure of Beast King level crystal cores as rewards, their standards could not remain so low. Such collaboration would indeed benefit all parties involved, ensuring ample rewards for all 3 of them. Xu Haoran and his group would also receive their rewards. It could be considered a win-win situation. And Teacher and Lan had never stated that such cooperation was not permissible. Before Mei Qingxue could respond, several others approached. Qingxue, ignore them. We should team up for a higher chance of victory. A stout boy and a tall girl, accompanied by a lively young girl with a ponytail and an oval face, approached her. Qingxue, let's collaborate. The probability of us securing first place together is much greater. Exactly. Forget about Du Heng and the others. Together we shall be invincible. You lot are utterly shameless, trying to form a team here. A nearby group noticed the unfolding situation and walked over. As more people gathered around, all eyes were on Mei Qingxue. In the distance, Lan and several other teachers observed the commotion. Old Zhang, Old Hao. Are we going to just stand by while these youngsters play their tricks? A burly man clad in a snug tank top squinted at the clustering students. Lan chuckled lightly. Isn't this delightful? Everyone aspires to claim first place. A bit of fierce competition is hardly a bad thing. A refined young man nodded in agreement, his lips curving into a smile. Indeed, another dark-skinned man concurred. Olden makes a valid point. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, the burly man fell silent. Meanwhile, several teams had already gathered, eager to recruit Mei Qingxue into their ranks. Even if she could not join their team, they could still collaborate in hunting monsters. The rules did not prohibit cooperation between teams, as long as they could obtain the Beast King level crystal cores. What did it matter if they appeared somewhat shameless? After all, they were Beast King level cores, even if they didn't use them for their own beasts. Selling them could yield a handsome profit. Yet, despite the multitude of invitations, Mei Qingxue showed no signs of relenting. No, if you wish to form a team, do so among yourselves. We only need 3 people, no more, no additional teams. Mei Qingxue maintained her aloof demeanor, devoid of emotion, and almost predictably rejected everyone. This left many feeling somewhat disheartened. Ma Xianghao observed as Mei Qingxue turned down one group after another. Words of protest stuck in his throat. This was a Beast King-level crystal core. From his perspective, he believed these individuals were correct. If they joined forces with other teams, the likelihood of securing first place and obtaining the crystal cores would be significantly higher. After all, what did it matter if their rewards were slightly diminished? It was certainly better than receiving nothing at all. Without collaboration, they stood little chance of obtaining anything. Even the second place was uncertain. After all, their team consisted of just 3 people, and 2 of them were liabilities. Forget about first place. It would be a stroke of luck to even secure second or third. What hope did they have for first? In such a scenario, the most rational course of action would indeed be to form alliances with others. Mei Xuejie. How about? Ma Xianghao began, attempting to persuade Mei Qingxue. Mei Qingxue turned to him, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Xu Haoran interjected. Why don't we drive these people away? Irritated, Xu Haoran glared at those surrounding them. Are you questioning my brother Maya's strength? Do you not realize what kind of prowess he possesses? He directed his ire at those still attempting to disrupt Mei Qingxue. Do you know my brother Lao Maya's capabilities? B-class aptitude. Does he need your teams? Not at all. My brother Lao Ma alone could overpower all of your teams. Let alone if he teams up with Mei Qingxue. Together, they could easily secure first place even with me, a useless addition, or even with 2 more useless members. A hush fell over the crowd. Ma Xianghao also fell silent. Mei Qingxue remained ever so quiet. It was the first time he had witnessed someone insult themselves so vehemently. Ma Xianghao was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to perceive Xu Haoran's words as praise or condemnation. He had expected Xu Haoran to assist him in persuading Mei Qingxue, yet he had unwittingly turned it into a display of his own invincibility, leaving Ma Xianghao unsure of how to respond. If he claimed Xu Haoran wasn't he helping, then the latter was indeed extolling his own virtues. However, to assert that Xu Haoran was aiding him seemed rather off. Moreover, was he not generating too much animosity toward himself? The surrounding crowd was now eyeing him with unfriendly expressions. Let me tell you, Mei Qingxue, you're standing next to an individual with B-class aptitude and another who lacks any beast taming talent, merely accompanied by a cat. A female classmate of Mei Qingxue stepped forward, glancing disdainfully at the cat beside Xu Haoran. That pathetic creature doesn't he even qualify as a pet? You're burdened with 2 liabilities and expect to secure first place? How do you plan to achieve that without joining us? Indeed, Mei Qingxue, everyone else is forming teams. You can't go solo. Others chimed in. Still, Mei Qingxue showed no inclination to agree. Anxious murmurs spread through the crowd. Time was running short. The special training session was about to commence, and if they did not form teams soon, it would be too late. What are you all fussing about? Yet, before Mei Qingxue could speak, Xu Haoran once again stepped forward, pointing at the others as he began to berate them. I've stated that my brother Ma Xianghao and Mei Qingxue combined are unbeatable. Did you not hear me? Are you deaf? Or do you simply disdain my brother's prowess? If you have the guts, challenge my brother to a duel. You'll see for yourselves. Enough, enough. Brother, stop it. As the crowd's attention turned to him, Ma Xianghao's expression soured. Forget them. Let us just walk away, the 3 of us. If Xu Haoran continued, he genuinely feared for their safety on the way home. My brother is magnanimous and won't hold grudges against you. Consider yourselves fortunate today. With Ma Xianghao finally speaking, Xu Haoran relented and ceased his tirade, guiding them away from the throng. Old Xu, once they had distanced themselves, they were finally free from harassment. Others were well aware that Mei Qingxue was indeed disinclined to form a team, prompting them to seek partners elsewhere. Consequently, only Xu Haoran and his 2 companions remained, isolated and forlorn. Upon witnessing the formation of other teams, Ma Xianghao felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and could not help but quietly pull Xu Haoran aside. What is the matter? Do you look down upon those who are teaming up? Xu Haoran inquired. I do indeed. What is the point of teaming up? We secured the first place today. With you and Senior Mei by my side, who could possibly rival us? This first place is undoubtedly ours. Ma Xianghao slightly parted his lips, but Xu Haoran's assertion left him momentarily speechless. How could he counter such an assertion? No, I'm not that strong. Although Xu Haoran's self-praise felt good, Ma Xianghao believed it was crucial to respect the truth. I only possess a C-grade aptitude. Is it possible that I might falter? As others formed their teams, the 3 of them were left alone. Do you see those shameless individuals over there? They gathered a group of over 10, clearly aiming for the top spot. Ma Xianghao gestured towards a distant group, evidently intent on claiming first place. This was indeed quite brazen. Xu Haoran could hardly bear to watch as these individuals resorted to unscrupulous methods for victory. Exactly. Ma Xianghao nodded vigorously. Thus, I think he tentatively stretched his neck. Casting a glance at Mei Qingxue beside him, Xu Haoran noticed Ma Xianghao's gesture and furrowed his brow, seemingly understanding something. His voice grew serious. Are you implying that you wish to claim first place all by yourself? Do you look down upon both me and Senior Mei, thinking we would slow you down? Huh. Mei Qingxue turned to Ma Xianghao, puzzled. Ma Xianghao's face flushed crimson. What nonsense. How did I come to imply that? I meant for you to persuade Mei Qingxue to join us. No, I understand. Ma Xianghao attempted to explain, but Xu Haoran interrupted. I know, Brother Ma, that you possess exceptional strength. Even without us, you could easily secure first place. Yet, we're brothers. Such a splendid opportunity should be shared among us. Senior Mei is, after all, a special grade Beastmaster. Having her along won't hinder our progress, will it? Just focus on performing well. I assure you, neither Senior nor I will hold you back. Ma Xianghao, I'm not suggesting that at all. I understand. Xu Haoran clapped his thigh. I recognize your formidable strength. But can't you spare a little face for your brothers? Must you be so disdainful of me? Ma Xianghao, woo-woo, that is not what I meant. Then it's settled. He was on the verge of tears. It's over, it's all over. I can't even express my thoughts to Xu Haoran. I dare not mention forming a team again. If I speak further, who knows what rumors Xu Haoran might spread about me claiming first place. What a ridiculous situation. Watching the distant teams assemble, he felt utterly helpless. It seemed that first place was no longer within their grasp. They would have to find a way to secure second or third instead. That's the spirit. Xu Haoran chuckled, embracing Ma Xianghao's shoulders. He was well aware of Ma Xianghao's thoughts. However, Ma Xianghao's perception of their team's strength was somewhat misguided. Gathering more individuals would only squander precious resources. It was far better for the three of them to aim for first place. If he were to lead Ma Xianghao alone, he truly lacked the confidence to secure the top spot. Yet with Mei Qingxue, a special grade Beastmaster, alongside his own tame, he felt that first place was indeed within reach. Seeing Ma Xianghao standing beside him, his eyes vacant as if his soul had departed, Xu Haoran found it amusing. Don't be so disheartened. Are you feeling that securing first place is too easy? Ma Xianghao's eyelids drooped, his gaze despondent. Perhaps. Bullocks. Their team consists of 2 deadweights. How could they possibly claim first? By sacrificing themselves? Even if they sold Xu Haoran and himself, they still wouldn't win first place. A gentle breeze wafted through, and time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had formed their teams. During this time, Teacher and Lon and others did not intervene, indicating that forming teams was indeed permissible. Once everyone was prepared, they began distributing signal flares, accompanied by a set time. By 4 o'clock that evening, all participants must return to this location. Anyone arriving even 1 minute late would have their scores nullified. This meant that everyone had from approximately 11 in the morning until 4 in the evening to hunt. After the signal flares were distributed, the crowd eagerly departed the camp. This entire area was designated as a hunting ground, and within this range, they could engage in their pursuits. After Xu Haoran and his companions received their signal flares, they promptly set off towards the outskirts of the Sunrise Base to hunt. The training grounds of the Sunrise Base were remarkably vast, about the size of a small county. Although high-level ferocious beasts had been eradicated, many low-level ones still roamed. Even after a thorough sweep, danger still lurked. Be cautious. While this area has been cleared, numerous deadly beasts remain. Ma Xianghao felt particularly vigilant upon reaching the base's outskirts. After all, he was merely a C-grade aptitude intermediate beastmaster. In a forest teeming with ferocious beasts, he was akin to a walking bag of feed. Just stay behind me. If we encounter any ferocious beasts, hide. And leave the rest to me. Once they departed the Sunrise Base, Mei Qingxue transformed entirely, resembling a drawn sword, radiating a chilling brilliance and exuding formidable prowess. She summoned her 2 pet beasts. One was a flying unicorn beetle, its shell a shimmering green, glimmering with iridescent hues, classified as a rare-grade pet. The other was an imperial-grade pet, the 9-tailed linglong fox, on par with A.O. Xiaoshuang's colorful spirit phoenix. Though named the 9-tailed fox, it only possessed 4 tails, likely due to its youth. As it matured, it would grow 9 tails. With each additional tail, the linglong fox would awaken a new elemental attack capability. Even among imperial-grade beasts, it was a top-tier creature, comparable to holy-grade beasts. Thus, the imperial-grade beast king-level 9-tailed linglong fox and the rare-grade general-level green-faced glimmering bug were the 2 pets currently contracted by Mei Qingxue. This was the foundation of her confidence in securing first place. Both possessed formidable combat capabilities, showcasing the depth of a special-grade Beastmaster's prowess. How impressive! Ma Xianghao gazed at Mei Qingshua's two pets, his eyes sparkling with envy. He then patted his own pet beside him. Old pig, you must step up your game. Don't let Senior outshine you. Though an intermediate beastmaster, Ma Xianghao also had a pet, a triceratops pig, a stout, robust creature resembling a rhinoceros, adorned with three sharp, pointed horns atop its head. Its body was sturdy, with thick fur, and it possessed three razor-sharp horns akin to those of a triceratops. It can be described as a formidable beast that seamlessly integrates both defense and offense. However, it appears somewhat corpulent and unwieldy, perhaps due to its lavish diet. This creature was personally selected by Ma Xiangfei, who also invested a substantial sum to acquire this rare breed of ferocious beast cub. Given Ma Xianghao's qualifications, securing a rare quality pet is already a considerable feat. This particular beast had to be nurtured and familiarized with him from a young age before a bond could be forged, as the likelihood of forming a contract otherwise would be uncertain. This is indicative of the advantages enjoyed by the affluent. The value of such ferocious cubs has skyrocketed, making them prohibitively expensive for the average worker, who might toil for decades without being able to afford one. As for Xu Haoran, it is needless to say that his companion Tom pales in comparison, not just to Mei Qingshua's beast, but even to Ma Xianghao's swine. Noticing that Xu Haoran was without a pet, Ma Xianghao felt a twinge of pride. He approached Xu Haoran, draping an arm around his shoulder. And in response to Xu Haoran's puzzled expression, he offered, "Old Xu, do not be disheartened. It's merely the absence of a pet, after all. I shall have my dragon pig protect you. My pig is quite formidable." Ma Xianghao chuckled with pride, convinced of his superiority over Xu Haoran, even if he could not quite rival Mei Qingxue. Xu Haoran smiled in return, refraining from disagreement. "That's splendid. You must ensure my safety, with you around. Our claim to first place is secured." Chapter 79, Mind Your Own Business. Huh, you too, with your lackluster talents, aspire to claim the top spot? What a delusion. Just as Ma Xianghao was about to respond, a group of individuals suddenly appeared nearby, casting derisive glances in his direction. These were some of Mei Qingshua's classmates whom they had encountered earlier, led by someone named Du Hong, accompanied by several others and their formidable pets. "Qingxue, do you truly wish to forfeit first place by associating with these two losers?" Du Hong directed his scornful gaze towards Mei Qingxue. "Who are you calling a loser?" Ma Xianghao interjected, his brows furrowing in irritation. "Besides the two of you, are there any other losers here?" Du Hong sneered at Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao. "Senior, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning?" Xu Haoran stepped forward, calmly interjecting to prevent the irate Ma Xianghao from retaliating. Du Hong frowned. "What are you talking about?" "I brushed my teeth this morning," Xu Haoran replied, puzzled. "That's strange. If you did, then why does your breath smell so foul?" "What did you say?" Du Hong, quick to react, became infuriated. "How dare you insult me?" "Not at all." Xu Haoran waved his hands defensively. "I would never insult you, senior. I merely heard a beast howling over there." "And what does a beast howling have to do with your insults?" Du Hong clenched his fists, glaring menacingly at Xu Haoran, ready to strike at any moment. "You do realize that whether we secure first place or not is none of your concern, so why are you meddling in our affairs?" In a sudden shift, Xu Haoran, who had been meek moments before, stood tall, hands on his hips, and defiantly raised his chin. Taken aback, Ma Xianghao stared at Xu Haoran for 3 seconds before his expression shifted entirely. He just retorted, "Impressive." The skill with which Xu Haoran insulted was remarkable. It was no wonder he was his brother. Du Hong and his companions also stood dumbfounded for a few seconds, realizing that Xu Haoran had indeed been insulting him. "You." Du Hong, unable to match Xu Haoran's quick wit, trembled with rage, his shoulders shaking, yet he found himself at a loss for words, nearly resorting to violence against Xu Haoran. But upon noticing Mei Qingshua's stern demeanor, he hesitated. He knew he could not win against her, and they were classmates, so fighting was out of the question. Yet, seeing Xu Haoran puffing out his chest only fueled his anger, and he spat. "You worthless fool. You'll never contract a pet in your life, yet you dare to compete for first place? What do you have to compare with our team?" Leaving behind a biting remark, he turned to leave, but not before overhearing Xu Haoran chatting with Ma Xianghao in the distance. "Hey, old Ma, do you know why I love dogs?" "Why?" Ma Xianghao inquired. "Because a dog will always be a dog, but some people, at times, are truly less than human, even inferior to dogs." Du Hong halted in his tracks. Sensing something was off, his companions, noticing his demeanor, quickly offered comfort. "Du Hong, let it go. We still need to secure first place. Why bother with these two losers? Besides, Mei Qingxue is right there." Winning against Mei Qingxue was not the issue. The real concern was the time wasted. They could not afford to let others claim first place while they squabbled. Du Hong's expression darkened. He turned back to cast one last glare at Xu Haoran, recognizing that now was not the time to escalate matters. He scrutinized Xu Haoran's face for 3 seconds before turning away, his mood sour. With Du Heng and his group gone, only Mei Qingxue, Xu Haoran, and Ma Xianghao remained. Your tongue. Once Du Heng and his group had fully departed, Mei Qingxue could no longer suppress her thoughts and glanced at Xu Haoran, hesitating to voice her admiration. It's a shame you don't pursue a career in stand-up comedy or a talk show with that mouth of yours. Ma Xianghao chimed in, indeed, while others sweetened their words. Xu Haoran's tongue is laced with poison. Sometimes it frightens me just to watch. Absolutely. Mei Qingxue nodded earnestly in agreement. Am I not allowed to retort when insulted? If respect is given in measure, so too must it be returned. If they insult me, how can I not respond? Otherwise, I might wake up in fury at night. Xu Haoran dismissed the banter. Enough about my tongue. Let us focus on slaying beasts. That is our true priority. Disinterested in further debate with Ma Xianghao, Xu Haoran led the way deeper into the forest. The trio moved swiftly, soon distancing themselves from the base. Little Qing, attack. However, after traversing only a short distance into the forest, Mei Qingxue suddenly commanded her azure beetle to attack a large tree. Buzz. Whoosh. Before Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao could comprehend the situation, a brilliant beam of azure light shot straight towards a large tree before them. Boom. The tree, large enough for 5 people to embrace, erupted violently, resembling an explosion. Accompanied by the carcass of a beetle, a yellowish crystal core scattered across the ground. What on earth is this? Ma Xianghao exclaimed in shock as a beetle's head landed before him. When did a beetle get up in that tree? Be cautious. Any beast that survives in this forest possesses its own means of survival. Concealment is merely their basic skill. Some can kill a person in an instant. If you aren't careful, I cannot guarantee your safety, Mei Qingxue warned, picking up the yellow crystal core. Only then did Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao comprehend the dangers lurking within the forest, their expressions turning grave. This was far too perilous. They hadn't even noticed the beetle prior to the incident. Be sure to take care, do not perish. They exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered this phrase. The two individuals shared a hearty laugh. Be cautious. I cannot guarantee your safety, Xu Haoran remarked, before following Mei Qingxue as they continued their journey forward. Meanwhile, as Xu Haoran and his companions were exploring the forest and engaging in combat with monsters, Lu Rian was engrossed in discussions regarding her significant business venture on the other side. Chapter 80, Conspiracy. Longjing, Longyao Group. The Lingsheng grass is an exceedingly rare herb. If Ms. Lu can consume it, this business deal would indeed be a mutually beneficial collaboration. In a lavish office, 4 impeccably dressed men regarded Lu Rian with warm smiles. Lingsheng grass is pivotal for genetic agents, and its regulation is exceptionally stringent. I exerted considerable effort to obtain this approval, Lu Rian stated, placing a red envelope on the table. Had it not been for my connections in Rong City, this deal might not have materialized. These Lingsheng grasses were destined for the premier genetic companies and the Beast Control Bureau in Rong City. If this deal goes through, I, Lu Rian, will undoubtedly ensure that none of you present are left wanting. With a sweet smile and captivating gaze, she rendered the men before her utterly entranced. Excellent. With Ms. Lu's assurance, we can proceed with confidence, they exclaimed joyfully. It was worth our considerable effort to exclude other enterprises from partnering with you. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a charming and capable woman? The objective of collaboration is mutual gain, after all, if the executives are satisfied. Shall we finalize this partnership? Lu Rian replied alluringly. Agreed. Let it be settled. Should Ms. Lu achieve prosperity, do remember us, the old fellows, they jested. You gentlemen, esteemed figures in Longyao Group, hardly need me, a mere woman, to remind you. Yet Lu Rian assured them, once I flourish, I shall not forget the first business opportunity you have provided. Laughter filled the room as they signed the contract, all in high spirits. Lu Rian felt an exhilarating thrill. She had unexpectedly secured such a substantial opportunity. Indeed, under the compulsion of profit, one can achieve remarkable feats. Would not a colossal enterprise like Longyao Group be willing to relinquish such a lucrative deal for sufficient profit? She declined their invitation to drink, preferring to return to Rong City to meet her young companion. Those old men were far too cunning. She understood their intentions behind the drinking invitation. If she were to indulge, it would be with her youthful partner, though she did not join them for drinks. She arranged for her secretary to provide several lovely companions to keep them entertained. After Lu Rian departed, the office gradually emptied, leaving only 2 middle-aged men in suits. One, portly and enigmatic, sipped his tea with an inscrutable smile. The other, with graying hair, refilled his cup. Tiger, Lu Rian has left. What shall we do now? What shall we do? Since she has departed, let us make arrangements, Tiger replied with a soft chuckle. Are you suggesting? The suited man inquired tentatively. Haven't I already mentioned? This item is merely on loan to her. We shall reclaim it in due course. Tiger frowned, feeling his subordinate lacked intelligence. Did they truly believe a few million could buy their allegiance? That foolish woman, did she genuinely think I had taken a liking to her? Find some individuals unrelated to our company to follow her to Rome City. Once she returns, we shall capture her and seize the herbs as well. This batch is of great significance. She wishes to profit, yet fails to recognize her own insignificance, foolishly attempting to collaborate with Long Yao Group. Did she think we were after her meager funds? However, once we obtain the herbs, do not kill her. Although she is not much, she possesses a certain allure. I shall enjoy her first, and when I tire of her, I will let you have your turn. Tiger's eyes narrowed, despite his words of indifference. His greed betrayed his lecherous nature. The middle-aged man clapped his hands. Tiger, your strategy is truly masterful. You have evaded the scrutiny of the company while delivering the herbs to the authorities. Moreover, the blame will fall squarely on that foolish woman, Lu Rian. Everyone will believe she absconded with the herbs. No one will suspect us. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The Mediterranean man's plump face radiated sycophantic smiles, which caused Tiger to squint slightly. Who doesn't he enjoy a bit of flattery? Occasional compliments lift one's spirits, and he found it quite gratifying. Meanwhile, after concluding her business negotiations, Xu Haoran and his companions encountered their first crisis. A colossal creature resembling a gorilla stood before them, its fur a deep ebony, boasting 4 muscular arms and 4 piercing eyes, with claws as sharp as drill bits, sending shivers down their spines. It obstructed their path, its malevolent gaze fixated upon them. Name: King Kong Demon Ape. Skills: Frenzy, Super Speed. Click for details. Rank: Rare. Level: Beast King. Status: Agitated, Hungry. Click for details. Details: It appears exceedingly aggressive for some reason, intent on consuming all living creatures before it. Click for details. A Beast King level monster. An entity of equal standing to Mei Qingshua's fox. King Kong Demon Ape. How could such a ferocious creature exist here? Mei Qingxue arched her brows in surprise upon sighting the beast. What is it? Is there a problem with this demon ape? Xu Haoran inquired. The King Kong Demon Ape is a combat-oriented creature with super speed, making it quite formidable, Mei Qingxue replied, unsheathing her sword. Moreover, this creature possesses intelligence and will prioritize attacking beast tamers. Generally, these are troublesome foes, yet I have not encountered such a monster since I arrived at the Sunrise Base. Typically, these lethal beasts that could endanger students are dealt with. Be careful, do not let it kill you. Mei Qingxue warned without looking back. Goodness. It even knows to attack beast tamers first? Xu Haoran and Ma Shanghao, who had been calm until now, were taken aback. If it targeted beast tamers, they could not afford to be complacent, especially as they were both ordinary individuals. Stay back, I will handle it. Mei Qingshue's quick reflexes and combat awareness shone through. Before the two could react, she charged forward with her 2 pets. Xiao Bai, assist me in the attack. Xiao Qing, provide support with your beams. Mei Qingxue, that monster is dangerous. Don't go. Ma Shanghao shouted in shock as he witnessed Mei Qingxue draw her sword and rush forward. Why are you charging in alone? Who among the beast tamers does not summon their beasts? Yet, Mei Qingxue appeared oblivious, racing forward alongside her petite white fox, charging toward the demon ape. At that moment, Xu Haoran discerned something remarkable. Mei Qingshue's speed was astonishingly comparable to that of the 4-tailed white fox. How could she be so swift? Xu Haoran exclaimed in disbelief. Mei Qingshue's velocity transcended the limits of an ordinary human. Incredible. No wonder she is my goddess. She must have been honing her own physical prowess while mastering beast taming. Ma Shanghao remarked, as beast tamers, we must not only enhance the strength of our beasts, but also focus on our own capabilities. An advanced beast tamer cultivates their physical strength, as the energy from their beasts nourishes them, allowing for swifter advancement compared to regular individuals. However, I have seldom seen peers in our school who elevate their physical prowess to match that of their beasts. Ma Shanghao gazed at Mei Qingxue, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Astounding. My goddess is exceptional. Her speed rivals that of her beloved beast. Mei Qingxue, wielding her longsword, leaned forward as she sprinted, minimizing wind resistance. One can only imagine how swift she truly was. Truly a sight of beauty and elegance. Chapter 81. Tom takes action. Roar. However, the demon ape was no ordinary foe. Upon seeing Mei Qingxue charge toward it, instead of recoiling in fear, it lunged at her with ferocity. Its massive jaws, lined with menacing fangs, appeared capable of swallowing a whole human. Raising its claw, it aimed to strike at Mei Qingxue, who remained unperturbed, her expression cold and devoid of emotion. She showed no inclination to evade, instead lifting her longsword and thrusting it toward the demon ape's abdomen. Roar. Just as the demon ape's paw was about to strike Mei Qingxue, a snow-white paw emerged from the side, intercepting the demon ape's claw. with a resounding clash. The diminutive paw of the white fox firmly caught the immense claw of the demon ape. At that moment, Mei Qingshua's longsword also pierced the demon ape's body. With a sickening sound, the blade plunged into its abdomen, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. The other fists of the demon ape began to move, aiming to strike Mei Qingxue. Retrieving her sword, Mei Qingxue evaded the oncoming fists with a nimble backflip, and thus, the three, one person and two beasts, became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Nearby, a large azure insect lurked, waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Yes, strike it. Ma Xianghao watched, his blood boiling with excitement, as if he were the one engaged in battle. He cheered loudly. The demon ape, drawn by Ma Xianghao's voice, turned its attention toward him and Xu Haoran. Its eyes glinted with a human-like cunning. After repelling Mei Qingxue with a single blow, it seemed to have made a decision, abandoning her to charge toward the two boys. Roar! Its four arms flailed wildly, eyes locked on Ma Xianghao as it barreled toward him, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. My goodness, why is it coming for us? Ma Xianghao exclaimed, startled and nearly leaping 3 feet into the air. Yet, before the demon ape could reach them, Mei Qingxue intercepted it, positioning herself in front and sweeping her sword toward its neck. The demon ape, taken aback, stumbled back several steps, narrowly evading her relentless onslaught. Ha ha! Little monkey, do you think you can harm me? You, a mere little monster, are no match for me. With the demon ape momentarily stymied, Ma Xianghao, who had just moments before been terrified, regained his bravado, standing with his hands on his hips and mocking the creature. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran had begun to gauge the demon ape's strength, contemplating whether to summon Tom when suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a deep, rumbling roar echoed. Roar! The guttural sound reached Ma Xianghao's ears, prompting him to instinctively turn in its direction. To his shock, a colossal beast descended from the sky, landing not far from them. It was a massive four-armed ape, cloaked in darkness, with razor-sharp claws and 4 piercing eyes. This was none other than another diamond demon ape. Ma Xianghao nearly lost control of himself at the sight. One was already overwhelming. Now there were 2. Moreover, this new demon ape was clearly not interested in Mei Qingxue, but was charging directly toward them. Roar! Without so much as a moment's hesitation, the newly arrived demon ape spread its 4 arms and let out a furious roar aimed at Ma Xianghao and Xu Haoran, then sprinted toward them with unrelenting speed. This is impossible. Mei Qingshue's expression shifted as she realized another demon ape had appeared behind her. The odds of facing 2 at once were exceedingly slim. Yet, that was not her primary concern. She was already struggling to contend with 1, and 2 would surely overwhelm her. Run! Forcing back the demon ape she was engaged with. She turned, panic flickering across her face, and shouted towards Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao, run. If they did not flee, they could very well perish at the hands of the diamond demon ape. Her urgent call jolted Ma Xianghao from his stupor. Only then did he realize the need to escape, but before doing so, he shouted to Xu Haoran, run. Quickly, leave this to me. Just run as far as you can. Regardless of his own chances against the demon ape, he knew Xu Haoran stood no chance. It was imperative to ensure Xu Haoran's safety first. He wouldn't have time to look after him later. After urging Xu Haoran, he turned his gaze to his dragon pig. Dragon pig, go! Charge at that damned monkey. He refused to believe that his dragon pig couldn't inflict even a modicum of damage. Surely it could withstand a little. With determination, the dragon pig lunged toward the demon ape without a moment's hesitation, its 3 sharp, horn-like spikes aimed viciously at the massive creature. Ma Xianghao expected his dragon pig to at least cause some harm. However, events unfolded beyond his imagination. Boom! The demon ape extended its fist, pounding down on the dragon pig, which didn't even have the strength to resist. It was sent flying into the adjacent forest, falling silent. Ma Xianghao and Xu Haoran stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Ma Xianghao's dragon pig had lasted but a second against the onslaught. The situation was utterly hopeless. Roar! After swatting the dragon pig aside, the demon ape refocused its attention on Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao, charging toward them with wild abandon through the forest. Run! Xu, what are you doing? Hurry and run. Ma Xianghao, ever loyal, urged Xu Haoran to flee as he realized that the dragon pig was no match for the diamond demon ape. But by the time he thought to escape, it was too late, for the demon ape had leaped high into the air, descending upon them. This is it. As Ma Xianghao beheld the magic ape soaring through the air, despair gripped his heart. His dragon pig had been effortlessly felled by a single punch from the foe, and now, as the beast descended, it was not merely an attack that could obliterate them. Even a mere step could spell their doom. It was over. With the magic ape poised to crash down, he shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight above. There was no time for a distress signal. The appearance of 2 colossal magic apes was a prelude to his inevitable demise. Just as he resigned himself to fate, a voice, steady and magnetic, pierced through the tumult. Tom. Immediately following, a cold, feline cry resounded. Meow. A slender figure, adorned in blue and white, sprang forth, its right paw resting on its left hip, grasping the hilt of a sword. With a magnificent leap, the sword was drawn and slashed toward the descending magic ape. Chapter 82. Shall we slaughter them for amusement? Roar. Beneath the heavens, the magic ape's enormous claws descended with cataclysmic force, akin to dark clouds overshadowing the sun. In this critical moment, Tom soared like an arrow loosed from its bow, his sword glimmering with a frosty sheen, aimed directly at the colossal beast in the void. Meow, 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 meow. Sword technique, celestial demon-s dance. Whoosh. In a flash, the sword's brilliance cascaded like a galactic waterfall, as Tom's blade conjured 8 phantasmal echoes, each imbued with a razor-sharp edge capable of rending the very fabric of space. They interwove from impossible angles, forming a net of death that ensnared the magic ape. With a series of crisp, tearing sounds, the seemingly indestructible chest of the magic ape was simultaneously pierced by the 8 sword shadows, leaving ghastly crimson trails reminiscent of scarlet ribbons. Then, silence enveloped the scene. The massive form of the magic ape plummeted to the ground, akin to a mountain collapsing, sending tremors through the earth as a deep pit, more than 5 meters wide, emerged amidst the swirling dust, the air thick with the scent of blood. This. Mashenghao's eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. He gazed at the fallen magic ape, seemingly devoid of life, and then turned to the nonchalantly approaching Tom, a profound sense of awe swelling within him. This is unbelievable. Old Xu, come quick. Your cat has transcended. Mashenghao shouted in terror. Does your master know how formidable you are? I understand you're astonished, but hold your surprise for now. Xu Haoran patted Mashenghao on the shoulder. He then addressed Tom. Tom, assist senior sister in dealing with that monkey first. Meow. Upon receiving the command, Tom charged toward Mei Qingxue with a fierce demeanor, sword in hand. At that moment, Mei Qingxue was embroiled in a fierce battle, the magic ape attacking her with frenzied zeal, leaving her no room to divert her focus. The magic ape had activated its skills, fury and acceleration, temporarily enhancing all its attributes while increasing its agility and speed. Although Mei Qingxue coordinated excellently with her 9-tailed raccoon, she remained cautious. While she could fend off the onslaught, defeating the beast was another matter entirely. Post-activation of its fury ability, the magic ape's power was astonishingly formidable, matching Mei Qingxue and her companion on equal footing. With her sword in hand, Mei Qingxue circled around the magic ape, seeking opportunities for a sneak attack. The 9-tailed raccoon intermittently unleashed ice and wind blades to strike at the ape, inciting its furious roars, yet failing to land a blow on Mei Qingxue. Bang! Just as Mei Qingxue momentarily turned her attention to comfort Xu Haoran, the magic ape's fist slammed into her sword, sending her staggering backwards several steps. Gasping for breath, Mei Qingxue's toes scraped the ground, her feet lifted as she collided with a large tree, barely coming to a halt. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Roar! Just as she steadied herself, the magic ape lunged once more. This is bad. In its berserk state, the magic ape's strength has nearly doubled. I can only evade for now. Mei Qingxue's mind raced, formulating a strategy. The berserk state would not last long. If she could endure this phase, she would surely defeat it. Meow, 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 meow. At that moment, a blue-white figure suddenly appeared on the scene, charging toward the magic ape. Whoosh! The sword light flickered, piercing directly toward the ape's throat. Thud! As the blade struck, the blue-white figure knelt gracefully upon the ground, right hand clasping the sword, slowly retracting it to its waist. Thud! The massive form of the magic ape gradually toppled, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, blood gushing from its throat, silencing it forever. Breathing heavily, Mei Qingxue stared at the sudden apparition, her expression one of shock and disbelief. Isn't that Xu Haoran's cat? It was as if she had seen a ghost. Her gaze darting towards Xu Haoran, where she was met with the sight of another fallen magic ape. 2 in total, both dispatched. How could this be possible? 5 minutes later, the 3 of them tidied up and resumed their journey. So, your cat truly possesses the strength of a beast king. Xu Haoran revealed Tom's prowess to Mashenghao and Mei Qingxue, both of whom were left agog, their eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief, as if they had entered a fantastical tale. According to Xu Haoran, this cat possessed at least the strength of a beast king. What they had witnessed with their own eyes confirmed that Xu Haoran's cat was indeed extraordinary, its might leaving them utterly astounded. The regal presence it exuded was such that, even if one claimed it was at the level of a monarch, they would not doubt it. With a single strike, it could effortlessly dispatch a beast king-level creature. Such power was truly terrifying. This cat is astonishingly formidable, yet it appears so frail. Ma Shanghao mused, casting furtive glances at the upright Tom, questioning the nature of existence itself. How could something so seemingly delicate wield such immense power? Where did this cat come from? Ma Shanghao inquired tentatively. Not only was Ma Shanghao filled with curiosity, but Mei Qingshua's eyes were also fixated on Tom, unblinking. Who would dare believe that this diminutive cat was a Beast King-class companion? No, it was not merely a companion. It was a pet. Xu Haoran had yet to formalize a contract with Tom and was already treating it as a pet. This was utterly preposterous. A mere pet cat could decisively eliminate a Beast King-class magic ape. Oh, I found it, a stray cat, and took it in out of pity. It was only later that I discovered its true strength. But you must keep this a secret. Please don't let anyone know, or I fear others might covet my Tom. Xu Haoran cautioned earnestly. Rest assured, what relationship do we share? I will certainly keep it under wraps, not revealing a word. Ma Shanghao declared, jovially draping an arm around Xu Haoran's shoulder. Xu Haoran cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. As he quietly retrieved his phone and opened the class group chat, the screen displayed a conversation between Ma Shanghao and his classmates, discussing the events he had witnessed yesterday between Chu Xiaoqing and Xu Haoran. Just the day before, Ma Shanghao had confidently sworn not to spread any rumors. Yet today Xu Haoran stumbled upon these messages. Ah, you even joined the class group. I thought you hadn't. Ma Shanghao, embarrassed, scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. I won't hold this against you, but if you dare to speak of Tom, don't blame me for turning hostile. Xu Haoran stated with a serious demeanor. Realizing Xu Haoran was genuinely serious, Ma Shanghao patted his chest reassuringly. Rest assured. I know how to keep my mouth shut. My lips are sealed tighter than a well-done zipper. He promised fervently, before tentatively inquiring, by the way, where did you find that cat? Does it have any siblings? I'd love to adopt one too. Xu Haoran shot him an exasperated glance. There's none. Just this unique one. Tom is not something you can just find at random. Do you really think you could find another like him? Upon hearing this, Ma Shanghao sighed in disappointment, knowing it wouldn't be that easy. Meanwhile, Mei Qingxue cast a casual glance at Tom, who had resumed his normal cat demeanor, pondering thoughtfully. Was Tom truly a stray? She found it hard to believe, but since Xu Haoran said so, she would take it at face value for now. Yet, she was genuinely curious. If the cat wasn't found, from where did Xu Haoran acquire such a remarkable creature? It was evident that Tom obeyed Xu Haoran without ever having signed a contract. Xu Haoran showed no intention of concealing Tom's extraordinary abilities. With Tom's presence, their journey became significantly smoother. Tom's swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. The fierce beasts in the forest were only at the Beast King level at most. The creature they had encountered moments ago was already among the most perilous. Any subsequent encounters with fierce beasts were effortlessly dispatched by Tom and Mei Qingxue. With 3 powerful familiars, 1 at the general level and 2 at the Beast King level, they roamed the forest with an air of supremacy. After successfully hunting down 3 general-level beasts, Mei Qingxue turned to Xu Haoran and Ma Shanghao with a grave expression. The two instinctively took a step back, glancing at Mei Qingxue, who still had blood on her sword from slaying a centipede, and silently wondered if she might turn her wrath upon them next. Chapter 83, Hidden Strengths. Mei Qingxue's demeanor was indeed quite intimidating, especially when they learned that her strength was comparable to that of a newly ascended Beast King. Senior, please don't get too excited. Murder is a crime. Killing classmates is an even greater offense. Mei Qingxue's lips twitched. I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish to point out how woefully inadequate your skills are. You both need to train. She looked disapprovingly at Xu Haoran and Ma Shanghao, who had taken steps back to keep their distance, shaking her head in disappointment. Weak, so weak. 2 pathetic weaklings. Oh, is that what you meant? Ma Shanghao breathed a sigh of relief, almost convinced she was about to eliminate them. It's not that I don't want to train. It's just that even if I did, it wouldn't help. I still have to study for half an hour every day. And look at me. I'm still second to last in class. Xu Haoran spread his hands in resignation. I won't even mention it. I lack the talent for beast taming. I haven't even contracted a familiar yet. I can only improve after consulting the vice principal. Seeing the two of them in such a defeated state, Mei Qingxue felt exasperated. As a genius, she never expected to encounter 2 such inept students at Wanglong Academy. Just one was unfortunate enough, but encountering 2 was simply unbearable. Even without a familiar to assist you, or if your talents are lacking, you should still be training yourselves. If you have poor talent or none at all, you should train even harder to ensure your survival in this perilous world. Alright, I'll definitely train hard when I get back. I'll aim for 100 push-ups every day. Xu Haoran nodded earnestly. Great. I'll practice for an additional half hour. Ma Shanghao nodded in agreement. Pathetic. Just wait for your demise, Mei Qingxue thought, feeling utterly disheartened. She ceased her attempts to motivate them and turned to leave. while Xu Haoran and the others wandered through the forest. Hidden cameras installed in the trees captured all the students' movements. The battles involving Xu Haoran and his companions were displayed flawlessly on screens within a nearby tent. Inside, hundreds of screens in the control room showcased various scenes. The 4 teachers assigned to monitor the students were huddled around a single screen, which displayed the corpses of 2 golden magic apes. They were left speechless, having witnessed the entire confrontation between Mei Qingxue and Tom against the magic apes. What the hell? Olden, who is this kid you brought? How can he be so monstrous? The teachers exclaimed in astonishment at Tom's prowess. As for Mei Qingxue's strength, they were not particularly surprised. Her prowess was well known. However, Tom's sudden emergence was quite shocking. I have no idea. He seems to be a new transfer student in our class. But didn't we hear he lacks beast taming talent? Olden looked at Xu Haoran on the screen, equally astonished. Who the hell said Xu Haoran lacks beast taming talent? His familiar just annihilated the golden magic ape. Does that sound like someone without talent? If he doesn't have beast taming talent, then what do we call the other students? Just spectators? Olden, I always thought you were the most straightforward. I never expected you to be hiding such a kid in class, remarked Teacher Zhang, clad in camouflage. Olden shook his head helplessly. He genuinely transferred here. It's part of the Twin Stars program you all know about, right? The Twin Stars? You mean the initiative jointly established by Wanglong Academy and the Beast Taming Bureau? Said the thin, dark-haired middle-aged teacher, Teacher Hao, in surprise. Exactly. You may not know this, but Xu Haoran, the owner of this blue and white kitten familiar, is one of the candidates for the Twin Stars program. Olden spoke solemnly. The information I received indicated he was an ordinary person. I honestly thought he was just that. It seems the data may have been concealed. This kid is far from ordinary. He has been playing the role of a humble pig while hiding his true strength. Olden felt a surge of frustration. This child had deceived not only his classmates, but also them, the teachers. If it weren't for the myriad hidden cameras in the forest, they might never have uncovered the truth. He mused. This kid is indeed adept at concealing his abilities. If he could deceive even me. It was clear his talents were extraordinary, reinforcing the idea that the Twin Stars program was truly exceptional. The contracted familiar was astonishingly powerful. He had never seen anything like it, yet it was so formidable. In that case, it was no wonder. The others suddenly felt invigorated. How could the Twin Stars be anything but extraordinary? The dean must have concealed his true prowess, wishing for him to maintain a low profile. The other instructors expressed their delight, speculating that perhaps this young man is a prodigious talent akin to Zhao Sahan. Operator, direct the main screen camera towards them. I am eager to discover just how much strength this Gemini has hidden. Umlan also realized the situation, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. I too wish to see just how extraordinary this hidden genius the dean is safeguarding truly is. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the training forest, the entire area was securely fenced with electric barriers, segregating the inside from the outside. At this moment, near the iron fence, beneath a grand tree within the training forest, 2 rabbits were furtively engaged in a mysterious transaction amidst the weedy, muddy underbrush, their demeanor suggesting they harbored unspeakable secrets. They were fervent and oblivious to the ground nearby, which appeared to writhe as if alive. The muddy earth ominously heaved into 2 small mounds, as if something enigmatic was poised to emerge from below. With a resounding thud, just as the 2 rabbits were engrossed in their clandestine exchange, the weeds erupted around them. 2 blades of grass miraculously shot upright. This sudden turn of events startled the rabbits, who had been nuzzling each other just moments before, causing them to bolt in opposite directions like lightning, vanishing into the dense underbrush in the blink of an eye. Truly, it can be said that when danger looms, even the closest companions flee. As for the 2 blades of grass, or rather, 2 men disguised beneath them, they abruptly emerged from the ground, stealthily appearing in the shadow of the great tree. One was a towering figure, a burly man standing nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a snug short-sleeved shirt and jeans, resembling an iron tower. The other was a slightly leaner middle-aged man, dressed in tattered garments that seemed scavenged from a street vendor, exuding an aura reminiscent of a rogue. Brother, we've finally made it in. Where shall we find our target? The leaner man, though thin, bore a fierce countenance, his gaze sharp as if he were a predator. Go, the burly man replied, his face clouded. Where to? Outside or inside? The lean man frowned. No, the burly man continued, his tone grave. No, not going. The lean man raised an eyebrow in disbelief. We're going inside, the burly man clarified. Not going inside. The lean man's eyes widened, incredulous as he glanced at his brother. We've just managed to get in. You're not going? Isn't that foolish? Go where? Ah. The lean man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where else would we go if not inside? You nearly gave me a heart attack, brother. He sighed. Your stuttering is enough to drive anyone mad. Let us head inside to search. When we encounter someone, I'll do the talking." As the two conversed, they leapt onto a nearby tree, deliberately obscuring their forms with leaves as they ventured deeper into the forest. In merely 10 minutes, they heard a commotion ahead. Upon hearing the noise, their expressions brightened with hope. At last, they had encountered someone. With this thought, they hastened towards the source of the sound. About a kilometer ahead, several individuals were besieging a gigantic dragon boar, the adult version of Ma Shanghao's pet beast. The dragon boar, with its tough hide and thick flesh, was sluggish in its responses. "Keep at it. If we persist in inflicting damage, we shall surely bring it down." Du Hong commanded the group of 7 or 8 individuals as they relentlessly attacked the dragon boar. Chapter 84. Do you dare seek reinforcements? Thud. A heavy sound resonated through the forest as the massive triangular dragon boar collapsed, bloodied and battered. Ultimately, this creature was not killed but rather bled out, exhausted by the relentless assault of these unethical humans. "Ha! Little dragon boar, did you think you could contend with us?" Du Hong laughed heartily after having slain the general-level dragon boar. The others joined in uproarious laughter, reveling in the'ir swift victory. "We've taken down a general-level dragon boar in just 10 minutes. It seems our first place is secured," boasted a burly youth. "Indeed, Mei Qingxue has yet to team up with us. Huh. Her refusal to join us will be her loss, accompanied by 2 useless teammates. How can she possibly triumph over us? When we return, we shall overshadow her in the spotlight." The group erupted in laughter, completely unaware that 2 figures had emerged from the nearby forest. "Excuse me, dear friends, may I ask you something?" A coarse voice broke through abruptly, startling Du Hong and Hu Guang. "What the hell? Who asked that?" Du Hong turned to see 2 men stepping out from the thicket. One was a stout fellow, while the other was a leaner, more astute man. Both were clad in ragged clothes, their dark skin caked with dirt and leaves, resembling beggars. Du Hong and his companions instantly became wary upon seeing these 2, as it was clear they were not fellow students. Moreover, the pair exuded an air of reckless menace akin to that of thugs. Their scruffy appearance was reminiscent of the villains seen in movies. Every aspect screamed danger. "Aye." The burly man crossed his arms, uttering a single word, yet stood frozen in place. Du Hong and his companions awaited further words, but the burly man took an agonizingly long time to utter a second word, "is." After a prolonged silence, the forest fell silent as Du Hong and Hu Guang waited for the next word. When the burly man still did not speak after several seconds, Hu Guang, known for his short temper, could no longer contain himself. "Who are you? Can you speak? Are you mute? Why the long silence? Big brother, let me take over." The lean man interjected, interrupting his brother, and spoke gently to the group before him. "We are friends of a certain student who has requested our assistance. Could you kindly inform us if you know someone named Xu Haoran?" "Xu Haoran? Who is that? Do you know him?" Du Hong furrowed his brow, feeling a strange familiarity with the name. It seemed he had heard it somewhere before. Though he was not well acquainted with Xu Haoran, he did not know that it was Xu Haoran who had teamed up with Mei Qingxue. He remembered Xu Haoran's appearance, yet his name had escaped him. If he were to see Xu Haoran, he would certainly recognize him as his adversary. He turned to ask around, but fortuitously, none of them were familiar with Xu Haoran. Do not speak of other classes. Even among the classmates in the same cohort, few could recall the name Xu Haoran, having only shared a few days together. In such a leisurely university setting, who would remember the name Xu Haoran? It is akin to entering the first year of high school. Typically, not even after 10 days or half a month would a normal person be able to name more than 10 classmates. Only those with slightly better relations might be remembered. Yet, one student, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Xu Haoran, isn't he the one who had a quarrel with Senior Du Hong? The one who argued with me?" Du Heng's brow furrowed, and a scornful face flickered in his mind. Indeed, that was the name, Xu Haoran. Upon recalling Xu Haoran's unpleasant visage, Du Hong narrowed his eyes, casting an unfriendly glance at the 2 men before him. Were these 2 fellows friends of Xu Haoran? "You just claimed to be Xu Haoran's friends?" "Yes," the burly man replied in a deep voice, falling silent thereafter. "Indeed, indeed. Do you know him?" The lean man hastily added, "We are indeed friends of Xu Haoran. I am Yan Bian, and this is Zhang Qian. Xu Tongxue asked us to come in and assist him with a few minor tasks." He smiled warmly, resembling a kind uncle. "You all must be Xu Haoran's classmates, correct? Could you kindly inform us of Xu Haoran's whereabouts? We are willing to offer you a reward." The lean man, named Yan Bian, produced a wallet from his pocket, cheerfully extracting 10 bills and presenting them to those in front of him. They were merely a bunch of kids. A single bill each should suffice to appease them. He believed that this sum would be more than enough to persuade these individuals to guide him. Students, untouched by the outside world, should be easily swayed, right? Money? Assistance? Du Hong and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Then, Du Hong quickly regained his composure, his expression darkening. "What the hell? Xu Haoran has sought help from outsiders. This scoundrel, has he become so shameless as to resort to such underhanded tactics to secure first place? While we are still forming teams, he shamelessly enlists external help. Are you truly friends of Xu Haoran? To prevent any misunderstanding, he reiterated his inquiry with utmost seriousness. Let me clarify, you are friends of Xu Haoran, and you have come to assist him in battling monsters? Yes, indeed. We are here to help him fight monsters. Although they did not fully grasp what was meant by battling monsters, they understood the essence of being adaptable as assassins. Yin Bian felt his adaptability had reached its peak, seamlessly following the flow of conversation. Now, can you tell us where Xu Haoran is? We still have tasks to assist him with. Observing that Du Hong and his group appeared to recognize Xu Haoran, the two men sighed in relief, feeling fortunate. They had not anticipated encountering someone familiar with Xu Haoran upon entering this place. As long as they located Xu Haoran, all their troubles would be resolved. Xu Haoran is over there. We will take you to him, Du Hong said with a smile, gesturing towards the dark and foreboding depths of the forest. Over there? Thank you, classmates. You are quite kind. The youth of today truly possess knowledge and virtue, as well as a benevolent heart. Yin Bian's rugged face broke into a hearty grin. We appreciate your assistance. No trouble at all. It is our duty. Du Hong and Hu Guang exchanged glances, silently communicating a peculiar understanding. Then, they watched as Zhang Qian and Yin Bian advanced ahead, quietly approaching from behind, gazing at the two men's retreating figures. Du Hong and Hu Guang stealthily picked up 2 tree branches, each as thick as an arm. They crept up behind the duo, muttering, "So you seek external aid? I shall ensure you regret that." Chapter 85. Why target only me? Xu Haoran, that shameless rogue. How could he be so confident? It turns out he had enlisted outside assistance. He intended to incapacitate these two men and was eager to see how Xu Haoran planned to secure first place. With that, the two raised the irregular wooden sticks behind their backs and stealthily approached Yin Bian and Zhang Qian. Exchanging a knowing glance, they silently lifted the sticks high, preparing to strike. Bang! A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being cleaved by a blade. The forest erupted with agonizing cries. Ah! Ah! Du Heng's voice rose in a desperate scream as pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Yin Bian's back suddenly sprouted a tail as sharp as a knife, effortlessly severing his hands. The wooden stick slipped from his grasp, his arms reduced to mere stumps, blood gushing forth like a fountain. What are you doing? Hu Guang's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the scene, the stick connecting with Zhang Qian's head. Zhang Qian turned to regard the stick on his head. His mouth agape. Shouldn't you be questioning what you were saying and doing? Wasn't that a question he should be asking? A rude interruption. How much can one endure? He lifted his right foot and kicked Hu Guang, sending him flying. Hu Guang soared several meters before crashing to the ground. His face flushed as he clutched his abdomen, nearly retching up his meal from the previous day. This kick had nearly cost him his life. You, Hu Guang, clutching his stomach and reddened face, gazed at the burly man, speechless. Ah, my hand. Your hand is severed. He was fortunate. Du Hong was worse off, having lost both hands, now wailing in agony. The leaner man smirked, delivering a kick that sent Du Hong flying to the ground, where he lay among the other students, howling in distress. Ah! Du Hong fell at the feet of his classmates, wailing incessantly. One student hurriedly retrieved a hemostatic medicine to administer to him, but no one dared approach the two men any longer. They were terrifying. They had not anticipated such swift reactions from the duo. Their attempted ambush had been swiftly thwarted. But that was not the worst. The most frightening aspect was the brutality of their assault. The two hands of Du Hong had been severed. You are insane. A student shouted at Zhang Qian and his companion in terror. Their aggression was far too severe. They had merely intended to incapacitate them. Yet it seemed the other party sought to kill. You. Zhang Qian regarded Hu Guang and the others with an impassive expression, seemingly on the verge of speaking. However, after a prolonged silence, it was Yin Bian who interjected. You are truly courting death. We initially only sought your guidance. Yet you insisted on seeking death. Yin Bian scoffed. Behind him, a tail, akin to a thorny vine, swayed menacingly. It was this very appendage that had brutally severed Du Heng's wrist, tearing it from his hand. Are you not friends of Xu Haoran? How dare you act with such cruelty? A voice thundered in anger. Such brutality could warrant imprisonment. Friends? Yin Bian paused, momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Ha! I indeed am a friend of Xu Haoran. However, I am not here to assist him, but rather to eliminate him. With a sinister grin, he surveyed the 8 individuals before him. Du Hong was now without hands, leaving only 7 adversaries. Many had summoned their beast companions, muscular bulls, ferocious creatures with the heads of gorillas and bodies of rhinoceroses, and serpents covered in fur. They appeared formidable, yet before Yin Bian and his companion, they seemed mere child's play. You are not friends of Xu Haoran? It was only at this moment they comprehended the reality. The two before them seemed genuinely devoid of any ties to Xu Haoran. After all, how could someone as inept as Xu Haoran possibly associate with such sinister and ruthless companions? Who are you? Hu Guang, struggling to rise from the ground, inquired. Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that you simply tell me where Xu Haoran is, Yin Bian replied with a menacing grin. Eyeing the group of students. Children are so easily deceived. They will believe whatever is told to them. Where do you think we would reveal his location? One individual retorted. Clenching his teeth, his youthful face radiating defiance. Suddenly, a shadow flitted before their eyes, followed by a wail of agony. In an instant, Zhang Qian, who had been at a distance, appeared before Hu Guang, who was then sent flying by a single punch. This time, it was even worse than before. He spat a mouthful of blood and landed in a heap on the ground. Hu Guang lay sprawled, his eyes wide, feeling utterly miserable while grappling with his despair. Why did you hit me? What was that for? Even in his agony, he managed to utter those words, until he understood why he had been attacked. He could not find peace. You, just, Zhang Qian stammered, having managed to utter just a single word, yet he could not articulate the second. Hu Guang, lying on the ground, propped himself up with one hand while clutching his stomach with the other, awaiting a response. However, after 10 seconds of silence, he realized Zhang Qian seemed to have frozen, unable to produce a complete sentence. My brother wishes to convey that you struck him first, and now he is merely retaliating. Is that not expected? Yin Bian interjected. Aye. Hu Guang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Hadn't he just given Zhang Qian a whack? Was it truly necessary to hold such a grudge? Hu Guang. A voice boomed like thunder, leaving everyone nearby stunned, their expressions akin to that of startled deer. Moments ago, their eyes had been unable to track Zhang Qian's movements. They had only seen a blur before Hu Guang was sent flying like a severed kite. Just how formidable was this individual? Enough. All of you, silence. Tell me where Xu Haoran is, or your fate will be far worse than his. Yin Bian's piercing gaze swept over the remaining individuals, his tone dripping with menace. We don't know. How could we possibly know where he is? A youth protested, stepping forward, his expression genuinely innocent. You don't know? Big brother. Yin Bian sneered, addressing the youth. Crack. In the distance. The muscular figure of Zhang Qian moved like a specter, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Hu Guang. He lifted his foot and brought it down with crushing force, shattering Hu Guang's lower leg, the sound of breaking bones echoing ominously. Hu Guang howled to the heavens, his cries of agony piercing the sky, a sound that seemed to rip his heart asunder. Is there no justice? No law? Why am I the only one targeted? Chapter 86. A fortuitous acquisition of a crystal core. What are you doing? Stop hurting Hu Guang. A young man in his 20s rushed forward, concern evident in his eyes. Oh, you share quite a bond with your classmate. Yin Bian grinned widely. This lad possesses quite the sense of loyalty. No. He borrowed $1,000 from me. If you kill him, who will repay my debt? The youth retorted angrily. Will you help him repay it? Yin Bian and the others were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I have overestimated the bonds between people. Wait, he borrowed money from you too? He borrowed from me as well. Another boy exclaimed in shock. Oh, he just asked me for money. Has he borrowed from all of you? Yet another chimed in. What the hell? This scoundrel borrowed from so many of you? Thank goodness I didn't lend him anything. He just asked me to. A chorus of voices rose, transforming the group into a mob of debt collectors, their expressions dark as they glared at Hu Guang from a distance. Suddenly, Zhang Qian appeared less detestable. Stop! Stop! Everyone! Halt! At that moment, Yin Bian clapped his hands to interrupt the cacophony. What on earth are you doing? Are you planning to form a debt collection group? If you want, I can assist you in collecting debts. Yin Bian could no longer contain his irritation. If you're willing, I wouldn't mind, a youth replied timidly. Get lost. Do you think you're entitled to a share? Clearly, you don't understand who we are. Yin Bian's expression hardened. Big brother, enough with the chatter. Break their arms and legs. Just leave 2 of them to guide us to Xu Haoran. Yin Bian could no longer restrain himself. Suddenly, a bizarre and fearsome beast emerged behind him, an insect with blade-like barbs adorning its whiskers, resembling a longhorn beetle. The onlookers had initially believed that the man named Yin Bian had severed Du Heng's arm with his tail, only to realize that it was not an arm at all, but rather his whiskers. The longhorn beetle towered over a person, its whiskers glistening with sharp spikes, sharper than any steel blade. Classmates, these 2 are undoubtedly criminals. Today, either they perish or we do. As the remaining students recognized that Yin Bian had no intention of sparing them, the youth who had spoken earlier shouted, "Let us attack together. They can't possibly be our match. We shall overwhelm them. Defeat them." Others echoed his sentiments. Let us all charge. Don't hold back, big bull. Crush them. At that moment, yet another senior stepped forward. Upon encountering only 2 adversaries, despite their superior strength, they felt emboldened by their numerical advantage. With this thought, one of them commanded a massive muscular bull to charge towards Zhang Qian. The battle was poised to erupt. Meanwhile, within the dense foliage of the forest, 3 individuals advanced cautiously. "Old Su, look at those flowers. Their teeth are exquisite," exclaimed one. "Wow, Old Su, that monkey's behind is wider than my face." Indeed, it seemed that as long as one abstained from smoking and wore no trousers, their teeth remained pristine. Xu Haoran remarked, "Goodness, am I seeing things? That squirrel is riding a bird. How outrageous. It doesn't even spare the birds." Ma Xianghao was quite the chatterbox, incessantly sharing every intriguing sight with Xu Haoran. With Mei Qingxue silent, he had no choice but to pester Xu Haoran. The wonders of the forest indeed captivated Xu Haoran, who was encountering many extraordinary sights for the first time. He was particularly astonished by a butterfly the size of a cow. Goodness, if that butterfly grows any larger. Could it pierce a dragon pig? He mused. Ma Xianghao, alarmed, quickly shielded the dragon pig behind him, saying, "Could you say something more positive? I haven't provoked you. That's a blood-sucking rainbow butterfly. It could drain your pig dry." Xu Haoran informed him, though he reassured that they typically fed on nectar and seldom attacked living creatures. So there was no need for excessive worry. Mei Qingxue observed the enormous butterfly before speaking. "Typically, yes, but it does imply that it is capable of attacking. Does it not?" "Certainly," Mei Qingxue affirmed. "In this jungle, no creature or plant can be guaranteed to pose no danger. Therefore, one must tread carefully in the woods outside the city." "Understood. I shall certainly avoid venturing deep into the forest in the future," Ma Xianghao replied, dawning a newfound realization. Mei Qingxue's lips twitched. Was this truly the mindset of a rational individual? Shouldn't one strive to improve themselves and grow stronger? Xu Haoran cast a disdainful glance at Ma Xianghao, and, just as Mei Qingxue thought Xu Haoran was displaying some sense, he added, "We can wait until we become legendary beast masters. By then, who could possibly harm us?" All right, Mei Qingxue conceded, recognizing that she had encountered a pair of underachievers. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, causing Xu Haoran and Mei Qingxue to instinctively turn towards the source of the sound. Ma Xianghao, in a panic, hid behind his dragon pig, exclaiming, "What is happening? Did a chemical plant explode?" "There's no chemical plant here. It seems like someone is fighting," Xu Haoran observed, realizing the commotion was not far off, roughly a kilometer away. "It seems there are people battling. I wonder if it's our classmates. Let us go see," he decisively stated. "Are we going to help?" Ma Xianghao inquired, surprised by Xu Haoran's eagerness. "No, let us hurry and see if we can snag a monster. Once they finish, we can swoop in and claim a crystal core for ourselves. What a windfall that would be," Xu Haoran replied excitedly. As they quietly approached the source of the noise, they were met with a shocking scene. They had anticipated a monster hunt, but it turned out to be a confrontation between humans. The group was split into 2 factions, one comprised of injured students huddled together like ants united against adversity, while the other consisted of 2 middle-aged men, one burly and the other thin and dark, with a fierce gaze indicative of a gang member. Accompanying them were 2 bizarre beasts, one a long-bodied insect with excessively long tentacles adorned with sharp iron spikes, and the other a gigantic black hedgehog covered in spikes, its head resembling that of a crocodile, filled with menacing teeth. The ferocity of these creatures was astonishing. "What is happening? Who are they?" Ma Xianghao whispered, horror-stricken, as he noticed Du Heng's severed hand, blood gushing profusely. The remaining classmates bore various injuries, each worse than the last. This sight left Xu Haoran and the others aghast. It was far too brutal. They had initially thought someone was fighting against ferocious beasts, yet the reality was a fierce human conflict, and it seemed quite severe. "What is going on? Those are our classmates, right? Who are the others?" Ma Xianghao murmured. "I don't know them, but isn't that the one who claimed we couldn't secure first place?" Xu Haoran observed, aghast at Du Heng's unfortunate fate. "What a tragedy, to lose a hand in such a short time. Shoo, that's my classmate Du Heng, but something feels off. Those 2 are outsiders." "Not from our academy," Mei Qingxue noted quietly. "Outsiders? How did they even enter this training facility? What do they want?" Ma Xianghao questioned, puzzled. "Perhaps they are looking to eliminate that arrogant fellow," Xu Haoran speculated thoughtfully. "Enough talk. I'm going to rescue them," Mei Qingxue declared firmly. "Rescue them? Why should we? We could just set off a flare and wait for help," Ma Xianghao suggested. "They have a distress signal flare. If they fire it, help will arrive immediately." "No. Once the flare is fired, it signifies forfeiture, and we would lose our rewards," Xu Haoran countered, shaking his head. "Haven't you noticed? They haven't fired a flare yet. This group of individuals is so desperate for the reward that they are willing to risk their lives. Even on the brink of death, they still covet the Beast King level crystal core." Just as he finished speaking, A signal flare suddenly shot into the sky, painting the once pristine blue expanse of vivid crimson like a sea of blood. Boom. The signal flare had been launched. Someone has chosen to forfeit. By heavens. These individuals have lost their minds. Ma Xianghao, upon witnessing the launch of the signal flare, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, they had truly refrained from signaling in their fervent pursuit of first place. Du Heng's hands were shattered, yet these people still harbored ambitions for victory. Ma Xianghao felt an overwhelming sense of madness for their reckless greed. Those blinded by the allure of profit fear not death. They only dread the prospect of losing out on greater gains. Mei Qingxue, squinting from the sidelines, remarked, "However, we cannot stand idly by while others perish. They have already released the signal flares. You all stay here and protect yourselves. I shall stealthily ambush those two villains with my beast. Du Heng and the others are on the brink of annihilation." Mei Qingxue was not one to dither. Having resolved to assist them, she had no intentions of hesitating. After all, they were her classmates. If those two simply sought to teach them a lesson, she might have turned a blind eye. But in the current situation, it was evident that those two men aimed to eliminate everyone, leaving her no choice but to intervene. Silently, she slipped into the adjacent thicket. Even in her attempt to rescue others, she knew that a mindless assault would be futile. She prepared to assess the strength of her adversaries before devising a plan for a surprise attack. As for Xu Haoran and his companion, she had not considered enlisting their aid. It was enough that they could look after themselves. "Old Su, Mei Xuejie has gone in. What shall we do?" Ma Xianghao anxiously observed the battle unfolding not far away. It was nearing its climax. Du Heng and his companion's fierce beasts had all been subdued by the two men's ferocious creatures. Some lay dead, others wounded. And it was evident they could not withstand much longer. What could they do? With their meager strength, they could do little more than watch. Xu Haoran rolled his eyes. Even if Ma Xianghao had the desire to intervene, he was powerless to do so. As for him, he cast his gaze towards the distant Du Heng, whose arm lay severed, and Hu Guang, who lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. His expression remained calm and devoid of emotion. These events were of no concern to him. His only interest was in Mei Qingxue. As long as she was unharmed, that was sufficient. Meanwhile, in the heart of the forest, Du Heng and his companions were on the brink of despair. A multitude of beasts lay fallen around them. All of their creatures had succumbed. Only Du Heng's lion-tiger beast remained engaged in a desperate struggle against a monstrous hedgehog. "Release the signal flares. Let them all fly. Do you wish to perish? Why are you still holding on to the flares?" Du Heng, witnessing the imminent demise of his beast, cursed at the surrounding fools who still clung to their delusions of victory. Have they all gone mad? In a moment like this, they still yearn for first place? I cannot accept this. One among them bitterly exclaimed, before retrieving a flare from his bag and launching it into the sky. Whoosh. Boom. Another flare erupted in a burst of crimson light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, the remaining signal flares soared into the heavens. At this juncture, they realized they could no longer delay. If they continued to aspire for victory, their lives would truly be forfeit. As several flares ascended, illuminating the forest, they inadvertently caught the attention of others within. Damn it! A bunch of little pests, unwilling to heed warnings and instead inviting death upon themselves. Let them perish today. The man who had initially intended to have a few companions guide him to Xu Haoran was taken aback by their audacity to release signal flares. Anger surged within him, and he raised his hand. As the lion-tiger beast battled his elder brother, he commanded his own creature to charge at the others. This situation had escalated. He would first eliminate these few before pursuing his true target. Today, he was determined to kill Xu Haoran. "Don't come over here, lion-tiger beast. Come back and assist me." Du Heng, having administered medicine to staunch his bleeding, paled in terror as he beheld the approaching monstrosity with tentacle-like appendages. He frantically called for his beast to aid him. These individuals stood no chance against the ferocious beasts. Roar. The lion-tiger beast, a creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a lion, stood tall, its sharp teeth glistening menacingly. Yet, engrossed in its battle with the hedgehog, it could not attend to their plight. With a fierce roar, it resumed its focus on the hedgehog. Meanwhile, the tentacled monstrosity drew ever closer. If those spiked appendages struck, they would all perish. "It's over. Help. Is anyone there? Please help. Run. We have to flee." A few lightly wounded boys, witnessing the unfolding scene, dared not linger and turned to flee, leaving several injured classmates behind, wide-eyed in shock. "Wait. Don't leave us. Help us. We can't help. This time next year, we'll be sending you flowers." The fleeing boys, undeterred by their cries, only quickened their pace. At that moment, if they did not escape, they would lose everything. "Damn it. Where's your loyalty?" Du Heng shouted in anguish from behind. The few fleeing figures did not look back. Loyalty? In a moment like this, with their lives at stake, what good was such nonsense? Chapter 88. Surpassing the challenge. Forget about them. What shall we do? In the towering forest. A girl gazed in horror at the enormous insect charging towards them, her face paling in terror. Her legs trembled, rendering her unable to run. The others also bore expressions of despair, while Du Hong felt utterly despondent. Was he truly destined to die? Whoosh! The enormous insect swung its whip-like appendages toward them, its frenzied movements creating a sound that pierced the air. All hope seemed lost. Just as they believed their end was nigh, a sudden sound shattered the silence. Little Li, sever its tentacles with a wind blade. A commanding voice rang out. From the adjacent thicket, two figures burst forth from a dense patch of grass almost simultaneously. Whoosh whoosh. The two figures moved with such incredible speed that they appeared to blur, racing toward the monstrous insect. One unleashed its claws, forming two wind blades that shot toward the creature's tentacles, while the other, wielding a long sword, lunged toward the creature's abdomen. The duo, radiating unparalleled might, executed their attack in perfect harmony. The insect's reaction was swift. It detected the incoming assault and instinctively swung its tentacles in defense. It was no mere beast. Its strength and reflexes rivaled those of other ferocious creatures, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Whoosh whoosh. The tentacles lashed out like whips, colliding with the wind blades in a cacophony of sound before dissipating into nothingness. But this was merely the prelude. The nine-tailed spirit fox and Mei Qingxue simultaneously launched their assault on the creature. One targeted the thorny tentacles, whilst the other aimed for its vulnerable abdomen. The insect's weaknesses lay primarily in its midsection, and Mei Qingxue, recognizing this, instructed the nine-tailed spirit fox to restrain the tentacles while she herself attacked the abdomen. The strategy devised by Mei Qingxue proved to be remarkably effective. As the tentacles lunged to strike Mei Qingxue, they were intercepted by the nine-tailed Linglong fox. At that moment, Mei Qingxue had already reached the creature's abdomen, thrusting her sword towards its vulnerable underbelly. Whoosh! The blade met with the monster's carapace, encountering a slight resistance. However, Mei Qingxue's sword was no ordinary weapon. After a momentary struggle, it effortlessly pierced through the creature's flesh. Thud! The monstrous beetle emitted a deafening shriek of agony as the sword found its mark, its razor-sharp mandibles clamping down in pain. Vivid green blood gushed forth in torrents. The elongated tentacles flailed wildly, retreating rapidly towards their master. Yanbian had not anticipated such a formidable adversary to emerge unexpectedly. Witnessing his bullhorn beast impaled, he felt his heart bleed. This strike was nothing short of a death sentence. The creature, known as the bullhorn beast, wailed in despair as it staggered back to Yanbian, its abdomen oozing green blood profusely. Who are you? Where did this little demon spring from? Yanbian glared at Mei Qingxue, his eyes aflame with rage. How dare this interloper attack his beloved pet? Meanwhile, Du Hong and the others were astonished yet exhilarated upon seeing her arrival. Mei Qingxue, how did you get here? Senior Mei, please save us. We're in dire need. The sight of Mei Qingxue was akin to a divine savior descending from the heavens, moving them to tears. Senior Mei, please help us. Those who had initially planned to flee halted their escape upon seeing her, joyfully calling out her name. Mei Qingxue was a distinguished beastmaster of the highest caliber, one of the top-ranked individuals in the academy. To them, she was a heavenly warrior. Resolving two adversaries would surely be a trivial task for her. They abandoned their escape, fervently shouting her name, hoping she would eliminate the two men. Mei Qingxue, however, remained silent, calmly assessing the situation at hand. Not far away, Zhang Qian had also taken note of her presence and focused intently on her. The lion-tiger beast had been pierced through by a hedgehog, and defeat was merely a matter of time. The bullhorn beast before him was wounded, but not mortally so. It could still fight. Additionally, there was no assurance that these two lacked other beasts. It appeared they had come prepared for this confrontation, and a direct assault was inadvisable. She glanced skyward momentarily, then returned her gaze. It was likely that official reinforcements were en route, their arrival imminent. All she needed to do was buy time against these foes. Big brother, stop toying with that lion-tiger beast. The Beast Control Bureau must have noticed the anomaly here and will likely arrive shortly. Quickly finish off that creature and help me eliminate these people before we seek out Xu Haoran, Yanbian shouted. Noticing that Zhang Qian had yet to dispose of the lion-tiger beast. Understood, Zhang Qian replied. His beast, the hedgehog with the head of a mystical tortoise, suddenly became more ferocious. Two sword-like quills detached from its body and shot towards the already bloodied lion-tiger beast. Thud thud. The already grievously injured lion-tiger beast was effortlessly pierced by the quills, one even impaling its throat and emerging from its back. The once mighty general-grade lion-tiger beast, Du Hong's strongest companion, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, convulsing twice before falling silent. Lion-tiger beast. In the distance, The severed hand of Du Heng witnessed the demise of his companion, his heart aching with despair. This was a powerful beast he had painstakingly contracted, and now it lay dead? Where could he ever find another beast of such strength? Yinbian, Yinbian, Yinbian. The man named Zhang Qian looked at Mei Qingxue, seemingly about to say something to Yinbian. Yinbian raised his hand. Big brother, are you suggesting you'll deal with this woman while I take care of those little pests? I understand. No, no. Zhang Qian actually intended to propose they join forces to eliminate Mei Qingxue first. Enough. Don't say another word. I'll deal with the others. You focus on this woman. Yinbian waved dismissively, unable to endure his brother's chatter, then turned to confront the others. Zhang Qian watched Yinbian depart, unable to utter a word, ultimately letting out a sigh. Very well. She is merely a little girl. I can handle her without my brother's help. He assessed Mei Qingxue before him and concluded that even without assistance, he could easily overpower her. As they separated to engage their foes, Mei Qingxue furrowed her brow, tightening her grip on her long sword. You all shall perish. Yinbian drew a Nepalese knife from his waist and charged at Du Heng and the others alongside his bullhorn beast. At that precise moment, Mei Qingxue noticed Yinbian had completely disregarded her. Her gaze sharpened, and with a powerful push off the ground, she accelerated towards the lean man, intent on eliminating him first before dealing with the seemingly stronger adversary. She aimed for a decisive strike, engaging both her formidable nine-tailed Linglong fox and herself against their foes. Yet, before she could reach Yinbian, a bizarre scene unfolded. She felt a blur before her eyes, and suddenly a shadow appeared right before her, throwing a punch towards her. Caught off guard, she had no time to defend herself. A fist collided with her face, sending her hurtling like a cannonball into a nearby tree, crashing heavily against its trunk. Her nine-tailed Linglong fox also failed to execute its attack as three sharp spines shot towards it from multiple angles, originally targeting the bullhorn beast. The nine-tailed Linglong fox had to roll aside to evade the onslaught. It was the hedgehog, as large as a small hill, towering over them. Its grotesque visage suggested impending trouble. Mei Qingxue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, feeling the pain radiating from her face, realizing the gravity of her predicament. The foe had not merely rushed over. He had almost teleported. He possessed a gifted ability. Such talents can only be awakened by a king-level beastmaster. This indicated that the middle-aged man before her was likely a king-level beastmaster himself, and she was merely a special-level beastmaster. The gap between their ranks was significant. She was undoubtedly no match for him. Even though she was a prodigy with a powerful beast, fighting across a rank was already a formidable challenge. Against a king-level beastmaster, she stood no chance. Should she flee? She was not one to be obstinate. If she could not save, then she would not. The premise of saving others was rooted in her own self-preservation. If she could not protect herself, how could she safeguard anyone else? Whether others would sacrifice themselves for another was uncertain, but she certainly would not. Just as she hesitated over her escape, Yinbian had already charged forward with his knife, accompanied by his ferocious beast, towards Du Heng and the others. A few individuals, witnessing Mei Qingxue being sent flying, were already steeped in despair. Their anguish only intensified upon seeing the rampaging beast charging towards them. Just as the horned creature's whip was about to strike, a sudden flash of green light erupted from a large tree nearby. In a split second, it shot directly towards the beast's head. Bang! Boom! It struck one of the beast's eyes with precision. The horned creature, which had been poised to attack Du Heng and the others, had its eye explode. Yet it did not perish immediately. Instead, it writhed on the ground in agony, emitting a pained roar. Chapter 89. Give me face, Suhu. Seeing the explosion in its own eye, Yinbian's expression drastically changed. Beast, what is wrong with you? What has happened? Why is it so unfortunate? His pet continued to be assaulted. He glared at the source of the attack, but saw nothing. Mei Qingxue had opted to keep her luminous insect hidden, allowing her to unleash the greatest potential of the Qingmian luminous insect from the shadows. Firstly, it would intimidate the opponent, instilling a sense of caution. Secondly, it could launch surprise attacks at any moment, proving to be extraordinarily useful. Yes, it's you. Zhang Qian seemed to sense something, his gaze darkening as he regarded the woman before him. Mei Qingxue remained remarkably composed. It was undoubtedly the work of the opposing party. How many more tricks does this woman possess? She had successfully ambushed using one pet while engaged in battle with another, achieving 2 successful sneak attacks. The sharpness of her mind was truly terrifying. However, this was not the time for compliments. Since this little girl was so formidable, it would be best to eliminate her promptly. Allowing her to grow would awaken yet another monster at Wanglong Academy. He vanished once more, appearing like a wraith before Mei Qingxue, and launched a powerful punch. Bang! This time, Mei Qingxue reacted, using the body of her sword to block his fist. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. His punch sent her flying again. However, as the sword had absorbed some of the impact, Mei Qingxue managed to flip in midair and landed gracefully on the ground. Only her trembling hands betrayed the fact that she was not as unscathed as she appeared. That last blow had nearly sent her sword flying from her grasp. The force of her opponent was not on the same level as her own. Whimper, whimper. The nine-tailed Linglong fox hurried to Mei Qingxue's side, offering her comfort and checking her injuries. You are very strong. With a fierce punch sending Mei Qingxue flying, Zhang Qian forced himself to articulate a somewhat halting statement. Mei Qingxue's strength had truly exceeded his expectations. Despite her youthful appearance, she had managed to withstand his blow. Given time to develop, her future achievements might far surpass his own. Mei Qingxue remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on the man's every movement. The man twisted his wrist and slowly approached her, yet he stuttered. But, I still want to kill you. Suddenly, from the thicket behind Mei Qingxue, a figure emerged, rushing towards her with open arms, blocking her slender silhouette. Who are you? The sudden appearance startled Zhang Qian, causing him to take a step back. Initially fearing an enemy had arrived, upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a young boy, much like the girl before him. Why you? Zhang Qian hesitated, attempting to inquire about Xu Haoran's identity but struggled to articulate a complete sentence due to his stammer. Are you asking who I am? Xu Haoran pointed to himself. Why yes. Zhang Qian nodded vigorously. To be honest, I am Xu Hu of the Xu family. Xu Haoran declared. You can call me Tiger. Give me face, Xu Hu. And spare my classmate, will you? Mei Qingxue. She stared at Xu Haoran, bewildered by his sudden name change. Give me face? Xu Haoran's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, it's a deal. You all leave now, and I'll let you go this time. Why you sis? Zhang Qian interjected. Damn it. You mean, give your sister? Xu Haoran finally comprehended, realizing that conversing with a stutterer was exhausting. So, you look down on me, Xu Hu? Xu Haoran retorted, his displeasure evident. Do you know what happens to those who look down on me? They may lose arms or legs, or worse. Their bodies may be found in different places. Xu Haoran's expression darkened, as if preparing to take action. Yet Zhang Qian maintained a cold, calm gaze fixed on Xu Haoran. He began to step forward, approaching Xu Haoran. Hey, Xu Haoran raised his hand. Move another step. Those who dare to strike at me do not end up well. Zhang Qian halted momentarily, then sneered. He continued to approach Xu Haoran, his speed increasing. Whoosh. Just a second ago, Zhang Qian was 30 meters away. And in the next instant, he appeared right before Xu Haoran, throwing a punch. He sensed movement nearby. Reinforcements from Wanglong Academy were arriving. He planned to eliminate Xu Haoran and make his escape. He felt compelled to flee. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that Xu Haoran's face seemed familiar. Yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. But it mattered not. Dispatching him was a certainty. Tom, just as his fist was about to connect, Xu Haoran took a deep breath and shouted. Almost simultaneously, a shadow appeared in the sky. Zhang Qian looked up to see a massive shadow descending towards him. His expression changed as he hastily withdrew his punch aimed at Xu Haoran, redirecting it towards the sky. The enormous shadow was unknown to him, but he sensed that if he did not block it, he would either die or be severely injured. Naturally, even if he did block it, he would still be gravely harmed. Bang! Boom! The colossal shadow landed just half a meter in front of Xu Haoran, crashing down directly onto Zhang Qian's fist. Zhang Qian believed his strength could withstand the impact. However, upon contact with the massive shadow, he realized just how monumental his misjudgment was. Boom! The shadow struck his fist with minimal resistance. It paused for just a moment upon contact before crashing down. Bang! Boom! A series of thunderous sounds followed. The shadow, along with Zhang Qian, plummeted to the ground, pinning him down like a nail. Before Xu Haoran, the ground erupted in a thunderous collapse, forming a deep pit with a 5-meter diameter, shaking the very earth beneath him. The trees within a kilometer radius of the forest trembled as if startled. Zhang Qian was struck violently into a deep pit by a colossal hammer. However, the blow came swiftly and departed just as quickly. After delivering the strike, Tom promptly stowed the hammer away, leaving behind only the gaping pit and Zhang Qian, who was embedded in the ground like a nail. When others turned to look, all they could see was Zhang Qian, bloodied and dazed, ensconced in the center of the pit, his consciousness blurred and his head drenched in blood. Most importantly, the others were utterly oblivious to what had transpired. They remained in the dark about Zhang Qian's sudden predicament, having witnessed nothing of the force that had hurled him into the abyss. Their expressions were blank with confusion. But Yin Bian, struck as if by lightning, was left aghast, soon to be consumed by an overwhelming dread. Big brother, he shouted, rushing towards Xu Haoran, abandoning Du Heng and the others without a second thought. After all, Du Heng and his feeble companions paled in significance compared to his own elder brother. Look, I let you off easy, but you refused. You didn't give me face. And now this is the consequence. Xu Haoran, upon catching sight of Zhang Qian in the pit, wore a faint, enigmatic smile. Chapter 90. Xu Hu, I shall remember you. Within the forest, Xu Haoran appeared calm and composed on the surface, yet inwardly, he discreetly wiped the sweat from his palms on his clothes. His back dampened by a cold chill. That moment had been perilous, igniting within him an urgent desire to summon more beasts for protection. The dangers he faced signified an insufficiency of summoned beasts and a lack of bodyguards. If only he could have more. Conveniently, he was also due for a draw. He must draw, summoning 10 or 8 beasts to safeguard himself. Who could then dare to threaten him? As for strength, it would rise in tandem. Tomorrow, he would approach the Vice Dean for more beasts. Contracted beasts, summoned beasts, and his own strength. All must be accounted for. You, what are you? Zhang Qian glared with bloodshot eyes, fixating intently on Xu Haoran, blood spilling from his mouth before he could even utter a word. Zhang Qian's strength was formidable. Being pinned to the ground like a nail spoke volumes of his resilience. A typical person would have been reduced to a mere pulp in such a situation. Zhang Qian's robust physique was the reason he was able to embed himself so deeply, reflecting his formidable prowess. What do you mean? What are you? Xu Haoran stepped forward, thumping his chest. Let me tell you, Xu Hu shall today uphold justice, and I will eliminate you 2 calamities. Dare to harm anyone from Wanglong Academy? You seek death. Xu Haoran regarded Yan Bian, who was approaching with a serene demeanor, adopting an air of superiority. Tom, eliminate him. Ultimately, I bear the brunt of it all, Tom thought, feeling the weight of the situation. Yet, despite the burdens, he was not sluggish in action, drawing his long sword from his waist. He fixed his gaze on the advancing Yan Bian. The massive hammer he had wielded earlier had vanished. Now, he was a swordsman, Tom the cat. Roar. Not only Yan Bian, but also Zhang Qian's monstrous pet hedgehog, upon witnessing Zhang Qian's injury, let out a furious howl and charged forth to protect its master. Its sharp quills detached from its body, hurtling towards Xu Haoran's direction. Watch out. Mei Qingxue, who had finally regained her composure, noticed the incoming quills, her expression shifting in alarm. Over a dozen quills rained down like a storm. If unimpeded, they would be skewered on the spot. Do not worry. Noticing the tension emanating from Mei Qingxue behind him, Xu Haoran feigned calmness. He raised his hand, signaling her to remain unperturbed. Today he was resolute. Even the arrival of Jesus could not thwart him. He declared it. Whoosh. Above, a torrential downpour of arrows descended, yet in the blink of an eye, they were upon them. As the projectiles threatened to land, Xu Haoran lifted his hand, proclaiming, "The heavens have perished, the yellow sky must rise. In the year of the rat, fortune reigns." He bellowed, "Tom, assist me." Meow. Tom was already prepared, with legs spread in a horse stance. His right paw at his waist, he drew his sword and swept it horizontally. Whoosh, clang, clang, clang. The sword moved with astonishing speed. A single sweep clearing the celestial barrage of arrows. Behind Xu Haoran, Mei Qingxue furrowed her brow in disbelief. Did I just imagine that? The sword seemed to have expanded immensely in an instant. She felt as though her eyes had deceived her, having witnessed the sword swell dozens of times in size as it swept away the quills. But how could that be? How could a sword grow larger? Of course, you didn't see it, for I, too, observed it. Xu Haoran mused internally, though his outward demeanor remained lighthearted as he replied, "You must have mistaken it. The sword cannot possibly enlarge. It was merely Tom's extraordinary speed. Tom, dispatch these 2. He directed his gaze towards Yan Bian and the hedgehog, declaring that none of them could be spared. Zhang Qian, firmly lodged in the ground like a nail, felt a pang of anguish at Xu Haoran's intent to kill Yan Bian, yet he gritted his teeth and summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Even with a fractured right hand, he forcefully struck the ground. Boom. He launched himself upward, like a rocket soaring into the sky. Tom quickly positioned himself beside Xu Haoran, guarding his safety. However, Zhang Qian had no intention of attacking Xu Haoran. Instead, he turned and charged towards Yan Bian, retracting his own beast in the process. He hadn't even had the time to call back Yan Bian's beast, transforming into a flash of lightning as he reached Yan Bian. And in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. He was not there to kill, he was there to escape. Before departing, he left behind a parting remark. "Xu Hu, I shall remember you." Oh no, they intend to flee. Mei Qingxue immediately discerned Zhang Qian's intention, realizing they wanted to make a run for it. Yet, regrettably, even with this awareness, it was futile. Their speed was far too swift. In mere breaths, they had completely vanished from view. They've escaped? Xu Haoran stared at the disappearing forms of Zhang Qian and Yan Bian, momentarily stunned, before shifting his gaze towards the remaining bullhorn beast in the arena, quickly regaining composure. Tom, go eliminate that ferocious beast. Do not let it escape as well. If we can capture one, that's a victory. Zhang Qian and his companion have fled. But this bullhorn beast must not be allowed to escape. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Tom vanished like a wisp of wind. When serious, Tom's speed was indeed remarkable. One moment he was beside Xu Haoran, and the next, he was already behind the bullhorn beast. The beast's sturdy back slowly cracked open, revealing a gaping wound, its innards exposed to the onlookers. Its eyes had already burst, and now its body lay torn apart. Tom, coolly sheathing his sword, meowed, meow meow meow. Sword technique, one sword slash. What astonishing speed. Mei Qingshue's eyes widened slightly at the scene before her. What on earth was going on with this cat? Tom had left her utterly astounded. He had effortlessly vanquished Zhang Qian, and just moments ago had neutralized a rain of arrows with a single sword strike, now showcasing an astonishing speed. Not only Mei Qingxue, but everyone else stood in dumbfounded awe of Tom. Who could have imagined that an ordinary cat by Xu Haoran's side could possess such extraordinary prowess? The strength was simply preposterous, especially for Du Hong, who gazed at Tom as if the world had gone mad. Just a mere cat, yet so powerful. Wasn't Xu Haoran supposed to be worthless? How could he possibly have such a formidable feline? What was happening? What on earth was going on? At that moment, 5 figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the center of the arena. It was the 4 teachers from Enlan, accompanied by a tall young man in a black trench coat, whose identity remained a mystery. Upon landing, the group surveyed their surroundings and spotted Tom, sword in hand, standing beside the lifeless beast. They also noticed Du Hong, with a severed hand, injured Tong Shui, and Mei Qingxue, armed with a sharp blade, standing behind Xu Haoran, who wore an expression of innocence amidst the chaos, along with the battle scars littering the ground. Old Zhang, Old Hao, pursue those 2 miscreants with me. The rest of the situation is in your hands, Captain Jiang and Old Zhao, Enlan commanded, deducing the situation within mere seconds. Without hesitation, he called upon the other 2 teachers to follow him in pursuit of the fleeing culprits. The remaining young man and 1 teacher stayed behind to tend to the scene. They had glimpsed some footage through the surveillance, but it paled in comparison to the clarity of the current scene. Upon arrival, they grasped the gravity of the situation. Du Hong's hand was severed, and the ground bore the remains of a slain lion hybrid and other creatures. This incident had escalated into a significant crisis. Chapter 91. There are still more good people in this world. At the scene, only Captain Jiang and a robust teacher named Zhao remained. Captain Jiang, the head of this training facility, felt overwhelmed. How could someone have infiltrated the training base and harmed students? The magnitude of this incident was far too great. The only consolation was that no lives had been lost. This was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Had anyone died, the consequences would have been dire. Such incidents had never occurred before, hence the security measures were not stringent. However, Zhang Xiao resolved to return and reinforce the security protocols at the facility. This could not be overlooked. If it was not taken seriously, his position might be at risk. When Enlan and the others arrived, order was restored. Captain Jiang and teacher Zhao comforted the students, ensuring that those in need received medical attention and that others could rest while awaiting reinforcements for healing. Consequently, all students were forcibly relieved from their training. Teacher Zhao sought out the strongest among them, Mei Qingxue, to inquire about the events. Mei Qingxue, forthright, recounted everything she had witnessed. Xu Haoran and the remaining few were also summoned to provide their accounts. Xu Haoran discovered a crucial detail. Those 2 individuals had come looking for him. Unfortunately, Du Hong had been unlucky enough to encounter them first. He also learned of how Du Hong had attempted to defend himself only to end up losing both hands. What a tragedy. So, Du Hong, you sacrificed your hands for me. Xu Haoran felt a swell of emotion, nearly moved to tears. I had no idea. Du Hong, you are so loyal. Next time, I'll treat you to a big sausage. Du Hong, racked with pain, had no inclination to converse with Xu Haoran. His hands were severed. Who wouldn't he be in agony? Earlier, the adrenaline had masked the pain, but now that he had relaxed, the torment was unbearable, and sweat dripped from his forehead. He had only suppressed his cries out of sheer determination. However, upon hearing Xu Haoran's gratitude, he felt as if he might explode. Loyalty? What loyalty? Who in their right mind would want to help Xu Haoran? Those 2 ruffians had claimed they were helping Xu Haoran, which was why he had intervened. Who could have predicted it would end like this? They had come to trouble Xu Haoran, yet he bore all the consequences. He felt a deep sense of despair. Why was he suffering so much? It was clear that they had not come to assist him. Xu Haoran must be mocking him. He looked at Captain Jiang and teacher Zhao, wanting to vent his frustration, but ultimately held his tongue. "I didn't help you. Those 2 scoundrels will pay once I grow stronger," he thought. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran was still moved, thinking, I know you helped me intentionally but are too proud to admit it. However, I will remember this kindness. I promise, I will treat you to that sausage. And then we'll be even. What do you say? Du Hong's shoulders trembled. What was this fool saying? His hands were severed. And Xu Haoran thought that treating him to a sausage would settle the score? How ridiculous. Du Hong's eyes nearly bulged with anger. If looks could kill, Xu Haoran would have been dead 1,000 times over. Suddenly, blood gushed from Du Hong's wrist. The nearby medical personnel turned pale. What? Why are you bleeding again? Stay calm. Stay calm. You're only being offered a sausage. Is it worth such a reaction? They frantically tried to staunch the bleeding, unable to contain their remarks. Du Hong's lips twitched violently, and his eyelids fluttered as if dancing to an erratic rhythm. Was this about a sausage? This fool was trying to barter a sausage for his 2 hands. What a despicable creature. A sausage costs mere pennies, while his hands were priceless. How could they even be compared? All right, Du Hong, there's no need to get so worked up. It's just a sausage. Truly no need for such an uproar. If you like sausages so much, I'll gladly treat you to another one. Xu Haoran quickly interjected, sensing the growing tension. The medical staff chimed in. You really mustn't get agitated. You're bleeding again. And if this continues, no matter how skilled I am, you could bleed to death. The medical personnel were almost glued to Du Hong's side, while nearby lay Hu Guang, who was unconscious, leaving only the 2 of them in dire straits. Du Hong had intended to curse Xu Haoran's ancestors, but upon hearing the doctor's words, he suppressed his anger. His face flushed with indignation. Xu Haoran seemed to delight in mocking him, yet he couldn't even express his frustration. As he contemplated this further, he began to feel lightheaded. This was due to blood loss. No, he couldn't succumb now. No more anger. He quickly shut his eyes, refusing to look at Xu Haoran's repugnant visage, and steadied his mind, constantly reminding himself to remain calm. If he did not regain his composure, he would be beyond salvation. That's the way it should be. Xu Haoran observed the other party close his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. You're quite excited for a mere grilled sausage, Du Hong. Haven't you indulged in many fine delicacies? Is your family facing hardships? Fear not. I shall treat you to a grand feast in the future. I recently spotted a top-tier seafood buffet for just 99 yuan per person near the academy. I'll take you there to broaden your horizons. No need to thank me. It's just in my benevolent nature, Xu Haoran proclaimed, patting his chest with a display of heartfelt generosity. The nearby nurse was moved, commenting on the kindness of this student, wishing she had such a considerate classmate during her school days. Uffed. Du Hong's wrist bled anew. Xu Haoran kind-hearted? What nonsense. When did his family ever become impoverished? Such slander. 99 yuan for a top-tier seafood buffet? Surely, they must be serving mutated lobsters from the fallout of cherry blossoms. Who in their right mind would dare to eat that? Is the restaurant engaging in charity work? Even a decent lobster would cost more than 99 yuan. Yet, as his head spun increasingly, he could only brace himself and grit his teeth, directing his ire at Xu Haoran. Get lost. Just get lost. Hey, how can you tell me to roll when I'm inviting you to dinner? Xu Haoran, seeing Du Hong's clenched teeth and shaking head, shrugged off the matter, thinking, good intentions, wasted on a stubborn mule. I'll go attend to my senior Mei. You really ought to work on that temper of yours, he added before turning away. Striding towards Mei Qingxue, leaving behind a doctor with a perplexed expression, who evidently also believed that Du Hong had misinterpreted genuine kindness. This almost made Du Hong spit blood in frustration. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran, without looking back, remarked, what a good person. Indeed, the world is filled with kind souls. First, Li Fei shielded him from misfortune, and now Du Hong bore the brunt of his injuries. Truly, one must believe that there is light in this world. But who were those 2 individuals seeking him out? And who sent them? He had made many enemies lately, so why were so many people causing him trouble? Xu Haoran mused, realizing he needed to summon more pets. Although there were indeed many good people in this world, he must also strive to become stronger. He could not rely solely on others to bear his burdens. If all the good people were gone, who would help him then? Thus, he resolved to fortify himself. Tonight, he would summon. With the addition of that horned beast, he had already slain 2 or 3 beast kings, which was ample for a lottery. Chapter 92. Those who understand me are my brothers. Xu Haoran returned to Mei Qingxue's side, who was seated in meditation, healing her wounds. Her injuries were not severe, merely minor, and far less grave than those of others. Of course, the healthiest among them was Ma Shanghao, who was currently indulging in a feast. Sipping chilled fruit juice and munching on peanuts and sunflower seeds, he sighed. After a day filled with such chaos, I am utterly exhausted. Today has been more thrilling than my entire life. Almost met my end. Had it not been for Xu Haoran, I might not have made it through today. It was a true brush with death. Thus, he felt the need to nourish his fragile spirit. Old Xu, you're back. Care for a drink? He offered, handing over a bottle of juice. Where did you get this juice? Xu Haoran inquired, glancing at the pile of snacks before him. After accepting the juice, he took a hearty sip. The folks from the base brought it, worried we might be hungry. But no one else wanted any, so it's all ours now. Heh. Ma Xianghao chuckled. Everyone else had barely escaped with their lives, and at such a moment, who could still find appetite? Reflecting on the previous scene, some of them were on the verge of retching, having truly navigated the gates of death. In the face of life and death, individuals react differently. Yet few could manage to eat when they had just brushed so closely with mortality. Is that so? Xu Haoran also began to snack. Tom, come, have some beef jerky. Don't just drink milk. Ma Xianghao not only fed Xu Haoran, but even went so far as to offer snacks to Tom, treating him with more affection than he showed Xu Haoran, as if he were family. After all, he had witnessed Tom's incredible prowess just moments ago. 3 words, utterly astounding. He truly had no idea that the seemingly ordinary Tom was so formidable. He could annihilate beast kings in an instant. Who else could claim such a feat? Hence, he was now exceedingly courteous to Tom, thinking that perhaps in future dangers, Tom might save his life. He had also resolved in his heart to solidify his friendship with Xu Haoran. The sense of security he provided was unparalleled. Watching Ma Xianghao's fawning over Tom, Xu Haoran could not help but chuckle. Tom, however, remained oblivious, happily accepting the offered food. Senior, would you like some as well? Xu Haoran asked, handing a bottle of juice to Mei Qingxue, who was meditating nearby. Thank you, but I shall wait until my wounds have healed. I just took some medicine, and it's unwise to drink juice now, as it may affect the efficacy of the medication. Mei Qingxue graciously declined. True to her nature, Mei Qingxue was meticulous in her approach to everything. If it were him, he would have assumed that taking the medicine meant he could immediately indulge in a small hot pot meal. He opened a snack for himself and waited for the troops from the Sunrise base to resolve the situation. Before long, Jiang Xiao approached Xu Haoran, inquiring about the events that had transpired. Didn't I already explain? They were quite clear as well, right? Xu Haoran replied, puzzled by Jiang Xiao's insistence on asking him. Jiang Xiao held a record sheet, his expression serious and peculiar. You did indeed. But I heard them say that your pet displayed remarkable prowess and saved all of you, Jiang Xiao remarked, turning to gaze at Tom. It's not a pet beast. It's a pet, the record clearly stated. He had not monitored Xu Haoran and the others. Those responsibilities had been delegated to Lan and her team. Thus, he was unaware of Tom's capabilities. Hearing that everyone claimed a mere cat had saved them, his first reaction was to question their sanity. A pet cat saved them all. Why not say the cat saved the world? Tom indeed saved us. Captain Jiang, I can testify. Ma Xianghao, munching on chips, patted his chest in assurance. Jiang Xiao observed the greasy Ma Xianghao and twitched his lips. No need for your guarantee. I know they aren't lying. I'm merely curious. This is your pet, not your pet beast, correct? Jiang Xiao asked Xu Haoran, who shook his head. No. Xu Haoran clarified. I've mentioned it before. Tom is my pet. Not a pet beast. Truly a pet, not a beast. Jiang Xiao harbored no further doubts, yet more questions arose. This cat wasn't some ferocious beast, was it? How exactly did it save you? And where did it come from? Xu Haoran shook his head. Captain Jiang, that is my secret. I cannot disclose that. He could reveal certain matters, yet there were some he wished to keep to himself. Jiang Zhao's gaze collided with Xu Haoran's in the air. The sharp contours of his face radiated intensity as the two exchanged a silent stare. Jiang Zhao's expression was extraordinarily serious. It was the first time he had encountered a student brave enough to speak to him in such a manner. Observing the rebellious Xu Haoran, he narrowed his eyes. Captain Jiang, Xu Haoran must be right. Whether it be a pet or a beast companion, it is the greatest trump card of a beast master. And he has no obligation to disclose it to anyone. We have relayed the entire sequence of events to you. If there is nothing else, I may require a tranquil environment to recuperate. At that moment, Mei Qingxue suddenly interjected, breaking the silent exchange between Jiang Xiao and Xu Haoran. Jiang Xiao turned to regard the aloof Mei Qingxue and smiled warmly. Mei Qingxue, a prodigious beast master from Wanlong Academy, her future prospects are boundless. Although I have seen you before, this is the first time you've initiated a conversation with me. Very well. The secret of the beast companion need not be shared with me. However, others may come seeking answers later. When they do, they may not be as gentle as I am. So do take heed. Jiang Xiao rose, flashing a radiant smile at Xu Haoran before departing with an air of nonchalance. Xu Haoran smirked, feeling somewhat intimidated. Captain Jiang does not seem like a benevolent individual, Ma Xianghao pondered as he watched Jiang Zhao's retreating figure. Regardless of his character, as long as he leaves me be, I am content, Xu Haoran shrugged. Yet, old Xu, you truly need to devise a plausible explanation. With Tom's formidable strength, he will undoubtedly attract attention. What if the other students speak out? Tom won't end up being dissected for research, will he? Ma Xianghao glanced anxiously at Tom, who was munching nearby. Xu Haoran looked at Ma Xianghao in surprise. He had not considered that aspect. If word got out, there might indeed be those who would target his Tom. No worries, I know my limits, Xu Haoran mused. No, you do not, Ma Xianghao countered seriously. I do not. But do you? Xu Haoran rolled his eyes. Actually, I do. How about you gift him to me? My father works at the Beast Master Bureau. No one would dare touch him, Ma Xianghao grinned lewdly. After all that talk, it was merely his own desire for Tom. Xu Haoran ignored him entirely, expressing gratitude to Mei Qing Snow. He had not forgotten her assistance moments ago. As long as you are aware, Mei Qing Snow replied without elaboration, continuing her meditation while Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao resumed their hearty feast. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Yan Bian and Zhang Qian had fled into the woods. Zhang Qian carried Yan Bian on his back, sprinting wildly through the forest. He exerted every ounce of his strength, running relentlessly in a singular direction until his stamina was utterly depleted, at which point he could no longer discern where he had arrived and finally came to a halt. Thud! As he ran, his foot suddenly twisted, sending him tumbling forward, rolling across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a stop. Yan Bian, who was on Zhang Qian's back, was thrown off as Zhang Qian fell, colliding with a large tree before coming to a halt. Yan Bian felt the fabric of his back torn as he cried out in pain. Thankfully, they were in the forest. The ground was composed of dirt, underbrush, and decaying leaves. Had it been a concrete surface, the consequences would have been dire. Once he regained his composure, he anxiously rushed to his brother's side. Brother, are you all right? He knelt beside the motionless Zhang Qian, his eyes brimming with tears. They were brothers bound by fate, their bond exceptionally close. And he feared for Zhang Qian's well-being. I'm fine, Zhang Qian replied, his face scraped and bloodied from the fall, yet still managing to gasp out a response. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's voice, Yan Bian exhaled in relief, then hurriedly retrieved a small pill from his storage ring, offering it to his brother. Here, take this medicine quickly, you'll be all right. I know. Zhang Qian nodded, gritting his teeth to utter a name, Su Hu. I know. Yan Bian replied without a second thought, understanding his brother's intent. That scoundrel Su Hu. Rest assured, brother, I will not let him off the hook. No. Yan Bian's eyes hardened. Merely eliminating him is insufficient. We must eradicate his entire family. A satisfied smile finally crept onto Zhang Qian's bloodied face. Good. A brother who understands me. Chapter 93, Bounty Hunters from Pickled Vegetable Nation. Meanwhile, once the personnel from the Zuri base had managed to handle the situation and briefly accounted for everyone's crystal cores, they directed all individuals to return to the academy. An investigation into the incident would ensue, but now was not the time. Xu Haoran and his companions were shaken, with some sustaining injuries. The most severe were Hu Guang and Du Hong, who had lost both their hands and feet. Consequently, the students were compelled to return. How unfortunate for Hu Guang and Du Hong. One had his leg crushed, while the other lost both hands, Ma Xianghao remarked, unable to suppress a comment as he observed the two being loaded into an ambulance. Those with merits are often favored by fate, Xu Haoran added. I too believe his hands will never heal. What do you think, Senior Mei? Ma Xianghao turned to Mei Qing Snow, who rolled her eyes in exasperation without replying. Feeling helpless toward the two. Let us board the vehicle. It's time to return. Remember to focus on your training, she said before entering the vehicle. Time flew by swiftly. Once aboard, as the vehicle made its way to the city, Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao managed to doze off. By the time they awoke, the vehicle had already stopped at the academy gates. Upon returning to Wanglong Academy, everyone engaged in spirited discussions about the events that had transpired. Most maintained a mindset of reveling in the drama. The only ones truly affected were the two teams led by Du Hong, while the others had been largely unscathed. Consequently, many were merely spectators, curious about the unfolding tale. A considerable number approached Ma Xianghao and Xu Haoran to inquire about what had occurred. Xu Haoran offered brief responses, eager to avoid further elaboration, leaving Ma Xianghao to enthusiastically recount the events to the onlookers. I had my dragon pig in one hand and a branch in the other, battling those two villains for 300 rounds. The quills of that hedgehog were a mere millimeter from my eye. I was on the brink of death. Slam. Ma Xianghao slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice. And guess what happened next? What happened? How did you counter their attack? That sounds so thrilling. How did you survive? You don't know who Ma Xianghao is. At that moment, I simply discarded the stick. I unleashed a void grip. With one hand, I grasped the very spike that nearly pierced my eye, and then I slapped one of them across the face. I moved with the swiftness of thunder and the might of lightning, arriving before that individual in the blink of an eye. With a single strike, I sent the most formidable Emperor-level powerhouse crashing to the ground. What? You were able to contend with an Emperor-level warrior? Someone gasped in disbelief. Ma Xianghao scoffed. What a joke. He merely a small fry. You can't possibly think he could pose a challenge to me? I bellowed. Who stands at the pinnacle where my palm lands? In an instant, Xianghao was rendered void. With a single slap, he was driven into the ground like a nail. Ma Xianghao puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. Beside him, Xu Haoran twitched his lips. This guy truly dared to boast. Knock, knock, knock. Xu Haoran. Come with us. The esteemed dean wishes to see you, came a voice at the classroom door. Everyone looked up to see Tong Iran. Teacher Tong. Do I get to go as well? Ma Xianghao, still in the midst of his bravado, was momentarily taken aback. Yes, together, Tong Iran nodded. Excellent. To think I would be personally summoned by the dean. Such an opportunity is rare. All right, let us set off at once. Xu Haoran followed Tong Iran to seek out Dean Xu, navigating through a long corridor, weaving through throngs of students, descending and ascending staircases. Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao finally arrived at the dean's office. Inside, both the dean and the vice dean sat calmly, gazing at their phones, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Dean, I finally get to see you. Xu Haoran exclaimed as he entered the office alongside Tom and Ma Xianghao, only to find the dean and vice dean wearing expressions of sorrow. Their pitiful countenance caused both Dean Xu and the vice dean to pause. What troubles you? Dean, you have no idea. When we went out this time, I nearly lost my life. Xu Haoran lamented, his expression filled with anguish. It was so close. I could have been killed. Ever since I returned, I've been unable to eat or sleep properly, feeling utterly disoriented. I think I might be ill. Ma Xianghao, standing nearby, was taken aback, unable to eat or sleep. It wasn't even a time for slumber. As for not eating, if memory served, Xu Haoran had only consumed a pack of peanuts upon returning, which Ma Xianghao had given him. Enough with the theatrics. I have a serious matter to discuss with you. Dean Xu interjected, his patience wearing thin. He was no novice. He understood Xu Haoran's intentions. Dean Xu, I was genuinely terrified today. I fought against 2 thugs and nearly perished. Although I emerged unscathed, my fragile spirit has been severely shaken. 100,000. I'll transfer it to you shortly. But you must be quiet while we inquire, Li Changqi remarked with a blank expression. Oh, suddenly, I feel much better. Xu Haoran lowered his hand from his heart, his eyes brightening. Dean, Vice Dean, you must have something to ask me, right? Please, feel free to inquire. I shall speak without reservation. Ma Xianghao. Chu Xiaoqing. Observing Xu Haoran return to his usual self upon hearing about the transfer, Ma Xianghao felt rather foolish. If only he possessed half of Xu Haoran's wit and acting prowess, he wouldn't be reduced to scavenging for snacks at the Sunrise base. Vice Dean. My pure and innocent heart has indeed been a tad bit. Ma Xianghao began, but Li Changqi cut him off. You have no money. We are merely here to inquire. If you wish to leave, do so. Ma Xianghao's expression darkened. Why should it be that Xu Haoran receives 100,000, while I receive nothing? Yet he had no intention of leaving. He was curious about what the dean wanted to ask. All right, let us address the matter at hand. We have thoroughly investigated the identities of the 2 individuals who sought you today. Dean Xu produced a document and lightly tossed it towards Xu Haoran, who caught it deftly. Take a look. These 2 are bounty hunters from the pickled vegetable nation, the kind that will do anything for money. Someone has paid them to come and kill you. Who do you think it might be? Xu Haoran glanced at the document. Name, Zhang Qian. Occupation, bounty hunter. Strength, emperor-level beast tamer. Contracted beast, modified mutant arrow tortoise hedgehog. Family, both parents deceased. Only a younger brother named Yan Bian remains. Life experience, born into a small family in the pickled vegetable nation. Name, Yan Bian. To his astonishment, the 2 were actually brothers, both bounty hunters willing to do anything for cash. After perusing the document, Xu Haoran took a deep breath. I have no idea. His expression grew solemn, betraying no hint of deceit. Dean Xu frowned. Do you have no leads at all? Have you offended anyone recently? Quite a few, actually. There are certainly leads, Xu Haoran pondered. Speak. Li Changqi urged. Well, I suspect these individuals might wish to kill me out of jealousy for my handsome visage and overflowing talent. Perhaps we could pursue this angle first. Xu Haoran clapped his hands. Li Changqi. What a pointless inquiry, he thought. Chapter 94. The Tale of Tom and Me. Do you have any suspects in mind? Li Changqi mused for a moment before asking Xu Haoran, realizing that one cannot question him with conventional reasoning. Suspects? There are quite a few. For instance, there's Li Fei, who is still lying in the hospital. Then there's Su Hu, whose pet I killed. Also, I believe Sun Xiaohua is quite likely, and that organization known as the Root of Disaster seems to covet my life. Furthermore, there's that red-haired weirdo in our class who doesn't seem to like me much. I think we should investigate him as well. It would be best to detain him for a few days. And there's also Wang Ergu from my former village, who was caught peeping at the widows bathing and I made it public. It's not unimaginable that he harbors a grudge. so perhaps we should invite him for some tea as well. Xu Haoran listed out his enemies. Both Ding Shu and Li Changqi listened intently. However, upon hearing Xu Haoran mention Wang Ergu, they realized he was merely rambling. Enough. That is quite sufficient, they interjected. Unable to endure any further tales of Xu Haoran's childhood toy disputes. Sun Xiaohua indeed holds some suspicion. I will investigate that. Li Changqi contemplated the useful information gleaned from Xu Haoran's earlier statements, though he could not guarantee it was directed at the Gemini. What? Xu Haoran exclaimed in shock. Are they targeting the Gemini? Does that mean I will be in danger from now on? Dean, I bear too much responsibility and peril for the Gemini. Suddenly, Xu Haoran was on the verge of tears, ready to perform, but before he could begin, he was interrupted. Stop acting. If you wish to take on that role, then do so. If not, I can rescind it. No money. Dean Chu's face darkened. This little rascal still sought money. How could the prestigious Wanlong Academy be so miserly? Seeing the other party unwilling to finance his peril, Xu Haoran muttered under his breath, prompting Tong Iran beside him to lose her patience. Enough already. Let us get to the point and stop the idle chatter. Tong Iran nudged Xu Haoran with her shoulder. Who would dare to demand money from the dean in such a roundabout way as Xu Haoran did? Alas, the world has lost its morals. Yet, Xu Haoran merely shook his head and sighed. All right, you all did encounter quite a bit of danger this time. I called you here to inform you that there will be no classes today. Take some time to rest, and let me remind you, things have been rather turbulent lately. So do exercise caution. If anything arises, notify us immediately. The last statement was directed at Xu Haoran. Dean Shu and the vice dean had noticed that whenever Xu Haoran was involved, trouble seemed to follow. First, there was the incident with Sun Xiaohua. And now assassins from the Pickled Cabbage Nation were after him. How could Xu Haoran stir up so much trouble? The mischief seemed endless. It had only been a few days since school started, and he had already expelled someone. It was absurd. Understood, Ma Shanghao and Xu Haoran replied in unison. All right. There's nothing more to discuss. You may return now. Teacher Tong, the students have worked hard today. Grant them a half day off. Understood, Dean. Tong Iran nodded, and then led Xu Haoran out of the office. Ma Shanghao, please inform the other students that they can head back to their dormitories to rest. Xu Haoran, follow me for a moment. Tong Iran instructed Ma Shanghao to notify the others while she took Xu Haoran with her. Be careful. Don't be fooled by the beautiful exterior of Tianshan Tonglao. She is ruthless and will devour you without leaving a bone. Do not let her charm deceive you. Ma Shanghao whispered to Xu Haoran before leaving. Xu Haoran rolled his eyes. You should have told me earlier. I've already been taken advantage of by her. So what is the point? He was unaware of what Ma Shanghao meant as he followed Tong Iran through the academy. Tong Iran walked ahead, her hips swaying enticingly. Xu Haoran wondered if it was merely his imagination, but today she seemed exceptionally alluring. Just as he pondered this, Tong Iran suddenly halted and flashed a sweet smile back at him. Upon hearing her voice, Xu Haoran instinctively took a step back. The first time he met her, it was with that same voice when she had taken advantage of him. When she turned flirtatious, it was never a good sign. Oh, don't be so afraid of your teacher. Am I really that terrifying? Tong Iran saw the wary expression on Xu Haoran's face freeze momentarily before she regained her seductive demeanor. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you. Xu Haoran retorted disdainfully. You. Tong Iran raised an eyebrow, her expression serious, nearly ready to teach him a lesson about respect. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? But after a moment's contemplation, she reverted to her sweet smile. Su Tongxue, how can you speak to your teacher in such a way? I am your most beloved and beautiful teacher sister. You are not. Xu Haoran shook his head. Tong Iran chose to ignore his response and inquired, Su Tongxue, where did you acquire this pet of yours? Could you perhaps share the source with your teacher? Oh, so she was interested in his cat, Tom. Xu Haoran understood her intentions. Indeed, Tom was quite formidable. Even if not all of his abilities had been revealed, he was still quite impressive. It was only natural for others to be intrigued by Tom. Meow. Tom seemed to comprehend Tong Iran's words and innocently called out to her. I found this cat. Don't even think about it. It's not for sale, Xu Haoran explained. Back when I was wandering the streets, alone and desolate, I spotted a little cat approaching me from afar. At that time, I had nothing to my name. Xu Haoran reminisced, his voice filled with nostalgia. It, too, was all alone, dirty yet adorable, rummaging through trash beside a foul-smelling dumpster, pitiful yet charming. Wait, Tong Iran interjected, realizing a flaw in his story. Didn't you say the cat came towards you? Oh, I must have mixed up the details. It was rummaging through the garbage. Don't interrupt me, Xu Haoran replied impatiently. At that moment, we merely exchanged glances and knew that fate had destined us to be together. Tong Iran listened to Xu Haoran's tale, unsure of what to critique. Really? Must you be so dramatic over a cat? She raised her hand to halt his continued narrative about his love story with the cat, unable to endure any further. So, may I ask, Do you possess the talent for beast mastery? This time, Xu Haoran's demeanor grew earnest as she scrutinized Xu Haoran intently. She was aware of the events that transpired at the Sunrise base and could hardly believe that Xu Haoran was on par with Mei Qingxue. So what was the truth about Xu Haoran? Was it that the cat was extraordinary, or was Xu Haoran himself truly remarkable? The records indicated Xu Haoran had no talent. Was he concealing his capabilities? She almost fell for his facade. Now, she suspected he was hiding his true self. I truly lack any talent. I graduated from middle school after a public test. If I had any talent, would I still be without a contracted pet? Xu Haoran stated. And he was not wrong in that regard. Xu Haoran nodded. So, you really are just lucky to have found a rather impressive cat? Yes. I was merely fortunate to have found Tom. Xu Haoran looked up at the sky, lamenting, alas, my parents have passed away, leaving me unloved and uncared for. Bullied by the local tyrants at home, and scorned by other students at the academy. Only Tom keeps me company. As he spoke, he became increasingly emotional, his voice growing hoarse. Xu Haoran listened with empathy. She had reviewed Xu Haoran's file, which indeed detailed a difficult childhood. His parents had passed away when he was young. She sighed. There are indeed those abandoned by fate in this world. It is truly unfortunate. Here is a small token of my goodwill. You must have had a tough time in the past. Please take this money. Eat something good. At your age, you should be nourishing your body. Don't deprive yourself. Xu Haoran, displaying an unexpected kindness, retrieved several red bills from her bag and handed them to Xu Haoran. Who would have thought that the typically frugal Xu Haoran would actually give money to someone? Xu Haoran's eyes lit up upon seeing the cash, and without hesitation, he accepted it, his sorrow dissipating instantly. He nodded repeatedly. Thank you, teacher. Good deeds will be rewarded. It's nothing, go on. And work hard to secure a good job in the future. Xu Haoran wiped her reddened eyes. As one ages, one cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. All right, teacher, I shall take my leave now. Xu Haoran, grinning from ear to ear, departed with the money. However, once Xu Haoran had cheerfully left, Xu Haoran suddenly felt a sense of unease. Why did she give Xu Haoran money? He was now a dual star, earning a monthly salary that might surpass her own. Why would she give him money? Perhaps it was due to her sympathy for him. Yet, watching Xu Haoran bounce away, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had somehow lost out. Wasn't I supposed to ask him where the cat came from? How did I end up giving him money instead? Xu Haoran found herself grappling with a sense of existential doubt. Nevertheless, she resolved to seek out her dear companion, Xiao Qinqin, for a meal, as it was about time for business matters to resume. After a brief contemplation, she concluded that it was nearly time for their reunion. Chapter 95, Summoning Pets, Transformers? Meanwhile, Xu Haoran, having received his payment, returned home in high spirits, eager to tidy up his belongings before departing from the academy. He contemplated heading back to his villa, as the day was still young. There was no pressing need to return to the dormitory, where he had little to occupy his time. Given the splendid weather, residing in the grand villa was far more comfortable. Additionally, Xu Haoran was intent on summoning his pet. However, while on the bus, a sudden realization struck him as he slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to request his pet from Director Chu. What a blunder. He vowed to remember this for tomorrow. Nothing else could be overlooked, but his pet was paramount. It was indeed time to select a creature that suited him. Nonetheless, he was troubled by the fact that he lacked the talent for beast mastery and was uncertain about which pet he could contract. Upon arriving at the villa, he received a message from Ma Xianghao, inquiring if Xu Haoran wished to join him for a meal. Xu Haoran politely declined, expressing his preference to dine in the comfort of his own grand villa, where meals were significantly more enjoyable. Huh, you've moved into a grand villa? Next time, do take me to see it. Ma Xianghao replied, amused. Unfortunately, I am currently being supported by a beautiful, wealthy woman. Bringing guests home requires her consent, Xu Haoran retorted, continuing to decline the invitation. Sure, keep pretending. Well, I'm off to work out after dinner, Ma Xianghao scoffed, clearly skeptical. With Xu Haoran's appearance, if he truly had a wealthy benefactor, he must be pursued by every goddess in the school. After replying to Ma Xianghao, Xu Haoran prepared to turn off his phone, only to discover another message awaiting him. It was from Mei Qingxue. The fact that she had taken the initiative to message him was utterly astonishing. Remember to train hard. You are far too weak, she had written, a reminder to bolster his physical prowess. Had it been anyone else, Xu Haoran would have assumed they were mocking him. Yet, with Mei Qingxue, he sensed a genuine concern for his strength. All right, senior, what are you up to? He replied. Typically, after classes, students would accompany their most adorable girlfriends to secluded spots for intimate conversations about life and aspirations, while also showcasing their well-defined musculature. Couples in love often found even a single day together insufficient, much less the time after class. However, in the case of Mei Qingxue, Xu Haoran envisioned her donning athletic wear, either jogging on the track or exercising in the gym, training in Jeet Kune Do. enhancing physical fitness and combat skills. Would you care to join? She sent an invitation for combat training. Should he accept? Would he return unscathed? Senior, don't you have a boyfriend? Isn't that Lou fellow pursuing you? Haven't you considered engaging in a sweet romance during university? He asked. Instead of responding with text, she sent a voice message. I only wish to grow stronger. Nothing else matters. As for Lu Qinyang, her tone shifted slightly at the mention of him. I harbor no feelings for him. I don't know how others feel, but he is simply not my type. Enough of that. I must go train now. Her voice was slightly breathless, indicating she was likely engaged in physical activity. With that, the conversation ended, and Xu Haoran speculated she had indeed gone to train. Lu Qinyang was the person Chu Shaoqing was fond of, wasn't he? It struck him as odd how Mei Qingxue reacted when mentioning him. But such matters were of little consequence. He then messaged Lu Ruyan, who seemed to have finished her business. However, she mentioned she might meet her best friend tonight, leaving Xu Haoran uncertain if she would return. He was unconcerned. Lu Ruyan was more than capable of managing her own affairs. Knowing she would not be back for the time being, Xu Haoran felt at ease. He retreated to the tranquil backyard, calling forth his alien and Tom, preparing for his pets to meet new companions. 6002. Let us try another intermediate draw. Xu Haoran inhaled deeply. The intermediate draw required 5,000 cultivation points, and he had 6,002. The advanced draw was out of reach, so he hoped to summon a commendable intermediate pet, ideally, one with formidable capabilities. System. I wish to proceed with the intermediate draw. Xu Haoran summoned the system in his mind. Ding. Do you wish to spend 5,000 cultivation points for an intermediate draw? Yes. Ding. Drawing initiated. Successful draw. Intermediate pet summoned. Transformers Bumblebee. Rewards have been allocated to the system space and can be retrieved at any time. The draw was complete, yet Xu Haoran found himself questioning whether he had misheard. He glanced at the space to confirm he had not made an error. There, in the space, was a small yellow car. Xu Haoran stared blankly at the car, a look of bewilderment on his face. Was this truly a pet? Was the world going mad? Or was he? Transformers were now classified as pets? Could he not summon a more powerful cosmic overlord? If he was to summon, it should at least be a creature of considerable strength. Bumblebee's combat prowess appeared somewhat lacking. Xu Haoran grumbled inwardly before summoning Bumblebee. Boom. The tires landed solidly on the ground, settling firmly in the yard. This was indeed a yellow car, its design streamlined and elegant. Is this what Transformers are? Xu Haoran's eyes sparkled. Regardless of anything else, the aesthetics were undeniably impressive. It clearly possessed significant value. Henceforth, you shall be known as Bumblebee. Can you transform for me? Xu Haoran called out. As soon as the words left his lips, the yellow vehicle seemed to be infused with life. A cacophony of sounds erupted, akin to a unique mechanical symphony. Almost as if awakened by magic, the car began to transform, doors opening automatically, and wheels rising as if imbued with consciousness. In mere moments, the entire vehicle astonishingly stood upright, its mechanical components twisting and assembling in a magnificent display, transforming in the blink of an eye into a tall, imposing robot. Roar. Meow. Roar. Tom fluffed up, while the alien bristled, both fixated on the humanoid form of the robot, their voices tinged with trepidation. This transformer appeared to possess a different essence from theirs. Quiet down, everyone, Xu Haoran soothed, patting Tom to calm him and the alien. He then turned his gaze to the tall yellow robot, which blinked its large eyes, curiously assessing Tom and the alien beside Xu Haoran. Although the alien was cloaked in invisibility, the robot seemed able to perceive it, its innocent eyes blinking with curiosity. Is this what a transformer is? Equipped with high-tech features, achieving 8 kilometers per liter? By the way, how do you sustain your energy? Do you consume feed? Xu Haoran suddenly pondered what sustenance this contraption required to maintain its energy. Bumblebee did not respond immediately. Instead, he searched for a button on his body and ultimately found one resembling a radio on his shoulder. Upon pressing it, the resonant voice of a male host echoed through the air. I possess an energy source akin to a nuclear fusion reactor, requiring no replenishment. Xu Haoran, listening to the deep and dignified voice, felt a peculiar sensation. However, such details were inconsequential. What mattered was that the entity did not require energy. Indeed, Xu Haoran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Capable of both combat and swift mobility without the need for energy, this was splendid. He grinned, declaring, all right, you shall be my steed from now on. However, Bumblebee, do take care to conceal your identity at home. You may only transform into your humanoid form when I command it. At all other times, you must remain in your vehicle form. Understood? Another deep male voice replied affirmatively. Xu Haoran, annoyed by the incessant broadcasting tone, inquired, could you possibly change to a different voice? Bumblebee, though perplexed by the request, complied. He pressed another spot near his throat, and a high-pitched, childlike voice emerged. Is this voice acceptable, master? Xu Haoran nearly choked in disbelief. Forget it. Revert back to the previous voice. Use that masculine tone. In Chapter 96, titled The Ultimate Intelligent Sedan, Xu Haoran had always perceived the robot as male. Do you possess any offensive capabilities? After reverting Bumblebee, Xu Haoran grew curious about his combat prowess. With a series of mechanical clicks, Bumblebee transformed, and components flew from his shoulders, morphing into two cannon-like appendages the thickness of a thigh, with similarly robust tubes appearing on his arms. Is this your method of attack? Heat weaponry? Xu Haoran scrutinized the equipment and shook his head. The mid-tier summoning clearly did not suffice, while Bumblebee possessed combat capabilities. They were inferior to those of ferocious beasts. In this era, conventional firearms lacked any real offensive capability. A formidable beast far surpassed any heat weaponry. Nonetheless, Bumblebee's ability to function as a vehicle was quite advantageous, and in critical moments, those weapons might catch foes off guard. Although the damage from heat weapons was fixed, Bumblebee's armament was still quite commendable, more than adequate for dealing with beasts below the king rank. However, against creatures like Godzilla, it would undoubtedly fall short. Yet, for Xu Haoran's current standing, it was certainly sufficient. After a thorough examination of Bumblebee, Xu Haoran instructed him to revert and reminded him that he must not assume humanoid form in the presence of others. He could only transform into a vehicle. Only upon receiving Xu Haoran's command could he take on human form. For Bumblebee, this was hardly a concern. As a robot, shifting between car and human form was inconsequential. Subsequently, he parked the vehicle in the designated space within the villa. The residence boasted ample parking, both underground and in the courtyard, conveniently accommodating Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran issued Bumblebee commands akin to those given to the alien. Lu Rian was considered his half-mistress. Besides her, should any intruders enter the villa, Bumblebee was to provide them with excellent service, remaining in the parking space. After returning to the villa, Xu Haoran rested briefly, prepared a steak for dinner, and then changed into casual attire, ready to head out with Tom. The day was still young, allowing him to attend to various matters, such as checking on Li Fei's health or visiting old Lu. Furthermore, he believed it essential to continue training himself, devising methods to enhance his strength. Upon exiting, he wasted no time in driving Bumblebee to find Li Fei. Given that Li Fei had endured a severe beating on his behalf, Xu Haoran felt it necessary to check on him. He recalled that he had previously inquired about Li Fei's hospital location from Director Chu. Although he did not know the specifics, Director Chu undoubtedly did. The vehicle's performance was exceptional, its speed astounding. Most notably, Xu Haoran discovered that Bumblebee did not require his guidance. Furthermore, it could connect to the internet. By linking to his phone, the vehicle could even relay navigation instructions, allowing it to follow the directions autonomously. Xu Haoran merely needed to rest his hands on the steering wheel for appearance's sake, while Bumblebee handled the rest. It was utterly exhilarating. This was akin to having a super artificial intelligence driving for him. No other vehicle on the market boasted such intelligence. Xu Haoran was experiencing the pinnacle of intelligent sports cars. This was truly the dream of every car enthusiast. He suddenly comprehended why Transformers enjoyed such immense popularity. Who wouldn't relish having a transforming vehicle? Traveling would be exceedingly convenient. Just place his hands on the steering wheel and drift into slumber. Huadong Hospital, the largest and finest medical facility in Rongqing, was surrounded by an array of luxury cars. Among them, a flamboyant, sickly green sports car stood out, drawing Xu Haoran's gaze multiple times as it was parked irregularly rather than in a designated space. The hospital was bustling with patients. In this era, food safety had deteriorated drastically, with even blatant poisoning occurring. This unfortunate reality had led to a flourishing business for hospitals, with patients often spending thousands just to receive treatment. Xu Haoran recalled a time last year when he sought medical attention for a sore throat. The doctor, upon examination, performed a laryngoscopy and nasoscopy, charging him 300 in mere moments. After the examination, he was informed that his throat was unharmed, merely a result of a cold. Xu Haoran sighed deeply, lamenting, alas, what a waste of money. He then purchased medications costing 100 to treat the cold, totaling over 400 Shenlong coins before he could finally leave the hospital. Damn it, can you believe I spent over 400 for a cold? Is this how healthcare operates? They're nothing but leeches. In the past, those without skills were scorned. Now, it was the unskilled practitioners pointing fingers at patients, questioning their medical expertise. Thus, Xu Haoran devoted himself to the study of medicine, adhering to the principle of treating minor ailments himself, ultimately saving some money. Otherwise, a single day's earnings wouldn't even cover a visit to the hospital. However, upon arriving at the hospital and locating Li Fei, Xu Haoran exclaimed that he had arrived too late. He witnessed Li Fei removing his cast. Li Fei, are you nearly recovered? Xu Haoran, astonished to see his friend removing the cast, was nearly moved to tears. How did you heal so swiftly? Xu Haoran, Li Fei's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing him. This rascal dared to seek him out? It appeared that Li Fei was improving, for he was alone in the ward, accompanied only by several attractive nurses, without any family or friends in sight. Oh, Li Fei, please don't be angry. I know I'm late, and you must be upset, but don't be mad just yet. I brought you some pears to try. Xu Haoran lamented, alas. I'm afraid the pears were delivered too late. After all, Li Fei had already recovered. Enough. Who would want your pitiful pear? Li Fei coldly scoffed. He did not grasp the underlying meaning of Xu Haoran's gesture of offering a pear, yet he was acutely aware that the other party harbored ill intentions. The moment he laid eyes on Xu Haoran, the pleasant mood he had upon being discharged from the hospital dissipated entirely. Nearby, a beautiful nurse delicately unwrapped Li Fei's bandages, casting a curious glance at Xu Haoran as she scrutinized their interaction, unaware of their tumultuous relationship. Don't like pears? What a pity. Then I shall take it back for myself, Xu Haoran replied, his tone sincere. He had come solely to express his gratitude towards Li Fei. Li Fei raised an eyebrow. What are you thanking me for? Their relationship was fraught with animosity. How could the other even consider expressing gratitude? Li Fei was already plotting revenge against Xu Haoran, contemplating breaking his legs so he could truly comprehend Li Fei's anguish. Of course, I must thank you, Xu Haoran asserted with utmost seriousness. You came to my home, disguised as me, and endured all those beatings on my behalf. If it weren't for you, I would be the one lying here. His reasoning was sound, yet it struck a painful chord within Li Fei. He had almost forgotten those heart-wrenching memories, but now the agonizing recollections of the past few days flooded back to him. The brutal beating he had endured was vividly etched in his mind. Had it not been for his father hiring the finest physician and procuring the best medicine, he might not have recovered so swiftly. He could very well have been bedridden for a year and a half. Even now, despite the special medication and best doctors, he had been warned that for the next 6 months, he must refrain from heavy labor or strenuous activities. All of this misfortune was a direct consequence of Xu Haoran. The mere thought ignited a fury within him, but he refrained from exploding in anger on the spot. He would have his reckoning once he was out. He cast a cold stare at Xu Haoran. You ought to be grateful to me, and I to you as well. This injury has earned my mother a sports car. Did you see that sleek vehicle outside the hospital? That is something a miser like you could never afford. Outside, Xu Haoran paused. You can't mean that hideous green sports car, can you? Indeed. Li Fei lifted his chin, regarding Xu Haoran with disdain. That is a car you will never be able to purchase in your lifetime. Well, I certainly would never buy a car in that color, Xu Haoran remarked earnestly, nodding. He genuinely had no fondness for such hues. What is wrong with that color? It is a meticulously selected high-end forest green. You, a pauper, simply lack appreciation. Li Fei scoffed dismissively. You certainly have quite a discerning taste, but it is indeed rare for someone to favor green. I want to question others. But with all your experience, you must have genuinely encountered something substantial, right? Xu Haoran scratched his head. He bore no prejudice against green, but his bias against Li Fei was profound. If someone else liked green, he would commend their taste, but if Li Fei liked it, he would feel compelled to discuss it thoroughly. What did you say? Li Fei narrowed his eyes, sensing the implication in Xu Haoran's words. Nothing. Please. Do not take offense. Xu Haoran quickly waved his hands, speaking respectfully. But before Li Fei could regain his composure, Xu Haoran added, I've heard that only those who are hit close to home get angry, so you must keep that hidden. It wouldn't be good if word got out. How dare you? Li Fei felt his face flush, akin to a monkey's rear, as he wanted to curse Xu Haoran's entire family. Yet, he found that Xu Haoran had already taken his leave, clutching his belongings. Xu Haoran, don't let me run into you again, or I swear I'll make you pay. In the hospital, only Li Fei's impotent rage remained. Chapter 97. To tow or not to tow the car. Xu Haoran whistled as he left without glancing back. Approaching the hospital entrance, he sighed. Li Fei is still alive. What a shame. It seems I must exert more effort. Li Fei had recovered, yet the source of his troubles remained utterly useless. Just a broken leg. And he couldn't muster the will to end his own life? Did he not understand that if one does not eradicate the root of the problem, it would merely sprout anew with the spring breeze? With such thoughts, he reached the entrance, only to see a traffic officer issuing a ticket to a vehicle not far off. His expression shifted as he rushed over. Wait. Oh no. Don't put that ticket on. Is this your car? The officer, donned in a cap, glanced at the approaching Xu Haoran while continuing to write the ticket. No. I merely went inside to see a friend for just half an hour. Is it really necessary to issue a ticket? Can't you make an exception? Xu Haoran reached out to snatch the ticket. Such an action would discomfort anyone, and it was the first time the officer had encountered someone so brazen, daring to seize his ticket. Not so fast. You've parked for half an hour. You didn't leave a contact number, and you still dare to snatch my ticket? The officer glared, astonished that someone would be audacious enough to challenge him. I warn you, don't you dare touch that ticket, he commanded. preparing to affix it to the vehicle. Stop. I merely parked for a moment. I've told you not to issue that ticket. Xu Haoran persisted in blocking him. If you keep obstructing me, do you believe I want to have your car towed? The officer was truly incensed. Blackmail. Xu Haoran's temper flared. He could not tolerate such insolence. If you dare call a tow truck, I'll make sure you regret it. Do you think I have no connections? If you tow it now, I'll ensure it's returned to you later, you believe me? He crossed his arms, nostrils flared, exuding arrogance. How absurd. The officer, taken aback by Xu Haoran's audacity, pressed the button to call for a tow truck. This is 9527. I am at the East Hospital. There is a vehicle parked illegally, and the owner refuses to allow a ticket, requesting a tow truck. He repeated the request thrice to ensure a tow truck would arrive, then turned to Xu Haoran. I'm calling for the tow truck now. You can find your connections, but I doubt you'll find anyone who can help. This car is definitely getting towed today. Huh? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Go ahead and tow it. I'll be watching you do it. Xu Haoran laughed coldly, further inciting the officer's ire. The two continued to bicker until, half an hour later, the tow truck finally arrived. Ah, the tow truck is here. So, haven't you found your connections yet? Let me tell you, in our city, the law applies to everyone equally. No matter how well connected you are, the truck will tow your car today. As the tow truck approached, preparing to hoist the vehicle, Xu Haoran's calm demeanor puzzled the officer. He was shockingly composed, even buying a large bottle of iced tea from a nearby shop. Here, mate, I'll get you a bottle too. No rush. We'll take our time with the towing, Xu Haoran said, watching his car being towed without a hint of anger, offering the officer a drink instead. The officer was left dumbfounded. In this day and age, was there truly someone who would have their car towed and still offer a gift? Just moments ago, Xu Haoran had been so arrogant, yet now he seemed completely unperturbed. However, he firmly rejected Xu Haoran's offering. There were onlookers present. Hey, who dares to tow my car? Just as the vehicle was on the verge of being towed away, a flamboyantly dressed youth unexpectedly emerged from the hospital, exclaiming in outrage. Li Fei had just exited the hospital when he noticed someone attempting to tow his car. With his notoriously fiery temper, how could he possibly endure such an affront? He rushed towards the unsightly green vehicle. As he witnessed his car being hoisted onto the tow truck, he shouted in alarm. Approaching the scene, he spotted Xu Haoran beside the tow truck, and his fury ignited. Xu Haoran, what the hell are you doing? Without a moment's hesitation, he concluded that Xu Haoran intended to have his car towed. That wretched pauper, incapable of affording a luxury car, was undoubtedly envious of him. Oh, Li Fei, you've arrived just in time. This hat-wearing uncle insists on towing your car, and I couldn't stop him. Now that you're here, it's perfect. Xu Haoran bellowed. His voice startled both Li Fei and the tow truck operator. What was going on? Wasn't this car Xu Haoran's? Of course not. Xu Haoran's little bumblebee was quietly parked in a nearby spot, and the vehicle about to receive a parking ticket was Li Fei's grotesque green car. This was the car of his benefactor, and he could not allow it to be penalized without intervention. Li Fei stood dumbfounded. What was this? The uncle was attempting to tow his car? What was the point of that? He had merely parked momentarily. Was that grounds for towing? Meanwhile, Xu Haoran sighed and explained to the still confused Li Fei, Brother Fei, it's not that I don't want to help you. This guy came over ready to issue you a ticket. I tried to intervene, telling him you have connections, but instead of backing down, he insisted on towing your car. I was powerless to stop him. Xu Haoran spoke with righteous indignation, as if Li Fei were his own brother. After finishing, he shot a furious glare at the bewildered tow truck operator before turning to Li Fei and declaring, well, now that you're here, it's up to you. He dares to tow your car. I trust you can resolve this with a mere phone call. With that, Xu Haoran turned to leave, uninterested in the unfolding drama, stating he had to find someone. He made his way to the sleek yellow car parked quietly on the roadside. Under the gaze of the astonished tow truck operator, he entered the vehicle, started the engine, and sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust fumes behind. The tow truck operator stood there, dumbfounded, glancing between the vanishing figure of Xu Haoran and the still perplexed Li Fei, then back at the grotesque green sports car being hoisted. So, this car wasn't he the one belonging to that insolent brat? It belonged to someone else. His expression turned ashen. What the hell? This mischievous kid was causing chaos with a vehicle that wasn't he even his. All he wanted was to issue a parking ticket. And now he had inadvertently escalated the situation to a tow. What a mess. Now, with the tow truck already on site, was he to tow it or not? He was caught in a dilemma, especially under Li Fei's darkening gaze, which made him involuntarily twitch at the corners of his mouth. What a wicked predicament. Chapter 98. Xiao Qin Qin. Humph, just give me 2 more minutes to tow your car. Don't let your tears melt. How can I remember your face if it's all smudged? Sitting in the car, Xu Haoran expertly maneuvered the steering wheel with his bumblebee assisting him, his spirits soaring. Whether or not Li Fei's car would be towed today was uncertain, but even if it wasn't he, it seemed unlikely that it would be returned easily. With this thought, His mood brightened considerably, dispelling the slight gloom he felt upon Li Fei's discharge from the hospital. It felt as though the very sky had turned a shade bluer. After leaving the hospital, Xu Haoran drove to Lingguang village in the suburbs, where he raised chickens. Upon his return after several days, he found himself with a car. Truly, the world had changed, and time had transformed everything. Soon, the car came to a stop outside his home. The yellow vehicle, though not particularly stylish, managed to attract quite a few onlookers during the journey. Old Lu was at home today, lounging leisurely in a chair with cucumber slices resting on his eyes. Looking utterly relaxed. Nearby, his quiet pet monster, Godzilla, was peacefully dozing. Godzilla was a tranquil beast, fierce only in battle. Otherwise, it was remarkably calm. Old Lu. Xu Haoran called out as he entered the yard. The first to react was Godzilla, who immediately opened its eyes and excitedly rushed towards Xu Haoran. Old Lu also stirred, removing the cucumbers from his eyes to look at Xu Haoran. You're back? It's already 5 o'clock. Come eat dinner here, and I'll give you some feed to use for the chickens. Xu Haoran waved his hand dismissively. You can cook yourself. I want to be helping an old man like you. Old Lu remained sprawled lazily, continuing to relax with his cucumbers, embodying the essence of a carefree sage. I see you have no intention of helping. Xu Haoran rolled his eyes, but said nothing further, turning to head into the house to prepare dinner. In the backyard, he had planted a small vegetable garden, with enough produce to sustain himself. Even if he didn't grow his own, he could always give a little money to the villagers to procure some vegetables. They were all familiar faces. He preferred to pay a little rather than take things for free. Xu Haoran bought some feed to store in the room before setting about making dinner. After preparing the chicken, he stepped outside only to find Old Lu watching television in the yard, engrossed in a martial arts film. Old Lu, at your age, you still enjoy such passionate cinema? He teased, surprised to find Old Lu captivated by the explosive special effects of the film. Old Lu responded with a flat expression, his tone tinged with resignation. This isn't what I chose to watch. Not you? It's just you and me here. If it's not you, then it must be me, Xu Haoran retorted, rolling his eyes. It's neither of us. It's your cat. Old Lu pointed to Tom, whose gaze was fixed intently on the screen. At that moment, Tom was standing upright in the yard, a stick in his paw, mimicking the fighting scenes on the television, even attempting some of the more intricate moves. Xu Haoran couldn't help but be astonished. Was Tom truly learning martial arts? In days gone by, he would have thought that Tom was merely engrossed in comic books, perhaps honing his swordsmanship in the process. Little did he realize that Tom was indeed putting forth such effort. This made him, as the owner, feel an overwhelming sense of shame. He himself hadn't exerted as much effort as his cat. Well then, let him study diligently. Xu Haoran settled down beside Old Lu, joining Tom in watching a film. To his surprise, Tom was quite adept. He could nearly replicate the various complex stances portrayed on screen with remarkable precision. One could only marvel at Tom's astonishing talent, proving himself to be a veritable polymath among felines, mastering everything he endeavored to learn. Perhaps the recent battles had ignited his passion for swordplay. His dedication to learning was particularly commendable. With such a diligent and hardworking cat, Xu Haoran felt an immense sense of pride. After all, having a stronger cat only brought advantages, unlike the slothful and dopey gossamer, who could do little more than sleep. Simultaneously, Xu Haoran pondered what would happen if Tom were to watch Harry Potter. Nearby, Old Lu found himself questioning his existence. Had he truly been in seclusion for so long that he had lost touch with reality? Cats were now practicing swordsmanship? It was only during Xu Haoran's film watching that such thoughts arose. Meanwhile, at the hospitable steakhouse, Tong Yiran had finally encountered her long-cherished best friend, a voluptuous and alluring woman named Lu Ruyan. As Tong Yiran gazed at the fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs, her heart melted. This petite face and figure were utterly mesmerizing. She approached Lu Ruyan, sweetly seating herself beside her, and instinctively leaned in for a kiss. What are you doing? I'm now a woman with a young beau. I must maintain some decorum in public. Lu Ruyan playfully rebuffed her friend. Tong Yiran, taken aback, pouted, her eyes glistening with tears. How could you treat me this way, Lu Ruyan? Have you forgotten your old love now that you have a new flame? Lu Ruyan unhesitatingly nodded in affirmation. What? You really have forgotten me? What does our long-standing affection count for then? I must have been blind to choose you. She lamented. What of our promises of eternal love? Don't you remember? What of that? It's just a phrase. What more can it signify? Lu Ruyan retorted coolly. Tong Yiran could no longer contain her emotions, rising abruptly, her slender fingers pointing accusingly at Lu Ruyan, her heart breaking. We fell in love at first sight, shared seafood, made soy milk together, and now you can just forget me? In the face of Tong Yiran's fervor, Lu Ruyan remained remarkably calm. Indeed, the woman referred to as Lu Ruyan was the very same Lu Ruyan, with Xiao Qinqin being her childhood nickname, known only to her closest kin. Chapter 99. the future tycoon. Please, continue. I wonder if you still care about the reputation of your teachers at the Wanlong Academy. Wah, I truly am a clown. Unloved and uncared for. I finally found someone I liked, and now with this young pup, it seems I am being discarded. Tong Yuran sobbed as she sank back beside Lu Ruyan, weeping openly. Who has abandoned you? Nothing has happened between me and the young pup yet. I was merely considering you. Tonight, we shall introduce him to the world and let you experience something new, Lu Ruyan quipped, unwavering in her demeanor. Really? Tong Yuran's tears ceased abruptly. Yet, sensing her rapid change in mood, she weakly added, I don't want anything new. I still prefer the familiar. Clearly, their banter was not a rare occurrence, and their conversations had always been rather bold. If you like me, I can allow him not to bathe. I just fear you might find that scent unbearable. Lu Ruyan calmly poured herself a cup of tea and then filled one for Tong Yuran. Tong Yuran regarded the amber liquid with disdain. Ugh, you are truly disgusting. Waiter, bring me a glass of lemonade. The very thought repulsed her so much that she couldn't even drink tea. Joking aside, she had no intention of truly offering herself to anyone else. How is it that after not seeing you for some days, you have transformed into this kind of woman? I still prefer the sweet Xiao Qin Qin. Tong Yuran remarked as she stood up, shifting to sit opposite Lu Ruyan. You haven't tasted it. How can you say I'm no longer sweet? Lu Ruyan teased. Well, let us taste it tonight and meet your little pup. Tong Yuran chuckled mischievously. I haven't raised him. I merely provided him with a place to stay. He watches my house in return, Lu Ruyan clarified. Oh, so you've given him a home? Tell me, what does he look like? Is he handsome? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes before musing. He is decent looking, quite charming in a subtle way. Charming and subtle? That sounds rather promising, Tong Yuran imagined, feeling somewhat satisfied. Whether he is truly handsome will be revealed when we return. By the way, he is a student at your academy, Lu Ruyan added with a smile. She had yet to mention to Tong Yuran that Xu Haoran was a Gemini, intending to surprise her later. Our academy? Which class? Tong Yuran asked, somewhat surprised. I didn't ask. You'll have to inquire yourself. Perhaps you might take a liking to him and have a chance in the future, Lu Ruyan teased. Indeed. If I do take a liking, rest assured, I will not steal him from you. What's mine is yours. You can use him as you wish. And we can share him too, Tong Yuran said with a playful grin, appearing rather mischievous. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, deciding not to continue this ludicrous topic. Sometimes, she felt her friend ought to find a man. It wasn't normal to drool over handsome guys. By the way, how has your business been? Tong Yuran inquired, giving Lu Ruyan a once-over, noting her radiant appearance. You seem to be doing quite well. When the topic of business arose, Lu Ruyan's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a shallow dimple, which added an innocent charm to her already alluring demeanor. Yes, it's going exceptionally well. I've secured a deal. I will monopolize the Ling Sheng grass business in Rongqing. I should make quite a fortune. Really? You've managed to snag the Ling Sheng grass business so easily? That is a substantial venture. Tong Yuran exclaimed in disbelief. Monopolized industries are typically highly lucrative, especially when dealing with official businesses from the Shenlong authorities. If there were losses, it could only be due to excessive greed, and one could say the figures would be astronomical. Tong Yuran understood the profits well. Once Lu Ruyan secured this deal, she could potentially ascend to the ranks of the wealthiest in Rongqing and in time, evolve into a large conglomerate akin to the prestigious Ao and Zhao families. Oh, it's just that, Lu Ruyan said, unable to suppress her smile any longer. She was genuinely thrilled to have landed such a business deal. She even questioned if she was dreaming, as her medium-sized enterprise had somehow acquired this grand opportunity. Wow. Tong Yuran gazed dreamily at Lu Ruyan, her eyes sparkling as if they were about to burst forth with a cascade of tiny stars. Little Qin Qin, if you ever achieve great success, do not forget about me. She mused. Those little puppies are neither as sweet as the little white rabbit nor as large. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. That's enough. The food is here. Let us eat. It's getting late, and we should head back after our meal. All right. The waiter brought out the steak, and both were quite hungry. Diving in with gusto, completely oblivious to the group of men in suits and bowler hats who were silently observing them from a nearby table. Boss, when shall we make our move? One of the men by the window inquired quietly. Even during their meal, they maintained an air of quietness. On their table lay a small mirror, perfectly positioned to reflect the table where Lu Ruyan and Tong Yuran sat. As they savored their steaks, their attention remained fixated on the two women, all while remaining discreet enough that neither Lu Ruyan nor Tong Yuran noticed their watchful eyes through the mirror. Let us eat in silence, and once they're done, follow them for an opportunity. A middle-aged man in black gloves wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth with elegant composure. Boss, both of these ladies are exquisite beauties. Can we indulge a little later? A portly man licked his lips as he glanced at the mirror. Absolutely not. Moreover, close your ravenous mouths. Do not discuss anything beyond the meal at this moment. If anyone overhears and it jeopardizes our plan, I will take care of you myself." The middle-aged man's gaze was devoid of emotion, his tone as calm and unyielding as a robotic entity. The others fell silent, daunted into submission, aware that questioning him would lead to dire consequences. The atmosphere thickened with an unspoken tension as they continued eating their steaks in silence. Not far away, Xu Haoran and Tong Iran engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly sharing some enigmatic secrets. Their laughter erupted like music, indicating they had stumbled upon something amusing, only to blush moments later, suggesting they had ventured into more intimate territory. After their lively banter, they finally concluded their meal, while the men had already finished theirs. However, noticing that Xu Haoran and Tong Iran had yet to depart, they ordered another round of steak. As soon as the steak arrived, Xu Haoran and Tong Iran finished their meal and exited the restaurant. The men, unable to wait any longer, hastily paid their bill, leaving their newly served steaks untouched, and swiftly followed in the direction Xu Haoran and Tong Iran had taken. The two women, instead of heading home, found themselves wandering into a shopping mall. The night was just beginning to unfold. However, this proved to be a trial for the men in hats as they split up to discreetly follow Xu Haoran and Tong Iran, hoping to avoid detection. Yet they underestimated the stamina of women shopping. Xu Haoran and Tong Iran strolled arm in arm within the mall for 2 hours, without a moment to rest. Astonishingly, they purchased only 2 items during that entire time. After their shopping spree, the men presumed the ladies would finally head home, but instead, they continued to wander the streets, stopping intermittently to take pictures against picturesque backdrops. This continued for another 2 hours, and by now, it was past 9 in the evening. The men, despite their belief in their robust endurance, found themselves weary and aching from the relentless pursuit. "I can't go on any longer. My feet hurt," one of the men lamented, repeatedly patting his legs. "Useless. What good are you? You can't even keep up with 2 women." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his legs trembling under the strain. Even though he usually boasted about running for an hour without complaint, this leisurely stroll felt like torture. The most bewildering part was that the 2 women showed no signs of fatigue. Are these 2 women even human? Chenyi cursed inwardly, contemplating whether to confront them and inquire how much longer their shopping spree would last. Just as he reached the end of his patience, the 2 women finally ceased their wandering and entered a high-end massage parlor, not for the sake of handsome men, but purely for relaxation after their lengthy outing. "We've walked so much. We deserve this," Xu Haoran remarked to Tong Iran. "Should we order a little wolf cub? I have one at home if you wish." Xu Haoran teased. "Uft, I prefer you over any man. Why don't you give me a massage instead?" Tong Iran replied with a playful scoff. While they bantered back and forth, they ultimately agreed to have 2 women attend to them for massages, seemingly avoiding the male attendants altogether. As they enjoyed their pampering, an hour and a half slipped by. Outside, in the dim shadows, Chun-Yi and his companions had accumulated several discarded cigarette butts at their feet, their throats parched and raw from the stress of waiting. Yet, the 2 women still had not emerged. Will they ever come out? Chun-Yi pondered, his thoughts racing with the temptation to storm inside and retrieve them. Surely, they wouldn't consider spending the night there, would they? Just as he finished his last cigarette and prepared to venture inside, a few individuals exited the parlor, surrounding Xu Haoran and Tong Iran, seemingly trying to sell them something. However, both women waved them off, uninterested, and soon hailed a cab, appearing ready to head home. "They're coming out. Get in the car. Hurry." Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled with urgency as he hastily summoned his men to follow. "Finally, this has been excruciating," Tong Iran exclaimed as she held Xu Haoran close, her affection palpable. "Don't worry, no matter how tough things get, I'll always take care of you. By the way, I just checked, and the little wolf cub is out tonight. It seems it will just be the 2 of us." Xu Haoran glanced at a message from Xu Haoran, who was out night fishing, indicating he would return home later. In the village, an elderly man and a young boy, fishing gear in hand, walked merrily towards the village lake, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Xu Haoran had not been devoid of interests in recent years. Raising chickens and ducks was a time-consuming endeavor. When boredom struck, he often pondered ways to earn a little money, with fishing being one of his hobbies. The fish he caught could be sold, and with the price of fish being quite decent nowadays, he felt that a few worms could yield a handsome profit. If one could catch a hefty fish weighing several pounds, the profit would surely exceed 100. It is a guaranteed win. Thus, Xu Haoran developed a penchant for fishing, often casting his lines in his leisure time. Today, after sharing a drink with Old Master Lu and engaging in jovial conversation, the topic of fishing emerged, inevitably leading to the thrill of night fishing. The mere mention of it ignited excitement in both the elder and the youth, prompting an immediate decision to venture to the nearby large lake and test their luck. Night fishing, with its eerie ambience, is an experience only those who have partaken in it can fathom. One can never predict whether the next catch will be a living fish or something far more sinister. Although Xu Haoran staggered slightly as he walked, he remained resolute in his path alongside the old man towards the Yantai Lake near Lingguang village. Trailing behind them were the swaying figures of Godzilla and Tom. This night, the lake would either be short of 2 fish or host 4 lifeless bodies. Tong Yiran felt a twinge of disappointment. The little puppy was nowhere to be seen, and she had been eager to catch a glimpse of it. Alas, half an hour later, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the villa. The 2 women interlinked their arms as they entered. Upon entering, Lu Ruoyan guided Tong Yiran back to her own villa. It was evident that Tong Yiran was no stranger to this place, as she effortlessly sank into the sofa, appearing fatigued, and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan hurried to her room, her purpose unknown. While the 2 rested, an odd scene unfolded at the entrance of Lu Ruoyan's home. The grand iron gate, devoid of any presence, began to tremble inexplicably. Moments later, the gate ceased its movement. On the grass at the entrance, a patch of grass lay flattened, seemingly trampled by some unseen force. It was not merely one blade of grass, but many, as if an invisible entity traversed the courtyard. These blades bore the imprint of human-like footprints, and unnoticed by anyone. Behind these prints lay a series of invisible, piercing marks that seemed to indicate a lurking terror. Inside, a voice, barely audible like a mosquito, echoed within the villa's courtyard. "Get in there, seize her." A heavy voice responded, "All right." Hee hee. A lewd chuckle followed. In the living room, Tong Yiran reclined on the opulent sofa, seemingly oblivious to the presence of intruders. As if still in slumber, eyes closed, without a hint of movement. Even as 5 men climbed through the open window, the figure on the sofa remained motionless, eliciting laughter from the intruders who deemed the 2 women naive and unguarded. They thought the women were like ripe papayas, vulnerable yet oblivious to danger. The men had entered undetected, highlighting the lack of awareness prevalent in women these days. Had they been equally careless, they might have met their demise multiple times over. Within the living room, several shadowy figures encircled the still reclining Tong Yiran, and gradually, 4 of them became visible. "Woman, have you had enough sleep?" One disheveled man slapped Tong Yiran's face, anticipating her startled reaction upon awakening to find herself surrounded by 4 hulking men. However, to his bewilderment, Tong Yiran remained unresponsive, her eyes still shut as if under a spell. Hey, hey, are you really that deep in slumber, foolish woman?" The scruffy man frowned and slapped her face again, this time with greater force, but something felt amiss. He had not noticed it before, but now, after exerting more strength, he sensed an unusual hardness beneath his touch. Chapter 101. A Fierce Battle, the Emperor-level Beastmaster. In the room, the group of men surrounding Tong Yiran was taken aback when one of them suddenly exclaimed, "Something's not right. This woman seems off." Quick to react, he raised his fist and struck Tong Yiran. The impact was powerful enough to shatter bricks. Yet it merely created a brown fissure on her face, revealing the dark, rocky interior beneath. Stone. The scruffy man's complexion shifted. This was no human, but a rock. "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap." The men quickly realized their predicament. Just as they began to assess their surroundings, an enormous net descended from above, ensnaring all 4 of them along with the stone figure. "Ha! I told you, these fools would fall for it." A melodious laugh echoed, then suddenly turned sharp as she commanded, "Stone figure, explode." Buzzing sounds filled the air as the men fumbled to escape the sturdy net. Yet, before they could react, a blinding flash of fire erupted beside them. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, and in an instant, the villa reverberated with a resounding crash, debris flying, while smoke enveloped the entire estate. "Ha! Who else dares to challenge us?" From the second-floor railing, the 2 women watched the smoke-shrouded living room below. Tong Yiran with her hands on her hips, exuding pride. Had they not noticed the men trailing them? In truth, they had recognized their presence upon entering the mall, albeit uncertain at first. However, after a leisurely stroll through the establishment, they confirmed they were being followed, clearly with ill intent. Thus, they returned to the villa to confront these intruders. Lu Ruoyan, often feeling insecure at home, had prepared various weapons, never expecting to utilize them in such a grand villa. Yet, today proved to be an exception, and the results were exceedingly effective. The sturdy net ensnared 4 big catches in its initial use. A satisfied smile graced Lu Ruoyan's lips as she stood beside Tong Yiran. The plan seemed to be unfolding smoothly. 4 men were netted, yet something felt off. Lu Ruoyan pondered, instinctively feeling that there should be 5. Tong Yiran echoed her thoughts, furrowing her brow in contemplation. They had casually glimpsed the men earlier, who were dispersed, congregating only briefly. However, during that brief interval, both women distinctly recalled 5 men. Where was the 5th? If Lu Ruoyan alone believed there to be 5, it might be a mere illusion, but But if her close friend shared this belief, then it was undoubtedly true. Yet just moments ago, they had clearly seen only four. As the two women remained in a state of uncertainty, a deep male voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. The expressions of the two individuals shifted dramatically, as if struck by a thunderbolt, and they abruptly turned to look. Unbeknownst to them, a man had appeared behind them. Without uttering a word, he raised his fist and forcefully struck towards their abdomens. Bang! A terrifying surge of power surged forth from his fist. Lu Rian and Tong Yuran were unable to react in time and were instantly sent plummeting from the second floor like kites severed from their strings. Tong Yuran felt as though her insides were being torn apart, a metallic sweetness rising in her mouth, clearly indicating internal injuries. Thud! The two of them landed heavily amidst the smoke filling the living room, producing two dull thuds. Meanwhile, a figure clad in casual attire stood silently where they had just been, resembling a mute statue. This figure gazed down from the second floor towards the direction they had fallen, as if sensing something amiss. He scrutinized the still swirling smoke below, murky enough to obscure any shadows within. Chun-Yi furrowed his brow and leaped down from the second floor. Cough! Cough! Lu Rian spat out a mouthful of blood, and, with mutual support, she and Tong Yuran desperately dashed towards the door, hoping to escape under the cover of the smoke. They were far too powerful. Their opponent was at least an Emperor-level Beastmaster. There was no way they could match him. Tong Yuran wiped the blood from her lips and sprinted toward the exit with all her might. Don't speak, just get us out of here. Lu Rian strained to support Tong Yuran, urging her to leave quickly. The enemy was too formidable. That single punch almost turned them into corpses. The two staggered into the yard, racing toward the main gate. Yet, before they could reach it, a figure suddenly descended from above. It leaped from behind them and landed steadily at the entrance of the heavy iron gate. The imposing silhouette made them halt in their tracks, their faces paling in an instant. Your four subordinates were nearly killed by the two of you. Do you really think you can escape? Chun-Yi twisted his neck, and a colossal shadow slowly emerged beside him. It was a towering wolf with sharp scales, standing upright. Its body bore no fur, only the hardened, formidable armor of a crocodile and powerful muscles. Its fearsome claws and fangs sent chills down one's spine, and its massive frame, towering over 4 meters, glimmered with icy spikes, making one's scalp tingle, while its piercing gaze bore into the two, prompting them to instinctively take a step back. An Emperor-level ice crocodile wolf. Possessing extraordinary defensive and offensive capabilities, its attacks were imbued with ice attributes. It was at least a monarch-level beast. Tong Yuran's heart raced as she stared at the creature. She was uncertain if they could handle it, even together. As monarch-level beastmasters, can we not contend with it? The blue-ringed octopus. Lu Rian bit her lip, and behind her, a massive octopus with a blue halo began to materialize. Beside Tong Yuran, a strange creature emerged, resembling a mantis with the head of a leopard, covered in fur. Its body was that of a mantis, yet its skin bore the patterned appearance of a leopard. This was Tong Yuran's most powerful pet, the lightning mantis leopard. Heh, two little girls, I advise you to surrender. I only intend to capture you, not to kill you. However, if you insist on resisting, I shall have no choice but to severely injure you before taking you away. Chun-Yi clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. The two of them, both monarch-level beastmasters, were no different from insects in his eyes. Fortunately, he had arrived here. Otherwise, had those fools come, they would have alerted the prey and returned empty-handed, perhaps even facing annihilation themselves. Truly useless. Who are you? Why have you come to find us? What do you want? Lu Rian's face was ashen, her sharp gaze coldly fixated on him, ready to unleash her blue-ringed octopus for a lethal strike at any moment. Who I am is of little consequence. Why I seek you is likewise unimportant. All you need to know is that if you dare to resist, I will ensure you are left half dead. Chun-Yi's expression was impassive. Moreover, I must inform you, I am an Emperor-level Beastmaster. I advise you not to resist, or the consequences will be dire. An Emperor-level Beastmaster, huh? Do you think I have never killed one before? Tong Yuran's eyes glinted coldly. Lu Rian was astonished, discreetly glancing at Tong Yuran, realizing she had indeed killed an Emperor-level Beastmaster. You have killed an Emperor-level Beastmaster? Both Lu Rian and even Chun-Yi expressed their incredulity. It was hard to believe that a monarch-level beastmaster could have slain one of such high rank. In response to their skepticism, Tong Yuran sneered. Heh, guess. Break both their arms and legs. Chun-Yi tightened his fists, his eyelids twitching as he commanded his crocodile wolf. Lightning mantis now? At the instant Chun-Yi ordered his beast to attack, the poised lightning mantis leopard surged forward with the fury of thunder, darting towards Chun-Yi like a bolt of lightning. In that fleeting moment of distraction, she had the opportunity to strike him down. The lightning mantis leopard possessed two abilities. One was its electric prowess, and the other was speed. Its greatest strength lay in its swiftness. Noticing Xu Haoran's unwavering gaze, she felt a surge of pride in her appeal. Even a beast of a higher rank could not match its speed. Finally, Xu Haoran took his seat across from Lu Ruan and began to eat. This was precisely why Tong Yiran had chosen the lightning mantis leopard in the realm of martial prowess. Only the fast are unbreakable. As long as she was fast enough, no one could stand in her way. In the span of merely 2 breaths, Chun Yi felt a flicker before him, and suddenly, a monstrous figure over 2 meters tall appeared. Its massive pincers sliced towards his neck like scythes. The target of the lightning mantis leopard was not the crocodile wolf, but Chun Yi himself. In a beast-master battle, the primary target was never the beast, but the opponent's master. Killing the master resolves all problems. Can she do it? Tong Yiran fixated on Chun Yi at the doorway, her eyes unblinking. She was desperate for her lightning mantis to cleave him in two. Yet, an emperor-level beastmaster could not be so easily defeated. Just as the scythe of the lightning mantis was about to shred his neck, the next moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Tong Yiran hardly saw what happened. Her lightning mantis was instantly sent flying away. It was as if it had been struck by something, hurtling back the same way it had charged forward. Chapter 102. Lu Rian's Crisis, The Anomaly Strikes. What? Tong Yiran clenched her fists, her eyes filled with shock. The opponent had nearly instantaneously dispatched her lightning mantis. Gulping, the lightning mantis flew several meters through the air before rolling multiple times on the ground, ultimately landing back at Tong Yiran's feet. Simultaneously, Chun Yi's crocodile wolf lunged at Tong Yiran like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Whoosh! The crocodile wolf's sharp claws embedded into the ground as it ran towards the 2 girls using all 4 limbs like a western werewolf. Its speed, while not quite matching that of the lightning mantis, was hardly inferior. Blue-ringed octopus. Attack. Lu Ruyan remained remarkably composed. At that very moment, the blue-ringed octopus opened its mouth wide, expelling a torrent of dark green ink that shot towards the charging giant wolf like bullets. The crocodile wolf deftly maneuvered to evade the oncoming ink, which, upon touching the grass, caused the surrounding weeds to wither and turn black at an alarming rate. It was evident that this ink was laced with potent toxins. With a fierce howl, the giant wolf rapidly closed the distance between itself and Tong Yiran, poised to strike. Just as it neared, the octopus's tentacles shot out like lightning, aiming to ensnare the lead crocodile wolf. A flurry of tentacles surged through the air, densely converging upon the wolf. There were so many of them that evasion seemed impossible. As the tentacles approached, the crocodile wolf's ferocious eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity. With a guttural roar, it raised its right paw and swiped at the tentacles. Perhaps it was an illusion, but that swipe seemed to reach the speed of light, eclipsing the wolf's previous agility by several folds. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as the wolf's sharp claws shredded the slippery tentacles with ease. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the wounds on the octopus's tentacles were rapidly freezing, significantly delaying the octopus's ability to regenerate. This was the crocodile wolf's unique ice ability. Moreover, the wolf continued to evade while swiftly advancing towards Tong Yiran and her companion. In one moment it was far, and in the next, it was right before Lu Rian. Not good. Stone shield, Tong Yiran exclaimed, as a stone mole, towering over a person, appeared beside her seemingly out of nowhere. The mole's paw emitted a faint glow. As the crocodile wolf's claws descended towards Lu Rian, a square stone shield erupted from the ground, aiming to block the impending attack. However, while the shield did rise, it failed to withstand the wolf's razor-sharp claws. The wolf's talons, akin to eagles' beaks, easily tore through the stone shield, continuing towards Lu Rian. Yet Lu Rian was not without her response. Her arms swiftly transformed into robust green vines, from which additional vines emerged, crafting a shield that she equipped upon her arm. This was the unique ability of a royal beast master, allowing her body to assimilate with her companion beasts. This was the power of Lu Rian's second beast. As a royal beast master, and one who was not merely affluent but a petite heiress, it was only natural that she possessed more than one beast. Though she had not rigorously trained, she had still contracted several formidable companions. With a resounding crash, the sharp claws struck against the shield made of sturdy vines. The shield barely endured for 2 seconds before being shredded like paper. Then, the massive paw slammed onto Lu Rian's shoulder, propelling her towards the entrance with the force of a cannonball, where she collided with the doorframe and crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Rian. Tong Yiran's face paled as she witnessed Lu Rian slump at the entrance, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, unresponsive. Anxiously, she wished to rush over. But a chilling voice interrupted her thoughts. Rather than concern yourself with others, perhaps you should focus on your own well-being. The deep, gravelly voice resonated in her ears, causing Tong Yiran's expression to shift dramatically. It was the voice of that man. But how had he come so close? She turned in terror, locking eyes with a pair of bloodthirsty orbs. Chun-Yi glared coldly at her, his fist poised menacingly before her. Bang! His punch landed squarely on her face, sending her flying alongside Lu Ruyan towards the villa. They crashed against the door, landing solidly beside Lu Ruyan, as dizziness enveloped her, almost rendering her unconscious. Then, another kick sent the stone mole soaring away. Neither the girl nor the beast had managed to defend themselves. I have no time to waste on you two. The weak should recognize their place, comply and follow me, and you will spare yourselves further suffering. Why must you court disaster? Chun-Yi observed Lu Ruyan and Xu Haoran with an expression devoid of emotion. In the distance, lights flickered, and the sounds of commotion grew louder. The explosions here had certainly attracted attention. The security would be arriving soon. If he did not take Lu Ruyan and Xu Haoran away promptly, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Thus, he unleashed a ferocious onslaught from the outset. Bang! As he spoke, the blue-ringed octopus was violently hurled by the crocodile wolf, rolling to a stop at the edge of the wall several dozen meters away. Stop struggling. I am an emperor-level beast master, and together you are no match for me. Surrender and follow me willingly. Chun-Yi's gaze fell upon the lightning mantis leopard, which had regained its footing, then shifted to the struggling octopus, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He did not wish to slay the two beasts, but time was of the essence. Attention had already been drawn to their location, and a gathering of too many individuals would complicate matters for him. Thus, the priority was to extricate Lu Ruyan and her companion. He approached the two, his steps steady, scrutinizing them closely. Though they were injured, one could never be too cautious. They might possess hidden abilities. Cough. Xu Haoran, seated at the doorway, had her side nearly swollen to the size of a bun. She coughed, tasting the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. Xiaoqin, it seems we are destined to become a pair of desperate lovers. Close your raven's mouth. I have no desire to die yet. Lu Ruyan grimaced, clutching her shoulder, which burned with pain. The two of them sat on the ground, their once bright eyes now dimmed, gazing at the advancing Chun-Yi. Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered with determination. His strength was overwhelming. They stood no chance. What were they to do? If they did not devise a plan soon, it was likely they would perish at his hands. Stop struggling. Give up. Chun-Yi continued to persuade them, having closed the distance between them, his unwavering gaze fixed upon them. Should they dare to resist, he would ensure their suffering was profound. My orders are simply to take you away, not to kill you. As long as you allow me to cripple your limbs, I assure you will not be harmed. Chun-Yi's voice was calm, yet menacing. Cripple our limbs? That is no different from death. We would merely become lambs for slaughter. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. And as Chun-Yi approached ever closer, she and the visibly drained Xu Haoran acted simultaneously. Xu Haoran raised her hand, revealing a square package which she hurled directly at Chun-Yi. Simultaneously, Lu Ruyan thrust forth a hardened green vine, aiming for Chun-Yi's heart. A mere trick. Chun-Yi sneered as he observed the incoming package and vine. It was evident that the two had exhausted their options, reduced to such desperate measures. He swiftly dodged their attacks with ease. Boom. The package landed nearby, erupting with a deafening explosion that created a 3-meter-deep crater in the ground. It was a bomb, and a powerful one at that. Crack. Evasive maneuvers allowed Chun-Yi to create afterimages as he reappeared beside Lu Ruyan and Xu Haoran. With both hands extended, he effortlessly seized the necks of the two women. A surge of immense force coursed through their throats, as Xu Haoran and Lu Ruyan were simultaneously lifted into the air. Chun-Yi tightened his grip around their delicate and fair necks, causing them to struggle for breath, gasping for air, on the verge of losing consciousness. In their desperation, they frantically beat against Chun-Yi's wrists, but the more they exerted themselves, the more powerless they felt, until their strength waned and their surroundings grew increasingly blurred. Lu Ruyan even sensed her tongue and limbs going numb, her entire body trembling. Was she about to die? This sensation, it felt like death was imminent. Even if she survived, being taken by this man would surely lead to her demise. Was there truly no escape? Tears welled in Lu Ruyan's terrified eyes. She wasn't ready to die. She hadn't even found a man yet. Her career was unfulfilled, her dreams unrealized, and she hadn't even ascended to the position of the wealthiest in Rome City. Ugh, ugh. Her once fair complexion flushed red, resembling that of a monkey's bottom. Strangely, Xu Haoran's smirking face flashed in her mind. Had she known, she would have seduced Xu Haoran. After all, she wouldn't lose anything. In her final moments, these thoughts plagued her. She lamented the feast she had not yet savored, a regret she would carry for a lifetime. Sleep now, a brief slumber, and soon, the pain in your limbs would cease. Chun-Yi coldly observed the two women as their struggles gradually ceased, applying more force until their faces turned crimson, on the brink of unconsciousness. Suddenly, for reasons unknown. Chen-Yi felt a jolt in his heart. He quickly loosened his grip and leapt into the air, distancing himself from where he had stood moments before. He couldn't explain it, but that strange palpitation felt like a sixth sense, warning him of an impending danger. In that leap, he soared 3 meters high, gazing down at the spot he had just occupied, where something seemed to linger ominously. What was that? Fear gripped Chen-Yi. There was definitely something there. He could perceive a vague transparency at that location. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt something pierce through his body. A sharp pain radiating from his heart, as if his very blood surged violently toward his chest. His heart felt like a dam bursting, blood rushing forth uncontrollably. He looked down in shock, his gaze landing on a sharp spike, drenched in a horrifying crimson and bits of flesh protruding from his chest. It resembled the tail of a serpent, segmented and distinctly defined, its tip as sharp as a dagger, having penetrated his heart and suspended him in midair. This transparent tail, now stained with blood, faintly outlined a grotesque silhouette. As the heart was pierced, the tail slowly revealed its true form. The terrifying transparency morphing into a deep black shell that spread from his chest, devouring all light like the encroaching night until it reached the top of his head. Extending further to the entrance of the villa, above Lu Rian and Tong Iran, a monstrous creature draped in black armor slowly entered his view. This beast had an elongated head, its sharp claws fully exposed, yet it had no eyes, only rows of gleaming fangs at the front, dripping with viscous saliva that swayed like threads in the air. Its peculiar physique revealed a primal and savage grotesqueness beneath its black skin, with robust limbs and glistening claws. While its snake-like tail moved with uncanny agility, each segment seemingly brimming with boundless strength. This colossal creature was astonishingly long, measuring at least 3 meters even without its tail. It now lay quietly against the wall, gradually drawing Chen-Yi's body closer to its terrifying visage, as if conducting a silent judgment upon him. Chen-Yi's pupils constricted in horror. What in the world was this creature? Chapter 103. Is this your pet? Gazing at the razor-sharp teeth and the elongated black head so near to him, Chen-Yi found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his limbs growing stiff. Blood began to cough from his mouth. Just a moment ago, he had been the one killing others. Now, he was on the brink of death. Cough, cough. What is this? Rian, what is this creature? I've never seen anything like it. Tong Iran's face flushed red as she witnessed the monstrous entity above them. Her eyes filled with confusion, uncertain if it was friend or foe. When did such a creature appear above them? It resembled a grotesque centipede, with a scorpion-like tail adorned with horrifying barbs, its black shell and tightly clinging skin adding to its terror. Its chest was emaciated, like a human who hadn't eaten for days, reduced to mere bones. Just one glance was enough to send chills down Tong Iran's spine, her hair standing on end. Cough, cough. Lu Rian's face was still flushed, her breaths coming in heavy gasps, recalling how she had nearly perished moments ago. Retching a few times before finally feeling somewhat relieved. Once she regained some composure, she looked up to see the creature that had pierced Chen-Yi, its foreclaws resting against the villa's wall above them like a gecko, its segmented tail evoking both awe and horror. What kind of monster was this? Why had it appeared in her home? Roar. Nearby, the crocodile wolf quickly reacted, attempting to save its master. However, before it could act, it seemed to sense something, striking out with a powerful paw. Roar. A piercing, agonizing wail echoed. A massive creature appeared before Lu Rian and Tong Iran, identical to the one hovering over them. Sent flying by the crocodile wolf's swipe, rolling several meters before finally coming to a halt. The crocodile wolf then opened its gaping maw, roaring at the invisible creatures nearby, seemingly trying to intimidate them. But to the alien species, fear held no meaning. For them, Xu Haoran's command was paramount. Anyone who harmed Lu Rian would be eradicated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several invisible spikes lunged toward the crocodile wolf, yet it reacted swiftly, evading the unseen attacks despite their sharpness. Using its keen sense of smell, it located the aliens and swatted at them with fierce determination, sending them flying one after another. The aliens were monsters, but so was it, capable of tracking them by the faintest scent. Thus, the aliens' advantage of invisibility lost its significance before it. With each powerful strike, the aliens were relentlessly repelled. The crocodile wolf roared fiercely after dispatching the creatures, exuding an aura of dominance. But just as it reveled in its victory over the aliens, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Despite being able to swat away an alien with a single paw, just as it prepared to strike the third one, a tremendous force suddenly restrained its paw mid-air, as if something had grasped it. Its robust arm froze in place. The crocodile wolf was momentarily stunned, but its reflexes kicked in, and it quickly swung its other paw to strike again. However, similarly, the claws that were shot out this time were also ensnared by an invisible iron claw. At the same time, a deep, guttural roar resonated in its ears. It sensed the imminent danger and let out a skyward roar. A piercing howl shattered the silence. Amidst the crackling sounds, ice rapidly formed around its claws. The bone-chilling cold surging like a tide, swiftly directed towards the invisible iron claw that gripped its paw. In no time, the frigid ice sculpted an arm-like shape, gradually enveloping the opponent's body. With a sudden squelch, the adversary proved to be no ordinary foe. Before the ice could completely encase its arm, an invisible spike instantaneously pierced its throat. It was held tightly, leaving no time for evasion. Thud, thud, thud. Subsequently, 3 more spikes struck its heart, abdomen, and left chest. Each a lethal blow. The ice crocodile wolf was instantly riddled with wounds, motionless, and utterly devoid of breath. Meanwhile, several massive shadows gradually materialized before Tong Yuan. 3 3-meter-tall abominations appeared around the crocodile wolf, their sharp tails piercing through its body like swords. Following the emergence of these 3 grotesque figures, the massive entity that had captured the crocodile wolf slowly manifested as well. This creature was even larger than the others, its visage more grotesque and terrifying, with sharp barbs protruding from its joints. While the ordinary abomination stood just over 3 meters tall, this one was twice their height, towering to the level of Lu Rian's villa. Ahiya! Upon its appearance, the enormous, razor-sharp maw roared at the crocodile wolf. Then a sharp, stick-like object shot out from its mouth, vanishing in an instant. With a splatter, the crocodile wolf's head exploded like a watermelon, brains and blood splattering the ground. Ahiya! Ahiya! After the crocodile wolf's head was pierced, all the abominations revealed their true forms, following the largest among them as it let out a skyward howl. A total of 6 abominations, had pierced the crocodile wolf, while the remaining 2 hovered above and beside the 2 women. The 6 terrifying beasts roared around them, creating a grim tableau, further intensified by the 2 corpses at their feet, adding a grim aura of bloodshed. The abominations' gaping maws dripped with viscous slime, their horrifying appearances causing Lu Rian and Tong Yuan's hair to stand on end, as if they were plunged into the abyss of terror. What in the world is this? Rian, is this what you raised? Tong Yuan quivered at the sight of the largest abomination, towering at 5 to 6 meters, her legs trembling with fear that they might attack at any moment. No, I have no idea why such creatures are in my villa. Who could have imagined that 6 monsters would appear in one's home at night, each more terrifying than the last? Lu Rian had just faced death once, and now her legs quaked even more. If they could kill the crocodile wolf, they could easily do the same to her, especially that tallest one, the 5 to 6 meter monster, whose tail was as thick as a large tree. Just the slightest flick could leave them both gravely injured, if not dead. Roar. Suddenly, a low voice resonated. The 2 women looked up, and Lu Rian gasped in horror, as all 6 abominations turned their gazes toward them. Above, the black creature perched on the wall slowly crawled towards them. With a leap, it landed steadily before her. Just when Lu Rian thought it might attack, a corpse was slowly dragged into view, leaving both Tong Yuan and Lu Rian momentarily stunned. The corpse belonged to Chen Yi, impaled through the chest by a long tail, brought before them for a clearer view. What does this mean? Tong Yuan, seeing the corpse with its eyes closed, couldn't comprehend the situation with the abominations. It seemed they were showing us this person's body. Lu Rian was uncertain as well. It was at this moment that the remaining abominations encircled them, surrounding them entirely. The crocodile wolf's body was also gently placed before them. Surrounded by these creatures, both Tong Yuan and Lu Rian felt a surge of panic. However, they both noticed that the creatures seemed to harbor no intention of attacking. After killing the crocodile wolf and the man, they remained still, seemingly awaiting a response. Yet the terrifying aura emanating from them made both women's hearts race in their throats. Xiaoqin, I feel like they're waiting for us to speak. You don't have to feel it. I sense it too, but I don't know them. Lu Rian's face paled considerably. She didn't want to say anything. She just wished for these monsters to leave. Why don't you try communicating with them? Tong Yuan suggested tentatively. Communicate? Lu Rian swallowed hard, her heartbeat racing like a drum, as if it might leap from her chest. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Can you understand me? Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. Roar. The abominations turned to face the source of the noise. There was a flickering light at the door. Someone was coming. Upon realizing this, they let out a low growl, and then their massive forms quickly faded from view. Their bodies gradually became transparent. In a matter of breaths, the abominations vanished from the women's sight. Moreover, the corpse of the crocodile wolf was taken away by the largest creature. In the yard, only a scene of chaos remained, along with Chun Yi's lifeless body. Chapter 104. Haunted. Is anyone there? Please open the door. Is there anyone inside? Outside, chaotic voices echoed. Lu Rian looked up and saw flickering lights at the door, with the beam of a flashlight illuminating the yard. Someone had arrived, and she vaguely saw that they were dressed in security uniforms. This was a villa area, and security was naturally well provided. The security personnel were hired from a professional company. And of course, the costs were covered by the homeowners. Hence, their response was swift. There was no need for anyone else to call security. The commotion had already alerted them to come immediately. At this moment, the yard was in disarray. Upon seeing the security personnel, Lu Rian snapped back to reality and rushed to open the door. The abominations had vanished, but if she was not mistaken, they were likely still lurking in the yard. This was quite terrifying. When did these monsters appear? Had they always been here? Had she been living alongside these creatures all along? The thought sent shivers down her spine. She opened the door, her heart racing, as a group of security personnel flooded into the yard. Upon witnessing the chaos, they hurried to Lu Rian's side, asking, "Ma'am, are you all right? Did you encounter danger?" Lu Rian nodded. It was just a minor incident, but it's been resolved. Please call the Beast Control Bureau to handle this situation. She wearily rubbed her temples. What a lively night. Understood. We will immediately notify the Beast Control Bureau to send someone over. Lu Rian took a deep breath, nodded, and said nothing more. After ensuring the security personnel were stationed in the courtyard, the two women retreated to their room for a brief moment. The four thieves ensnared in the net lay unconscious. Their faces marred by blood and flesh, sprawled in the living room, their fates uncertain. The sofa had been obliterated, and a significant gash marred the floor. The cost of repairs would undoubtedly be exorbitant. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The pressing question was, from where did these intruders originate? This situation was beyond their capacity to resolve. They could only summon the Beast Control Bureau to investigate. The origins of these individuals would soon be unveiled by the Bureau. The two women settled into chairs in the living room, with Xu Haoran retrieving a lollipop for herself, though Lu Rian declined the offer. Were these assailants targeting you or me? I have not provoked anyone recently, it seems. As Xu Haoran savored her lollipop, her previously trembling legs felt slightly steadier. She had genuinely been frightened. It had been a mere whisker from death. It must have been aimed at me. I had just concluded a business deal today, and it is likely related to that, unfortunately dragging you into this mess. Lu Rian, not one to be easily deceived, recognized that her recent return from Longdu coincided with this turmoil, undoubtedly linked to her business dealings. Yet, the specifics eluded her. Was someone plotting against her enterprise, intent on usurping her position, or could there be another motive? The possibilities were too convoluted for her to decipher. Who among us could possibly harbor jealousy toward your business? Xu Haoran inquired, her brow furrowing. Lu Rian's rise undoubtedly stirred envy in many. Yet, she shook her head, stating, I do not know. We must allow the Beast Control Bureau to investigate. Please refrain from spreading this matter. I will handle it. I sense that the situation is more intricate than it appears. Xu Haoran shrugged, conceding, very well, should you require my assistance, I shall gladly lend a hand if it is within my capability. However, I must inquire about those creatures. Do you have any knowledge of their nature? Xu Haoran glanced around, acutely aware that the beasts had likely concealed themselves nearby. Those creatures are not under my care. But I do have a few suspects. Allow me to make an inquiry. She produced her phone and dialed a number. However, there was no answer on the other end. After a minute of waiting, she hung up. This wretched fellow, what is he up to? Frustrated by the unresponsive call, Lu Rian ended the connection. Even after sustaining such serious injuries, this rogue could not be bothered to answer her call. It felt akin to being in a car accident while her boyfriend remained unreachable. She could not help but curse her fate. Who are you attempting to contact? A worthless man devoid of beast mastery talent. Lu Rian muttered indignantly, her anger at Xu Haoran's failure to answer palpable. Devoid of beast mastery? Surely you cannot be referring to that little pup of yours? Xu Haoran probed cautiously. Indeed. That rogue. Out late at night, likely seeking some young lady for a foot massage. Lu Rian spat venomously. Nonsense. How could one who lacks beast mastery possibly care for such formidable beasts? Moreover, what species are these beasts? I have never encountered such creatures before, Xu Haoran remarked, her brow furrowing. Who knows? But you witnessed it yourself. Those creatures had no intention of harming us. What other explanation could there be but that they are under the care of that rogue? Forget it. Let us not dwell on it. Since the call did not go through, we shall await the arrival of the Beast Control Bureau. Once that rascal returns, we shall have our answers. Lu Rian's thoughts were in disarray. So much had transpired that night that she needed to sort through it all. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran and old Lu stood by the water, each wielding a fishing rod, a can of beer in hand, referring to each other as elder brother and younger brother. Brother, tonight I shall catch a lobster for you. We shall feast on garlic lobster this evening. Xu Haoran, with a baitless fishing rod resting on the shore, perused videos on how to prepare lobsters on his phone. He was determined to indulge in a lobster feast tonight. Otherwise, he would feel unfulfilled. All right, younger brother. However, elder brother has eaten too much today. Let us catch one first, and we will indulge in lobster tomorrow. Old Lu, slightly inebriated, rubbed his belly, feeling full. Having dined heartily with Xu Haoran tonight was nothing new for the pair. Very well. Xu Haoran nodded, focusing on catching lobsters in the freshwater lake. It was impossible to catch lobsters. It would never be possible in this lifetime. There were not even any lobster larvae in the lake. So how could there be lobsters? Suddenly, a melodious and clear song emanated from Xu Haoran's pants pocket, accompanied by an eerie light that spread across the lake's surface, stirring an unnatural breeze. The two men shivered. Xu Haoran and old Lu exchanged alarmed glances, their eyes wide. Oh my goodness. Brother, what the hell? I hear someone singing. I hear it too. My mother, we are haunted. Both exclaimed in unison. Xu Haoran trembled, calling out for Tom to protect him. Could it be that ghosts truly existed in this world? Impossible. Surely someone was merely playing tricks. They scanned their surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Beyond themselves lay only the dark, profound waters of the lake. Perhaps we should return. Elder brother, tonight feels as if a little ghost is after us. Let us fish another day? Xu Haoran suggested, huddling his shoulders. I concur. I glanced at the almanac earlier, and tonight is ill-fated for water and lakes. Let us return tomorrow. Just as the words left his mouth, the singing abruptly ceased, and the eerie light vanished. This further convinced both men that they must retreat. The auspices of the night were unfavorable, and they felt a ghostly presence watching them. They had to leave. Thus, the elder and younger swiftly gathered their belongings, prepared to depart. Tom and Gossamer merely observed as the two packed up, leaving as they had arrived, without a trace of hesitation. Chapter 105. One must not cause fatalities while hosting a party. However, by the time the two returned home, the effects of the alcohol had diminished considerably. Upon arriving, Xu Haoran began to piece things together. Old Lu, that singing voice earlier sounded eerily like someone attempting to call me. Do you think someone was actually trying to reach me? Old Lu, now somewhat sober, glanced at Xu Haoran and remarked, Are you foolish? Why not simply ask your friends if they called? Xu Haoran snapped his fingers. You're brilliant. I shall call and see who reached out to me. However, upon opening his phone, he found a missed call. Glancing at the screen, he noted the label, Third Brother? Who is Third Brother? The third-rate big brother? The head of the third? Xu Haoran pondered, perplexed as to why he had saved that name. Dazed, he dialed the number. The moment the call connected, a frantic voice erupted from the other end. Xu Haoran, where the hell have you been? Hurry back. Xu Haoran furrowed his brows at the ear-piercing shout. Who the hell are you? Do you take pride in being the third-rate big brother? And how dare you shout at me? Xu Haoran retorted, feeling indignant. Xu Haoran, who are you calling the third-rate? Inside the villa, Lu Rian stared at her phone in disbelief. What did the other party just say? They referred to her as the third-rate? This scoundrel, indulging in her hospitality while audaciously labeling her as a mistress. I am indeed referring to you. Who do you think you are? How dare you call me by such a name, as if I were a mere mistress? Xu Haoran's speech was somewhat slurred. In his inebriated state, he completely forgot that he had nicknamed the stunning and voluptuous Lu Ruoyan as third brother simply because he believed that the most exquisite mistresses could only aspire to her beauty and allure. Lu Ruoyan surpassed all mistresses in elegance, hence the moniker. Where are you? On the other end, Lu Ruoyan was on the verge of an explosion. This scoundrel, despite his severe injuries, not only refused to answer her calls, but had the audacity to insult her. Where I am is none of your concern. I'm heading home right now. If you dare, come over and confront me. Xu Haoran, intoxicated, mistakenly assumed that she was seeking trouble, haughtily retorting without realizing he had infuriated his current landlady, the affluent young woman. He was still contemplating how he would have the little yellow bee take him home later. Fine, fine. I don't care if you've been drinking. If you have the guts, try returning home. Lu Ruoyan discerned that Xu Haoran was likely intoxicated, but that was of little consequence. Regardless of his state, she would certainly remember this mistress tonight. This cad must have always viewed himself as a mistress. Now, under the influence of alcohol, his true colors were unveiled. He better not return tonight. Xu Haoran glanced down at his feet, where Tom and Godzilla lay, gaining some confidence. Let's see if you dare come to my villa, he declared. You better not chicken out tonight. Beep, beep. The call ended. Within the villa, upon hearing Xu Haoran's intention to return, Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Today, she would wait for Xu Haoran's return. She feared not his arrival, but rather his absence. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran, bewildered by the abrupt disconnection, pondered the situation. What was this mistress's deal? She called, screamed, and then hung up? After burping again, he disregarded her, carelessly stowing his phone in his bag. Who dares to trouble you? Do you need my assistance? At this moment, old Lu slowly regained his senses. He, with a far superior tolerance to alcohol than Xu Haoran, was now relatively sober. It's just a woman. How can a grown man be outdone by her? If she doesn't come to my villa, fine, but if she dares show up, let us see what happens. Xu Haoran shrugged off the thought, unconcerned. All right, I'm heading back now. You rest well today? After organizing his belongings, he intended to leave, but was intercepted by old Lu. What are you doing? After drinking so much, do you plan to drive under the influence? We don't condone that here. Old Lu blocked Xu Haoran's path. What driving under the influence? My car is fully automated. Look, I'm not even sitting in the driver's seat. Xu Haoran disdainfully glanced at old Lu, then opted for the passenger seat instead. Old Lu, perplexed, wondered how one could drive from the passenger seat. Yet, before he could contemplate further, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Virum. The car started. Old Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them vigorously, questioning his own vision. Had the vehicle really just ignited? Hey, you take a nap. Tom and I will head back first, Xu Haoran announced, rolling down the window as Tom leapt into the car. Xu Haoran waved his hand, and the vehicle autonomously initiated its reverse, driving away without so much as a glance back. Virum. The car sped off down the narrow path, leaving old Lu in a daze. Was he aging, or had he simply consumed too much alcohol? Was technology now so advanced that cars could drive themselves? As Xu Haoran departed the village and reached the main road, he made a U-turn and headed home. However, a peculiar scene unfolded on the traffic-laden roads that night. At a red light, a woman sat in the passenger seat, waiting, when a yellow sedan pulled up beside her. Noticing the vehicle, she intended to greet the driver, but was struck by the realization that there appeared to be no one in the driver's seat. Peering through the tinted glass, which offered no reflection in the dark, she discerned a figure in the passenger seat, yet the driver's seat was indeed vacant. What on earth? Lao Wang. Come look. This is spooky, the woman exclaimed, her voice trembling. What? The man in the passenger seat was startled by her fright. Did your wife find out? That's impossible. Isn't she on a business trip? The woman nearly laughed out of frustration. What are you saying? Min is away on a business trip. How could she discover us? I'm talking about the fact that the driver's seat in that yellow car is empty. She pointed at the sedan beside them. Empty? Oh my God, it really is. The man's complexion paled as he watched the yellow car start. What the hell? I went out to pay my respects to the matchmaker yesterday. This is not working at all. Call the police. Call the police? We were caught in the act. If Min finds out, we're dead. He quickly started the car, realizing the gravity of the situation. If that woman discovered their affair, they would truly be in peril. Numerous drivers witnessed Xu Haoran's vehicle and were equally startled. To see a car driving without a driver at night would be met with disbelief. However, the car soon entered the villa complex. Xu Haoran's vehicle was already registered. The barriers lifted automatically, and the security guard let it pass, albeit with a puzzled rub of his eyes, questioning if he had misseen. It truly appeared that the driver's seat was vacant. The car made its way to Xu Haoran's home, where he noticed the front gate was ajar, and the lights inside blazed, suggesting a gathering was underway. Parking at the entrance, Xu Haoran, accompanied by Tom, stepped out of the passenger seat and muttered, "Why is the door open at this hour? What if a thief comes in?" However, as he approached the door to close it, he was taken aback by the chaos in the yard. Numerous people were bustling in and out, transporting various items from inside. Xu Haoran's eyes widened in surprise at this scene. Goodness, is this a gathering? Did they even invite the Beast Control Bureau? Spotting the uniforms of the Bureau, Xu Haoran's inebriation faded significantly. What was Lu Ruoyan up to? A party couldn't he possibly be causing this kind of ruckus? Inside the yard, just as Xu Haoran arrived, he witnessed individuals carrying out the lifeless bodies of several thugs. A chill ran down his spine as he beheld the corpses. Were those truly corpses being removed by the Bureau personnel? Could it be that Lu Ruoyan had met her end? No, that couldn't he be. She had sounded quite vigorous when she called him earlier. Xu Haoran reassured himself of her safety. Bro, what on earth happened here? Why are there so many people? Xu Haoran circumvented the security cordon and approached a guard, casually inquiring, what could possibly happen? An incident has indeed occurred. It seems someone has set their sights on that beautiful homeowner, though it appears they were met with fierce resistance. He shuddered at the thought. It's terrifying to imagine that such a stunning homeowner could fall prey to these scoundrels. The guard shrugged, a hint of fear in his demeanor, but upon finishing his statement, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to the slightly flushed, alcohol-laden Xu Haoran. Wait a moment, who are you? The guard scrutinized the inebriated man before him, his face flushed and bewildered. What on earth is this guy doing here? I am the homeowner. This is my residence, Xu Haoran asserted. Did you just mention murder? What murder? What homeowner? Where did you come from? The beautiful homeowner is inside. Homeowner? Isn't the homeowner inside? The guard's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he took a step back, maintaining distance from Xu Haoran. Lu Yuan is right in there. Who are you? I am indeed the homeowner. I am the boyfriend of that homeowner. If you don't believe me, go ahead and inquire. Xu Haoran gestured toward the villa, indicating they should verify his claim. However, The guard grew even more suspicious. You? Boyfriend? After sizing Xu Haoran up, the guard signaled to his colleagues. Hey, come here. We have a drunken intruder. With a swift motion, he summoned 2 of his comrades to apprehend Xu Haoran and toss him out. Hey, what are you doing? Do you dare lay hands on a homeowner? Xu Haoran exclaimed, as the 2 guards lifted him, preparing to eject him from the premises. Have you lost your mind? How did you breach our villa? Dressed in such shabby attire, you dare impersonate the boyfriend of the homeowner? Do you wish to end up in jail? We can have you sent to the Beast Control Bureau for this. Do you understand? Dressed like that, worth no more than 300. And you think you could be the boyfriend of our homeowner? Do you have any idea how beautiful she is? Brothers, toss him out. If Xu Haoran weren't intoxicated, he surely would have ensured the guard faced consequences for his actions. Hey, I am truly a friend of the homeowner. Even if not a boyfriend, I am a friend. Xu Haoran bellowed, his voice drawing considerable attention. Hey, now you're just a friend? The guard chuckled, amused by Xu Haoran's shifting narrative. This only served to reinforce his belief that Xu Haoran was merely a drunken fool, prompting the guards to carry him with even greater enthusiasm. Yet, just as they neared the exit, a melodious voice rang out. Wait, this is my man. Put him down. The guards turned to see Xu Haoran and Lu Ruyan hurrying toward them. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Ruyan had rushed out, immediately recognizing that it was Xu Haoran being carried away and promptly intervened. Is this truly your boyfriend? The guards hesitated, glancing at the drunken Xu Haoran, who, while handsome, seemed to possess nothing else of value. They then looked at Lu Ruyan, who was fair-skinned, beautiful, and elegantly dressed, with a figure that captivated. Xu Haoran, Xu Haoran exclaimed, rushing to Xu Haoran's side, utterly astonished at his state. Is that really you? Haoran, do you know Haoran? Lu Ruyan turned in surprise. What do you mean no? I'm quite familiar with him. He is from our class. Xu Haoran replied, incredulous. I know him well, but this isn't the place to chat. Let us find a private spot to talk. We need to get him inside. This fool has been drinking. She looked at Xu Haoran, reflecting on how he seemed to appear time and again since she first asked him for help. Was it fate? Perhaps the heavens were bestowing her with unexpected fortune? Yet, it felt almost too fortuitous for her, this older woman. Maybe in 2 years, he would be more suitable. All right, let's get him inside. The 2 women took Xu Haoran from the bewildered guards, placing his arm around their shoulders as they supported him toward the villa. Don't touch me. Are you trying to take advantage of me? 100 per touch. Xu Haoran protested, still resisting despite being supported by 2 women. The guards watched in disbelief as Xu Haoran, seemingly unwilling, was embraced by the 2 women. They felt a pang of envy, astonished that he was truly acquainted with the homeowner, and a beautiful one at that. Hadn't Lu Ruyan just said Xu Haoran was her man? This led the guards to speculate whether Xu Haoran was indeed being kept by her. But such thoughts only stirred further discontent. How could a drunken fool like Xu Haoran, who appeared weaker than them, be supported while they remained unclaimed? Why was it that mere good looks seemed to grant him such privileges? On the other side, as Xu Haoran was led up the stairs by the 2 beautiful women, the first floor was a chaotic scene, with Beast Control Bureau personnel scrambling about. A group of agents could only watch in astonishment as Xu Haoran was escorted upstairs by Lu Ruyan. In this day and age, they had only witnessed beautiful women rescuing corpses. This was their first sight of a woman lifting a man. Wow, this kid is fortunate, one agent remarked, glancing at Xu Haoran being carried upstairs. I'm envious. Both of them are stunning and wealthy. How did that kid manage to win the favor of 2 beauties? Another bureau member chimed in. Please, they're just 2 attractive women, wealthy ones at that. What is so special? My girlfriend cooks. Marrying these 2 means I'd have a warm meal waiting at home. One scoffed, tinged with jealousy. Indeed, that is not the case. So how can I trade my wife for these 2 beauties? I'm on a diet anyway. Let me suffer through a night without dinner. I'm on a diet too. If you find a way, let me know. Laughter erupted among the group, none of whom paid attention to a young man nearby, whose eyes widened in shock upon seeing Xu Haoran with the 2 women. It was as if he had seen a ghost. The sight of the intoxicated Xu Haoran being escorted upstairs by 2 stunning women filled him with overwhelming jealousy and resentment. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran, supported by Xu Haoran and Lu Ruyan, glanced at the living room, feeling as if he recognized a familiar face among the crowd. One of the individuals wore a Beast Control Bureau uniform, and he felt an inkling of recognition, though it eluded him. Before he could dwell on it further, he was swiftly carried upstairs again, his gaze returning to Xu Haoran. Hey, beautiful, you bear a striking resemblance to my counselor. Xu Haoran chuckled, noting her baby-faced features that indeed reminded him of his mentor. Hee, I find you rather reminiscent of one of my students. Xu Haoran gazed at Xu Haoran, whose eyes appeared somewhat dazed, and chuckled lightly. Really? What a coincidence. But resembling her is hardly a compliment. That woman is sharp-tongued and enjoys taking advantage of others. Her reputation in our academy is utterly tarnished. Perhaps you should consider undergoing some cosmetic surgery. Anyone would do, just not her. Tong Iran's eyes widened, her smile freezing on her face as she let out a strange chuckle. What is this bastard talking about? When did my reputation become so foul? Slander. He is defaming me. Noticing Lu Rian's odd expression as she looked at her, Tong Iran hastily offered an explanation. Meanwhile, she gritted her teeth inwardly, thinking, let you be arrogant for a moment. Once we ascend the stairs and enter the room, you will understand the prowess of us two women. Before long, the two women carried Xu Haoran into the room and placed him on the octopus chair, their wicked smiles fixed on him. Chapter 107. What are you saying? Splash. In the room, a basin of water drenched Xu Haoran, jolting him awake. What are you doing? Xu Haoran suddenly regained clarity, glaring at Lu Rian, who was holding the water basin. The cold water had indeed revived him. Hey, Teacher Tong, what are you doing here? Now somewhat lucid, he recognized Tong Iran immediately. It was evident he was truly awake. Seeing Xu Haoran acknowledge her, Tong Iran nodded, confirming that he was genuinely alert. Otherwise, he would still be insisting on her undergoing surgery. Awake? What are you all talking about? What do I need to be awake for? He appeared somewhat dazed. Of course, he wasn't genuinely confused. A chill crept down his spine as memories long buried began to assail him. Had he not just suggested that Tong Iran should get cosmetic surgery? He broke out in a cold sweat. What nonsense had he just uttered? Hee, it's nothing, my dear. Do you think I need cosmetic surgery? Am I so unattractive that I can't show my face at Wang Academy? Tong Iran's eyes sparkled mischievously, ensnaring Xu Haoran's gaze. Xu Haoran shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Teacher Tong, you are stunning beyond measure. Why would you require any alterations? No one could ever surpass your beauty. Heh, Tong Iran scoffed. Xu Haoran's fervent declaration might have convinced her had she not overheard his drunken ramblings moments earlier. Then, darling, do you think I resemble a mistress? Am I inherently suited to be a mistress? At that moment, Lu Rian chimed in, her tone teasing, sending shivers down Xu Haoran's spine. Xu Haoran shook his head repeatedly. How could that be? Who said you resemble a mistress? Sister Rian, you are so beautiful. A mistress could never compare to you. Inwardly, Xu Haoran lamented, alas. Alcohol has betrayed me. How could I have offended both of them in one go? And now, I recall everything. I am awake, and this is quite the predicament. It would have been better to remain oblivious. Now that I remember, what does it mean? Oh, wasn't he someone just saying I was a mistress? Men speak the truth when intoxicated, right? Perhaps in someone's heart, I am nothing more than a mistress? Am I unworthy even to be his girlfriend? Lu Rian wiped her tearless eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Who? Which scoundrel dares to call you a mistress, Rian? Tell me. I shall seek vengeance. Xu Haoran stood up, indignation boiling within him. Well, it's good to see you care, but I fear you may not be his match, Lu Rian replied. Stifling a sob, after hearing this, Xu Haoran recoiled. If I'm not a match, then let it go, shall we? It seems they are laying a trap for me. Hee, Lu Rian's eyes turned cold as a serpent's. It cannot be overlooked. You cannot win, but I can. That scoundrel called me a mistress. I ask you, if I were to be your mistress, would you accept it or not? Xu Haoran felt a lump in his throat. It felt like a life or death question. Should he answer affirmatively, or should he refuse? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He realized. Xu Haoran's eyes brightened. You could never be my mistress. If you were with me, you would undoubtedly be my rightful partner. How could you ever be a mistress? Xu Haoran felt incredibly clever at that moment, as if he had transformed into a wise sea king. Lu Rian was momentarily taken aback, her pupils narrowing, surprised by Xu Haoran's logical response. Yet her expression darkened abruptly, for there was no if in her question. You truly believe I am fit to be a mistress? You scoundrel! She splashed the remaining water at him, leaving him chilled to the bone. Xu Haoran's head felt as if it had frozen. Was this response unacceptable? Seeing Xu Haoran in such a pitiable state, Tong Iran decided not to press him further. Humph! She handed him a tissue to dry off. Do you still think I should get cosmetic surgery? You little rascal. Does my face make you uncomfortable? Tong Iran twisted Xu Haoran's ear, her beautiful eyes glinting with a strange light. She had nearly exploded with anger moments ago. It turned out this was her image in Xu Haoran's mind. Nothing good to remember. Ah, no. Xu Haoran gasped, feeling as if his ear no longer belonged to him. Humph. Finally, Tong Iran relented, releasing Xu Haoran. The two women continued their relentless teasing of him. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Where were you just now? Why did you return only now? I was drinking with friends, fishing. But how did you end up here, Teacher Tong? And what happened to the living room? Why is it in such disarray? Xu Haoran furrowed his brow. I am close friends with Xiao Qinqin. I often come here, all right? I was sleeping over at Xiao Qinqin's before you even arrived. Tong Iran declared proudly. Her chest puffed out, causing Xu Haoran to swallow hard. He forcibly averted his gaze from Tong Iran's prominent features. Who is Xiao Qinqin? My nickname is Xiao Qinqin. Now, tell me, what secrets are you hiding from me? Lu Rian narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xu Haoran, eager to see how he would respond. Oh, so your name is Xiao Qin, Xu Haoran realized. But what do you mean by hiding something from you? I believe I have the right to keep my dimensions private, don't I? Xu Haoran declared resolutely. When it comes to such matters, even if you were to kill me, I would never disclose them. Who on earth spoke of your dimensions? I have a vague interest in that topic, but right now, my interest is minimal. Lu Rian crossed her arms, her imposing stature heightened. Are you certain you wish to keep this from me? I'll give you one more chance. After everything that has transpired tonight, I am not in a good mood. If you remain silent, I and Iran may have to resort to some measures. Measures? Heh. Xu Haoran laughed. I, Xu Haoran, am made of iron. Do you think I fear your little tricks? Though he was uncertain of what they meant, he was certain whatever they wanted him to reveal was nothing good. Certainly. Such matters shall remain unspoken. What do two women amount to? If they possess any courage, let them confront him. Should he so much as wrinkle his brow, he would no longer be deemed a hero. However, it was not long before Xu Haoran found himself regretting his words. After his refusal, Tong Iran and Lu Rian exchanged knowing glances, swiftly advancing towards Xu Haoran. Before he could comprehend the situation, they had subdued him, forcing him to lie flat on the ground. One sat upon his chest while the other perched on his thigh. Tong Iran, seated on his leg, removed Xu Haoran's shoes and began to tickle his feet with a feather. Lu Rian, sitting on his chest, vigorously tickled his armpits. Ahaha. Xu Haoran was taken aback by their shamelessness, employing such a devious tactic as tickling. Alas, he lacked the strength to contend with the two women. Both were royal beast tamers, while he was but a novice without even a pet beast to call his own, rendering him no match for them. Not to mention, in sheer physical strength, the two women overwhelmingly overpowered Xu Haoran. Tom, lying nearby, watched as the two women rode him, and seeing Xu Haoran laugh so heartily, he couldn't help but wear a smile of his own. So this is what the master enjoys. If he didn't like it, he wouldn't be laughing. Surely he must be quite pleased. I say, ha. I say, stop tickling. Someone could die from laughter. Ha. Xu Haoran, pinned to the ground, nearly laughed himself to death. Fortunately, the two were not without restraint. After a brief bout of tickling, they relented. Lu Rian, smirking at the prone Xu Haoran, asked, now do you understand our prowess? Speak up, or I shall make you wish you were never born. Xu Haoran, in torment and despair, replied, but if you want me to speak, you must tell me what you wish to know. I have no idea what you are talking about. How can I know what to say if you do not specify? I don't even know what is happening. Tears streamed down his face, for they demanded he speak without revealing what they sought. He had so many secrets from them. How could he discern which one they referred to? Chapter 108. What is wrong with having a few pets? Ah, indeed, it seems I was not sufficiently clear. Lu Rian pondered this, realizing she had not been particularly articulate. Xiao Qin, still tickling? Do you dare to retort? Perhaps I should stuff your mouth with my unwashed socks from the day. Tong Iran displayed her small fangs, threateningly. No, that would be fatal. Do you not understand that laughter can also be deadly? Xu Haoran quickly shouted. Lu Rian raised her hand to stop Tong Iran. Let us not rush. I'll ask first. All right then, you may inquire. Tong Iran, albeit reluctantly, withdrew her hands, putting her high heels back on. What a pity. She had intended for Su Yueguang to experience their odor after not washing her socks for a day. Tell me, where did the ferocious beasts that helped me slay that monster come from? Those dark creatures in our villa, Lu Rian asked. Dark creatures? Su Yueguang was quick to react, instantly recognizing she was referring to his aberrations. Yes, indeed, those were his pets, but he had merely kept them for amusement. Furthermore, they posed no threat to her. He thought to himself, revealing this was no significant issue. He could hardly believe Lu Rian would consume him over a few aberrations. Indeed, those ghastly creatures are yours, Lu Rian declared, her expression confirming her suspicions. How could such creatures suddenly appear in our home? They clearly recognized you, not to mention they had not harmed us. Tong Iran, astonished, exclaimed, you truly keep those terrifying beasts. How did you even dare to care for them? The grotesque appearance of the aberrations sent a shiver down her spine. Had they not spared her and assisted in vanquishing foes, those creatures might have haunted her dreams. You never mentioned I couldn't have pets when you allowed me to stay here. Xu Haoran protested, stretching his neck in a manner that suggested he was within his rights to keep them. He thought he had frightened Lu Rian. I've only kept a few. When we arrived, there was no contract prohibiting me from having a few adorable pets, he weakly defended. This villa is so spacious and empty. I simply wish to bring a bit of life into it. Xu Haoran turned his head, stubbornly reasoning that Lu Rian had indeed failed to specify any restrictions on pet ownership. What was wrong with having a few small pets? What's wrong? You call those little beasts? Tong Iran's eyes widened in disbelief. Those are not little pets. Do you have any misconceptions about what constitutes a pet? If those creatures are your pets, what do you call monsters? She felt those so-called pets were more terrifying than any horror film she had ever seen. You consider that an increase in vitality? Lu Rian's lips twitched, utterly astonished Xu Haoran could utter such nonsense. Was this truly a means to enliven the atmosphere? She shuddered at the thought of having lived alongside those monsters. Why stop talking? Are my aberrations not also a form of fierce beast? They may look a bit peculiar, but they are well-behaved. Xu Haoran protested loudly, refusing to back down. Is that merely a bit peculiar? I can't even find the words to describe them. They resemble ghosts. The two women silently scoffed at his defense. Nevertheless, Lu Rian felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness Xu Haoran had kept those monsters. Otherwise, they might not have made it out alive today. Though they were indeed grotesque, terrifying, and a tad revolting, they had undoubtedly saved their lives. Fine. I did not explicitly say you could not have pets, Lu Rian conceded with a nod. Right? You never said. Xu Haoran looked at the two women atop him. Both were quite heavy, pressing down on him to the point he struggled to breathe. Could you not shed a few pounds? Together, you must weigh over 200 pounds. Xu Haoran grimaced under their weight. What do you know? This is called prosperity. Furthermore, I am not overweight. Lu Rian straightened her posture, swaying slightly. Am I fat? Many would envy my figure. Indeed, Xiao Qinqin and I are in great shape. Are you blind? Tong Iran chimed in, showing no intention of moving from Xu Haoran's back. All right then, I shall ask you again. Besides those monsters, do you possess anything else? Lu Rian continued her inquiry. No, I have nothing else. Xu Haoran shook his head. I only keep a few aberrations, and there's also a cat. One more is in my village. What ill intent could Xu Haoran possibly harbor? He simply wished to infuse the place with a bit of vivacity. How is it that two women are so unwilling to let go? Is that all there is? Lu Rian nodded, noting that Xu Haoran did not appear to be lying. Very well, Lu Rian acknowledged with a nod, and if that was all, then so be it. May I inquire about what transpired in this villa? Surely, it cannot be the handiwork of my pet, can it? Xu Haoran recalled the dismal state of the courtyard upon his arrival. His peculiar creature would never dare to cause such havoc. As for this matter, Lu Rian's previously stern expression transformed into a charming smile. She gazed down at Xu Haoran, intending to express her gratitude, when suddenly there came a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, am I interrupting? A staff member from the Beast Control Bureau stood at the entrance, observing Lu Rian and Tong Iran perched atop Xu Haoran with a somewhat stiff expression. His gaze was tinged with envy, admiration, and a hint of sorrow. What a scoundrel! Why must this one rogue monopolize all the good fortune? He felt the urge to weep. Is there something you need? Tong Iran inquired, puzzled as she looked towards the visitor. Well, we need to head to the Beast Control Bureau to take a statement. Would you prefer to leave now, or shall we wait a while? Let us depart immediately. We are ready. Lu Rian calmly rose from Xu Haoran's lap and tidied her attire as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 109. How could it be him? Tong Iran also stood, stating, Let us go. You should accompany us. Before departing, she cast a glance back at Xu Haoran, confident that he would join them. Under the envious gazes of the bureau staff, Xu Haoran followed the two women into the same vehicle. Lu Rian drove Xu Haoran's little bumblebee. Surprised to discover that Xu Haoran had actually purchased a car, Lu Rian marveled at his unexpected wealth. While it was not a sports car, its design was indeed unique and stylish. Your vehicle is quite impressive. Where did you acquire it? I've never seen this model before. Tong Iran seemed to possess some knowledge of automobiles, yet she was unaware of the brand Xu Haoran drove. It's merely an antique, hardly noteworthy. I acquired it secondhand. Xu Haoran casually explained. Suddenly, he recalled that his car lacked a proper license plate. Would driving boldly to the bureau land him in trouble? The rear of the vehicle bore the license of the automaton, but Xu Haoran was uncertain of its origin. That was a question for the automaton. It should be fine. If anyone is to be apprehended, it would likely be Lu Rian, as she is the one driving. Xu Haoran reasoned. Indeed, he thought. It would not be he who faced consequences, considering he had not driven. The car had been in motion, operated by others. What was his responsibility in that regard? He merely occupied a seat while the vehicle traversed the road. In that case, since it's a second-hand car, would you consider selling it to me? I find it quite appealing, Tong Iran cheerfully suggested. No way, Xu Haoran promptly declined. I've had it for a day or two. I've grown attached to it. A day or two, an attachment? Tong Iran replied with a bemused expression. Do you even hear what you're saying? All right, can we discuss what exactly transpired? We haven't even arrived at the bureau, yet I would appreciate some context. How did you discover my little pet? I should have informed them not to appear without permission, unless... Xu Haoran glanced at Lu Rian and Tong Iran. Have you encountered danger? You just now realized? I was nearly killed alongside Xiao Qinqin. You almost lost a wealthy benefactor and a beautiful tutor, Tong Iran stated gravely. I had my suspicions, but you never gave me the opportunity to speak. But Lu Rian is a royal beast master. How could she face danger? Who would dare lay a hand on you? Xu Haoran regarded the two striking women, pondering if it was merely a matter of coveting their beauty. What kind of look is that? What rogue would dare entertain thoughts of us? It's not like that. It's your beautiful benefactor who has encountered some trouble in business, Tong Iran remarked, casting a playful glance at Lu Ruyan. Fresh from a brush with death, she seemed to have completely forgotten the preceding peril and was now in a mood for jest. Iran, enough of that. Lu Ruyan frowned. Trouble in business? Sister, you're being pursued over your business dealings? You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you? Xu Haoran, seated in the back, wore an astonished expression. It seems such scenarios often play out in films, trafficking arms or contraband, only to be pursued by underworld figures, followed by a romantic entanglement between the male assassin and the female lead, with betrayal lurking in the shadows. If she is involved in illicit activities, I would have no choice but to act in the name of justice. You are the one in the wrong. My dealings are legitimate, Lu Ruyan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Xu Haoran, as if to say, you ignorant fool. However, my business has grown significantly, and I suspect I have drawn unwanted attention. Perhaps you should lay low for a few days. This is merely the first wave of pursuers, and I cannot guarantee that others will not come looking for trouble. Oh. Xu Haoran finally grasped the situation. As long as she was not engaged in criminal activities, that was a relief. In that case, why not stay at my dorm? I reside at Wanglong Academy, and I can simply claim you are my girlfriend. Living within Wanglong Academy guarantees that no one would dare intrude, Xu Haoran asserted confidently. For Wanglong Academy was a place where the elite gathered, filled with beast masters, not to mention the strength of the dean and deputy dean, who had earned their positions through merit. You wishful thinker. If anyone is to stay, it should be me, and you're hoping to woo my Xiao Qinchin? Tong Iran turned to Xu Haoran with suspicion. I regard you as a student, and you think you can pursue my girl? I didn't mean it that way. I suggested she stay with me while I retreat to my countryside home, leaving this place vacant, Xu Haoran clarified. Enough of your squabbling. Let me think this through. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows, feeling overwhelmed. She was at a loss regarding her next steps. Staying at Wanglong Academy was indeed a prudent choice. Given Tong Iran and Xu Haoran's backgrounds, residing in their dormitory would not pose an issue. Yet, this was hardly a long-term solution. Business matters were pressing. She would inevitably have to leave Wanglong Academy. She could not remain there indefinitely. The enemy lurked in the shadows while she stood exposed. And she did not even know who her adversary was. What was to be done? Xiao Qinchin, do not fret. I am here for you. If worst comes to worst, I will plead with my father. Tong Iran bit her lip, somewhat reluctant to confront that individual. Yet, for the sake of her dear friend, some sacrifices must be made. Do not worry. Perhaps the Beast Control Bureau will uncover something? Xu Haoran gazed at the Bureau vehicle ahead. Once they reveal the mastermind behind the plot against you, all will be well. Let us hope so. Lu Ruyan inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling with each breath. For now, there was little choice but to place her hopes in the Beast Control Bureau. Thank you for your kindness, Iran, but it is unnecessary for now. Let us first visit the Beast Control Bureau and reassess the situation. Lu Ruyan is well aware of Tong Iran's circumstances. She is genuinely touched by the other's willingness to seek out her family, yet she does not wish to burden her further. Xu Haoran, seated behind them, observed the two women entangled in their conflicting emotions and shook his head, pondering whether such distress was truly warranted. Surely, they could devise a means to uncover the true culprit and eliminate the threat. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, silently contemplating how to track down the mastermind. Others may express their thoughts, but he preferred action. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Beast Control Bureau. It was clear that the evening would be anything but tranquil. Xu Haoran had initially intended to request leave from his advisor, planning to skip classes the following day. Yet, it dawned on him that the advisor was right before him. What need was there for such a request? Nevertheless, Xu Haoran was merely a background figure in this unfolding drama. The primary focus lay with Lu Ruyan and Tong Iran, for they were the true victims. However, due to Xu Haoran's cohabitation with Lu Ruyan, he was also summoned into the room for a routine inquiry. Initially, a mere intern beast master had entered to ask a few questions, to which Xu Haoran had responded with casual indifference. Yet, shortly after the intern departed, another figure entered the room, a young man with a sinister countenance. Upon entering, he locked the door behind him. Xu Haoran was taken aback upon recognizing the man. How could it be him? Inside the interrogation room, the intern beast master had stepped in and, after locking the door, took a seat across from Xu Haoran, documents in hand, his demeanor dark and foreboding. Xu Haoran regarded the man across from him with a peculiar expression, genuinely surprised to encounter him here. At that moment, he was entirely sober, and the sight of Xu filled him with astonishment. What on earth was Xu doing in this place? Huh? Did you expect to find me here, you worthless dog? Xu spat, his teeth clenched, his gaze filled with venomous rage. Finally, he had caught this bastard. One day, you would fall into my hands. Truly, karma is a relentless cycle. Xu Hu's demeanor was frantic, even deranged. As Xu Haoran could distinctly sense the unraveling of the man's mind. What was wrong with him? It was indeed unexpected. Xu Haoran observed Xu Hu's disheveled state. I never would have imagined you regressing so drastically. Weren't you a member of the divine team? Shouldn't everyone here be from the celestial or even earth teams? What gives? Do you not fancy the high status of the divine team? Prefer a quieter, more leisurely existence? Xu Haoran scratched his nose, remembering that Xu Hu had once been a member of the elite. Now, he found himself in such a diminished position, though still of considerable worth. Xu Hu's simmering anger erupted into a furious rage at Xu Haoran's words. If he had merely intended to teach Xu Haoran a lesson before, he now harbored thoughts of murder, of exterminating Xu Haoran's entire family. Do you not comprehend why I am here? You killed my royal tier pet. Where else should I go? Xu Hu's fury was palpable. Had it not been for his recent appointment in the Divine Dragon team, securing a stable government job, he might have faced abandonment without a chance for demotion. Do you realize that once I stepped into this room, I became the one in charge? You must heed my every command. I can do whatever I wish to you, and no one can stop me. Xu Haoran shook his head in disbelief. That can't be right. There are cameras nearby. What can you do to me? You surely cannot act against me in their presence? Xu Haoran suddenly grew wary. Wait a moment. He scrutinized Xu Hu closely. Let me make myself clear. I am not interested in men. I prefer women. Did you not notice the two women beside me? That is my type. If you are inclined towards men, seek out a club. I will not indulge you. Xu Haoran clutched his chest, brimming with suspicion. Xu Hu's lips twitched in frustration. I also like women. That is not what I meant. I wish to inform you that I can disable the cameras at will. Once I do, I can do as I please. Xu Hu grinned wickedly, his gaze fixated on Xu Haoran as if plotting some nefarious deed. What do you intend to do? You like women. What could you possibly want from me? I assure you, even if I were to die today, I would never develop an interest in men. I cannot believe you are such a perverse individual. Even if I killed your pet, you should not descend into such depravity. Xu Haoran tightened his grip on his chest. Was Xu Hu so mentally shattered that he had lost all sense of orientation? I have said it before. I am not interested in men. Xu Hu stood abruptly, unleashing a furious roar at Xu Haoran. If you do not desire me, then do not bother me. There are plenty of men in the world. I have no interest in a grotesquely twisted creature like you. Xu Haoran's face contorted with disdain. What is wrong with you? I want to disable the cameras, not to engage with you. Xu Hu cursed vehemently, producing a taser from his waistband. Do you see this? A taser. One jolt, and I can make you wet your pants on the spot. With the taser in hand. Xu Hu brimmed with confidence. After all, Xu Haoran was merely an ordinary individual. Could he not handle him? Tell me, if those two lovely women were to witness you humiliating yourself, would they still want to be near you? Xu Hu's malicious gaze bore down on Xu Haoran. Previously, he had envied Xu Haoran's fortuitous luck, but after binding Xu Haoran's prized creature to himself, that envy had dissipated. Now, he felt jealousy towards the beautiful women surrounding Xu Haoran. If he could humiliate Xu Haoran to the point of disgrace, would those women still look upon him favorably? He envisioned ruining Xu Haoran's life, obliterating everything he held dear until he possessed nothing. Why should this useless fool enjoy such fortune? Why should he be surrounded by so many beautiful women? After Xu Haoran had slain the Azure Cloud Python, Xu Hu not only faced disdain from former colleagues, but was also demoted, cast down from the Divine Team to the present Earth Team. Even there, he was met with scorn, all because his pet had perished, his strongest companion was gone. He now possessed only a lowly creature. Demoted, ostracized, and with his pet slain, Xu Hu had plummeted from grace to despair in a single day, his psyche tortured to the brink of collapse, his mind twisted into something grotesque. No, this is an abuse of power. Your actions are illegal. I have committed no crime. I am merely here to make an inquiry. By what right do you interrogate me? Xu Haoran gazed at the electric baton in the other's hand with a look of sheer terror, as fear washed over him. Ha 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 ha. Xu Hu first sneered coldly, then threw his head back in laughter. Do you think that once you enter this place, you still have a voice? In here, I am the law. Xu Hu's eyes burned with rage as he observed Xu Haoran's panicked demeanor, deriving immense satisfaction from his fear. Now you know what it means to be afraid, do you? But it is too late. Kneel before me now, and I may spare your life. Will you do it willingly, or shall I assist you? Xu Hu rose, advancing towards Xu Haoran with a menacing glare, the electric baton crackling ominously in his hand. However, before he could close the distance, his steps faltered suddenly. A blue cat emerged quietly from beneath the table, steadfastly positioning itself beside Xu Haoran. It was his cat, Tom. Upon seeing the feline, Xu Hu's expression froze. It was this very cat that had vanquished his prized serpent, the Azure Sky Python. and he was still haunted by the memory. When had Xu Haoran brought this cat in? He stumbled back, panic-stricken. Meow? Tom stood beside Xu Haoran, eyes wide with curiosity, perplexed by Xu Hu's intentions. Xu Haoran, regaining his composure, stood tall and met Xu Hu's gaze directly, the look of fear evaporating from his face. A smile crept across his lips as he coldly remarked, "You just stated that all the cameras have been turned off, correct? Thus, even if I were to beat you into an unrecognizable state, no one would witness it, would they?" Xu Hu stammered, "Actually, I only turned off a few of them." Chapter 111. Are you kidding me? The atmosphere in the interrogation room became palpably awkward. Xu Hu forced a smile as he glanced at Xu Haoran, gradually retreating. "Oh, just a few, you say?" Xu Haoran nodded, unfazed. "That should suffice to ensure that no one sees me beat you senseless. Tom, bind him up. I intend to teach him a lesson he won't forget." Xu Haoran's eyes sharpened as he commanded Tom to act. Meow? Tom, attuned to Xu Haoran's intent, had long sensed the hostility. At Xu Haoran's command, Tom swiftly produced a lasso from behind, its mouth forming a wave as it twirled above its head, hurling it towards the retreating Xu Hu. Xu Hu was already prepared to flee. He was well aware of Tom's prowess. Despite its seemingly frail appearance, it was incredibly formidable. He had no intention of confronting Tom and began to back away, planning his escape. The door was locked. The cameras turned off. Xu Haoran could beat him half to death without anyone knowing. Naturally, he believed Xu Haoran would not dare to kill him. At most, he would receive a severe beating. After all, if he were to die here, Xu Haoran would have to answer for it. They were still within the Beastmaster Bureau. Yet, after only a few steps, he was astounded to see Tom had produced a lasso from who knows where, throwing it at him. It ensnared him securely. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The lasso seemed to come alive, wrapping around him as if it had a mind of its own. Xu Hu could hardly comprehend what was happening. Was this some sort of sorcery? He could hardly move. Before he could process this bizarre turn of events, the rope had circled him multiple times, binding him tightly, and he felt a sudden constriction at his feet before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. With a sharp pain in his head, Xu Hu winced as his arm struck the ground. Ha ha, ha ha ha. A sinister laugh echoed in his ears. Xu Hu looked up to see Xu Haoran approaching with a menacing grin. Ignoring the pain of his fall, he cried out, "Xu Haoran, you cannot strike me. I am a Beastmaster of the Bureau. This is the Bureau. If you harm me, there are only the two of us in this room, and someone will surely come to apprehend you. Assaulting a Beastmaster is illegal." "Oh, is that so?" Xu Haoran stepped closer, sneering. "If you strike me, it's not a crime, but if I strike you, it is. Today, I shall see whether it is a crime for me to beat you half to death." With that, Xu Haoran raised his fist and swung it towards Xu Hu. Thud, thud, thud. Xu Hu was struck repeatedly, resembling a punching bag as Xu Haoran pummeled him into the ground, completely immobilized by the bindings. Helplessly, he lay there, shouting, "Help! Help! I'm being killed! Help me!" However, he had grossly underestimated the soundproofing of this room. As a designated interrogation space, it was surprisingly effective at muffling sound. After over a minute of relentless beating, Xu Haoran finally felt his hands grow weary, and only then did a knock echo from outside. "What is happening in there? Open the door. What is going on in there?" Xu Haoran looked up at the door, now being pounded upon. Perfect timing, as he had just finished his bout. He cast a disdainful glance at the bruised and battered Xu Hu, who was a pitiful sight after just over a minute of punishment. Approaching the door, he composed himself, rubbed his eyes quickly until they appeared red, and then opened the door that had been incessantly knocked upon. Creak. Xu Haoran opened the door, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked outside. He found several people gathered, including Lu Ruyan and Tong Iran. "Help! You have finally arrived. This Xu Hu attempted to administer a private punishment on me." Xu Haoran cried out, his voice cracking with emotion, unable to mask his fear and grievance, as if he had just escaped from a vortex of injustice. "What?" Lu Ruyan and Tong Iran rushed to Xu Haoran's side simultaneously, their expressions filled with concern. "Someone tried to impose private punishment on you? Who? Tell me, and we shall ensure justice is served today." Upon hearing this, they were both alarmed. As someone dared to impose punishment on Xu Haoran in their presence? Did they not exist in this scenario? "It's all right. I have already subdued him." Sister Ruyan. "Teacher Tong, I was terrified. Thankfully, I possess some skills. Otherwise, I might have been electrocuted to death today." Xu Haoran lamented, burying his head into Lu Ruyan's shoulder. His sobs filled with distress. "Don't worry, we are here for you. With both of us here, no one can bully you." Lu Ruyan, unfazed by Xu Haoran's tight embrace, gently patted his back in comfort. This sight elicited envy from those around them. What kind of extraordinary luck had Xu Haoran enjoyed in his previous life to be so fortunate? How could a goddess so readily offer him such affection? "Deputy Lu, is it true that the Beastmaster Bureau has resorted to private punishment? Has the Bureau become so corrupt?" "Xu Haoran is merely an ordinary friend of mine." yet he is subjected to such treatment? Is there no law left? Xu Haoran consoled Xu Haoran while casting an indignant glance at a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit. Nearby, a young man in his 30s, also dressed sharply, frowned upon hearing her words and scoffed. Isn't this a misunderstanding? Who would target your friend? It must be a mix-up. His countenance darkened as he surveyed his fellow beastmasters. What is going on here? It's just someone cooperating with an interrogation. No charges whatsoever. Who laid a hand on him? What kind of nonsense is this? He clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. Was this not an unwarranted calamity? What a bunch of fools, creating trouble for themselves, allowing such indiscriminate interrogations to escalate into chaos? Xu Haoran, already possessing considerable wealth and ambition in Rong City, had connections with numerous influential figures and had even secured an order for spirit grass from the capital, promising a boundless future. He was reluctant to offend her, especially with Tong Iran by her side. If Xu Haoran was hesitant to provoke, Tong Iran was simply fearful of doing so. The background of these individuals was not something he dared to offend. He couldn't even afford to make them the slightest bit displeased. Currently, he was bewildered by the unfolding events. Xu Haoran was merely a lad here to assist with an interrogation. Why on earth would anyone be so dim-witted as to target Xu Haoran? Was this not a frivolous invitation for trouble? God forbid he finds out who did this. The other beastmasters around him wore expressions of confusion. Targeting Xu Haoran? Though they felt a tinge of jealousy, none would go out of their way to harass him over trivial matters. With a sense of uncertainty, they entered the room, soon emerging with the battered Xu Hu, who was barely recognizable, and helplessly informed Secretary Liu, "Sir, this is the new beastmaster, but it seems he isn't the bully here." Of course, Liu Kan had already observed the situation. He gazed at the bruised Xu Hu, his eyes twitching as he regarded the pristine Xu Haoran, who was nestled against Xu Haoran's shoulder, completely unscathed. Is this the beastmaster who claimed he wanted to subject you to torture? Are you serious? After being beaten to a pulp, you say he bullied you? Who is the one trying to electrocute whom here? Chapter 112. I am the law. Neither Liu Kan nor Xu Haoran and Tong Iran could fathom the scene before them. All present were left dumbfounded, staring at the battered Xu Hu and then at Xu Haoran, who appeared as if he were merely indulging in the comforts of Xu Haoran's shoulder, without a scratch on him. Liu, I think there might be a misunderstanding here. Liu Kan's lips twitched. What misunderstanding? Are you suggesting that I, a talentless individual without beastmaster abilities, would bully him, a beastmaster? Upon hearing the word misunderstanding, Xu Haoran seemed to snap, turning with red-rimmed eyes to roar at Liu Kan. I lack a family background, I lack connections, and I lack beastmaster abilities. Does that mean everyone else should bully me? His eyes brimmed with tears, genuinely resembling a victim of bullying. However, Liu Kan hesitated, finally raising a finger toward the battered Xu Hu. Given his current state, are you sure he was the one bullying you, rather than the other way around? I must remind Mr. Xu that lying here is futile, as there are cameras everywhere. The cameras inside are malfunctioning, someone nearby interjected. Liu Kan's speech faltered. The cameras were malfunctioning? He understood the euphemism. Sometimes, having them malfunction facilitated their operations. And this was not the first occurrence. But at such a critical moment, who the hell tampered with the surveillance? How could they fail now? Such an important matter. And the cameras are down. The man beside him remained silent, merely directing his gaze towards Xu Hu. Liu Kan immediately grasped the situation. It was undoubtedly Xu Hu. His expression darkened as he pieced together the events. This fool had sought trouble and ended up getting himself thrashed. Mr. Xu, I apologize. Our cameras are indeed malfunctioning. But it seems you are unscathed? He maintained a calm demeanor, reasoning that since the incident had occurred, it was best to minimize the fallout. With Xu Hu in such a pitiful state, he believed Xu Haoran would have no desire to escalate the matter further. As for Xu Hu, he deserved this. He had foolishly sought trouble despite his meager strength, and thus, he reaped what he sowed. Yet, he had underestimated the animosity between Xu Haoran and Xu Hu. Xu Haoran stepped forward, his voice resolute. How can this be allowed? A distinguished beastmaster attempting to unlawfully impose torture upon me. Should this simply be brushed aside? Should there be no punishment whatsoever? Are beastmasters above the law, exempt from legal consequences? With this declaration, the assembled beastmasters frowned. Xu Haoran was clearly trying to play the victim, while having already inflicted significant harm upon Xu Hu. They had not sought retribution against Xu Haoran, and now he wished to retaliate further against Xu Hu. Mr. Xu, you have not sustained a single injury, and Xu Hu is now in this state because of you. How can you prove that he intended to torture you? A stout man interjected, visibly displeased. Indeed, this is rather excessive, isn't it? You are perfectly fine. And we have yet to accuse you of assaulting a beastmaster, another voice chimed in. Meanwhile, Liu Kan squinted, yet he refrained from intervening with his subordinates, clearly believing Xu Haoran was being somewhat unreasonable. To take advantage of the situation and then seek confrontation was, in his view, a blatant display of ingratitude. I did it, Xu Haoran admitted with a smile, even as Lu Ruoyan made no attempt to stop him. Seeing Xu Haoran so readily confess, Lu Ruoyan could only facepalm. At this juncture, denial would have been the wisest course of action. What was Xu Haoran thinking? Xu Haoran, cease your words. Allow me to handle this, Lu Ruoyan frowned. But Xu Haoran shook his head. No need. I can manage this myself. Today, I intend to see whether there is still any law to uphold. His gaze turned fiery as he surveyed those around him. He was genuinely enraged. He was the one who had suffered injustice. He neither sought trouble nor instigated conflict, yet had been drawn into this mess and was now being blamed. You did strike him, but do you realize that assaulting a beastmaster is illegal? We could arrest you on the spot. The stout man retorted coldly. What if he was the one who first attempted to torture me, and I merely defended myself? Xu Haoran shot back, a glimmer of hostility flickering in his eyes. Doesn't everyone know it was Xu who sought him out for trouble? After all, he had no idea where the camera switch was. The way the other party spoke was clearly in defense of Xu Hu. Thus, Xu Haoran saw no reason to hold back. Do you know that in this day and age, evidence is paramount? The stout man replied icily. Without evidence, are you suggesting we must simply take your word for it? Xu Haoran smiled. Don't tell me I have no evidence, even if I didn't. The camera's malfunctioning at such a crucial moment implicates your Beastmaster Bureau as well, doesn't it? Don't claim that the camera failure absolves you of any responsibility. Spare me the trivialities. If you have evidence, present it without delay, even if the camera failure reflects poorly on the Bureau. It has nothing to do with my confrontation with Xu Hu. You are currently assaulting a Beastmaster, and you have openly confessed to it. There are cameras outside. Arresting you would be entirely justified. The portly man began to grow increasingly irate, his disdain for Xu Haoran becoming ever more evident. He was, after all, a Beastmaster. What was Xu Haoran to him? To dare to challenge him on his own turf. With the cameras down, he was eager to see what evidence Xu Haoran could possibly produce. Beside them, Lu Ruoyan and Tong Iran could hardly contain their frustration at the audacity of the situation. But Xu Haoran restrained both of them. Calmly, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened an audio file, and pressed play. Suddenly, a voice resonated. I turned off the cameras, not to frame you, but to deal with you. Do you see this? A stun baton. Just one zap. And I can make you wet your pants on the spot. Did you think you could speak freely here? Once you're in this place, I am the law. A series of recordings played, and everyone could clearly hear Xu Hu's voice, crystal clear. Inside the Beastmaster Bureau, the sound from the phone sent ripples of shock through Liu Kan and the previously boisterous, portly man. Xu Hu had laid bare all his illegal conduct. Well done, Deputy Liu. Your Beastmasters are truly impressive. Within the Bureau, he is indeed untouchable, Xu Haoran remarked with a cold smile. Lu Ruoyan and Tong Iran were astonished that Xu Haoran had managed to produce such evidence. This was a crushing blow to Liu Kan and those around him. The Beastmasters who had previously been indignant fell silent. Liu Kan's expression darkened. He never expected Xu Haoran to have recorded anything. The evidence is out. What further issues remain? Can I now state that you Beastmasters are breaking the law and abusing your power? Is it not common for such incidents to occur in the past? Xu Haoran sneered. You. How can we know if this recording is genuine? The portly man's face flushed red as he attempted to retort, but before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed as a hand struck his face, causing him to stagger dangerously close to falling. Lu Bureau Chief. The portly man, struggling to regain his balance, incredulously covered his swollen face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Have you finished your idle chatter? This is not a place for your words. Liu Kan's gaze fixed coldly on the portly man. There are countless ways to discern the truth of such recordings. How foolish could one be? Did he really think they would need to call in an expert? That would only escalate matters. This just confirms Xu Hu's misconduct. Mr. Xu is correct. I will ensure Xu Hu faces severe repercussions. How does that sound? Liu Kan stated, knowing that without evidence, his words would hold no weight. But with Xu Haoran's evidence, the narrative was entirely in Xu Haoran's hands. Lu Ruoyan and Tong Iran observed keenly. If this matter were reported, the implications would be far more significant. It wasn't just about punishing Xu Hu. There seemed to be serious managerial issues within the Beastmaster Bureau. How could the cameras have been turned off? Xu Haoran maintained a stoic expression, locking eyes with Liu Kan. Liu Kan stiffened. Managerial issues fell squarely on his shoulders. Admitting fault here would be an acknowledgement of negligence. Indeed, this is my oversight, but Xu Hu is new here. Mr. Xu, please do not be upset. I assure you he will receive the strictest punishment for his violations. Liu Kan hastily assured, uncertain whether Xu Haoran was a reckless youth or had ulterior motives. However, he opted to placate Xu Haoran, who seemed to harbor a grudge against Xu Hu, hoping to find common ground. Surely, Xu Hu wouldn't dare act so brazenly alone. Would he? Xu Haoran coldly inquired, turning to the portly man. Indeed, Xu Hu would never be so bold alone. He Fei, you were just defending Xu Hu. Are you not complicit? Liu Kan, catching the shift in Xu Haoran's gaze, instantly understood and directed a sharp look at the previously arrogant, portly man. Bring Xu Hu and He Fei to the interrogation room immediately. They are to be closely monitored for a thorough investigation. Breaking the law warrants severe penalties. We will show no leniency. Wait, Liu Bureau Chief, I'm not with Xu Hu. The portly man's face paled. Bureau Chief, I did nothing. Do not worry. I will personally interrogate them. We will not allow any taint within the Beast Master Bureau. Liu Kan declared, his voice resolute. Xu Haoran observed He Fei's desperate pleas, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Rest assured, there will be no leniency. Within the Beastmaster Bureau, no blemish will be tolerated. I, Liu Kan, swear by the name of the Rongqing Beastmaster Bureau to deliver a satisfactory resolution to Mr. Xu by tomorrow. Liu Kan proclaimed, standing tall. Having deciphered Xu Haoran's intentions, Liu Kan felt relieved. He had provided a way out, and Xu Haoran had accepted. Wasn't this issue now resolved? As for He Fei, if he was foolish enough to be a scapegoat, so be it. Liu Kan thought it better to sacrifice He Fei than risk his own position. If Xu Haoran submitted that recording and managed to manipulate the situation, who knew what repercussions might follow? Sacrificing one He Fei to avert trouble was a pragmatic choice. Bureau Chief, I'm innocent. I did nothing. He Fei cried, nearly begging at Liu Kan's feet. But Liu Kan offered him no opportunity for rebuttal. Two individuals arrived, seized He Fei, and turned him around to leave. He Fei, unwilling, was forcibly dragged away by a mere glance from Liu Kan. The atmosphere fell silent once more. After the ruckus of He Fei's removal, Liu Kan smiled at Xu Haoran. Mr. Xu, are you satisfied with this outcome? If so, regarding the recording. That recording, if it were found in someone else's possession, they wouldn't see the light of day. However, with Liu Ruoyan and Tong Yuran present, you have no leverage against me. He replied. Xu Haoran smiled faintly. I trust that Deputy Liu will handle the matter with integrity. However, my phone seems to have a glitch and can't delete anything. Once I see the results regarding Xu Hu and He Fei tomorrow, I will find a place to repair my phone and delete the recording. How does that sound? What kind of phone has issues that prevent deletions? You could at least come up with a more convincing excuse. Very well, Liu Kan replied with a gentle smile. His demeanor calm. Now that Xu Haoran had agreed, and with Liu Ruoyan and Tong Yuran present, he doubted Xu Haoran would pull any tricks. Let us proceed as such. Tomorrow, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory response, Mr. Xu. I will notify you then. Rest assured, we will not tolerate any malfeasance within our bureau. Very well. My gratitude to Director Liu, Xu Haoran said with a light smile, exuding an air of calmness. Subsequently, Liu Kan respectfully saw Xu Haoran and Liu Ruoyan off. With all matters here resolved, it was time for their departure. Xu Hu was likely to be dismissed from his position and bear the weight of severe charges. The duration of his confinement hinging on Liu Kan's sincerity. Nonetheless, he felt that with this recording in hand, the other party would think twice. This time, Xu Hu had truly faced the consequences of his actions. Not only was he beaten by his own hand, but his career was also irrevocably shattered. And he was now incarcerated, quite a pitiful state indeed. Xu Haoran turned towards the driving Liu Ruoyan and suggested, how about we indulge in a sumptuous meal tonight? Are you all hungry? We've had dinner, so how could we be hungry? Came the reply. Are you hungry? Not at all. How about treating you all to a grand feast tomorrow instead? Given the circumstances, attending class tomorrow seems rather implausible. Xu Haoran glanced at the time. It was already quite late. After such a long delay, it was now 11 o'clock, and attending class the following day seemed unnecessary. That could work, but do you have any joyous news to share? What grand feast do you plan to treat us to? Tong Yuran inquired, turning back with a puzzled expression. Isn't this a way to compensate for the fright you received? I wish to treat you to something delightful, Xu Haoran replied with a smile. All right, it's settled then. Liu Ruoyan, after a moment's contemplation, agreed. They had indeed been startled, and a day of relaxation tomorrow would be beneficial, especially after such a close call. Very well, but where shall we spend the night? The academy is likely closed by now, Xu Haoran remarked, gazing out at the unfamiliar roads. How about we book a room? I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with the three of us, he proposed. Tong Yuran laughed. Sure. But if you're not afraid of being smothered by me and Xiao Qin, give it a try. Without turning her head, Liu Ruoyan chimed in. I have a villa in Rongqing, which I rarely visit. We can rest there tonight and discuss the rest tomorrow. Truly a wealthy lady, Xu Haoran exclaimed, astonished by the revelation of her possessing 2 grand villas. He wondered if she owned any additional properties. Marrying Liu Ruoyan would indeed be akin to ascending to the pinnacle of life. No worries. I possess no remarkable traits, merely an indifference to risk, Xu Haoran stated with a serious demeanor. Tong Yuran rolled her eyes dramatically, her voice sultry. You may not fear, but I certainly do. I shall not partake in any murderous schemes. Xiao Qin belongs to me. She can only sleep with me. Dream on. Xu Haoran inhaled sharply. taken aback by the weight of her words. With a sudden realization, he scrutinized the two women in front of him. What was the nature of their relationship? Chapter 114. Who do you look down upon? Boss, they have departed, reported Liu Kan with a sigh of relief after Xu Haoran left. However, his expression was grim. This time, he had suffered a considerable setback at Xu Haoran's hands. Just a little brat, yet he found himself having to bow and curry favor with the other party. Should we release He Fei? Are these individuals gone? A colleague, somewhat acquainted with He Fei, cautiously inquired. As for Xu Hu, it's a foregone conclusion. Everyone knows he has finished. But He Fei is innocent, Liu Kan replied coldly. Have I not stated that he has violated laws and regulations? Why on earth would we release him? Give me the surveillance footage. Investigate all his past infractions, and let him spend a few years reflecting in prison. Gasp. He Fei was finished. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Director, he was genuinely angry. Then, Director, are we to strictly adhere to the law henceforth? Some expressed concern. Certain criminals will not yield unless we employ tougher measures. Are you all fools? Liu Kan cursed vehemently. From now on, let me make this clear. Anyone entering this precinct must have their phones confiscated immediately. If you allow anyone to gather incriminating evidence against you, not only will others not spare you, but I will be the first to hold you accountable. Do you understand? Being caught with evidence does not imply guilt. It signifies a failure to take proper precautions. No matter, with this experience, he believed that in the future, no one would dare to err again. Yet, adhering strictly to Xu Haoran's suggestion of never resorting to extrajudicial measures against criminals was simply out of the question. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran and his companions returned to Liu Ruyan's other villa. This one was relatively secluded, yet boasted a serene and picturesque environment. The villa was equally luxurious. Throughout the journey, Xu Haoran cast curious glances at Liu Ruyan and Tong Iran. Was there a clandestine affair between them? I say, if you continue to regard me and Xiao Qinchin with such scrutiny, you might as well forego sleep tonight, Tong Iran remarked, noticing Xu Haoran's gaze. Do not misunderstand. I have no intentions towards you, merely the plan to hang you up for an entire day and night. With that, Xu Haoran quietly retreated to the room designated for his rest. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he refrained from engaging in further activities. Indeed, there was little he could do. The trio retired early for the night. Xu Haoran even requested Tong Iran to excuse him from class. The following morning, as dawn broke, golden rays of sunlight, akin to fine woven silk, streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating every corner of the tranquil bedroom, draping the space in a warm and radiant veil. Xu Haoran awoke amidst the soft light, feeling invigorated, as if a night of rest had dispelled all fatigue. Upon opening his eyes, he felt refreshed and well-rested. Awake already? Perfect timing, it's time for breakfast. Xiao Qinchin has prepared a meal for us. Just as he rose, the front door swung open, revealing Tong Iran, her gaze unwavering as it fixated on Xu Haoran's well-defined abs. How did you get in? I thought I locked the door. Xu Haoran gasped, hastily covering himself with the blanket, recalling that he had indeed locked the door the previous night. Xiao Qinchin has a spare key. I borrowed it, Tong Iran cheerfully replied, brandishing the key in her hand, her eyes fixed on Xu Haoran. She had not expected him to be so fit, with such impressive abs. Xu Haoran's mouth twitched. It was evident this was all part of her plan. She had even specifically asked Liu Ruyan for a spare key. Unsure of how to respond, he slowly got up to wash up. Upon reaching downstairs, both women were already waiting. Dressed in sleepwear, they were quietly enjoying their breakfast and music at the dining table. Liu Ruyan donned a white spaghetti-strap dress, the flowing hem failing to conceal her alluring curves and graceful silhouette. Her snow-white legs peeked tantalizingly from beneath the table. Stirring the heart, Tong Iran, adorned in a violet strap dress with a slightly open neckline, exuded an air of youthful vitality. The loose-fitting garment could not hide her captivating figure, and the knee-length hem draped over her long, beautiful legs like a mysterious yet alluring veil, radiating an enchanting aura. Without a doubt, awakening to the sight of two stunning beauties clad in such light attire significantly uplifted Xu Haoran's spirits and appetite this morning. Come, have a seat. I've prepared fried eggs and milk, along with a fruit smoothie for you to enjoy, Liu Ruyan said, casting a glance at Xu Haoran before returning her focus to her phone, seemingly occupied with some pressing matter. Xu Haoran approached the table, stifling a yawn. Are you already busy with work this early? What else would I be busy with if not work? Tong Iran interjected playfully. Am I supposed to be busy with you? If you are inclined, I wouldn't mind. Xu Haoran chuckled lightly, knowing he had nothing to lose. Well, Xu Haoran, you dare to even target your counselor? This is a blatant act of rebellion, one that is utterly unacceptable in society, Tong Iran declared with righteous indignation. But should you choose to persist in your folly, I, as your sister, could accompany you in an extraordinary and scandalous romance. She suddenly shifted her tone, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. After what transpired last night, their relationship had not necessarily improved, but had definitely grown more familiar, at least less awkward than before. Tong Yiran now joked with Xu Haoran with abandon, showing no signs of reservation. All right, where shall we begin? Xu Haoran encouraged, following her lead. Let's start with you giving me a back massage, for I have a penchant for obedient younger brothers. From now on, you shall handle all the heavy chores, household duties, and even wash the clothes and dishes, Tong Yiran suggested, tilting her head thoughtfully. Fine, that's no problem at all. Any other requests? Xu Haoran replied with a smirk. Not at the moment. I'll let you know if anything else comes to mind, Tong Yiran mused, tapping her finger against her lips as she contemplated. May I make a small request now? Xu Haoran inquired. You have more demands? Tong Yiran raised an eyebrow, leaning back in surprise as she scrutinized him. What is it? Speak, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate. First, give me 100 yuan as a service fee, a payment for assisting you with moving last time. Then, you shall pay me 10,000 a month. If the workload becomes excessive, I may consider raising my salary. Xu Haoran stated matter-of-factly. Tong Yiran's brows furrowed in disbelief. Wait a moment. Am I in search of a boyfriend or a servant? You want money on top of everything? And you expect to charge me for helping you move? Have you lost your mind? Xu Haoran chuckled. Tong teacher, you know you are seeking a boyfriend, don't you? If you want a servant, I suggest you visit the job market. My price is fixed. Tong Yiran's mood soured. She was attempting to discuss feelings, and Xu Haoran was turning it into a financial negotiation. Pouting, she exclaimed, forget love. You, unfaithful scoundrel, dare to talk money with your girlfriend? Don't you know that discussing money can ruin feelings? Apologies, Xu Haoran replied earnestly. Talking about feelings drains money, which is why I generally avoid it. Let us focus on the practical matter of finances instead. So, would you like to hire me as your boyfriend and servant? If so, you should make the payment now. I can offer you a discount for immediate commitment. What kind of discount are we talking about? Upon hearing the word discount, Tong Yiran's eyes sparkled with interest. I'll give you a discount of 99.99, charging you only 999 a month. Xu Haoran said calmly. A single yuan? Do you look down on me? I can't even afford that. Chapter 115, Murder for Treasure? With no money to offer and only a life to spare, if you don't mind, I could warm your bed tonight, Tong Yiran replied nonchalantly, utterly unyielding. All right, then come to my room tonight. But remember to take a shower, Xu Haoran said, unfazed by the proposition. How brazen. You truly think so? Tong Yiran raised her chin defiantly, amused at the notion. My body is reserved for Xiao Qin. You will never have it. Xiao Qin, is that right? Lu Ruyan interjected calmly while sipping her milk. It's quite all right. If you two are happy, I don't mind observing from the sidelines. To think you would give me away to someone else, and even want to watch. Tong Yiran feigned indignation. It seems love can indeed vanish. Love does not vanish. It merely shifts, Xu Haoran interjected, nearly provoking Tong Yiran into a confrontation. Enough. You two, cease your bickering and discuss last night's events. Lu Ruyan urged, a frown creasing her brow. As the two fell silent, she took a deep breath. I just inquired about our counterpart in Kyoto. I suspect there may be an issue on their end. Counterpart? What do you mean? Tong Yiran asked, furrowing her brow. Xu Haoran listened attentively, still unclear about the situation. I just messaged them. The head of Long Pharmaceutical Group, Mr. Hu, replied. But something feels amiss, Lu Ruyan said, her expression thoughtful. What seems off? Xu Haoran questioned, intrigued. The reaction was excessively pronounced. It struck me as strange, Lu Ruyan noted. He is a high-ranking official at Long Pharmaceutical. What kind of spectacle hasn't he witnessed? For him to react so dramatically to a minor issue is quite unusual. It felt exaggerated. As I remember him being a composed individual. I see. So you suspect your troubles may be linked to him? Tong Yiran interjected, her realization dawning. I have that suspicion, but I can't confirm it. This business benefits them as well, and I've provided them with ample advantages. If my suspicion holds true, I cannot fathom why they would target me, Lu Ruyan pondered, her brow furrowed. What if it's not them, but merely that they are aware of the situation? Tong Yiran proposed. Lu Ruyan nodded. That is a possibility, yet if they know someone is out to get me, why would they not alert me? The profits from this venture are not mine alone. It benefits them significantly as well. If I were to falter, it would not bode well for them either. Pondering the conundrum, Lu Ruyan remained perplexed. At that moment, Xu Haoran spoke up. Could it be that they are targeting you for some reason? Perhaps following someone else's orders to seize your assets or obtain something from you. They may not even be the masterminds, but merely acting on orders. Acting on orders? Lu Ruyan mused. At his level, whose orders could he possibly be following? The Longyao Group is a public entity, and those who gain entry into its ranks are certainly not ordinary individuals. The upper echelons are replete with offspring from illustrious dragon families. What could they possibly want with someone as insignificant as myself? Surely, I possess nothing of value that would warrant their attention. Lu Ruyin pondered what she could possibly have that would attract such individuals. Could it be that they are interested in me personally? Yet, the beauties of Longjing are no fewer than those of Rongqing. If it is women they desire, they could easily find a multitude. Moreover, with wealth at their disposal, they can have whatever they wish. Even if they desire a woman, they could simply have her surgically altered to their liking. It seems improbable that they are attracted to me. After careful consideration, Xu Haoran wondered if there might be some treasure in his possession. Isn't this a common trope in novels? Kill for treasure. But if I possess nothing, could it be that I am on the verge of acquiring something valuable? Perhaps they possess foresight, knowing that I will soon come into possession of a treasure, which is why they are pursuing me. Are you foolish? Tong Iran chuckled, regarding him as if he were a simpleton, teasing, you've read too many novels. While the ability to glimpse the future does exist, if such a power were real, why would they need to send someone to trouble Xiaoqin? And if they did, how could they possibly fail? If they truly had that ability, wouldn't they foresee their own failure? You make a valid point. Xu Haoran mused, considering that if one could foresee the future, they would surely know about impending failures, and thus would not send anyone. Treasures. Lu Ruyin shook her head definitively. What treasure could I possibly possess? After living in Rongqing for so many years, I've never encountered anyone seeking to take my life. I didn't flaunt any wealth when I went to Longjing, and besides, I have no remarkable treasures to present. If I were to speak of something I might soon acquire, it would likely be the spirit herb. My journey to Longjing is precisely for that. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with realization. Wait, the spirit herb. Chapter 116, The Dark Hand. What is the spirit herb? Xu Haoran stared blankly, his ignorance evident as he seemed to have never heard of such a thing. Tong Iran was at a loss for words. How could Xu Haoran be so uninformed? The spirit herb is a special kind of spiritual herb, primarily used in the creation of medicinal concoctions, most notably a substance called the advancement elixir. What is the advancement elixir? To a layman, once inquiries begin, they are endless. The spirit herb and the advancement elixir are foreign concepts to him. Tong Iran was also exasperated. The advancement elixir is a miraculous potion recently developed by the authorities. It can fundamentally alter the qualifications of spiritual beasts, with a 50% chance of activating their latent potential, allowing them to ascend in quality. The prospect of enhancing spiritual beast quality. Xu Haoran was astounded. Such a thing exists? Goodness, this era is indeed a realm for the wealthy. If such a product were to emerge, how could ordinary people compete with those of affluence? While others' mediocre pets could transform into exceptional beasts, what chance do ordinary folks have? It has only been a year since its inception, and it has yet to become widespread. Moreover, the production costs are still exorbitant, with the authorities diligently researching ways to mass-produce the advancement elixir. Tong Iran elaborated. This substance is incredibly precious. Xiaoqin went to Longjing specifically to negotiate this deal. How is it that you seem to know nothing? What have you been doing all this time? Tong Iran glared at Xu Haoran, baffled by his lack of knowledge. I lack the talent for beast mastery, and I couldn't even contract a single pet in the past, coupled with my financial struggles to attend school. Isn't it normal that I would be unaware of these matters? Xu Haoran shrugged. He too wished to learn, but merely surviving was a struggle, leaving little time to delve into such topics. You say the spirit herb is precious? Just how precious can it be? A single spirit herb costs 500. That's for one, not a bunch, Tong Iran explained, adopting a didactic tone. While you might not think one spirit herb is expensive, a single potion may require at least a dozen or even dozens of them. This means that a potion could require thousands of spirit herbs. Just imagine if hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of potions were to be developed. How many spirit herbs would that necessitate? Currently, the spirit herb is under strict regulation. Only the authorities and those authorized by them can engage in its trade. Xiaoqin is now the agent for all spirit herb business in Rongqing, or rather, throughout the entire province. In the future, whenever there is production of potions, they will inevitably seek spirit herbs from Xiaoqin. Just think about how much revenue these potions could bring Xiaoqin. With this monopoly on the spirit herb project, if everything goes smoothly, she might just ascend to the pinnacle of wealth in Rongqing, and you might benefit from her success, perhaps even rising from nothing. Tong Iran savored her fried egg and drank her milk, licking her lips clean of any residue. What? A monopoly? Rising from nothing? He was uncertain how much profit could be made from the spirit herb trade, but he understood that monopolies are the most lucrative ventures. Once an enterprise involves monopoly, substantial profits are almost guaranteed. Could it be that those unscrupulous individuals covet our spirit herb? Xu Haoran suddenly felt indignant, rising from his seat in a fit of rage. These scoundrels dare to sabotage our path to success. We must find them and bring them to justice. They cannot be allowed to escape. It was as though he personally bore the brunt of the offense. and he was utterly incensed. Xu Haoran and Lu Ruyin exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Xu Haoran's sudden outburst, unsure of what had transpired. It felt as if Xu Haoran had suffered a great injustice, rather than Lu Ruyin being the one wronged. Calm down, Lu Ruyin soothed Xu Haoran, feeling a bit strange. Wasn't she the one being pursued? Why was she the one comforting Xu Haoran? What was going on? However, Xu Haoran was right. I had just been considering what those individuals were after. Lu Ruyan's expression turned serious, her eyes glimmering. What is it? Xu Haoran inquired eagerly. The spirit herb, Lu Ruyin stated solemnly. This substance can elevate the tier of pets and serves as a primary material for various genetic potions related to spiritual beasts. If there is anything of value I possess or am about to acquire, it must be this. I just returned from Longjing and immediately found myself embroiled in this affair. It can only be related to the spirit herb, but if the spirit herb is intended for the advancement elixir, why would they target me for it? Xu Haoran scratched his head in confusion. His knowledge of these matters was still woefully insufficient. The spirit herb is not solely for the creation of advancement elixirs. Its value stems from its ability to produce a myriad of genetic potions for spiritual beasts. For instance, the frenzy potion also requires the spirit herb, along with numerous other expensive potions. I suspect they may seek to create some genetic potion for spiritual beasts that necessitates the spirit herb, or perhaps concoct some other genetic elixir. Lu Ruyin contemplated. I hadn't previously considered why Longjing entrusted this business to me. However, now I have a glimmer of insight. Is it possible that they are not interested in negotiating with me at all, but rather intent on using me to transfer these spirit herbs to another location or into someone else's hands? After all, the regulation of the spirit herb is exceedingly stringent. It is nearly impossible for them to entrust it to certain individuals due to its multifaceted implications. However, if it is facilitated through me, everything becomes plausible. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes as she finally comprehended the situation. If the executives of the Long Pharmaceutical Group were privy to this matter yet chose not to inform her, there must be some ulterior motive at play. Initially, the nature of this intrigue eluded her, but upon reflection, it suddenly began to make sense. What do you mean, Ruyan? Noticing the gravity of the situation, Xu Haoran also took on a serious demeanor. I mean, their initial approach for collaboration was never motivated by financial gain. Lu Ruyan's expression hardened. These scoundrels likely never intended to allocate the spirit herb to me. Previously, she had merely harbored doubts about why such fortunate opportunities had come her way. Considering their plethora of choices, many would be willing to offer them money, yet now she understood. These individuals had likely already struck a deal with someone else. I am but a minor player in Rong City. My demise would hardly elicit a response. Furthermore, lacking substantial backing, my business there is neither grand nor insignificant, just sufficient for them to manipulate. In such matters, I couldn't even find anyone to assist me besides Iran. Were it not for Xu Haoran's connection, I might have already been abducted. In that case, they would procure the spirit herb through me and, once their objective was achieved, eliminate me, leaving Rong City with merely one less woman, unnoticed by anyone given their considerable influence. The more Lu Ruyan contemplated, the more alarmed she became, as if a colossal hand was reaching out from the shadows towards her. Chapter 117. Return to the village. In the room, Xu Haoran and Xu Haoran listened in silent astonishment, for Lu Ruyan's assertions were undeniably accurate. They aligned perfectly with the current developments. While it could not be definitively concluded, the possibility loomed large, and they both felt their hearts leap into their throats. For a moment's negligence could result in Lu Ruyan's demise. This matter was of utmost importance, one that could not be taken lightly. This situation is monumental. Xu Haoran pondered. Ruyan, I shall seek my father. This is no longer something you can handle alone. I can enlist his aid to ensure your safety. Her voice turned hoarse, as though she had made a significant decision. Miss Tong, who is your father? Xu Haoran inquired instinctively. Yet Xu Haoran merely shook her head, unwilling to divulge, instead gazing at Lu Ruyan, eager to hear her response. Lu Ruyan hesitated. You need not put yourself in a difficult position for my sake. She did not wish to burden Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran shook her head. What are we to each other? For you, this matter is of such gravity that it cannot be trifled with. Yet Lu Ruyan remained resolute, unwilling to complicate matters for her friend. Observing their predicament, Xu Haoran interjected softly. Actually, if your primary concern is safety, I do possess a means to ensure your security, but it will require some patience on your part. You can guarantee my safety? Lu Ruyan was taken aback, turning to Xu Haoran with curiosity. How will you ensure my safety? Do you recall the house I own in the countryside? If you were to stay there, I could assure you that you would face no peril to your life, although the surroundings may be rather austere. It is up to you to decide if you can endure it, Xu Haoran replied with a shrug. The countryside? Tong Yiran retorted with irritation. Do you truly believe that sending Ru Yin to the countryside would shield her from those pursuing her? These individuals wield immense power and have audaciously targeted Xiaoqing. Do you think they cannot locate her in the countryside? Xu Haoran shook his head. I never claimed they couldn't find her. I merely meant that even if they do, I can guarantee Ru Yan's safety. I would stake my future happiness on it. Not even an emperor-level beastmaster, let alone a saint-level beastmaster, could take her from me. His declaration left both Lu Ru Yin and Tong Yiran momentarily speechless. Where did Xu Haoran derive such confidence? Haoran, self-assurance is commendable, but perhaps you should consider your own abilities before making such assertions, Tong Yiran remarked earnestly. Hey, are you looking down on me? My abilities do not require scrutiny. Xu Haoran retorted, his displeasure evident. Whether or not I possess beast mastery abilities is irrelevant. A silence ensued as they acknowledged the truth in his words, unable to find a retort. But who says one cannot protect others without beast mastery abilities? Ru Yan, you should boldly come to my place. I assure you that not a single hair on your head will be harmed. Though he lacked beast mastery abilities, his gossamer possessed strength. As long as there was strength, what did beast mastery abilities matter? One would fall with a single strike. Two would fall with a double strike. There was nothing unattainable. Are you certain I can truly go to your place? The ones who attempted to abduct me are emperor-level beast masters, Lu Ru Yin mused. Xu Haoran's house in the countryside indeed seemed inconspicuous and harder to locate, yet the safety issue remained paramount. Guaranteed. Xu Haoran thumped his chest. As long as you do not mind sharing space with an elderly gentleman and the subpar environment. Elderly gentleman? What elderly gentleman? Lu Ru Yin inquired, puzzled. Just the kind old man I hired to look after my chickens, ducks, and the old house. He is a dear friend of mine, very gentle. Last night, he accompanied me fishing. He usually resides on the first floor, while you can stay on the second. Is that acceptable to you? Xu Haoran probed. Is he an acquaintance of yours? Lu Ru Yin hesitated. Yes, a very familiar old gentleman, exceedingly kind. I assure you he will not disturb you. I also guarantee he will not venture upstairs, and he knows many influential figures. Perhaps once you become acquainted, he could assist in resolving your troubles, Xu Haoran explained. Influential figures? Lu Ru Yan's mouth fell agape. It wasn't that she looked down on Xu Haoran, but she was well aware of his familial circumstances. What influential figures could the elderly gentleman he knew possibly be? Most likely mere members of the city management or the Beastmaster Bureau. The most significant figures would probably be the head of the city management or someone of that caliber. However, she refrained from voicing these thoughts. If you're quite familiar with him, I could consider visiting. There's no time like the present. Why not head over after breakfast? After all, both Tong Laosher and I have taken the day off, Xu Haoran suggested. I have no objections. Noticing Lu Ru Yan's inquiring gaze, Tong Yiran shrugged. Very well. We shall go take a look shortly. Seeing Xu Haoran's confidence, Lu Ru Yin chose not to voice further doubts. She trusted that he would not jest about such matters. After breakfast, Xu Haoran settled onto the sofa, awaiting the two women to change their attire. Approximately an hour later, Xu Haoran, sprawled on the sofa, had succumbed to slumber. In a haze, he sensed something monstrous roaring ferociously towards him. Xu Haoran leapt up from the sofa, startled by the two shadowy figures before him. However, upon recognizing them, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were two beautiful women. Really now, your reaction is rather excessive, making us feel quite awkward, Tong Yiran remarked, arms crossed. Somewhat displeased with Xu Haoran's fright. What a peculiar situation. Xu Haoran appeared utterly terrified. Was it truly the case that these two were not just beautiful, but possessed a certain charm? Why did he seem as though he had encountered a specter? No, it was more akin to waking from a nightmare. Xu Haoran waved his hand dismissively, and upon recognizing Tong Yiran and the other, he exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. What time is it? 10 o'clock, replied Lu Ruoyan, her expression rather strange. Oh, Xu Haoran nodded, realizing that he had fallen asleep shortly after 8, meaning he had dozed off for over an hour. No wonder he had succumbed to slumber. The two had spent more than an hour on their makeup. Shall we set off now? Let's go. Lu Ruoyan shot a reproachful glance at Xu Haoran, feeling as though they appeared like phantoms. Unable to resist, she discreetly pulled out a mirror to check her reflection. Was she truly that unattractive? Today, Xu Haoran was driving the bumblebee, and he appeared to handle it effortlessly, barely steering as he rested his hand on the wheel, not actually altering its direction at all. The vehicle sped along the road, and after roughly an hour, it gradually entered Lingguang village. Chapter 118. Who will support me? In Xu Haoran's courtyard. So, you're seeking refuge here after being pursued? Lu Shangyun looked at Lu Ruoyan with surprise. What kind of world is this? Aren't we in a society governed by law? Don't the authorities in Rongqing intervene? These old-timers are just standing idly while such matters unfold. Should I give them a slap to awaken their senses? He certainly did not intend to strike them out of malice. WeVE reported this to the Beast Control Bureau, but in situations like this, they can hardly provide personal protection. Moreover, those pursuing me are quite formidable. I doubt the Bureau can shield me. Lu Ruoyan scrutinized the elderly gentleman before her, somewhat disheveled, yet undeniably kind. His frequent smile exuding warmth that made one incapable of harboring any dislike. Fortunately, he continued, you can stay here. It's typically quite peaceful, and the terrain is secluded. Those individuals won't be able to locate you here. Make yourself at home. Lu Laotu smiled amiably. I occupy the lower floor, the uppermost room is mine. You're welcome to stay in my room, as it's fully furnished. Xu Haoran gestured toward the innermost room upstairs. Although modest compared to grand mansions, it was adequately equipped for comfortable living. All right, I'll reside here for the time being, Lu Ruoyan decided after a brief hesitation. Good. I'll leave this car with you. You can give me your vehicle in return. This one has advanced capabilities and a robust frame, should assailants approach with firearms. They'll find it futile. Xu Haoran handed her a rather useless key, believing it might serve some purpose. Tong Iran, listening nearby, appeared puzzled. Didn't you say this car was merely a second-hand clunker? How is it now advanced? When she had previously inquired about the vehicle, Xu Haoran had described it as a mere heap of junk. How was it suddenly advanced? This rascal seemed to be attempting to curry favor with his beloved Qin. How insidious. Xu Haoran, he muttered, I had forgotten that detail. It merely possesses a few advanced features, which might only appeal to me. You may not share my enthusiasm. He clarified. Not entirely dishonest, as it was equipped with some weaponry and could transform slightly. After all, he had not heard of many girls who fancied transforming robots. It was generally a preference among men. Let me be clear, Qin is my woman. You'd best consider your own standing. Those who dare to vie for her affection rarely end well. Tong Iran puffed out her cheeks defiantly, adopting a fierce demeanor as she positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Ruoyan. Nearby, Lu Laotu, having lost a whisker, was taken aback by Tong Iran's display of protectiveness. Has the world truly become so unhinged? Women no longer love men, but rather each other? Was it not different in my time? How swiftly the world is changing. Rest assured, I have no intentions of competing with you for a woman, Xu Haoran assured Tong Iran, adding with a grin, let us engage in fair competition. Tong Iran blinked in disbelief. Haha, just kidding. Xu Haoran laughed heartily upon witnessing her wide-eyed expression. This car is indeed of great utility, Sister Ruoyan. You should drive it when you go out. Trust me, it will undoubtedly assist you in critical moments. Although Lu Ruoyan was uncertain of Xu Haoran's intentions, she sensed a deeper meaning in his words and, trusting his confidence, ultimately decided, understood, I will only drive this car when I go out. Rest assured, as long as you're driving my car, your safety is significantly increased, Xu Haoran chuckled. Thus, matters were settled. Afterward, the three convened to discuss dining options. Initially, they had intended to invite Lu Laotu, but he declined, preferring not to impose upon the youthful trio. Isn't it better to simply enjoy life at home? Once Xu Haoran departed, Lu Laotu observed the direction in which they had left and remarked, Goodness, how lively. I never anticipated such vibrancy in the countryside. However, I suppose it's better than enduring solitude. It adds a touch of excitement to my otherwise mundane existence. He rather looked forward to potential troubles arriving at his doorstep. Who knows where these individuals are emerging from? A low growl from Godzilla interrupted his musings, prompting Lu Laotu to chuckle in understanding. Ah, you two seek some amusement, don't you? No rush. I have a feeling that excitement will be delivered shortly. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran accompanied Lu Ruoyan as they strolled through the streets. Indulging in lavish feasts, of course, Lu Ruoyan bore the expenses, as she was the wealthiest among them. They reveled until the afternoon before returning to their villa to gather their belongings. The villa remained in disarray, even marked with official investigation seals. However, the inquiry had nearly concluded, and the Beast Control Bureau had vacated the premises. What shall we do with this house? Can we even keep it? Xu Haoran lamented as he surveyed the property. It can be kept, but it will likely require reconstruction. We'll have to submit reports and arrange for repairs. Lu Ruoyan sighed, eyeing the partially damaged villa with regret, knowing that it was located in an upscale area where repairs would be costly. However, such considerations felt trivial in the face of their impending relocation. Whether for repairs or other reasons, it would consume considerable time. Therefore, everything within had to be temporarily relocated. Lu Ruoyan hired a moving company to shift their belongings to another villa, while she decided to take her personal items to Xu Haoran's rustic chicken coop. She had resolved to reside there for the time being. In the coming days, she would be preoccupied with business and would not spend much time in the coop. It mattered little where she stayed. Aside from the longer commute, nothing else posed significant inconvenience. Xu Haoran utilized the system space to relocate the alien creatures to the chicken coop as well. Given the state of the villa, it was no longer habitable. The few aliens would have to make do in the villa for the time being. The system's space lacked food and sustenance, so they could only be accommodated for a short while, necessitating that the pets remain in the real world. However, he unexpectedly discovered something. His alien creature appeared to have grown a little. While the other 5 showed no significant change, one in particular was remarkably larger than the rest. It resembled an alien queen. The size was strikingly similar to that of an alien queen. He was uncertain whether aliens could evolve, but it was evident that his creature had indeed undergone a transformation. Otherwise, such a massive size would not have been possible. Yet, upon returning to the village, night had fallen, and it was not the time for research. Thus, Xu Haoran refrained from further investigation. Today, he decided to leave it at that and would revisit the matter tomorrow. That evening, Lu Rian stayed at the villa, while Xu Haoran and Tong Yiran returned to Wanglong Academy. With classes scheduled for the next day, it was naturally more convenient to stay at the academy. The following morning, Xu Haoran rose early to head to the classroom. Upon seeing Xu Haoran, Ma Shanghao immediately expressed concern, asking, "What is going on with you? Why didn't you come yesterday? Were you ill or something?" Xu Haoran felt a warmth in his heart. There were indeed people who cared about him in the classroom. He smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just a small matter I had to attend to. What could possibly happen to me? As long as you're fine. If anything were to happen to you, who would support me?" Ma Shanghao finally relaxed. Chapter 119, The Peculiar Pet Beast. Thus, was the other party genuinely concerned about him out of fear he might let them down? The morning classes were uneventful, primarily theoretical knowledge. After attending class and having lunch, Xu Haoran sought out the vice dean, intending to acquire a pet beast. "Your talent." Li Changxi observed Xu Haoran, ultimately refraining from speaking, and silently led him to the academy's beast arena. The vice dean seemed to think that if one wanted to try, then why not? All the pet beasts in the academy were housed here, managed by specialized caretakers. "Your talent, if you wish to contract a pet beast. It has to be either a low-level beast, a juvenile, or an egg. Which would you prefer?" Li Changxi understood that Xu Haoran's talent was rather poor. Contracting an adult beast was out of the question, leaving only the option of ordinary small beasts. However, even ordinary small beasts could not be contracted casually. They needed to be nurtured and familiarized before they might willingly accept a contract with Xu Haoran. Otherwise, he would still be unable to form a contract. Higher-level beasts might not even be an option for him. In simple terms, it was still Xu Haoran's lack of talent that was the crux of the matter. Within the pet beast breeding grounds, various cages and glass enclosures housed many small beasts living together. In their youth, these creatures were harmless, even if they engaged in skirmishes. It would merely involve a few playful nips, so managing them collectively was feasible. Upon Xu Haoran's arrival, these small beasts rushed towards him as if they had encountered something novel. They charged at him with the enthusiasm akin to that of kittens and puppies. However, among them were small leopards, bears, and lions. Though they resembled them, they were still quite different from actual small leopards and lions. One small lion, with a tail resembling an arrow and disproportionately sturdy legs, limped towards Xu Haoran, eager to greet him. It was reminiscent of adopting a pet. Through careful cultivation, these small beasts were exceptionally friendly and more inclined to bond with humans, making them easier to contract. "What type of beastmaster are you? I can recommend suitable pet beasts for you," said the caretaker, a kind-faced young woman, who proactively introduced herself to Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran inquired, "I am a talentless beastmaster. Can I contract a more formidable beast? Perhaps a royal or holy tier?" The young woman burst into laughter. "Haha, don't joke around. How could you possibly be talentless?" She glanced at Li Changxi, who had personally brought Xu Haoran, and thought it improbable that he lacked talent. However, she quickly noticed Li Changxi's expressionless face and Xu Haoran's peculiar gaze, which rendered the atmosphere momentarily silent. She hesitated, observing their expressions gradually shift to concern. You don't actually mean that, do you?" she stammered, looking at Xu Haoran in disbelief. Surely, he couldn't truly lack talent? Sensing her thoughts, Xu Haoran solemnly replied, "You are not mistaken. It is precisely as you surmised. I possess no beast mastery talent." The young woman stood frozen, turning to Li Changxi, seeking to confirm whether Xu Haoran was jesting. But upon noting his icy demeanor, she dared not utter another word. If he truly lacked talent, then he could select any pet beast freely. Finally, the young woman managed to muster a smile, saying, "Oh, so, lacking talent means I can contract freely? Yet, having talent restricts my choices? Indeed, if you possess talent, you can only contract beasts of a certain tier. Without talent, one cannot contract beasts, thus allowing you the freedom to experiment," she explained, uncertain if her words were entirely accurate, but it was indeed the truth. This statement left Xu Haoran momentarily speechless. It was a significant blow, and the fact that it seemed to be true made it even more disheartening. "Am I truly incapable of contracting anything at all?" Xu Haoran frowned. Not absolutely incapable. No one is entirely unable to contract beasts, the beautiful young woman patiently clarified. However, if one's beast mastery talent is exceedingly low, even attempting to contract a low-tier beast carries a high probability of failure. Therefore, contracting a low-tier or high-tier beast makes little difference. The likelihood remains exceedingly slim. She regarded Xu Haoran with genuine confusion about how he had come to know someone as prominent as the vice dean. Now that Xu Haoran was attempting to contract, she dared not fabricate any lies, especially with the vice dean present, and could only speak the truth, suspecting he might be a relative of the vice dean. Understood. Xu Haoran nodded, turning to observe the surrounding beasts. Since the chances were the same regardless, there was no need to linger on the decision. He would choose whichever appealed to him. Among the creatures were spiked turtles, lightning-emitting foxes, beasts with lion heads and tiger bodies, as well as creatures with snake heads and turtle bodies. Some regarded Xu Haoran with dangerous glares, while others looked at him with docile curiosity. A few friendly ones even nudged against his legs affectionately. However, Xu Haoran was not inclined to select a pet beast so easily. If he were to choose, it would naturally be something extraordinary. Ideally, he would like to choose a powerful one, but if that were not possible, it was of little consequence. His intent in contracting a pet beast was not to engage in battles. Others sought beasts for combat, but he merely needed them to enhance his own abilities. As for combat, he had the system and tame, enabling him to summon various formidable monsters continuously. What need had he for a fearsome beast? He surveyed the cages, which primarily housed various fierce beasts. There were strong and weak ones, as well as those of varying levels. Are there no other pet beasts? Is it just these? He inquired. The young woman shook her head. No, there are some dangerous ones or particular individuals that require solitary confinement in separate cages. However, it is perilous advice to attempt such a thing, for only those endowed with sufficient talent may forge a pact with such formidable beasts. An ordinary individual, lacking in strength, risks being turned upon by the very creature they seek to bind. Understanding this, Xu Haoran nodded and suggested they explore other extraordinary creatures. After all, the unique ones might be more suitable for him. The creatures in the special enclosure were indeed remarkable. Each was confined within its own cage. Some were encased in glass, while others were secured within iron bars. These beasts were notably distinct, including the young of a two-headed king cobra, the offspring of lightning hedgehogs, and the larval forms of razor-sharp centipedes. Even a gentle interaction might result in injury to their owner, rendering them too dangerous for an ordinary person to attempt a pact. It was likely that one would injure themselves before defeating their enemies. Eventually, Xu Haoran paused before a cage, captivated by the sight of a peculiar little creature. It sat quietly in the shadows of its glass enclosure, shrouded from light. What manner of beast is this? He mused. Unlike the other creatures, which were either fiercely aggressive or notably amiable, this one appeared surprisingly timid. The enclosure was a transparent glass cube, 2 meters in length and width, allowing a glimpse of the creature within, though it remained hidden in darkness, only hinting at its quadrupedal form. This is somewhat odd, the attendant hesitated. What is peculiar? Xu Haoran inquired, puzzled. Is it not simply a creature? This beast was retrieved by a counselor during an outing, though its species remains a mystery. Its unappealing appearance and extreme shyness led to its sale to the academy. However, to this day, no one has been able to ascertain what kind of creature it is. The attendant, while explaining, reached into her bag and produced a banana. You may not grasp my meaning until you see it for yourself. Approaching the small animal, she opened a feeding hole in the glass and tossed in the banana. As the fruit landed, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a creature cloaked in coal-black fur. When exposed to the light, Xu Haoran understood why the caretaker had deemed it unattractive. This was a small beast, entirely enveloped in dark fur, resembling a coal ball, with 2 small deer-like horns protruding from its head. Its plump limbs made it appear akin to a small panda. Yet peculiarly, this panda bore no trace of white, completely black, even darker than a brown bear. Emerging cautiously, its big, adorable eyes fixated on the attendant. It swiftly snatched the banana and, adorably wiggling its rear, retreated back into the shadows. Is this a black bear? Xu Haoran tentatively asked. Well, the attendant pondered for a moment. For the time being, we may refer to it as a black bear. Its appearance is reminiscent of a panda, yet we have never encountered one with horns. It is likely a result of some mutation, thus possessing significant research potential. However, thus far, it has not exhibited any abilities. Except what? Except that it has an enormous appetite, the caretaker reflected. It consumes nearly twice the amount of food as a creature of similar size, not counting fruits, milk, and desserts. In short, its consumption is prodigious. Surely there must be some benefit to this? Xu Haoran queried, bewildered. What advantage lies in such voracity? The advantage, the attendant stated earnestly, is that as long as you provide it with food, it will follow you and trust you unconditionally. This creature was indeed unique. Xu Haoran gazed at the small beast within the cage. Has no one ever shown interest in it? No, she replied. To date, apart from its substantial appetite and strength, we have discovered no other abilities. Due to its mutated nature, we lack any reference point. Hence, the counselor sold it to the academy. As it stands, it is essentially a common creature devoid of extraordinary powers. If it is ultimately determined to have no value for a pact, it will likely be sold off. Perhaps for other purposes. The academy cannot afford to feed creatures without value indefinitely. Once deemed worthless, it must be sold. Whether it ends up in the hands of material merchants or food suppliers is merely a matter of chance, though it is likely to face a grim fate. Unless fortune smiles upon it, and a kind-hearted individual rescues it, thus sparing it from death. Xu Haoran observed the little beast, devoid of talent or extraordinary abilities. For reasons unknown, he found himself reflecting on his own circumstances. He silently nodded to himself and turned to leave. Did he truly wish to contract such a seemingly worthless creature? He already considered himself inadequate. Why would he bind himself to a creature of no merit? Deep down, he was reluctant, yearning instead for a powerful beast. I would also advise against forging a pact with this one. Its value is far too low, rendering it utterly useless. The attendant remarked as Xu Haoran prepared to depart. No one would willingly contract such a lackluster beast. What purpose could an utterly valueless creature serve beyond being a mere mascot? It could hardly be used in battle, and with its unappealing appearance, even serving as a mascot would be disheartening. Its inky blackness resembled coal, and merely gazing upon it could dampen one's spirits. Yet, just as she was about to follow Xu Haoran out, he suddenly turned back, pointing at the shadowy figure within the enclosure with a serious expression. I shall contract this creature as my companion. Li Changqi and the attendant stood momentarily in shock, as if sculpted from clay, unable to fathom Xu Haoran's declaration. No, wait, this creature possesses no abilities whatsoever. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The attendant stammered in disbelief. Yet Xu Haoran nodded with utmost seriousness. Indeed, this is the one I desire. What of being deemed a failure? Does that imply one should not live? Does it mean one lacks the right to enjoy life? I take pride in my failures. Today I shall forge a pact with this creature, and in due time, all will come to understand that there are no worthless beasts, only worthless beast tamers. The vice principal glanced at Li Changqi, her expression one of incredulity. Are you certain? He questioned, his tone laden with concern. This decision is pivotal. If you contract a creature of such low caliber, your chances of redemption are slim. Should you fail to uncover its potential, this first beast may prove to be a liability, and an ineffectual creature will severely hinder your progress. Without a doubt, it shall be this one. I act without regrets. Just watch. I will ensure this creature becomes invincible in the future. Very well, if you are resolute, then it shall be this one. He instructed someone to procure a contract scroll for Xu Haoran. Li Changqi, seeing Xu Haoran's determination, chose not to argue further and instructed the attendant to prepare the contract scroll. The attendant's expression was one of unusual bemusement, yet she ultimately remained silent, obediently retrieving the scroll for Xu Haoran. This creature is easily appeased. Simply feed it a little, and it will be content. It is not yet the time to establish a contract. First, you should attempt to gain its trust. Before the contract can be formed, Xu Haoran must earn the little creature's confidence. Even if this pet is of the lowest tier, it does not mean that an unskilled beast master cannot forge a bond. One must not be careless. Initially, the young lady intended to offer Xu Haoran some peanuts, seeds, and meat to entice the little beast. However, Xu Haoran declined all of those for the moment. Instead, he opted to retrieve his own feed. The feed he possesses is of the finest quality, a product of the system, undoubtedly premium. It not only supplies the essential energy for growth, but also enhances the pet's constitution, and most importantly, it is quite palatable. Otherwise, Godzilla would not have consumed it for such an extended period. He approached the glass cage, prompting the young lady to open the glass door, and placed the feed at the entrance, eager to see if the young beast would venture forth. While setting the feed down, Xu Haoran spoke gently, "Do not be afraid. Come out, follow me, and I shall provide you with delightful treats." The little creature, resembling a small black bear, did not immediately emerge, but instead cautiously extended its nose to sniff the air, seemingly testing the aroma of the feed. The feed was fragrant, a product of the system, boasting a delightful combination of color, aroma, and flavor, imbued with a unique scent of nourishment. Not only pets, but even Xu Haoran himself occasionally found it hard to resist sampling the feed. After tentatively sniffing, the little beast seemed to approve of the scent and cautiously extended a tiny black paw from the shadows. Its fur was fluffy, reminiscent of a puppy, and appeared incredibly soft. Gradually, it emerged from the darkness, shaking its head as it crawled toward the glass door. However, it did not fully exit. Instead, it reached out with its paws, scooping a handful of feed before hastily retreating back into the shadows, much like a mischievous little thief. Despite its small size, it was undeniably adorable. Chapter 121. Confirming this isn't just a grandfather? It appeared to be intrigued. If it ventured out again, it would indicate its fondness for the feed. The young lady beside him explained this to Xu Haoran. He nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on the little creature, knowing that if it emerged once more, the bond would be solidified. From the darkness, the sound of crunching echoed. The little beast was enjoying its meal, clearly content. Xu Haoran remained focused on the shadowy corner, where he could faintly discern the little creature burying its head in its paws, eagerly gulping down the feed. It devoured the morsel with remarkable speed, hardly enough to satisfy its appetite. Once finished, the little beast boldly re-emerged from the shadows, evidently still eager for more. There was a scattered pile of feed remaining at the entrance. Seeing the little black creature venture out again, Xu Haoran's eyes lit up. It truly relished the feed. This made things considerably simpler. As the little beast cautiously approached once more, Xu Haoran retrieved a large bag of feed from the system's space. Cradling it in his arms, he carefully opened a slit, revealing the aromatic pellets that seemed to waft through the air. "Come here, little one. As long as you follow me, I can provide you with as much as you desire," Xu Haoran coaxed, akin to enticing a child, hoping to encourage the little bear to emerge from the glass enclosure. As soon as it crawled out, half of the contract would be accomplished. With wide eyes, the little horned black bear was captivated by the bag of feed in Xu Haoran's embrace. It stared intently, not blinking, nearly drooling with anticipation. Gradually, it shuffled closer to Xu Haoran, moving like a panda, its tail and head bobbing in unison, approaching the glass door while ignoring the scattered food on the ground. It stood up, extending its paws towards Xu Haoran, clearly enamored with the enticing bag of feed. "Perfect," Xu Haoran exclaimed. Delighted that the creature was so fond of his feed, this would simplify matters. He slowly approached the little beast, placing the feed before it. "Go ahead, feast." Seeing the feed laid out before it, the little black bear could no longer contain itself and lunged forward, gulping it down eagerly. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Haoran gently stroked the little creature while carefully observing it. Despite its dark hue, it was evident that it resembled a panda, complete with two small horns akin to those of a deer. Was this creature a blend of deer and panda, or perhaps something entirely mutated? What name should he bestow upon it? As he stroked its smooth fur, which it seemed to welcome, he mused, "Since you have horns and bear a resemblance to a panda, I shall call you Dranma." "What do you think, Dean?" Xu Haoran turned to seek opinions, feeling pleased with his chosen name. "Dranma? If you like it, then that's what matters," Li Changqi replied, shaking his head. As long as Xu Haoran was fond of his pet, that was sufficient. The name was rather charming. The caretaker lady expressed her agreement, finding the name quite appealing. "Then it shall be Dranma." Seeing both of them approve, Xu Haoran nodded with a smile. This would be his first pet. However, he refrained from forming a contract just yet, wishing to foster a closer bond before doing so. The caretaker's advice was sound. After feeding, the little creature truly seemed unafraid of him. No matter how he hugged or petted it, it showed no resistance, as if it understood this was to be its future caretaker. Even when Xu Haoran took away the feed, it did not express any anger, merely making soft cooing sounds like a small child. "All right, let's proceed with the paperwork. I shall take Dranma with me and attempt to establish a contract after a couple of days of nurturing." With the little creature showing no aversion to him, Xu Haoran spoke to the caretaker. His first pet had been decided upon with great joy. Thus, he set off with his little Dranma to find Ma Shanghao. During the midday break, Ma Shanghao was lounging on a park bench, ostensibly resting but, in truth, admiring the ladies. While other students returned to their dorms to rest, Ma Shanghao preferred to revel in the outdoors, justifying it as beneficial for the air, environment, and eyes. In reality, he was there to gaze at the beauties, frequenting areas where couples often gathered. These couples, all dolled up, were enjoying their dates around the campus, providing Ma Shanghao with a visual feast. "No good. Too skinny, like a skeleton, can't consider that. This one has thick legs, it'll only get fatter. Elephant legs are out of the question." He critiqued the various seniors and juniors as he observed them. Just then, a voice interrupted. "What are you talking about? Too skinny? Too thick?" Turning to the source, Ma Shanghao realized Xu Haoran had approached him unannounced. "Old Xu, didn't you say you were busy? Why are you back? And what is this?" Ma Shanghao's gaze fell upon the little black creature accompanying Xu Haoran, which bore two horns and was as dark as coal, leaving him perplexed about what kind of pet it was. As he walked, his head and posterior swayed rhythmically, an undeniably endearing sight. "This was the pet beast I intended to contract, which I had named Totoro." Xu Haoran, brimming with pride, inquired, "What do you think? Not bad, right? A black creature? It appears rather ferocious, but what manner of beast is this?" I have never encountered anything like it, Ma Xianghao pondered, gazing curiously at Totoro, feeling an unusual sense of unfamiliarity. This peculiar creature was indeed a first for him. It seemed to be a mutated beast, likely evolved from a steel-eating creature. Even the caretakers were unacquainted with it, let alone Ma Xianghao, who had never anticipated being able to recognize such an anomaly. Are you planning to contract this pet beast? Ma Xianghao stood up and approached Xu Haoran for a closer inspection. May I inquire what special abilities this creature possesses? This is the first time I have seen such a breed of mutant beast. My ability? It might just frighten you, Xu Haoran replied cryptically. Frighten me? What terrifying power does it possess? Ma Xianghao straightened up, intrigued. Oh, it's quite terrifying indeed, Xu Haoran said with an air of mystery. This little beast of mine. He paused, noticing Ma Xianghao leaning in with interest before continuing. It has an incredible appetite. It can consume double the amount of food compared to other pets in a single meal. Xu Haoran whispered conspiratorially to Ma Xianghao. Ma Xianghao was momentarily stunned, then turned to Xu Haoran with incredulity, questioning whether he had misheard. Did you just say that this pet beast's ability is to eat more than ordinary ferocious beasts? Lao Su, am I mistaken? You mean its power is simply to eat a lot? Ma Xianghao's expression was one of disbelief. Do you even hear what you're saying? Yes. It eats a lot. Isn't that a blessing? Xu Haoran retorted. Is there any other ability besides its voracious appetite? Ma Xianghao remarked, his gaze perplexed. Xu Haoran shook his head. Aside from its ability to eat, there truly are no other powers, at least none that have been discovered yet. Is this really a pet beast? Are you sure you're not just keeping a glutton? Chapter 122. The Battle, Chu Xiaoqing? Are you certain you wish to contract this pet beast? Absolutely. I am committed to this choice. Xu Haoran declared earnestly. Very well, since it's your decision. You should be aware of what you're doing. However, this little black creature does have its merits. It appears quite adorable. Despite my belief that it might be a worthless pet, I must admit, its clumsy appearance is rather charming. Yet, when he attempted to reach out and pet it, the little creature swiftly retreated behind Xu Haoran's legs, peeking out cautiously with a watchful gaze at Ma Xianghao. It's shy and doesn't allow strangers to touch it. Xu Haoran explained. What are you doing here anyway? Shouldn't you be finding a place to rest? Isn't this a resting place? I'll sit for a bit before class starts, Ma Xianghao replied lazily, reclining back in his chair, his eyes wandering over the surrounding upperclassmen. There was an unmistakable degree of lewdness on his chubby face, especially upon spotting the attractive female students. Xu Haoran, however, had little interest in the beauties around him. He was content to sit and play with his little black creature. After returning home for a bath and nurturing their bond for a couple of days, he could then attempt to contract the pet beast. The creature was relatively affectionate towards him, but the trust was not yet fully established. He needed a bit more time to solidify their connection. It is noteworthy that each individual is granted only 3 opportunities to form a contract at each level. One can contract 1 pet beast per level, but if all 3 opportunities are exhausted, it is possible that one may never contract a pet beast in their lifetime. This is why beast masters with lower talents are often looked down upon. Not only are they unable to contract higher-level beasts, but they also face a significant probability of failure in their contracts, rendering them as ineffective as one can be. As for Xu Haoran, he epitomized the very definition of a failure among failures. His chances of successfully contracting were the lowest in this world. There was even a possibility of failing to contract the most basic and least useful of beasts. Seizing the opportunity before afternoon classes began, Xu Haoran summoned his system, hoping it could provide insight into the nature of this pet beast. His own knowledge was evidently insufficient, but the system might possess the necessary information. System, please assist me in identifying this pet beast. Beep, commencing scan. The mechanical voice of the system chimed. Beep, scan successful, identified as a mutated steel-eating beast. Name, Dark Steel Dragon Beast. Skills, due to its young age, abilities have yet to awaken. It can be fed high-energy crystal cores or feed to accelerate awakening. Tier, unknown. Level, initial awakening. Status, content, 70% full. Details, an evolved and ancestral variant of the steel-eating beast. Its ancient bloodline has been activated for unknown reasons, resulting in awakening and mutation, successfully awakening the bloodlines of the Dark Divine Dragon and the ancient steel-eating beast as the Dark Steel Dragon Beast, possessing limitless potential. Surpassing legendary tier pet beasts. Its specific tier is immeasurable due to its transformation. Crystal cores and high-grade feed can be administered to aid its growth and expedite the awakening of its innate abilities. Click for details. The revelation of the Dark Steel Dragon Beast sent a jolt of excitement through Xu Haoran. This was no ordinary discovery. The information suggested that its tier surpassed that of legendary quality. Xu Haoran widened his eyes in disbelief. This creature, its tier exceeded that of legendary quality. He glanced down at Totoro, who was lying at his feet, with Tom currently busy grooming it. So, you're actually quite extraordinary? Had he known you were this impressive, he wouldn't have worried so much. He had genuinely thought it to be a useless creature. Little did he expect to receive such a delightful surprise instead. The name Dark Steel Dragon Beast alone sounded formidable. Xu Haoran looked at Totoro with a growing light of admiration in his eyes. His luck seemed remarkably fortuitous. Having stumbled upon such a gem, he resolved to dedicate all 3 of his future contract opportunities to this Steel Dragon Beast. If he did fail in the contracting process, he would treat it like Tom, keeping it as a pet. After all, the creature was easy to please, as long as it was fed. Now that he understood Totoro was a Steel Dragon Beast, Xu Haoran felt significantly uplifted. He contemplated whether to feed it some of his crystal cores. He still possessed a few, as the crystal cores obtained from the beasts defeated at the Sunrise Base were all theirs. He and Mei Qingxue, along with Ma Xianghao, had split the acquired cores evenly. However, due to unexpected incidents during the practical training, the rewards were cancelled, and they only received a token consolation prize. This left a somewhat sour taste in his mouth, but it was not entirely unacceptable. He had held onto the crystal cores, initially thinking they might serve a significant purpose. Yet now he hesitated on whether to offer them to Totoro. The beast would only grow faster and awaken more swiftly if it consumed the cores. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Haoran ultimately decided against it. He reasoned that he should first establish the contract before feeding it, as awakening prior might complicate the contracting process. After lounging on the bench for the entire afternoon, the 2 of them closed their eyes and rested for a while. Soon, it was time for the afternoon class to commence. The afternoon session was an extracurricular practical course, primarily involving one-on-one combat drills. Today, the training ground hosted another class that was also focused on practical exercises. 2 teachers deliberated and concluded that merging the 2 classes into one would be ideal, leading them to pit the classes against each other in a competition. The opponents would be determined by drawing lots, with those who drew the same number pairing up for practical training. The playground here was considerably larger than others. Facing each other, the 2 classes stood as the central instructor held 2 boxes containing identical numbers, ready to draw lots. Just as they were about to begin, Xu Haoran, curious about who would be his opponent, suddenly spotted an exquisite young lady stepping forward from the opposing class. "Instructor, I know Xu. May I battle him?" she called out, pointing at Xu Haoran amidst the crowd. A wave of surprise rippled through the onlookers as they turned to gaze at the individual she indicated. In an instant, all eyes were on Xu Haoran, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Nearby, Ma Xianghao raised his eyebrows at Xu Haoran, but he remained unfazed. Captivated by the charming girl with twin ponytails, both alluring and adorable, and someone he was quite familiar with, Chu Xiaoqing. Indeed, it was none other than Chu Xiaoqing. Xu Haoran was taken aback by this serendipitous encounter, as both their classes happened to be engaged in practical training and were to team up for it. The teacher, recognizing her, offered no objection and nodded in agreement. "Very well, you 2 shall team up," while the others were unaware. The teachers certainly knew of Chu Xiaoqing's esteemed lineage. She was the granddaughter of the academy's president, and arranging a simple pairing was well within their purview. "Thank you, teacher." Chu Xiaoqing beamed, her youthful and vivacious smile enchanting many male classmates present. Their gazes turned to Xu Haoran, tinged with a hint of jealousy, wishing they could take his place. Yet Xu Haoran wore a peculiar expression, pondering how fate seemed to have entwined their paths once more. The lot drawing soon concluded, leading to the paired battles. On the playground, 2 large circles were drawn in flower, marking the combat arena. Each bout would see the losing team retreat, while the winning team remained active, with the 2 instructors overseeing the matches. This practical lesson was aptly timed to allow sufficient combat experience. Battles would proceed in numerical order, and the teachers drew a number for Chu Xiaoqing and Xu Haoran, 13. Thus, the 13th match would see them face off. Ma Xianghao, seated beside Xu Haoran, grinned mischievously and remarked, "Look at that. Chu Xiaoqing is quite smitten with you. Aren't you going to reciprocate in any way? If it were me, I'd have asked her out already. Watching all those couples makes me envious. I've told you, my relationship with Chu Xiaoqing is purely platonic. It's not that kind of connection." "Don't spread nonsense," Xu Haoran replied, exasperated with Ma Xianghao. "If you want a girlfriend, go find one yourself. What good does envy do? Easy for you to say. I haven't found my target yet. Damn it. The beautiful ones are all taken by those scoundrels. The rest are either terrifyingly fierce or unattainable like May, the campus belle. Then there are those who are just remnants of past beauty. When you talk to them about feelings, they want money. When you discuss finances, they want emotions. Unless I can't even get a fierce girl, I absolutely refuse to pursue those fairy-like creatures. They've transcended humanity, almost evolving into mosquitoes." "Why mosquitoes?" Xu Haoran inquired. Intrigued. "They just bite," Ma Xianghao whispered, careful not to attract any attention from nearby girls. "You really don't need to think that way. Not all fairy-like girls are that extreme. There are plenty of normal ones too. Don't view everyone with such biased lenses, Xu Haoran countered. Ma Xianghao smirked, giving Xu Haoran a dismissive look before tapping a somewhat attractive female classmate beside him. Li, I watched a war movie yesterday where a lot of men died. It was really good. Want to check it out? The girl named Lily paused for a moment before exploding in anger. What a trashy film. Why do all the men have to die? Does this movie look down on women? Tell me its name. I'll report it. Ma Xianghao casually fabricated a title to appease her, then turned back to Xu Haoran with a blank expression. Xu Haoran remained silent for a while, unable to process the absurdity of it all. Was this truly the T0 version of a fairy? Though many martial artists existed online, this was his first encounter with such an extraordinary girl in real life. My apologies, I misjudged you. Indeed, if I were in your shoes, I would prefer a fierce woman, Xu Haoran finally admitted sincerely. Finding a normal girl would suffice. Encountering someone like this was simply too bizarre. Ma Xianghao rolled his eyes. Now you understand. If we're going to look for someone, let us find someone normal. Otherwise, it's better not to look at all. You think I'm like you, surrounded by stunning beauties? If I looked as handsome as you, I'd definitely aim for someone like Chu Shaoqing. Don't worry. With your looks, Xu Haoran scrutinized Ma Xianghao, hesitating momentarily. Maybe in my next life, you could find someone beautiful. I swear I'll kill you. Ma Xianghao lunged at Xu Haoran playfully. As they engaged in their playful banter, the battles continued. Everyone summoned their respective beasts, and being in the second year, they were all adept at controlling their creatures during combat. They commanded their beasts to unleash their skills, eager for victory. Some beasts were weak, while others were formidable. Like Xiao Fei, the red-haired boy who had taunted Xu Haoran earlier. His opponent was particularly strong, with Xiao Fei's beast being a muscular ice snow bear, endowed with ice abilities, immense strength, and formidable defense. Yet, facing the opponent's beast, he found himself at a disadvantage. Opposite him stood a baboon. Its abilities unclear to Xu Haoran, but evidently peculiar. The baboon, while not as large as the ice snow bear, held its ground as the bear charged, seemingly unfazed. With a powerful punch, it struck the bear's face, causing the robust creature to stagger backward. What kind of ability does this baboon possess? Is it sheer strength? How can it be so powerful? Xu Haoran mused, astonished from the sidelines. The ice snow bear appeared strong, yet this baboon was even more impressive. The super baboons boast the ability to alter their own density, enhancing their strength during both offense and defense. Despite its lean appearance compared to the bear, the power behind its punch could obliterate a dragon pig, marking it as a rare breed. Given that the ice snow bear was also of a considerable tier, it would have been obliterated by the baboon otherwise. Xu Haoran acknowledged that the opponent's talent must be substantial, but one must also have wealth to acquire such a baboon. After all, high-tier pets are exceedingly costly. For an ordinary individual to contract a pet, there are two avenues. One can either purchase a pet or venture into the Blockwood Forest to tame one. However, prior to contracting a pet, students are merely ordinary individuals, and thus, they can only enter the Blockwood Forest under the supervision of an adult, whose strength ultimately determines the caliber of the contracted pet. As for purchasing, families with limited means are unable to afford high-quality pets and must settle for a common, yet functional one for contract. The Wanglong Academy provides a certain level of financial assistance to its students, yet such aid is limited. If a student's innate talent is not particularly remarkable, the assistance they receive will be modest, rendering them incapable of contracting high-tier pets. Consequently, those who manage to contract rare quality pets are predominantly from affluent families. The Super Bow Baboon, with the ability to manipulate its own density, exemplifies the extraordinary diversity of pet talents in this world. The battle before Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao, as well as the other students, proved to be exhilarating. The two pets engaged in a thrilling exchange, marking the most captivating fight thus far. Xiao Fei, known for his arrogance, indeed possessed formidable strength. The nearby instructors nodded in approval, recognizing that these two had encountered worthy adversaries, as both demonstrated exceptional prowess. You are destined to lose, the boy opposite Xiao Fei proclaimed with an air of haughty confidence, arms crossed defiantly. Huh, do you think I possess only one pet? Xiao Fei retorted, his frustration mounting as he realized that summoning the snow bear had not sufficed to defeat his opponent. With a derisive laugh, he summoned yet another pet, a towering black tiger, its sleek form adorned with a white crystal horn upon its brow and a tail like a sharp arrow. Good heavens! A rare quality black crystal tiger. This fellow has contracted two pets at the intermediate beastmaster level. Does he not fear the risk of losing control? Ma Xianghao marveled, astonished. While theoretically, an intermediate beastmaster could contract two pets, in practice, their strength often proved inadequate to manage two powerful creatures. It was akin to an 18-year-old attempting to care for both a tiger and a lion. Who could predict the chaos that might ensue when two ferocious beasts cohabitated? The potential for catastrophe not only posed substantial danger to the Beastmaster, but could also lead to significant loss. Thus, it was customary for ordinary Beastmasters to contract only a single pet until they reached the advanced level. No one anticipated that Zhao Fei would manage to contract two. Even the two instructors were taken aback, exclaiming, "This lad has actually contracted two pets." Excitement sparkled in Lan's eyes. Without a doubt, Zhao Fei's audacity was commendable. Few possessed the gall to contract two pets at such a juncture. He then turned his gaze toward the boy opposite, eager to see how he would respond. To everyone's astonishment, the boy from the opposing class remained unfazed. "Hey, do you think you are the only one who has contracted two pets? Come forth." The jinxing stone-munching mouse. He shouted. Instantly, a small, earthy-toned mouse appeared upon his shoulder. To the surprise of all, he too had contracted two pets. Chapter 124. Challenging the strongest. The mouse, adorned with a coat of brown fur, was slightly larger than an ordinary mouse, its dark eyes sparkling with mischief. While it appeared harmless, those surrounding it gasped in recognition. The stone-munching mouse. The boy across had indeed managed to acquire two pets. Who exactly was he? How could he be so formidable? The fact that he had even obtained a stone-munching mouse was impressive. "I have always wished to contract a stone-munching mouse, but I could never afford it," murmured the onlookers, their reactions revealing their astonishment. What exactly is a stone-munching mouse? Others wondered, while Xu Haoran stared blankly at the creature. Utterly bewildered. What on earth is this fellow? To acquire a stone-munching mouse must have required a hefty price. Ma Xianghao, equally astonished, responded to Xu Haoran's ignorance with exasperation. "How do you not know anything? The stone-munching mouse is a rare beast among rare beasts, its numbers exceedingly scarce. Yet its abilities are formidable. It can unleash petrifying rays. Anyone struck by its petrifying beam will find themselves turned to stone. Remarkably swift. This little mouse can outrun even a lightning leopard. Moreover, as it matures, it can awaken the ability to petrify with its gaze. Due to its potent abilities and rapid speed, it is a preferred choice for many beastmasters. However, given its rarity and difficulty in capture, the price is exorbitant. Even as a juvenile, it could easily command millions. Is it really that expensive?" Xu Haoran exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the stone-munching mouse, unable to fathom such a cost. "This is no mere mouse. It must be a golden mouse." With the assistance of the stone-munching mouse's stealthy tactics, Zhao Fei faced a significantly heightened level of pressure. Even summoning the black tiger, he found himself outmatched against the super bow baboon and the stone-munching mouse, one engaging in direct combat, while the other executed ambushes. The synergy of their abilities proved formidable. Though the snow bear had substantial bulk, its speed was lacking. It could only unleash ice-based abilities. Yet such powers were insufficient against the combined might of the super bow baboon and the stone-munching mouse. The latter's swiftness allowed it to evade the icy onslaught with ease, while the baboon, even when frozen, sustained minimal damage due to its ability to alter its density. Had Zhao Fei been facing similarly powerful beasts, he might have held his ground, but against such adversaries, he found himself utterly powerless. The opposing capabilities rendered him unable to mount any effective counteroffensive. The super bow baboon's enhanced density bolstered its defenses, rendering it exceptionally resilient. The two colossal beasts inflicted some damage upon the baboon, yet they could not secure a swift victory. Zhao Fei could only watch helplessly as the relentless petrifying assaults continued. "Red-haired one, you are indeed impressive, but you still fall short against my pets. Surrender, lest you not only face defeat, but also inflict irreparable harm upon your own creatures," the boy with the blunt bangs declared, exuding an air of intimidation. His words contained a kernel of truth. Prolonging the battle would not only result in Zhao Fei's defeat, but also jeopardize the well-being of his pets. Zhao Fei's gaze flickered. His heart ignited with defiance at the arrogant demeanor of his opponent. The more haughty the other party appeared, the more resolute Zhao Fei became in refusing to yield. If he were to be vanquished, he would ensure that his opponent paid a price for victory. Seeing the attitude of his adversary, Zhao Fei felt a surge of irritation. This was merely a friendly match. Why must the other party act so pretentiously? How absurd. The arrogance displayed by his opponent was indeed unwarranted, yet ultimately, Zhao Fei would still face defeat. Still, he found the other's hubris infuriating. Even if he were to triumph over Zhao Fei, it would come at a grave cost. How has it come to seem as though he is bestowing his victory upon Zhao Fei, wishing to win while simultaneously protecting his pet from harm, all the while attempting to maintain an air of superiority? How absurd. This fellow, with such limited prowess, has become quite arrogant. Our class's esteemed leader exhibits none of his hubris. Our class's leader? Why, that would be Xu Haoran. Just observe how understated Xu Haoran is in his daily life, yet how formidable he becomes during training exercises. Others may adopt a humble demeanor, but this remark has drawn the gaze of many towards Xu Haoran. Following the last training session, everyone has come to realize just how powerful Xu Haoran truly is, and the way they regard him has shifted dramatically. They once perceived him as ineffectual, but now they understand that they themselves are the truly inept ones. Xu Haoran is merely an unassuming powerhouse. Others do not seek to flaunt their abilities, and they remain unperturbed by neglect. Now, a multitude of female classmates approached Xu Haoran to request his contact information. Damn, while I find Zhao Fei quite disagreeable, I am even more irked by that arrogant individual across the way. No need to mention anyone else. Even Ma Xianghao, who often engages in banter with Zhao Fei, has grown displeased with that fellow. Despite Zhao Fei's usual obnoxiousness, he has never bullied others or resorted to taunting when in a position of triumph. He may seem somewhat isolated, possessing an air of detachment from the mundane affairs of the world, but that individual over there is purely loathsome, flaunting his advantages with reckless abandon. Not only Xu Haoran's side, but even those on the opposite side find themselves frowning at their companion's behavior. Old Xu, that fellow is not stronger than you. What is he so boastful about? Ma Xianghao grumbled beside Xu Haoran, clearly vexed. Xu Haoran merely shook his head in silence. This situation was not his concern. As long as the other party remained uninvolved with him, their arrogance was inconsequential. The battle on stage continued unabated. Seeing the opponent's arrogance, Zhao Fei could no longer restrain himself. He was about to retaliate when suddenly, Enlon stepped forward, declaring, "Stop. The battle is over." Enlon summoned a colossal eagle, which interposed itself between the two combatants, its sharp gaze and talons instilling deep trepidation in both Zhao Fei and the opposing pet. For the moment, they ceased their hostilities. This confrontation was deemed a draw. A draw? Zhao Fei furrowed his brow. Their duel was far from concluded. The opposing party was equally displeased. "Teacher, are you showing favoritism? I was clearly on the verge of winning. How can you call it a draw? I could easily defeat him. Then come and try again. Let us see how effortlessly you can do that." Zhao Fei retorted coldly. Enlon raised her hand, her expression indifferent. "Silence. This is merely a contest, not a battle to the death. If you desire a life or death struggle, seek the divine platform. There, you may settle your scores." With Enlan's words, both combatants fell momentarily silent. The divine platform signified a place where one fought without regard for survival. Noting their silence, Enlon nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Let me clarify for everyone. This is simply a test for class, not a life or death combat. You may take it seriously, but there is no need for mortal stakes. Should any serious injuries arise, I will intervene. My responsibility is to ensure you gain combat experience without sustaining grievous harm. The essence of this battle is not in victory or defeat, but in acquiring more combat experience. Understood?" Enlan's commanding voice resonated through the crowd. And then she addressed Zhao Fei and the other student. "All right, you may step down." "Wait, teacher." The boy from the opposing side did not immediately comply. Enlan looked at him with curiosity. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" "Nothing much, teacher. I simply wish to challenge someone." Chapter 125, Provocation. On the playground, the boy, brimming with arrogance, gazed at the opposing class, surveying the individuals present. "Earlier, I believe I heard someone claim there is someone stronger than me. I wish to challenge that strongest student." His declaration sent ripples of astonishment through Ma Xianghao's side. None had anticipated such brazen audacity. This guy is deliberately seeking trouble, isn't he? To challenge our class's strongest, he's clearly looking for a fight. However, that individual is indeed quite formidable. Neither of Zhao Fei's two pets could contend with him. True. If Zhao Fei, who is so powerful, cannot prevail, who among us could possibly win? Isn't there still Xu Haoran? Someone ventured, invoking Xu Haoran's name. The crowd could not help but turn their attention to the usually reticent Xu Haoran. They were not intimately acquainted with him and merely murmured among themselves. Yet, no one dared to command Xu Haoran to step forward and represent their class, for they were not familiar enough with him. Arrogant, utterly insufferable. Old Xu, can we really tolerate this? While the others remained silent, Ma Xianghao had no such reservations. This fellow needed a lesson. Ma Xianghao, furious, leaned against the railing, barely restraining himself from charging into the fray. "Do you want to go up? I can cheer you on," Xu Haoran said with a smile, addressing Ma Xianghao. "Why would I go up? Of course, it should be you. I'm just a weakling. Going up would only lead to my humiliation. But you are different. If you go up, you would surely crush that guy." Ma Xianghao looked at Xu Haoran with eager anticipation, hoping he would take the challenge. However, Xu Haoran merely chuckled. "Why would I go? I'm at the bottom of the class, always ranking last. Wouldn't sending the last-ranked student up be a disgrace to our class?" His remark left Ma Xianghao blushing with embarrassment. The others felt equally hesitant to suggest Xu Haoran take the stage. While they had not openly mocked Xu Haoran's lack of talent in the past, they had certainly harbored such thoughts privately. After all, Xu Haoran himself acknowledged his absence of beast taming talent, and while they occasionally discussed it, it had not been a topic of contention lately. Yet, after Xu Haoran revealed his true strength, they had ceased to voice such opinions. Xu Haoran's voice was loud enough for those around to hear clearly. The others felt a wave of shame wash over them, too embarrassed to speak. Even Ma Xianghao scratched his head awkwardly, at a loss for words. It was Zhao Fei, just returning, who spoke to Xu Haoran with a serious tone. Xu Haoran, I know we haven't seen eye to eye, but that kid is indeed too arrogant. If you could teach him a lesson, I promise to assist you wholeheartedly with any future matters. While the others were merely spectators, Zhao Fei was genuinely infuriated. The opposing individual was far too arrogant, and he could not suppress the urge to slap him twice. Yet, he knew he could not win. Xu Haoran was taken aback. Zhao Fei had actually humbled himself to seek his aid. This was quite unexpected. Zhao Fei had always been proud, and Xu Haoran had never witnessed him asking for help before. Strange, Xu Haoran supposedly lacks beast taming talent. Why are so many people urging him to take action? Meanwhile, from the opposing side, Chu Shaoqing observed with confusion as numerous individuals encouraged Xu Haoran to step up. Why would so many want a beast tamer without talent to take the stage? Humph, does this guy dare to come forward? The boy scoffed at Zhao Fei's plea for Xu Haoran. But I do recall that you were the one chosen by Shaoqing for the earlier match, weren't you? His gaze sharpened, locking onto Xu Haoran. You're the one called Xu Haoran, right? Suddenly, an aura of murderous intent surged forth from him. His gaze fierce and filled with hatred, as if he wished to eliminate Xu Haoran on the spot. Caught off guard by the sudden attention directed at him, Xu Haoran, who had no intention of stepping forward, felt a sense of helplessness. Why was he being singled out? He had never sought to provoke anyone. However, noticing the displeasure and animosity in the other's eyes, Xu Haoran found it peculiar. Why did it feel as though he had stolen this person's beloved? Why was he being glared at with such intensity? What is the matter? Xu Haoran remained seated, disinterested in making a fuss, especially since his opponent seemed lacking in challenge. It was likely that any confrontation would merely end in a one-sided affair. The other was indeed formidable, yet when measured against his own Tom, he fell woefully short, failing to ignite even a spark of interest in battle. I care not for your relationship with Chu Shaoqing, but let me warn you, you are unworthy of her regard. Do not entertain feelings for someone who is beyond your reach, lest you meet a tragic end. I advise you to tread carefully. The youth narrowed his eyes, fixing Xu Haoran with a gaze rife with hostility. So, he was merely another sycophant of Chu Shaoqing. Xu Haoran chuckled quietly. He truly hadn't anticipated that despite Chu Shaoqing's temperament, there would still be so many admirers. Whether I like her or not is of no concern to you. I suggest you mind your own business. Who knows, perhaps Chu Shaoqing might prefer someone like me? He held no affection for Chu Shaoqing, but he equally despised being coerced. To back down now would only lead others to believe he was intimidated by this threat, inviting ridicule for eternity. At that moment, a flush of color spread across Chu Shaoqing's face amidst the crowd, her gaze flickering, yet she refrained from retorting. The youth seemed taken aback by Xu Haoran's audacity to speak back, unaware of the formidable prowess of the two ferocious beasts under his command. Is your mother aware of your arrogance? He coldly regarded Xu Haoran, his tone laced with menace. Did Xu Haoran truly presume himself worthy of speaking to him in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Xu Haoran's lips curled into a subtle smile. A hint of mischief in his response. Whether my mother knows is inconsequential, but I do know that if I defeat you, you will surely weep, and your mother will rush to comfort you. The youth's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, filled with murderous intent as he enunciated each word deliberately. You've got guts, but merely sparring below is no testament to skill. Let us see who brings the other to tears in an actual match. Old Xu, show him. Don't back down. Annihilate him. Ma Xianghao, standing nearby, clenched his fists, eager to jump in. Xu Haoran chuckled, leisurely rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothes. He then strolled with Tom and the chinchilla toward the designated arena, positioning himself opposite the youth. Patting Tom on the head, he declared, Tom, it's your turn. Roar. Tom let out a peculiar cry, brimming with enthusiasm. It handed its comic book to Xu Haoran, signaling him to hold on to it. Xu Haoran glanced at the cover. One Piece? He was aware that Tom had recently developed an obsession with comic books and anime, primarily to learn the techniques depicted within. Yet he hadn't expected it to be One Piece. The tale of Luffy, who consumed the gum-gum fruit and set sail on grand adventures, was indeed captivating. Upon further inspection, Xu Haoran noted that Tom had read quite a bit. Then, the onlookers witnessed Tom begin to rotate its right arm vigorously, storming into the center of the arena with a fierce demeanor. You actually dare to step up. The youth's face remained impassive, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the seemingly frail Tom, sneering, You think this puny cat can challenge my ultra-boar baboon? He regarded the scrawny Tom with disdain, believing it was nothing more than a common house pet. What's wrong? Do you find a meerkat too imposing? Should I have my cat remain stationary? Xu Haoran replied languidly. The moment those words escaped his lips, the youth's expression darkened, rage boiling over. You insolent brat. I am Ronghan. Remember this name. It shall become an indelible shadow upon your existence. As long as I, Ronghan, draw breath, you shall tremble beneath my shadow. This boy must have been lost in some delusional fantasy, spouting such embarrassingly pretentious lines. Xu Haoran felt a shiver run down his spine. The very idea of uttering such words was mortifying, yet the onlookers seemed entirely undeterred, fervently cheering him on. Go, Xu Haoran. You must not lose. Wipe that smirk off his face. Old Xu, do not let this brat bask in glory. Xu Haoran's classmates shouted encouragement from behind him, causing his lips to twitch in disbelief. How had he become the center of attention? You cannot genuinely believe you will pit this cat against my ultra boar baboon? Noticing Xu Haoran had yet to summon his beast, Ronghan lifted his chin, nostrils flaring in disdain as he surveyed the crowd. What? You truly want my cat to remain stationary? Xu Haoran laughed. You squander your opportunity. Seeing Xu Haoran's obstinacy, Ronghan decided to waste no more time. Ultra boar baboon, eliminate this foolish cat. He bellowed, unleashing his beast without even requiring the assistance of the stone eater perched upon its shoulder. At that moment, Tom raised its right paw, placing its thumb to its mouth, inhaling deeply before blowing into it. Whoosh whoosh. The thumb began to swell dramatically. Ronghan could only watch in astonishment as Tom's finger grew larger and larger. This was a technique from the comic. Luffy, the rubber-bodied hero, could stretch, but Tom was not made of rubber. Logically, Tom's arm should not expand. Yet, Tom was a conceptual cat. As long as it desired, it could transform not just into a rubberized version of itself, but even into a super scion cat. As Tom blew into its arm, it swelled rapidly. The expansion was not of flesh or skin, but of bone. Only an increase in bone mass could yield such formidable power. What in the world is this? Ronghan gazed, dumbfounded, as Tom's arm filled half the arena, and it continued to grow. If Tom were to inflate further, its fist might very well encompass the entire battleground. What kind of monster is this? What ability does it possess? He thought in panic. Ultra boar baboon, stop staring. Go and eliminate him. It's merely a display of strength. Ronghan shouted, desperate to spur his beast into action. He was unaware of Tom's intentions, but he was certain that his ultra boar baboon would emerge victorious. Finally, the ultra boar baboon snapped out of its stupor. Roar! It bellowed, pounding its chest like a tempest, charging toward Tom with all four limbs. Roar! Oh war! Tom let out a strange cry as he raised his fist, now expanded to the size of a small car, and swung it forcefully toward his opponent. Roaring, the super baboons also retaliated with a punch aimed at Tom's fist. The onlookers watched in trepidation, unable to close their eyes, all eager to witness who would emerge victorious. Tom's massive bony fist was hoisted high by his frail frame before crashing down with tremendous force, its ferocity cutting through the air like a heavy hammer. Boom! The fists collided midair, creating a momentary stalemate. Do you think your size can intimidate my super baboon? Show this foolish cat your true strength. Ronghan bellowed, pointing at Tom. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Tom's colossal fist slammed back against the super baboons, producing a muffled thud that reverberated through the ground. Tom's fist, the size of a compact car, buried both the super baboon and the stone-eating mouse beneath its weight. Ronghan, who had been shouting moments ago, froze in disbelief. As if struck by lightning, his expression blank and almost tearful, he stared at the two beasts, now obscured by the fist, first in shock, then in realization, roaring. My stone-eating mouse. My super baboon. Tears glimmered in his eyes. Super baboon, come out. He shouted at Tom's fist, hoping for the safety of his companion. Yet, it was evident that the super baboon could not respond. Slowly, Tom lifted his fist, revealing the two battered creatures beneath, both foaming at the mouth. This punch was not only a display of grandeur, but also possessed formidable power. The grassy playground had sunk 2 inches under the impact, the ground concaving, leaving the two creatures motionless, uncertain of their fate. My super baboon. Ronghan could no longer contain his distress, rushing toward the fallen beasts. Though not flattened, they were gravely injured. School nurse, come to the playground. 2 pets are severely wounded. Lan, witnessing the scene, remained unfazed and called for the nurse. All right, this match goes to Xu Haoran. The rest of you, continue on while I await the nurse, he declared. Ronghan was not even Xu Haoran's student, yet he had dared to provoke him. A lesson was certainly in order. Wow, Xu Haoran, you are incredible. Truly the strongest in our class. As Xu Haoran emerged victorious, many around him flushed with excitement, rising to their feet. The girls gazed at him with starry eyes, exclaiming, Old Xu, I adore you. just like a dragon pig adores shrimp. His classmates cheered jubilantly, while Ma Xianghao rushed to embrace Xu Haoran. Amazing. They knew Xu Haoran was capable. But not to this extent. He obliterated them in an instant. Truly impressive, my brother. Meanwhile, across the way, Chu Xiaoqing stared in shock at the unfolding events. Unable to believe her eyes. Xu Haoran had defeated Rong Han in a heartbeat. How could this be? Wasn't he said to lack any beast mastery talent? How could he possess such strength? She had previously bullied him and looked down upon him. Yet now he displayed such prowess. Why had he ever allowed her to act that way? Could it be that? A ludicrous thought crossed her mind as she gazed at Xu Haoran from a distance. But despite its absurdity, it felt eerily plausible. Xu Haoran. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? If he did not like me, why would he possess such strength yet yield to me? He could easily evade my attacks, but instead chose to concede, even holding back his anger. Surely, he must have feelings for me. Her thoughts spiraled, her cheeks flushing as she pondered this revelation. This crafty individual, with such depth of thought, had ignored her recently, perhaps to provoke her into pursuing him. That must be it. Knowing he could not win my affection, he sought other means to capture my attention? Anger welled within her at this realization. How could he be so manipulative? Rising suddenly, she strode purposefully towards Xu Haoran. Xu Haoran. He was still in Ma Xianghao's embrace when he heard his name called. Turning, he saw a girl in a short skirt with twin ponytails striding toward him. Her delicate features were striking even without makeup, her slender figure blossoming like a budding flower. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoqing, the crowd fell silent. Ma Xianghao quickly released Xu Haoran, and the students nearby held their breath, aware of Ma Xianghao's boastful claims. Now, witnessing Chu Xiaoqing approach Xu Haoran, they were captivated, realizing there might indeed be something between them. Had Ma Xianghao spoken the truth? Not only Xu Haoran's classmates, but even Chu Xiaoqing's friends could not help but watch in anticipation, except for the grief-stricken Rong Han, while the others seemed eager for the unfolding drama. Chu, is there something you need? Xu Haoran queried, noting her calm demeanor. He had already resolved to distance himself from her, especially after the encounter with Rong Han had solidified that decision. Associating with Chu Xiaoqing would surely invite trouble. He preferred solitude. What? Am I not permitted to seek you out? Chu Xiaoqing retorted, her annoyance evident. Don't think I don't see through your tricks. I assure you, they want to work on me. Tricks? What tricks? What are you talking about? Xu Haoran asked, scratching his head in confusion. He was utterly bewildered by her words. Must I spell it out for you? You want me to approach you first, don't you? I already apologized to you. And now I'm here again. What more do you want? Chu Xiaoqing crossed her arms, her frustration mounting at Xu Haoran's feigned ignorance. This exchange drew murmurs from the onlookers. Goodness, it appeared that there was indeed something between them. The atmosphere felt increasingly peculiar, reminiscent of a bickering couple. While they may not have been affectionate, their dynamics certainly resembled that of romantic partners, fueling the curiosity of those around them. Could it be that Xu Haoran and Chu Xiaoqing were truly involved? Previously, Xu Haoran's classmates were skeptical, but now they are beginning to believe. What are you talking about? Xu Haoran's confusion deepened. What was this woman trying to imply? Was she speaking nonsense? Could she not communicate in a straightforward manner? Did she want me to take the initiative to approach her? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. He felt that the other party had misconstrued something, yet he was at a loss as to what it could be. What could I possibly misunderstand? I haven't misunderstood anything. All right. Chu Xiaoqing huffed, crossing her arms in irritation. Oh, so you're pretending, are you? Fine. I'll be heading back to class now. And you should do the same. No way. Xu Haoran turned around once more. Aren't you going to compete with me anymore? Chu Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, that? I concede. There's no need for a rematch. Xu Haoran replied without a moment's hesitation, having already participated in one contest and deeming it a waste of time to engage further. You. Chu Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief at Xu Haoran's swift concession. She hadn't anticipated this turn of events. No, you must compete with me. She pouted in exasperation. But I just finished competing. Wouldn't that put me at a disadvantage? Xu Haoran shrugged. Then I'll wait until you've rested to compete again. Chu Xiaoqing sulked. Are you still trying to play games with me? Fine, wait for me to recuperate, but I might not rest well today. Xu Haoran shrugged, completely indifferent to the opinions of those around him. He was resolute in his decision not to compete. You, Chu Xiaoqing, incensed by Xu Haoran's stubbornness, exclaimed. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Indeed, because I simply refuse to compete. He laid his cards on the table. He had no desire to entangle himself with Chu Xiaoqing. After all, if she were to injure him, he might find himself facing trouble with the school nurse. Unlike the easygoing Rangan. You, Chu Xiaoqing's chest heaved with frustration, ready to explode. Xu Haoran, do you find this amusing? Do you think that by playing hard to get, I will develop feelings for you? Let me tell you, this will only make me despise you more. In her fury, Chu Xiaoqing unleashed her true feelings, shedding any semblance of ladylike composure. Her words struck like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of astonishment. The surrounding classmates stared at Xu Haoran in stunned silence before erupting into fervent discussion regarding the relationship between him and Xu Shaoqing. Goodness, is Xu Haoran pursuing Xu Shaoqing? Or is it the other way around? It seems rather convoluted. Wait, isn't it Xu Shaoqing who's pursuing Xu Haoran? What is going on? Whoa, Ma Xianghao wasn't lying. Xu Haoran truly has an ambiguous relationship with Xu Shaoqing. Is this a couple's quarrel? I mean, how could someone like Xu Haoran not have a girlfriend? Turns out he has quietly secured the granddaughter of the dean. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Xu Haoran wore a peculiar expression, perplexed by the anger emanating from Xu Shaoqing's delicate features. What did she mean by playing hard to get? When had he ever engaged in such tactics? He questioned whether their minds operated on entirely different wavelengths. Wasn't it her who had been ignoring him, seeking his attention? Don't think I'm unaware. Xu Shaoqing continued to fume. Xu Haoran opened his mouth, hesitating to respond, unsure of how to express himself. What could he say? If he denied her accusations, she likely wouldn't believe him. If he admitted to them, it would only solidify her claims. What kind of reasoning led to such conclusions? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the fringes of the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Look over there. Oh my, she's stunningly beautiful. As the crowd turned their heads, they beheld a graceful girl approaching the playground, wielding a long sword. Tall and curvaceous, her flowing short dress accentuated her figure, and her ponytail radiated youthful vitality mingled with an alluring charm, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. Who is this enchanting beauty? I've never seen her before. The crowd was mesmerized, with even the girls captivated by her presence. Wait, isn't that the top scholar from Rongqing a few years ago? I remember. She is Zhao Sahan, the fabled beast master of the destiny level. Chapter 128, The Proud Daughter of Heaven. A destiny level beast master. The playground erupted in astonishment. While many were unfamiliar with the specifics of the scholar, they certainly recognized the significance of a destiny-level beast master. Such an aptitude would overshadow all present. Walking down the street, she would undoubtedly be the brightest star. And now she was standing before them. Is this a joke? Does our academy even have a destiny-level beast master? Yes, but as the premier institution in Rongqing, we only have 3 destiny-level beast masters. And it's a rarity to have 1 per grade. Generally, those with such talent are eagerly sought after by the Beastmaster Bureau. If I remember correctly, Senior Liu is a destiny-level Beastmaster. Speaking of the Beastmaster Bureau, wasn't Zhao Sahan specially recruited by them? This was even reported in the news. I recall, Zhao Sahan was indeed specially recruited. I can't believe I'm seeing Zhao Sahan in person today. The students were all abuzz with excitement as they caught sight of the radiant figure approaching. Zhao Sahan was accompanied by another girl and a female teacher. Zhao Sahan. Xu Shaoqing, who had been confronting Xu Haoran, felt an inexplicable pull toward the name, drawn to the playground entrance. Indeed, a teacher, along with 2 girls, was making their way toward them. Each girl was a paragon of beauty, and the accompanying teacher exuded a mature and seductive charm. The trio of beauties captivated the attention of everyone passing by. It was truly Zhao Sahan. Upon seeing her, Xu Shaoqing recognized her immediately. Zhao Sahan was her idol, and she could never forget her face, even if Zhao Sahan did not recognize her. Is it really Zhao Sahan? With Xu Shaoqing's confirmation, the doubts of others dissipated. They all gazed at Zhao Sahan from afar, engaging in fervent discussions. Even the teachers, and Lan and others, as well as the distraught Rong Han on the ground, were drawn to the enchanting sight of Zhao Sahan approaching. Zhao Sahan, a master beast tamer of exceptional caliber, is a figure whose mere mention ignites curiosity in anyone. Even more enthralling is her striking beauty. Zhao Sahan, the epitome of excellence, has drawn near today. And Lan couldn't help but click her tongue as she observed the 3 women approaching, her heart filled with admiration and intrigue for Zhao Sahan. It is not just the students like Xu Shaoqing who are captivated. Even the teachers would find themselves humbled in her presence. Without a doubt, she is destined to be a formidable force in the future. Given Zhao Sahan's prestigious background, it is improbable that any misfortune could befall her. As a special recruit of the Beast Taming Bureau, endowed with prodigious talent and hailing from one of the foremost families in Rongqing, who could dare to stand against her? Wanglong Academy has always been a gathering ground for geniuses, and Zhao Sahan shines as the most radiant star among them. The crowd in the playground gazed at Zhao Sahan with a blend of envy, admiration, affection, and reverence. As for jealousy, Zhao Sahan's brilliance has reached such heights that it has rendered any feelings of envy obsolete. Jealousy can only exist when one feels they could achieve what they covet. But Zhao Sahan represents an unattainable pinnacle for them. Hey, Bai Yin, didn't you claim to know Zhao Sahan? Now that she is here, why not introduce yourself? Xu Shaoqing asked, her eyes glinting with mischief as she turned her gaze toward Zhao Sahan. Previously, Xu Haoran had boasted of his acquaintance with Zhao Sahan, and now she was eager to see how he would prove it. Who is Zhao Sahan? The pride of Rongqing, a true genius. Even Mei Qingxue, a top-ranking student at the academy, does not command her respect as Zhao Sahan does, illustrating the weight of Zhao Sahan's significance in her heart. Chu Shaoqing found it hard to believe that Xu Haoran could possibly know someone of Zhao Sahan's stature. What grounds did he have for such an assertion? Xu Haoran, with his humble status, had no true opportunity to engage with someone like Zhao Sahan. He merely shrugged, indifferent. I do know her. But why should I greet her in front of you? If you think I don't know her, then so be it. Xu Haoran had no desire to prove himself. Either he knew her or he did not, and he saw no need to make a grand gesture of recognition. Isn't that Teacher Tong? Someone exclaimed. Indeed. It was Teacher Tong, and the question arose as to why she was in the company of Zhao Sahan. Who was the other stunning beauty beside them? Teacher Tong knew Zhao Sahan. Should I ask Teacher Tong for Zhao Sahan's phone number? One student pondered aloud. Whether she'll give you her number is uncertain. But I can assure you she'll make you work for a week as punishment, another chimed in. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Who do you think you are? Zhao Sahan's status is far beyond yours. Just obtaining her number is one thing. Even if you did, do you truly believe you'd have a chance? The Zhao family is renowned in Rongqing, and her father is the head of the conglomerate. You lot would be fortunate to even approach her, let alone pursue her. Is Zhao Sahan's family really that formidable? One asked. Are you unaware? Without substantial backing, how could one contract such powerful beasts? You must be oblivious to the world outside your window, not even following the news. Her father frequently appears in the media for his charitable work. That is impressive. Wealthy family, astonishing talent, and a special recruit of the Beast Taming Bureau. Her future seems destined for greatness. Greatness? Huh, that's an understatement. This is not merely smooth sailing. This is soaring to unimaginable heights. I have yet to encounter anyone more remarkable than Zhao Sahan. However, who was that other lovely lady beside her? She was equally stunning. And, in fact, I find myself drawn to her even more than Zhao Sahan. She must be a friend of Zhao Sahan, given the emblem of the Beast Taming Bureau on her attire. Perhaps she is also a special recruit of extraordinary talent. But why do I get the impression they are heading this way? It seems Teacher Tong is approaching us. Someone exclaimed. Could it be that Teacher Tong, feeling grateful for my assistance, intends to introduce Zhao Sahan to me as a potential girlfriend? A boy's eyes glinted with a lewd anticipation. What are you thinking? Look at yourself. If anyone is to be introduced, it would certainly be to someone like me, a model student. He retorted, prompting a wave of laughter among the crowd. Chapter 129. Shall we go to your house tonight? Get lost, came the irritated reply. Regardless of their banter, Zhao Sahan was indeed making her way toward them. Tong Haoran, accompanied by two enchanting women, seemed to be on a mission to find someone in this group. As they drew nearer, the crowd's attention sharpened, and everyone could finally appreciate the beauty of Zhao Sahan and Tong Haoran along with the other stunning companion. The presence of these three women, each more beautiful than the last, brought a hush over the playground. Though Tong Haoran had certainly caused some trouble for her classmates, she was undeniably a breathtaking beauty. Walking side by side, they were a sight to behold, each radiating their unique charm and allure. What are you all staring at? Shouldn't you be in class? Tong Haoran frowned at the throng of onlookers. What? You'd rather not attend class and instead assist me with some laborious tasks? Well, I do have a mountain of work that could use your help. At once, many students averted their gazes, fully aware that Tong Haoran was not jesting. Her requests for help were genuine. Yet even as they turned away, their peripheral vision remained fixed on Zhao Sahan. Who wouldn't want to catch a glimpse of the prodigious girl from Rongqing? They all yearned to see her clearly. Chu Shaoqing, upon seeing Zhao Sahan approach, was nearly beside herself with excitement, almost jumping in place to inquire about her idol's contact information. However, before she could voice her enthusiasm, Zhao Sahan and her beautiful companion turned their attention toward her direction. The goddess is looking at me. My goddess is looking at me. Chu Shaoqing thought, overwhelmed with joy. Xu Haoran, observing Chu Shaoqing's exuberance, frowned slightly and then glanced at the other students, all of whom were similarly entranced. Was Zhao Sahan truly that captivating? He had no idea her influence was so profound, drawing such admiration from so many. Xu Haoran, in the midst of Chu Shaoqing's hopeful gaze, Zhao Sahan and her companion suddenly raised their hands and smiled, as if recognizing an old friend, beckoning toward her while calling out his name. Xu Haoran. Ao Xiao Shuang waved toward Xu Haoran, and Zhao Sahan, in surprise, also called out to him. The enchanting companion beside Zhao Sahan was indeed Ao Xiao Shuang, her close friend and a fellow special recruit of the Beast Taming Bureau, typically inseparable from Zhao Sahan. The crowd followed Zhao Sahan's gaze to Xu Haoran, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they processed the revelation that Xu Haoran knew both Zhao Sahan and her stunning friend. Otherwise, how could the other party possibly display such fervor? Moreover, after calling out once, Ao Xiaoshuang felt it insufficient and pulled Zhao Sahan along as they approached Xu Haoran. Tong Iran also followed the two of them. Naturally, she had spotted Xu Haoran early on and knew he was attending class here. Thus, she wished to come and see him. What she hadn't anticipated was that Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang were also acquainted with Xu Haoran. The three enchanting ladies marched towards Xu Haoran in unison, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The onlookers were left in a state of stupor, mouths agape in disbelief. Xu Haoran not only knew Chu Xiaoqing, but also had a connection with a prodigy like Zhao Sahan. Besides Xu Haoran, Chu Xiaoqing stood frozen, utterly bewildered, as if she couldn't comprehend what she had just heard. Had she misheard? Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan were calling Xu Haoran. Furthermore, they were approaching her direction. Xu Haoran, what a coincidence. How did you find yourself here? Ao Xiaoshuang, still holding Zhao Sahan's hand, took a few steps to Xu Haoran's side, greeting him with a hint of joy and surprise. Hi, sign Xiaoshuang. Xu Haoran raised his hand, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. He had anticipated meeting Zhao Sahan eventually, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. He was aware of Zhao Sahan's background, yet it appeared she was oblivious to his circumstances. Otherwise, Ao Xiaoshuang would certainly have known. Didn't you say you were a chicken farmer? Don't you lack the talent for beast taming? How could you be at Wanglong Academy? Ao Xiaoshuang scrutinized Xu Haoran, a touch of astonishment flickering in her eyes, questioning whether she had mistaken him for someone else. I am indeed a chicken farmer, and I do not possess the talent for beast taming. But that is precisely why the dean took me under his wing. He granted me this opportunity to showcase my abilities. And now I have been specially recruited into Wanglong Academy as a beast tamer. Xu Haoran chuckled softly. The dean? Old Chu. Ao Xiaoshuang's expression turned peculiar. Was it really possible that Dean Chu had allowed Xu Haoran to enter Wanglong Academy? Surely, this boy wasn't trying to fool her, was he? Oh, I haven't introduced you yet. Are you acquainted? At this moment, Tong Iran snapped back to reality, realizing there was something more significant to address. Yes, we're all friends. Zhao Sahan nodded in affirmation. The collective gasp from all present echoed sharply as Zhao Sahan's words sank in. Xu Haoran truly knew Zhao Sahan. Chu Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Xu Haoran genuinely had a connection with Zhao Sahan. How could this be? Was Xu Haoran jesting? But why? Oh, you're friends? Tong Iran looked at the two of them with surprise. How did you come to know each other? Wait, you three are all acquainted? Her gaze flitted between Ao Xiaoshuang, Zhao Sahan, and Xu Haoran. This rascal even knew such illustrious figures as Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan. We do know each other. Teacher Tong, we have a decent relationship, Ao Xiaoshuang replied with a nod. Simultaneously, she turned to Xu Haoran. You know Dean Chu? You wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you? She was still unaware of Xu Haoran's true identity, having visited his living quarters, which resembled a chicken coop. No, it was indeed a chicken coop. How could he possibly be acquainted with someone of Dean Chu's stature? Even when Li Fei and the others bullied him, he had asked her and Sahan to come to his aid. How could he know Dean Chu? Oh, he hasn't misled you. He truly does know Dean Chu. Tong Iran interjected. Her curiosity piqued regarding how Xu Haoran was connected to Ao Xiaoshuang and the others. I was just about to tell Sahan. You've been asking who the other Gemini is, haven't you? The young man before you is the other Gemini, she added with a smile. Once again, silence enveloped the playground. Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan blinked, their expressions shifting from calm to astonishment. Ao Xiaoshuang turned to Xu Haoran, her smile abruptly freezing as her mouth fell open in disbelief, gazing at his handsome, smiling visage, then glancing at Tom beside Xu Haoran and the small beast. Her expression turned dazed. Wait, Teacher Tong, are you saying this boy is a Gemini? Ao Xiaoshuang's beautiful eyes brimmed with incredulity, as if she had just witnessed a fat pig dancing in front of her. Anyone could be a Gemini, but Xu Haoran? How could that be? Indeed, I merely wish to inform you that Xu Haoran is one of the Geminis, which is why I brought you to find him. By the way, I also have an announcement for all my classmates. Tong Iran, unfazed by Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan's shock and astonishment, turned to her classmates. Everyone, this is Zhao Sahan, who, due to her exceptional beast taming talent, has been specially recruited by the Beast Tamers Bureau. For certain reasons, she will be joining our class and will henceforth be our classmate. Let us all welcome her warmly. With that, she initiated a round of applause. The others quickly followed suit, their claps echoing throughout the area. Ma Shanghao and the others were so excited they could barely contain themselves. Zhao Sahan was joining their class? Did that mean they would now be classmates with Zhao Sahan? Chu Xiaoqing's classmates were envious to the point of jealousy. Why should Zhao Sahan be classmates with Xu Haoran and the others instead of joining their class? The students across the way glared at Xu Haoran's class with red-rimmed eyes, practically itching to transfer classes immediately. Just then, as everyone was enviously eyeing Xu Haoran, Zhao Sahan stepped forward and spoke. Xu Haoran, how about I come over to your place tonight? Her words sent shockwaves through everyone present. The crowd stared at Zhao Sahan in bewilderment, unable to believe she had just said that. Ma Xianghao felt as though he had been struck with a hammer, dumbfounded. Had he misheard? His goddess had just said she wanted to go to Xu Haoran's house tonight. Chapter 130. I feel things are progressing too quickly. This is absurd. Were they that close? They had thought their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. How could it be that Zhao Sahan had seemingly been to Xu Haoran's home before and was now planning to visit again? What sort of relationship could allow them such familiarity to visit one another's homes so casually? Ma Xianghao felt as if he had stumbled upon some monumental scoop. Old Xu was not as innocent as he appeared. Not only was he involved with Chu Shaoqing, but he also had a connection with Zhao Sahan. No, it appeared he had known Zhao Sahan first. This rascal was juggling both Zhao Sahan and Chu Shaoqing. What a scoundrel. I don't have even one. And this fellow has already found two. Ma Xianghao felt a pang of jealousy so intense it nearly shattered his teeth. This was utterly unfair. How could Xu Haoran be surrounded by beautiful women while he had none? Chu Shaoqing was equally taken aback. Zhao Sahan was going to Xu Haoran's house. This didn't seem like a simple friendship. Could there be some hidden relationship? Ordinary friends wouldn't visit each other's homes, would they? Yet, that wasn't all. Zhao Sahan's words were truly astonishing. Xu Haoran was somewhat perplexed upon hearing that Zhao Sahan intended to visit his residence. What brings you to my home? He inquired. It's been ages since I've had chicken, and I crave it, Zhao Sahan replied vacantly, even rubbing her stomach. Her longing was purely culinary. She simply wished for Xu Haoran to prepare some chicken for her. For reasons unknown, she harbored the belief that the chicken from Xu Haoran's home was superior in taste, far surpassing that of ordinary chickens. After all, these chickens were fed with premium feed, ensuring an exquisite flavor. However, this innocent remark was misinterpreted by those around them, leading to a profound misunderstanding. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, nearly draining it of oxygen. Wait, chicken. Is it now acceptable to openly discuss such matters? What exactly was the nature of Xu Haoran and Zhao Sahan's relationship? Not only Ma Xianghao and others, but even Tong Iran was taken aback. This scoundrel Xu Haoran. How many women had he entangled himself with? It was one thing to know Zhao Sahan, but to be so brazenly flirtatious? Did he not fear Zhao's father's wrath? Even 10 lies would not suffice for Xu Haoran to escape unscathed. Zhao Sahan, with her innocent thoughts, remained oblivious to the implications. But Ao Xiaoshuang understood the gravity of the situation. Noticing the horrified gazes of those around them, she quickly intervened. Wait, you've misunderstood. Eating chicken does not carry that connotation. She furrowed her brow, clarifying, I often enjoy the chicken Xu Haoran raises. I mean, the chicken he cooks. She cursed herself for nearly implicating her own words. Isn't Xu Haoran's family known for raising chickens? We have merely visited Xu Haoran's home and savored his cooking, which was quite delectable. Ao Xiaoshuang patiently explained to the onlookers, alleviating their concerns. Oh, so it's that kind of chicken. They exhaled in relief, having feared something far more scandalous. Tong Iran felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had almost believed that Xu Haoran was simultaneously courting her best friend while pursuing others. It was merely a meal, after all, which was hardly scandalous. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that this rascal was quite fortunate, surrounded by such beauty. She found herself a tad envious of this fellow, who seemed to attract one beautiful woman after another. All right then, let it be so. Teacher Anlin, may I borrow Xu Haoran for a moment? I need to discuss something with him. After clarifying the misunderstanding, Tong Iran addressed Anlin. Certainly, Anlin nodded. As the counselor, she had no reason to deny the request, especially since Xu Haoran had completed his examination. All right, continue with your class. Xu Haoran, please accompany us. Tong Iran beckoned Xu Haoran. Old Xu. Nearby, Ma Xianghao watched with envy, wondering just how many beautiful women Xu Haoran was acquainted with. He even knows Zhao Sahan. As a good friend, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, wishing Xu Haoran would take him along to join Zhao Sahan. Even if it were just to snap a photo together for social media, it would be worth it. Old Ma, wait for my return, we'll discuss it then. If I don't come back, just pretend I never said anything. Xu Haoran waved before turning to follow Tong Iran. As Xu Haoran walked away alongside Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang, Chu Shaoqing stood frozen in place, momentarily lost in thought. Watching Xu Haoran, Zhao Sahan, and Ao Xiaoshuang depart in laughter, her expression became vacant. Xu Haoran, he wasn't lying. He truly knows Zhao Sahan. Initially, she had assumed Xu Haoran was boasting. But now she realized he was entirely serious about his acquaintance with Zhao Sahan. But how could that be? Why would Xu Haoran know Zhao Sahan? And it seemed their relationship was quite amicable. This meant that Xu Haoran had not been deceiving her at all. But if Xu Haoran was acquainted with such stunning and exceptional girls, would he still have feelings for her? Was it possible that he truly did not harbor any affection for her? Had she been overly sentimental? Watching Xu Haoran and Zhao Sahan depart, she felt a pang of discomfort. She would have preferred if Xu Haoran had never known Zhao Sahan. Now, seeing him leave, her heart felt heavy. This scoundrel, this cad. She silently berated him, but it did little to change the fact that Xu Haoran was gone. Her thoughts began to shift. With such beautiful and talented girls surrounding Xu Haoran, could he ever truly be interested in her? Regardless of her turmoil, Xu Haoran followed Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan through the academy, inquiring why Tong Iran had summoned him. As fellow Gemini, it's essential for you to interact with Sahan. Additionally, the academy has deliberated on a matter concerning you both and believes it is best for you to decide. Tong Iran gazed at Xu Haoran and Zhao Sahan. What could be so significant as to require my input? Xu Haoran inquired, hands clasped behind his back, lifting his chin slightly. This posture gave Tong Iran a strange impression, as if Xu Haoran were her superior and she were seeking his approval. She bit her lip in frustration, were it not for Zhao Sahan's presence. She would have given this scoundrel a light punch to remind him of his place. Yet, with both Zhao Sahan and Xu Haoran present, she refrained from expressing her irritation, simply stating, "It pertains to your courses. Initially, we considered separating you, but after further discussion, it has been decided that you both will remain in the same class and course, given that you are of the same age. However, we need your consent. Both of you must agree. Same course? Does that mean we'll attend class, leave school, and go home together?" Xu Haoran asked with a playful grin. "Isn't that a bit too fast? Who wouldn't like Zhao Sahan, the stunning beauty with extraordinary prowess? Naturally, I'm fond of her, and I wouldn't mind developing something together." Tong Iran chuckled. "I suggest you redirect your aspirations toward winning over your future father-in-law rather than focusing on Sahan. If you can impress her father, I think visiting Sahan's home wouldn't be an issue. But I must warn you, while Zhao's father may not concern himself with Sahan's studies, he certainly wouldn't take kindly to anyone attempting to pursue his daughter." It was evident that the speaker was well acquainted with Zhao Sahan's father and seemed familiar with his temperament. Upon hearing about Zhao Sahan's father, Xu Haoran felt a wave of trepidation. Whether it was Ao Xiaoshuang or Zhao Sahan, it appeared that their fathers were formidable figures. Perhaps it was best to focus on earning money and studying diligently. "All right, I'll think it over carefully," Xu Haoran conceded. "Got it, Teacher Tong." Zhao Sahan nodded in agreement. "By the way, about that chicken you mentioned earlier, can I have some? Is it from the chickens raised in Xu Haoran's yard?" Tong Iran suddenly recalled Zhao Sahan's words. She had seen those chickens during her previous visit to Xu Haoran's home. "Wait, Teacher Tong, you've been to Xu Haoran's house?" "Yes, it's those chickens in his yard," Zhao Sahan confirmed. A surprising glance from Ao Xiaoshuang fell upon Tong Iran, as she discovered that the latter had indeed visited Xu Haoran's residence. Although it was only a single visit, she had yet to savor his chicken. Was it truly delectable? Tong Iran rubbed her belly, confessing her hunger. "It's absolutely delicious. I brought some home for my father, and he proclaimed it delightful." Ao Xiaoshuang nodded emphatically. "Is that so? Then why don't we all go together tonight? We can invite Ru Yin to join us." Tong Iran's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I might as well stay over at your place tonight." This statement was directed at Xu Haoran. As the words left her lips, they grew increasingly outrageous, leaving both Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan bewildered. "Teacher, you plan to stay at Xu Haoran's house? Who is Ru Yin?" Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan exchanged glances, both astonished by the revelation. While they merely intended to enjoy a meal, Tong Iran was outright staying over at Xu Haoran's. And who exactly was this Ru Yin? Well, that's a long story. Tong Iran stroked her chin, uncertain of where to begin. "Ru Yin is a friend of mine, and she happens to be a close friend of Teacher Tong. I got to know her by coincidence, and she is temporarily staying with me." Xu Haoran interjected to clarify. "A friend? A close friend?" Ao Xiaoshuang looked at Xu Haoran in confusion, then at Tong Iran, questioning the nature of their relationship. Could it be that she was not merely a friend, but rather Xu Haoran's girlfriend? This scoundrel had only just been on a blind date and was already seeking a girlfriend? "Are you certain she is just a friend and not a girlfriend?" "Absolutely not." Xu Haoran shook his head vigorously. "She is merely a friend. Don't get jealous. Even if you do, we're still just friends." "Who is jealous?" Ao Xiaoshuang's voice rose, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. "Are you asking for a beating? What was her relationship with Xu Haoran that could invoke jealousy?" The look Tong Iran cast her way was decidedly peculiar. "Hey, are you serious?" Xu Haoran puffed out his chest. "Teacher Tong is still here. Do you really want to hit me?" His audacity was bolstered by Tong Iran's presence. Tong Iran merely replied, "It's fine. I'll pretend I didn't see anything." Xu Haoran continued, "I was just joking. Do you believe me? A true man should not bicker with a woman." "Do you think I would believe you?" Ao Xiaoshuang was indignant, biting down on her teeth in frustration as she twisted Xu Haoran's ear 3 times before finally letting him go. "Ouch, that hurts," Xu Haoran yelped, nearly drawing the attention of everyone at Wanglong Academy with his cry of agony. This spectacle did not escape Xu Haoran's notice. She realized she had perhaps underestimated Xu Haoran's charm. This rascal, whom she initially thought of as merely friends with Ao Xiaoshuang, now appeared to have a far more intricate relationship with her. Their playful banter indicated a bond that was clearly beyond ordinary. She would certainly have to inform her dear friend Qin Qin to ensure she was not deceived by this scoundrel, who seemed to effortlessly attract beautiful and affluent women. Ru Yin was one thing, but Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan were both distinguished members of the Beast Taming Bureau, young and with promising futures ahead. Chu Shaoqing, being the granddaughter of the director, was destined for greatness as well. Whoever could marry even one of them would be extraordinarily fortunate, let alone marrying all three. This lucky rascal had indeed struck gold, lacking the innate talent for beast taming, but possessing a formidable companion. He had dropped out of beast taming school, yet still found himself surrounded by so many beautiful women. She felt a tinge of envy. Why was it that she lacked such a horde of stunning women around her? If only she had someone like Zhao Sahan by her side, tall, voluptuous, with a youthful visage and an alluring figure. Who wouldn't he be fond of her? Even as a woman, she found herself admiring her. The thought that a striking beauty like herself was not faring as well as this little scoundrel left her on the verge of tears. The group meandered around the campus for a while, primarily to familiarize Zhao Sahan with the environment, as she would soon be attending classes there. Once they had explored sufficiently, they proceeded to arrange their plans for the evening. Since it was a weekend, they could relax without worrying about the next day's responsibilities. However, before all that, Xu Haoran had to return to the classroom, as he had a class scheduled for the afternoon. Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang, feeling bored, opted to linger around the academy, intending to find Xu Haoran later and join her for the trip to Xu Haoran's home. In the classroom, Xu Haoran's arrival captured everyone's attention. After an hour of wandering, all the students had returned to their seats. The murmurs surrounding Xu Haoran were fervent, with speculation about his identity circulating among the students. Xu Haoran couldn't help but chuckle as he overheard whispers questioning whose son he might be. It seemed that his acquaintance with Zhao Sahan had indeed left quite an impression on them. Ma Xianghao, brimming with excitement, nearly leaped from his seat to approach Xu Haoran. As soon as Xu Haoran settled into his chair, Ma Xianghao fired off his question, old Xu, quickly tell me, how do you know Zhao Sahan? My goodness, why didn't you tell me sooner that you know someone so important? Xu Haoran glanced back at Ma Xianghao. What's the rush? What would you do if I told you? It wouldn't be of much use, and besides, I'm not that close with her. Xu Haoran noticed that the entire classroom had fallen silent, with everyone straining to listen to his conversation with Ma Xianghao, eager not to miss a single detail. Who says it wouldn't be useful? If you know her, you should introduce me. Ma Xianghao pressed eagerly. If I could meet someone as significant as Zhao Sahan, my father would be overjoyed. Just imagine, if I could get a photo with her and tell my father that I know such a genius. He'd probably send me money out of sheer happiness. And if I get money, I can't help but share some with you. You make a fair point. But you won't need an introduction anymore. Zhao Sahan will be our classmate from now on, so you'll naturally get to know her, Xu Haoran replied. No. Even if she is a classmate, I doubt anyone would dare to approach Zhao Sahan. You've got to help me out here. I'm not asking for much. Just a photo with her to show my dad. Who knows, it might even give me something to brag about to my future children. Ma Xianghao declared, puffing out his chest and grinning as he envisioned Zhao Sahan becoming a renowned powerhouse, with him displaying their photograph to his children and grandchildren. Who would be left in awe? It was akin to an ordinary person discovering that their father or grandfather had once shared a photograph with a national leader. It was a remarkable connection. Chapter 131. Ao Xiaoshuang's existential doubts. Is it really that significant? Xu Haoran's expression was one of bemusement, finding it absurd that a mere photograph could be a source of pride. Ma Xianghao's aspirations were indeed lofty. With his connections and credibility, he could easily reach for the stars. Just as they were indulging in their banter, the teacher arrived, signaling the start of a theoretical lesson. The standard 40-minute class concluded. During the lesson, Xu Haoran exhibited the utmost enthusiasm for learning. He raised his hand for every question posed by the teacher, yet when called upon to answer, he would merely respond with uncertainty, primarily seeking to engage. This was not his desired approach, but rather a necessity, as he found it exceedingly difficult to concentrate on the textbooks. Thus, he resorted to stimulating himself in any way possible. Without such motivation, he would struggle to absorb any knowledge at all. Even a modicum of embarrassment was preferable to the alternative of ineffective learning. Having fallen behind in many subjects, he took his studies seriously. If he did not exert himself diligently, he would find himself in dire straits. It is essential to be well prepared without entering the workforce. One cannot comprehend the true value of knowledge. Aside from sales, which require no prerequisites, in every other profession, a lack of educational qualifications renders one incapable of securing a decent job. Knowledge may not be omnipotent, but ignorance is utterly debilitating. Fortunately, the instructors at Wanlong Academy are approachable. Despite Xu Haoran's occasional incorrect answers, they did not burden him, but patiently corrected his mistakes. This is one commendable aspect of Wanlong Academy. Its teachers exhibit great patience and warmth towards their students. Once class was dismissed, everyone eagerly rushed out of the classroom. It was the weekend, and upon completing today's lessons, they were free. Not only the other students, but even Ma Xianghao and Xu Haoran shared the same excitement. At last, the class was over. Old Xu, I have matters to attend to today and won't wait for you. I'm off. Ma Xianghao dashed out of the classroom. His destination unknown. Other students gathered in small groups, organizing weekend activities, creating a lively atmosphere. Xu Haoran began to pack his belongings and sent a message to Tong Iran, preparing to set off. I'm at the parking lot. My car is inside. Shihuan and Xiao Shuang are with me. We'll be there shortly. Tong Iran quickly replied. Xu Haoran immediately headed to the parking lot to await Tong Iran. Tong Iran drove a modest domestic car, yet it was not inexpensive, priced at over 400,000. Rumor had it that she could afford it only by compromising her integrity for Lu Ruyan, who had initially intended to buy her a more extravagant vehicle. But Tong Iran declined and settled for this one. After all, several million was a trivial matter for Lu Ruyan. Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang were indeed with Tong Iran, though their cheeks were flushed, leaving one to wonder what they had been up to, and they appeared slightly breathless. Why are you looking at us like that? Ao Xiaoshuang inquired, her forehead creasing slightly. We were just training at the practice field, all right? What are you thinking? Noticing Xu Haoran's inappropriate gaze, Ao Xiaoshuang immediately suspected he was conjuring unsavory thoughts. Not at all. I merely wondered if you had been exercising, as you seemed to be sweating. Xu Haoran replied, his eyes lingering on their flushed faces and slightly parted lips, as delicate as if inviting a playful nibble. You'd better think so, otherwise. I shall show you the depths of a woman's wrath. Ao Xiaoshuang retorted with a cold smile. Although she knew Xu Haoran was likely thinking something untoward, she could not be bothered to engage him further, merely seeking an escape route for herself. Are we having chicken tonight? Zhao Sahan chimed in from the side. Xu Haoran nodded. I'll prepare it for you when we return. No, I'll cook it. We should grab some drinks on the way. Do you drink? Would you like to stay at my place tonight? I have plenty of room. The countryside has everything, more land and more rooms. I'll be with Xiao Qingqing tonight. Tong Iran interjected. She lacked a home in Rongqing and did not possess Lu Ruyan's wealth. She worked and resided in the teacher's dormitory, which was the accommodation provided by Wanlong Academy. Sahan and I need to go home. My parents will worry if we don't return tonight, Ao Xiaoshuang stated. Zhao Sahan nodded in agreement. During the holidays, I must return to meet many people, she explained. Meet whom? What kind of people? Xu Haoran asked with curiosity. Some elders. My father says I must know them. As if no one else inherits the company, I shall have to take over, Zhao Sahan replied, maintaining her adorably naive demeanor. In her everyday life, Zhao Sahan resembled a charmingly simple and innocent girl. However, in the heat of battle, she transformed into a ruthless and decisive warrior. A fact Xu Haoran had observed from their first encounter. As Zhao Sahan spoke, envy spread across the faces of those present. So, if you don't study hard, you return home to inherit a fortune? What a life that ordinary people can only envy. Amidst their casual conversation, the vehicle sped along the road. Not to mention, Tong Iran's driving skills were on par with Lu Ruyan's. In less than an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the village. Before them unfolded a picturesque rural landscape, characterized by its serene simplicity. Though the houses were modest, they exuded tranquility and harmony. Stepping from the bustling city into this pastoral realm felt akin to transcending into another world. The fields were woven together with a sea of golden rapeseed flowers stretching endlessly, with vehicles navigating through, creating an impression of traversing a tranquil path leading to the soul, invigorating and liberating, far removed from the clamor of urban life. Before long, they reached Xu Haoran's quaint farmhouse. The car rolled into the yard, parking alongside Xu Haoran's little bumblebee. Upon entering the courtyard, a statuesque and graceful woman appeared in their sight from the second floor, holding a rich cup of coffee. Her gentle gaze pierced through the golden rays of the setting sun, looking into the distance, her subtle sorrow and solitude becoming even more poignant under the sun's embrace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a profound sense of loneliness and melancholy enveloped the atmosphere. Iran, you're here, Lu Ruyan called out, her eyes landing on Zhao Sahan and Ao Xiaoshuang beside Xu Haoran. These two are Haoran's friends, Xiaoshuang and Sahan, correct? Lu Ruyan smiled warmly at them. Where's old Lu? Xu Haoran scanned the yard, noticing Lu Laotu was absent. He has gone home, knowing guests were coming today, especially since they are your friends. He didn't want to be a third wheel and left for his own place, Lu Ruyan explained. How could old Lu think that way? It's just a meal together. What could possibly be the issue? Well done. It seems that with age comes wisdom, Xu Haoran remarked, secretly giving Lu Laotu a thumbs up. Xu Haoran, who is this? Although she had already been informed, Ao Xiaoshuang was still somewhat taken aback upon seeing Lu Ruyan. She observed the exquisitely beautiful and voluptuous woman before her and instinctively glanced down at herself, though she was not lacking in stature. It seemed that Lu Ruyan surpassed even her closest friend. What has she been consuming to grow so splendidly? Lu Ruyan possessed an impeccable figure, voluptuous and alluring, bearing an innate charm that could rival the most celebrated beauties of ancient times. Had she lived in a bygone era, her visage would be comparable to that of Daji, and her figure could rival that of Yang Guifei. Ao Xiaoshuang found it hard to believe that just a few days apart, Xu Haoran had managed to harbor such a striking beauty at home. How did this rascal persuade such a beauty to reside in his humble abode? She began to question whether beauty standards had indeed sunk to such depths. For the first time, she doubted whether she had overlooked some admirable quality or talent in Xu Haoran that she had yet to recognize. How could one possibly entice such a stunning beauty to reside in this humble place? Could it be that my expectations are simply too lofty? In truth, Xu Haoran is indeed quite remarkable. For women gathered in one room, if Tong Iran and Lu Ruyan were present, they would undoubtedly share endless conversations. However, with the addition of the haughty Xiao Shuang and Zhao Sahan, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Xu Haoran busied himself preparing stewed chicken for the four women to enjoy that evening. Yet, the women were at a loss for what to do, each absorbed in their own activities in the courtyard. From time to time, Xiao Shuang cast a glance at Lu Ruyan, observing her alluring figure and exquisite makeup, utterly perplexed as to why the latter would be interested in Xu Haoran. Sister Ruyan, how did you come to know Xu Haoran? She finally could not resist asking. Oh, it's quite simple, really. We were introduced by a mutual friend. I found Xu Haoran to be quite impressive and amiable, so I took the initiative to befriend him. And thus we became close, Lu Ruyan explained with a hint of playful amusement. However, the playful smile took on a different tone in Xiao Shuang's eyes. She perceived Lu Ruyan's smile as one of genuine happiness, as if she were a woman blissfully immersed in the sweetness of love. This notion left her in disbelief. Could it be that Lu Ruyan truly harbored feelings for Xu Haoran? On what grounds? Chapter 132, The Poisonous Woman, Lu Ruyan. How could this be? Has the world truly gone mad? Oh, I see. Xiao Shuang nodded, questioning her own life choices, rendered momentarily speechless. This only served to elevate the corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth, almost to a smirk. Surely, Xiao Shuang must be grappling with her own existential doubts at this moment. Suppressing a laugh as she contemplated Xiao Shuang's thoughts, Lu Ruyan's smile grew sweeter. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Shuang quietly turned to Zhao Sahan and inquired, Sahan, what do you think of Xu Haoran? Startled, Zhao Sahan looked up from her phone and then glanced toward the kitchen where Xu Haoran was diligently cooking. Reflecting on his efforts to prepare dinner for them, she nodded, Xu Haoran is quite wonderful. Wonderful? Such a high appraisal? Xiao Shuang was taken aback. Her close friend, who usually paid little mind to men, seemed to harbor a fondness for Xu Haoran. Was it possible that she had misjudged him? Were her standards simply too high? Perhaps Xu Haoran truly was exceptional? She chose not to press further, feeling a sense of disillusionment. The four women continued to engage with their phones until Xu Haoran finally emerged with the dishes, breaking the tension. After laboring for over an hour, the chicken was finally ready, filling the courtyard with a tantalizing aroma. The nearby caged chickens and ducks stirred restlessly, drawn by the scent. All right, it's time to eat. I've added potatoes, celery, and other vegetables. There's more than enough for the four of us, Xu Haoran declared, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. As he opened a bottle of soda and took a refreshing sip, he turned to Zhao Sahan and Xiao Shuang. By the way, are you really not staying here tonight? I have plenty of spare rooms. I could easily arrange one for you. No, I have my pet to take us home. My dad would worry if I didn't return tonight. Xiao Shuang declined. What a well-behaved child, Xu Haoran mused, realizing that Xiao Shuang and Zhao Sahan's fathers were likely quite protective of their precious daughters. Would they truly tolerate a poor fellow harboring intentions toward them? Surely not. They couldn't be so narrow-minded. Moreover, having additional sons-in-law could help lighten the burden of their business affairs. After all, it was exhausting to bear it all alone. By the way, I hope you two will keep an eye on Haoran in the future. I've heard from Iran that you'll be classmates. Haoran is rather shy and doesn't often speak. I would appreciate your assistance, Lu Ruyan said with a smile as she raised her drink. Not at all. Will certainly help, Xiao Shuang responded eagerly, raising her cup like a child before an adult. Xu Haoran observed the two clinking their glasses together and felt a sense of disquiet. What was Lu Ruyan up to? And what was Xiao Shuang doing? Did she need to take care of him? And why was Lu Ruyan acting as if they shared a close bond? It felt as though they were intimately acquainted. Yet he shared no such relationship with her. His eyes widened as a realization dawned upon him. This woman was determined to ruin his romantic prospects. Indeed, I propose we could commute to school together for mutual support, Xu Haoran suggested with a forced smile. That won't be necessary. I wouldn't want to impose on others. A little consideration during class is sufficient, Lu Rian replied. Absolutely, that's fine, Xu Haoran agreed repeatedly. No need for that. Lu Rian countered. Their banter continued, leaving Xiao Shuang and Zhao Sahan somewhat bewildered. What on earth were these two up to? Their exchanges seemed unrelated to the rest of them. Xu Haoran and Lu Rian became engrossed in their conversation, completely oblivious to the presence of Xiao Shuang and Zhao Sahan, until Tong Iran intervened by handing Lu Rian a chicken leg. Lu Rian shot Xu Haoran a glare, her eyes brimming with disdain. Xu Haoran, undeterred, returned a look that conveyed the words poisonous woman, as if to say she would not easily succeed in her schemes. Amidst their playful squabbles, they had nearly finished their meal. Once Xiao Shuang and Zhao Sahan had eaten, they prepared to leave. At the doorway, Xiao Shuang summoned her pet and, with Zhao Sahan, prepared to depart. If anything comes up, contact me through WeChat, she said. Before leaving, Zhao Sahan waved to Xu Haoran. Having enjoyed his cooking, she felt a budding fondness for him, largely due to the exquisite chicken he had prepared. The taste was delightful, rich with flavor. After the two departed, only 3 remained in the courtyard, along with a gaggle of pets. Sister Rian, how could you jeopardize my romantic future? Xu Haoran expressed his dissatisfaction after Zhao Sahan had left. Lu Rian initially intended to retort, but, upon catching sight of something behind Xu Haoran, her tone shifted dramatically. If your relationship with Chu Xiaoqing is acceptable, then so be it. But now you wish to find a little sister as well? Are you aiming for a volleyball team at home? Isn't my association with Chu Xiaoqing sufficient for you? Should I also have a word with Iran? The once formidable Lu Rian, who had been so assertive, suddenly adopted a tone of melancholy that left Xu Haoran momentarily stunned. No, Sister Rian. Aren't we merely landlord and tenant? It seems we don't share any deeper connection, Xu Haoran stammered, feeling bewildered. How had they come to seem as though they shared an intimate relationship? You say so be it. With a sigh, Lu Rian lamented. It seems I am destined to be forsaken by men, and no one will ever cherish me. Even if you act, no one will pay attention. Xu Haoran gazed at Lu Rian, perplexed by her intentions. Xu Haoran, how about we leave first? Just as Xu Haoran finished speaking, a somewhat awkward voice emerged from behind. Ao Xiao Shuang. Xu Haoran paused, bewildered, and turned around, his expression suddenly stiffening. Unbeknownst to him, Ao Xiao Shuang and Zhao Sihan had returned. When did you come back? Ao Xiao Shuang replied, slightly embarrassed. I didn't actually leave. There was a minor issue, so I just returned. I wanted to ask if you are free tomorrow. My father wishes to meet you. Please don't misunderstand. It's due to your Gemini status. He wants to see what kind of person you truly are. Oh, my future father-in-law. Xu Haoran rubbed his hands together. Shall I come over tomorrow? Yes, just come to my house at noon tomorrow, around 12 for lunch. I will send you the address on WeChat. Ao Xiao Shuang nodded and added, well, I'll take my leave now, so as not to disturb you too. Saying this, Ao Xiao Shuang awkwardly departed before Xu Haoran could respond. Noticing the awkward expression on Ao Xiao Shuang's face, Xu Haoran realized she had misunderstood him. He turned back to glare at Lu Rian, only to find her eyes sparkling with mischief, her smile radiant, completely devoid of any semblance of grievance. Chapter 133, What Contract? You. Xu Haoran gritted his teeth. You did this on purpose. I provide for you, yet you still betray me. What betrayal? Doesn't this merely highlight your charm? Lu Rian giggled. Competition breeds motivation. This ensures those 2 little girls recognize your excellence. With so many women, they must compete to earn a chance. So, should I thank you then? Xu Haoran retorted. That won't be necessary. We're practically family. If you genuinely struggle to find a woman, I wouldn't mind making a small sacrifice, Lu Rian replied with a smirk. Hey. At that moment, Tong Iran interjected, displeased. Are you two pretending I don't exist? Xiao Qin, you are my woman. How can you flirt with men right in front of me? How could I forget about you, dear Tong Tong? I was merely joking, Lu Rian chuckled as they playfully bickered, lightening the atmosphere. As they returned to the room, their playful banter continued until serious matters were broached. Xiao Qin, did you encounter any trouble today? Tong Iran suddenly asked amidst the playful chaos. No. Lu Rian replied, shaking her head. Today was rather uneventful. In your business? Tong Iran inquired cautiously. No issues there either. The contract has been signed. Long Pharmaceutical Group is unlikely to have problems on both ends. The only ones stirring trouble are a few individuals, but even if they intended to target me, they must maintain appearances. At worst, they might resort to some underhanded tactics. As of now, I lack evidence implicating them, so I can't confront them directly. I must wait, Lu Rian explained. That's troublesome. With enemies lurking in the shadows while we remain exposed, it puts us at a disadvantage. Tong Yiran shook her head. Indeed, but accepting this business meant I was destined to be the passive party. If I could turn the tables, they wouldn't have approached me in the first place. Lu Ruyen sighed, pondering the unfairness of it all. She bore no thoughts of despair. Her focus was solely on resolving her predicaments. In the courtyard, a moment of silence passed. Suddenly, a deep, plaintive cry broke the stillness. The group turned to see two small black beasts wailing beside them. Oh, I forgot. These little ones have quite the appetite. You all continue your conversation. I'll feed them first. Xu Haoran, having been preoccupied with wooing, had completely forgotten that he was now a pet owner, responsible for feeding his beloved beasts, including the gossamer. Fortunately, feeding them was straightforward. Simply placing bags of feed on the ground sufficed. He even summoned the otherworldly creature to join in the feast, ensuring the beasts were well fed. The massive otherworldly creature received an extra bag of feed due to its size, seemingly evolving before Xu Haoran's eyes. He wondered if the other creatures would grow to such proportions, but for now, they appeared unchanged. If all of you grow this large, I'll lose a fortune in feed. Xu Haoran shook his head, realizing he didn't require the otherworldly creature to grow so massive. Its original size was quite sufficient, especially since he rarely needed it for combat. Now that he had his own pets, he felt even less inclined to do so. Eat slowly. After sizing up the otherworldly creature, Xu Haoran suddenly spotted his gluttonous pet, a creature even more voracious than the otherworldly one, the chinchilla. He had known it was a foodie, but he hadn't anticipated its immense appetite. Xu Haoran had just set down a bowl of feed, and it had already devoured half of it, gorging itself as if it hadn't eaten in days. What kind of pet is this? Xu Haoran mused. Is this the creature you've contracted? He turned to see a curvaceous beauty beside him, her curious eyes fixed on the chinchilla. Yes. This is the pet I selected today with the vice president. Once I tame it a bit more, I plan to contract it. Don't be fooled by its appetite. Xu Haoran replied earnestly. With the two women watching expectantly, he continued, in truth, it consumes quite a bit. Lu Ruyen moved to Xu Haoran's other side, exclaiming, I've never seen such a creature. Is my knowledge lacking? What kind of pet is this? It's as dark as coal, nearly invisible at night. Yet its eating speed is unmatched. It's not that you lack knowledge. I haven't seen it either, Tong Yiran added, her brow furrowing in skepticism. Xu Haoran, what have you contracted? I named it Chinchilla. It appears to be a mutated pet, likely a genetic anomaly of some sort. I'll know more about its abilities once I raise it for a while, Xu Haoran explained, withholding the details of the chinchilla's nature. After all, he had learned about it through the system, and revealing that would be challenging to explain to the two women. Wait, are you saying you don't even know what it is or what abilities it possesses, yet you've contracted it? Tong Yiran exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. I'm unaware of its abilities, which is why I contracted it, to discover what it can do, Xu Haoran replied calmly. He understood that this was a remarkable otherworldly beast, transcending even legendary creatures. Yet, he knew neither Tong Yiran nor Lu Ruyen was privy to this information. The two exchanged peculiar glances at the otherworldly chinchilla, unsure of what to say. Haoran, you really should have chosen a more powerful creature. Do you understand what it means to contract an ordinary beast? Lu Ruyen gazed at Xu Haoran earnestly. I understand, don't worry. I'm aware of what I'm doing. Since I'm ready to contract it, I'm sure of my decision, Xu Haoran assured them with a nod, indicating they needn't fret. You have a contract with such a peculiar creature. Had I known, I would have accompanied you to prevent you from forming a bond with something so utterly unknown. Tong Yiran was left speechless. She truly did not expect that Xu Haoran would contract such an entity in her absence. A high-quality pet, naturally, would be far superior to an ordinary one. As previously mentioned, pets provide a certain degree of reciprocation to their masters, with all creatures offering a unique form of energy that fosters the host's growth. The higher the pet's quality, the more substantial the reciprocation, enabling the master to strengthen at an accelerated pace. Furthermore, in the future, as beast tamers gradually develop, they will awaken latent abilities. Through the energy bestowed by pets, the physical constitution of the beast tamers will strengthen progressively, leading to the gradual unlocking of their genetic locks. Once these locks are breached by the energy from their pets, innate abilities will be awakened. Each individual can unlock their genetic locks a maximum of 3 times throughout their lifetime. As long as sufficient energy is accumulated, one can attempt to breach these locks. The abilities gained from unlocking a genetic lock are determined by the pet, which implies that individuals have the opportunity to choose what innate abilities they wish to awaken. To attain a desired ability, one merely needs to contract a corresponding pet, with most choices being influenced by the beast tamer's own creature. The innate abilities will resonate with those of the pet, meaning that the nature of the pet will likely dictate the talents that the master will awaken. This is precisely why so many aspire to contract pets of superior quality. The enhanced talents of higher quality pets yield significantly more potent abilities for their masters. Conversely, lower quality pets possess abilities such as mere strength or speed. These are hardly advantageous for their owners. To ascend into the realm of the powerful, only formidable abilities can propel a beast tamer into that echelon. Yet, Xu Haoran has contracted this unknown entity, leaving Xu Haoran at a loss for words. What could have possibly compelled him to choose such a creature? Would it not have been wiser to contract a more formidable beast? Rest assured, Teacher Tong. I have my reasons for this choice, Xu Haoran murmured. What reasons? Xu Haoran inquired, surprised. Could it be that Xu Haoran discerned the nature of this creature? The reason is simple. Dark creatures tend to be exceptionally strong. Xu Haoran asserted with unwavering conviction. Is that truly your rationale? Simply because it is dark? Xu Haoran could hardly believe it. Teacher Tong, you must admit that dark creatures typically exhibit greater combat prowess, Xu Haoran replied. Xu Haoran hesitated. While dark creatures may be battle-hardened, their combat effectiveness is not guaranteed. Besides, which man prefers dark over light? Do you not all favor pink? Wait, what am I even saying? Suddenly, Xu Haoran sensed a shift in the conversation, feeling that the topic had veered off course. I was speaking of pets. Dark creatures are generally easy to care for and quite formidable. When my family had dogs, we always opted for the dark ones, as they are known for their loyalty and protective nature, Xu Haoran explained. Oh, so you were referencing your family's dogs, Xu Haoran realized. Xu Haoran scratched his head, bewildered. What else could it be? Ahem. Enough of that topic. Have you all finished your conversation? Beside them, Lu Rian could no longer contain herself, her ears burning. The fact that Xu Haoran had chosen this pet indicated that he must possess some understanding of it. Iran, have you not figured it out yet? This fellow likely knows precisely what this creature is, and is merely pretending to be foolish, Lu Rian remarked, crossing her arms and observing Xu Haoran. Her imposing presence almost overwhelming. Xu Haoran smiled but remained silent. Lu Rian was indeed quick-witted, having already caught on. This statement left Xu Haoran momentarily stunned. As she turned to Xu Haoran with curiosity, you know what this creature is? She was baffled. If she herself did not recognize it, how could Xu Haoran? Well, I know a little. In any case, I am confident that I will not suffer a loss. Just look at how voraciously it eats. As long as I provide food, it will willingly follow me. Much easier to manage than other high-tier pets, Xu Haoran said, stroking the soft fur of the chinchilla. Unlike dogs, chinchillas could be petted freely while eating, and they were remarkably docile. This little creature was not only unique in appearance, but also quite obedient. Most importantly, it was easy to appease and possessed considerable strength. Xu Haoran scrutinized the small beast, attempting to discern its unique qualities, but after a lengthy inspection, she failed to identify the creature. Ultimately, she surrendered. As long as Xu Haoran was knowledgeable about it, that was sufficient. After all, it was Xu Haoran's contract, not her own. Why should she concern herself so deeply? By the way, Rian, you should have had the chance to drive my car today, right? Xu Haoran suddenly turned to Lu Rian, seemingly recalling something. I did drive it, and your car is quite impressive. Speaking of which, I must thank you for it today. What brand is it? It feels even more efficient than my sports car, Lu Rian replied. What is the big deal? It's just a car. How different can it be? Xu Haoran questioned, puzzled. No, Xu Haoran's car gives me a rather distinctive feeling. Earlier today, I almost rear-ended someone, but the car autonomously engaged the brakes. It was incredibly intelligent. My sports car lacks such responsiveness, Lu Rian explained with a smile. While many vehicles now come equipped with automatic braking features, she couldn't shake the feeling that Xu Haoran's car was somehow extraordinary. It was as if it had a life of its own, responding to her intentions. Oh, that feature? My car has that too, Xu Haoran shrugged, noting that her own vehicle had a similar automatic stopping function, although she seldom utilized it due to her steady driving. That's not it. Xu Haoran's little yellow car feels fundamentally different. I can't shake the impression that it behaves almost as if it were alive, responding to my will. Lu Rian shook her head, contemplating her explanation. Ah, Xu Haoran exclaimed, casting Lu Rian an odd glance. Rian, I feel like you are increasingly siding with Xu Haoran. It's just a car, and now you think it's better than mine? When you used to ride in my car and get cozy with me. You certainly didn't say that before. Are we falling out of love? Xu Haoran pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved, as Lu Rian had not always been this way. She had previously been solely devoted to her. No, I genuinely mean it. This car is somewhat peculiar. All right, your car is the best. The little yellow car isn't even half as comfortable. Is that satisfactory? Noticing Xu Haoran's growing displeasure, Lu Rian hastily offered reassurance. Hee. I knew my car would still be the most comfortable, Xu Haoran's smile returned. However, Xu Haoran, where exactly did you acquire this car? Its performance for a second-hand vehicle is quite remarkable. Lu Rian regarded Xu Haoran with a peculiar expression, feeling that there were far too many unusual aspects surrounding him. It was not merely the car. Despite being an ordinary second-hand vehicle, it was infinitely superior to the average one. In addition to the peculiar creatures, there exists yet another entity, one that defies the very definition of a pet. These are not merely ordinary pets. They possess a terrifying prowess that seems to escalate with each one. Casting a sidelong glance at the gossamer, she initially harbored doubts. But now she was struck by the unsettling realization that this gossamer undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Upon returning home today, she meticulously compared the mysterious Beastmaster's creature with the gossamer, and she discerned a striking resemblance. Upon closer inspection, they appeared almost identical. The beast of the enigmatic Beastmaster was essentially a magnified version of Xu Haoran's gossamer. The only reason Lu Rian hesitated to conclude that the gossamer was indeed the Beastmaster's creature was that Xu Haoran lacked any talent as a Beastmaster. With no innate aptitude for beast mastery, she found it implausible that such a formidable creature would heed the commands of someone devoid of such gifts. Chapter 135, The Proud Family. Naturally, Xu Haoran could not divulge the truth. Such matters were far too delicate to share with Lu Rian. He simply chuckled, suggesting that it was a find from the second-hand market, perhaps a stroke of luck. As long as the little hornet refrained from transforming in Lu Rian's presence, he had no intention of revealing the truth. He would wait until the hornet's true nature was exposed. Seeing Xu Haoran's reluctance to speak, Lu Rian nodded in understanding. Choosing not to press the issue, she was uncertain whether Xu Haoran was being truthful, but she believed that when the time was right, he would reveal everything. For now, there was no point in insisting on answers. All right, I'll wash the dishes. You two should enjoy yourselves and rest early. After feeding several creatures, Xu Haoran began to tidy up the dishes while Xu Haoran and Lu Rian lounged in the backyard, leisurely engaged with their phones. Having finished their meal and sprawled in the quaint farmhouse, Xu Haoran felt a unique charm in this experience. Although Xu Haoran's residence was humble, it was equipped with all necessities, including wireless internet and computers. He often needed the computer, ensuring that modern amenities were readily available. Had it not been for their commitments at Wanglong Academy, this place could easily be deemed a sanctuary for relaxation. With a computer and wireless internet, Xu Haoran could easily spend a month without stepping outside, save for meals. Are you still playing? When Xu Haoran finally emerged after his chores, he found the two women still absorbed in their phones, seemingly enjoying themselves immensely. Aren't you tired of playing on your phones? Observing them snapping selfies, Xu Haoran couldn't help but inquire, prompting Lu Rian to glance back with a sidelong look. What, should we play with you instead? It seems you have nothing but your phone to entertain yourself. Lu Rian appraised him, confirming that indeed, he had little else to offer. Xu Haoran, feeling a touch of childish confusion, sensed that Lu Rian's remarks were less than flattering. Nevertheless, after a while, the two women grew weary of their devices and ultimately dragged Xu Haoran for a stroll through the village's fields. The moonlit walk through the farmers' fields stirred their spirits, providing an ethereal escape from reality. After their excursion, the time had flown by. The three of them took a shower and retired early. As the next day held its own responsibilities, Xu Haoran was set to visit Ao Xiaoshuang's home, while Xu Haoran needed to attend to some matters at the academy. The role of a counselor at Wanglong Academy was no simple task. The following morning, Xu Haoran rose early to prepare milk and eggs. With a multitude of chickens at his disposal, he was not devoid of hens and ducks, which regularly laid a considerable number of eggs. Some were sold, while others were consumed personally. The eggs produced by the system's feed were distinctly different from ordinary ones. How so? Xu Haoran felt an invigorating heat from consuming them, finding them even more nourishing than sea cucumbers. Once prepared, he called for Lu Rian and Xu Haoran to rise for breakfast. Let me tell you, anyone who marries you will certainly be blessed with delicious meals. After savoring Xu Haoran's cooking, Xu Haoran's demeanor brightened considerably. With the morning and evening devoted to cooking and cleaning, Xu Haoran truly embodied the traits of a devoted husband. Though perhaps not exceptional, having him as a supportive partner would be quite agreeable. Xu Haoran, short on time for banter, quickly finished his meal and prepared to leave. All right, just leave the dishes on the table. I'll tidy up when I return. I'm off to Ao Xiaoshuang's place. He hadn't forgotten his own affairs. As Ao's father was expecting to meet him, perhaps the father-in-law would take a liking to him, envisioning him as a potential son-in-law and heir, allowing Xu Haoran to enjoy a life of ease as a wealthy heir. TCH, if only you knew. Ao's father is not interested in you at all. Xu Haoran cut in bluntly. With your prospects, you might as well resign yourself to being our cook. Who knows, if we become prosperous, we might even support you. The implications of Xu Haoran's family background were evident. Instead of referring to Ao's father disparagingly, she addressed him as uncle, suggesting a level of familiarity. TCH, as if that matters. Just because he disdains me doesn't mean I can't get to know influential people. Who knows? He might eventually see me in a favorable light and marry off his daughter to me. Xu Haoran retorted, raising his chin with disdain. And let me tell you, there are plenty of people who would want to support me. You'd have to line up for that. With a haughty air, Xu Haoran mounted his cherished electric scooter and departed. Initially contemplating driving Lu Rian's luxury vehicle, he reconsidered, believing that his little scooter better matched his persona. Arriving in a grand car might lead Ao's father to mistakenly view him as one of those pretentious youths. In the future, he might also need to meet Zhao Sahan's father, for perhaps Ao's father would overlook Zhao's father and find him more appealing. One must navigate various paths to ascend the peaks of life, rather than clinging to a single tree for support. Riding his beloved scooter, he relished the fact that he would never be caught in traffic. Humming a tune, he navigated the bustling streets, his mood decidedly uplifted. However, he did not set out empty-handed. He brought along some chickens he had slaughtered and made a trip to the supermarket to purchase an array of gifts. After all, social etiquette was essential, especially after experiencing the harsh realities of society. Upon acquiring his items, Xu Haoran followed the map provided by Ao Xiaoshuang until he arrived at the entrance of a villa community in the city. The security guard did not hinder him. Upon learning who Xu Haoran was there to see, he made a quick call for verification before allowing him entry. Yet, the guard's expression was somewhat peculiar upon seeing Xu Haoran's modest scooter. In a place where luxury vehicles were the norm, this little electric scooter was a rare sight indeed. Ao Xiaoshuang's father was named Ao Feiyang, a name that resonated with a sense of grandeur. However, upon meeting him, Xu Haoran was taken aback. He had anticipated that a company executive capable of fathering a daughter as beautiful as Ao Xiaoshuang would possess some gentlemanly attributes. Even if not, one would expect him to be a stout middle-aged man, often found in offices, either excessively thin or extraordinarily plump. What Xu Haoran did not expect was for Ao Xiaoshuang's father to be a muscular figure, a veritable leader of a gang. The suit could hardly contain the robust muscles of the brawny man, standing nearly 6 feet tall, with a slick-back hairstyle and a chest that seemed to rival that of Ao Xiaoshuang. Chapter 136, A Sturdy Support. This was not merely a suite, but rather an array of independent villas. Upon entering the courtyard, Xu Haoran immediately spotted Ao Xiaoshuang's father. However, Ao's father was engaged in conversation with someone. His demeanor calm, while the middle-aged man opposite him appeared to be discussing something of little interest to Ao's father, who wore a look of utter disinterest. As Xu Haoran approached, Ao's father took a moment to smile and nod at him. It was a smile emanating from a man of imposing stature. Even in his geniality, Xu Haoran felt a sense of intimidation. With a square jaw and a rugged, domineering presence, Xu Haoran found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this man affiliated with a gang? He certainly exuded the aura of a henchman. "That's my dad," Ao Xiaoshuang remarked, "but he is preoccupied with something. So let us head inside and wait. My mother is cooking, and I'll take you to meet her." Although Ao Xiaoshuang was uncertain why her father wished to meet Xu Haoran, she maintained a polite demeanor. While she might threaten Xu Haoran outside, she dared not act so brazenly at home. "Your father is quite the specimen," Xu Haoran thought, struggling to find a more fitting word than imposing. The term suited Ao Feiyang to perfection. "My dad enjoys working out, so he is a bit muscular, but don't worry, he is a good person at heart," Ao Xiaoshuang assured him with a smile. "Good in the ordinary sense, but does that mean he becomes violent when provoked?" Xu Haoran mused, nodding without further comment. Once they entered the house, Xu Haoran's earlier confusion dissipated. His initial astonishment at how Ao Feiyang could father Ao Xiaoshuang was quickly replaced by recognition of her mother's exquisite genes. Ao Xiaoshuang's mother, Su Ling, was a homemaker, dressed simply yet elegantly, with a golden hairpin securing her hair in a bun, revealing her oval face. Her skin was as smooth as silk, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with life, and her full lips added an element of allure that belied her age. Although she appeared to be in her 40s, she radiated the vitality of a woman in her 30s. Indeed, the secrets of wealth and beauty were beyond Xu Haoran's comprehension, and he dared not speculate on the substantial investment required to maintain such youthful looks. This visage could easily have belonged to Ao Xiaoshuang's elder sister rather than her mother. "Ah, you must be Xiaosu. Please, take a seat. Uncle Lu mentioned you were a promising young talent, and I see now that he understated your potential," Su Ling greeted warmly, exuding the familiarity of an elder, instantly creating an atmosphere of comfort. "Uncle Lu? You mean the elder Lu?" Xu Haoran was taken aback. That old man truly knew people from the Ao family. I had underestimated his connections, he thought. To be referred to as uncle by the matriarch of the Ao family suggested a relationship that was anything but ordinary. After all, it was evident that she wouldn't introduce her daughter to just anyone. "Auntie, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from Xiaoshuang." Xu Haoran replied with a smile. His compliment to Su Ling was reciprocated by her praise for her daughter, a customary exchange of pleasantries. Setting his belongings by the door, Xu Haoran offered to assist, but Su Ling insisted it was unnecessary. Yet, no amount of persuasion could deter him. He was resolute in his desire to help. While she may have resisted his assistance, he was confident that his efforts would bring her joy. Ao Xiaoshuang chimed in to support him, claiming that Xu Haoran was quite the chef. This left Su Ling with no grounds for objection. Indeed, upon entering the kitchen, Su Ling, despite her earlier protestations, lavished praise upon Xu Haoran, nearly adopting him as her own son. This elicited a twinge of jealousy from Ao Xiaoshuang, who had never received such accolades from her mother. Together, they prepared a sumptuous dinner within an hour. Su Ling had already begun the meal, and Xu Haoran merely supplemented it with a few additional dishes. However, Ao Feiyang remained engrossed in conversation. Su Ling furrowed her brow, but chose not to comment. Xu Haoran, sensing an opportunity, inquired, "Is Uncle Ao discussing business?" "Not exactly. Someone is seeking to ask old Ao for assistance, but although there is some rapport, the request is rather delicate and not entirely appropriate," Su Ling replied. After pondering for a moment, Xu Haoran declared, "Then wait here, Auntie. I'll help Uncle." He had encountered similar situations before, having once helped resolve a dilemma for a buyer when he first ventured into the market. Thus, he felt quite capable in this regard. Su Ling looked at Xu Haoran, intrigued by his intentions, while Ao Xiaoshuang sprang to her feet, wanting to stop him. How could Xu Haoran dare to meddle in her father's affairs? Yet, before she could rise, Su Ling gently pressed her back into her seat. "Mom, what are you doing?" "He is going to talk to Dad." "And Dad is in a business discussion," Ao Xiaoshuang protested, bewildered. "I'm not blind." Su Ling rolled her eyes and continued, "Xiao Su has the initiative, so let us see what he intends to do. Your father and I are curious to see just how competent this boy you look down upon truly is." Meanwhile, Xu Haoran ventured outside, spotting Ao Feiyang with a troubled expression, seated and listening to a man who seemed to be pleading for assistance. Clearly, the man was in a bind, unsure whether to accept or decline the request, leaving him in a precarious position. Seeing this, Xu Haoran approached without hesitation, calling out, "Uncle Ao, dinner is ready. How about we eat first and discuss matters afterward?" He interrupted the conversation, and the man opposite Ao Feiyang fell silent, unable to continue. Upon noticing Xu Haoran's arrival, Ao Feiyang's demeanor brightened as if he had found a lifeline. "Haoran, is dinner ready?" "Great. Let us head in." "Old Hu, this is my Xiaoshuang's classmate, visiting for the first time. Why don't you join us for a meal?" The implicit dismissal of the visitor was clear. The man, understanding the unspoken message, sighed and forced a smile. "I had a meal before coming, so I'll pass." "Is this your daughter's boyfriend?" "Quite impressive. You two enjoy your meal. I have some matters to attend to." As he spoke, he stood to leave. Ao Feiyang, seeing him about to depart, couldn't he help but smile. "I'm afraid I must apologize, Old Hu. I still have some private funds available. If you require assistance, I could spare a bit." However, the man shook his head. He was not in need of mere cash, but rather an opportunity to collaborate with the Ao family's enterprise. Recently, Ao Feiyang's company was tendering, and initially, my company had little competitiveness compared to others, contemplating a bit of favoritism. However, it became evident that such a small favor was insufficient for Ao Feiyang to grant any leeway. It appeared that this business venture was doomed. After exhausting his efforts to no avail, a middle-aged man named Uncle Hu departed. Ao Feiyang did not see him off. Instead, Xu Haoran took the initiative to do so. Had Ao Feiyang gone alone, there was a concern that the other party might insist on further discussions. However, with Xu Haoran accompanying him, it was merely an expression of friendship and courtesy. The other party assumed Xu Haoran was Ao Feiyang's son-in-law, perfectly suited to replace him for the farewell. "Uncle Hu has left. Shall we go for a meal?" "Aunt Su must be waiting anxiously," Xu Haoran remarked after bidding farewell to the guest. He then found Ao Feiyang, who was waiting in the courtyard, and they returned to the house together. "Ha! I have long heard old Master Lu praise you, young Su, as a remarkable talent. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I see old Master Lu was indeed understating." Ao Feiyang chuckled, feeling delighted to have his troubles alleviated by Xu Haoran. He affectionately draped his arm around Xu Haoran's shoulder and continued, "Haoran, a commendable name indeed, full of righteousness. I have also heard about your relationship with Xiaoshuang. Rest assured, I will advocate for you in front of her. Pursue her boldly. Consider me your steadfast ally." Ao Feiyang laughed heartily while patting Xu Haoran's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with the young man. Had it not been for Xu Haoran, he would have been uncertain if he could enjoy dinner that evening. Xu Haoran was not only sensible, but also quite handsome. Ao Feiyang held high hopes for him. The two, laughing and leaning on each other, entered the room, leaving Su Ling and Ao Xiaoshuang momentarily stunned by their camaraderie. "Father, could you not act so foolishly?" Ao Xiaoshuang said, exasperated. "My dear Xiaoshuang, I am not criticizing you. Haoran is thoughtful and even helped me resolve my issues. What makes you overlook such an admirable young man?" How many wealthy heirs can compare to his sensibility? Ao Feiyong chastised his daughter without reservation. Ao Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes, wondering why her father suddenly favored Xu Haoran after just one outing. Father, this is a matter between me and Haoran. Could you please refrain from meddling? Hey, I am your father. What's wrong with caring a bit? He retorted. Haoran is both considerate and clever, and quite pleasing to the eyes. If you are not interested, I have plenty of friends with daughters I could introduce to him instead. Ao Feiyong said with earnest seriousness. Father, could you please just enjoy your meal? Ao Xiaoshuang replied through gritted teeth. All right, Feiyong. Let us eat first and talk as we go, Su Ling interjected softly, smiling. However, this remark seemed to possess a certain enchantment. As soon as it was uttered, Ao Feiyong immediately seized his bowl and began to eat with great urgency, not daring to linger even a moment. Xu Haoran was taken aback by this scene. It was as if Ao Feiyong had received a command like a robot. Haoran, come, enjoy the meat, Su Ling said warmly, serving Xu Haoran with dishes and meat, exuding kindness and tenderness. Subsequently, Ao Feiyong inquired about Xu Haoran's pet and studies, showing concern akin to that of a parent for their child. This left Xu Haoran somewhat puzzled. Their visit did not seem solely for casual conversation. Yet, curiously, they had not broached any deeper topics, merely engaging in light-hearted inquiries about his daily life. Perhaps they had already gathered sufficient information, leaving Xu Haoran unaware of the underlying significance. Ao Feiyong, reveling in the meal, even poured Xu Haoran a drink, and they clinked glasses together. Ao Xiaoshuang felt a twinge of jealousy as her parents treated Xu Haoran as though he were their own son, while she herself received not a glance. The more they conversed, the more pleased they were with Xu Haoran, for his emotional intelligence and character were beyond reproach. Young Xu, I heard recently that someone with ill intentions sought you out. You were not harmed, were you? Ill intentions? Xu Haoran's mind momentarily faltered as he recalled the incident. No worries. At that time, Li Fei happened to be at my house, disguised as me to fend off a calamity. I was perfectly fine. He waved his hand dismissively, though Li Fei had taken on quite a burden. Oh, do you know why they targeted your family? It is said you possess a pet that closely resembles the mysterious beast that appeared recently. Ao Feiyong's face flushed, as if under the influence of drink. Yet, upon mentioning the mysterious beast master, Xu Haoran became considerably more alert. They were after Godzilla. The connection between the calamity and Godzilla's appearance inevitably led Ao Feiyong to suspect a link between himself and that enigmatic beast master. No, it is merely an ordinary pet I found. It mostly eats and sleeps, far inferior to that mysterious beast master-esque creature, Xu Haoran dismissed with a wave. Suddenly, he realized Ao Feiyong's curiosity stemmed from a different place. After all, he had saved Ao Xiaoshuang, which naturally made Ao Feiyong more interested in the mysterious beast master than others. How could he have overlooked this? No wonder they invited him to dinner. To others, he was merely an untalented individual, but to Ao Feiyong, he was something more. He was acquainted with old Master Lu, whose status appeared significant, and he had encountered danger while on a date with Ao Xiaoshuang, who had nearly perished but was saved by the mysterious beast master, whose pet bore a striking resemblance to his own. All these threads pointed towards him. In Ao Feiyong's eyes, he was a matter of concern. Was this the reason for his invitation? To ascertain the connection between Godzilla and the mysterious beast master? While they might not deduce he was that beast master, they could certainly analyze his relationship with that figure. Regrettably, he had a decent tolerance for alcohol. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently revealed himself as that mysterious beast master. Indeed, drinking can lead to misunderstandings. As he pondered this, Xu Haoran belched and declared, I believe those ill-intentioned individuals targeted me simply because of my looks. This group of calamity bringers should be eradicated by the state. Otherwise, they will continue to harm our citizens. He presented himself as a righteous young man, fervently opposing wrongdoing. Ao Feiyong perceived nothing amiss. Xu Haoran's demeanor was entirely typical. Aside from exhibiting slightly more social awareness than the average youth, he appeared completely normal. His suspicions about Xu Haoran's pet dissipated as he saw how the young man responded, choosing not to press further. Whether Xu Haoran was unwilling to divulge more or genuinely did not know, Ao Feiyong had no intention of digging deeper. One inquiry sufficed, and pursuing it further would imply ill intentions. He merely grinned while draping an arm around Xu Haoran's shoulder, saying, Is that so? What a pity. The mysterious beast master saved Xiaoshuang, and I had intended to thank him. If you happen to know him, make sure to let your uncle know. Ha. How could I possibly know such a prominent figure? Uncle Ao, you must be intoxicated. If I had such connections, Li Fei would still be alive today. Xu Haoran chuckled heartily. Ao Feiyong, observing Xu Haoran's sincerity, smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with insight as he shifted the topic. Haha, no worries. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just let Uncle Ao know, and we shall certainly stand up for you. All right then, I shan't hold back, uncle. The two shared a camaraderie akin to that of a father and son. Setting aside the matter of the enigmatic Beastmaster, Xu Haoran felt a genuine warmth from Ao Feiyang. Having encountered many people, he was aware that the line between courtesy and authenticity often blurred. Yet Ao Feiyang's kindness seemed sincere, perhaps due to his acquaintance with old Master Lu or for other reasons. They conversed freely, discussing everything under the sun, which surprised Ao Feiyang, as Xu Haoran could seamlessly engage with most of his remarks. Logically, he knew Xu Haoran hailed from an ordinary family, yet his worldly knowledge felt only slightly less than his own. While Xu Haoran may lack acumen in commerce, in the realm of life experience, he and Ao Feiyang stood on equal footing. After all, they had both lived two lives. Their conversation was filled with joy, while nearby, Ao Xiaoshuang found herself greatly displeased. Xu Haoran was nearly calling her dad and brother, which left her feeling irked. Would she have to address Xu Haoran as Xu Haoran while he referred to her as aunt? She was already exasperated with her father. Meanwhile, as Xu Haoran and Ao Feiyang reveled in their conversation, Lu Rian was busily attending to matters of her own. The spirit herb not only required resources from the Dragon Pharmaceutical Group, but also demanded her personal attention. She had numerous tasks to manage, including paperwork and company registration. In order to sell the spirit herb, this necessitated setting up a dedicated company and preparing sufficient storage facilities for the ample supply of spirit herb. All of this required specialized equipment and refrigeration. The company was already established, and today she was primarily checking the storage equipment. After ensuring everything was in order, she finally took a moment to relax and enjoy lunch, opting for a seafood dish low in calories at a Western restaurant. After eating until she was about 80% full, she paused. Following this, she hopped into her bumblebee car, preparing for a final inspection at the company. The importance of the spirit herb meant that no accidents could occur, given that the Dragon Pharmaceutical Group had dubious intentions if she remained careless. Her rise could easily encounter unforeseen issues. As she drove, Lu Rian appeared fatigued, yet her gaze remained resolute. While cruising down the road, she turned on the music to lighten her mood, but instead of melodies, an irritating static noise erupted from the speakers. Zzz, zzz. It resembled the crackling sound of a radio with poor reception. Puzzled, she glanced at the speakers, wondering what was amiss. Had they broken? Suddenly, a mechanical voice blared, "Warning! Warning! A vehicle is tailing you. Please evade immediately." Startled, Lu Rian nearly lost control of the steering wheel. What was that sound? She instinctively checked the rearview mirror. To her dismay, she spotted a car following closely behind her. Every time she turned, so did it. When she slowed down, it slowed down. When she accelerated, it matched her speed. What on earth? She stared at the black vehicle, her expression shifting in concern. Why was it persistently shadowing her? Chapter 138. Can you even drive? After making 2 deliberate turns to shake off her pursuer, she finally recognized the gravity of the situation. She was indeed being followed. What was going on? What kind of vehicle was this? Was Xu Haoran's insistence on driving this car due to its tracking system? Gritting her teeth, she watched as the pursuer drew closer, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She made a sharp turn, changing her route toward another direction. The black car followed suit, turning with her. They were definitely after her. Seeing the vehicle tail her once again, her heart raced. This was clearly a direct pursuit. She had to resolve this situation. Accelerating, she pressed the gas pedal, relieved that it was daytime. Had it been night, she would have been in serious trouble. Thankfully, Xu Haoran's car had a warning system, or she could have been in a precarious situation. Now, in broad daylight, the pursuer would likely hesitate to act. As long as she reached the Beast Control Bureau, she would be safe. Ding. High energy fluctuation detected. Please exercise caution. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the car's speakers emitted another mechanical warning. High energy fluctuations? She glanced into the rearview mirror, her expression shifting in alarm as she spotted a handgun. Arms emerged from the driver and passenger seats of the pursuing vehicle, both wielding various firearms. Damn, Lu Rian cursed under her breath, exasperated by the blatant disregard for honor in combat. Were they really resorting to firearms? If they had the guts, they should face her directly. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind her. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bullets striking the glass rang out. Without a moment's hesitation, she knew they had opened fire. Ding. Attention. Hostile entity detected carrying firearms. Activating automatic driving mode. Ding. Attention. Hostile entity detected carrying firearms. Activating automatic driving mode. Automatic driving mode. What was that? What on earth? The steering wheel had locked up. After another mechanical announcement, Lu Rian's heart sank as she realized her steering wheel had malfunctioned. The car's speed was escalating rapidly, soaring past 100 miles per hour. This was a city road, not a bloody highway. Cars lined the streets. What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. Where are you taking me? Lu Ruyan screamed in panic, completely losing her composure. Was this car truly so advanced that it could commandeer the steering wheel? She widened her beautiful eyes, desperately twisting the wheel in an attempt to regain control, but it was utterly futile. The vehicle continued its reckless speed. She watched in horror as the cars around her receded rapidly. Was the car trying to kill her before the assassins got their chance? She had no intention of dying. Zzz. Once again, in a critical moment, narrowly avoiding the vehicle ahead, Lu Ruyan finally succumbed to despair. Stop accelerating. Stop it now, she shouted, her hand striking the steering wheel with fervor, yet the bumblebee showed no intention of halting. The car surged forward, racing through the city like a bolt of lightning, overtaking one vehicle after another. Behind her, a black car was relentless in its pursuit, refusing to yield. The engine roared ominously as the accelerator was nearly floored. The car careening wildly down the road, dodging one car after another ahead. Yet, she did not even touch the steering wheel, frantically pounding it, with the vehicle still accelerating. She finally conceived a plan, hastily retrieving her phone and dialing Xu Haoran's number. Beep, beep. The call was quickly connected. Just as she was about to speak, a slurred voice responded from the other end. Hello? Who is this? I've been drinking. I'll come over after this round. Are you kidding me? I'm about to die, and you're drinking? Lu Ruyan's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Xu Haoran, listen to me. Your car. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. How could such an irresponsible man exist? That scoundrel. I swear, if I survive this, I will make sure to confront you. Lu Ruyan cursed fiercely as she felt the rumble of the car beneath her. Then, she shouted at the vehicle, can't you slow down? We're going to crash. There's a car in front. Suddenly, as she attempted to overtake, a vehicle appeared unexpectedly in her lane, blocking the way. Surrounded by cars, there was no way for the bumblebee to evade the impending collision. It was over. Was she destined to perish not at the hands of an assassin, but rather by a car crash? How could a formidable woman like her, a domineering CEO, meet her end before even having the chance to lavish attention on a younger man? This was unacceptable. Tears welled up in her eyes as despair washed over her. It's all over. She gazed ahead, bracing for the inevitable impact. Just as they were about to collide, she felt the car inexplicably tilt. A bizarre scene unfolded before her eyes. One side of the car inexplicably lifted, on a road barely wide enough for two cars to pass. The bumblebee tilted itself just enough to allow for passage. In Lu Ruyan's perception, the road itself seemed to rise. Staring in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. What in the world? The car was actually standing on its side. Had it somehow become sentient? How could it do this without any external support? The bumblebee, evading the oncoming vehicle, continued to accelerate, leaving the chaos behind in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, it distanced itself from the gun-wielding car and gradually headed toward the outskirts of the city. Lu Ruyan recognized the route. This was the way to Ling Guang village. The car was somehow taking her home. This was absurd. How could it possibly know the way? Had it truly developed intelligence? Otherwise, how could it navigate home on its own? Where on earth did that scoundrel Xu Haoran procure this car? By now, she understood that this vehicle was undoubtedly problematic. The way it autonomously found its route home was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary car. Yet, this was not the time for speculation. She opened her map, confirmed her route, and glanced in the rearview mirror. To her relief, no cars were in sight. She sighed in relief, certain she had left them behind. After all, with this car's speed, even a racing champion would struggle to keep up. With her mind at ease, she relaxed completely, wiping the sweat from her forehead and taking a sip of water, feeling her heart continue to race. It had been terrifying. She had nearly met her demise today, not at the hands of an assassin, but under the wheels of a car. She could face a killer without flinching. But a car crash? That was a different matter entirely. Even with 2 airbags, she believed that such velocity could still claim her life. As the vehicle ventured onto a less populated road, it seemed to take on a joyful demeanor. Indeed, it felt joyful. Lu Ruyan could distinctly sense the car's exuberance. The speed fluctuated, as if it were accelerating or decelerating based on its own mood. When it felt happy, it would speed up. When it was displeased, it would slow down. At this point, the bumblebee had completely taken control, operating independently. Moreover, she noticed that when other cars obstructed its path, the car would honk its horn. Occasionally, when encountering aggressive drivers, it would react like an irate veteran, honking furiously. The speakers blared with a mechanical voice. Do you even know how to drive? Are you clueless? You reckless fool. The voice, devoid of emotion, still conveyed a sense of the car's irritation through its words. The car's frustration. Chapter 139, The Delivery. Lu Ruyan bit down on her lollipop, splitting it in two. Was she losing her mind, actually feeling the car's vexation? She stared at the rotating steering wheel, then glanced at the vehicles ahead, pondering aloud. Can you talk? Can we communicate? Let us have a chat? Talking to a car. Was she truly losing her sanity? If she were to document this moment online, it would surely attract considerable attention. Ding. How may I assist you, madam? There is no coffee or tea available. But I can play you a soothing piece of music if you'd like. Soothing music? No. Thank you, she retorted. I'm not ready to meet my end just yet. I just want to know, what exactly are you? I am a small yellow car, equipped with 4 ultra-stable spiral tires, powered by the latest MK ultra-stable engine, and my steering wheel is crafted from genuine leather for supreme comfort, featuring special patterns for an enhanced tactile experience. The car earnestly and patiently detailed its specifications, leaving Lu Ruyan bewildered. I asked about your engine model. Who cares about your speaker model? Stop. Stop. That is not what I'm asking. I want to know what you are. Are you a car or something else? Madam, I am indeed a car. Did you not realize? Is it not strange for a car to speak? I mean, aren't cars supposed to just drive? I am currently engaged in a dialogue with an artificial intelligence system. An immature system, you say? What nonsense is this? Are there truly models akin to a puppy within such systems? Xu Haoran is likened to a puppy. Does that imply his vehicle bears the same moniker? Oh. It seems the other party was referring to intelligence. She tilted her head, pondering, and realized her misinterpretation. How could a car possibly possess a puppy model? The other party was alluding to intelligence. So, who installed this intelligent system for you? Furthermore, does your intelligence system enable you to autonomously maneuver the vehicle? Has technology advanced to such an extent that a driver is no longer required, allowing the car to race on its own? She had not heard of such technology before. She was aware of autonomous driving features, yet those were typically restricted to highways. The installers remain unknown. Can you drive? Are you capable of driving? If not, perhaps you should return home and ride a bicycle instead? At that moment, the speakers emitted a series of agitated mechanical sounds. A vehicle ahead abruptly swerved, forcing the little yellow car to come to an urgent halt. Enraged, the little yellow vehicle erupted in a tirade of curses and incessant horn blasts. Honk, honk, honk. The horn blared repeatedly, and the irate little yellow car honked several times before finally ceasing. Lu Ruoyan observed the incessantly honking little yellow car in silence, then meticulously checked her seatbelt, discerning that this vehicle seemed to suffer from road rage. Its temperament was undeniably volatile. Fortunately, she was secured by her seatbelt. In order to ensure her safety, Lu Ruoyan refrained from engaging in further conversation and remained quietly seated until they arrived at Xu Haoran's residence. The car appeared to have a keen sense of direction, effortlessly navigating to Xu Haoran's doorstep. It halted at the entrance, waiting for Lu Ruoyan to open the door before proceeding to park within the courtyard. Upon entering the yard, a series of low, rumbling growls erupted. A small black bear and Godzilla charged toward her. The Totoro had been left at home by Xu Haoran, as it would have been inappropriate to bring the gluttonous creature to a gathering. Thus, Totoro was entrusted to Godzilla's care. As soon as Lu Ruoyan returned home, Godzilla and Totoro rushed toward her. Especially Totoro, who, upon seeing a living soul, became overly excited, bounding around Lu Ruoyan like an exuberant husky. Godzilla, in contrast, maintained a more composed demeanor, standing at Lu Ruoyan's feet, gazing at her with a dazed expression. It opened its mouth and let out a growl directed at Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan sighed as she observed Godzilla and Totoro. She had indeed encountered these two foolish creatures. What on earth were these pets that Xu Haoran had chosen? Resigned, she made her way to the room, tore open a bag of pet food, and scattered it on the ground. Roar. Upon seeing the food, Totoro and Godzilla, adhering to the principle of seizing any opportunity for a meal, dashed over and began to devour it eagerly. Lu Ruoyan rested her chin on her hands, sitting nearby, feeling quite vexed. The assassin had audaciously sought her out. Surely, they wouldn't be able to trace her here, would they? Just then, a knocking sound resonated from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a rugged voice. Is anyone there? Your package has arrived. A package? What package? Did Xu Haoran order something? She furrowed her brows and approached the heavy iron gate. As she stepped into the courtyard, she caught sight of the scene outside. The iron gate resembled a barred fence, akin to that of the community's back entrance, allowing visibility from both sides. Lu Ruoyan's brow furrowed involuntarily upon seeing a man outside. Of course, the man's identity was inconsequential. What mattered was that he held nothing in his hands, let alone any sort of delivery. Her heart sank with a sense of foreboding. Something was amiss. She halted at a distance, inquiring of the burly man at the gate. Who are you? What package? Silently, she summoned a small octopus, which also sensed the unusual atmosphere. Why was this person calling her name? This was Xu Haoran's residence. If he was delivering a package, it should be addressed to Xu Haoran, not to her. This was wrong, very wrong. Her expression darkened, the ground beneath her feet sprouting tender shoots unbeknownst to her. You must be Lu Ruoyan, right? The package is here. Please come and collect it. The rough man, maintaining a stoic expression, forced a ghastly smile as he addressed Lu Ruoyan. Where is it? Show it to me. Lu Ruoyan scoffed, naturally unwilling to step outside. However, whether she chose to exit or not mattered little. The man, seeing that Lu Ruoyan was uncooperative, waved his hand to the side. It's fine if you don't come out. If you refuse to do so, we shall come in. The man's weathered. Dark skin bore numerous creases, and as he smiled, 2 other men emerged from either side of the gate. More people, concealed nearby, waiting for her to step outside. Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of relief wash over her for not having approached. She had narrowly avoided a trap. Who are you? You were the ones who fired at me earlier, weren't you? Why are you following me? Lu Ruoyan remained astonishingly composed, her gaze fixed intently on the 3 men before her. At the slightest movement suggesting they might draw their weapons, she would be ready to act. Among the 3 men, one was a rugged fellow, appearing as if he frequently toiled on construction sites, with calloused hands and copper-hued skin, indicative of arduous labor. Another was fair-skinned and seemed to belong to an office environment. The last was gaunt, looking somewhat malnourished, with sunken eyes and a pallid complexion, greedily surveying Lu Ruoyan as if he had never encountered a woman before. Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that you would do well to accompany us. Otherwise, once we take action, you shall have no opportunity to respond. The leader, the bronze-skinned man, raised his hand and placed it upon the iron gate's lock. Without any visible effort, the lock cracked open effortlessly, crashing heavily to the ground. Creak. The gate slowly swung open. The 3 men began to stride into the courtyard. Witnessing the ease with which he had unlocked the gate, Lu Ruoyan felt a jolt of apprehension. A formidable adversary. Certainly not a mere insignificant character. This time, only 3 individuals had been dispatched, yet they appeared even more formidable than before. The bronze-skinned man was undoubtedly the leader among them, with only herself present at home and Lu Laotu absent. The situation was somewhat manageable. If she chose to flee, there might still be a chance. Had Lu Laotu been there, escape would have been nearly impossible. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she contemplated her next move. Should she confront them head-on or attempt a hasty retreat? Don't even think about running. Do you believe we are trifling fools? The moment we arrived here, you lost your chance to escape. The man spoke, and suddenly, a figure behind him raised a hand and struck the ground forcefully. A low hum resonated through the air, and it was unclear what the man had done, but the ground began to tremble. Yet, the tremor ceased after merely a few seconds. Subsequently, Lu Ruoyan inexplicably felt the air grow heavier and warmer. She was unaware of the man's actions, but she was certain that he had indeed done something, as she distinctly felt the vibrations beneath her feet. However, the specifics of his actions eluded her. What did you just do? Lu Ruoyan inquired, as the grass around her began to grow slowly. The 3 men across from her were oblivious to the fact that even at their feet, grass was breaking through the hard ground, rapidly sprouting tender green shoots. We did nothing, merely sealed this place to prevent your escape, the bronzed man said with a relaxed smile. Now, Lu Ruoyan, you are akin to a turtle in a jar. He continued, I offer you one final chance. Kneel and raise your hands, allowing us to take you away. Otherwise, this opportunity will soon vanish. The bronze-skinned man cracked his neck, and by his side, a peculiar beast began to manifest. It was a cat with white fur, indeed, a kitten. Though it stood about half a meter tall and appeared larger than an ordinary cat, in this world, it remained quite ordinary. However, upon seeing this cat, Lu Ruoyan sensed something amiss. The previously stifling courtyard was suddenly infused with a chilling aura. A breeze stirred, bringing an inexplicable cold that sent shivers down her spine, raising goosebumps on her arms. This cat, without a doubt, was the source of all this. Despite its adorable, snow-white appearance, it emanated an aura of extreme cold. Coupled with its pointed ears, Lu Ruoyan was reminded of a mythical beast, the frost spirit cat, a creature of the sacred tier. The frost spirit cat is a ferocious beast, naturally endowed with ice-based powers. Although physically frail, it possesses boundless strength within its diminutive form, and it has a natural affinity for ice and snow. In its juvenile stage, it resembles an ordinary kitten, yet it is exceedingly rare. Once matured, it can freeze an entire city. Legend has it that decades ago, a frost spirit cat's offspring was stolen and found in a small city. The following day, those who visited discovered that the city had been encased in ice, with survivors nearly non-existent. Both humans and animals had been frozen into statues. A single ferocious beast had the power to create an entire city of ice, showcasing the terrifying might of the frost spirit cat. This is my familiar, the sacred beast, frost spirit cat. Surely, you have heard of it? The bronzed man smirked. You have but one chance. Do not squander it. A sacred tier familiar, an entity of the same caliber as the cataclysmic mechanical monstrosity from before. Lu Ruoyan's heart sank. She had grossly underestimated the value of the spirit herb. They had dispatched a sacred tier beast to confront her. How could she possibly contend against such power? With their sacred tier beast against her mere king tier status, the disparity was staggering. Not to mention, there were two more formidable allies by their side, both of whom appeared equally formidable. Was fate truly conspiring against her? With such a lineup, capturing her would be a trivial task, even tenfold. All right, I surrender. Lu Rian raised her hand, biting her lip, her expression suddenly taking on a beguiling allure as she pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. I am but a fragile woman. You may punish me as you wish, but please spare my life. I do not wish to die." Lu Rian was already strikingly beautiful, but at that moment, her sultry demeanor, with her bitten red lips and alluring gaze, ignited a fire within any man's heart. Any man, especially the three before her, would find it impossible to look away. The pale-faced man, resembling a lecherous ghost, nearly lunged at Lu Rian upon witnessing her allure. "Brother Chen, let me handle this. I'll tie her up, haha." The white-faced man leered at Lu Rian's enticing figure, salivating. Beside him, the bronze-skinned man frowned. "Jose Pai, can you not act like a beast around women? Your entire being is consumed by your lust." "Heh, I simply have a taste for it. I was deprived on the way out, but a few indulgences will replenish my strength," Jose Pai retorted, unabashedly grinning. Without waiting for the others to respond, he slowly approached Lu Rian, leering, "Beauty, it would be a shame to waste that figure. Why not come with me? We can dispose of your familiar, and you can become my woman. I promise you a life of luxury and comfort." Lu Rian's eyes glistened with tears as she recoiled slightly. "Really? You can truly save me from their grasp? Fear not. We seek only the spirit herb, not your life." Jose Pai replied with a sinister grin. "Oh, only the spirit herb? Then I shall provide it for you." As she uttered the final word, Lu Rian's voice took on an unexpected ferocity. At that moment, beneath the feet of the three men, vines began to grow wildly, swiftly transforming into tentacle-like appendages that ensnared them tightly. First, they wrapped around their legs, then their bodies, spinning them round and round until, within mere breaths, they were utterly bound. Chapter 141. The car comes to life? "Ah, so you were waiting for us here." The bronze-skinned man chuckled upon seeing the vines encircling him, offering no resistance as he allowed himself to be wrapped like a dumpling. "You dare resist? You wish for death." The man called Chun did not speak, but the white-faced man's expression darkened instantly. His glare at Lu Rian turned vicious, akin to a ravenous tiger eyeing its prey, wishing nothing more than to sink his teeth into her flesh. "I do not know if I will live or die, but you three are certainly doomed," Lu Rian declared. "Still wish to capture me? In your next life, perhaps. Blue-ringed octopus, poison them." Once the three men were ensnared, Lu Rian was astonished at how smoothly her plan had unfolded. Before they could extricate themselves from the vines, a massive octopus materialized behind her. From its beak, it spewed forth a blue liquid, forming little water orbs that shot towards the ensnared men. This was the potent venom of the blue-ringed octopus. A mere drop would ensure their demise. She was 99% certain of their fate. Regardless of their might, they would succumb to the poison. Even a sacred tier beastmaster, barring those with innate resistance to toxins, would perish upon encountering such venom, especially that of the blue-ringed octopus. This was precisely why she had gone to such lengths to procure it. No matter the monstrosity, they would all face the same fate in the presence of her poison. However, one must bear in mind that the opponent is a saint-level beastmaster, possessing a spirit-level pet. It is inconceivable that they could easily succumb to poison. Just as the frigid poison was about to strike the three individuals, three icy spikes suddenly materialized out of thin air, intercepting the poison projectiles. In an instant, the three toxic darts transformed into mere ice orbs that fell to the ground. "What? The blue-ringed octopus, fire at them again." Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Rian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, prompting her to urgently command the blue-ringed octopus to continue its assault. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The three poison darts were launched once more. Yet this time, they similarly bore no effect. The icy spikes struck her toxic projectiles again, and she cast a glance at the ice spirit cat. The creature stood elegantly, scarcely deigning to acknowledge her presence. In its eyes, her poisons were utterly inconsequential. No matter how many toxins she unleashed, the adversary could effortlessly neutralize them. Her expression darkened. Before she could utter another word, a sudden chill enveloped her legs, rendering them immobile as if they were frozen in place. She glanced down in horror, only to discover that her legs had been encased in ice, unbeknownst to her. Not just her legs, but the ground around her had been shrouded in a layer of frost, as if it had materialized in an instant. When had this occurred? Just moments ago. As she looked down, a cold voice pierced the air before her. Lifting her gaze, she was met with the sight of a bronzed man, who had somehow managed to approach her despite being bound, now throwing a punch directly at her face. Bam! The blow, powerful and unimpeded, struck Lu Rian's cheek with tremendous force. Bam! Lu Rian was sent sprawling, crashing violently against the concrete wall of the building, her head splitting open and blood streaming forth. The side of her face that had been struck turned crimson, streaked with faint traces of blood. She felt dazed and disoriented from the impact, as if on the verge of losing consciousness. "You wretched woman, I knew you wouldn't submit without a fight." The man known as Chun Gu regarded Lu Rian with cold, merciless eyes, his gaze filled with malice. "Did you truly believe that as a mere king-level beastmaster, you could defeat a saint-level beastmaster? Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. I will cripple your hands and feet, and then we'll see how you resist." From the very beginning, he never intended to capture Lu Rian easily. She foolishly sought to play her little games, and had thus sealed her own fate. As he observed Lu Rian, who lay crumpled against the wall, his expression grew increasingly sinister as he approached, flexing his fist, preparing to deliver another blow. Just then, a figure interposed himself before him. Chun Gu turned, only to see the previously timid man, Zhou Langsheng, who had broken free from his bindings and was now advancing toward him. "Chun Gu, leave her to me. Rest assured, this time there will be no mishaps. I intend to cripple her limbs." Zhou Langsheng gritted his teeth, astonished at Lu Rian's cunning. Recognizing that she had deliberately lured him into a trap, the absurdity was that he had genuinely fallen for her deceit. Had it not been for Chun Ji's quick reaction, he might have found himself in quite the predicament. After all, poison is a treacherous substance. Without an antidote, anyone who encounters it faces grave danger. "Very well, I shall cripple her hands and feet. This time, I won't be outsmarted." Casting a glance at Lu Rian, who was seated on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth, he felt confident in his plan. If Lu Rian were to remain in such a state, then Zhou Langsheng would truly deserve his fate. "All right, allow me to handle this." Hee. Zhou Langsheng chuckled maliciously, producing a small knife and slowly advancing toward Lu Rian, speaking as he approached. "I gave you a chance, but you squandered it. I offered to take you back unharmed, to spare your life while we dealt with your pet. You refused, insisting on your own demise. Now, you leave me no choice but to cripple you and bring you back. Fear not, even if all 4 of your limbs are broken. I will ensure you enjoy yourself once more. A little incapacitation will only add to the amusement." His laughter was malevolent and lecherous, causing Lu Rian's complexion to pale and her legs to tremble. She slowly pushed herself up, attempting to resist, only to find that she was utterly immobilized. Her legs, having been frozen, now felt devoid of sensation, as if they were mere blocks of ice. "Do not struggle. The more you do, the more pain you will endure." Faced with Lu Rian's plight, the man had yet to summon his pet. He deemed himself sufficient. The sound of his sinister laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. Suddenly, 2 small beasts emerged from the room behind Lu Rian. One of them, a little black creature standing upright, let out a low growl. Its fierce tiger-like gaze fixated on them. What manner of creature is this? Zhou Langsheng's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the black creature and the other small beast, particularly the first one, which nearly sent him into a panic. Everyone knew of the mysterious beastmaster from Rome City, who possessed a formidable pet. But none could have anticipated that this powerful creature would appear here. They had all seen photographs. The likeness of the creature was strikingly similar to that of the mysterious beastmaster's pet. It was as if they were gazing at a diminutive version of it. Crackle, crackle, bam, boom. Just as Zhou Langsheng was lost in thought, a mechanical noise suddenly sounded beside him. Instinctively, he turned to see a red beam hurtling toward him. In an instant, his vision was engulfed in crimson flames. Following a violent explosion, the ground beneath him was left with a massive crater, and a severed hand plummeted from above, landing right before Chun Gu. Sizzle. The severed hand emitted a sizzling sound as if it had been deep-fried, its darkened surface strikingly conspicuous. Chun Gu turned in shock toward the source of the explosion, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Not far away, a colossal robot materialized before his eyes, its arm marked by the residue of a high-energy cannon, leaving him utterly astonished. What on earth is this? Just when he was still grappling with the shock of the black creature, this monstrous entity appeared. Was he truly transported to another world? Had cars come to life? Chapter 142. Terrifying. It was not that he was particularly afraid of his adversary. After all, he was a saint-level beastmaster. His feelings were not of fear, but rather sheer astonishment. Even if automobiles had come to life, he could still manage. Nevertheless, the very notion of sentient automobiles was ludicrous. This was truly the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. What kind of innate ability allows one to control vehicles, to transform cars into sentient beings? This was utterly absurd. What is this? Not only Chun Gu and the other man, but even Lu Rian was rendered speechless at the sight. The gleaming metallic surface, the lively mechanical eyes and limbs, and that vibrant yellow hue. Is this the little bumblebee I was just driving? Xu Haoran's car? This contraption not only communicates, but can also transform into a humanoid form. This is unbelievable. She had previously thought it preposterous for the car to speak. And now it could actually morph into a robot? Clutching her chest, she struggled to rise to her feet. Pointing towards the two individuals not far away, she said, "Now you know, don't you? You are aware of my prowess, right? Hurry up, get lost. If you dare come again, I shall not hold back." Regardless of the robot's circumstances, seizing the moment while it was momentarily dazed, she decided to instill further fright upon her adversaries. Perhaps this would compel them to flee? As for defeating them, they were a saint-level beast master paired with a Holy Spirit class, ferocious beast. How could she possibly hope to overcome such formidable opponents? This robot was hardly a match for a Holy Spirit class beast. Chen's expressions fluctuated as he observed the robot's demeanor, which too was in constant flux. Yet, after a brief moment, he regained his composure. Let us not even ponder whether this robot is under someone else's control. Even if it were crafted from someone else's innate abilities, what of it? How powerful could the adversary truly be? Could they possibly be stronger than himself? After all, he was a saint-level beastmaster. At most, their strength would be on par with his own. Frost Spirit Cat. Freeze. With a crackling sound, before Lu Ruoyan could continue, a line of ice slithered across the ground like a serpent towards the little yellow wasp. In the blink of an eye, the ice serpent reached its target, instantly encasing the wasp in a crystalline prison, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, motionless and strikingly vivid. Surely you do not believe that a mere robot could defeat a Holy Spirit-level beastmaster? How naive you are. Lu Ruoyan gazed at the frozen wasp, frozen in place. Utterly speechless. She had never anticipated that the wasp would be dispatched so effortlessly. It was indeed pitifully weak. She clutched her swelling cheek, her peripheral vision catching sight of Godzilla nearby, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. "Did you think I possessed only this one robot? Behold what I have." Lu Ruoyan pointed at Godzilla at her feet. Although she was aware that Godzilla was merely Xu Haoran's ordinary pet, her adversaries were oblivious to this fact. Just wait until she frightened them to death today. Chen had already seen Godzilla. Now, under Lu Ruoyan's threat, he felt a surge of caution. How could this pet be identical to that of the mysterious Beastmaster? There existed certain inherent counters among pets. Some beasts were naturally adept at countering others. Chen's Frost Spirit Cat was remarkably powerful and already an adult, boasting immense strength. However, he could not guarantee that it could contend with Godzilla. He had witnessed Godzilla's shockwave in videos and sensed a significant disparity between their strengths. It would be fortunate if his ice abilities were effective. If not, trouble would ensue. Yet, at this moment, he had no intention of retreating. He scrutinized Godzilla intently, unwilling to lower his guard. Seeing that her ploy had somewhat worked, Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, Xu Haoran's Godzilla bore a striking resemblance to the pet of the mysterious Beastmaster. This could still intimidate her opponents. This dark creature was proving to be of some use after all. I warn you. This is the pet of the mysterious Beastmaster who defeated that monster the other day. This is the mysterious Beastmaster's territory. If he returns, you shall all meet your demise. Even if he does not return, should you wish to take me away, you must first consider whether this Holy Spirit class ferocious beast beside me consents. Lu Ruoyan bit her lip, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, laughing wildly. At this moment, she could not afford to show fear. Once she did, her adversaries would sense her trepidation. However, it was evident that her opponents were not inclined to back down easily. The saint-level beast master fixed his gaze firmly on Godzilla, then glanced at the seemingly intimidating Lu Ruoyan, sensing something amiss. Godzilla scratched its rear, staring blankly at the group before it, while beside it, the chinchilla let out a series of growls. The chinchilla, having been raised by Xu Haoran, had taken on a somewhat canine demeanor, barking incessantly at strangers, yet lacking the courage to attack. Moreover, after being fed for the past couple of days, the chinchilla had begun to grow in size. What are you staring at? Do you wish to test your strength against me? Come, I dare you to try. Seeing that her opponents were not only unafraid, but also scrutinizing their side with suspicion, Lu Ruoyan's heart sank. Had she been discovered? Had they realized that Godzilla was not the mysterious Beastmaster's pet? That couldn't be right. It looked so similar. Why were they still suspicious? Shouldn't they be terrified? Damn it. She inwardly lamented, praying that her adversaries would be frightened enough to flee. If they approached, what would she do? Bluster could only go so far. She was no match for them in a real fight. Yet her opponents showed no intention of retreating. After all, he too was a saint-level beast master, among the pinnacle of existence in this world. How could he possibly be intimidated by such a small creature? Chen's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Godzilla. Suddenly, he spoke. You are not the pet of that mysterious beast master, are you? The mere utterance of those words caused Lu Ruoyan's heart to skip a beat. This was bad. Her adversary had sensed something was amiss. No, they must still be in doubt. Otherwise, they would have attacked me by now. Just because you say you aren't, doesn't make it true. Why don't you come and test it? Lu Ruoyan forced a bitter smile. Do you think I moved from the city to here just to let you kill me? She smiled, a depth and faint chill in her expression. This smile seemed to make Chen hesitate. Her words, while seemingly reasonable, provided a plausible explanation for her relocation from the city to the countryside. He hesitated, not out of fear of losing, but because a battle between Holy Spirit-level beings would be a grand spectacle. Even if a victor was not determined quickly, it could very well attract the attention of powerful figures from Rung City. That would spell trouble for him. Wait. If it truly is the pet of that mysterious beast master, it should have attacked me by now, right? Why hasn't he made a move yet? Huh. You are deceiving me. He narrowed his eyes, coldly scrutinizing her, suddenly realizing a critical point. If she were indeed the pet of that mysterious beast master, it should have acted to defend her the moment he made a move against Lu Ruoyan, for it truly lacked any real strength. Lu Ruoyan, sensing that her adversary was not easily deceived, felt a surge of anxiety. This situation had escalated drastically. What should she do next? She could attempt to deceive him again, but she sensed that this would be futile. The beast master before her was not easily fooled. Continuing down this path would yield diminishing returns. She needed a new strategy. Discreetly dialing her phone, she maintained a feigned nonchalance. The mysterious beast master has given it orders to protect me, not to kill. Do you think that is why it has emerged now, because my life is in danger? I dare you to make another move and see if it won't attack you. Alas, even she found her reasoning lacking and contrived. She feared it might not hold. Would she perish here? Yet, despite its faults, it still offered a semblance of justification. Surprisingly, Chen found himself somewhat convinced. However, while Chun was swayed, a man who had remained largely silent until now discerned the inconsistency. Chun, something feels off. This little beast does not resemble the mysterious beast master's pet. This woman is definitely trying to intimidate us. She was on the brink of death, yet that monstrous beast remained unmoved. It was evident that this creature did not belong to the enigmatic beast master. Ren Xiu's voice was laced with icy resolve as he cast a glance at Lu Ruoyan, whose demeanor hinted at her own mounting anxiety. Beside him, a formidable bull-headed creature, with a physique reminiscent of an elephant, seemed poised to unleash its fury upon Lu Ruoyan. A wave of dread washed over Lu Ruoyan. Realizing she had been discovered, it appeared the adversary was about to strike. You dare to try? She exclaimed, attempting to intimidate them. However, beneath her composed exterior, her heart raced with terror. I'm doomed. I'm truly doomed this time. If they want to try, then let them. Chen Chu seemed to have recognized Lu Ruoyan's bravado. His fists clenched tightly as he commanded the frost spirit cat beside him. Spirit cat, launch an assault. Freeze this woman into an ice statue. Chen Chu was not entirely convinced that Godzilla was not the Beastmaster's pet. Rather, he found himself with no other option. Lu Ruoyan was of paramount importance. He had come here for her. As a saint-level Beastmaster, if he could not accomplish this simple task, he would have no face to return home. The spirit grass was too vital to be undermined. As his command echoed, the frost spirit cat opened its mouth, emitting a chilling screech. A low, ominous growl emanated from the creature, as a surge of energy coursed through its being. The ferocious energy radiated with unparalleled force, spreading in all directions, imbued with an icy power. This is bad. An ice ability. Get up. Lu Ruoyan's complexion paled as the icy tendrils rapidly surged toward her. Without a second thought, she scooped up Godzilla and the little creature, leaping into the air with all her might. With a delicate touch, akin to a dragonfly landing, she exerted her final ounce of strength to vault upward, narrowly escaping the ferocious onslaught of ice that surged like a wild beast. Just as she leapt, the ground beneath was instantly enveloped in biting frost, resembling a vast white carpet that spread swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the entire courtyard was cloaked in ice, transforming into a crystalline garden of frost. The chilling ice carried a terrifying power, encasing Su Yueguang's entire residence in an impenetrable block of ice, resembling an exquisite ice sculpture home, radiating a mysterious and perilous aura. The sheer force contained within was enough to instill fear, leaving one trembling with trepidation. Lu Ruoyan's scalp prickled with dread as she gazed at the jagged ice spikes protruding from the ground, reminiscent of sharp swords, making it easy to envision the devastating might of the frost. This monster, the strength of the frost spirit cat, was utterly terrifying, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Was it truly fate that sought her demise? Would she indeed perish here today? Her heart sank like a stone, chilling her to the core. She felt utterly drained, as if the leap had siphoned every ounce of energy from her body, leaving her insides twisting painfully, as if a heavy hammer relentlessly pounded against her abdomen. It was indeed a ruse. That was no saint-level beast at all. Chen Chu, witnessing Lu Ruoyan evade, felt his pupils dilate with excitement. If Godzilla were a saint-level beast, there would have been no need to evade. You think you can escape? Frost Spirit Cat. Incapacitate her limbs with ice spikes. He gazed eagerly at the Frost Spirit Cat in midair, commanding it to attack. Buzzing. Dozens of sharp ice blades emerged above the Frost Spirit Cat, the icy spikes spinning slowly in the air, then, like arrows, they shot toward Lu Ruyan in a torrential downpour. Lu Ruyan's complexion drained to a ghostly white as she beheld the onslaught of icy projectiles. This is it. Her heart raced in despair, one arm cradling Godzilla and the other clutching the little creature. She felt utterly hopeless. This assault was insurmountable. You refuse to come with us? Then we shall sever your hands and feet and drag you along. Chinchu, seeing that she had no capacity for resistance, could not help but break into a sinister laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's haunting call. Yet, before his laughter could fade, a sudden turn of events occurred. A colossal shadow expanded rapidly. Godzilla, nestled at Lu Ruyan's waist, began to inflate at an alarming rate, soon matching her height. But that was not all. Godzilla continued to swell, emanating a brilliant emerald light that gathered at its mouth. Chapter 144, The Mysterious Beast. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Godzilla's form swelled rapidly. What is happening? Chinchu intended to label it as worthless, but the word caught in his throat as he watched the creature expand in midair, his expression gradually shifting to one of terror. For a brilliant blue light began to coalesce within Godzilla's mouth, growing increasingly radiant after breaking free from Lu Ruyan's grasp. Buzzing. Boom. Finally, that green light, interspersed with blue, shot forth explosively, unleashing a power capable of obliterating everything. Boom. The shards of ice were annihilated in an instant. Moreover, the laser continued its trajectory toward Chinchu and his companions. As they braced for impact, their faces drained of color. This is bad. Quick, evade. Chinchu reacted swiftly, his body moving with remarkable speed as he and his beast vanished from the spot almost simultaneously. However, the other man did not possess such prowess. As the laser approached, he only reacted when it was nearly upon him, and by then, it was too late. The terrifying energy enveloped him in an instant, leaving behind a gaping pit where he once stood, buzzing. Moments later, the energy began to dissipate, revealing a bottomless crater. While it seemed like an eternity, it had only been mere seconds. How slow could the laser be? Chinchu observed from the rooftop, casting a glance at the colossal creature still swelling in the air, his expression darkening. Boom, boom. Two enormous feet landed in the expansive fields, their massive silhouette instantly capturing the attention of all in Rome City. Every eye turned toward the gigantic shadow towering beyond the city limits. The Beast Control Bureau promptly detected the presence of this mysterious beast, mobilizing to monitor the situation. The combat readiness teams were on high alert, prepared to deploy. Within the Bureau, multiple teams were dispatched, not to attack Godzilla, but rather to surveil it with drones. Such a creature was so formidable that they dared not approach, resorting only to remote observation via drone control. High-ranking officials within the Beast Control Bureau, including Ouyang Qinghua, noted Godzilla's emergence simultaneously. Meanwhile, in a tea house, an elderly gentleman took a sip of tea upon witnessing the creature, his eyes narrowing as he beckoned to the old man across from him. The little one has made its appearance. Someone has resolved a minor issue. I shall visit and return to share tea with you. With that, he leapt through the window. On the shoulder of Godzilla, Lu Ruyan found herself in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Lu Ruyan stood atop Godzilla's shoulder, while Godzilla gently lowered both her and the Totoro to the ground. With the imminent battle approaching, he was uncertain of his ability to safeguard Lu Ruyan. Thus, it was prudent to set her down first. Lu Ruyan remained in stunned silence, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the colossal black creature, its mouth capable of swallowing a pigeon egg whole. Could it be that Godzilla was indeed the cherished beast of that enigmatic beastmaster? The monstrous, fierce gaze emanating from its eyes deterred anyone from looking directly at it. In that instant, Godzilla epitomized the most terrifying creature in existence. On the opposite side, to her astonishment, it appeared that you truly had a mysterious beast master backing you. Chinchu stood behind the Frost Spirit Cat, which rapidly expanded in size, ultimately matching Godzilla's formidable stature. The two monsters occupied the farmland and the road, and fortunately, the houses in the vicinity constituted only a small fraction of the area, with the majority being farmland. Otherwise, the mere manifestation of their true forms might have trampled countless lives. Roaring, Godzilla exhaled wisps of smoke, its eyes sharp as a hawk's, coldly scrutinizing the creature before it. The once diminutive Frost Spirit Cat now towered impressively, nearly half the height of Godzilla. In terms of sheer size, the adversary had grown to rival Godzilla. Meow? The Frost Spirit Cat emitted a low, gravelly growl, its vigilant gaze fixed on Tom, prepared to strike should the opponent dare to attack. In stark contrast to its cautious demeanor, Godzilla displayed boldness, unafraid of any foe. Raising its head, it let out a thunderous roar, and the serrated fins on its back began to radiate light, a terrifying energy coalescing within its maw. Chen Chu's expression shifted dramatically from a distance, realizing yet another impending assault. Frost Spirit Cat, he shouted hoarsely. Without needing further instruction, the Frost Spirit Cat sprang into action. Upon its agile form, a terrifying power surged like a relentless tide. Above its head, enormous ice spikes began to materialize, their magnitude dwarfing the previous spikes by tens or even hundreds of times. Moreover, their numbers were numerous, not merely a solitary formation. Dozens of ice spikes hovered menacingly above it, their sharp tips aimed directly at Godzilla. Then, the Frost Spirit Cat unleashed a deep, thunderous roar. At once, the multitude of ice spikes shot towards Godzilla like arrows released from their bowstrings, their might seemingly capable of piercing through all. Boom! The monstrous ice spikes charged toward Godzilla like a mountain range in motion. Godzilla regarded the approaching ice spikes with an air of disdain and contempt. In that very instant, the green radiance within its mouth reached its zenith. Buzzing, a resounding explosion erupted. Roar! Godzilla lowered its head, extending its long neck, and once more unleashed the green light from its maw. The cataclysmic energy erupted again, transforming into a blinding green beam that overshadowed the heavens, hurtling towards the ice spikes with an unyielding force. Boom! As Godzilla's mouth moved, that beam obliterated one ice spike after another with ease. Once all the ice spikes were annihilated, Godzilla finally directed its breath towards the Frost Spirit Cat. Meow! The Frost Spirit Cat, witnessing the green beam, attempted to evade in panic, but it was far too late. It had never anticipated the beam's overwhelming strength, which instantaneously shattered its ice spikes into mere shards. And it even advanced towards itself. Meow! The green laser struck the Frost Spirit Cat. Despite its formidable freezing capabilities, it lacked robust defensive strength. Even with two ice shields hastily erected, they crumbled against Godzilla's atomic breath. In the blink of an eye, the ice shields were breached, riddled with gaping holes, and the green atomic breath struck its head. Bang! The Frost Spirit Cat's head was enveloped in the green glow, exploding like a fragile watermelon. Chen Chu, atop its head, had no time to scream before vanishing without a trace. Moments ago, the Frost Spirit Cat had exuded an air of dominance. In the next moment, it was ruthlessly obliterated. Lu Ruyan, observing the scene from a distance, felt as though struck by lightning, unable to believe her eyes. Was this the might of a mysterious beast? To be able to eliminate a creature of equal rank with such ease. Gazing at Godzilla, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. Of course, her astonishment stemmed not only from Godzilla's formidable power, but also from the question of why it was here. Wasn't this the pet of that insufferable Xu Haoran? It hardly even qualified as a pet. How had it transformed into the ferocious beast of that mysterious beast master? This meant that for the past few days, she had been cohabiting with a creature capable of annihilating her at any moment, and even occasionally petting the head of a Holy Spirit-level beast. Chapter 145. Old Master Lu takes action? And who is Xu Haoran? It couldn't possibly be that Xu Haoran is that mysterious beast master, could it? Absolutely not. If Xu Haoran were that mysterious beast master, then she would become the fool. Had she not relied on her beauty to dominate Xu Haoran? Surely not. Perhaps she had merely tempted him occasionally, showing him glimpses of her stockings. That hardly constituted bullying, right? At most, it could be considered granting Xu Haoran a little benefit, right? Damn it. How many secrets was Xu Haoran keeping from her? Robots, aliens, and now this mysterious beast, Godzilla. That scoundrel was undoubtedly hiding much from her. She now genuinely suspected that Xu Haoran was the mysterious beast master. Otherwise, how could he possess such a ferocious pet? Roar! In the skies above, amidst the clouds, Godzilla roared defiantly, proclaiming its sovereignty and authority over the city, its voice echoing through the heavens. It sent tremors through the hearts of all humans in Rome City. Was this the enigmatic beast that had appeared that day? Truly fearsome. The Holy Spirit-level beast could strike down its foes with ease. Could it have surpassed the Holy Spirit level? In the skies above Rome City, Shimen Tsang gazed at the distant Godzilla, astounded. It shouldn't be. The Holy Spirit level is a significant threshold. With the divine beings beyond it being beyond human capabilities, he remarked. Beside him, Ouyang Qinghua stroked his chin. So, how do we address this creature? Should we merely wait here? Huh? Do you truly wish to provoke it? Our task is merely to safeguard Rome City's safety. Even if we joined forces, we would still be outmatched. Do you wish to instigate trouble? Ouyang Qinghua shot a glance at Shimen Tsang. Their responsibility was to protect the safety of Rome City. Everything else paled in comparison. Even if the creature merely passed near Rome City, They would not spare it a glance. The significance of the two individuals was not lost on anyone. Regrettably, I longed to witness this fellow's prowess. Had it not been for the duty to safeguard Rong City, I would have relished the opportunity to test my mettle against him. Enough of that. Hello. Is this Lord Shiman? We have a situation. There's been a sighting of someone approaching the ferocious beast designated as X. As Shiman Qingsong and Ouyang Qinghua were engaged in conversation, an alarm suddenly echoed through their earpieces. What? They both turned to each other in astonishment. Someone was nearing that creature. Their simultaneous exclamations revealed the shock in each other's eyes, and they quickly retrieved their binoculars to survey the distant scene. Such a beast would certainly be under strict surveillance by their subordinates. Any unusual movement would elicit an immediate response from the Beast Control Bureau. However, as they peered through their binoculars, they soon detected something amiss. Wait, is that the old man Lu? Shiman Qingsong realized something was off. The individual rushing towards the beast was an elderly man, clearly visible through the binoculars, clad in coarse cloth, his long hair tied back, hands clasped behind his back, riding a flying beast towards the creature that loomed at sky level. It was indeed Old Man Lu. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to be in seclusion? What could have compelled him to intervene at this moment? Ouyang Qinghua, too, was taken aback. Logically, one would expect him to merely observe, given his nature. He shouldn't act unless Rong City's safety was threatened. Why then was he taking such initiative? Within the Zhao family's Tianhong group, the patriarch Zhao Tianba stood atop a 100-meter-high office, gazing into the distance at Godzilla. Noticing the figure approaching the beast, a smile crept onto his lips. The old man truly was bold, displaying the same courage as in his youth. I wonder how much of his strength remains. This could be an excellent opportunity to find out. Perhaps I should send him a message to ensure his safety? No, it's better not to disturb him, lest I incur his wrath. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against contacting him. If interference were to hinder the old man's performance and result in injury, it would be troublesome. Since the old man dared to approach, he likely possessed the confidence to deal with the creature. All eyes were on Lu Xiangyun as he neared Godzilla. The Beast Control Bureau, the Ao family, the Zhao family, and various other clans were all fixated on this colossal entity. The moment Lu Xiangyun approached Godzilla, he became the focal point of everyone's attention. There was a widespread belief that Lu Xiangyun would confront Godzilla. After all, the creature was terrifying beyond measure. As the pinnacle of strength in Rong City, it would be perfectly natural for Lu Xiangyun to engage with Godzilla. Everyone held their breath, watching Lu Xiangyun close in on the beast, some through binoculars, others dispatching flying beasts equipped with cameras or utilizing drones for comprehensive surveillance. The moment Lu Xiangyun approached Godzilla, he became the subject of intense scrutiny among the various factions, each curious to ascertain just how much strength this legendary figure still possessed. However, what transpired next nearly left everyone slack-jawed. They had anticipated an earth-shattering battle upon Lu Xiangyun's approach to Godzilla. To their astonishment, Lu Xiangyun did not strike. Instead, he offered a casual greeting. Little one, you've finally revealed your true form. If you hadn't shown yourself, I wouldn't have been able to ask you for something. Lu Xiangyun, perched atop his flying beast, greeted Godzilla with a cheerful demeanor. Roar. Godzilla opened its massive jaws and let out a low growl directed at Lu Xiangyun. Observers monitoring the scene from afar, whether through drones or flying beasts, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. This was terrifying. Only someone of Lu Xiangyun's caliber would dare approach such a monstrous creature. Was this the prelude to an attack? Would he strike? All eyes remained glued to the unfolding spectacle, not wanting to miss a moment of the anticipated drama. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Xiangyun seemed entirely unfazed by the beast's menacing growl. He maintained his pleasant demeanor, fully aware of Godzilla's nature after spending so many days in its company. The growl was not a signal of aggression. It was merely a request for food. However, Godzilla's immense size and fearsome appearance often led others to misinterpret its intentions. Enough with the roaring. There's no food. You glutton. Your master isn't even a glutton, so why do you have such an appetite? Lu Xiangyun scratched his head in exasperation, wondering if days of feeding had conditioned the creature to immediately seek sustenance from him. This casual remark was nothing out of the ordinary for Lu Xiangyun, and Lu Ruoyan was not surprised either. It was evident that he had noticed Godzilla's unusual behavior. However, for those monitoring the scene, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Everyone was taken aback because Lu Xiangyun's words implied that he was acquainted with the beast's master. How could this be? Old man Lu knew the master of this creature? Ouyang Qinghua's eyes widened in disbelief. The identity of the mysterious beast tamer had been a topic of speculation for everyone. Yet old man Lu had evidently made the acquaintance of this elusive figure. Chapter 146, Collective Shock. Godzilla let out a low growl, seemingly displeased. Yet, this response clarified everything for the onlookers. Godzilla truly recognized Lu Xiangyun. It was genuinely responding, not preparing for an attack. No one had anticipated that Lu Shangyun was actually familiar with Godzilla. Well, if there's nothing today, there's nothing. I have a matter to discuss with you. I'll bring you some treats tomorrow. An old man like me keeps his word. Lu Shangyun waved from the back of his flying beast. Considering the old man has been feeding you for days, could you spare me a bit of your shed skin? Just anything will do. I only need your DNA. And I never specified what I had to bring. Some shed skin should suffice, right? Lu Shangyun mused aloud. Huh, skin? What does he want my skin for? Godzilla questioned with a puzzled growl. Nonetheless, it scratched its back, where insects often crawled, and as it scratched, some old skin naturally came off. As a mature Godzilla, it occasionally shed its old skin. It was unexpected that the old man would request such a thing. After shedding a bit of skin, Godzilla presented it to Lu Shangyun. Even a small piece, given Godzilla's current size, was still as tall as a person. This should be sufficient. All right, I'll take this skin with me. I'll visit you tomorrow and bring you some delicious food and drinks. You should return to your normal size. That young one should be back soon after he sees you. Lu Shangyun wasted no time, swiftly collecting the skin into his ring before turning to depart. He left without a moment's hesitation. Once Lu Shangyun had left, all factions finally regained their composure. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Lu Shangyun's retreating figure. Witnessing Godzilla actually yield to him and provide a piece of its skin left them utterly speechless, their astonishment palpable. It appears that Lu Shangyun seems to be quite familiar with Xu Haoran, not just a mere acquaintance. Tomorrow, he shall pay a visit to the other party, which indicates that Lu Shangyun must also be well acquainted with the other master, does it not? Truly, Lu is an esteemed elder. To know even such a mysterious beast master. It was not until Lu Shangyun departed that Ouyang Qinghua finally regained his composure, filled with astonishment. Ouyang Qinghua could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. After all, I recall that the esteemed elder celebrated his birthday just 2 months ago, and I failed to present a gift. It appears I must find the time to pay him a visit. TSK, why not simply inquire about that enigmatic beast master directly instead of beating around the bush? I am acquainted with the grandson of the esteemed elder, and it is about time I show concern for his academic pursuits. I shall visit the elder tomorrow to discuss Qianyang's future plans, Shimin Qingsong remarked. Ouyang Qinghua shot a disdainful glance at Shimin, questioning his audacity to speak. Tianhong Group, while others in factions merely expressed their astonishment. Zhao Tianda, the head of the Zhao family, stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape, utterly speechless. Is this truly happening? Have we obtained the organizational sample of the other side so effortlessly? Damn, I offered the elders so many benefits, and yet it was completed with such ease? This is utterly outrageous. Just a mere extension of a hand, and it was done. Yet, upon regaining his senses, he felt no sense of loss. After all, as long as his objectives were attained, that was all that mattered. A trifling sum of money was inconsequential to him. Moreover, a gleam of ambition sparkled in his eyes. The elder knows that formidable being. This bodes well for me. Eventually, I shall be able to glean information about that powerful entity. Such a strong individual. If I can forge a connection, the Zhao family will gain yet another formidable ally. Not to mention, the origins of that terrifying beast, Godzilla. If I could acquire such a fearsome creature, it would be even better. He gazed into the distance, watching Godzilla slowly disappear beyond the horizon. His eyes ablaze with an unusual light. Lu Shangyun had departed. He initially presumed Xu Haoran would return shortly, yet he had overestimated Xu Haoran's capacity for alcohol. How could he possibly compete with a seasoned drinker like Ao Feiyang? He was utterly intoxicated. Naturally, Ao Feiyang himself was nearly as inebriated. Ultimately, both were persuaded to leave the table by the two women, Ao Xiaoshuang and her mother. As for the emergence of Godzilla, both Ao Xiaoshuang and her mother had indeed witnessed it. However, seeing it bore no practical utility, they needed to attend to the men. After all, with a towering figure watching over them, Godzilla could not enter the city. Thus, they paid it little mind, focusing instead on caring for the intoxicated Xu Haoran and Ao Feiyang. Today, Xu Haoran was not returning home, so Ao Xiaoshuang insisted he stay at her residence. Meanwhile, as Xu Haoran was inebriated, Lu Rian felt quite vexed. She was at home pouring feed for Godzilla and other pets, then proceeded to defrost the little wasp. There was no other option. The wasp had been frozen into an ice sculpture. If she didn't defrost it soon, she feared it might be irreparably damaged. The good news was that it seemed to still function upon defrosting. The little wasp retained its charm, and after thawing, it could even speak. However, it seemed to have taken in some water, resulting in a crackling sound when it spoke, yet thankfully, it appeared to be recovering to normal. Where on earth is that scoundrel? By the time Lu Rian had defrosted the little wasp, it was already afternoon. Yet, Xu Haoran had still not returned. She busied herself, nearly exhausting herself in the process. The main concern was that their location had already been compromised. If authorities were to arrive here, A brief investigation would reveal what had transpired. At that point, Xu Haoran's Godzilla would also be exposed. Yet, this rascal had yet to return. She wondered what on earth he was up to. Strangely enough, Lu Rian noticed that no one had come. The authorities had not arrived, nor had any other factions. Outside the village, the corpse of the colossal beast had been located by officials who had begun its disposal. However, within the village, not a single individual from the Beast Control Bureau had entered. There were only occasional drones passing overhead, indicating that the authorities had taken notice of the situation. Lu Rian gazed at the drone hovering above with a sense of helplessness, yet she knew concealment was impossible. From the moment Godzilla appeared, she had realized they could not hide. The Beast Control Bureau would inevitably uncover traces of the incident, leading back to her, and ultimately to Xu Haoran. Yet, what vexed Lu Rian was that Xu Haoran had not returned to discuss countermeasures. The Beast Control Bureau could not have overlooked the situation here. Wouldn't they require an explanation for the authorities as well? Report. Outside Lingguang village, within a temporary tent, the flap was opened, revealing a man clad in camouflage. Inside the tent, Shimin Qingsong was examining how to retrieve the frost spirit cat. What is it? Shimin Qingsong asked without lifting his gaze from the computer screen displaying the massive form of the frost spirit cat. The soldier stood at attention, eyes straight ahead. Report, Captain. Our drones have detected the presence of the anomalous beast. Upon investigation, we determined that the beast likely originated from the residence of one Xu Haoran. Furthermore, there is a woman named Lu Rian currently at the residence. Here are their profiles for your perusal. Xu Haoran, Lu Rian. Upon hearing these two familiar names, Shimin Qingsong finally shifted his focus from the computer screen. Why do these names sound so familiar? He picked up the documents and glanced at them. Stunned by the photographs and information, it was this kid. How could he possibly forget Xu Haoran's face? But why would he be present at the scene of Godzilla's emergence? Wait a moment. Could it be that Xu Haoran is connected to that anomalous beast? But how is that possible? Isn't Xu Haoran merely an ordinary beastmaster without any talent? Why would he be associated with that beast? And this woman, Lu Rian, is also here. She seems to have some connection to Xu Haoran, and recently, she has been involved in the spirit herb trade with the higher-ups. Why? Instead of focusing on business, is she here? Moreover, she has appeared alongside both Godzilla and the frost spirit cat in battle. Shimin Qingsong silently contemplated the documents in his hands, pondering the critical points within. He felt that these events were somehow interconnected, yet he could not grasp the thread that would bind them together. Captain, what should we do now? Asked the soldier in camouflage beside him. No need to rush. Let me think. There must be some crucial detail that I have overlooked. These two individuals, the anomalous beasts, the spirit herbs, Shimin Qingsong mused. Find me the contact information for this Lu Rian. If you cannot locate it, I will personally pay her a visit. She should know something about the situation. The emergence of the frost spirit cat is no trivial matter. The clash of two saint-level ferocious beasts, culminating in the demise of one, is a significant event that warrants thorough investigation into its antecedents and consequences. Whoever dared to provoke the frost spirit cat undoubtedly has something monumental that I have overlooked. Yes, I shall commence my inquiry immediately. As dusk approached and the remnants of the sun cast a warm glow, Lu Xiangyun, having obtained the Godzilla skin, wasted no time in seeking out Zhao Tianba. After all, he had made a promise to Zhao Tianba, who he surmised must be eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon finding him, it was evident that Zhao Tianba had been anxiously anticipating this moment. As soon as Lu Xiangyun entered the office, Zhao Tianba rushed forward with enthusiasm. Old man, at last you have arrived. I have been waiting for you. Zhao Tianba exclaimed with hearty laughter. After a day of waiting, he was finally here. Enough of the pleasantries. You hardly wish to wait for an old codger like me. Here is what you sought, Lu Xiangyun replied, producing the half-man-high Godzilla skin, which was black and opaque, reminiscent of fish scales, yet not particularly rigid. Upon seeing the skin, Zhao Tianba's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated acquiring it so effortlessly. He stifled his joy, saying, Old man, you flatter me. This skin pales in comparison to your significance. How about I treat you to dinner tonight, along with Siyu? Are you free this evening? Zhao Tianba subtly concealed the item Lu Xiangyun had given him, a smile on his face. I'm busy, old man. I have numerous matters to attend to. If you have something to say, then say it plainly. Don't beat around the bush. Are you trying to treat me to a meal? I'm not that easily swayed, Lu Xiangyun retorted with a dismissive expression. Huh, you truly understand me, old man. I simply wish to inquire if you are acquainted with the owner of that ferocious beast? Zhao Tianba scratched his head, smiling. Are you curious about the identity of that pet's master? Lu Xiangyun pondered, hesitating over whether to divulge Xu Haoran's name, revealing it could yield both detrimental and advantageous outcomes for Xu Haoran. However, this matter remained Xu Haoran's private affair. To intervene recklessly would be somewhat intrusive. Actually, you needn't inquire of me. That little girl Xu knows her well. Rather than asking me, perhaps you should find out who your daughter has been associating with lately. Lu Shangyun offered a vague response. However, I must warn you, this is no minor character, and I share a close friendship with them. You would do well to avoid any trouble, or I shall be the first to confront you, Lu Shangyun cautioned. Close friends? Zhao Tianba's heart raced. He had not realized that the individual was so intimately connected to the mysterious Beast Master. He had merely assumed they were acquaintances. Do you think otherwise? Well then, I shall take my leave. If you have questions, direct them to your daughter. As for the identity, do not press me for it. Rest assured. Your daughter is certainly acquainted with them. I shall take my leave now, Lu Shangyun stated, eager to avoid further conversation, having delivered the item to Zhao Tianba. This left Zhao Tianba alone in his office, pondering the implications. His daughter knows that mysterious Beast Master? How could that be? Yet, the old man would not deceive him. Surely, could it be that his daughter truly knows that enigmatic figure, yet has chosen not to disclose it? But who is this mysterious Beast Master? He had always kept a close watch on his daughter. Logically, he should be aware of everyone she interacted with. Could it be that the Beast Master intentionally concealed their acquaintance with his daughter? That would make sense, unless the Beast Master simply wished to keep their meeting from him. Regardless, he would have Xu return home tonight to discuss this matter. No matter who the individual was or what their status entailed, forging a connection with such a powerful entity could only be advantageous. Most importantly, if his daughter knew them, he could leverage that relationship. He never expected Xu to be acquainted with such a formidable figure. His daughter was truly a source of pride. Her talent and strength far surpassed his own. And now she was associated with such an illustrious character. He must commend her tonight. Truly, she is his beloved daughter. What a remarkable achievement. At her age, he was still entangled in rivalry with peers, while Xu had already formed connections with such powerful individuals. She was a source of immense pride. His meticulous nurturing had not been in vain. Zhao Tianba wiped away the tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. His daughter had truly grown. She had never disappointed him. Later that evening, after a day of training, Zhao Xu returned home, only to find herself somewhat bewildered by her father's enthusiastic demeanor. Oh, Xu, you're back. Come, sit down. Your father has brewed some fresh coffee for you. Zhao Tianba warmly invited her as she entered. He not only stood to greet her, but also took her backpack and placed it on the shelf. Old man, have you lost your mind? Zhao Xu was momentarily taken aback by his fervor, instinctively exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting, girl? I am your father, and I am still youthful. Thank you very much." Zhao Tianba retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. So what is it? Do you need something from me? Zhao Xu asked, puzzled, for she was well aware of her father's tendencies. Of course I do. Let us discuss whether you can enlighten your old man about any notable individuals you have recently encountered, Zhao Tianba said with a beaming smile. Notable individuals? Zhao Xu was taken aback. Had she met someone of significance? What big figure could she possibly be unaware of? Had her father's mind been scrambled? Dad, I haven't met anyone noteworthy recently. Are you sure you're all right? Perhaps you should check for yourself? She replied teasingly. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Tianba had a keen eye on her, ensuring her safety. Although he was the feared CEO of the Tianhong Group, to his beloved daughter, he was simply an ordinary father. Despite his substantial wealth, he often felt unworthy of being Zhao Xiu's father. How could he have produced such an exceptional daughter? Sometimes, he questioned whether he deserved to be her father. No, there must be someone. My sources are quite reliable. Think carefully. Have you met anyone recently? Even if they appear ordinary, they could very well be someone significant, Zhao Tianba probed. Are you referring to males or females? You already know everyone I associate with, don't you? Zhao Xiu replied, fully aware that her father had people watching over her. Of course, it was not surveillance but protection. He never interfered with her life, even when boys approached her. He merely encouraged her, assuring her that she would find someone better in the future. As long as she was not in danger, he had never intruded upon her life. Thus, she held no resentment towards her father's protective measures. After all, considering one's own status, one cannot fathom how many individuals might wish to abduct oneself in order to extort a ransom from one's father. Over the years, I have encountered dangers, all of which were deftly resolved by the bodyguards dispatched by Zhao Tianba. I am well aware of the people you know. However, if it involves significant figures, there are myriad ways for them to conceal their identity from me. Do you truly not know who it is? Zhao Tianba possesses a profound understanding of his daughter and typically holds disdain for deceiving her. He either refrains from speaking or, if he does, it is most assuredly regarding matters of petrification. Thus, it appears that his daughter genuinely does not recognize this prominent figure, or rather, it should be said that she is oblivious to who this person is. I do not know. You should investigate it yourself and refrain from inquiring further with me. I am entirely uninformed. Zhao Sahan waved her hand dismissively, choosing not to engage in further conversation with her father. After sipping a cup of coffee, She ascended the stairs towards her study. Her days were filled with training, and she dedicated 2 hours each evening to her reading, leaving the remainder of the time for her own leisure. Naturally, even her leisure time was often spent reading. Her life was indeed richly fulfilling. Each day meticulously planned. She found contentment therein. Perhaps this is connected to her father's educational philosophy from a young age, which has cultivated her current disciplined character. Observing Zhao Sahan ascend the stairs. Ignoring him entirely, Zhao Tianba raised his hand in resignation, opening his mouth to prophesy, yet ultimately refrained from voicing any words. He could only shake his head, settling onto the sofa to sip his coffee. Sahan does not know? Who could it be? Upon realizing that his daughter was unaware, Zhao Tianba sat alone on the sofa, deep in contemplation. Who could it be? Since old Master Lu claimed that his daughter is acquainted with this individual, she must indeed be. Yet Sahan insists she does not know. Could it be someone so profound that even he has failed to notice? Suddenly, a notification pinged from his phone. He frowned, glancing down at the screen. Someone had sent him a message via the work app, 2 documents. The investigative findings suggested that these 2 individuals might be connected to the emergence of the mysterious beast. His eyes brightened as he hastily opened the documents. He could not rely solely on his daughter for answers. While he was questioning her, he also dispatched someone to investigate this matter. Moreover, the individual he sent was one of his most capable subordinates, possessing considerable skill. It did not surprise him that information had been uncovered so swiftly. However, upon reviewing the documents, he was taken aback. Was it this young man? Gazing at Xu Haoran's profile, his eyes widened in astonishment. He was well aware of Xu Haoran, especially given that the young man had been spending considerable time with Zhao Sahan recently, and he was one of the twins. He had conducted a thorough investigation into Xu Haoran long ago, yet precisely because of this, he had never suspected him. Xu Haoran's background was too pristine. Every detail was transparent. Even through his own network expert, he knew precisely when Xu Haoran first encountered adult films. But why this young man? It should not be. Could it be that he is the offspring of a prominent figure? No, his identity was entirely clear. Zhao Tianba pondered further and then examined the second document. The second file pertained to Lu Rian. Lu Rian, spirit herb? After perusing Lu Rian's information, he furrowed his brow. As a businessman, his mind operated swiftly. In an instant, he discerned the crux of the matter. This spirit herb should not be allocated to a minor character like Lu Rian. The very fact that it was given to such an insignificant figure indicated a problem. Initially, it was speculation. But now it seemed someone sought to monopolize this batch of spirit herbs, prompting them to target Lu Rian. The Hanfrost spirit cat was a sacred spirit-level ferocious beast. The endeavor for the spirit herb was no small undertaking. Zhao Tianba narrowed his eyes. These individuals sought out Lu Rian and attempted to seize the spirit herb from her. Yet they had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a mysterious ferocious beast. This task had already failed substantially. If memory serves, the last time Ao Xiaoshuang encountered trouble, it was while being courted by Xu Haoran, was it not? The match was even introduced by Old Master Lu. Wait a moment. Zhao Tianba's eyes sparkled with realization as he connected the dots. Old Master Lu's introduction of a match for Ao Xiaoshuang suggested a close relationship with this Xu Haoran. The mysterious beast master was a friend of Old Master Lu, and the location of the mysterious beast's appearance was also Xu Haoran's village. This all aligns. Everything is intertwined with Xu Haoran. If Xu Haoran is indeed the friend Old Master Lu referred to, then everything falls into place. The other party knows his daughter and appears to have a decent rapport. Old Master Lu had mentioned that the mysterious beast master was also acquainted with his daughter. Everything now seems logical. The only incongruity lies in why Xu Haoran possesses such a formidable, ferocious beast. But that is of little consequence. All evidence points to Xu Haoran. Even if Xu Haoran is not the mysterious beast master, he undoubtedly shares substantial connections with that figure. Xu Haoran's residence is in Lingguang village, is it not? Lu Rian is also in Lingguang village, and the site of the mysterious beast's appearance is likewise in Lingguang village. Everything has become clear. Xu Haoran, or rather the mysterious beast master associated with him, aims to protect Lu Rian, which explains her journey to Lingguang village. What a clever young man, concealing himself so deeply. Zhao Tianba's expression turned contemplative and stern. After a moment's thought, a spark ignited in his eyes as he sought out Zhao Sahan. Sahan, are you reading? Spotting Zhao Sahan engrossed in her reading, he inquired with a smile. Zhao Sahan glanced at the head peeking into the room and wrinkled her nose. If you have something to say, just say it. I know you must have business. Well, I was hoping you could invite a friend over to the house for a visit. What do you think? Zhao Tianba rubbed his hands together, his tone laced with earnestness. It felt strange to find himself in a position of requesting something, as he was usually the one being sought after. Speak. Hehe, if I recall correctly. You have a friend named Xu Haoran, right? Zhao Tianba said with a smile. You wish to invite Xu Haoran over for dinner? Zhao Sahan instinctively responded upon hearing her father mention Xu Haoran. She was aware of Xu Haoran's visit to Ao Xiaoshuang's home. What does also mean? Zhao Tianba was taken aback. Indeed. Zhao Sahan sighed. Not today. Xu Haoran has been invited to Uncle Ao's house. I don't know if tomorrow will work. He has gone to that old fellow Ao Feiyang's place. Zhao Tianba exclaimed, astonished. That old rascal acted swiftly. Could it be that he discerned Xu Haoran's extraordinary nature just from the recent appearance of the ferocious beast? Wait. Ao Xiaoshuang is Ao Feiyang's daughter. He must have investigated Xu Haoran even more meticulously than himself. How could that old scoundrel not conduct a thorough inquiry into his daughter's suitor? He must have uncovered something. This old rascal, not informing me, yet acting so hastily. A wild thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he intends to lure Xu Haoran to his home as a son-in-law? Having long sensed the extraordinary nature of Xu Haoran, he had already set his sights on him. Thus, he established a connection through old Master Lu. What a cunning old rascal. His actions were alarmingly swift. Chapter 149, Proactive. Insidious. Truly insidious. It's fine, Sahan, just extend the invitation for me. Tomorrow, or the day after works. I await Xu Xiaoyou's visit to our home. If it can be tomorrow, all the better. I am available at any time. Zhao Tianba thumped his thigh, resolute in his decision to ensure Xu Haoran pays a visit. After all, that scoundrel Ao Feiyang has a daughter. Does he not wish to arrange a match for his own? His daughter is of the right age to settle down. Inviting Xu Haoran to their home? Zhao Sahan looked at her kind-hearted father with suspicion, pondering what scheme he was concocting this time. Nevertheless, she nodded. Very well, I will extend the invitation. He should come when he is free, and I'll notify you in advance. No one could refuse her invitation. If Xu Haoran dared to decline, she would brandish her sword and compel him to come. The next morning, Xu Haoran awoke leisurely. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the opulent bedroom and the exquisite profile of a young lady. A stunning girl was seated at the edge of the bed, fiddling with her phone. Her long legs revealing delicate pores in exquisite detail. Stunning. He could indulge in those legs for a decade. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. Following the alabaster limbs, he realized that the phone resting on her thigh appeared rather familiar. Wasn't he that his phone? What are you doing? Xu Haoran rubbed his forehead and slowly sat up to inquire. Seated beside him was, of course, Ao Xiaoshuang. No one else could possess such legs. But she was playing with his phone. Playing with my phone, didn't you see? Ao Xiaoshuang replied matter-of-factly. TSK, why are you playing with my phone? Xu Haoran expressed his discomfort. Yesterday was a bit too much. What is so interesting about yours? Men's phones are far more entertaining. Ao Xiaoshuang shook her head. Men's phones? That's quite the questionable statement. Xu Haoran mused, then snatched the phone from her grasp, declaring, if it's fun, I want to let you play. TCH, Ao Xiaoshuang scoffed. I've already finished playing anyway. Sahan invited you to her house today. Do remember to check WeChat. You're still checking my WeChat? Xu Haoran eyed Ao Xiaoshuang warily. How did you know my password? Your fingerprint unlocks at the moment it's scanned, Ao Xiaoshuang replied. Her voluptuous legs perched on the soft bed, leaving a delightful imprint behind. The audacity of using his fingerprint to unlock and peruse his messages was utterly shameless. What's wrong? Is it unacceptable to check messages from a potential suitor? Ao Xiaoshuang retorted, her pride evident. But you said you weren't interested in me. Why check my phone then? Xu Haoran gritted his teeth as he opened WeChat. Indeed, Zhao Sahan had extended an invitation to him. Zhao Sahan's father had requested his presence at their home. I've changed my mind. I've decided to interact with you. Does that mean it's permissible to check? Ao Xiaoshuang responded with calmness. This change was rather rapid. No, Xu Haoran shook his head in refusal. Why not? Ao Xiaoshuang looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to decline. You're not as good as Sahan, he clarified, nearly instantaneously comprehending. Ao Xiaoshuang, unwilling to accept this, realized Xu Haoran was indeed implying something about her best friend. This scoundrel, he is actually harboring thoughts about my best friend. How dare he? In a fit of rage, Ao Xiaoshuang lunged at Xu Haoran, intending to bite him. Yet, suddenly losing her balance, she toppled towards him. Thud. Their lips met. And Ao Xiaoshuang found herself sprawled atop Xu Haoran. They locked gazes, and he could even catch a whiff of her faint fragrance. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Ao's mother's enchanting figure. Both turned towards the entrance, discovering Su Ling standing there, her mouth covered in astonishment as she beheld the two. Quickly recovering, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I must have come at an inopportune moment. I'll return later." Su Ling wore an expression that conveyed understanding. Before closing the door with a swift motion, although her daughter professed disinterest, her physical responses seemed rather honest. Ao Xiaoshuang wasn't he supposed to be in this room? She had eagerly come to find her young boyfriend early in the morning, more proactive than I was in my youth. Ao Xiaoshuang snapped back to reality, stood up, and hastily exited the room, her face as flushed as a ripe peach. Xu Haoran stood dazed, licking his lips, still savoring the lingering taste. Was she not being intentional? Was she craving him? The thought left him choking on his own breath. He quickly dismissed the peculiar notions swirling in his mind and messaged Zhao Sahan, confirming his visit for the evening, just as Faiang had invited him. Zhao Sahan's father had done the same. Could it be that they harbored interest in him as well? This could become complicated, especially now that it seemed Xiaoshuang had taken a liking to him too. Which path should he choose? Yet, Xu Haoran soon resolved that children were the only ones to deliberate over choices. Adults must embrace all possibilities. During the day, he took Tom to the block forest, hunting some fierce beasts to accumulate points for summoning pets. In the afternoon, Lu Rian called him over, revealing that her cover had been blown and that the authorities suspected his Godzilla was the mysterious beast. However, Xu Haoran remained unfazed. His strength was ample, and he had nothing to fear. The officials hadn't sought him out yet. He would deal with them when the time arose. Subsequently, he began tidying up his abode, working diligently until evening when he leisurely made his way to Zhao Sahan's home. Upon arriving, he initially presumed Zhao Sahan's father to be a significant figure. However, unexpectedly, Zhao Tianba proved to be even more amiable than Faiang. He warmly engaged Xu Haoran in conversation, inquiring about his well-being. Zhao Sahan, seated nearby, observed with a peculiar gaze as her father asked if Xu Haoran had a girlfriend. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Naturally, Xu Haoran felt elated. It appeared that his potential father-in-law was awakening. It seemed he attracted not just women but also men as favor. Now, he had not one but two prospective father-in-laws. Both Faiang and Zhao Tianba were exceedingly kind to him. That night, they indulged in a grand revelry, drinking to their heart's content until Zhao Sahan and her mother insisted they rest. Resting, of course, meant staying at the Zhao residence. It wasn't until the following morning that Zhao Sahan roused him, preparing for class. After a night of sleep, although still somewhat groggy the next day, he felt relatively well. Bright and early, Zhao Sahan called him to rise. Today, they were to attend class together. Chapter 150. If you can, then you come. Zhao Sahan had decisively decided that she would attend class alongside Xu Haoran, as per her father's instructions. This also delayed Xu Haoran's plan to visit the Beast Control Bureau. Since Zhao Sahan wished to accompany him, he remained at Wanglong Academy instead of going to the bureau. The two had agreed to attend classes together. Upon their arrival at the academy, they immediately attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Naturally, it was not Xu Haoran who was the focus of their gaze, but rather Zhao Sahan. She was undeniably stunning, her figure astonishingly exquisite, garnering nearly 100% of the attention. This inevitably rendered Xu Haoran, who walked beside her, a perceived rival in many people's eyes. For others, the desire to launch Xu Haoran into outer space with a rocket was palpable. Yet, such thoughts were mere flights of fancy. Xu Haoran reveled in the envy that surrounded him, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction and joy. How delightful it was to have a beautiful companion in school, especially one whose parents he had already met. Zhao Tianba seemed quite agreeable to the idea of Xu Haoran getting closer to his daughter. While it might not necessarily be a desire for him to become a son-in-law, he at least appeared willing to allow Xu Haoran and Zhao Sahan to forge a friendship. Soon, they arrived at their classroom. The moment they stepped inside, all eyes were drawn to them. The once boisterous chatter of the classroom fell into an abrupt silence, leaving only a profound stillness. Zhao Sahan seated herself in front of Xu Haoran, while the previous occupant of that seat was relocated elsewhere. Ma Shanghao, upon seeing Xu Haoran position himself before him, was filled with excitement. "Old Xu, you actually came to class with Zhao Sahan? Truly remarkable." He whispered eagerly into Xu Haoran's ear. Proud of his brother's fortitude, he felt a sense of shared glory among their peers. Today, he noticed many students walking with their chests puffed out. "I didn't want to, but Sahan insisted I accompany her to the academy," Xu Haoran sighed. The surrounding individuals furrowed their brows in disbelief. Zhao Sahan had invited Xu Haoran to attend classes with her? "Why don't you just fly to the heavens?" They scoffed. "I can't believe you. Keep on boasting." Observing Xu Haoran's smug demeanor, many gritted their teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless to act against him. They could only silently gnash their teeth in resentment. "Old Xu, you really are impressive. I never expected you to be so close with Zhao Sahan," Ma Shanghao exclaimed. "But does Zhao Sahan have any close friends? Wasn't there another beautiful girl with her the other day? Do you have her contact information?" He inquired softly. "Yes. That would be my blind date. Why do you want her contact information?" Xu Haoran replied, growing wary. Earlier that morning, he had accidentally kissed Xiaoshuang, and she had yet to respond to his messages. He wondered if she was simply shy. "Your blind date?" Ma Shanghao was taken aback. Xiaoshuang is your blind date. Are you joking? Huh. You know her name is Xiaoshuang? Xu Haoran looked at Ma Shanghao in surprise. This guy had just pretended not to know Xiaoshuang. How did he suddenly appear to be familiar with her? I know a little about her. I only knew she was a princess from the AO family. But I didn't really know her, he stammered, embarrassed that he had let slip too much and intended to play it cool by asking Xu Haoran for an introduction. But what's this about a blind date? You and her are blind dates. Yes, I met Zhao Sahan through AO Xiaoshuang, Xu Haoran replied. Is there a problem? No. No problem at all. Can I add AO Xiaoshuang on WeChat? Ma Shanghao asked boldly. Sure, but you have to ask her yourself. Even if I give you her contact, you still wouldn't be able to add her, Xu Haoran chuckled. After a moment's thought, Ma Shanghao realized this was true, even if he managed to add AO Xiaoshuang. She might not agree. Ah, I truly envy you, he lamented, feeling a pang of jealousy as he glanced at Xu Haoran. How could Xu Haoran be so fortunate in matters of affection while he was left with nothing? The morning classes consisted of one theoretical lesson followed by a practical session. However, this time it was not a combat exercise, but rather an introduction to the basic treatment of pet beasts. Most of their courses were related to pet beasts, and naturally, the topic of their treatment could not be overlooked. Although they were not training to be medical professionals, a fundamental understanding of simple treatments was essential. The instructor for the medical course was a kindly professor with silver hair who treated everyone with warmth. Students were allowed to form groups of up to 5. The patients were all low-level pet beasts, easy to treat, and even if they were to fail, the cost would not be overly burdensome. Some had minor external injuries, while others appeared fine on the surface, yet their condition could be discerned with careful observation. Xu Haoran naturally teamed up with Ma Shanghao and Zhao Sahan, forming a trio. There were 3 pet beasts assigned for treatment to the class. The first group to successfully treat their assigned beast would earn additional credits. However, any mistakes made would result in deductions from their scores. Each of the 3 pet beasts presented different issues, and the student's goal for the day was to heal them. Successful treatment would yield credit rewards, while exacerbating the beast's conditions would lead to penalties. The professor encouraged the students to begin their assessments. Xu Haoran and Zhao Sahan approached the 3 pet beasts confined in their cages. One was a white rabbit with red eyes, frantically hopping about, seemingly distressed. Another was an adult golden raccoon cat, lying in its cage with a bleeding leg, suggesting an external injury. The last one was the most peculiar, a 3-eyed tiger cub, which showed no visible injuries and appeared perfectly normal, yet lay still, as if lifeless. The students gathered around to examine these 3 creatures closely. The rabbit and the raccoon cat's ailments were quickly identified. Ma Shanghao confidently stated, "This rabbit seems to have ingested some toxic herb that has excited it." He continued, "The raccoon cat must have been injured during a fight with its peers, as the wounds on its leg clearly support my theory." However, when it came to the 3-eyed tiger cub, he admitted, "I can't discern what the issue is." This sentiment was shared by others, as the 2 other beasts were easily diagnosed, but the 3-eyed cub baffled everyone. "You are just spouting nonsense," Zhao Fei interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Shanghao. "Hey, redhead, have you so quickly forgotten who helped you last time?" Ma Shanghao retorted, his anger flaring upon seeing Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei raised an eyebrow. "It was Xu Haoran who helped me. What does that have to do with you? Besides, I'm merely speaking the truth." Although Zhao Fei had not forgotten the favor Xu Haoran had done for him and treated him with more respect, he still regarded Ma Shanghao with disdain. "Xu Haoran is my brother. How is that not relevant to me? His assistance is tantamount to my own," Ma Shanghao insisted. Zhao Fei merely chuckled, remaining silent. Ma Shanghao grew even more irritated at Zhao Fei's amusement. "You think you're clever. Why don't you enlighten us on what's wrong with this 3-eyed tiger cub?" Zhao Fei chose to remain quiet, as although the first 2 beasts were manageable, the 3-eyed tiger cub, which displayed no injuries or abnormal behavior aside from its inactivity, truly posed a mystery. Chapter 151. What was that supposed to mean? The first 2 cases may still warrant further investigation, yet the latter remains shrouded in mystery, leaving us with no clear understanding of the situation. Indeed, this creature bears no visible injuries or abnormalities, merely resting there. Who could possibly ascertain what is amiss? It seems that no one will earn credit for this. Who says that? Do we not just welcome a prodigy into our class? Your ignorance does not equate to others' lack of knowledge. A prodigy? At the mere mention, all eyes instinctively gravitated toward one individual, Zhao Sahan. The long-eared rabbit, with its crimson eyes, appears to have consumed a red mushroom. Long-eared rabbits are fond of mushrooms and possess the ability to distinguish them. However, the red mushroom bears a striking resemblance to their favored Qixing mushroom, often leading to confusion between the 2. Ingesting the red mushroom results in excitement and agitation. This condition requires no extensive treatment. A simple sedative will suffice to alleviate the symptoms gradually. At that moment, a beautifully adorned young lady stepped forward, casting a glance at the indifferent Zhao Sahan not far away, seemingly provokingly pointing at another creature, the Jingang raccoon cat. As for the Jingang raccoon cat, Its injuries are straightforward, sustained from battling with other ferocious beasts, and I can observe that the wounds are somewhat discolored, suggesting that the adversary possessed a degree of toxicity. A remedy comprising an antidote alongside some healing herbs should suffice for a perfect recovery. The young lady raised her chin, her exquisite visage and slender figure capturing the attention of numerous boys. Noticing that the crowd's focus had shifted from Xu Haoran to herself, she felt a surge of pride. While she may not surpass Xu Haoran in other aspects, when it comes to the treatment of pet beasts, she believed herself to be unrivaled in the class. Zhu, you are remarkable. You can even identify what the long-eared rabbit has consumed? Her classmates expressed their admiration. We can only ascertain a general issue, yet you even know how to treat it. Hearing such praise, Zhu basked in her glory and provocatively glanced towards Xu Haoran. Zhao, you are a genius of the Beast Control Bureau. Do you agree with my assertions? Since Xu Haoran's arrival, she had become the focal point of the class, overshadowing Zhu's formerly prominent presence. Once the most gifted and accomplished girl in class, Zhu felt as though she had been forgotten. The boys no longer spared her a glance, and those who had previously shown interest in her now ignored her entirely. Once, she had chosen to overlook other boys. Now, her overtures went unreciprocated. This stark contrast nearly drove her to despair. Fortunately, she had finally managed to reclaim her moment. The elder professor beside them nodded, acknowledging Zhu's response with a modicum of approval. Xu Haoran, upon being queried, answered sincerely, "First, the long-eared rabbit indeed consumed the red mushroom, aligning with what my classmates have surmised. However, the injuries of the Jingang raccoon cat were not the result of combat with other ferocious beasts. Rather, the Jingang raccoon cat possesses a certain degree of toxicity itself. Additionally, it boasts formidable defenses and speed, making it difficult to witness an injured Jingang raccoon cat. Nonetheless, there are two scenarios in which a Jingang raccoon cat might engage in direct combat." Zhu raised an eyebrow. "Not from a battle?" She laughed. "If it is not from combat, what else could it be? Xu Haoran, you seem knowledgeable, but if it is not from fighting with other ferocious beasts, could it be infighting?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Everyone caught the hint of provocation in Zhu's words and felt a wave of apprehension for Xu Haoran. A misstep could lead to significant embarrassment. Even the professor observed Xu Haoran with keen interest, eager to see how she would respond. Under the watchful gaze of her peers, Xu Haoran smiled and elucidated. "This classmate has not erred. The injuries of the Jingang raccoon cat were indeed a result of infighting." Zhu could not suppress her laughter. "Infighting, indeed. How bold to declare such a thing. What? Are they battling for dominance within their own ranks?" She stifled her laughter, nearly erupting. "A male and female fight. And the male concedes? Is this Jingang raccoon cat a submissive creature?" Zhu guffawed, reveling in the absurdity. Xu Haoran, puzzled, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "I find your pretense amusing, Zhao. It is one thing to be talented, but in matters of treatment, I advise you to reconsider. You still have much to learn compared to me," Zhu retorted. Before she could continue, applause erupted, interrupting her. She frowned, irritated at being interrupted, and turned to see their professor clapping. Zhu, unsure whether the applause was directed at her or Xu Haoran, asked, "Professor He, why are you suddenly applauding? Was everything I said correct?" Her heart leaped at the thought that perhaps she had indeed been right. "Zhu, you presented some valid points," Professor He acknowledged. But before she could revel in her moment, he continued, "However, Xu Haoran's knowledge is exceptionally profound. She made no errors in her analysis. You all correctly identified that the long-eared rabbit consumed the red mushroom. Yet, it is only Xu Haoran who accurately deduced that this Jingang raccoon cat is indeed a male, injured by a female. The discolored wounds are attributable to the inherent toxicity of the Jingang raccoon cat itself." Xu Haoran's answers were entirely correct. Professor He regarded Xu Haoran with admiration. "Truly remarkable. Both in knowledge and prowess, you are unparalleled." Even she found Xu Haoran's excellence to be almost otherworldly. "Wow, incredible. Xu Haoran is not only powerful, but also academically gifted? This is astonishing." The crowd erupted in awe, elevating Xu Haoran to new heights. Meanwhile, Zhu's complexion drained of color. Xu Haoran had been entirely correct? What did that make her earlier claims? Chapter 152, Healing Pet Beasts. Zhu stood rooted to the spot, her complexion initially unremarkable. However, as she overheard the surrounding crowd extolling Xu Haoran, her face gradually flushed, turning an increasingly vibrant shade of crimson, akin to that of a monkey's backside. Unable to utter a single word, her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and she dared not lift her gaze to meet anyone's eyes. Xu Haoran was entirely in the right. Did this mean she had become a mere jester? Just moments ago, she had mocked and provoked others, only to realize that they were all correct while her own assertions were half-baked, basking in unwarranted pride. How utterly humiliating. Indeed, Zhao was formidable. Ma Xianghao also stepped forward, sincerely praising, truly remarkable. No wonder you're my good friend's best mate. He continued with a mischievous grin. By the way, Zhu Ku, what was that you were saying about nonsense? Pretending to understand? You weren't talking about Zhao, were you? His words were unabashedly direct. If there were levels of insensitivity, Ma Xianghao undoubtedly occupied the highest tier. He relished in provoking others, unafraid of causing offense. He was eager to see how Zhu Ku would respond after having ridiculed Zhao Sahan earlier. Ma Xianghao's remark drew the collective attention of the onlookers. They had all heard Zhu Ku's earlier derisive comments, and the mocking expressions she wore had left many girls feeling uneasy. Thankfully, it had not been any of them making those remarks. Had they succumbed to temptation, they would now be the ones facing embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that such a situation would arise, instigated by someone of their own kind? It was simply absurd. Zhu Ku, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, experienced a deepening sense of humiliation, perceiving herself as a clown. Yet, she found herself in a predicament from which there was no escape. What of it? All this information is merely a matter of reading a few more books. It's just that we are from the combat department, so my knowledge is limited. Had I been a student in the medical department, I would surely have understood these matters as well. But that reasoning is flawed. We may be combat department students. Yet Zhao is one too. Moreover, she works at the Beast Control Bureau, balancing her studies with tasks, making her far busier than us. If Zhao knows. Yet we do not. Doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable? Ma Xianghao countered languidly. Zhu Ku gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. This insufferable person seemed intent on not letting her off the hook. His words were like arrows, never hesitating to strike. Even if she was unaware, Zhao Sahan was knowledgeable. Yet that hardly constituted a significant issue. If Zhao were truly exceptional, she would elucidate what was ailing the last of the three-eyed fire tigers. As the mention of the three-eyed fire tiger arose, the crowd's attention turned towards the small tiger with 3 eyes. Still in its developmental stage, it had not yet matured into a robust adult. Now, it lay motionless, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny of those around it, resembling a creature on the brink of death. There were no visible wounds, its fur lacked luster, and its eyes appeared dull. Beyond that, nothing else could be discerned. Zhao Sahan also directed her gaze at the three-eyed fire tiger. While Professor He observed her curiously, eager to see if she could uncover the truth. Among those present, not a single person could even begin to deduce the cause of its ailment, let alone pinpoint the specific affliction. Could it be poisoned? Near death? Or perhaps it had internal injuries. Yet, if it had sustained such injuries, there should be some outward signs, right? There was no blood from its eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. What could be the matter? Was it not sick after all? That seemed unlikely. The three-eyed fire tiger was known for its ferocious temperament. Under normal circumstances, it would be leaping and roaring within its cage. The fact that it lay there motionless indicated something was indeed amiss. But what exactly was the issue? With no external injuries, how could one ascertain the problem? Even a professional would struggle to identify the matter with just a glance. The elderly professor, referred to as Professor He, gazed at Zhao Sahan with a benevolent expression, harboring little expectation. This question was undoubtedly beyond the syllabus. Even a medical student might not easily discern the underlying issue. She was keen to witness whether Zhao Sahan could rise to the challenge. At that moment, Zhao Sahan furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intensely on the three-eyed fire tiger within the cage. She scrutinized it without blinking, yet after a prolonged period of observation, she remained silent. Just as Zhu Ku was about to sneer and continue her mockery, a resonant voice filled the air for such a trivial ailment. There's no need to call upon my closest friend. Even a slacker like me knows the cause. In unison, the crowd turned towards Xu Haoran, who stood confidently, chest puffed out, surveying the entire assembly. You know the cause? Zhu Ku regarded Xu Haoran with a perplexed expression. This minor issue is hardly a challenge. Don't you all know? Xu Haoran replied nonchalantly. Zhu Ku, feeling irked, retorted, Xu Haoran, I acknowledge your prowess, but medical knowledge is no laughing matter. Your flippant remarks won't earn you any credits. While she did hold a measure of respect for Xu Haoran's capabilities, she firmly believed that his strength in combat did not correlate with medical expertise. She found it hard to believe he could grasp such matters. Zhao Sahan and Ma Xianghao exchanged bewildered glances at Xu Haoran. Could he truly understand the treatment of beasts? This seemed implausible. Clearing his throat, Xu Haoran captured everyone's attention. Amidst their curious gazes, he slowly raised a finger. The three-eyed fire tiger is afflicted by 2 distinct ailments, which have culminated in its current state. 2 ailments? Zhu Ku scoffed. Impressive, Xu Haoran. Do enlighten us as to what these 2 maladies are. I hope you're not suggesting it's merely a case of bad luck. Originally, she had hoped to expose Zhao Sahan's shortcomings, but now Xu Haoran had spoiled her plans. She was still the jester, and it infuriated her. Fear not, Xu Haoran waved dismissively. Even if the three-eyed fire tiger had misfortunes, it wouldn't be anything trivial. He continued, without waiting for Xu Ku's frantic retort. The first ailment of the three-eyed fire tiger stems from consuming toxic beast flesh. Moreover, I can hazard a guess as to the nature of that meat. It was likely the flesh of the 3-inch spear snake. Xu Haoran narrowed his eyes, fixated on the three-eyed fire tiger within the cage, his conviction unwavering. The 3-inch spear snake. Ma Xianghao mused thoughtfully, a highly poisonous beast, known for injuring its foes with its venom. If an ordinary beast were to consume its flesh, it could very well end up like this. But how can you prove your assertion? How did you deduce this? Xu Ku frowned. I was suggesting it had eaten the flesh of an arrow-poisoned frog. Xu Haoran cast a glance at Xu Ku. The arrow-poisoned frog is notoriously difficult to consume. Its skin is highly toxic. The three-eyed fire tiger would have to be quite foolish to eat it. Laughter erupted around them, while Xu Ku's face turned ashen, her anger nearly causing her to explode. What did you just say? Xu Ku pointed an accusatory finger at Xu Haoran, her voice trembling with indignation. I said, the three-eyed fire tiger consumed the flesh of the 3-inch spear snake. Xu Haoran casually remarked, as for how I discerned this. Take a closer look at its nose and eyes. The gaze of the three-eyed fire tiger is not only dull and lifeless, but also somewhat erratic. This is a consequence of the hallucinogenic effects of the 3-inch spear snake's venom, rendering the creature immobile as it remains trapped within its delusions. Furthermore, have you not noticed that its nose, which should be glistening, moist, and a vibrant pink, has turned black? Any once pink entity that turns black undoubtedly harbors issues. Just like the nose of this three-eyed fire tiger, it has darkened due to poisoning. The notion that something pink turning black indicates a problem? The surrounding girls exchanged peculiar glances, some unable to suppress their embarrassment and lowering their heads. Do not misconstrue. They were unaware of Xu Haoran's implications. It was simply that Wanglong Academy does not prohibit romantic relationships, and many of them had boyfriends. After being together, these boyfriends inexplicably developed dark circles under their eyes, leading them to suspect that perhaps they were poisoned. Xu Ku remained unfazed. She had no boyfriend. Proud and lofty, she reserved herself for someone worthy in her eyes. Yet had yet to encounter such a person, having only met a few worthless sycophants. She either found others unworthy or they deemed her so. What nonsense are you spouting? A 3-inch spear snake causes the nose to turn black? I have never read anything about that. Her face was a canvas of disbelief, yet beside her. Teacher, he interjected with curiosity, you mentioned 2 ailments. What is the other one? Teacher, he's inquiries startled those around them. Teacher, he did not refute Xu Haoran. Xu Ku's heart skipped a beat. If Xu Haoran were mistaken, he should have been corrected immediately. However, the lack of contradiction and the continuation of questioning suggested, could it be that Xu Haoran was indeed correct? But how could that be? How could Xu Haoran possibly know such things? This was knowledge she had never encountered. There's another ailment. Quite simply, Xu Haoran began. The three-eyed fire tiger has already been treated once by someone. Indeed, it was unexpected. Treatment must have commenced upon discovery of the three-eyed fire tiger. However, the individual who treated it seemed unaware that the three-eyed fire tiger was a creature of fire attributes, thus administering inappropriate herbs, resulting in the failure to absorb the medicinal effects and consequently exacerbating its condition. The loss of the fiery sheen of its fur was the best evidence. The individual had directly administered herbs of opposing attributes, disrupting the three-eyed fire tiger's elemental alignment and causing its skin and fur to lose their original luster. Xu Haoran stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of serenity akin to an otherworldly sage. Excellent. Teacher, he exclaimed, his previously murky eyes now sparkling with clarity. Congratulations to this student. Your answers are entirely correct. The credits for this session go to you and Zhao Sahan. With those words, Xu Ku's complexion turned ashen. Xu Haoran had once again provided the correct answer, and he had earned credits. What? Xu Haoran truly answered correctly. Not a single detail amiss. Xu Ku could hardly believe that Xu Haoran possessed such extensive knowledge. While exceptional ability was one thing, how could he know so much about pet treatment? Indeed, Xu's responses were flawless. In fact, I was uncertain of the second reason myself. I had merely speculated about the possibility of incorrect herbs. But I never anticipated that Xu would deduce that the three-eyed fire tiger had ingested herbs of conflicting attributes within such a short span of time. This is commendable. Teacher, he regarded Xu Haoran with newfound appreciation, astonished to discover such a remarkable student among them. How is it that teacher he does not know? Yet Xu Haoran does? Upon hearing the teacher's words, Xu Ku's face drained of color. Any remnants of hope she had clung to vanished completely. Xu Haoran truly possessed knowledge. Xu, do not be disheartened. With a few more years of study, you too shall attain such understanding. You simply lag a bit behind me and Sahan. However, with effort, you can surely catch up to us, Xu Haoran said with a smile, adopting a mentor-like demeanor that nearly brought Xu Ku to tears. Indeed, students, you should aspire to learn from Xu Haoran and Zhao Sahan, teacher, he added. This remark caused Xu Ku to lose her composure entirely. She burst into tears and fled, sobbing as she ran, genuinely upset. Huh, she mocked us, yet we did not cry. She is the one who wept. Ma Xianghao scoffed, observing the fleeing Xu Ku. Zhao Fei, still visibly disgruntled, found the situation amusing, as at least he was not the one fleeing in tears. Very well. Su and Zhao have elucidated the cause of the ailment. Now, each group is to provide me with a treatment plan before class concludes. Although the cause had been established, the lesson must continue. There were not enough injured pets for them to treat, yet the students still needed to be tested. Thus, the morning session concluded on a pleasant note. Once teacher he departed, Ma Xianghao seized the opportunity to whisper in Xu Haoran's ear, "Old Su, how did you ascertain the condition of that three-eyed fire tiger? Don't tell me you read it in a book. I refuse to believe that." He was well aware of Xu Haoran's capabilities. How could he possibly surpass Zhao Sahan? He certainly did not believe Xu Haoran had derived his knowledge from literature. A secret, Xu Haoran replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Xianghao, smiling yet remaining silent. He couldn't possibly reveal that it was due to the system. The system allowed him to inspect the condition of pets. Typically, it would only provide a brief overview, with an option to click for further details. He had rarely accessed those details before, but today he decided to explore, only to discover that he could clearly see the physical conditions of these pets, along with a wealth of additional information. Without the system as his trump card, how could he dare to step forward? No matter how formidable a scholar was, could they compare to his omniscient system? Chapter 154, The Stunning Beauty. Initially, due to Xu Haoran's formidable strength, many had begun to regard him with newfound respect. However, after this class, everyone realized that Xu Haoran was not only powerful, but also profoundly knowledgeable, and in an instant, the way they looked at him transformed entirely. Their gazes resembled that of reverence reserved for celestial beings. Who exactly was Xu Haoran? His strength was impressive, but his academic prowess was equally remarkable. They had all entered Wanglong Academy as top students, yet here was Xu Haoran, who had joined midway, eclipsing them all. Xu Haoran's capabilities were astonishing. His strength was one thing, but his academic excellence was truly exceptional. Indeed, I thought he merely excelled in combat prowess. Yet he possesses remarkable expertise in the treatment of pets as well. Is there truly no flaw to him? How can a person be so nearly perfect? Indeed, even Zhao Sahan cannot compare to him. This is astonishing. Su is truly impressive, akin to the Prince Charming of my dreams. And being one of the Gemini, if I could become Su's girlfriend, it would surely bring immense happiness. Regrettably, Zhao Sahan is also one of the Geminis, and she is exceptionally talented. Upon seeing her, Su Tongxue might well disregard all others. The crowd around Xu Haoran buzzed with speculation, their gazes toward him imbued with admiration and respect. Ma Xianghao, witnessing the envious glances of the surrounding girls, felt a pang of sorrow, wishing for a similar level of affection directed his way. Don't dwell on it too much. I'm sure someone likes you, Xu Haoran comforted as he patted Ma Xianghao on the shoulder. However, the moment the words left his lips, Ma Xianghao recoiled. Wait, stop. Please don't comfort me. I fear you might pierce my heart. He waved his hands dismissively at Xu Haoran, fully aware that the latter's words were often laced with sharpness, and allowing Su to console him could spell disaster. Oh, as a brother, how could you think so poorly of me? It truly wounds my heart, Xu Haoran lamented, clutching his chest in mock agony. With so many girls admiring you, what do you have to be upset about? Ma Xianghao rolled his eyes. I don't want this either. Fame is a double-edged sword, and I really wish to remain inconspicuous, free from the burden of so many admirers, Xu Haoran lamented, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed skyward, exhibiting a sense of melancholy. Huh. Ma Xianghao simply smiled, choosing not to respond further. By the way, we have yet to discuss something important. Are you free after class? Shall we venture outside the city for some training? Ma Xianghao puffed out his chest, feeling confident after days of rigorous practice at home. Well, that might not work. I have an appointment after class, Xu Haoran replied after a moment's thought. Someone is coming to pick me up. Let us plan for tomorrow instead. An appointment? Who is it? Male or female? Ma Xianghao inquired reflexively. A female friend. I have some matters to attend to, Xu Haoran responded. Lu Ruyan had messaged him, indicating that the Beast Control Bureau required their presence. He pondered whether he could manage to evade any scrutiny this time. A friend? Surely not a girlfriend? Ma Xianghao questioned suspiciously. Of course not. My ideal type is someone like Sahan. That sort is simply not suitable for me. Xu Haoran shook his head. All right then. Let's agree to go outside the city together tomorrow, Ma Xianghao said, waving his hand dismissively and choosing not to probe further. If Xu Haoran was not interested, he presumed that the girl was unlikely to be particularly appealing. He had little interest in unattractive girls, preferring someone like Xu Haoran, powerful, attractive, and from a formidable background. Who wouldn't he be enamored by such qualities? Unfortunately, Xu Haoran and Xu Haoran shared the same Gemini status. Despite her considerable charm and impressive demeanor, she could not compete with Xu Haoran's advantageous position. It was only right that she relinquish him to Xu Haoran with a heavy heart. The afternoon consisted of only one class, and upon its conclusion, Ma Xianghao, along with Xu Haoran and Xu Haoran, departed the academy together. Zhao, how about we train outside the city together? I believe we could help each other, Ma Xianghao enthusiastically proposed, standing to the left of Xu Haoran. Yet Xu Haoran calmly replied, no need. I'm heading to the training grounds for some practical experience. Ma Xianghao despaired, woo-woo. Without the two of them, he would have to return home alone. As they reached the school gate, a luxury car pulled up before them. A middle-aged driver, impeccably dressed in a suit and white gloves, respectfully opened the car door for Xu Haoran. Miss, please step inside. Okay, I'll be on my way. Xu Haoran called to Xu Haoran, not even sparing a glance at Ma Xianghao as she entered the vehicle and closed the door. The driver offered a slight smile to Xu Haoran and Ma Xianghao before driving Xu Haoran away toward the end of the street. Watching her leave, Ma Xianghao felt a surge of envy. Ah, how I wish I could enjoy such privileges. Having a chauffeur for school every day, who hasn't he fantasized about a life of luxury? Despite his family's wealth, it paled in comparison to Xu Haoran's, who could easily afford a personal driver. His family could only manage to buy whatever toys he desired. In Xu Haoran's case, it was not merely about wanting to purchase toys. She could indeed buy whatever she wished. For her, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all. Who could help but envy Xu Haoran's life? Don't worry, we'll work hard for 2 years, and once we enter society, we'll be able to ride in luxury cars too, Xu Haoran reassured as he patted Ma Xianghao's shoulder. Woo-woo, brother, you're the best. Having you by my side, truly, is my fortune. Ma Xianghao felt deeply moved, grateful for Xu Haoran's presence. Although his own family wasn't particularly affluent, he found solace in the fact that Xu Haoran's situation was not much better. Despite Xu Haoran's formidable abilities and academic prowess, his family circumstances were quite ordinary. And he too took the bus to school, which brought Ma Xianghao some comfort. When one's own life feels bleak, observing someone in an even worse situation can provide a modicum of psychological solace. As they conversed, they had already reached the roadside. Brothers always stand together, right? Rest assured, I will always be here for you, Xu Haoran vowed, feeling a surge of brotherly affection. Ma Xianghao nodded appreciatively. Good brother. Suddenly, Ma Xianghao exclaimed, hey look, my dear brother, there's a beauty. No wait, it's a wealthy lady. Just as he was feeling sentimental, something caught his eye, and he turned to see a striking red convertible parked nearby, with a stunning woman in sunglasses at the wheel. Even with her eyes concealed, her exquisite visage was unmistakable, and her figure was nothing short of spectacular. She was a breathtaking beauty. Chapter 155, Special Operations Team. Ma Xianghao was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. How could there be another woman in the world who could rival Xu Haoran's beauty? Xu Haoran followed Ma Xianghao's gaze and, upon seeing the woman, maintained a calm demeanor. Turning to Ma Xianghao, brother, my friend has come to pick me up. I must take my leave. I won't be taking the bus today, but I'll accompany you tomorrow instead. All right, where's your friend? Is she as stunning as that beautiful wealthy lady over there? Let me see. Ma Xianghao, filled with curiosity, scanned the surroundings for Xu Haoran's friend. Right over there. I'll be off now. Xu Haoran smiled, then walked toward the red convertible. In a moment of disbelief, Ma Xianghao watched as Xu Haoran climbed into the luxurious vehicle, the beautiful driver kindly taking his backpack and placing it inside as if she were a considerate girlfriend. Ma Xianghao stood frozen, unable to process the unfolding scene. Watching Xu Haoran enter the wealthy lady's car, noticing her attentively adjusting his attire, and then seeing Xu Haoran close the door as the stunning woman drove up beside him, he was left in shock. Hey, little Ma, I'm off now. See you tomorrow. Xu Haoran waved, and the beautiful lady glanced at him before the car turned and drove away. One moment, they were brothers, and the next, he was just little Ma. Ma Xianghao stared blankly, his mind struggling to catch up with the rapid turn of events. His gaze remained fixed in the direction Xu Haoran had departed. That wealthy lady was here to pick up Xu Haoran? His eyes widened in disbelief, and it took him a long moment to regain his composure. Observing Xu Haoran's contorted expression, he exclaimed, when your brothers are connected to your heart, how dare you toy with their minds? Just moments ago, you were offering him comfort. And now you're off in the company of a wealthy woman? During the day, you claimed she wasn't your type. What nonsense is this? Damn it. This is utterly intolerable. I even encouraged him to admire beautiful women, only to discover he knows that very beauty and didn't he bother to introduce her to me. What a despicable man. Watching Xu Haoran depart, Ma Xianghao cursed under his breath. As if having Xu Haoran wasn't enough, he was now flirting with a rich woman. No. I must inform Xu Haoran tomorrow. I cannot let her be deceived by such a scoundrel. He grumbled as he boarded the bus, resolutely deciding to reveal to Xu Haoran that Xu Haoran was being supported by a wealthy woman. Such a disgrace. Having Chu Shaoqing and Xu Haoran was insufficient. Now he was seeking external patronage from affluent women. What a coward. Why isn't there a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged rich lady interested in him? Woe is me. Meanwhile, Xu Haoran followed Lu Rian as she drove towards the Beast Control Bureau. This time, they weren't heading to a mere branch, but directly to the headquarters of the Rongqing Beast Control Bureau. Today, Shi Kang had specifically summoned them. Surely, he would inquire about your pet beast, so you should prepare your explanation. Lu Rian maintained a calm demeanor as she drove. Xu Haoran withheld any mention of Godzilla from her, which frustrated her. Yet, despite her anger, she felt content with Godzilla's protection. Previously, she worried about being attacked by assassins in her home, but now, with Godzill's presence, she felt secure, even in the face of threats. I really don't know what's going on with Godzilla, Xu Haoran shrugged, offering a simple reply. I don't know. Huh. Do you think the people at the Beast Control Bureau are fools? I now suspect you might be that mysterious beast master, Lu Rian scoffed. Were it not for Xu Haoran's youth, she would genuinely believe he was the enigmatic beast master. She had always thought Xu Haoran had some connection to that mysterious figure, but had never considered that he himself might be the one. Glancing down at Tom, who was comfortably sprawled on the ground, she reflected that perhaps Tom was no ordinary cat. Initially, she had sensed that the cat was unique, but now she considered that its abilities might surpass her imagination, possibly rivaling Godzill's level. What can I say? I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family. I never expected my pet would turn into such a creature, Xu Haoran replied nonchalantly. No matter how formidable the Beast Control Bureau was, they couldn't prevent him from raising his pet beast, could they? If word got out, would there be any law left? Even if he were indeed that mysterious beast master, it wouldn't involve the Bureau at all. On the contrary, if he were that beast master, he might have even saved Rongqing. Therefore, whether he acknowledged his identity as the mysterious beast master or not, he would face no trouble. The Beast Control Bureau couldn't take any action against him, which was why Xu Haoran felt so at ease. However, upon arriving at the Bureau, Shi Kang surprisingly did not bring up the topic of the mysterious beast master. As for Godzilla, he didn't mention it at all. He merely informed Lu Rian of the identity of the assassin who had attempted to kill her, revealing that the individual was a long-sought criminal by the Dragon Clan. Originally a powerful figure within the Dragon Clan, this person had been wanted due to indiscriminate killings. For years, he had been living in hiding, rarely making an appearance. They had thought he had left the Dragon Clan, yet he dared to return. His demise was indeed good news for the Dragon Clan. After disclosing the assassin's identity to Lu Rian, Shi Kang turned to Xu Haoran and announced significant news. We intend to invite you to join the Special Operations Team of the Beast Control Bureau. Special Operations Team? Xu Haoran and Lu Rian echoed in unison. Yes, the Special Operations Team, Shi Kang affirmed with a serious nod. What is that? Xu Haoran asked, scratching his head in confusion. He truly had no idea what a Special Operations Team entailed. You may understand it as the Beast Control Bureau's Suicide Squad. Shi Kang explained after a moment's thought. This department is led by the head sister. The invitation is not mine, it is from her. Whether you accept or decline is entirely up to you. There's no need to consider my position. Head sister? Xu Haoran asked, puzzled. Who is that? You don't mean the mysterious top expert of the Beast Control Bureau, do you? Lu Rian interjected, suddenly realizing something. The top expert of the Bureau? Who is that? Xu Haoran wondered, not grasping the significance due to his limited exposure, having only recently joined the Bureau. Were it not for Shi Kang's approach, he might not have even known who he was. Shi Kang regarded Xu Haoran thoughtfully, observing that he genuinely appeared unaware. Was it possible that Xu Haoran was truly not the mysterious Beastmaster? If he were, he wouldn't be oblivious to the identity of the Bureau's top expert. But what about Godzilla? It was now almost certain that the little pet Xu Haoran owned was the beast of the mysterious Beastmaster. The instances matched up. Yet the only incongruity was Xu Haoran's background and age. If Xu Haoran were the mysterious Beastmaster, it would be absurd. Who you are is not important. What matters is whether you wish to join the special department. If you do, you will eventually meet the head sister. If you decline, knowing who she is will not grant you the opportunity to meet her, Shi Kang said, leisurely lifting his teacup for a sip, patiently awaiting Xu Haoran's response. He had not anticipated that his superior would take an interest in someone like Xu Haoran. After all, Xu Haoran was indeed quite enigmatic. His innate talent was undeniably lacking. And whether he was the mysterious beast master remained dubious. Well, Xu Haoran pondered for a moment. If I join, is there any compensation? Shi Kang's mouth twitched, nearly spitting out his tea. Are you seriously thinking about money when I'm discussing national interests with you? The Special Operations Team members each receive a black card. which is a special bank card belonging to the Beast Control Bureau. If you're referring to Dragon Coins, each member has an annual limit of 1 billion. Should you need funds exceeding that amount, it requires higher approval, but generally speaking, as long as there's a valid reason, approval is granted. Essentially, if there's a genuine need, you can access all the funds within the Rongqing Beast Control Bureau. 1 billion. Wow. Xu Haoran gasped, astonished at the amount. He had no idea how many zeros that represented. Is that something every member can possess? Xu Haoran stretched his neck and tentatively inquired. Indeed. And not merely in terms of monetary benefits. There are numerous other perks as well. However, it would be futile for me to divulge them to you now. If you choose not to join, my words would simply be in vain. Moreover, I must caution you that the Special Operations Group is not an entity that one can casually join or leave at will. This group undertakes the most perilous missions, established with the noble intent of safeguarding our homeland, protecting our families, and defending our nation. If your only desire is for personal gain, I advise you to reconsider. Once you become a member, you are bound to the group for life. Unless death intervenes, you cannot extricate yourself from this commitment. Tianyong? Is that the name of this group? Xu Haoran stroked his chin, contemplating. Then I must decline. He rejected the offer without a moment's hesitation, not even pausing to reflect. After all, such an illustrious organization seemed far beyond the reach of someone of his humble stature. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. The notion of combating criminals and promoting justice sounded formidable, but should he become a target for those very criminals? They could easily mark his face and seek to harm him. In essence, it was his own lack of strength that deterred him. Had he been more formidable, he might have genuinely considered joining this so-called Tianyong organization. After all, the benefits were evidently extraordinary, yet he felt he lacked the fortune to partake in them. So he decided against it. Surprised by Xu Haoran's resolute refusal, Shimin Qingsong shot him a glance. There is no rush. Take your time to ponder. Here are some materials regarding Tianyong. You may familiarize yourself with it. Despite Xu Haoran's rejection, he still provided him with a dossier. As their conversation drew to a close, Lu Rian inquired, I apologize, Captain Shimin. May I ask about my situation? Your situation is quite clear, Shimin Qingsong replied, turning to Lu Rian. I had no intention of concealing anything from you. You must have surmised as much. The individuals who captured you are connected to Ling Xingqiao. We have reported this matter to the Dragon Capital, but how they choose to address it remains uncertain. The Longyao Group does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Rongqing Beast Control Bureau, and we lack the authority to conduct cross-regional investigations. Thus, I am at a loss. Shimin Qingsong continued in a grave tone. However, given the magnitude of this incident, which even involved a saint-level beast, they must provide us with an explanation. Naturally, they will also owe you an explanation. He was quite certain of this. The emergence of a saint-level beast was no trifling matter. Should Longjing fail to offer them an explanation, this issue could not simply be brushed aside. Lu Rian hesitated briefly before stating, I suspect there may be something amiss within the Longyao Group. Stop. If it is merely a suspicion, do not voice it. I understand what you wish to convey. Bring it to me once you have evidence, Shimin Qingsong interjected, shaking his head. Lu Rian sighed inwardly, realizing that her intentions were to prompt Shimin Qingsong to seek evidence. Now, it seemed the matter would remain unresolved. On their return, Xu Haoran found himself in possession of the additional materials. Lu Rian's previously tense demeanor began to ease, for she was now aware that the Beast Control Bureau was investigating the situation. Given the sensitivity of the time, it was reasonable to assume that the adversary would refrain from further actions against her. She felt a sense of relief, believing she could enjoy a respite for a while. Once the business involving Ling Xingqiao took off, she would ascend to become the first female tycoon of Rongqing. The thought filled her with exhilaration. After enduring so much hardship, it seemed her perseverance would finally yield fruit. As the two drove, they remained oblivious to a small red dot flashing beneath their vehicle. Chapter 157. Silencing witnesses. The car sped along the road, the two of them swaying to the rhythm of the music as they advanced with haste. Stop. This will suffice. I can manage the rest from here. I need to stop by the supermarket for some supplies. You can head back. The car came to a halt in front of a supermarket. Their home supplies were running low, and it was time to replenish. Not joining me. Lu Rian glanced at the supermarket. No need. I only need to purchase some household items. I can't carry much in this car, so I'll call a taxi afterward for convenience. Sports cars are splendid in many respects, but their inability to transport goods is a significant drawback. Aside from their aesthetics, they hold little value for me, Xu Haoran reasoned, having never considered purchasing one. All right then, take care on your way back. Lu Rian nodded before driving off. Xu Haoran proceeded into the supermarket to gather several large bags of essentials, snacks, beverages, daily necessities, everything deemed indispensable. After completing his shopping, he emerged with several hefty bags, ready to hail a taxi home. Before long, A cab pulled up beside him. Where to, brother? The driver was a young man with a kindly demeanor, resembling an honest fellow. To Lingguang Village, Xu Haoran replied, placing his bags in the trunk. Lingguang Village? Sure thing. The driver cheerfully responded, pressing the accelerator and setting off. Are you from Lingguang Village? It truly is a place of remarkable talent, producing such an attractive young man. The driver seemed to be quite talkative. Immediately engaging Xu Haoran in conversation, Xu Haoran remained calm. He was not intimidated by the driver's chatter, especially with Tom resting at his feet. Driver, I'm not interested in men and have no money for tips, so your compliments won't earn you any extra fare. Don't be silly, brother. My praise is not motivated by money. And as for that, I prefer women. I have several charming girlfriends at home. Ah, well then, please continue with your flattery. I quite enjoy it, Xu Haoran replied. Brother, you really know how to hold a conversation, the driver remarked with a somewhat stiff smile. Ah, you have an uncanny knack for reading people. Xu Haoran's eyes brightened, puffing up with pride. Many have praised me as an honest, reliable, and charming conversationalist. There is no topic we can't discuss. I assure you, in a 100-meter radius of Lingguang Village, there is no secret we do not know. Oh really? Then tell me, are you aware of the mysterious beast that has appeared in your vicinity? The driver inquired. I heard that a formidable beast, rumored to be of the saint level, has been sighted near Lingguang Village. A mysterious beast, you say? You've come to the right person for that. Xu Haoran replied leisurely. What a coincidence. I happen to know a bit about that mysterious creature. Is it not the one with a head resembling a lizard, fins along its back, legs like stone pillars, and claws akin to those of a dinosaur? Exactly. That's the one. The driver exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. You know about that beast? Of course. Didn't I just say? I'm quite well informed, Xu Haoran said with pride. Then tell me more. The driver turned to face Xu Haoran, his enthusiasm palpable. Xu Haoran scratched his head in confusion. Didn't I already mention it? The driver looked puzzled. When did you say that? We've only just begun our conversation. True, but I thought I had shared everything I knew with you already, Xu Haoran replied, bewildered. Surely, you must be suggesting that you know exactly what that monster looks like. Right? Indeed, master. Am I not spot on? Xu Haoran replied confidently. What you've stated is something I too am aware of. Is that all you know? The driver's lips twitched slightly. Well, I am not that mysterious beast master, so naturally, my knowledge is limited to this extent. What else could I possibly know? Xu Haoran scratched his head. Didn't you claim that there is nothing within 100 meters of you that you are unaware of? Yes, that is true, but can your knowledge possibly rival mine? Moreover, that strange beast has already appeared beyond a direct 100 meters from my home. Xu Haoran protested. Damn it. The driver nearly succumbed to the temptation of turning around and slapping Xu Haoran. Isn't what you know rather similar to what I know? Indeed, it is somewhat similar. But isn't your knowledge akin to mine? Xu Haoran shrugged nonchalantly. All right. The driver nodded. So this is how you wish to play it? He fell silent, fearful of inciting his own ire, and continued driving in silence towards the outskirts of the city. Noticing the driver's silence, Xu Haoran too kept quiet, narrowing his eyes to rest for a while. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, 2 hours had elapsed. It was Tom's voice that roused him. As Xu Haoran slowly opened his eyes and yawned, he inquired, Master, where have we arrived? Groggily, he glanced around, sensing something amiss. The scenery around him seemed decidedly unusual. The mountains loomed, devoid of any vehicles, resembling a secluded country path, completely devoid of human presence. The driver remained mute, focused solely on the road ahead. As Xu Haoran gradually regained consciousness, he rolled down the window, peering outside, only to be met with a dense thicket of branches. They appeared to be traversing a narrow country lane, barely wide enough for a single vehicle. It was impossible to pass another car. Scanning the road ahead, he saw no signs of habitation. Master, don't scare me. Where are we headed? This isn't the road to Lingguang Village, is it? Xu Haoran's anxiety mounted, his back drenched in sweat. I was merely boasting, right? You wouldn't resort to murder, would you? Xu Haoran's voice quivered, causing the driver in front to smirk, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. Yet before he could laugh, an urgent voice echoed from behind. Master, don't seek death. I'm a top student from Wanglong Academy. Even if you wish to kill me, you ought to consider your own strength. What if I inadvertently defeat you? My conscience would torment me. Please, don't take drastic measures. The driver clenched his teeth, suddenly accelerating. This action filled Xu Haoran with dread. Master, please. You wouldn't want to perish together, would you? Don't do this. If you crash and die, I won't. How will I explain that to others? I don't wish to bear the weight of a murder charge at such a young age. Panic surged within him as he felt an uncontrollable urge to eliminate Xu Haoran. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, nearly causing Xu Haoran to collide with the back of the front seat. Dazed, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing they had arrived at an unknown location. It resembled a desolate farmland on a barren mountain, surrounded by vast wilderness. The vehicle parked at the entrance of the desolation, and ahead, a few individuals awaited him. Xu Haoran felt a wave of dread wash over him. The driver had taken the opportunity to summon others while he slept. Was it just a boast? How could they conspire against him like this? Chapter 158, Unending Shadows. This was outrageous. The driver exited the vehicle, standing expressionless in front of it, alongside the others who fixated their gazes upon Xu Haoran, awaiting his descent. There were 4 individuals in total, and they didn't even encircle the car, merely standing in front of it, observing Xu Haoran as he reluctantly stepped out. They were in the wilderness, deep within an unknown mountain, unperturbed by Xu Haoran's potential escape. With the 4 of them present, escape was implausible. Recognizing he was cornered, Xu Haoran exited the vehicle. Master, I merely boasted a little. Must you summon so many to confront me? He scrutinized the individuals before him. 2 burly men appeared to be professional thugs, while another pair consisted of a seemingly simple, yet cunning driver and a pale-faced man who stood apart from the rest, his expression devoid of emotion. As he assessed Xu Haoran, the latter sensed an unsettling aura emanating from him. Among these individuals, this man exuded the greatest threat. Xu Haoran inwardly lamented the predicament. Tom was his sole companion, and if Tom couldn't swiftly eliminate these adversaries, he would be in dire straits. Any 2 of them could easily restrain Tom, leaving Xu Haoran vulnerable to the remaining duo. While he was on the cusp of contracting a pet beast, he had been too preoccupied in recent days to finalize the matter. Boasting? This had nothing to do with mere bravado. Yet the seemingly simple driver shook his head. Are you unaware of your own transgressions? Transgressions? What have I done? Xu Haoran furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. It seems you have come to a realization. The driver narrowed his eyes. Could it be that I've stolen your girlfriend? Xu Haoran questioned, examining the driver suspiciously. No, that can't be. The beautiful women around me are far beyond your reach. They are either affluent or extraordinarily attractive, and you simply don't match up in age or status. How could I possibly have stolen your girlfriend? The driver merely smirked. Indeed, one cannot expect this scoundrel to provide an adequate response. Let me remind you of the Black Beast, the driver intoned ominously. The Black Beast? Xu Haoran stared incredulously at the group, initially believing them to be mere hired thugs, only to realize this was a premeditated scheme. No wonder the driver had inquired about the Black Beast upon entering the vehicle. You are aware of it. But I know even more, the driver sneered. Could you be journalists? Are reporters so unscrupulous nowadays that they would resort to kidnapping for a mere scoop? Let me tell you, kidnapping is unacceptable. Xu Haoran spread his hands. If you wish to ask something, just do so. I can't refuse you, can I? The group's expressions twitched in agitation. At that moment, Xu Haoran pointed at the driver, shouting, Tom, eliminate them. Take them out all at once. Without a hint of hesitation, just a moment prior, Xu Haoran had been amiable, but in the next instant, he unleashed the poised Tom, who charged forth. Tom had long been prepared. In the previous instant, he appeared empty-handed, but in the next, he wielded a long sword, leaping forward, his feline form darting toward the adversaries like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he was upon the foremost figure. With a swift sweep of the sword held firmly in hand, it arced from right to left, aimed directly at the abdomen of the driver in front. The speed so astonishing that the driver scarcely registered the threat. Should the blade connect, the driver would undoubtedly face fatal consequences. Yet, it was evident that matters would not unfold so simply. After all, the adversary was well prepared. Just as the sword seemed poised to pierce through the driver's body, a large hand seized it firmly. Xu Haoran, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. There stood that man, the youth, pale-faced and exuding an aura of danger. Damn it! I knew this individual was formidable. Xu Haoran had intended to eliminate the others swiftly first, but he had not anticipated that this person would intervene. If he could dispose of the driver and the other 3, he could then let Tom confront this man. With Tom's extraordinary abilities, he could undoubtedly vanquish him. At the very least, his own safety would be assured. But he hadn't expected the adversary to react so quickly, shielding the driver from Tom's strike. What? The driver stared at the sword, mere inches from him, his expression filled with terror, cold sweat trickling down his back. Just a moment away from death. Meow? Tom exerted all his strength, yet the youth who grasped the sword merely chuckled. Little kitty, surrender. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the sword aside, sending Tom hurtling backward. His legs splayed as he spun midair before landing deftly before Xu Haoran, his countenance grave as he regarded the group. You dare to launch a surprise attack. The driver, now trembling with trepidation, broke into a cold sweat. I was so close. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Glaring sharply at Xu Haoran, you initiated this ambush. You cannot handle the consequences. Remarkably, this cat is as extraordinary as that mysterious beast. Clearly, we have not erred in our judgment. You are undoubtedly linked to that enigmatic beastmaster. The pale-faced youth, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Xu Haoran with a haughty smile. Who are you? Xu Haoran, no longer jesting, turned serious. Ah, so the charade ends? You fools couldn't even discern that he was feigning weakness. The pale youth laughed lightly, then turned to glare at the other three. They promptly lowered their heads, too intimidated to retort. It was apparent that he was indeed their leader. Enough of the pretense. I reveal my true identity. I am that mysterious beastmaster. I advise you to surrender at once or make a hasty retreat. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xu Haoran narrowed his eyes. Ha! The pale youth threw his head back in laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. We have thoroughly investigated your identity. You are nothing but a worthless fool. However, the beastmaster behind you piques our interest as a potential source of trouble. Your ascent to this level must be attributed to that mysterious beastmaster's assistance. Otherwise, how could a mere waste become one of the twin stars? Unbeknownst to them, they were mistaken in thinking I was merely connected to the beastmaster. Xu Haoran pondered. Trouble, again with the trouble. You truly are relentless. Clenching his fists, he finally began to confront this persistent source of trouble. It seemed to be an unending cycle. Chapter 159. You are doomed. Indeed, we are that trouble. But this will be your last encounter with us. After this, you shall have no opportunity to cross paths with us again, the pale-faced man declared with a smile. Then gestured, you take care of this brat. I will deal with the cat. I am curious to see what cards that beastmaster has dealt you. This cat must also be one of the beastmaster's pets, correct? The pale man regarded Tom with a hint of mockery, finding the situation amusing. He had never encountered such an intriguing little cat. A cat wielding a sword was a rare sight indeed. Tom, be cautious. This individual is no ordinary foe. Xu Haoran, too, felt the weight of the moment. These were indeed agents of trouble. Although they were unaware of the true nature of this threat, he had gathered enough knowledge recently, recognizing that they were typically composed of ruthless villains. Their strength was formidable, and they possessed various nefarious beasts, particularly the one known as the 54 cards, who was among the most dangerous of them all. The last time he heard that Li Fei had ventured to his home with skilled fighters, they had almost been eliminated by these troublemakers. Just this alone made Xu Haoran wary. The last individual to underestimate them, Li Fei, had ended up with broken legs. You little brat, how dare you feign ignorance and launch a surprise attack on us? You shall not escape today. Upon hearing the pale man's orders, the other three, filled with a mix of fear and anger, glared at Xu Haoran, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. They summoned their beasts, a total of 6, with each person calling forth 2. Among them were plants, animals, and even marine creatures. Strangely enough, one summoned a large sea turtle. Yet its menacing teeth caused Xu Haoran to take heed. Tom, can you manage? We are relying on you. Meow? Tom, now unusually serious, surveyed the 4 adversaries before him. Not only did he need to contend with them, but he also had to protect Xu Haoran, adding to the complexity of the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he reached behind him, drawing forth a dagger and a sword. The fusion of blade and sword rendered him invincible. Meow? Adjusting his stance, Tom puffed his cheeks and then propelled himself forward with extraordinary speed. This time, he was even quicker than before, despite the 3 adversaries being prepared. They failed to catch even a glimpse of Tom's shadow. By the time they reacted, Tom had already swung his sword at one of the men. The sword came crashing down, but yet another peculiar occurrence transpired. The man raised his right hand, effortlessly reaching out to grasp Tom's sword. Empty-handed, he intercepted the lethal blade. To make matters worse, Tom found his sword firmly captured. The man held it with ease, and regardless of Tom's attempts to apply force, he could not break free from the man's grip. Meow? Tom's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how the man could so effortlessly catch his weapon. This sword was a genuine weapon, yet it could not cleave through the opponent's grasp. Clang. Thankfully, Tom was not limited to a single sword. With the sword captured, he swung the dagger in his left hand toward the man's head. Yet, an even stranger spectacle unfolded. The dagger struck the man's head directly. Under normal circumstances, this blow would have been devastating, yet the outcome was unexpectedly different. Instead of cleaving through, the dagger merely vibrated in Tom's hand, nearly forcing him to relinquish it. Tom, astonished, stared at the man, his mouth agape, his eyes and teeth seemingly detached from his face. What in the world? The pale man observed Tom's shocked expression, his brow twitching. He had thought himself quite abnormal, yet seeing Tom's features contorted in disbelief made him feel utterly outclassed. Damn it, what the hell is this? As Tom stood before him, his eyes and mouth seemingly detached from his face and then reattached, the man was so startled that he instinctively kicked out with great force. This kick propelled Tom across the space, landing him once more beside Xu Haoran, who was relieved to see that he had escaped injury. What on earth is this creature? Xu Haoran and the pale-faced man exchanged bewildered glances, both grappling with their astonishment. Xu Haoran was shocked that this man could withstand a blow from a knife to the head, while the man was equally perturbed by Tom's peculiar nature. Was this truly an ordinary beast? The sight of eyes dislodged from their sockets was certainly beyond the capabilities of a typical cat. Why are you still standing there? Attack! However, this was not the moment for astonishment. After a brief moment of shock, the man snapped back to reality, bellowing orders to his subordinates. He had not brought these fools along merely to spectate. Understood. Upon hearing their leader's command, the still-stunned minions finally came to their senses, instructing their own beasts to launch an assault. Yet, they remained frozen in place, hesitant to confront Tom, who, along with Xu Haoran, exuded an aura of strangeness. With a chorus of 6 bizarre creatures, muscular bulls, long-necked giraffes, and enormous beetles, they charged at Xu Haoran. Tom! Xu Haoran yelled desperately. For Tom was his only lifeline in this dire situation. Relying solely on Tom was now his only option. Do you really think your cat can save you? The pale-faced man was determined to deny Tom the opportunity to assist Xu Haoran. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and a flash of white light illuminated the scene as a colossal, tusked monster materialized before them, towering at the height of 2 men. It bore wings and a visage that resembled a hellish beast, complete with 2 enormous curved horns protruding from its forehead, evoking a sense of dread. Upon its appearance, the beast let out a thunderous roar and lunged at Tom with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain. While the 6 ferocious beasts attacked Xu Haoran, the tusked monster targeted Tom, rendering Tom nearly powerless. With the unknown man, who seemed impervious to blades, Xu Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of doom closing in around him. Chapter 160, The Rustic Hound. Roar! Awoo! The ferocious beasts charged towards Xu Haoran. Their intimidating forms and the drool flying from their jaws painted a vivid picture of him being torn apart and devoured. Indeed, one should always travel with bodyguards. The world outside was fraught with peril, and aimless wandering was ill-advised. Moreover, one must be cautious when taking a taxi. Do not provoke the driver, lest the consequences be dire. As these thoughts raced through Xu Haoran's mind, memories of past experiences flashed before him like a passing parade. He slowly closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate. Thud! Thud! Just as the beasts were about to pounce on Xu Haoran, pinning him down, a sudden, crisp sound echoed in the air. Everyone heard it distinctly, akin to the sound of polished shoes striking the ground. Simultaneously, an invisible wave of energy rippled through the crowd, a peculiar rhythm that enveloped the scene. Xu Haoran, with his eyes closed, awaited the inevitable pain, but after several seconds, he felt nothing. Tentatively, he opened his eyes, and his pupils dilated in horror. Before him, a gaping maw was poised to devour his head, its foul stench almost palpable. 2 monstrous creatures hovered before him, suspended in midair, motionless, leaving Xu Haoran in a daze, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What just happened? Why have they all stopped? Thud! Thud! At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from behind him. Xu Haoran's eyes widened, desperately wanting to turn and see who was there. But he was horrified to realize that he could only move his eyes. His body was utterly immobilized by an unseen force. Fear not, I am here to rescue you. This is my power. I can freeze everyone in place. A large hand clapped down on his rigid shoulder, and before he could react, the tension in his shoulder dissipated. At that moment, he inexplicably felt lighter, and suddenly, he regained the ability to move. He turned to see a man in military attire standing beside him, tall and upright, with a square face and an unwavering gaze. Upon noticing Xu Haoran looking at him, he saluted with precision. Greetings, comrade. I am Rustic Hound, a member of the Sky Vault Special Operations Team, here specifically to save you. Rustic Hound? Xu Haoran was momentarily taken aback by the name, questioning whether he had misheard. He was familiar with Sky Vault, the Special Operations Team from Rome City, which had even invited him to join. But what kind of absurd moniker was Rustic Hound? Yes, it's a code name, Divine Dragon Rustic Hound. Just call me Rustic Hound. The boss said you would encounter trouble and sent me to assist you, along with a message. The boss? A message? Indeed, the boss welcomes you to join the Sky Vault team. Wasn't I just told to think things over? Xu Haoran's expression darkened. Yes, the boss is aware. He wants you to decide now and has provided you with 2 options. First, you can refuse to join and continue facing these threats and future pursuers. I will turn and leave, and the number of those hunting you will only increase. Second, you can join us, and we at Sky Vault will help you resolve these troubles, including dealing with these adversaries. This is a choice? Xu Haoran thought incredulously. Wasn't this simply a dead end? I'll join, he replied without hesitation. Excellent. The boss truly has a keen eye. The square-faced youth nodded. Was this truly a matter of discernment? Was there even a choice? If he had options, would he even be in a position to join? Step back a little. I'll handle the rest. The square-faced man cracked his neck and turned to face the motionless figures and beasts ahead. That cat is mine. The others are enemies. Xu Haoran quickly warned as he noticed the man preparing to act. Understood. As they conversed, the pale-faced man, who had remained still as if ensnared, finally broke free from his constraints. Crack. The pale-faced man twisted his neck, fixing his gaze on the square-faced youth, his expression grave. Skyvault. You're one of the playing cards, aren't you? With such strength, you can summon such ferocious beasts. You must be more than just a playing card. Rustic Hound regarded the man opposite him with a serious demeanor, fully aware that no one could afford to be careless in the presence of a playing card. Huh. My importance is trivial. What matters is that this kid is entrusted to me. The pale-faced man cast not a glance at his other subordinates, fixating solely on the rural dog. To him, the rural dog was the most formidable adversary, with Tom trailing closely behind. You want to leave. You must remain here today. The rural dog maintained a stoic expression, raising his right hand and delivering a light punch into the air. Bang! Although it struck nothing, Xu Haoran felt as though it collided with something tangible, producing a muffled thud. Subsequently, waves of energy rippled through the entire space. In mere moments, an invisible force seemed to envelop the area, rendering the air suffocatingly dense. Clap, clap, clap. The pale-faced man observed this scene with no hint of panic. Instead, he applauded. Truly impressive for a member of the celestial firmament. What an extraordinary ability. Is it a manifestation of spatial power? Quite formidable. Flattery will get you nowhere. The rural dog replied earnestly. Rest assured, I have no intention of holding back, but who will meet their end remains to be seen. The pale-faced man retorted with a light chuckle. Bang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the rural dog unleashed a punch towards the side. With a single blow, he sent a restrained beast crashing into others, creating a chaotic melee. The pale-faced man narrowed his eyes at this display. His own creature, a monstrous entity with two enormous horns, began to shake and gradually regained its mobility. Stay here. I'll deal with them first, and then escort you back to Rome City. The rural dog's expression grew even more solemn. Realizing his powers could not contain both man and beast, he exerted himself, directing another punch towards yet another beast. Though seemingly light, that punch struck the beast like a cannonball, sending it hurtling into others and creating further disarray. In total, the rural dog dispatched 6 beasts with just 2 punches, leaving them utterly defenseless. Nearby, 3 men watched in astonishment. This individual's strength was unparalleled, and they were no match for him. They wished to flee, yet found themselves immobilized, unable to move an inch. Enough chatter. Let us end this swiftly and return home, the rural dog declared, removing his hat and tossing it to Xu Haoran. He then cracked his neck, and a massive white hound gradually materialized behind him. This grotesque creature, brimming with muscle, exuded raw power merely through its imposing stature. Upon appearing, the hound fixed its menacing gaze upon the horned beast, advancing slowly at first, then breaking into a full sprint. Simultaneously, the rural dog charged towards the pale-faced man. Chapter 161, A Perfect Conclusion. Do you really think you can kill me? You're merely a dog serving the dragon god. Do you think you are worthy? The pale-faced man lunged forward, clenching his fist tightly and delivering a seemingly unremarkable punch. It struck with no explosive sound, yet the rural dog remained exceptionally vigilant in response. He raised his own fist, invisible ripples emanating from it. The 2 fists collided in the void, producing a muted thud as they became locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the giant hound and the horned monster clashed as well, though their confrontation was anything but brute force. The horned creature opened its gaping maw, attempting to bite the hound, but upon contacting its hide, it was halted midair. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not penetrate a single inch. Conversely, the hound sank its teeth into the creature's back, yet its sharp fangs failed to break the skin, instead sparking fiery embers into the air. The creature's back was as unyielding as steel. Clearly, both beasts possessed unique abilities that rendered them impervious to harm. In this initial engagement, both the beasts and their masters found themselves locked in a stalemate. Roar! Roar! The 2 ferocious beasts issued low growls, then charged once more. The pale-faced man regarded the square-jawed youth before him with a hint of mockery. Indeed, a member of the celestial firmament possesses remarkable strength, but alas, you have encountered me today. With that, he intensified his power, and bang. The rural dog was sent flying backward, his feet carving a lengthy trail in the ground as he skidded to a halt. The rural dog's expression remained impassive. Your ability must be related to hardening. Your creature withstands my hound's assault, indicating your strength is similarly formidable. Your powers must pertain to spatial manipulation. My adorable creature barely grazed you, suggesting a spatial barrier, no doubt? The man in the black cloak smiled. Since you've deduced my abilities, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I possess spatial powers. The rural dog raised his fist once more, striking the void, sending ripples cascading toward the pale-faced man. Once again, the space seemed to solidify, as if frozen in time, halting everything. The pale-faced man paused for a fleeting moment. Seizing the opportunity, the rural dog launched a punch at him. Boom. The punch landed, yet it inflicted no damage on the pale-faced man. It felt as though it had struck solid steel. Not a scratch was made. The corners of the pale-faced man's mouth curled into a smirk. You think you can kill me by merely solidifying space? Is that all you have? Suddenly, a long sword erupted from his chest. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, swiftly followed by a wave of agony. Meow? A cat's meow resonated from behind him. In disbelief, he looked down at his chest to find a sword piercing through him. What is this? His eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet disbelief aside, his breaths grew increasingly labored. You. He turned to face Tom behind him, bewildered by how Tom had approached so stealthily and managed to injure him. How could he have pierced his defenses? He had fortified his body to be harder than steel. Bang! His body began to slump toward the ground. Though his defenses were formidable, his vitality was not. Having been pierced through the heart, he had little chance of survival. Subsequently, Tom and the square-jawed youth joined forces to eliminate the remaining beasts, gradually dispelling the crisis. Upon returning to Rome City, Xu Haoran officially joined the Celestial Firmament Organization, becoming a member of their team. The ensuing days were filled with the routine of attending classes at Wanlong Academy, studying diligently. During this time, his relationships with Ao Xiaoshuang and Zhao Sahan blossomed, growing ever closer. Lu Rian's business resumed normalcy following the demise of the Frost Spirit Cat, and no further troubles arose. Thus, a tranquil year of study and training passed. A year later, an urgent alarm reverberated throughout Rome City. The piercing wails of sirens echoed across the city as colossal flying beasts approached from the horizon. It was a creature of bizarre and grotesque forms. Some bore the heads of bulls and the bodies of owls. Others possessed the visage of tigers with the tails of phoenixes, and there were even those that, despite being ravenous wolves, sprouted wings. In the distance, colossal and rare beasts launched an assault on the city of Rome. These monsters charged madly toward the city, and just as they were on the brink of breaching its defenses, a thunderous roar erupted from within Rome. Roar! A kaleidoscope of light descended from the heavens, as an immense dragon without a visible tail emerged from the clouds, issuing a deafening bellow. The sound surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering the resolve of the attacking beasts, causing them to hesitate in terror. Who could it be? Upon the back of a bird-like creature, a man adorned with a Spade 7 playing card mask gazed in horror at the gargantuan dragon's head, which loomed like a mountain peak, its colossal body trailing behind it, unfathomably vast. I am Nend. Son, call out to me so I might hear your voice. A booming laughter resonated from atop the dragon's head, and the masked man, known as Black 7, noticed 3 figures perched upon the mountainous visage, 2 women and 1 man, all appearing youthful. Is that you, Xu Haoran? Black 7 exclaimed in shock as he recognized the figure in the distance. You know me? Xu Haoran replied, astonished at the recognition. You dare to show your face before me. Black 7 spat through clenched teeth, gazing into the distance. Thanks to you, we failed to acquire that batch of spirit herb from the divine dragon. We toiled for an entire year to gather enough spirit herb to concoct potions to produce these formidable beasts in large quantities. Today marks the annihilation of Rome City. It is merely the beginning, and we shall ultimately reign over the entire world. Humph! Xu Haoran scoffed dismissively, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Roar! Howl! Roar! The earth-shattering cries fell like mountainous pressure, and from the clouds emerged silhouettes of gigantic monsters. There were ebony Godzilla-like beasts, cheilants engulfed in flames, and immortal phoenixes flapping their wings. Each colossal creature shimmered with divine radiance, gathering blinding energy in their maws before unleashing it in a furious roar toward the attacking monsters. Under the white shockwaves of the divine dragon, the multitude of beasts disintegrated into mere dust. This was a lopsided war, a pivotal battle that would elevate Xu Haoran to the rank of the divine dragon's guardian. Years later, within a thatched cottage, the fragrance of peach blossoms wafted through the air as several children played joyfully in the yard. Xu Haoran reclined in a chair, observing a few beautiful women bustling about with household chores, a gentle smile playing upon his lips. If I have another life, I would willingly let it drift away in such tranquility. The end. If you enjoyed this tale, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.